Having traversed the parallel world of Pokémon for 18 years, I now stand at a pivotal juncture in my life. With the advent of the Joyful system, one can obtain rewards merely by enhancing the happiness of Pokémon. Upon commencing my journey with the acquisition of the supreme profession of a breeder and the extraordinary power of the everlasting oak, Lin Feng resolutely chose to inherit his parents' breeding house and embarked on the path of becoming a breeder. Thus, detection indicates that the host has increased the joy value of the Magikarp, rewarding a recipe for a quality enhancement energy cube X1, perfect beauty scales, and 10 rare candies. Detection indicates that the host has elevated the joy value of the Snivy, rewarding a recipe for trait development energy cube. Detection indicates that the host has increased the joy value of the Gardevoir, rewarding psychic power. Detection indicates that the host has increased the joy value of the Ice Vulpix. I am unaware of when it began, but the reputation of the breeding house grew increasingly prominent, attracting more and more legendary Pokémon. Mewtwo. I had long sought the meaning of my existence, and now I have found it. Ground what? This place offers me a way to soar. Of course, aside from the legendary Pokémon, there are also trainers arriving to challenge and hone their skills. Lin Feng. Have the challengers arrived? Rotom Butler. Report, Rotom. The 3 Dragonites of Champion Adu were single-handedly bested by the guarding Ice Ninetales. Chapter 1. The Joyful Pokémon System. Lin Feng's scores in the Pokémon entrance examination were a mixture of brilliance and disappointment. Thus, 10 minutes prior, he found himself facing a momentous decision in his life. Should he become a breeder, or forsake the breeding house left by his parents to pursue the path of a trainer? This is a grave dilemma indeed. Yet now, he no longer finds himself entangled in indecision. Ding! Detection confirms that the host has traversed for 18 years. The anti-addiction system is lifted, and the Pokémon Joy Value system is activated. Simply by bringing joy to Pokémon, corresponding rewards can be obtained. The host is now rewarded with the supreme power of the everlasting oak, expert breeder skills, and related master-level subprofessional techniques. Additionally, the host is compensated with the Eye of Insight skill and the True New Body Constitution skill. Supreme power of the everlasting oak possesses the ability to perceive, heal, and soothe the emotions of Pokémon. Supreme Breeder, capable of transforming the mundane into the miraculous, maximizing the utility of the simplest items, and creating foods with culinary effects. Eye of Insight, capable of discerning the essence of any object, presenting data within the host perception. True New Body, significantly enhances physical capabilities, reducing damage from Pokémon skills by 99.99, and shares a portion of this vitality with bonded Pokémon. These events transpired merely moments ago in Lin Feng's life. Having been reborn into this Pokémon parallel world for 18 years, he had long since given up hope regarding the system. Little did he expect that it had simply arrived fashionably late. In the town of Wutong, a satellite community of Wudong City, where Lin Feng resides, the gentle morning sun streams through the window, casting delicate shadows. This is a quaint cottage constructed entirely of wood, with the words "Neighboring Breeding House" inscribed in bold letters above the door. Lin Feng recalls that these characters were etched by his father's scyther using its slicing technique. However, they are now coated in a layer of dust. A decade ago, during an exploration in a Pokémon wilderness area, his parents mysteriously vanished. At the tender age of 8, Lin Feng received the grim news from the Alliance that his parents were lost. The Alliance initially intended to send Lin Feng to an orphanage. However, as a soul who had traversed realms, he rejected this arrangement and promptly sold the Pokémon eggs from the breeding house at a fair price to the Alliance, securing his first funds. He managed to sustain himself until the age of 18, still possessing enough money to choose his initial Pokémon and take his first step towards becoming a trainer. Yet, in light of this, the breeding house had lost its necessity. Nonetheless, given that it represented his parents' dedication in this lifetime, Lin Feng felt a pang of reluctance to abandon it. Now that the system had arrived, there was little point in pondering further. He would directly choose to be a breeder. Joyful Pokémon yield rewards? Lin Feng felt a flicker of excitement. This method of obtaining rewards is exceedingly well suited for operating a breeding house. As he sensed the supreme knowledge of breeding and the Eye of Insight manifesting in his mind, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength. Thus, let's tidy up and reopen the breeding house. Though tidying up merely entailed a thorough cleaning. Then, let's attempt to bring joy to Pokémon. Lin Feng rose and stepped outside. Before him lay a spacious path paved with blue stones, Further along this path was a verdant rice field, beside which an elderly man was plowing the land with a sand shrew, seemingly sowing something. This is Wutong Town, a place close to the city, yet still living a self-sufficient existence. Has the true new body enhanced my vision as well? Despite the distance of several hundred meters, Lin Feng could discern the scales on the Sandshrew's body. He approached the elderly man. "Have you risen early to work, Grandpa Qin?" The man, known as Grandpa Qin, wore a tattered yellow and white vest, with dirt from labor smudged across his face. He absent-mindedly wiped his face, inadvertently spreading the dirt further and leaving a streak. Little Feng, is it not the season of plant? I intend to sow some spicy tomatoes. You know how this fellow loves a bit of spice." The old man gently nudged the sand shrew with his foot, a glimmer of affection in his eyes. Chirp, chirp. The sand shrew displayed a hearty smile. "Is that so? Haha, Grandpa Qin, may I ask you for a favor?" "Speak, little Lin. I wish to borrow this little one to till the plot of land behind my house, clearing away the stones and debris." Having decided to inherit the family breeding house, it was essential to cultivate the land behind the house for planting commonly used nurturing berries and plants. The old man looked surprised at this request. "Child, do you not plan to attend university?" Lin Feng replied, "I have no intention of going. Nowadays, university is merely a sightseeing venture. Moreover, I do not yet possess a single Pokémon, so it would be rather late to go. I would rather focus on being a breeder. Coincidentally, my intermediate breeder certificate was recently issued. I believe it is splendid to provide Pokémon with a space where they can relax both physically and mentally amidst battles." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the old man nodded, a smile gracing his face. Every young person has their own path to walk. Very well, the cultivation shop should not be limited to just Wudong Town. You must devise a way to venture into Wudong City or even larger locales in the future. In youth, one ought to explore grander places rather than confine oneself to the small expanse of Wudong Town. Whenever you require this fellow, simply make a visit to my home. "Thank you, Grandfather Qin." He then glanced at the mole-like creature below. "I appreciate your assistance, little one. Once we conclude our tasks, I shall take you to savor some spicy noodles." The creature's eyes instantly sparkled, as if inquiring, "Really? Gigi, you glutton, you've come to lend a hand." The elder chuckled reproachfully, giving the creature a gentle nudge before guiding it to till the soil. Meanwhile, Lin Feng smiled, although the grin quickly faltered. Congratulations to the host for raising the mole's happiness level from 50 to 60. Reward: 5 bags of golden fertilizer, which can accelerate the growth rate of ordinary crops tenfold. 1 miraculous candy, which can enhance a Pokémon's energy intensity slightly. And soil sand, which when consumed by ground-type Pokémon, can augment their surface hardness. Observing the squinting eyes of the mole, Lin Feng felt a twinge of astonishment. Has this truly made the Pokémon feel delighted? Furthermore, might this reward be rather extravagant? Chapter 2. The Delightful Ugly Fish and Its Perfectly Beautiful Scales. After bidding farewell to Grandpa Qin, Lin Feng arrived at the bank of a small river and skillfully began to whistle. Before long, an ugly fish, entirely clad in a dull brown-gray hue with somewhat tattered scales, surfaced. Lin Feng adeptly produced a water energy cube from his pocket and tossed it into the water. The ugly fish promptly swallowed it. Congratulations to the host for elevating the ugly fish's delight value from 10 to 40. Reward: 10 bags of golden gravel, 1 magical candy, and a life fruit, which permanently enhances a Pokémon's individual value in HP. The rewards were identical, but Lin Feng paid them no mind. He merely patted the ugly fish on the head and asked, "Would you like to come home with me?" This particular ugly fish was discovered by Lin Feng in a muddy pool after a heavy rain during the vernal equinox. He had brought it home and cared for it for a while, but due to academic commitments, he had to temporarily return it to the river. Subsequently, he realized that this ugly fish seemed to sense his presence. Every time he visited the riverbank, he could see the ugly fish following closely beside him. Now that he was contemplating skipping university, he decided to bring it back to the breeding house to infuse some vitality into his nurturing space. Plop. Upon hearing this, the ugly fish paused for a moment, then gazed vacantly at Lin Feng, seemingly questioning, "Really?" After spending some time together, they had developed an understanding of each other's words and meanings. Moreover, Lin Feng now possessed the power of Tokiwa. Of course, he smiled, retrieving a Pokeball from his waist and activating his inspection eye. Pokemon, ugly fish. Gender, female. Ability, adaptability. Qualification, green. Individual values: HP, 25, attack, 13, special attack, 11. Defense, 14, special defense, 16, speed, 10, Level, 69. Skills, Leap, Tackle. Description, a rather ordinary yet spirited ugly fish. Affinity, 85. Delight value, 95. Congratulations to the host for raising the ugly fish's delight value from 40 to 95. Reward, 1 qualification energy cube recipe. Perfectly beautiful scales, 10 magical candies. Lin Feng's eyes brightened as he observed the uncontainable joy reflected in the ugly fish's vacant gaze. He couldn't help but gently tap its head, exclaiming, "You truly are easily satisfied." Merely suggesting that he would take it home had elevated its delight value from 40 to 95. If one were to describe the sensation of this delight, it would be akin to an exhilarating euphoria that leaves the mind blank and entranced. After glancing at the qualification energy cube recipe, Lin Feng found it even more intriguing. His luck seemed to be fortuitous, as both were quite suitable for the ugly fish. Without further ado, he captured the ugly fish in the Pokeball. As for the beautiful scales, Lin Feng decided against using them immediately on the ugly fish. As a divine-level breeder, he understood precisely when it would be most beneficial to apply the beautiful scales. Ding 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 dong. Accompanied by several beams of red light, the ugly fish was successfully captured within the Pokeball, although he had long outgrown his teenage years. The exhilaration of capturing his first Pokémon stirred an indescribable excitement within Lin Feng. After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he lifted the Pokeball, striking a classic victory pose, proclaiming, "I have captured the ugly fish." Once he regained his composure, he found the situation rather amusing and hurriedly stowed the Pokeball away. He then proceeded along the river. As his purpose extended beyond merely capturing the ugly fish, he also sought to assess the state of the water channel. In the days when his parents were still alive, they had diverted the river's water for convenience, creating a channel that directly connected to their plantation. They even dug a reservoir within the plantation for this purpose. He intended to inspect the condition of the channel, and upon doing so, he exhaled in relief. The channel had merely dried up, with some branches inside, posing no significant issue. As long as he went to the source and cleared the blockage, everything would be fine. Lin Feng chose not to head straight to the source, but instead opted to return home and visit the plantation behind the breeding house. Since the passing of his parents, he had neglected it, only occasionally returning to pick some peaches when they were ripe. Now, calculating the time, it seemed to be the season for harvesting peaches, and he thought to gather a few to satisfy his cravings. As he walked, Lin Feng reflected on how he had been in this world for 18 years. He had long since comprehended the intricacies of this realm. It was evident that this was a parallel world of Pokémon. Moreover, it was a pristine Pokémon world, untouched by any other worlds. According to historical texts, the existence of Pokémon is roughly categorized into ancient, modern, and contemporary times. In ancient history, Arceus created the first Pokémon, Mew, which gradually evolved into various other Pokémon. In modern history, in 1897, Professor Bruce P. successfully utilized fruit to create the Pokeball, marking the dawn of modern Pokémon studies. Since then, Pokémon studies have flourished, with trainers becoming key figures in the relationship between humans and Pokémon. The power of Pokémon transitioned from rigid control to reasonable guidance. For instance, in 1924, the first Alliance Championship commenced, bestowing immense honor and rich rewards upon the trainers who emerged victorious. Consequently, Pokémon battles sprang up like mushrooms after rain, both between alliances and within them, elevating the status of trainers. Now, Pokémon have entered every household, becoming indispensable companions in daily life. In this evolving landscape, the power dynamics of the world began to reshape, gradually forming centralized organizations represented by alliances. In this parallel world, Lin Feng found himself situated in Wudong Town, radiating from the Donghua Alliance. Other alliances mirrored those Lin Feng had observed in previous worlds, such as the Kalos Alliance, Unova Alliance, and Alola region. At the age of 15, Lin Feng even witnessed a familiar face, Champion Dan, at the Alliance Championship. One of his Charizard, with exceptional vigor, obliterated a challenger in a single blow. It was then that Lin Feng realized this world was not only home to Dan, but also featured the Elite Four member, Du, and Cynthia, who was challenging the Sinnoh League's Elite Four. Most of the individuals from his memories could be found here. An intriguing parallel world indeed. Upon crossing over, his first desire had been to become a Pokémon master. Yet now, things had changed. 18 years of mundane existence had dulled his fervor significantly. Perhaps being a breeder would be better, as it would allow him to spend more time with Pokémon. Lost in thought, he arrived at the plantation behind his home. In the absence of care over the years, the once thriving fields had become overrun with weeds, lush yet disorderly. The plantation was quite substantial, roughly the size of a football field. In its prime, it was filled with a variety of corresponding plants each season, flourishing abundantly. Now, however, only a few robust peach and orange fire fruit trees remained. The peach trees were thriving and at the peak of their fruit-bearing season. Just then, as Lin Feng contemplated, A greenish shadow swiftly passed before his eyes. Chapter 3. A red qualified viper with a contradictory trait? It seemed to flicker past. Yet Lin Feng undeniably caught a glimpse of its form. Spirit, vining snake. Gender, female. Ability, contrarian. Qualification, red. Individual values. HP, 23, attack, 21, special attack, 24, defense, 25, special defense, 24, speed, 31. Strength, level 12-18. Skills, leaf blade, grass mixer, big snake glare, vine whip, leech seed. Introduction. This appears to be a vining snake that enjoys eating peach fruits. Familiarity, 5. Joy value, 10. A vining snake? A vining snake of red qualification. And it's a contrarian vining snake? Lin Feng's gaze filled with astonishment. Although Pokémon are creatures of boundless potential, their growth is inherently constrained by certain limitations. These limitations, as indicated by the Eye of Exploration, are categorized into white, green, blue, purple, red, and gold. The further along the spectrum, the higher the Pokémon's achievements, but this is merely relative. It does not imply that a Pokémon of white qualification lacks the opportunity to evolve into a top-tier powerhouse. It merely requires a certain stroke of fortune. Such fortune may manifest as exceptional nurturing or perhaps a profound bond. Having pilfered my possessions, do you now wish to conceal yourself? Are you a thief? Lin Feng did not immediately go behind the peach tree to expose it. Instead, he harnessed the power of the evergreen to convey his intentions. As a nurturer, he understood the nature of the vining snake well. This is an intelligent and proud Pokémon, selective when it comes to choosing its trainer. Initially, the vining snake behind the tree appeared somewhat dazed, but soon it flushed with realization. Clearly, upon seeing this human, it recognized that this abandoned plantation was not unclaimed territory. With this understanding, it willingly emerged. Its slender body adorned with lily-like embellishments upon its greenish back, and its ivory underbelly glistening in the sunlight, even in the real world. The vining snake's skin was as smooth as jade. It fidgeted with its petite hands, lowering its head. Vining? Is this your peach fruit tree? With the power of the evergreen, Lin Feng easily comprehended the vining snake's words. Naturally, he regarded the creature with a wry smile, then contemplatively glanced at the scattered peach fruit cores on the ground, seemingly indicating that it had consumed quite a few. Stealing from others is hardly commendable behavior. Vining, but I didn't know this was your peach fruit tree. The vining snake grew even more bashful. It merely thought the peach fruits here were tastier than those in the wild. Tung, I'll go outside to pick some peach fruits to compensate you. Lin Feng shook his head. The peach fruits outside could not compare to those lovingly cultivated at his home. How about this? Since I need to tidy up this plantation in the coming days, why not stay and help out? Vining. The vining snake lifted its head, its amber eyes gleaming with curiosity. Just like this, pull out the weeds here. Lin Feng demonstrated, uprooting a weed before placing it by the path. Vining, all right. The vining snake sighed in relief. Its nature did not permit it to engage in thievery. Of course, I will cover your meals during this time. Seeing the vining snake acquiesce, Lin Feng smiled. Having an assistant at the inception of the plantation was truly a boon. At the very least, if he were to uproot all the weeds alone, it would likely take him 2 or 3 days. Moreover, after planting these crops, a capable helper would be essential for their protection. Otherwise, small rattatas in the soil and spearows in the sky would devise ways to consume your plants. The vining snake's agreement to its first labor contract naturally paved the way for future agreements. As a mid-tier, stricken-out, God-tier nurturer, Lin Feng was confident. Observing the already industrious vining snake, he nodded. You start uprooting. I'll prepare some energy blocks for you. Vining, leave it to me. The vining snake nodded earnestly, completely unaware that Lin Feng was already devising plans to keep it around. Crush, heat, solidify. The process of creating energy blocks was not arduous. As a student who had achieved mid-tier nurturer standards even before acquiring the system, Lin Feng naturally possessed the necessary equipment, such as fruit mixers and freeze dryers at home. In less than an hour, an energy block primarily composed of peach fruits was produced. It was much faster than before. Holding a dozen pale pink energy blocks in his hands, Lin Feng nodded. B-grade energy blocks crafted from peach fruits, seemingly created by someone specializing in the aroma of peach fruits, with a touch of yogurt added, thus not fully activating the detoxifying effects of the peach fruits. Capable of counteracting poison-type moves released by dominant Pokémon. Culinary effect. Moderately adds a hint of sweet and sour flavor, and when consumed, can grant Pokémon immunity to 10 points of poison-type damage for half an hour. This was the information provided by the Eye of Exploration. In earlier times, the energy blocks Lin Feng produced were mostly ordinary. Such B-grade energy blocks that could further enhance detoxification effects could only be crafted by advanced or even top-tier nurturers. Not to mention the culinary effect. Is this the bonus of a God-tier nurturer? His confidence in keeping the vining snake increased. Returning to the farm, The vining snake was still diligently uprooting weeds. In just an hour, it had cleared half of the weeds from the patch. At this rate, it seemed likely that everything would be finished before nightfall. The farm was expansive, apart from the area designated for the water reservoir. All other sections were enclosed with wooden fences, with the deepest part connecting to a forest adjacent to the wilderness area of Wudong Town, while a large rice paddy occupied the center. Outside the fence stood a tall pine tree. Currently, the vining snake was clearing the weeds in the plantation area at the farm entrance. Doing quite well? Come, have something to eat. Lin Feng beckoned to it. Vining. The vining snake approached curiously. It hadn't expected that the promise of meals from this human was indeed genuine. The pale pink energy blocks emitted an enticing aroma of peach fruits. After all its hard work, the vining snake could not help but lick its lips. Casting a glance at Lin Feng, and upon receiving his confirming expression, it finally succumbed and picked up a block, licking it into its mouth. As if electrified, the vining snake's eyes widened, enveloped in a warm sensation that coursed through its body, and it began to chew rapidly. How could it be so delicious? Chapter 4. Tempting the vining snake to work with energy blocks. Congratulations to the host for raising the vining snake's joy value from 10 to 30. Rewarded with 10 bags of gold, 1 magical candy, and a special scale fruit, which can permanently enhance a Pokémon's special attack. Is it tasty? Noticing the joy radiating from it and hearing the system's announcement, Lin Feng feigned ignorance. The vining snake's bright eyes sparkled even more, and it quickly nodded its head, but then felt it might be too obvious, so it reduced the frequency of its nodding and even closed its eyes. As long as you enjoy it, I will continue to provide such energy blocks until the weeds are cleared. Seeing the vining snake in such a state, Lin Feng could not help but smile. This creature, clearly relishing the food, still pretended to be coy, with its slightly lowered head and evasive orange eyes. This demeanor was indeed rather endearing. During the weeding period, your sustenance shall be these energy cubes. Vines. The vine snake glanced at the energy cube resting on the ground, then at the patch of weeds it had just cleared, and its movements suddenly slowed. Once the weeds were pulled, there would be no more energy cubes? Yet, it could finish clearing these weeds in a single day. No. I must proceed with caution, otherwise, how can I prolong my stay? With this thought, it even began to eat the energy cube at a slower pace. After expending a full half hour, it finally finished, before immersing itself in the weeding task once more. However, this time, even Lin Feng found its weeding efficiency amusing, yet he defended it, saying, if you wish to practice weeding, you could actually use your vine whips for the task. This way, you'll become more adept at controlling them. For instance, the strength and precision of your vine whips can be honed through such training. He was not speaking idly. With his profound knowledge of cultivation, the training methods he devised were indeed highly effective. Vines. The vine snake stood up, its bright eyes fixed on Lin Feng, nodding eagerly. This human is quite clever. How ingenious to think of such a method. Vines, that makes sense. Not only can it train its vine whips, but it can also slow down its weeding pace. Its 2 vine whips began to stretch out toward the ground beside it. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle and began pulling weeds himself. He aimed to clear a plot of land today, at the very least to plant some urgent medicinal herbs and a few plants that could be used to create simple energy cubes. His weeding speed was swift. In just about 10 minutes, he had cleared nearly half of the plot. Vines. This made the nearby vine snake quite anxious, imploring, don't weed so fast. Slow down. If you go that quickly, I won't be able to eat any energy cubes. Yet Lin Feng remained undeterred, continuing his task. Soon, the first plot was nearing completion, the weeds entirely uprooted. All that remained was to enlist the help of the mole to plow the entire area for planting. At this moment, the vine snake grasped his pant leg with its vine whip. What is it, vine snake? Lin Feng asked, turning around with curiosity. The vine snake stammered. This weeding should be my responsibility since I consumed your peach fruit. Its words were somewhat scattered, but he understood the gist. Essentially, it was asserting that this was its duty, not his. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly, crouching down to meet the diminutive vine snake at eye level. Instinctively reaching to pat its head, only to have it deftly dodge away. Lin Feng, unperturbed, responded, all right, you focus on your task. He stood and walked towards the water reservoir. In July's heat, the rainwater had long since evaporated, leaving only cracked earth along with some withered weeds and branches. Once these were cleared, he would be able to channel water and place the ugly fish inside. Seizing the day, he descended the steps into the river channel and began the cleanup. To sustain the entire farm, the reservoir was quite large, making the cleanup rather tedious. However, as this was a new beginning, Lin Feng did not feel fatigued. He quickly hoisted the weeds and branches out, placing them by the roadside. After finishing this task, he glanced at the vine snake still fishing and shook his head, laughing. Vine snake, would you like to take a break and come with me for a moment? He needed to borrow the mole from Grandpa Chin and tidy up the irrigation ditch to bring in water. 2 plots of land would be ample for him to plant many things. Vines. The vine snake paused its moving vine whips, then quickly retracted them, its expression brightening. Vines, that sounds good. Engaging in such labor was monotonous, and coupled with its need to intentionally slow down, it felt even more tedious. Come help me bundle these weeds and branches. We shall discard them. Vines. Without hesitation, the vine snake agreed, tying all the weeds together and following Linfeng closely as they ventured outside. Once again on the stone path, Grandpa Chin was nowhere to be seen by the rice fields. The midday sun blazed, and most people would avoid working at this hour. However, as a grass-type Pokémon, the vine snake wore a contented expression under the sun's warm rays. Linfeng produced an energy cube, saying, "Here, vine snake. Please use your vine whips to clear the branches and stones in these channels." Vines. Taking the energy cube with its small hands, the vine snake hesitated. It felt as if it were being ordered around, yet the enticing aroma of the energy cube proved too tempting. Ultimately, it devoured the energy cube before beginning to clear the channels of branches and stones. After about half an hour, when the debris in the irrigation ditch was nearly cleared, Linfeng approached the riverbank. He lifted a wooden plank blocking the water flow and tossed it aside, then used a hoe to level the surrounding soil. The cool water began to flow through the irrigation ditch towards the planting area. "Thank you, vine snake. Here, let me reward you with another energy cube." Linfeng produced another energy cube and offered it to the vine snake, which felt a twinge of embarrassment yet could not resist the enticing aroma. Ultimately taking it and placing it in its mouth. Vines. It felt as though it could not live without these energy cubes. While munching, the clever vine snake pondered how to make itself last longer. Chapter 5. Spicy noodles that enhance special attack. Grandpa Chin, I will return this little one in the afternoon. Before a quaint little villa, Linfeng stood with the vine snake on his left and the mole on his right, greeting Grandpa Chin. "Ah, by the way, little Lin, is this vine snake your Pokémon?" Grandpa Chin asked, grinning as he observed the vine snake hiding beside Linfeng. His curiosity piqued. This caused the vine snake's heart to race. It feared that Linfeng would reveal the truth to this human, which would be quite humiliating. "Oh no, please don't say that." "Yes, I thought with such a large plantation, one would need to capture a Pokémon to assist, wouldn't one?" Linfeng responded in agreement. "Ha ha." Grandpa Chin chuckled heartily. After leaving Grandpa Chin's home, Linfeng sold a spicy fruit in the town, which left the mole that had followed him salivating. Pokémon mole. Gender, male. Ability, Sandvale. Qualification, white. Individual values, HP, 14, attack, 15, special attack, 12, defense, 18, special defense, 16, speed, 11. Level, 11. Skills, scratch, roll, poison sting, sand attack, rollout. Description, a very easily satisfied mole. Affection level, 65. It has a good impression of you. Happiness level, 60, in a good mood. Mole, don't rush. I'll make you noodles to eat shortly, Linfeng said, amused, as he watched the mole's unwavering gaze fixed on the spicy fruit. The mole nodded eagerly, unable to resist rolling along the path. This made the nearby vine snake regard it with an expression of disdain. How good could noodles made from a few spicy fruits be? Not as good as energy cubes. Upon returning to the plantation, it was nearly noon. Linfeng did not immediately send the mole to work, but instead headed to the kitchen. Having lived alone for many years, Linfeng had developed excellent culinary skills, and the basic ingredients at home were still well stocked. Having acquired the knowledge of a godly nurturer along with corresponding mastery, he was uncertain just how delectable his creation would turn out. He set a pot of water to boil, and once it reached a rolling boil, he added the egg noodles he had purchased from the town. With a scoop of lard, he allowed the noodles to absorb the rich broth, sprinkling in a few basic seasonings to conjure a bowl of clear broth noodles. Of course, this was merely the initial step. He carefully placed the noodles into a bowl, then cracked several eggs, pouring them into a pan that had been lightly coated with warm canola oil. Once the eggs set, he swiftly removed them, dicing some spicy tomatoes for a quick stir-fry over medium heat until they released their oils, before returning the egg pancake to the mix for a brief toss. The golden egg pancake was instantly stained crimson by the vibrant tomatoes, and with a touch of cornstarch slurry to thicken, the tantalizing spicy tomato noodles were complete. Although the ingredients were ordinary, the culinary artistry of the creator transformed them into a delightful dish. After all, who could resist a tangy and spicy bowl of noodles? The culinary effect, special attack enhancement. Consuming this dish would grant Pokémon a boost of 10 special attack for 1 hour, and frequent consumption could further enhance their special attack. Impressive. Linfeng marveled at the results shown by the eye of exploration. He felt that his method this time was no different from before, yet the outcomes were remarkably superior. He lowered his gaze to the already present Sandshrew, preparing to serve it a bowl of spicy tomato noodles. To his surprise, he noticed not only the Sandshrew at his feet, but also a Snivy. The liquid trickling from its slightly parted mouth and the anticipation glimmering in its eyes indicated that it had been waiting eagerly as well. Would you like some too? Snivy. I want it. Nothing more needed to be said. Just one word sufficed. Delicious. The Snivy had already forgotten its previous disdain for the Sandshrew. All right, Lin Feng chuckled softly. Although he was unaware of the Snivy's earlier expression, seeing its eager demeanor brought him great joy. Here, he divided the 2 bowls of noodles into 3 and set them down beside the 2 little creatures. The Sandshrew, unaccustomed to chopsticks and indifferent to the heat, seized the noodles with its claws and devoured them. Upon tasting the first bite, the fiery and tangy flavors exploded in its mouth, causing its eyes to widen in astonishment. It practically buried its face in the noodles. Congratulations, host. The Sandshrew's happiness level has risen from 60 to 85. Rewards: 10 bags of golden fertilizer, 1 rare candy, and 500 grams of earth sand. Snivy. The sudden commotion startled both Snivy and Lin Feng. What on earth? So exaggerated? Watching Lin Feng pick up chopsticks, Snivy too used its vine whip to grab a pair. It realized that after learning to use its vine whip for pulling grass, its dexterity with it had notably improved. These exquisite chopsticks were surprisingly easy to handle. As a strand of noodle entered its mouth, Snivy's expression changed as well. Congratulations, host. Snivy's happiness level has risen from 15 to 35. Rewards: 8 bags of golden fertilizer, 1 rare candy. Lin Feng. Is it truly this delicious? He began to doubt his culinary skills. After attempting a slurp, 3 minutes later, Lin Feng, drenched in sweat, finished the final spoonful of broth and exclaimed loudly, refreshing. The 2 Pokémon beside him wore equally satisfied expressions. Yet, he felt no other changes. Why had the flavor transformed so dramatically? Even Lin Feng struggled to comprehend the alteration in taste, ultimately attributing it to a subconscious shift in his cooking method, influenced by the system. All right, having finished the noodles, I will leave the rest to you, Sandshrew. Lin Feng retrieved a bag of golden fertilizer, which, though not large, weighed around 500 grams. This world had advanced technology in storage, even possessing storage balls akin to Pokeballs. So Lin Feng was unperturbed about retrieving items from the system in front of his 2 Pokémon without arousing suspicion. Sandshrew, clearly exhilarated by having tasted such exceptional food. The Sandshrew affirmed its readiness to fulfill Lin Feng's tasks. With the 2 Pokémon in tow, Lin Feng returned to the plantation, evenly distributing the golden fertilizer over a patch of land. According to the system's evaluation, this fertilizer could enhance the growth rate of ordinary plants within a 10 by 10 meter area by tenfold, sufficient for a single plot of common crops. By the way, the system has been quite generous. I already possess dozens of bags and over a dozen rare candies. Now, Sandshrew, just till this piece of land. As twilight fell, Lin Feng planted numerous herbs for crafting healing potions in the tilled patches, also purchasing some spicy tomatoes, small chili peppers, and other vegetable seeds from the town's seed store. On his return, he had even bought a fish tank as a token of gratitude for the Sandshrew. That evening, Lin Feng prepared another bowl of spicy tomato noodles. Much to the Sandshrew's delight, its gaze fixed longingly on the remaining untapped land of the plantation, as if it were silently reminding Lin Feng that these tasks were also its responsibility. Here, have a candy. As the Sandshrew was about to leave, Lin Feng presented a rare candy. Sandshrew. The creature received it with a puzzled paw. Delicious. The Sandshrew sniffed the candy, thought little of it, and promptly devoured it. After swallowing, it felt invigorated, as if the day's toil had vanished, replaced by newfound energy and strength. The oblivious Sandshrew, having no further thoughts, performed a couple of polite bows to Lin Feng before departing. Only Lin Feng's eye of exploration revealed that the Sandshrew's energy level had risen from 1112 to 1314, an overall enhancement of 2 levels. Snivy. The Snivy beside emitted a mournful sound. It now understood that anything prepared by this human was likely to be a culinary masterpiece. Well done. You've worked hard today, weeding 2 plots of land. Lin Feng crouched down, wearing an inexplicable smile as he looked at Snivy. This smile, however, made Snivy feel oddly bashful. After accepting the candy, it seemed to have made a decision, leaning closer to Lin Feng and lowering its head, as if inviting him to stroke it. Haha. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle, extending the candy while also obligingly placing his hand atop its head. The smooth texture felt akin to jelly, yet carried a hint of softness and a refreshing chill. In other words, it felt delightful. Having gained Snivy's acceptance for head pats, Lin Feng refrained from further teasing and instead produced a Pokeball, presenting it sincerely before the creature. Snivy. Just as Snivy had popped the rare candy into its mouth, it found itself face to face with a sizable Pokeball. Its chewing came to an abrupt halt, frozen in place. Lin Feng earnestly asked, "Would you like to become my Pokemon?" After spending a day together, he had grown rather fond of this Snivy. Snivy? So sudden. The Snivy, slightly disoriented, turned its head. Though it held a favorable impression of Lin Feng, upon hearing the question, It felt an involuntary urge to respond affirmatively. However, considering their brief acquaintance, it wondered if this was a bit too hasty. Lin Feng revealed a smile, for when fate arrives, how can it be deemed sudden? Moreover, I was sincerely inquiring whether you would become my Pokémon. After swallowing the wondrous candy, he gazed at the Pokeball before him. The Sprout snake ultimately turned its head away but placed its hand on the Pokeball, exclaiming, "Sprout, since you have said so, very well then." Accompanied by a flicker of red light, in the next moment, the Sprout snake's figure vanished into the Pokeball. TSK, truly a proud and delicate little creature. Lin Feng shook his head and released it once more. Pokémon, Sprout snake. Gender, female. Ability, contrarian. Potential, red. Individual values, HP, 23, attack, 21, special attack, 25, defense, 25, special defense, 24, speed, 31. Level, 14-19. Skills, Leaf Blade, Grass Mixer, Snake Stare, Vine Whip, Leech Seed. Description, it believes it might have encountered a commendable human. Affection, 60, it thinks you are quite alright. Joy, 60, joy tinged with a hint of uncertainty. Sprout, come, let me introduce you to a new friend. Lin Feng retrieved the Pokeball containing the ugly fish. After a busy day, he had yet to release it. Upon seeing Lin Feng, who remained unchanged, the Sprout snake inexplicably felt a sense of relief and followed him with delicate steps. Upon reaching the reservoir, the accumulated sediment from the day had rendered the water crystal clear. With a gentle tap, the ugly fish, which had been confined within its Pokeball for quite some time, swam out. The dazed fish, upon seeing Lin Feng again, could not help but display a flicker of joy. Lin Feng lifted it from the water, allowing the curious Sprout snake to observe its somewhat pockmarked scales, plunging into contemplation. He had already seen the beautiful scales awarded by the system, which were undeniably of superb quality. However, the scales on the current ugly fish were rather dirty. It had indeed evolved. Naturally, one must ensure it remains in optimal condition prior to evolution, so it may possess the highest quality thereafter. Retrieving a fish tank from his storage ball and filling it with water, Lin Feng placed the ugly fish inside. Then he called out to the Sprout snake. With the two little ones in tow, he made his way home. The ugly fish could simply be set on the table. As for the Sprout snake, there was no issue either. When his mother was alive, she had carved a wooden house for the flying mantis, which, though somewhat aged, would serve well for the Sprout snake now. Sprout. The Sprout snake glanced curiously at Lin Feng, eyeing the wooden house that seemed disproportionate to its size. This was constructed with the thought of your eventual evolution into a superior, hence the larger dimensions, Lin Feng stated with mock seriousness. Yet, he suddenly recalled that the Sprout snake was already at level 14 in the Eye of Investigation. If it were to evolve at level 16, it shouldn't be long now. After it absorbs the energy from the wondrous candy, feeding it another should suffice. Sprout. The Sprout snake shot him a side-eye, wondering if he considered it as foolish as a Magikarp. The wooden house was clearly rather antiquated. Yet, it was spacious and clean inside, evidently just tidied. And it truly liked it. How to prove this? Congratulations, host, for increasing the Sprout snake's joy from 60 to 75. Reward: 8 bags of golden fertilizer, 3 wondrous candies, and a skill disc for grass terrain. This was quite clear. It genuinely enjoyed its new home. Chapter 7. The Morning Run of the Young Girl and the Squirtle. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight streamed into the wooden house. Lin Feng arose early and headed to the plantation, primarily to check on the seeds he had planted the previous day. Within just one night, some seeds had already sprouted tender shoots, even reaching several centimeters in height. This prompted Lin Feng to nod repeatedly. The golden fertilizer provided by the system was indeed formidable. In this world, although most plants grew faster than in his previous life, none did so at this rate. At most, they grew 2 or 3 times quicker. The growth environment was also better regulated, particularly with the presence of Pokémon, those extraordinary beings that defy logic. After watering the plants, Lin Feng returned to his room. The Sprout snake and ugly fish were already awake. The former stood before the window, welcoming the morning sun, while the latter stared blankly at Lin Feng, resembling a stone of lamentation. Lin Feng took out the remaining peach energy cubes from yesterday, transferred them into a small bowl, and called out to the Sprout snake, "Come, it's time for breakfast." Sprout. The Sprout snake replied, still a tad shy, yet it had begun to accept its current identity. Placing the bowl on the table, it elegantly picked up a piece of the energy cube and began to eat. Lin Feng then approached the ugly fish, crushed a piece of the energy cube, and tossed it in. The ugly fish still had some pockmarked scales. If it were to evolve now, although the beautiful scales could significantly remedy these flaws, they would still affect its beauty post-evolution. Rather than waiting until then when it might be challenging to address, it would be better to resolve it while it was still an ugly fish. This was not a major issue. With regular water changes and proper feeding of energy cubes, it would take about half a month to smooth out those imperfections. However, a notification from the system shattered this notion. Congratulations, host. For increasing the ugly fish's joy from 60 to 75, reward 10 bags of golden fertilizer, 1 wondrous candy, and a formula for maintenance energy cubes. Perhaps it wouldn't take half a month after all. Lin Feng regarded the ugly fish with some curiosity. It was happily consuming the energy cubes, completely unaware that its joy had elevated, granting it a fitting reward. It seemed that the days when the ugly duckling would transform into a beautiful swan were not far off. Lin Feng sighed in sentiment, turning his attention away from the ugly fish as he headed to the door, opening the entrance to the breeding house. Today's task was to collect his breeding certificate, procure some necessary items for the breeding house, and register the sprout snake and ugly fish under his breeding house. According to the laws of the Donghua Alliance, once a Pokémon is captured, its information must be registered within 7 days. Moreover, novice trainers may only capture 1 Pokémon at most. As one's trainer level increases, the number of Pokémon that can be captured gradually expands. However, there are no such restrictions for breeders. If one possesses a breeding house, they can capture even more Pokémon. Turning to the 2 Pokémon that had finished their meal, Lin Feng was just about to return them to their Pokeballs when a voice suddenly called out from behind. Brother Feng. Turning around, a youthful, vibrant figure dressed in white caught his eye. The girl wore a white short-sleeved shirt and cotton sports pants, her short ponytail swaying as she moved, her eyes clear as water, carrying a hint of naivety. Her round face radiated youthful exuberance, brimming with collagen. It seemed she had come for a morning run. Upon spotting Lin Feng, her eyes lit up, and she promptly turned to run towards him. Beside her was a Squirtle, its expression one of utter disinterest, panting heavily. Why are you back? Have you begun your summer vacation? Lin Feng inquired, somewhat surprised. The girl was Qin Shu, the granddaughter of Old Man Qin, and like him, she attended Wudong Pokemon High School in Wudong City. The difference was that Qin Shu was currently in her 2nd year of high school, while he had already graduated. Both hailed from the same small town. After the disappearance of his parents, Grandpa Qin took good care of him, often bringing seasonal delicacies for Lin Feng. He also urged Lin Feng to look after Qin Shu at school. Through their frequent interactions, the bond between the two grew quite amicable. Yes. The summer vacation just began yesterday, and I returned last night. Qin Shu exclaimed with a hint of excitement, then tugged at her newly acquired Squirtle, saying, Look, Feng Go. This is the Pokemon I just caught. Squirtle, come and see. Squirtle. The little creature greeted them weakly, beads of sweat glistening on its forehead. It was evident that it bore a considerable grudge for being dragged out for a morning run so early. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the exhausted Squirtle. In this world, the starter Pokemon, while not exceedingly rare, were not particularly common either. Generally, only families of moderate means could afford one. Lin Feng was well aware of Qin Shu's family circumstances. Her father worked as a trainer at the gym, while her mother was a nurse at a Pokemon center. With careful budgeting, they could certainly afford a Squirtle for their only daughter. Well, it looks good. Aside from the slight dullness in its eyes, its skin shines brightly, and its limbs are robust. It's a fine Pokemon. By the way, have you finally passed the junior trainer assessment? Lin Feng remarked with a touch of nostalgia. After 9 years of compulsory education, aspiring trainers must pass an assessment to become official trainers. The junior trainer assessment primarily tests theoretical knowledge, which is not too challenging for the average individual. He had passed it during his 1st year of high school. After all, if one lacks even a basic understanding of Pokemon, what use is there in aspiring to be a trainer? However, as far as Lin Feng knew, Qin Shu had already attempted the junior trainer assessment 3 times without success. Nonetheless, her exuberant personality made her a pure sports enthusiast. Sometimes, Lin Feng even pondered whether she expended all her energy on her food rather than her studies, as she often exhibited a somewhat dim-witted demeanor. Squirtle, following her, was bound to face some challenges. I finally passed the last exam, Qin Shu said, bashfully rubbing her head, suddenly recalling something. She quickly asked, I heard you don't plan to become a trainer anymore? Why is that? Your academic performance is so impressive. Why not capture a Pokemon? Precisely because of my good grades. I should aim to be a breeder, Lin Feng explained as he stepped aside to let her in. I'm not particularly interested in traveling at the moment. Oh. Qin Shu appeared to contemplate this for a moment, but was soon captivated by the sight of her energy block-eating Snivy, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Feng Go. Is that your Pokemon? Snivy, let's have a battle between trainers. Lin Feng. It seemed his previous words had gone unheard. Snivy, having finished the last energy block, glanced at the panting Squirtle and then at Lin Feng, as if to say, are we battling? Chapter 8 Snivy vs. Squirtle. Pokemon, Squirtle. Gender, female. Ability, Torrent. Potential, blue. Individual values, HP, 18, Attack, 20, Special Attack, 21, Defense, 25, Special Defense, 24, Speed, 16. Level, 58. Moves, Tackle, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Withdraw. Description: a Squirtle brimming with resentment, pondering whether it has chosen the wrong trainer, overwhelmed by the thought of waking up early in the future. Friendship: 20, you let it rest. Joy level: 15. The disparity between Pokémon is significant, it envies Snivy. Upon observing Squirtle's information, Lin Feng's expression grew increasingly perplexed. Goodness, who would have thought it had such a complex inner world? Indeed, both are starter Pokémon, although water types are weak against grass types. I am confident that under my masterful command, my Squirtle will surely either defeat or at least match your Snivy, Qinshu declared, her small fists raised with confidence. All right then. Lin Feng felt compelled to temper her enthusiasm. While both Pokémon were indeed starters, he needed to make it clear that there could be a significant disparity between them. What a joke, with a 10-level difference and an elemental disadvantage. If Snivy couldn't hold its ground, Lin Feng would genuinely have to question whether there was something amiss with Snivy's health. The two soon arrived at the stone path outside, where the terrain was relatively unscathed, allowing them to find a spacious area for their battle. Squirtle, this is our first battle together. We must perform well and showcase our skills. Only then can we achieve a good result in the Baby Cup, understood? Throughout the journey, Qinshu continuously encouraged Squirtle. Interestingly, Squirtle kept its gaze fixed on Snivy, its big, bright eyes reflecting a hint of longing. Squirtle, it seemed to communicate. Where did you find such a great trainer? Help me find one too. Snivy, unamused, rolled its eyes at Squirtle's antics and maintained its aloof demeanor beside Lin Feng. Without comparison, the disparity was hard to discern. This human truly seemed a bit simple-minded. In contrast, Lin Feng appeared to be significantly more capable. With that thought, Snivy couldn't help but let a slight smile surface at the corners of its mouth. On the stone path, the two took their positions. Are you ready? Qinshu eagerly inquired, to which Lin Feng nodded slightly. All right, let's go. Squirtle, use Tackle. At this moment, Squirtle's expression turned serious, despite its complaints. It obediently followed its trainer's command and charged at Snivy, its smooth, shiny head leading the way. Remarkably, after undergoing running drills, Squirtle's speed seemed surprisingly swift. If only it would lift its head a little higher. Lin Feng couldn't fathom why it refused to raise its head while using Tackle. Snivy's gaze remained indifferent. Snivy, take it easy. Lin Feng couldn't help but advise, noticing Snivy standing completely still. Snivy, I'll do as you say. Snivy shrugged its little hands, indicating it was indifferent. All right then, Snivy, use Vine Whip. Lin Feng waved his hand with a newfound sense of enthusiasm. Although he had witnessed countless Pokémon battles, the reality of the situation stirred something within him. Snivy's amber-like eyes glimmered as it watched Squirtle charge forward without even lifting its head. It couldn't help but feel amused. With a simple sidestep, Squirtle brushed past it, oblivious to how far it had strayed from its target. Only when the two vines landed at its feet did Squirtle realize it needed to dodge. However, it seemed the momentum was too great to evade the incoming attack. Bang! The sound of Squirtle's head colliding against the stone path made Lin Feng involuntarily gasp. The sound was crisp, evoking the illusion that a beautiful sound heralded a striking blow. Snivy, placing a hand on its forehead, suddenly understood why the two had ended up together. What kind of trainer one has reflects in the Pokémon they raise. Squirtle, over there. Qinshu watched as Squirtle tumbled heavily onto the ground and shouted loudly. The battle has just begun. Get up, hang in there. Squirtle. Gently touching the large bump on its head, the somewhat dazed Squirtle stood up and glanced ahead, only to find that apart from Lin Feng, there was no one else in sight. For a moment, it could not locate the whereabouts of the Furfrou. It was Lin Feng who discreetly pointed out its position behind it, coupled with Qinshu's loud cry, "Behind you, there's a Vine Whip." At that moment, Squirtle suddenly realized and turned around. However, by then, two Vine Whips were already less than 10 centimeters away from its back, and as expected, they ensnared its entire body, lifting it into the air. Despite its frantic struggles, it could not break free from the binds of the whips. The Furfrou, having flung Squirtle away, cast a bemused sidelong glance at its trainer. During a battle, it had even reminded another Pokémon. Cough. After all, one must provide a bit of battling experience, right? Lin Feng coughed a couple of times to mask his embarrassment. Although that experience seemed to have fallen short, over there, the flung Squirtle crashed heavily onto the ground and took a long while to recover. It simply could not fathom why the Furfrou had appeared behind it amidst the battle. Are you all right, Squirtle? Qinshu hurriedly ran to Squirtle's side, inquiring with concern. Squirtle. It initially wanted to assure her that it was fine, but in an instant, it transformed into a feeble demeanor. Squirtle, I'm out of strength. The naive Qinshu failed to notice Squirtle's unusual behavior, and, while feeling a bit regretful, looked towards the Furfrou with shining eyes. What an impressive Furfrou, truly deserving to be Feng Ji's Pokémon. Lin Feng approached with the Furfrou and asked, "Aren't we continuing the battle?" Although Squirtle was still a novice Pokémon, it shouldn't have lost its fighting capability after just a few flings. So Lin Feng came over to assess the situation. Squirtle says it has no strength left, Qin Shu said, somewhat exasperated. This left Lin Feng momentarily stunned. Squirtle appeared to be in good spirits. Then, realization dawned on him, and a smile crept onto his lips. Feng Ge, how did I perform just now? Was it okay? Qin Shu could not help but lift her head to ask, her eyes sparkling with evident anticipation for positive praise. Well, not bad. If next time Squirtle uses tackle, it could lift its head a bit, Lin Feng pondered before responding. Chapter 9. The baby cup at Wang Wang's supermarket. Watching Qin Shu leave with newfound confidence after receiving his suggestion, Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. All he had said was to remind her to have Squirtle lift its head when using tackle, and she had suddenly comprehended the reason for their defeat in this battle. Immediately, she took Squirtle to engage in targeted training. However, how could the reason for their loss possibly be a lack of proficiency in tackle? The Furfrou couldn't hold back either and suggested, shall we head to the city? Do you want to go into the Pokeball? Lin Feng inquired, pulling out a Pokeball. Furfrou, do I have to? The Furfrou displayed a look of disdain at the sight of the Pokeball. It did not wish to be confined within that cramped space. All right then, would you prefer to be held by me or to perch on my shoulder? Otherwise, you won't be able to board the bus. The Pokemon law explicitly stated that no large Pokemon could be on public transport, and trainers must maintain contact with their Pokemon. Furfrou, the Furfrou looked at him skeptically. I swear, Lin Feng asserted earnestly, although he did wish to hold the Furfrou close. It was summer, and the cool touch of its skin was most delightful. The Furfrou reluctantly nodded in agreement. At the Pokemon League branch in Wudong City, Lin Feng stepped out while embracing the Furfrou. Initially, the little one only wanted to stay on his shoulder, but soon, due to its own considerable height, it felt somewhat out of place while riding the bus. This awkwardness made it feel a bit embarrassed, so it settled instead in Lin Feng's embrace. In truth, it was quite cozy, though it would have preferred if Lin Feng's hands did not keep wandering about. The Furfrou thought to itself, feeling a tad bashful. The certification came through swiftly. The attendant was quite beautiful and praised Lin Feng for being a promising young talent, having become a mid-level breeder at such a young age. She also handed Lin Feng the qualification certificate for the breeding house. He needed to purchase some everyday bandages and healing items, as well as materials for crafting energy cubes. With that thought in mind, Lin Feng strode toward the Wang Wang supermarket across from the League. This was the largest chain department store of the League, where one could find both Pokemon supplies and daily necessities. However, upon crossing the street, Lin Feng noticed a large banner hanging at the entrance of the Wang Wang supermarket. To become an excellent trainer, one must start with battles. During this summer, Wang Wang supermarket, in collaboration with the Pokemon League, is hosting a rookie trainer battle competition, the Baby Cup. Any rookie trainer can participate for free. Abundant rewards await you to take home. Beside the banner, there was an anime sticker of a Shinado blowing a kiss, clearly indicating that the event organizers understood what would capture the attention of children in this age group. What mattered to Lin Feng, however, was not this. What truly caught his eye was the prize details. First prize, 1 starter Pokemon egg, an 88,000 shopping card from Wang Wang supermarket, and a chance to guess the egg mystery at Wang Wang supermarket headquarters. Second prize, an 88,000 shopping card from Wang Wang supermarket, and a chance to guess the egg mystery at Wang Wang supermarket headquarters. Third prize, an 88,000 shopping card from Wang Wang supermarket. Well, the rewards seem rather generous? Lin Feng pondered, unable to tear his gaze away from the participation time and rules placed below the Shinado. July 15th. Rules. Only first-stage Pokemon are allowed to participate, and their strength must be below the elite level. The divisions are Beginner, Ordinary, Elite, Gym, Overlord, Champion, and King. This is a general classification of Pokemon strength below mythical beasts. If it is below Elite, then it means Pokemon from level 0 to 20 can participate, although participating in the competition somewhat conflicts with his aspirations of becoming a breeder. The rewards are indeed quite enticing. What do you think, Furfrou? Thus, Lin Feng posed this dilemma to the Furfrou. Furfrou. The Furfrou shook its head, indicating that it could not comprehend the text above. The only thing it recognized was the Shinado. You agree, right? Then, I shall sign up. Lin Feng declared enthusiastically as he walked into the supermarket. The Furfrou was left bewildered. Has it read and responded randomly? Upon entering the supermarket, Lin Feng was surprised to see quite a number of registrants. It suddenly dawned on him that this time frame coincided with summer vacation. The recent completion of the junior trainer assessment marked a period of relative leisure, which explained why the supermarket had specially organized the Baby Cup competition to invigorate the passion of rookie trainers for nurturing Pokemon. After all, nurturing Pokemon requires resources. And where do those resources come from? They can only be purchased at the supermarket. With just a small incentive, they can significantly boost the supermarket's sales. Cunning. What a high-handed maneuver. Lin Feng inwardly cursed, yet he recognized the brilliance of this tactic and resolved to learn from it once his breeding shop opened. Young man, is this your Pokémon? How adorable. At that moment, a supermarket attendant approached, complimenting the Furfrou. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is a very cute Pokémon. This made the Furfrou blush, and it began to feel a bit awkward. Are you also here to participate in the Baby Cup? What do you think of the Baby Cup organized by our Wangwang supermarket? This young lady is evidently here for market research. I believe it is marvelous. It not only provides novice trainers with an opportunity to battle, but also ignites their passion for training Pokémon. However, if possible, I feel the rewards could be more generous, perhaps even a bit higher. Lin Feng stated earnestly. In that case, I would be even happier to secure first place. His candid words left the service staff, who had interacted with various individuals, momentarily stunned, before they couldn't help but chuckle. Is this handsome young man quite confident in his abilities? Is he from that Pokémon Academy? No, to be precise, I consider myself a breeder, merely moonlighting as a trainer, Lin Feng replied with a radiant smile. All right then. The young lady, unsure of how to respond to Lin Feng's answer, exchanged a few pleasantries before departing, inwardly thinking, indeed, the inexperienced are fearless. Do they truly believe the supermarket would offer substantial rewards for first place? She shook her head, aware that the supermarket owner's son would also participate in the Baby Cup, and his Pokémon was none other than a Lapras. Chapter 10. The Utility of the Sprigatito Grass Field. The registration process is quite simple. One merely needs to fill out their information and submit a deposit of 1,000 Alliance coins. This sum ensures that trainers will arrive on time. After all, matches have already been scheduled for you, and if too many people fail to show up, it could lead to an awkward situation. However, once the fee is paid, it subconsciously ingrains the commitment in their minds. Naturally, the organizers will refund this amount following the competition. After registering, it was nearly 10 o'clock in the morning. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and intended to purchase a few items before heading back. Familiar with the layout, he walked to the fruit section of the supermarket and procured the necessary materials for crafting maintenance energy cubes. Looking at the Sprigatito in his arms, he inquired, "Is there anything you wish to buy, Sprigatito?" The Sprigatito shook its head, having only observed humans from the edges of the forest. It had never encountered a supermarket of this kind before. However, it secretly noted that with that small square device, the smartphone, one could exchange for many items. Should I consider buying another Rotom? Lin Feng fell into contemplation. For a gym or breeding house, Rotom would undoubtedly be the ideal assistant, capable of recording information, predicting weather, and measuring soil moisture, all without occupying a trainer's Pokémon slot. Yet, this thought merely flickered through his mind before morphing into a resigned, "Never mind. I will buy it when I have more money." The funds left to him by his parents were dwindling. He had checked yesterday and found approximately 320,000 left. While a single Rotom required 250,000, it was prudent to retain some money for emergencies, especially considering the current size of the plantation was manageable for him alone. After completing his shopping, Lin Feng noticed some pasture seeds on his way back. After some thought, he concluded that rather than allowing other plots to become overrun with weeds, it would be better to plant some pasture. He recalled that in Huaji Village, under the jurisdiction of Wudong City, someone had established a large dairy farm and occasionally collected dry pasture from outside. Even if he didn't sell it, he could always plant it himself. The idea of raising some large dairy Pokémon had long rooted itself in his mind. As a competent breeder, it was imperative that his Pokémon were not too homogeneous. It is known that some Alliance-recognized breeding houses can care for dozens of Pokémon and even serve as the first stop for novice trainers to choose their starter Pokémon. However, he knew it would undoubtedly be a busy endeavor. Upon reflection, it seemed that becoming a breeder felt akin to being a part of the working class. Once he had settled everything, Lin Feng took the Sprigatito out for a steak dinner, only to be met with its remark, "Sprigatito, it seems your noodles are still more delectable." This elicited a chuckle from Lin Feng. What a jest. I am a god-level breeder, after all. In comparison to his past life, this world, due to the formidable powers of Pokémon, has seen the extinction of a small number of ordinary animals, while the remaining species can only survive under human protection. Upon returning home, the first task Lin Feng undertook was to create maintenance energy cubes for the Choodle. This was a task he could accomplish with ease. Within 10 minutes, fresh energy cubes emerged. Maintenance energy cube, C-grade energy cube, crafted from beauty berries and spot-removing grass. Long-term consumption maintains smooth and radiant skin, scales. Culinary effect, merges the effects of beauty berries and spot-removing grass, maximizing their benefits. Consuming it enhances charm by 15 for 1 hour. Lin Feng expressed a note of curiosity. How does one assess charm as a trait? Will it have an effect upon consumption? He crushed the warm energy cube and placed it in the fish tank, watching as the Choodle joyfully devoured the energy cube. Accompanied by an inexplicable transformation, Lin Feng rubbed his eyes, perceiving that the Choodle indeed appeared somewhat more appealing. Its scales were glossier, gradually transitioning from a dark gray to a pearly white, and its eyes appeared more refined. This change was quite significant. Such impressive results? Sprigatito, would you like to try? Linfeng presented the energy cube to the Sprigatito, which eagerly accepted it. After consuming it, the transformation was less pronounced, merely appearing a tad smoother. At this rate, it seemed that in about 3 or 4 days, you would be ready to evolve. After some time, Linfeng took the Choodle out of the tank. Observing the previously uneven areas, he noted with satisfaction that they had gradually improved. With a Milotic, he could indeed take it easy. The summer heat remained intense, and generally, newly planted crops required watering. Coupled with fertilization, plants typically demanded more water. If Linfeng were to rely solely on himself, once the plantation was fully cultivated, he would need to spend all his time there. Thus, it was essential to have a Milotic to assist with watering. As he gazed at the sweltering heat outside, Linfeng sighed, ultimately braving the heat to head towards the plantation. As anticipated, the plants sown just last night had already sprouted to about 10 centimeters tall. However, their leaves appeared somewhat wilted. The Sprigatito followed him, instinctively starting to pull up the weeds. This time, it did not pretend. Its speed in weeding was much quicker. Sprigatito, wait, don't pull them up just yet, come here. Linfeng suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to hand over the grass field to the Sprigatito. Sprigatito? What's wrong? The Sprigatito thought it was being reprimanded for having pulled weeds slowly yesterday, feeling a bit embarrassed. Nonetheless, it approached with small steps. I will finish weeding quickly. I wasn't referring to that. Let me teach you a valuable skill. Linfeng excitedly retrieved a greenish-blue disc from the system space. According to the information provided by the system, the method of use was quite simple. Just tap it on a grass-type Pokémon. This meant that any grass-type Pokémon could learn this skill, unaffected by species limitations. Sprigatito. Just as the Sprigatito sighed in relief, it suddenly felt an influx of knowledge in its mind. In the next moment, it instinctively activated the skill it had just learned. The verdant energy radiated outward, and in an instant, the 2 patches of land it had just cultivated yesterday were once again adorned with lush green grass. The face of the Tangle Snake darkened. Chapter 11. Could Squirtle assist in watering the plantation? Fortunately, as it attempted to do so, the weeds dissipated immediately with the overflow of its energy. Moreover, the Tangle Snake sensed that its energy could seemingly control plants in other areas as well. Following this energy fluctuation, it closed its eyes and endeavored to assimilate the life energy of the grasses that did not belong to it, imbuing them with the vibrant green energy waves. This endeavor did not take long. Within 5 or 6 seconds, the surrounding weeds were assimilated into the grassy field. Then, at a mere thought from the Tangle Snake, all the weeds within a 30-meter radius were uprooted from the ground. Tangle Snake? Upon opening its eyes, it was met with the astonished gaze of Linfeng, who exclaimed, "You're learning quite swiftly. I was just pondering whether your grassy field could assimilate the other plants here, and lo and behold, you've already accomplished it." Tangle Snake raised its head, maintaining a facade of indifference. However, the system prompt that echoed in Linfeng's mind betrayed its true feelings. Very well, this will expedite the removal of all the weeds in the plantation. After offering another compliment, Linfeng redirected his attention to the system. Clearly, the reward just bestowed by the system comprised golden nuggets and wondrous candies. After numerous rewards, Linfeng had made a few observations. First, one must elevate the joy value by 10 or more in a single instance to trigger the system's reward mechanism. Second, every Pokémon's first encounter seemed to come with a special reward, such as the sand from Sandshrew, the life fruit from Magikarp, and the special scale fruit from Tangle Snake. The greater the increase in joy value at once, the more abundant the rewards. For instance, the skill machine and aptitude energy cube awarded during the capture of Tangle Snake and Magikarp were particularly noteworthy, especially the latter, which could enhance a Pokémon's aptitude. This was no trivial achievement in the realm of Pokémon breeding. Such enhancements were typically only possible when involving legendary creatures. While the materials might be somewhat costly, they were not excessively burdensome compared to legendary Pokémon, especially since they could be purchased with currency. Furthermore, the system would reward additional items. For instance, the life fruit and special scale fruit were both materials for crafting aptitude-enhancing energy cubes, albeit with different emphases. Consuming an energy cube made from life fruit would yield a significant boost in stamina, while one made from special scale fruit would enhance special attack capabilities. Observing the diligent work of Tangle Snake, Linfeng's face brightened with a hint of a smile. Being proud is fine, as long as you listen and work diligently. Brother Feng, are you here? A crisp voice rang from outside, accompanied by a hurried figure who pushed open the gate of the plantation. Linfeng needed no further thought to identify the intruder. With such an impatient demeanor and the audacity to barge into his home, it could only be Qin Shu. What is the matter? Linfeng turned with a hint of exasperation, only to see the girl in a white short-sleeved shirt and a bun, her eyes lighting up upon spotting him. I knew you would be here. After entering, Shu surveyed her surroundings before her gaze landed on Tangle Snake. Watching it utilize its internal energy to uproot the weeds, her mouth fell agape, and her expression morphed into one of disbelief. Tangle Snake, what is this operation? A grassy field? How come our teacher never mentioned this in class? Lin Feng shot her a sidelong glance. Are you saying you didn't listen at all? Ah well, perhaps I haven't learned that part yet. Shu's lips curled, and her sun-kissed cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red, growing as awkward as a monkey's backside. In truth, she had not paid attention during class. Lin Feng couldn't suppress a couple of derisive chuckles before inquiring. So, what is it you need? Hee. The girl quickly replied, Brother Feng, you don't know? There's this really annoying boy in class who has always been at odds with me. Even during the summer vacation, he keeps messaging me every day. I challenged him to a Pokémon battle, telling him that if he lost, he wouldn't message me anymore. Then he said he would participate in the Baby Cup hosted by Wong Supermarket, aiming to compete there. But his Pokémon is a grass-type Bulbasaur, and I'm a bit worried I can't win. Lin Feng interrupted her. So you want my Tangle Snake to help train your Squirtle? Yes. Shu nodded earnestly. Lin Feng remarked with unfiltered sarcasm. What a childish challenge. It seemed that the boy might have a crush on Shu, which was why he persistently messaged her. He.S. really bothersome. You know, Brother Feng. Shu, noticing Lin Feng's silence, began shaking his arm and pouting. Please help me. Brother Feng. All right. Lin Feng sighed, withdrawing his arm. It wasn't that he was unwilling. After all, as a breeder, this might be his first assignment. Moreover, he needed to borrow Grandpa Chin's Sandshrew. He merely feared that Tangle Snake might be unwilling, for that Squirtle had an endearingly foolish demeanor. Tangle Snake? At that moment, having finished clearing all the weeds, it approached Lin Feng. Woo, Tangle Snake, you're so obedient. Shu praised earnestly, gazing at Tangle Snake, who had completed the task with diligence. Such a dedicated and hard-working Pokémon was something she had only seen in her grandfather's Sandshrew. Tangle Snake cast a glance at this human, feeling no stir of emotion. It was only when Lin Feng crouched down to brush away the twigs stuck to its forehead that its mouth curled slightly upwards. Tangle, I have fulfilled my promise. Splendid. Lin Feng offered generous praise before recounting what Shu had just mentioned. Tangle, help that silly turtle who doesn't even dare to lift its head. Indeed. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Tangle Snake's brow furrowed instantly. Rest assured, I will devise a plan. You only need to cooperate with me. Lin Feng reassured it with a gentle pat on its head. Perhaps we can have Squirtle assist in watering the plantation? It is, after all, a water-type Pokémon. Chapter 12, a breeder? No, I am a capitalist. The following morning, within the plantation, the water flow is too rapid. Slow down. Don't ruin my land. The water gun is the most fundamental attack skill in the early stages. If you can't even master this, how can you expect to battle? Lin Feng and Tangle Snake sat beneath the shade of a peachberry tree, one guiding Squirtle while the other wielded its vine whip, persistently striking near Squirtle's feet. To evade the whip, Squirtle had no choice but to keep moving around to spray water, its expression filled with resentment. Early in the morning, its trainer had told it that it had found a good teacher, one who would teach it everything correctly. Out of curiosity, Squirtle had agreed to this arrangement. However, upon discovering that it was the same human from yesterday, it had initially felt pleased. Now, its resentment towards Lin Feng had reached its peak. This was not a practice for using water gun. It was merely a means for Lin Feng to have it water his plants. There's no water left, really. Not a single drop. After irrigating a patch of land, Squirtle's cheeks were starting to show signs of indentation. All right, come over and take a break. Lin Feng, who had been continuously monitoring Squirtle's status with Eye of Insight, calmly called it over for a respite. Tangle Snake's whip also ceased its motions. Filled with resentment, Squirtle shuffled over. Pokémon, Squirtle, gender, female, ability, torrent, aptitude, blue. Individual stats, HP, 18, attack, 20, special attack, 21, defense, 25, special defense, 24, speed, 16. Strength, level 68. Moves, tackle, tail whip, water gun. Withdraw. Introduction. It has lost the will to work. Affection level, 20. It considers you worse than its trainer. Joy level, 25. A grumpy turtle that rises early. Come, enjoy an energy cube. Lin Feng produced a stamina-restoring energy cube he had crafted himself, made from the berries he had purchased the previous day. C-grade energy cube, crafted from Wenua fruit combined with pure mountain spring water, restores stamina in a remarkably short time, and with long-term use, can enhance a Pokémon's stamina. Culinary effect, enhances a Pokémon's understanding of moves after consumption. A brief introduction. Yet the energy cube capable of permanently enhancing a Pokémon's attributes through prolonged use is exceedingly rare in this world. often unattainable even for the affluent. However, Lin Feng chose not to disclose its true value to Squirtle, opting instead for a more persuasive approach. Come, have a piece? Squirtle, filled with resentment, eagerly accepted the energy cube, taking a hearty bite. In an instant, a clear and soothing sensation burst forth in its mouth, causing Squirtle's eyes to brighten. After devouring it hungrily, the once dull gaze of its large eyes sparkled with life. No worries, there are plenty of energy cubes to go around. Lin Feng, naturally generous towards his recruited companion, intended to provide as much as it could consume. Congratulations to the host for increasing Squirtle's joy level from 20 to 30. Rewarding with 20 bags of gold dust, 3 rare candies, and a portion of pure water, which enhances the purity of water-type Pokemon's moves, allowing for greater proficiency in water-type skills. Finally, thoroughly sated, Squirtle lay sprawled on the ground, a look of satisfaction on its face. Lin Feng chose not to exploit this moment, but instead watched quietly, a smile gracing his lips. This familiar scene prompted a realization in the nearby Snivy. If memory serves, it too had been lured by the promise of energy cubes, hadn't it? With this thought, Snivy couldn't help but sigh internally. It had been wandering near human towns, having heard from other Pokemon that if one found a trainer, they would grow quickly, with food and shelter provided. Thus, it sought a trainer to grow alongside. However, the proud Snivy held exceedingly high standards for its trainer. Previously, it envisioned that the trainer it desired would possess exceptional skills, both in command and nurturing, to satisfy its expectations. Yet, unexpectedly, it was merely several energy cubes that had ensnared it. The unpredictability of life. Squirtle? After a while, Squirtle finally shook off its satiated stupor. However, in its gaze directed at Lin Feng, the resentment had diminished, replaced by a hint of complexity. How had he managed to evoke such conflicting feelings within the turtle? Brother Feng, I'm here. At that moment, Squirtle's trainer excitedly entered from outside the garden, accompanied by a familiar Sandshrew. In contrast to Squirtle, Sandshrew's expression was one of sheer excitement, as if it had long awaited this moment. I'm counting on you, Sandshrew. Observing such an industrious companion, Lin Feng naturally offered a satisfied smile. Although there might be too much land to tend today, it was no issue to finish later. He would prepare spicy noodles for it afterward. Chua. Sandshrew nodded earnestly. Without needing Lin Feng's guidance, it ventured into the remaining land and began to till the soil. Meanwhile, Lin Feng stood still, contemplating his plans. He intended to dedicate half of the remaining land to pasture, transforming it into a prairie. However, he pondered if this space might be too small. If it were merely for raising a mill tank, it would suffice, but should he wish to breed in the future, he would need to accommodate a Tauros as well. Such Pokemon are full of energy, and this small area would surely be insufficient for it. Furthermore, Lin Feng planned to plant several birch trees and raise some caterpies. Yes, he could collect the silk they produce for sale. His parents used to do just that. The silk they sold was quite valuable and widely appreciated. After all, in the Pokemon world, if one's clothing isn't well made, they could easily be caught in the aftermath of a Pokemon battle while out in the wild, exposing themselves significantly. The men might fare better, but for women, it was different. Moreover, depending on the leaves consumed, the silk produced by caterpies could yield various effects. For instance, silk spun from caterpies that eat birch leaves would provide a cooling effect. Thus, it was decided. Snivy, come help. Oh, and you too. Chinshu, come over. 1 radish. 1 pit, he instructed, as Snivy and Chinshu begrudgingly joined Lin Feng's cause, beginning to sow pasture seeds. Chapter 13, Evolution, the Golden Qualified Milotic. 3 days later, at dusk, gazing upon the lush and orderly pasture, Lin Feng wore a satisfied smile. In a day or two, these grasses would be ready for harvest. Squirtle was diligently spraying water over the planted area. Once all the pasture and plants had been thoroughly watered, Lin Feng called out, "Stop." Instantly, Squirtle scampered over, its shell bobbing amusingly behind it. Lin Feng then produced the energy cube that Squirtle adored. Pokemon, Squirtle. Gender, female. Ability, Torrent. Qualification, Blue. Strength, level 9. Moves, Tackle. Tail Whip, Water Gun, Withdraw. Affection level, 60. It has a good perception of you. Joy level, 60. In a great mood. Over the course of 3 days, Lin Feng had not given Squirtle any rare candies, yet it had maintained its level at 9. This led Lin Feng to understand the level-checking mechanism of Eye of Insight. Before reaching a certain stage limit, it would gradually approach a peak. Snivy was in a similar situation. Lin Feng also provided Snivy with 2 rare candies, and after steady digestion, its strength reached level 17, with its energy intensity on the rise, yet it still hadn't evolved. It seemed that, contrary to his expectations of evolution at level 16, there were other influencing factors at play. Snivy. After Squirtle finished watering, Snivy began to assist all the planted crops in growing faster. With the help of these 2 Pokemon, Within just 3 days, the first batch of vegetables was nearing maturity. For instance, the spicy berry had already grown over a meter high, with an astonishing number of fruits hanging from it. Dozens of fruits crowded together, and it even showed signs of flowering. He had planted 30 spicy berry plants, and at this rate, each could yield dozens, if not hundreds, of pounds. Additionally, vegetables like eggplants and beans were thriving exceptionally well. Lin Feng believed that in just 2 days, he would reap a bountiful harvest. He envisioned that with the fertilizer provided by the system, combined with the attentive care of the 2 Pokémon, the culinary effects of the food made from such vegetables could rise once more. Well, Squirtle, your first stage task has been accomplished. Starting tomorrow, you shall no longer need to assist me with watering. Delightedly munching on an energy cube, Squirtle suddenly froze. A feeling akin to that of a dismissed worker overwhelmed him. What? Squirtle gazed incredulously at Lin Feng, its eyes instantly misty with tears. Since the very first day, it had come to appreciate the advantages of working alongside Lin Feng. Whether in terms of skill proficiency or the energy within, both had been rapidly escalating. Now, all it desired was to work every day. It's only the end of the first stage. The second stage will commence soon. Rest assured, the energy cubes will not cease for you in the coming days. Lin Feng gently tapped its head and then produced a wondrous candy. Here, consume this. He had discerned the Candies effect during these past few days. It merely enhances energy intensity. Thus, based on the efficiency of a Pokémon's inherent energy growth, taking it every 3 days is optimal. Naturally, Pokémon with greater talents can shorten this duration. However, once a Pokémon reaches the elite stage, the candy's effectiveness will likely diminish, as the energy intensity will have reached its pinnacle. Squirtle swallowed the wondrous candy in one gulp, a weight lifted from its heart, the intense emotional fluctuations rendering it oblivious to the changes within its energy. All right, you may return today, come back tomorrow. With a myriad of thoughts in his mind, Lin Feng promptly issued a dismissal to Squirtle. Squirtle, relieved not to be terminated, joyfully clutched the energy cube and merrily made its way outside. Meanwhile, Lin Feng lingered for a moment, waiting for his Frosmith to apply growth buffs to all the plants in the grassy field before guiding it to the nurturing house. With a splash, a graceful spray of water erupted as the ugly fish in the aquarium began to swim energetically upon seeing Lin Feng. Clearly, whenever it laid eyes on Lin Feng, its spirits inexplicably soared. Because of this, Lin Feng had indeed acquired a generous supply of wondrous candies and gold nuggets from it. Of course, it might also be that the ugly fish had recently noticed its own transformation, as it often gazed into the glass of the aquarium. Its formerly vacant eyes now exhibiting a hint of liveliness, as if it were observing itself through the glass. The irregularities on its body, under the care of the energy cubes, had indeed become smooth and even, perhaps even somewhat attractive. It was time for evolution. Do you wish to evolve? Lin Feng inquired with his power of eternity. The 2 bubbles signified the fish's emotions. Good, understood. Lin Feng smiled, lifted the aquarium, and once again made his way to the plantation, directly transferring the water containing the ugly fish into the water. This time, the ugly fish appeared somewhat panicked. The overly spacious swimming area led it to believe it was about to be released again. Fear not. Lin Feng produced a maintenance energy cube and offered it to the fish in the water, assuring it that it would not be placed back into the river. It was to guard the plantation and assist with watering. After conveying this message through his power of eternity, Lin Feng retrieved a perfect grade beautiful scale. Given its perfect grade combined with your current beauty, it should significantly enhance your qualifications, right? Under Lin Feng's comforting words, the ugly fish's emotions visibly stabilized, allowing Lin Feng to hold it and place the beautiful scale on its damaged scales. As if completing a ritual, a brilliant white light enveloped the ugly fish. And within the glow, its formerly petite form began to elongate, becoming slender. In just a moment, it had stretched to a staggering 7 or 8 meters in length. Once the white light dissipated, the creature that appeared before Lin Feng was truly breathtaking, almost making him forget to blink. Its elongated body was a pearlescent and plump form, adorned with 2 ethereal pink tendrils resembling willow fluff atop its head, while its neck was graced with 2 broader ribbons. Its tail, a fan of blue and pale red, cast a vibrant phosphorescence. It is no wonder that in the Pokémon world, the most exquisite of them all is Milotic. At this moment, Lin Feng genuinely felt the essence of beauty. Pokémon, Milotic. Gender, female. Ability, Marvel Scale. Qualification, Golden. Level, 2328. Skills, Water Gun, Water Pulse, Tackle, Charm, Water Ring, Hurricane. Dragon Tail, Recover. Affinity, 97. It trusts you unconditionally. Happiness, 70. It feels very good. Chapter 14. Unleashing the Grass Mixer in the Grass Mixer. Advanced Version. Golden Qualification. The ugly fish had previously possessed only a green qualification. Lin Feng had anticipated a transformation, but he never imagined it would be so profound, directly evolving into a golden qualification. Congratulations, host, for raising Milotic's happiness from 70 to 98, earning 20 bags of gold nuggets. One intermediate wondrous candy, which increases energy intensity significantly, and a rain dance skill disc. Coincidentally, at that moment, Milotic had also come to terms with its evolution. Gazing incredulously at its reflection on the water's surface, its mind was clearer than ever before. I evolved. Every ugly fish knows it can evolve into Milotic. Yet they are acutely aware of the rarity of such an occurrence. Most ugly fish may spend their lives merely as ugly fish. Only a select few might evolve under extraordinary circumstances, akin to the dream of a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Thus, the ugly fish had never envisioned that it might one day evolve into Milotic. It had thought Lin Feng's earlier words in the aquarium were merely to amuse it. Yay, I evolved. Yes, you have evolved. After evolving into Milotic, Lin Feng's power of eternity could now clearly comprehend the meanings conveyed in its words. Yay. So happy. Seemingly overwhelmed with joy, Milotic instinctively wrapped its tail around Lin Feng's body, as if to lift him high. The sudden sensation of weightlessness and constriction, akin to being coiled by a python, prompted Lin Feng to exclaim in discomfort. Then, he watched as Milotic swam around the small reservoir with him. All right, Milotic. Please put me down, Lin Feng said, embracing Milotic's form with a hint of helplessness. Though he understood Milotic's emotions, he truly did not wish to get soaked. Yay! A long melodious call echoed, and Milotic seemed to realize this, gently and somewhat tremulously lowering Lin Feng back down. Its size had become too large for the aquarium. It would have to reside here temporarily, observing these plants and helping me with watering when possible, all right? Yay! Milotic earnestly nodded. After evolving, it could feel its mind had become much sharper, no longer taking a long time to process Lin Feng's words as it once did. Well then, I'll leave it to you, Lin Feng said cheerfully. Frosmith? Nearby, witnessing the entire scene, Frosmith's astonishment was unmistakable, though it was aware that Pokémon could evolve. Witnessing such a dramatic transformation from ugly to beautiful was indeed a remarkable spectacle of life. It too should be nearing its evolution, right? Sensing the occasionally restless energy within itself, Frosmith suddenly felt a surge of longing. Rest assured, your turn will come soon. Lin Feng seemed to intuit the creature's emotions. Gently stroking its head with a smile, yet a hint of melancholy lingered in his heart. The evolution had transpired rather swiftly. He had scarcely savored the experience. The following day, July 12th, marked 2 days before the baby cup commenced. With the presence of Minas in the plantation, Lin Feng no longer needed to rise at dawn to oversee Squirtle's watering duties. After imparting the rain dance skill to it using Minas's golden gift, it grasped the technique with remarkable speed, enabling it to condense the moisture from the air for irrigation within a small area. This was precisely why he decided to return Squirtle. After mastering rain dance, this endearing turtle could afford to retire. It was a pity that Squirtle's limbs were too short. Otherwise, it could have helped with mowing the grass along the bluestone path in a couple of days. Observing the spirited vine snake, Lin Feng couldn't help but nod in approval. The plantation had taken shape, and he intended to focus on the baby cup in the upcoming days. 2 days of training for the baby cup should suffice. Lin Feng retrieved an energy cube crafted from Wenyu fruit and presented it to Vine Snake. This cube was designed to enhance the comprehension of skills. Its timing for Vine Snake's usage was impeccable. Vine Snake, you have performed admirably with both Vine Whip and Grassy Terrain during your weeding endeavors. I see you also possess the skills of Grassy Glide and Leaf Blade. Let us assess your understanding of these two techniques. Vine Snake was taken aback. It had no recollection of showcasing Leaf Blade and Grassy Glide before Lin Feng. How did he know? Truly, he was an astute trainer, seeing through its capabilities. Yet, a smirk began to form at the corners of Vine Snake's mouth. In the wild, it had predominantly practiced these two skills, and this time it would surely impress its trainer. With determination ignited, Vine Snake's orange-yellow eyes sharpened as it sprang toward a patch of open ground beside the bluestone path. A verdant glow emanated from its tail, which then began to stir gently. In an instant, a whirlwind, tall enough to rival a human, took shape, with green leaves spiraling within, creating a cacophony of wind. The tail end of the whirlwind violently tore apart the soil beneath, exposing the yellow-brown earth. Excellent. Let us see if we can incorporate another Grassy Glide into the existing one. Just as Vine Snake believed it was ready to unleash its attack, Lin Feng's voice rang out. Grassy Glide utilizes the wind to propel the leaves, enveloping the target for an assault. This skill relied on wind currents. Thus, the swifter the wind, the greater the leaf's striking power. If Grassy Glide was executed within another Grassy Glide, at the same frequency, the resultant technique would possess double the potency. Moreover, this stacking could be performed multiple times, effectively creating a weakened version of Leaf Storm. Lin Feng, observing the swirling leaves, had a sudden realization. Vinesnake paused then, as if enlightened, focused intently on the grassy glide before it, channeling its grass-type energy through its tail. Within the whirlwind, a subtle secondary vortex emerged. However, as the two whirlwinds converged, their conflicting wind speeds caused the once obedient grassy glide to spiral out of control, akin to a wild stallion, veering perilously toward a neighboring rice field, startling Vinesnake. That was someone else's rice paddy. Just as it felt overwhelmed, a calm voice resonated. Do not panic. The speed of an out-of-control whirlwind is relatively slow. Focus on your control. The key lies in managing the wind speed and frequency of both grassy glides at the same level. Upon hearing this, Vinesnake regained its composure, diligently reasserting control over the unleashed grassy glide. Its sole thought was to avoid causing trouble for its trainer. The swirling winds gradually harmonized, and the control of grassy glide returned to Vinesnake's command. Ultimately, it directed the technique toward a large boulder, producing a resonant clang. As the whirlwind dissipated, each leaf had carved deep gashes into the stone, exceeding 10 centimeters. Vinesnake, I did it. Vinesnake exhaled in relief, its face brimming with excitement. This enhanced grassy glide was at least twice as powerful as before. Well done, Lin Feng nodded, his expression filled with admiration. Initially, he had thought Vinesnake would struggle with the dual grassy glide, even contemplating intervening directly to diffuse its technique before it reached the rice field. To his surprise, Vinesnake had succeeded. As long as it had accomplished this once, the subsequent process would simply involve gradual refinement. Chapter 15. The Predicament of the Dazihua Food Company. After instructing Vinesnake to practice the dual form of grassy glide, Lin Feng retrieved a stool from his storage ball and began scrolling through his phone. He was not being idle, but rather searching for vendors interested in purchasing plants. With minimal harvest from the plantation, Lin Feng planned to preserve a portion, combining it with this year's peach and orange fruits to create detox energy cubes and stamina energy cubes. These would be easy to store and serve as products within the breeding house. Additionally, he intended to send some to Grandpa Qin. The rest would be sold off. As for the channels, Lin Feng had no concerns. His parents had frequented various vegetable and crop purchasing locations over the years. Among them, the most renowned was the Brass Bud Fruits and Vegetables Supermarket, which had now evolved into the Dazihua Food Company. It seemed that a decade had wrought significant changes. This was the one. In the office of the Dazihua Food Company, the owner, Chen Xiao, was feeling somewhat troubled. Just as the newly listed Dazihua Food Company faced its first hurdle, it found itself under pressure from competitors. More accurately, it was not direct competitors, but rather a supermarket on the fringes of the industry. However, it happened to be the largest company in Wudong City, Wangwang Corporation. Even when Dazihua was merely a fruits and vegetables supermarket, the other had exhibited tendencies to suppress it. Following the listing of Dazihua Food Company, this trend had become brazenly evident. Firstly, the supermarket dramatically slashed prices in the food section related to fruits and vegetables. Then, they intercepted their supply channels at inflated prices from the source. Consequently, various fruit and vegetable markets and supermarkets under the company struggled to sell their goods while failing to procure fresh food supplies. The cumulative effect would inevitably lead to the company's demise. Thus, the pressing issue was a dire need for a stable supplier. Still fretting over the supermarket situation? Just as he buried his head in his hands, a woman adorned in a yellow patterned dress entered the room. She was voluptuous and graceful, with her hair tied back in a ponytail, and her beauty was striking. Chen Xiao sighed, casting a glance at his wife, shaking his head, yet ultimately saying nothing. With an age gap between them and a daughter currently in high school, this was a time requiring significant energy expenditure. He was only in his 40s, yet he was already experiencing considerable hair loss. There was no way around it. The pressure from Wangwang Supermarket was overwhelming, and without a reliable supply channel, the company risked collapse shortly after its inception. Chen Xiao ultimately chose not to conceal the situation from his wife. Then let us return to the small supermarket. Whereas Pokémon don't necessarily have to be divine, we can select a very capable starter Pokémon as well. If one were to select a quasi-divine Pokémon, a substantial amount of funds would be required for its training. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the investment in the quasi-divine Pokémon would be squandered. Observing her husband, whose face was clouded with worry, the woman couldn't help but offer her counsel. However, the reality remained. What about the children? As her words trailed off, Chen Xiao let out a deep sigh. The company in question was a national chain, while he was merely a small enterprise in Wudong Town. How could he possibly compete with their financial resources? The only viable strategy would be to surpass them in the quality of his fruits and vegetables, a feat that would necessitate an overwhelming advantage. Yet, to cultivate such exceptional produce would require the expertise of a master cultivator, particularly one specializing in this field. Given the scarcity of such specialists, especially those with a focus on cultivation, he found himself at an impasse. Perhaps he had been overthinking it. He was just about to concede defeat when the landline on the table suddenly rang. Rotom, a call from the procurement department. Should it be answered? The procurement department? Chen Xiao was taken aback, promptly picking up the Rotom phone. It's me. What's the matter? A new supply channel? The samples look promising? All right, I understand. He set down the phone, his expression still not brightening despite the news of a new supply channel. What's wrong? Didn't you say there was a new supply channel? Shouldn't that be a cause for celebration? His wife inquired upon noticing his lack of enthusiasm. Chen Xiao managed a wry smile. Yes, there is a new supply channel, but it's from that plantation in Wudong Town, the one formerly owned by the old Lin family, now reportedly taken over by their child. Just think about it. How much produce can a child manage? And the quality might not be reliable either. His wife, somewhat taken aback, responded, You mean that kid, Xiaofeng? Isn't he supposed to attend high school and inherit the family plantation? Chapter 16. The Rare Spicy Tomato. On July 13th, to Lin Feng's surprise, after a night of settling, some of the spicy tomatoes in the plantation seemed to have ripened. Interestingly, once matured, these tomatoes ceased to absorb nutrients, merely hanging from the branches. This significantly extended their shelf life, though they still needed to be harvested promptly. A single tomato plant produces more than just one round of fruit. Failing to harvest the earlier ones would result in the later ones weighing down the branches, rendering the effort counterproductive. Grade E ingredient spicy tomato, cultivated from ordinary seeds, possesses various trace elements, delicious flavor, and long-term consumption can enhance physical fitness. After picking several spicy tomatoes, he handed one to his partner, the Snivy, and casually tossed another into the water reservoir. With a delightful splash, the spicy tomato was swallowed whole by the Milotic. The final one was bitten into by Lin Feng himself. As the juicy, red flesh burst forth, his eyes gleamed. This ingredient had indeed reached a level suitable for crafting energy cubes. It also held some breeding value for Pokémon. He had already informed the company yesterday, and they mentioned they would arrive this morning to assess the quality of the produce. After gathering and storing the ripe fruits and vegetables in his storage ball, Lin Feng, accompanied by Snivy, made his way to the town's exit. He was about to earn his first sum of money. Observing his harvest, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. Once the plantation's output stabilized, he would initiate his second phase of plans to establish the reputation of his breeding house. He intended to affix the logo of neighboring breeding house on every piece of produce. Of course, he first needed to communicate effectively with the suppliers. The ringing of the phone interrupted Lin Feng's reverie. Glancing at the caller ID, he felt a jolt of energy and quickly answered, Have you arrived at the town entrance? I'll be there shortly. At the town's entrance, if the plantation served as the connecting point to the forest wilderness, then the town entrance was the sole route leading to Wudong City. Just a half-hour bus ride along the road would take him to the city. When Lin Feng arrived, a van was already parked at the town's entrance. He cautiously approached and tapped on the window. Upon seeing the buyer step out, he froze momentarily. Wasn't that Uncle Chen, whom he had known since childhood? After 7 or 8 years, Chen Xiao, who now stood significantly taller than Lin Feng, was momentarily taken aback. Xiaofeng? Regaining his composure, Lin Feng greeted him with a smile. Yes, Uncle Chen, it's me. In his childhood, Chen Xiao frequently drove this van to collect goods, so he was well acquainted with Lin Feng. My, you've grown so tall and handsome. At that moment, a slender woman emerged from the passenger seat. Upon spotting Lin Feng, she approached in surprise, tiptoeing to ruffle his hair. At a height of 1.78 meters, with a clean and refined visage, Lin Feng possessed a striking beauty that was both immediately captivating and enduring. He didn't resist, but politely greeted, Hello, Aunt Huang. This was Uncle Chen's wife, Huang Yinxiao, a gentle soul who had even cradled him as a child. When his parents were still alive, the two families were friends, and it felt only right to address her as an elder. Is this your Pokémon? Snivy, quite impressive. Chen Xiao inquired casually. Snivy stepped forward and nodded, affirming its status as Lin Feng's Pokémon. Such a perceptive one. This left Chen Xiao somewhat astonished. While obedient Pokémon were common in their early stages, those with a sense of understanding were rare. Now, let's get down to business. Xiaofeng, why did you choose to become a breeder instead of attending university? Huang Yinxiao interjected, redirecting her husband's focus. Before the college entrance examination, I didn't have my first Pokémon, so I couldn't participate in the trainer battle exam. I thought about becoming a breeder instead. Huang Yinxiao appeared puzzled, but breeders can also pursue breeding majors. True, but I'm already a divine-level breeder. What is the purpose of attending university? To gain knowledge? Or to teach those professors and experts? It seems unnecessary, really. Mainly, I want to preserve my parents' plantation. Lin Feng replied with a smile, quickly retrieving a spicy tomato from his storage ball. Now, let us discuss the acquisition. This is my family's vegetable, Uncle Chen. Please take a look. Such vibrant coloration? Not a hint of pest damage. Upon addressing the matter at hand, Chen Xiao became serious, and soon, astonishment filled his eyes. The exterior of this spicy tomato was a rarity he had encountered in his lifetime of business. Its shape and color were nearly flawless. "Is this truly what you cultivated?" he asked, incredulous. "Yes, it's primarily thanks to this little guy. Its grassy terrain seems to have a special effect on plant growth." Lin Feng readily attributed the credit to Snivy. "This isn't a spicy tomato that can be produced simply through the efforts of a first-stage starter Pokémon. It appears your skills in cultivation are on par with your father's," Chen Xiao remarked, somewhat wistfully, before taking a bite of the spicy tomato. As he bit into it, his expression froze. This was a perfectly ripe spicy tomato. Its flavor was predominantly spicy, complemented by a hint of sweetness and tang. What astonished Chen Xiao was that as the taste of the spicy tomato burst in his mouth, he felt invigorated, as if his very essence had been revitalized. This spicy tomato, however, is not merely aesthetically pleasing. It possesses unique properties. Does this not imply that this spicy tomato transcends the realm of an ordinary plant? With a voracious appetite, he devoured the spicy tomato and quickly inquired, "Is it only this one that is exceptional, or are all spicy tomatoes of this caliber?" "Of course. All of them. Behold, this is the entirety of this harvest. Inside, you will find eggplants, spicy tomatoes, and perhaps even some similar quality vegetables." Lin Feng handed over his storage sphere. Upon receiving it, Chen Xiao examined its contents, rubbed his eyes, and his face lit up with uncontainable joy. "So much." He hastily retrieved another spicy tomato and an eggplant from the storage sphere. After taking a bite of the spicy tomato, he peeled the skin off the eggplant, revealing its plump seeds and tender flesh, which allowed him to ascertain that this vegetable likely matched the quality of the spicy tomato. "The quality should be acceptable, right?" Lin Feng asked, somewhat uncertain. Although confident in his produce, he was unsure of the market's reception for his first sale. "Acceptable? This can be deemed a treasure-level vegetable. Consuming it regularly can enhance human physical fitness," Chen Xiao replied eagerly. Upon hearing such a response, Lin Feng rubbed his hands together in anticipation. "Uncle Chen, what do you think? Let's proceed with the purchase of all of them. I will sell you the spicy tomatoes at the price of an E-grade treasure, 50 yuan per pound. The others are similarly priced." "What nonsense. These fruits and vegetables, beneficial for both Pokémon and humans, will attract customers if priced and marketed properly. Moreover, rarity breeds value. Such produce cannot be cultivated by just any farm. To my knowledge, in the entire Wudong City, aside from the dairy farm in Huqiao village that produces sweet D-grade milk, no other farms can yield fruits and vegetables of this caliber. This means that if Wangwang's supermarket wishes to monopolize such produce, they can only procure it from Lin Feng." Realizing this, Chen Xiao quickly said, "Xiao Feng, the quality of these fruits and vegetables is exceptional, but I would like to propose a further business venture. Would you consider selling me the exclusive distribution rights?" Lin Feng's expression turned slightly troubled. "Rest assured, uncle, I will cover the expenses and the shares to be sold, as long as you are willing to speak up." Seeing Lin Feng hesitate, Chen Xiao became anxious. It was not his fault for momentarily losing his composure. He had recently been pressured by Wangwang's supermarket, and now he saw a glimmer of hope for a turnaround, making it impossible for him to remain calm. Huang Yinxiao, aware of her role, never intervened in her husband's business discussions. However, upon witnessing his anxious demeanor, she couldn't help but cast a pleading glance at Lin Feng. Lin Feng awkwardly said, "Ahem. That is not the issue. I was just pondering, if in the future, the produce I cultivate cannot be purchased by you, then I wouldn't be able to sell it elsewhere, right? Therefore, I can only assure you that my first consideration will be for you, uncle." "All right, that works too." Chen Zhao's anxious heart finally settled at Lin Feng's reassurance. Lin Feng continued, "However, uncle, I have one small request." Chen Zhao's heart raced again. "Go ahead. When selling my fruits and vegetables, I would like to attach a logo indicating they are sold by neighbor's cultivation house." Lin Feng expressed his thoughts. Grandpa Qin was right. He should have a long-term vision to promote the neighbor's cultivation house. This way, more trainers and Pokémon would become aware of it, providing Lin Feng with a continuous stream of system rewards. "I thought it was something serious. This is a trivial matter. Just send me the logo, and I'll print it for you," Chen Xiao said, slapping his chest and taking full responsibility for the matter. The two exchanged green bubbles and settled the remaining payment. After Aunt Huang's cheerful farewell, they sped off towards Wudong City in a van. 50,000. Gazing at the incoming funds in his account, Lin Feng took a deep breath, revealing an expression of excitement. Over the years, due to financial constraints, he had been using his parents' savings sparingly, leading to a modest lifestyle. Yet now, with just one acquisition, he had earned 50,000. He had originally thought he would only make a few thousand at most. To his astonishment, he could sell so much. This was merely the first batch of crops from the plantation. In a few days, there would be a second batch, then a third. Wealth and prosperity were within reach. In his excitement, he scooped up Ting Ting Snake and exclaimed, "Ha! Ting Ting Snake, we are rich." He nearly planted a kiss on Ting Ting Snake's face, but was met with two vine whips holding his chin at bay. resulting in a look of disdain and confusion from Tung Snake. The demeanor of a trainer seemed somewhat off. On the way home, Lin Feng, with his mouth blocked by Tung Snake's whips, gradually calmed down. Although he knew that as a god-tier cultivator, he would likely never lack for money in the future, that was a consideration for another day. Just a few days ago, he had hesitated over whether to purchase a Rotom. Tung Snake walked beside him, cautiously observing Lin Feng. It had only acted out of overwhelming excitement earlier, and its strength had been minimal. It's all right, Tung Snake. I was just overwhelmed with joy. Lin Feng waved his hand to indicate he was fine. In reality, with his unique constitution, he felt no discomfort at all. However, Tung Snake's vine whips served as a reminder that while he might be immune to Pokemon's harm, he could not escape being restrained by them. Tung Snake gazed at Lin Feng's contemplative expression, uncertain whether he was genuinely unscathed or merely pretending. After a moment of thought, it inched closer to Lin Feng and gently nudged his pant leg. Responding to this, Lin Feng looked down and smiled, patting Tung Snake's head. See, I'm fine, don't worry. Tung Snake replied, understood. Feeling the warm touch on its head, Tung Snake finally relaxed, thinking to itself, indeed, trainers require a bit of coaxing, don't they? Hey, go on, Rayquaza, use Dragon Ascent. Don't lose, use Cliff Sword to bring it down. Huh, you fool, how could Cliff Sword possibly bring down Rayquaza? If I say it can, then it can. Humph. Along the cobblestone path, two children, around 7 or 8 years old, appeared, each holding a toy. One was a soaring Rayquaza, and the other was a fierce and imposing Groudon. At this moment, the two children engaged in a battle of legendary beasts. This skirmish cleared the dust and debris from the cobblestone path. With summer vacation upon them, the town's children had multiplied, and the atmosphere was noticeably livelier. A sense of comfort spread across Lin Feng's face. Come on, Tung Snake, let us continue training to secure first place in the Baby Cup. He produced green energy cubes and some red energy cubes. These were newly crafted energy cubes he had made after registering for the Baby Cup. Chapter 18, Triple Grass Mixer. Pokemon, Fletchling. Gender, female. Ability, Contrary. Potential, red. Individual values. HP, 24, Attack, 21, Special Attack, 26, Defense, 25, Special Defense, 24, Speed, 31. Level, 19. Skills, Leaf Blade, Grassy Terrain, Triple, Gaze of the Serpent. Vine Whip, Leech Seed, Grassy Terrain. Friendship, 85, It trusts you greatly. Joy Value, 75, Today is the day of the battle. Will I encounter formidable Pokemon in there? On July 15th, Lin Feng rose early and fed his Fletchling the last magical candy. Thus, Fletchling, originally at a strength level of 18-19, was completely transformed into a level 19 Pokemon. Moreover, as it expressed, it felt an almost imperceptible urge to evolve. The question now was when this evolution would occur. After surveying the plantation and finding no unexpected developments, he contentedly cradled Fletchling and made his way to the exit of Wudong Town. At the exit, a number of people had gathered. Just then, the bus to Wudong City arrived, honking its horn. As Lin Feng was about to step on, a somewhat urgent voice called out, causing him to pause and wear a helpless expression as he glanced at the driver, signaling for him to wait. Hold on. Someone is coming. Qin Shu rushed to the bus door, panting heavily. Just as she was about to thank the driver for waiting, she looked up and found Lin Feng staring at her in surprise. However, she paid little mind to this and exclaimed with delight, Fengge, come aboard. Aren't you participating in the Baby Cup today? Lin Feng replied casually and took a seat. She grinned, fully aware that Lin Feng had helped her stop the bus, and happily sat beside him. Fengge, how did you know the Baby Cup was today? Lin Feng opened the window to let the refreshing morning breeze dispel the last remnants of sleepiness. It's because I'm participating too. Qin Shu's smile faltered. Really? Are you serious? Of course. Do I seem like the type to joke about such things? Upon hearing Lin Feng's response, her expression fell, becoming conflicted. How could this be? That means my chances of coming in first are gone. Initially, she had the courage to challenge Lin Feng's Fletchling, but after witnessing Fletchling unleash Grassy Terrain and Grassy Glide, her confidence evaporated. Thus, throughout the journey, she remained engulfed in sorrow. Upon disembarking, however, a newfound confidence graced her features, while first place was no longer attainable. Second place would suffice. Lin Feng helplessly rubbed his forehead, realizing this child was indeed naive, always harboring great expectations for life. Yet, this was perhaps for the best. To become a competent trainer, a certain degree of innocence was indeed required in the early stages, as Pokémon themselves were inherently simple beings, reminiscent of a certain foolish creature in his memories. This innocence would help her gain the favor of most Pokémon during her initial training. At the entrance of Wangwang Supermarket, throngs of people had already gathered. A group of boys and girls huddled together, chattering excitedly about the upcoming Baby Cup, accompanied by various Pokémon, Pidgey, Rattata, Spearow, Psyduck, Caterpie. The disparity in strength was stark. For instance, if a Caterpie were to collide with a Spearow, would it fear that the Spearow might go hungry? Linphone. A voice tinged with curiosity rose from the crowd. Following the sound, he spotted a boy with a side-parted hairstyle, clad in overalls, standing out among the throng. Sukuin. Upon seeing him, Linphone was momentarily taken aback before a smile broke across his face. He was a classmate, known for his love of basketball and singing. Their relationship was cordial, akin to that of acquaintances who nod to one another when they meet. What brings you to the baby cup? Didn't you say you were going to inherit your family's plantation? Sukuin asked, somewhat surprised. In their class, Linphone was quite well regarded. Known for his academic prowess, whenever anyone posed a question, he would invariably provide an answer, coupled with his handsome appearance. He had garnered the title of most handsome boy among the girls. However, his delay in choosing his first Pokémon and his poor performance in the trainer examination had left him with a score of 0. Nevertheless, thanks to his excellent academic results, he could gain admission to any university he desired. The prize money is quite substantial. I wanted to give it a try, Linphone replied with a smile. Is this your Pokémon? Sukuin inquired, eyeing the fletchling in Linfang's arms with curiosity. Yes, Linphone nodded, glancing at the orange-red chick beneath him. Your Torchic seems on the verge of evolution. Pokémon, Torchic. Gender, male. Ability, Blaze. Potential, blue. Individual values, HP, 15, Attack, 21, Special Attack, 24, Defense, 17, Special Defense, 19, Speed, 24. Level, 17. Skills, Ember. Peck, Quick Attack, Flame Charge, Sand Attack. Friendship, 15, seems to have some recognition. Joy value, 50, when will the Torchic bakery at the entrance open? Hearing Linfang's compliment, Sukuin immediately beamed with pride, though he lamented, don't even mention it. I originally thought I could take first place in this baby cup, but the competition organizers, namely the owner of Wangwang Supermarket, paired his kid, who's only in his first year of high school, with a Dragonair, and a peak ordinary Dragonair at that. How can I compete against that? It seems I can only aim for second place. That's truly unfortunate, Linphone agreed, feigning sorrow. Dragonair possesses an inherent advantage in base stats within the baby cup, indeed a bit excessive. However, in recent days, he had fed his fletchling a considerable amount of special attack energy cubes made from special scales and vitality fruits. Thus, the outcome remained uncertain. In reality, after discovering the value of the fruits and vegetables he cultivated, Linphone had grown indifferent towards the so-called prize money. Yet, he did care about Fletchling's feelings. This little fellow had been working diligently for the competition, mastering the double grassy glide with remarkable steadiness. It could even unleash the triple grassy glide, albeit with some lack of finesse. He could not allow its efforts to go in vain. Chapter 19. Have Fletchling advertise? After a brief reunion, the two fell into silence. Meanwhile, Qinshu was engaged in a heated discussion with another boy. It was presumably the boy who incessantly harassed her with messages. However, upon spotting this boy, Linfang's brow furrowed. Yellow-haired? That did not bode well. He hurried towards the two with Fletchling in tow. Qinshu, give it up. Your Squirtle cannot compete against Bulbasaur. Zhang Xiaoming flicked his boastful yellow hair, believing the action made him appear dashing. They had already engaged in one Pokemon battle. Although they had acquired their first starter Pokemon around the same time, he was acutely aware of Squirtle's weaknesses. The water gun was feeble and could not possibly inflict damage on Bulbasaur. As for the tackle, it was even more amusing. He didn't dare lift his head. Such a collision might be beyond even the armored larva's capability to evade. Qinshu shot him a fierce glare. Zhang Xiaoming, the battle hasn't even begun, and it's uncertain who will win or lose. Zhang Xiaoming's eyes flickered with an ambiguous glint. Since you are so confident, how about we place a bet? If you lose, you will be my girlfriend. You. Qinshu was even more infuriated. Despite her naivety, she would never acquiesce to such a demand. Overwhelmed by her indignation, she found herself at a loss for words. If you're feeling frisky, go rub against a tree. Don't make it common knowledge. This is hardly good publicity. Just as she struggled to articulate her thoughts, a clear voice rang out beside her. Linphone placed his hand on Qinshu's head, stepping forward with a cold expression directed at the yellow-haired youth. He had overheard their entire exchange, and what he initially perceived as a simple courtship now appeared as harassment. Thus, he rushed over without hesitation. Fengge, it's him. Upon seeing Linphone come to her defense, Qinshu's eyes brightened, as though she had spotted a parental figure. In her childhood, whenever she was bullied, seeking Linphone would invariably resolve the issue. Whether it was a quarrel or a fight, he had never lost. Even during moments when she lacked reason, Linphone would turn the tables and teach her a lesson. Zhang Xiaoming, taken aback by her words, momentarily froze. When reality sank in, his face flushed with embarrassment. Who are you? Fool. Linphone offered no explanation but turned to Qinshu, with individuals like him. You needn't acknowledge their existence in the future. Delete any contact information and block him from the class group. He was teaching this innocent girl the art of rejection. Hom. Qinshu nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. From a young age, Lin Feng exuded a mature aura, and having often helped her clean up messes, she had grown accustomed to listening to him. Humiliated to such an extent, Zhang Xiaoming's fury surged. However, just then, the event organizers emerged with law enforcement personnel, leaving him to swallow his anger and dizziness. Greetings, young aspiring trainers. I am Qi Hong, the general manager of Wangwang Supermarket in Wudong City. To express our gratitude for your tremendous support, we have partnered with the Wudong City Television's Battle Channel to provide live coverage of this event. Tung, he talks too much. It was evident that the overly verbose speech from the owner of Wangwang Supermarket was beginning to irk Tung Snake. This is called enhancing influence, Lin Feng whispered to Tung Snake. However, based on the information he had gathered, he could surmise why such a baby cup was specifically organized after the summer break. Wasn't this merely a father creating a spectacle for his child, collaborating with the Pokémon League branch and inviting the television station for live coverage? This was an attempt to cultivate an exceptionally talented new trainer, was it not? Sigh. Having money and connections certainly paved the way for them. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of lament, yet he harbored no envy. After all, he already possessed the greatest backing in this world. Approximately 10 minutes later, the Mediterranean man finally concluded his lengthy speech. All right, everyone, please board the bus. We are heading to the sports arena in Wudong City for the Baby Cup. The crowd collectively exhaled in relief as they boarded the bus. Lin Feng glanced around. There were 3 buses, and upon counting, he realized each bus had 42 seats, meaning the maximum number of participants was only 126. The bus sped through the streets. Feeling somewhat bored, Lin Feng took out his phone and noticed a message from Uncle Chun on Green Bubble. Uncle Chun, Xiaofeng. The fruits and vegetables you planted are in high demand. I wanted to ask when the second batch will be ready. If you need extra hands, just let me know. Lin Feng. The continuous crops should be ready in about 4 to 5 days. As for the others, I'm not sure yet. In truth, the others would also be ready in 4 to 5 days, but since they required constant planting, Lin Feng found it rather bothersome. Thus, he planned to grow some watermelons. Those were large and easy to sell, especially in this weather. Uncle Chin, great. I'll come to pick up the goods in 5 days. Lin Feng, all right. With the sound of the engine turning off, the bus arrived at the Wudong Arena. Lin Feng straightened himself, filled with ambition as he stepped off the bus. For competitions like this, he typically refrained from participating. When he did, he would give it his all, aiming for first place. As he had spotted numerous reporters armed with cameras, if he performed exceptionally well in this event, he could seize the opportunity to promote his breeding house extensively. Then, having Tung Snake hold up an energy block in front of the camera and proclaim, "This is the energy block from the neighbor's breeding house," would serve as excellent advertising, attracting a continuous stream of trainers eager to bring their Pokémon for the delightful rewards from the system. Chapter 20. The Dragonite. It's actually a Dragonite. Wudong Arena. A dapper man in a suit and tie stood atop a Sherelden, microphone in hand. To the audience present and those watching on television, he welcomed them to the inaugural Baby Cup competition in Wudong City, sponsored by Wangwang Supermarket. I am Li Bing, the commentator for this Baby Cup. For the aspiring trainers about to embark on their journeys, battles between Pokémon were undoubtedly inevitable. A plethora of superfluous chatter ensued, which Lin Feng chose to ignore. The Baby Cup followed an elimination format. The expansive circular arena, capable of hosting battles between gym-level Pokémon, had been divided into a 9-grid layout marked with white chalk numbers 1 to 9. Given that this was merely a competition among novice trainers, the venue did not need to be excessively elaborate. Consequently, the initial rounds of battles would occur simultaneously. In the first round, with 124 participants, there would be a total of 62 matches across 9 battlefields, and after just 4 rounds, the advancing contestants for the next stage would be determined. This was referred to as the group stage. Group 9, 4th match, Lin Feng murmured softly, glancing at the number plate in his hand. All the Baby Cup competitors were arranged in proximity to their respective battle areas. Lin Feng and Qin Shu were assigned to different venues, with her placed in Group 8. However, due to their close proximity, separated only by a barrier, he could still observe the situation on her side. Interestingly, the yellow-haired boy had also been assigned to Group 8, lingering around Qin Shu, seemingly attempting to harass her once more. Yet this time, Qin Shu appeared to have learned her lesson, directly seeking out the nearby law enforcement officer to lodge a complaint. After a warning from the officer, the yellow-haired boy promptly ceased his advances. Observing this, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. All right, the competition is about to commence. Please let the first-round participants enter the arena. At this moment, the commentator riding the Sherelden finally finished his lengthy introduction, and the competition began, prompting Lin Feng to adopt a more serious demeanor. Though this event was termed the Baby Cup, it was, in fact, the Baby Cup of Baby Cups, as it coincided with the month following the graduation of the third-year high school students. According to tradition, most of the previous year's graduating students from Wudong City would choose to embark on their first journey to university by traveling on foot. They would also challenge various municipal gyms along the way. Otherwise, the outcome of this match is indeed difficult to predict. The senior students at Wudong City's Spirit High School remarkably possess second-stage starter Pokémon and have reached the pinnacle of ordinary prowess. One could say that the timing of this selection is exceptionally fortuitous. However, given the aspiration to secure first place, he must naturally treat it with the utmost seriousness. Well, observing the first round of battles in Group 9 to gather information about them is essential. Alright, it's Caterpie versus Beedrill. Although on the surface it appears unproblematic, this battle is quite perplexing. Lin Feng secretly pondered. What if this Caterpie has been equipped with an Everstone by its trainer? Intending to mimic the legendary level 100 Caterpie that evolves into Rayquaza? To be safe, he decided to use his Eye of Insight to take a look. Pokémon, Caterpie. Gender, male. Ability, Shield Dust. Potential, white. Level, 7. Moves, String Shot, Tackle. It truly is an ordinary Caterpie. Lin Feng, unsure of what to say, absent-mindedly stroked the Snivy in his arms. He then glanced at the Beedrill. Level 6 Beedrill? Snivy was feeling quite aggrieved as well. Originally expecting a satisfying battle today, but now, with these two bug-type Pokémon, Snivy was worried that they might overexert themselves and end up defeated. Patience, there are certainly some skilled trainers among this crowd, so there's no need to fret, Lin Feng reassured himself. He then shifted his gaze to other arenas. Subsequently, he felt a mix of joy and resignation. If one were to categorize the entire arena into 3 tiers of battles, it was evident that Group 9 currently occupied the lowest tier. Just a notch above them were the level 11 and 12 Nidorans and Bulbasaur. At the very top, in Arena 3, was Suicune. It must be said that this senior high school graduate truly dominated the arena. A single Torchic managed to bring down a level 12 Pidgey with its Ember attack. However, such a match only represented a single battle in the entire arena. Statistically speaking, among all the contestants, only about 4 or 5 Pokémon could reach level 16. It might be a few more or a few less. In such a baby cup, even the commentators above seemed at a loss for words. While Torchic battled Pidgey, there was some excitement. Now, let us turn our attention to the competitors in Arena 1. Wow, Arena 1 features the Flying-type Pidgey and the Fire-type Torchic. One can see that Torchic's Ember attack is incredibly fierce, and even Pidgey cannot evade all of the sparks. It appears that Pidgey's trainer is prepared to make a desperate attempt, commanding Pidgey to use Quick Attack. Alas, it failed and collapsed under the onslaught of sparks. Let us take another look at Group 9. Oh my, Caterpie and Beedrill have entangled each other with their string shots. Let us see how their trainers will resolve this. Go, Caterpie. Stand up, Beedrill. Commentator. After a stalemate lasting a minute, Beedrill's trainer devised a strategy to pierce a gap with Poison Sting, gradually biting through the string shot, ultimately defeating Caterpie with a single Poison Sting. Such a battle left the spectators in the audience, who had come for free, utterly speechless. In the second round, Group 9, Level 9, Spearow faced off against Level 10, Rattata, with Spearow emerging victorious. In the third round, Group 9, Piku, Level 13, battled Mook, Level 11. Pikachu claimed victory. Why mention Pikachu? Because halfway through the battle, when it found itself at a disadvantage, it evolved. During the third round, just as Lin Feng and Snivy were teetering on the brink of boredom, he finally spotted the Seadra. In Arena 7, its trainer was a rather short and chubby boy who, upon entering the arena, casually held a bag of potato chips and wore a languid expression. He appeared more like a spectator than a competitor. His opponent was a girl with a level 15 Onix. As both Pokémon were summoned, the commentator immediately soared onto Arena 7 atop a Shereldon, beginning an animated commentary. Oh my, Onix, with its colossal body and gleaming surface, is clearly a well-bred specimen. In the Baby Cup, such Pokémon exude an overwhelming presence. Let us see what kind of Pokémon her opponent will summon. Seadra. It's Seadra. Unbelievably, it's Seadra. In Chapter 21, The Trials of Education, we observe Arena 7 where Onix battles Seadra. Although the type advantage is slightly skewed, it still promises to be an intriguing encounter. Alas, who would attend the Baby Cup if it weren't free? Fortunately, the view from Arena 7 is still quite clear. Behind the competitors, a crowd of spectators began discussing, their gazes fixed on Arena 7. Not only the audience, but Lin Feng's attention was also riveted on Arena 7. Though his lips involuntarily twitched, the commentator's phrasing was far too transparent, wasn't he it? First, they exalted Onix, only to allow Seadra to triumph over it. In such a contrasting scenario, people would naturally have a more profound impression of Seadra. Snivy. The formerly bored Snivy's eyes finally sparkled with excitement. among all the Pokémon. Even that Torchic was beneath its notice. Yet, with this Seadra, it could genuinely sense the presence of a formidable adversary. Fear not, we will inevitably cross paths. Lin Feng smiled as he patted Snivy's head, genuinely intrigued by this Seadra. Pokémon, Seadra. Gender, male. Ability, Swift Swim. Potential, purple. Individual values, HP, 29, Attack, 20, Defense, 19, Special Defense, 21, Speed, 18. Level, 19. Moves, Growl, Water Gun, Sing, Mist, Aqua Ring, Ice Shard, Ice Beam. Description, a Seadra that represses energy to the point of suffering. Having endured for so long, it may experience an overflow of energy upon breaking its constraints. Affection, 0, it does not recognize you. Happiness, 0, the energy is simply uncontainable. Not only does it possess purple potential, but its individual values and HP are also outstanding. Yet this description raises a question. Has it long been capable of breaking through to the elite stage, but has been held back? To be frank, such repression of energy is not beneficial for Pokémon. If held back for too long, it can lead to a painful sensation within their bodies. Over time, it may even lower the Pokémon's growth ceiling. If Snivy had naturally evolved before participating in this competition, it would have unhesitatingly withdrawn. However, the opposing trainer clearly lacked this awareness. The battle in Arena 7 had already commenced, and the process unfolded swiftly. The short and chubby boy, still munching on potato chips, merely issued a casual command, Water Gun. A powerful jet of water erupted from Seadra's mouth, as if it had found a release for its pent-up energy. The arena, not particularly vast and prohibiting digging moves, rendered Onix's massive form a prison, leaving it nowhere to evade. Onix's trainer quickly commanded it to coil up, attempting to minimize the damage by presenting only its side to the attack. Yet Seadra, having finally found an outlet for its frustration, unleashed a relentless water gun, unrestrainedly splashing onto Onix. The type advantage compounded with energy suppression. The gaze of the Onix swiftly dissipated, and its trainer realized that if this continued, it might be defeated in a single blow. Promptly, he commanded, Onix, Rock Throw. Straining against the pain coursing through its body, Onix lifted its head, channeling rock-type energy, as several sharp stones hurtled towards the Dragonair at breakneck speed. However, Dragonair remained undeterred, withstanding several rock throws while intensifying its water gun attack. Ultimately, Onix could not endure the relentless barrage of water and collapsed to the ground with a dull thud. Oh my, a swift defeat. Having nurtured such an exceptional Onix, it was astonishing that it could not withstand even a single attack from Dragonair. Meanwhile, Dragonair's trainer exhibited an air of calm, as if he had foreseen the outcome of the match. The commentator, seizing the moment, stirred the crowd's emotions with his commentary. Indeed, in such a scenario, the entire audience, numbering in the thousands, turned their gazes towards Dragonair, exclaiming in awe. This child, seemingly unremarkable in appearance, had cultivated a Pokémon of such formidable strength. If all goes as expected, the first place should undoubtedly belong to him. What a powerful Dragonair. In the stands of Group 9, Lin Feng remarked. That Dragonair is quite formidable, indeed. This Dragonair not only matched the strength of the Tangela, but also possessed the advantage of being on the verge of a breakthrough. Its internal energy brimming. One could even say that releasing energy was a form of relaxation for it. Tangela blinked, its eyes shimmering with increasing intensity. It was unperturbed by the strength of its opponent. The more formidable the adversary, the more it stirred its combative spirit. Oh, by the way, if you feel the urge to evolve when you take the stage, do not hold back, Lin Feng advised. As the third round of matches concluded, the fourth round swiftly approached. Accompanied by the officials, Lin Feng and a male competitor made their way to Arena 9. Friend, I couldn't help but observe you. You have been cradling your Tangela in your arms. Is it because it has never experienced a battle? The boy, with his cropped hair and clad in a black short-sleeved shirt, exuded a rebellious air. Lin Feng, taken aback, looked at his opponent and replied, No. Why do you say that? A Pokémon is meant for battles. By holding it so tenderly, aren't you afraid it will become arrogant due to your pampering? The boy continued, producing a Pokeball and summoning a Sandshrew to his side. I have won 9 matches with it, and you will be my witness to 10 consecutive victories. He wore a proud expression, declaring that to strengthen it and overcome its weaknesses, he had taken it on runs in the rain and swims in the river. Thus, this battle is ours to win. Lin Feng was left speechless by his words. Wait, your overcoming the water-type Pokemon's weakness has nothing to do with my grass-type Pokemon. Moreover, he did not endorse such a harsh educational approach. Pokemon, Sandshrew, gender, male, ability, Sandvale, potential, green individual values, HP, 18, attack, 20, special attack, 10, defense, 19, special defense, 11, speed, 12, level, 1416, moves, scratch, sand attack, poison sting, Rollout, and Fury Cutter. Description: the scales have loosened from prolonged exposure to water and require timely treatment. Friendship: 0. Happiness: 25. How can it overcome water, I wonder? Moreover, despite its strength being the highest in this group, it would likely prove challenging to capture Tangela's attention. Chapter 22. If there are any issues, please consult the neighboring breeding house. The commentator, Li Bing, let out a sigh of relief atop the Shirelden. This money is truly hot to handle. He was at a loss for how to commentate, resorting to obsessively highlighting Dragonair's strengths. Otherwise, how could he praise the trainer? Compliment him for munching on potato chips in the arena? Ridiculous. Had it not been for his recent financial woes, Li Bing would have been reluctant to take on this job. As this round of matches concluded, he realized he had not encountered many promising new trainers. He wandered around the 9 arenas, awaiting the commencement of the 4th match. In Arena 8, there is a Squirtle and a Bulbasaur. He drifted over, preparing to commentate. Let us turn our attention to Arena 8, where it is a rare sight to see trainers each with a starter Pokémon. This is a duel between Squirtle and Bulbasaur. Below, Zhang Xiaoming observed a slightly different Squirtle being released, his expression momentarily pausing. Yet, he could not discern what was different. Remembering the reprimand he had received from the officials at the players' seats, his expression darkened. It's all that guy Feng who appeared beside Qin Shu and whom she called by that name. If it weren't for him, how could Qin Shu have rejected me? He said fiercely. I told you, your Squirtle cannot possibly defeat my Bulbasaur. Humph. Qin Shu paid him no mind, her delicate face brightening with satisfaction, her lips curving into a smile. Indeed, Feng was right. It was best to ignore such people. As for the outcome of the battle, with the sound signaling the start of the match, she immediately commanded, Squirtle, unleash the results of your training these past few days. Water gun. Zhang Xiaoming scoffed. With your Squirtle's water gun, how could you possibly hit me? However, his laughter was cut short as a sharp water gun struck Bulbasaur with astonishing speed and accuracy, eliciting a painful cry from it. Seat. Simultaneously, Bulbasaur gazed at Squirtle with incredulity. Just days ago, the water gun had barely registered as a sensation upon its body. How could it suddenly be so painful? All right, Squirtle, another shot. Qin Shu exclaimed with delight at the results. Quick dodge. Zhang Xiaoming urgently commanded, but Bulbasaur, having already taken a hit, found it impossible to evade the water gun, which had been honed through countless training sessions with Tangela. Having observed the entire sequence, Li Bing could not help but praise. Oh, this Squirtle is quite impressive. Its mastery of water gun is exceptional. However, he was perplexed. Yet, it seems somewhat beyond the level one would expect from this girl. The surprise on her face suggested she was entirely unaware that Squirtle could perform at such a level. Forget it. I'll go see other groups. He shook his head, dismissing further thoughts and allowing Shirelden to carry him towards Group 9. Damn it, Sandshrew, execute the combo move. The cropped hair boy looked at Tangela with a mix of suspicion and frustration. Up to this point in the battle, he had commanded Sandshrew to use 3 moves, Rollout, Poison Sting, and Fury Cutter. Yet none had posed any threat to Tangela. Rollout and Poison Sting were deftly evaded, while Fury Cutter was effortlessly blocked by Tangela's Leaf Blade. It seemed as though Tangela was not battling Sandshrew, but rather using it as a whetstone. Is that enough? He observed Tangela, who appeared to understand. And Lin Feng transmitted his will. Tangela nodded, and he casually instructed, then let us use Vine Whip. Even as Sandshrew, now airborne from the momentum of Rollout, extended its claws gleaming with a menacing white light. The next moment, 2 verdant whips struck it like a wooden top, sending it flying with force. The force was so tremendous that it sent the opponent flying over 10 meters away. Such is the might of the Vine Whip wielded by the Vine Snake. It has maximized its speed attributes, and combined with the proficiency gained from grass cutting, it can unleash powerful lashes almost instantaneously. The crew-cut man initially smiled as he watched the Vine Snake face the combination technique of the Diglett without flinching. However now, witnessing the combination technique he had high hopes for being dispatched with a single whip, he widened his eyes in disbelief. What a joke. How could this be possible? The fallen Diglett, having endured merely 1 lash, was already struggling to rise. This left the crew-cut man even more astonished. He knew his Diglett well. While it might lack in offensive capabilities, it was undoubtedly exceptional in defense and stamina. Yet now, he incredulously questioned, how could your Vine Snake be so formidable? Lin Feng pondered for a moment and replied, if you have doubts, you should visit Wudong Town and seek out a shop called Neighbor's Breeding House. The secret behind the Vine Snake's strength lies there. Vine Snake? The Vine Snake turned its head, its amber-like bright eyes gazing quizzically at Lin Feng. How does this relate to me? Be good, I'm just giving a little advertisement. Lin Feng secretly explained with the power of the evergreen. The Vine Snake, evidently unaware that it had caught the attention of its trainer, simply nodded. Understood, thank you for your guidance. The crew-cut man earnestly nodded at Lin Feng before retreating with his Diglett. He felt he had gained much from this match. especially after observing Lin Feng's calm demeanor both before and after his victory, which deepened his understanding. As a trainer, one should remain unperturbed in the face of calamity and remain indifferent to fame and disgrace. This vine snake. Li Bing looked at Lin Feng with some surprise. As a gym-level trainer, his perspective differed significantly from the ordinary spectators who had come merely for free entertainment. The power displayed by the vine snake's recent whip strike was certainly beyond what a typical grass-type Pokémon could manifest. Moreover, judging from the battle attitude exhibited by the vine snake and its trainer, it was evident that both shared a profound trust in one another. TSK, TSK, TSK. With this thought, he couldn't help but glance towards the trainer of the Dragonite seated far away in the first arena. He silently mused, with such a grand stage. It wouldn't be a shame if it were stolen away at the last moment? A strange impulse surged within Li Bing's heart. Aside from the owner of Wangwang's supermarket and himself, no one knew that this match was, in fact, orchestrated behind the scenes. This so-called manipulation allowed him to influence which competitors would face each other post-group advancement. He needed to devise a way to ensure Lin Feng engaged in a more genuine battle against the Dragonite trainer. Chapter 23. Advancing from the group stage. Paving the way for the child. After the conclusion of the first round of battles, the second round promptly followed, with only a 5-minute intermission in between. However, for the vine snake, which had only unleashed 2 skills, the energy expenditure was virtually negligible. The second round of the competition felt rather dull. The opponent was a trainer accompanied by a Charmeleon, whose face immediately fell upon realizing he was up against Lin Feng. Although there was a type advantage, he had no confidence that Charmeleon could evade the vine snake's vine whip. In fact, not only did his expression sour, but the countenance of all competitors in Group 9 also darkened. They had already witnessed Lin Feng's prowess in the first round. Thus their confidence in advancing from the group stage was not particularly strong. As Lin Feng had anticipated, Charmeleon opted to dodge right from the start. But it was no match for the vine snake's whip, soon getting knocked down. Were this in the wild, perhaps the vine snake would struggle to catch up with the flying-type Charmeleon. However, within the confines of the indoor arena, the space was too limited for escape. Then came the third round, where the opponent sent forth a Pikachu. Although Lin Feng held a deep-seated impression of Pikachu, not every Pikachu possessed the prowess of a legendary Pokémon capable of overcoming type disadvantages. It was easily ensnared by the vine snake and swiftly dispatched from the arena. Thus concluded the morning's group matches, with a total of 9 competitors emerging victorious. During the interval, the organizers of the Baby Cup provided meals and a 2-hour rest period. As soon as the matches ended, Qin Shu excitedly rushed over to share her good news. Proclaiming that she had also advanced from her group, Lin Feng nodded, not particularly surprised. He had observed the circumstances of each group. Qin Shu had been fortunate. In her group, the stronger Pokémon was countered by Squirtle's type advantage, while the weaker ones could not evade the fierce water gun. So her ability to advance could only be attributed to her decent performance with Squirtle. Yet in her eyes, it was a different story. Her initial victory instilled great confidence in her, and she was already blissfully imagining herself as a top Pokémon trainer, standing on the grandest stage of the Pokémon Championship, battling alongside the Elite Eight. Yes, and emerging victorious. To this, Lin Feng simply smiled. Qin Shu's dream had always been to become a Pokémon master, standing under the spotlight, receiving cheers from all for her and her Pokémon's efforts, which often felt like fishing for 3 days and sunbathing for 2. However, fantasies and aspirations are never misguided. In youth, everyone hopes to become the hero they envision, regardless of whether the future holds success or failure. It is ultimately a precious memory worth reminiscing. 2 hours swiftly passed. Compared to the tight schedule of the morning, the afternoon matches felt rather relaxed. After all, there were only 9 competitors left, requiring just 4 matches to proceed to the semifinals. To avoid wasting time, all 4 matches were conducted simultaneously. As for the last competitor, they would draw lots to receive a bye directly into the top 5. At this moment, 10 minutes before the start of the matches, at the 7th contestant's seat, the owner of Wangwang's supermarket and orchestrator of all affairs, Chi Hung, observed the 9 contestants who had emerged from the group stage. More accurately, it should be 8. As he had excluded his own child from consideration, these 8 trainers appeared to be quite standard in appearance. Ordinarily, such a scenario would be his favorite outcome. Yet one rookie trainer and his Pokémon puzzled him. That was Lin Feng and the Vine Snake from Group 9. Throughout the 4 rounds of battles, aside from the first round where the Vine Snake employed both Vine Whip and Leaf Blade, in the remaining matches, it had solely relied on Vine Whip to secure victories. Although Chi Hung was not well versed in Pokémon battles as a businessman, he was aware that this newcomer trainer named Lin Feng was likely concealing his true abilities, perhaps for the sake of prize money or fame. With this thought, he couldn't help but summon Li Bing. "What is up, boss?" Li Bing flew over, puzzled. Chi Hung directly stated, "I want to see the battle arrangement chart." "Huh?" Li Bing queried, taking out the chart. What's the matter? Boss. It's arranged according to your preferences. There are still 10 minutes before the competition begins. There's one contestant I've been a bit uneasy about, Chi Hung replied, scanning the chart and furrowing his brow. What about that Lin Feng? Li Bing responded nonchalantly. Oh, you mean him? It seems he has a bye this round. Didn't you say the earlier matches were randomly arranged, and for the last match, just let the Dragonite take him out in one hit? Chi Hung shook his head, stating, no, this vine snake has yet to unleash its full potential. I feel uncertain about this. Therefore, let Su Kuan face off against Lin Feng. The fire chick will effectively counter the vine snake, and may force it to reveal its true strength. Alright then. A sense of helplessness flickered in his heart. It appeared that his intention to temporarily conceal Lin Feng had come to naught, just as he was about to ascend into the sky to adjust the battle roster. Chi Hung called him back, wearing a bright smile. Li Xiaogu, while I may not be well versed in Pokemon battles, this matter is known only to you and me. If we succeed in the end, I shall reward you with double. Li Bing was taken aback, feeling even more helpless, yet he managed to smile and replied, oh, that's quite unnecessary. It's the least I can do. Chi Hung nodded with a grin. Once he observed Li Bing flying skyward, his smile gradually faded. He may not understand Pokemon battles, but he certainly understood the art of business. Only relationships built on mutual benefit could be deemed the most solid. Unfortunately, this era belonged to the trainers. Thus, he had to pave the way for his child. Just 5 minutes before the battle commenced, the 9 trainers were gathered together. Undergoing the final draw, Su Kuan, accompanied by his fire chick, gazed at his assigned opponent and, upon spotting Lin Feng, expressed his surprise. Are we facing each other? He had been preoccupied in Area 1 and had not noticed Lin Feng's situation. Little did he expect that Lin Feng, who had not selected his first Pokemon during the entrance exam, could possess a Pokemon capable of competing in the group matches so swiftly. The current circumstances suggested as much. Lin Feng shrugged, not giving it much thought. Su Kuan, however, sighed and approached Lin Feng, saying, you really have poor luck. Don't worry. I'll go easy on you. Chapter 24. The variables in the plan. Lin Feng replied, suit yourself. He did not feel the need to elaborate. People's perceptions differ. And to challenge those perceptions, one must let facts speak for themselves. I've drawn a bye, exclaimed Qin Shu beside Lin Feng, clutching a piece of white paper and laughing heartily. This prompted Lin Feng to silently commend her luck. Indeed, a fool often enjoys fortuitous blessings. As the competition began, the voice of Li Bing resonated through the microphone, instructing the contestants to proceed to their designated arenas according to their draw numbers. Accompanied by Su Kuan and their respective fire chicks, Lin Feng approached the merged Area 1 and 2. The moment they stepped onto the battlefield, Su Kuan's expression turned grave. Although he had casually mentioned letting Lin Feng have a slight advantage at the contestant seats, in reality, he was taking this battle more seriously than ever before. While others might not understand Lin Feng, Su Kuan certainly did, ranking first in the arts, consistently achieving top results in Pokemon simulation battles, and often devising astonishing strategies. All these accolades rested upon Lin Feng's shoulders during his student years. His emergence from the group matches only underscored the formidable strength of that vine snake. When confronting such an opponent, one must underestimate them strategically while maintaining tactical vigilance. Let the battle begin. The moment the declaration was made, he commanded, Fire Chick, quick attack followed by Ember. The Fire Chick, with its nimble legs, darted forward at a speed that rivaled any human from Lin Feng's past life due to the quick attack's boost. Moreover, even at this high velocity, it was able to accurately unleash a barrage of embers, causing Lin Feng to raise an eyebrow. In previous matches, he had never seen the Fire Chick employ such a technique, clearly indicating that Su Kuan had been concealing his capabilities. However, he was puzzled why Su Kuan would showcase this skill right at the onset of their encounter. The embers, akin to a spray from a toy water gun, surged towards the vine snake in droves. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Feng commanded, dodge the first wave of embers and confront it directly. Use Leaf Tornado. Despite the Fire Chick's use of quick attack, the distance between them spanned 2 arenas. For a gym-level Pokemon, this distance might be traversed effortlessly in a few steps. But for the 2 diminutive creatures, it clearly required some time to close the gap. The vine snake easily evaded the initial wave of embers and swiftly grasped its trainer's intent. Although the Fire Chick could harmoniously employ both quick attack and ember, transforming a single ember into a multitude, it also presented a significant drawback. Its attacks could only come from the sides, necessitating anticipation to avoid hitting itself. Thus, if it attempted to dodge the embers, it would only invite more chaos upon itself. As expected, when the vine snake altered its trajectory and boldly advanced, the Fire Chick's embers became visibly chaotic, ultimately leading it to hesitate in releasing any more. What awaited it was a gracefully leaping vine snake, executing a perfect 180-degree spin in midair. Its clover-shaped tail, aglow with white light, struck the fire chick amidst its quick attack. With a resounding impact, both Pokémon recoiled, though the vine snake merely felt the residual force from the collision. In stark contrast, the fire chick landed awkwardly on the ground. Linfeng was astonished to witness the vine snake comprehend his intent so clearly without the use of tackle. However, the battle raged on, and he promptly issued his command. No mercy. Use Vine Whip. 2 greenish-blue vines sped down the vine snake's back, extending directly towards the fire chick. Stand up, fire chick. Despite being astounded by Linfeng's rapid tactical adaptation, Sukuin immediately called out commands. Especially upon seeing the 2 approaching vines, his voice grew louder. Fire chick. It was as if some unseen force had imbued the fire chick with strength. It finally managed to rise, albeit with great difficulty. However, the vines had already reached its side, ensnaring its legs and flipping it upside down, subjecting it to a relentless thrashing. Fire chick. Sukuin's voice grew increasingly fervent. Yet at that moment, Li Bing in the sky had already determined the victor of this battle. In this match, the fire chick has lost its fighting capability, and the vine snake is declared the winner. It was merely a baby cup, and there was no need to fight until one side was completely incapacitated. Such circumstances sufficed to declare a winner unless a miraculous evolution occurred. The fire chick, laid low by the vine snake, showed no signs of response. Well done. Linfeng praised the approaching vine snake. The vine snake's mouth curled into a slight smile. It wanted to express that it was due to Linfeng's excellent command, but the words failed to escape its lips. Sukuin, who had collected the fire chick, approached Linfeng, a hint of resignation in his tone. Indeed, you are still too formidable. I always sensed that your reluctance to claim first place wasn't due to your inability, but rather because your heart wasn't set on it. Linfeng shrugged. Feel free to visit my home sometime. The breeding house next door in Wudong Town offers a discount for classmates. I'll definitely take the opportunity, Sukuin replied. Sukuin waved his hand and, accompanied by the fiery chicken, exited the stage to attend to its treatment, all the while committing its name to memory. In the audience, as he beheld the effortless defeat of the fiery chicken by the tongue-ting snake, Chi Heng's expression grew increasingly somber. The arrangements he had made to host this baby cup, the intricate networking, the countless hours, energy, and resources expended were immeasurable. Yet now, an unexpected variable had emerged, one he could not tolerate. No, he must have a word with him. Chapter 25. The divergence of ideals between father and son say, when the competition commences. Should the tongue-ting snake feign being vanquished by a single strike from the Qinglong? As the quarterfinals concluded, only 5 competitors remained in the arena during the intermission. The proprietor, Chi Heng, who had previously been promoting outside the Wangwang supermarket, approached him with a beaming smile, ushering him to a secluded corner of the audience. Linfeng furrowed his brow. What was this about? With an exaggerated grin, Chi Heng produced a bank card, stating, My young friend, you must recognize the prowess of that Qinglong. It is highly likely that the tongue-ting snake will ultimately face defeat. Thus, why not accept my proposition? A mere 500,000. Please, grant me this favor. Linfeng waved his hand dismissively. I cannot. He then strode purposefully towards the exit. How dare they attempt to bribe me into such a sham match? Chi Heng was left standing, his smile frozen in place, and after a few moments, his expression darkened. What an impetuous youth, unable to grasp the gravity of the situation. He paced restlessly, then picked up his phone to summon his son. What is it, Dad? A chubby boy holding a bag of snacks entered. Upon seeing his child, Chi Heng's demeanor softened. When the final match arrives, instruct Qinglong to unleash its full power without restraint. The tongue-ting snake is exceptionally skilled. All right, got it. The boy replied with mild annoyance, turning to leave while muttering, You only need to shout water gun for this match. Yet a smile lingered on his lips. Feng Feng. Upon returning to the player area, the tongue-ting snake indignantly complained to Linfeng. That human just underestimated me, claiming I could never defeat that Qinglong. Linfeng chuckled, patting its head in comfort. Consider it from another perspective. They approached us specifically because they perceive us as formidable, fearing that we might seize the champion title. The tongue-ting snake appeared puzzled. Tung-tung, is that truly the case? Linfeng nodded earnestly, indeed. Yet inwardly, he found the situation even more intriguing. This child, while undoubtedly clever, remained woefully uninformed about the intricacies of human society. It was only natural for it to struggle with these subtleties. The tongue-ting snake began to see the reason in Linfeng's words, its anger subsiding slightly, though a surge of determination welled within. Just then, the semifinals commenced. Their opponent was a trainer accompanied by a fiery sparrow. Curiously, Qin Shu had drawn another bye. How absurd. Linfeng cast a glance at Li Bing in the sky, recalling the earlier incident, and wondered if there was some underhanded scheme at play. Faced with the level 15 fiery sparrow, the tongue-ting snake easily triumphed. The finals were set to officially begin around 4 in the afternoon. Victory meant claiming the Baby Cup championship. 3 minutes before the final match, A plump boy munching on chips approached Lin Feng, squinting at him with curious, nearly invisible eyes. Hey, Lin Feng responded, taken aback. What is it? If he was not mistaken, this boy must be Qinglong's trainer. What could he possibly want at this juncture? My dad says you're quite impressive. Qi Chong inquired with genuine curiosity. Well, whether I'm impressive or not can only be determined through battle. Do you need something? Given his recent encounter with Qi Hong, Lin Feng felt no particular fondness for this boy. Unperturbed by Lin Feng's indifference, the chubby boy continued, You must be really strong. Otherwise my dad wouldn't have advised suppressing Qinglong's energy. Frankly, I would prefer not to impose such limitations on Qinglong's growth. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, why is that? Qi Chong grabbed a chip. Want some? Seeing the droplet of saliva on his finger, Lin Feng shook his head. It's simple. Qinglong would feel uncomfortable. But my dad insists I become a trainer. I don't know where he heard that briefly suppressing Qinglong's energy could enhance its potential. I think he is being misled, and his expression revealed a hint of resignation. Do I really seem cut out to be a trainer? Lin Feng replied earnestly, perhaps not at the moment. But with training, it's possible. While anyone can become a trainer, not everyone is suited for it. Traveling, challenging opponents, gym battles, these are perilous endeavors. To truly become a trainer, one must possess a robust physique, which requires rigorous training. Moreover, it's certain that in this world, human physical prowess, akin to fighting-type Pokémon, can be greatly enhanced through exercise. The boy before him stood approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, but weighed nearly 200 pounds, his physique soft and flabby. Rationally speaking, such a constitution was ill-suited for a trainer. Qi Chong nodded in agreement, tossing the chips onto a nearby table. Right, I feel the same. Anyway, the battle is about to begin. Just focus on fighting. Winning or losing doesn't matter to me. With that, he casually made his way to the battlefield, quickening his pace, seemingly eager to step onto the stage. This was a first for Lin Feng, having observed several of his matches. He shook his head, his initial aversion dissipating, and followed Qi Chong to the arena. In the final match, as the Tung-Ting Snake and Qinglong took their positions on the field, the crowd erupted with newfound enthusiasm and cheers. The finals were upon them, and anticipation filled the air. One Pokémon had only needed a single water gun to establish dominance, while the other had utilized only Vine Whip and Leaf Blade. Both had concealed their true abilities. In my opinion, Qinglong was likely to win, despite the type advantage. The Tung-Ting Snake remained a Pokémon in its initial stage. Although I cherish both Pokémon, I find myself particularly fond of the Tung-Ting Snake. It possesses an elegance in battle that is simply captivating. Chapter 26, C-Class Water Stone, Qinglong's uncontrolled breakthrough. With a joyful cry resonating throughout the arena, a long, melodious sound filled the air. Alongside it, a system notification echoed in Lin Feng's ear. Congratulations to the host for elevating Qinglong's happiness from 10 to 75. Reward, 10 bags of golden fertilizer, 1 rare candy, and 1 C-Class water stone. The moment Qinglong was released, a cascade of water energy enveloped it. No one could comprehend the turmoil of emotions it experienced. Having long suppressed its energy, its body felt akin to an overfilled plastic bag, continually receiving more water, and thus, the pressure within only intensified. The discomfort within its body grew ever stronger. At this moment of liberation, it even felt a flicker of gratitude towards the opposing Dragonair. During this interval, Lin Feng, with remarkable discretion, refrained from issuing any attack commands to the Dragonair, patiently awaiting the completion of its metamorphosis. However, the once jubilant cries suddenly morphed into anguished wails, its body twisting restlessly. This peculiar occurrence immediately captured the attention of the audience. What could be troubling the Dragonair? Why did it emerge in such distress? The battle had not even commenced yet. Instead of anticipation for the match, there was now a growing concern for the Dragonair. A request to pause the match arose, and the referee, visibly flustered, began waving his arms and calling out loudly to the sky. Although he had only recently become a trainer, this Dragonair had been under his care for several months. Up above, Li Bing quickly grasped the situation, furrowing his brow as he commanded his Steelix to descend and assess the Dragonair's condition. The swirling mist was clearly emanating from within it, soaking the surrounding grassland. No wonder he had sensed something amiss with this Dragonair. It had never moved during battles, remaining completely still even when struck by attacks, and had been quite generous with its internal energy. It now appeared that this was due to the prolonged suppression finally reaching a breaking point. What should I do? Qi Chong glanced at Li Bing in a state of panic, tears brimming in his eyes. He understood that this was a gym-level trainer summoned by his father, someone undoubtedly more knowledgeable than himself. Yet, to his surprise, Li Bing shook his head, admitting, I can only deduce that this is a result of energy suppression, but I am unsure how to resolve it. Let's wait for the medical personnel to arrive. During this transformation process, Qi Chong dared not return the Dragonair to its Pokeball. In a daze, he picked up his phone and dialed for emergency assistance. Li Bing's voice, transmitted through the microphone, resonated throughout the venue. The audience erupted in confusion. What? Is it really necessary to deliberately suppress energy and then enter the baby cup battle? Isn't that a bit excessive? Yet, one could argue it was within the rules. However, energy suppression necessitated the use of a damp rock. This Dragonair clearly had been restrained for too long, and now, in its desperate attempt to metamorphose, it was at risk of life-threatening consequences. Akin to a flood overwhelming a body. It seemed that the ultimate victor would be the Snivy. What? The opposing trainer of Snivy has no regard for fair play. Initiating an attack at this critical moment. Snivy, it appears to be in great pain. Will it survive? Beneath it, the Snivy, which initially anticipated an exhilarating battle, now gazed at the suffering Dragonair and inquired. Lin Feng sighed, recognizing that the energy was too immense for its body to withstand. He estimated that when the medical personnel arrived, they might be able to save it, but it would likely suffer from aftereffects. All right, Snivy, the match is commencing now, and we must engage in battle. I will guide you on how to proceed with the power of tidal force. Snivy understood. Grass terrain. Just as everyone's gaze was fixated on the Dragonair, the verdant grass field, previously of vibrant green, unexpectedly began sprouting tender shoots. Under the influence of grass-type energy, it surged forth with wild growth, rapidly expanding by more than half a meter, completely obscuring Snivy's form and directly enveloping the area connecting Snivy and Dragonair. Vine Whip. Two vines transformed into emerald shadows, swiftly darting towards Chi Chong, who was bewildered beside the Dragonair, binding him and transporting him to the side. Lin Feng then released a sigh of relief as he unleashed the power of tidal force for the first time. An invisible energy cascaded from him onto the Dragonair. Accompanied by his directive, just engage in a normal battle. Have the Dragonair use water gun against Snivy. This message was conveyed not only to the Dragonair, but also to Chi Chong. Chi Chong froze, bewildered by the sudden words, but at that moment, he felt utterly lost and instinctively shouted, water gun. In the lush green grass, Snivy's form flickered intermittently, as if following a rhythmic pattern. Each appearance coincided with a water gun striking the spot where Snivy had previously been located. What? No way. Witnessing this scene, Li Bing's pupils constricted. Although the solution was indeed to unblock the energy within the Dragonair, utilizing skills so forcefully at this moment was akin to piercing a water-filled plastic bag. The immense pressure would only exacerbate the rupture. This damage was inwardly directed, and without specialized equipment, no one could ascertain the location of the breach. Yet in the next moment, he found himself dumbfounded. For under the barrage of water guns, the Dragonair's pained expression gradually eased, and it no longer seemed to experience any discomfort. Water guns rained down with abandon in the grassy field, yet none found their mark on Snivy. Grass Whirlwind, Seed Bomb. At this juncture, Lin Feng issued another command. Bolstered by the grass terrain, two whirlwinds swiftly coalesced, adorned with verdant leaves, rapidly spinning and converging towards the Dragonair from both sides. The Dragonair instinctively unleashed a water gun. Its mastery over the water gun had improved, and the energy within its body was just a step away from resolution. This final step entailed using Seed Bomb to absorb its residual energy. Although the left grass whirlwind was dissipated by the water gun, the right one collided against its body, slicing through its flesh and embedding the Seed Bomb within. The Dragonair suddenly ceased its movements, its expression of agony completely transforming into one of unexpected comfort. Chapter 27. S-Class Ocean Crystal, at least a high-level breeder. What? Initially believing that Snivy's trainer had no sense of fair play, it now appeared that this was a strategy to alleviate the Dragonair's excess energy. Observers with even a slight understanding of breeding were taken aback by the finesse of this technique. This young man, amidst the Dragonair's turmoil, had Snivy initiate the grass terrain first, causing it to lose its target, and then systematically induced the Dragonair to unleash water guns. This maximized the mitigation of energy leakage's damage to the Dragonair's body. Truly brilliant. This young trainer was at least a high-level breeder. Nearby, someone expressed disbelief. What? This is just a high school student. You say he's a high-level breeder? Another person glanced at him, shaking his head. You misheard. I said at least a high-level one. He might even be more formidable. For throughout the entire encounter, he had never issued a precise command to Snivy, indicating that their bond had reached a level of profound mutual understanding. As this realization spread, the surrounding audience was even more astounded, accompanied by a triumphant exclamation. It worked. The Dragonair has successfully evolved. The entire audience relaxed from their earlier tension. Then, a voice echoed from the crowd. Snivy is amazing. The uproar that followed was overwhelming. Snivy! 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 The cheers resonated throughout the entire arena, coinciding with the system notification in Lin Feng's mind. Congratulations, host, for increasing Snivy's happiness from 60 to 80. Reward: 5 bags of gold cabbage, 1 rare candy, and 1 special scaled fruit. Pokémon Dragonair. Gender, male. Ability, shed skin. Potential, purple. Level, 22-25. Introduction. The dragon that can successfully dissipate energy and undergo transformation. Congratulations to the host for elevating the joy level of the dragon from 40 to 90. Earning 10 bags of golden fertilizer, a magical candy, and an S-grade ocean crystal. Legend has it that this crystal, stored within the ocean temple, absorbs the essence of the sea and greatly benefits water-type Pokémon. As he listened to the synchronized cheers from the audience, Lin Feng felt a twinge of helplessness. Despite the fact that all of this was meticulously orchestrated by him, it was the performing snake that captured everyone's attention. There was an uncomfortable sensation akin to jealousy towards his own Pokémon. Nevertheless, upon hearing about the ocean crystal and the special scale fruit he had received, Lin Feng's spirits lifted. His hard work had indeed paid off, and such rewards were well-deserved. The ocean crystal could be placed beneath the water reservoir for Milotic's use, and the significant increase in the joy level of the performing snake made him reflect. He had not been mistaken. It was indeed a snake that relished battles and thrived on applause. After sensing the stability of his energy, the delight of the dragon was palpable. The pool behind it appeared bewildered. Just moments before, it had faced a life-threatening crisis, and now, following an inexplicable battle, the dragon had transformed, even achieving a breakthrough. It hesitantly inquired, "Dragon?" "Roar." The dragon swiftly glided across the lawn, indicating that it was in excellent condition, better than ever before. Wow. The little chubby one was so startled that tears streamed down its cheeks as it leaped onto the dragon. "You scared me. I thought something terrible had happened to you." This left the performing snake in the grassy arena in a state of shock. Performing snake? Wait a moment, they're just bonding right now. Lin Feng noticed the frustration of the performing snake. It felt as though it were being interrupted mid-performance, akin to ants crawling all over its body. However, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, it refrained from expressing further discontent, quietly remaining in the grassy arena, waiting for the opposing side. At this moment, it felt an upsurge of energy, just a little more, and it could evolve. Perhaps that moment was imminent. The performing snake suppressed its emotions, calming the restless energy within, striving to evolve in the best possible state. Approximately a minute later, prompted by the gentle reminders from the audience above, the pool finally realized it was still in the midst of a competition. It immediately stood up, gazing at Lin Feng's side, which was still waiting, and revealed a mix of gratitude and embarrassment. After a moment's contemplation, it solemnly declared, "I concede this match." As the words fell, a profound silence enveloped the arena, but it was quickly followed by a buzz of discussion. This time, however, the murmurs were predominantly filled with recognition and relief. Conceding? It was indeed time to concede. The young boy opposite had seemingly saved his dragon. How foolish I was to judge by appearances, thinking this little chubby one restrained its energy, unwilling to accept anything less than victory. Unexpectedly, though, this was for the best, as the gap between the performing snake and the dragon, now entering its elite phase, was simply too vast. The performing snake's trainer is refusing to concede? What is the meaning of this? Although Lin Feng's expression remained calm, he felt a flicker of surprise within. After all, his father had invested significantly in this match. Conceding now would render half of that effort wasted. Of course, it was also possible to obtain a different kind of reward. Most of the audience was currently praising the little chubby one's decision to concede. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. If the concession was out of gratitude for having the performing snake assist his dragon, then there was no need for that, as his performing snake genuinely needed a battle with more pressure. His voice, though soft, echoed through the arena via the surrounding amplification system. Performing snake. The lush grassy area, previously released, became even more vibrant at that moment, as a pair of orange-yellow eyes gleamed with eagerness. Roar. The dragon seemed to sense the longing within the performing snake, and it let out a battle cry filled with fervor. "Very well, dragon, use water gun." Upon hearing this, the pool no longer hesitated, wiping away its tears and once more issuing the command for water gun. However, compared to the disorganized water gun from before, this time it was precise and intimidating. The figure of the performing snake flickered across the grassy arena. The water gun struck the spot where it had previously been, washing away a vast expanse of grass. Observers could easily see that the current dragon was significantly stronger than it had been moments ago. Seed bomb. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. The seed bombs previously embedded within the dragon were not merely intended to aid it in releasing energy. One by one, the seeds began to sprout on the dragon's body, siphoning its vitality. Dragon, use Ice Beam. Chapter 28. Evolution of the Performing Snake, the Power of the Dual Grass Mixer. The pool finally commanded a skill beyond water gun. In truth, it had never aspired to be a trainer, embarking on journeys or challenging gyms. That seemed so exhausting. It was far preferable to remain at home. comfortably overseeing the supermarket. Fueled by such thoughts, the pool was not particularly familiar with battles between Pokémon. Naturally, after witnessing the ineffectiveness of Water Gun, it instinctively called out for Ice Beam. A frosty blue energy beam erupted from the dragon's mouth, seemingly without a target, landing on the spot where the performing snake had just appeared. The area, previously struck by Water Gun, was rapidly being restored by the energy of the performing snake. Yet now, the damp ground, upon contact with the icy blue beam, emitted cracking sounds as it froze, causing the newly sprouted grass to become exceedingly fragile. Furthermore, this freezing effect continued to spread across the remaining grassy arena, effectively separating the two combatants. Clearly, the dragon was employing this tactic to undermine the grass field's enhancement of the performing snake, while simultaneously constricting its movement space. Roar. However, this powerful release of Ice Beam also agitated the sprouting seed bombs within the dragon, causing it to emit a pained cry as it forcibly bit down on one of the sprouted seeds and extracted it. Vine Whip. Within the remaining grassy arena, two verdant vines extended, poised to strike. Yet the dragon suddenly turned its head, even without its trainer issuing a command. It instinctively gathered several fist-sized ice shards and hurled them towards the vines. In the grassy field, it was indeed challenging to locate the performing snake's position. Thus, it opted to wait for the snake to reveal an opportunity, whether it was Vine Whip or Dual Grass Mixer. As long as it captured the moment the performing snake initiated its attack, that would be its current location. Oh, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. It was remarkable that the dragon could respond so quickly, despite not having heard a command from its trainer. Clever. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng promptly issued the command to retract Vine Whip. Since a direct confrontation was inevitable, the performing snake was instructed to unleash Dual Grass Mixer and shred the ice shards. There was no other option. The performing snake would either exchange wounds with the dragon or choose to retract its vines and meet the ice shards with maximum power. Lin Feng opted for the latter. Although the energy clash would favor the performing snake less, this was the only way to ensure it sustained minimal injury. Retracting the vines, which resembled a wild horse freed from its reins, the emerald shadow leaped from the grass, leaving behind a trail of white light as it spun in the air before heading towards the ice shards. At that moment, facing the ice shards, the energy within the performing snake seemed to be ignited, with the white light spreading from its tail to envelop its entire body. Evolutionary light. At this moment, the previously marginally evolving vining serpent experienced a complete awakening of its energy. Unlike the tumultuous ascent of the Dragonite, its transformation was a graceful evolution, effortlessly shattering the ice shards with the energy it harnessed during this metamorphosis. Its form began to elongate, once measuring a mere 80 centimeters. It rapidly grew taller and more slender. As the glimmer of light gradually faded, the once naive and somewhat arrogant vining serpent was replaced by a confident ivy serpent, its lips curling into a smile and a self-assured glint in its eyes. Pokémon, Ivy Serpent. Gender, female. Ability, contrary. Potential, red. Individual values, HP, 25, attack, 21. Special attack, 26. Defense, 25. Special defense, 24. Speed, 31. Level of strength, 2125. Moves, Leaf Blade, Grassy Terrain, Glare, Vine Whip, Leech Seed, Magical Leaf. Witnessing this transformation, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief and promptly issued his command, Double Grassy Terrain. The Ivy Serpent, upon hearing Lin Feng's directive, remained composed, gracefully descending while its tail shimmered with emerald light. In an instant, a towering whirlwind of grass, reaching 2 to 3 meters, spiraled downwards towards the Dragonite. Upon contact, the ice shards crumbled effortlessly. The rustling winds snapped Chi-Chong back to reality, prompting him to shout, Ice Beam. The Dragonite, jolted from its focus on the vining serpent's evolution, unleashed a beam of icy crystals, aiming to quell the swirling tempest. Yet, in the next moment, a scene unfolded that left all spectators in utter astonishment. The crystalline beam, confronting the swirling leaves, was effortlessly repelled as if it were nothing more than a withered leaf in a tempest, showcasing no resistance whatsoever. Bang! The whirlwind crashed into the Dragonite with explosive force, producing a resounding roar. As the echoes subsided, the Dragonite staggered, blood streaking its body. After this singular blow, it was vanquished. Meanwhile, the Ivy Serpent landed gracefully on the ground, turning to its trainer with a beaming smile. It was evident that this battle had culminated in its victory. Congratulations to the host for elevating Ivy Serpent's happiness from 80 to 95, rewarded with 3 bags of intermediate energy cubes, 1 intermediate rare candy, and 1 energy block for ability development. A stunning reversal. What was initially perceived as a guaranteed victory for the Dragonite, which had seemingly achieved a breakthrough, was abruptly challenged by a skilled opponent. From the Dragonite's relentless pressure on the Vining Serpent to its calculated maneuvers to locate its adversary, it was evident that it had exerted its utmost effort. Yet, against such overwhelming force, the Vining Serpent managed to evolve and retaliate with a decisive strike. What a spectacle, truly riveting. Was this the standard expected in the Baby Cup? The power of such a whirlwind was simply unbelievable. Li Bing, perched atop a sturdy shielded sword creature, passionately narrated the unfolding drama. The twists were overwhelming. At the outset, when the Dragonite sustained injuries, he had anticipated that the champion of this match would undoubtedly be the trainer of the Vining Serpent. However, he was taken aback when the Dragonite's trainer deftly guided the dispersal of its internal energy, only to witness the Vining Serpent evolve under such pressure, executing a counterattack. Throughout this ordeal, he meticulously observed Lin Feng's demeanor. He noted that while the young trainer occasionally displayed signs of tension, he remained remarkably composed when managing the Dragonite's energy dispersal and witnessing the Vining Serpent's evolution. This implied that he possessed absolute confidence in both matters. Remarkably, during the Dragonite's crisis, he didn't even approach to assess the situation, daring to command from several dozen meters away. What caliber of breeder was this? Li Bing, realizing the magnitude of Lin Feng's capabilities, called out to the audience. As you can see, it was Lin Feng who treated the injured Dragonite, which undoubtedly demonstrates that he is not only an exceptional trainer, but also a breeder. Would you like to know which breeding facility he hails from? The audience, having been captivated by this dramatic confrontation, was now brimming with excitement. Without a second thought, they responded in unison, yes. Oh my, is he truly a breeder? Are there such young breeders in Wudong City? Let me guess, which family does he belong to? Chapter 29, The Fiery Tail Across the Sky, The Egg Riddle. Lin Feng curiously glanced at Li Bing in the sky, surprised that the commentator aiding him was the very person he had anticipated would help him promote his breeding shop after the match concluded. As he saw Li Bing descending, Lin Feng cleared his throat, contemplating how to respond. Li Bing, may I ask, Lin Feng, as the champion of this Baby Cup, you quickly identified and resolved the issues with the Dragonite during the match. Are you a breeder? If so, could you share which breeding house you belong to? Lin Feng, indeed, I have been learning about breeding from my parents since childhood, and now, after 12 years, I can confidently say that with any Pokémon in my care, I can discern any issues with just a glance. As for my breeding facility, it is a small breeding shop called Neighbor's Breeding House located in Wudong Town. He then looked at his Ivy Serpent, lifting it into view. Do you see this? Its skin is smooth and radiant, with an exceptionally high level of energy control. This Pokémon has grown on the energy cubes from Neighbor's Breeding House. Currently, we offer maintenance energy cubes and stamina energy cubes that are guaranteed to be produced in an all-natural manner, ensuring you never have to worry about your Pokémon's appearance or stamina again. We can also resolve various Pokémon ailments. First come, first served, and you can enjoy the beauty of our creations. Wait, I'm not done yet. Seeing Li Bing move the microphone away, Lin Feng felt somewhat unsatisfied. Ivy Serpent. It remained in a state of confusion, having been thrust into the limelight. Was it being advertised? Li Bing was equally flustered. The live broadcast was airing on the Pokémon Battle channel in Wudong City, where countless viewers were undoubtedly tuning in. He had inadvertently begun an advertisement. Ahem. As you can hear, Neighbor's Breeding House welcomes interested friends for a visit. He attempted to steer the conversation back to the battle, but the audience, intrigued by Lin Feng's remarks, had already begun searching for information about the breeding house online. Ultimately, the final match did not take place. Chi Chang's Dragonite was rendered incapable of battle, unable to recover in a short span. Thus, Lin Feng claimed first place, while Qin Shu secured the second position. Having not participated in any battles since the group stage, it could be said that she was the true chosen one throughout the entire competition. After the match concluded, a throng of reporters surrounded Lin Feng, inquiring about his background, such as which school he had trained at and his current level as a breeder. Lin Feng answered each question earnestly and once again promoted Neighbor's Breeding House. Following the award ceremony, the organizer, Qi Heng, presented the award to Lin Feng with a complex expression. Undoubtedly, he had successfully hosted the Baby Cup, as evidenced by the high viewership ratings and the lively atmosphere. Yet, the fruits of victory were not claimed by the person he had hoped for. However, at the conclusion of the competition, had it not been for him, the entire Baby Cup might have descended into an unforeseen calamity. Moreover, he was such a young nurturer. After much contemplation, he sighed, feeling that a trainer and nurturer of such remarkable talent ought not to be offended. Therefore, at the moment of the final award ceremony, he displayed a smile. First prize, 1 starter Pokémon egg, a shopping card worth 88,000 from Wangwang Supermarket, and a chance to participate in the egg guessing game at the Wangwang Supermarket headquarters. First, a shopping card worth 88,000 was directly handed to Lin Feng. Next was the starter Pokémon egg, which, due to the source of the egg not yet having arrived, would require Linfeng to be notified within a week to come and select it. Finally, there was the egg guessing game hosted by the headquarters. This was a rather intriguing game, divided into two categories, blind guessing and open guessing. The Wangwang supermarket headquarters would present 30 eggs in front of the contestants. If a contestant could correctly guess the species of 28 or more of these eggs, it would count as a successful open guess, allowing them to choose one Pokemon egg from the 28 to take home. The blind guessing, however, involved covering the Pokemon egg with a black cloth. Contestants could only touch the egg with their hands, feeling its texture and temperature, and then guess its identity. Success in this category required correctly guessing 25 eggs. Similarly, those who succeeded in blind guessing could also take home one Pokemon egg from the 25 they guessed correctly. According to Chi Hong, the Pokemon eggs hidden within were generally of superior quality compared to those in the open guessing category. The headquarters of Wangwang Supermarket was located in Changsha City, the capital of Xiang Province. The egg guessing game was always open, meaning that whenever Linfeng wished to participate, he could do so. By 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the entire competition came to a close, and the audience began to disperse gradually. Linfeng, with his hands supporting the back of his head, strolled out of the arena, followed closely by his Evervine. Although it was already 6 o'clock, the sky remained bright, the golden hues of the setting sun casting a splendid crimson glow across the heavens. A streak of white and red clouds extended from the eastern horizon of Wudong City all the way to the west, resembling the trail left by a missile soaring through the sky. So much money, Qin Shu remarked, her shopping cart in hand, her smile stretching from ear to ear. Upon seeing this, Linfeng couldn't help but chuckle. Given Qin Shu's modest background, she hailed not from a family of great wealth. Having spent money on a Squirtle had already made her family somewhat uneasy. It was unlikely she would spend extravagantly on nurturing the Squirtle. However, with this shopping cart, she could comfortably manage the initial nurturing phase for her Squirtle. Are you heading back now? Qin Shu inquired curiously. What's the matter? Fengge, aren't you going back? Linfeng replied, I need to make a trip to Wangwang Supermarket to buy a few things, so I probably won't catch the last bus. I'll just take a taxi home later. Well, that's fine. Qin Shu nodded contentedly, not pressing Linfeng for details about his purchases. Her mind solely focused on returning home to boast to her parents and grandfather about securing second place in the Baby Cup and receiving such a generous shopping cart, ensuring she wouldn't have to worry about her Squirtle's food expenses for quite some time. Happiness abounded. Meanwhile, Linfeng gazed at the fading trail in the sky, momentarily entranced. Before heading toward Wangwang Supermarket, the remnants of that tail flame awakened the presence of a Dragonite within his senses. Chapter 30, The Messenger Dragonite. Are you the Linfeng who just won first place in the Baby Cup? In Wangwang Supermarket, under the bright fluorescent lights, a young lady in a red uniform curiously scrutinized Linfeng. Linfeng glanced at the attendant, pondering how, so soon after the competition, someone recognized him. Was it because of his striking good looks? In the next moment, the young lady's gaze shifted to the Evervine beside him, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, this must be the Evervine. So cool, so impressive. Linfeng. Destruction, he thought, feeling weary. The Evervine, on the other hand, unhesitatingly sought refuge behind Linfeng, clearly uncomfortable being the object of such attention. Linfeng awkwardly nodded, then led the Evervine away from the area. His purpose for this visit was to purchase some fruit saplings and subsequently visit the Pokemon League to see if he could apply for a Rotom. With the fame he had garnered, Linfeng anticipated that the breeding house would soon be inundated with visitors. Relying solely on the few orange and peach fruit trees at home would be insufficient to produce enough stamina energy cubes and antidote energy cubes. Additionally, he needed to acquire some ink berry trees for crafting maintenance energy cubes and dragonfire trees for creating feature activation energy cubes. A breeding store's foundation lies in having energy cubes with diverse effects, but the core remains the breeder's individual skill. These saplings are truly expensive. Linfeng gasped upon seeing the saplings resting in their pots. It is no wonder that breeders in the planting sector are struggling. A basic orange fruit tree sapling costs 1,500. One must understand that the growth of a sapling into a tree is not guaranteed. It requires a considerable amount of time and care to cultivate and regulate the suitable climate for growth. To add to the frustration, some rare fruit tree saplings were not even available in the supermarket. In the end, Linfeng purchased 15 orange fruit tree saplings and 15 inkberry saplings, along with a selection of inkberries and oranges, totaling 48,000. Goodness, more than half of the 88,000 shopping cart was spent. As he exited Wangwang Supermarket, the sky over Wudong City had turned dark. Accompanied by his Evervine, he proceeded to the East to Alliance Pokemon Division, and after explaining his request, the staff promptly guided him to the cell phone store that cared for Rotom within the Alliance. Unlike other Alliance's attitudes towards Rotom, the East 2 Alliance had conditions regarding whether Rotom could accompany trainers on their journeys. The stipulation was that the trainer must graduate from the status of a novice trainer and become a formal trainer to qualify for a Rotom. Currently, Lin Feng was still considered a novice trainer. However, since he owned a breeding store, he was indeed qualified to possess a Rotom. Lin Feng examined the available Rotoms. They were all quite similar. He ultimately chose a red Rotom that approached him with a friendly demeanor, spending 250,000 to capture it in a Pokeball. He then leisurely strolled towards the outskirts of the city, opting not to take a taxi or wait for a bus, but rather walked along the highway leading out of the city toward Wudong Town. Fortunately, the July night sky was bright as water, the moonlight casting a misty glow on the road, and the summer croaking of frogs was quite loud, leaving one to wonder if the croaking from the fields was that of a Krogunk. Evervine. The Evervine inquired, perplexed, having followed Lin Feng. It typically refrained from questioning his actions. Yet today, it was genuinely unsure why Lin Feng had chosen to walk home. Lin Feng smiled at it. Why don't you enter the Pokeball for now? I'll call you out once we get home. Then, disregarding the Evervine's puzzled and reluctant gaze, he pointed the Pokeball at the Evervine, recalling it. After walking a short distance and ensuring they were far from both the city and the town, Lin Feng gazed at the sky. The bright night sky, adorned with twinkling stars, also revealed a shadow darting past. The aura of this shadow was identical to that of the tail flame that had swept over Wudong City earlier that afternoon. Could it be that the pool was summoned by that person? Lin Feng internally scoffed at the thought, but soon deemed it as excessive worry. How could the head of a branch of a Wong supermarket in Wudong City possibly afford to raise a Dragonite? Pokemon, Dragonite. Gender, female. Ability, multiscale. Qualification, red. Individual values. HP, 24. Attack, 30. Special attack, 25. Defense, 25. Special defense, 25. Speed, 24. Level, 69. Skills, Roost, Extreme Speed. Hurricane, Thunder Wave, Fire Punch, Thunder, Dragon Tail. Dragon Pulse, Dragon Dive, Mystical Guard, Dragon Dance, Destruction Beam. Affection, 20. It is quite pleased with your performance in the Baby Cup. Joy Value, 40. I am a happy mail carrier. A shadow darted past once more, this time drawing ever closer to Lin Feng, finally arriving before him with a gentle breeze. It was a massive creature, towering over 3 meters, with a rather simple face. 2 short, slender antennae adorned its head, while its earthy yellow body resembled that of a diminutive dragon, complete with tiny fleshy wings. Undoubtedly, this was a Dragonite. It also carried a satchel at its waist. Oh well. Greetings, human. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, hello? Oh well. I am a messenger, here to gather the thoughts of young trainers. Carefully, it retrieved an envelope and a pen from its satchel with its fleshy claws. Oh well. Please just answer the question written inside. Lin Feng, somewhat perplexed, took the envelope, opened it, and found only a blank sheet of paper, upon which was printed in neat characters. What do you believe is the meaning of Pokemon's existence? That was the question, and at the very moment he opened the envelope, an extremely faint psychic energy enveloped him. Startled, Lin Feng remained composed. His unique physique instilled confidence in him when facing any Pokemon. After sensing the energy, Lin Feng found it increasingly curious. This psychic influence posed no harm, but solely served to record his current location, coupled with the peculiar inquiry and the familiar presence of this Dragonite. A thought suddenly struck him. Could this be the trial of that artificial deity towards humanity? If so, then this question warranted a thoughtful response. Gazing at the paper in his hand, Lin Feng fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 31. A satisfactory response from Mewtwo, Golden Qualification. The meaning of Pokemon's existence. Holding the pen, Lin Feng pondered for a moment before inscribing a single sentence. Existence itself is a form of meaning. No creature holds the right to question or evaluate another's purpose of existence, nor do you. He carefully placed the paper back into the envelope, sealed it, and retrieved a large bag of stamina energy cubes from his storage sphere, offering it to the Dragonite, who looked bewildered. After your arduous journey delivering letters, please convey a message to the envelope's owner. Consider it a form of communication. Reflecting on the image of Mewtwo in his mind, he spoke softly. The more suffering and war you endure, the more you may perceive the world as filled with strife and hardship. Yet, you must ask yourself, is what you have experienced the entirety of this world? The world is vast. If given the chance, venture out and experience ordinary life. Only then will you come to understand the fullness of this world. Awu? Receiving the bag of energy cubes, the Dragonite eagerly attempted to consume one, its eyes instantly lighting up. Congratulations, the host has increased Dragonite's joy value from 40 to 60. Rewarded with 3 bags of premium golden fertilizer and 1 piece of premium rare candy, and 1 piece of premium special scale fruit. Consuming it will significantly enhance the Pokemon's special attack and speed. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. The increase in joy value seemed modest, yet the rewards were astonishing. Did higher Pokémon strength yield more substantial rewards? Lin Feng felt he had unearthed another characteristic of the system. A woo. Grabbing a handful of energy cubes and tossing them into its mouth, the Dragonite smiled, nodding enthusiastically. Before taking flight with the envelope, soaring into the sky, in the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight. The speed left Lin Feng envious, pondering when he too might capture a flying-type Pokémon. Subsequently, he wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved from the scare, and chose not to summon his Gyarados, instead making his way home under the night sky. At that moment, in the Kanto Alliance region, on a solitary island, within a castle-like structure, a pink humanoid Pokémon scrutinized the letter in its hand. The meaning of Pokémon's existence? Battle? Companionship? Assisting me in becoming a formidable trainer? Of course, it's about battle. I revel in the thrill and passion of Pokémon battles. I simply adore Pokémon, so I wish for them to accompany me. Dragonite is so large. Can you make it my Pokémon? As it surveyed these disorganized responses, Mewtwo's gaze turned increasingly frigid. Among all the letters it had received, the majority of responses regarding the meaning of Pokémon's existence revolved around battling. This mirrored the mindset it had learned from Team Rocket. So, is war and plunder truly the essence of Pokémon's existence? Or perhaps, this is the value humanity attributes to Pokémon? Anger simmered within Mewtwo. A surge of psychic energy erupted within the castle, sending tremors throughout the island, the sky darkening like ink and stirring the surrounding waves, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Thus, I was created for war, for plunder, was I? Very well, then I shall rise against it. Oh well, at that moment, a Dragonite flew in, carrying a satchel in one hand and a bag in the other. It was the energy cubes Lin Feng had given it, with one last piece that it hesitated to consume. Is this a new batch of letters? Mewtwo forcefully suppressed its anger, using telekinesis to take the satchel from the Dragonite. Arranging the envelopes neatly, preparing to examine them, when it noticed the Dragonite gazing longingly at the bag. What is that? Let me see. A woo? The Dragonite hurriedly attempted to hide the bag behind its back, but its short arms rendered it ineffective. This action only fueled Mewtwo's suspicions further, and it seized the bag with its psychic powers. The Dragonite, a woo. It wished to resist, but recalled the scene it had just witnessed outside. It decided against it. Having already eaten so much, it was not worth risking a beating over a single bite. An energy cube? Observing the contents of the bag, Mewtwo's brow furrowed. Why was an energy cube hidden so carefully? The energy cube floated upward, and unafraid of toxins, Mewtwo took a gentle bite. With just a taste, its eyes immediately brightened. Its mindset subtly shifted, anger dissipating. Swallowing the remaining energy cube, Mewtwo casually inquired, where did this energy cube come from? A woo. The Dragonite, enduring the humiliation, pointed with its claw towards a particular envelope among the letters. Mewtwo picked up that envelope. Upon glancing at it, it was momentarily taken aback, and then its expression turned grave. A single sentence resided within the envelope. It scanned the contents and was captivated, reading it for several minutes before a hint of satisfaction and relief crossed its face. He lamented, after such a long time, I finally have a response that satisfies me. The nearby Dragonite was taken aback. It was aware that this exceptionally powerful Pokémon had been in search of an answer to a particular question. To that end, it had rescued many Pokémon imprisoned by Team Rocket and brought them to this small island to deliver messages. The goal was to seek this answer within the realm of humanity. After an extensive search and delivering messages to numerous humans, it had yet to receive a satisfactory reply. Had it finally found one? Dragonite hesitated for a moment, but ultimately conveyed Lin Feng's words. Upon hearing them, Mewtwo fell into contemplation, and soon a smile crept upon its face, followed by hearty laughter. To experience an ordinary life, to delve into the relationship between humans and Pokémon amidst the mundane? Very well, I shall see if this truly allows one to grasp the bond between humans and Pokémon. The following morning, Lin Feng's mind was once again graced by a system notification. Congratulations, host. You have increased Mewtwo's happiness level from 40 to 40. Rewards: 5 bags of Super Golden Fertilizer, 1 rare candy, and a portion of Holy Ash, which can resurrect a deceased creature before its body has decayed. Individual Value Breakthrough Potion, a potion that enables Pokémon to surpass their limits. However, it was evident that Lin Feng's attention was not focused on these rewards, but rather on the Ivy Snake. Chapter 32. The Nurturer, Evaluation of Verdancy. The events leading up to this moment truly began last night. Ordinary Pokeballs are incapable of isolating Pokémon from external sensations. Thus, the Ivy Snake could distinctly sense the presence of Dragonite outside, and, with a bit of intuition, deduced why Lin Feng had chosen to capture it in a Pokeball. It was simply because it had sensed Dragonite's existence and feared danger, prompting its temporary confinement. Consequently, upon returning home last night, the Ivy Snake had engaged Lin Feng in a lengthy discussion. Its sentiment was clear. You actually captured me in a Pokeball at this moment? Am I not your Pokemon? Shouldn't I be the one to protect you? It gazed at him with evident displeasure. This discontent lingered until this morning, when Lin Feng had yet to appease it. All right, I promise this is the last time, Lin Feng declared earnestly. The ivy snake rolled its eyes at him once more, but nodded slightly, as if granting him a temporary pardon. Lin Feng sighed with relief, finally seizing the opportunity to examine the rewards bestowed by the system. Holy Ash and the individual value breakthrough potion? He swallowed hard, having anticipated that Mewtwo would react after reading his words, but he had not expected such an extraordinary reward. It made him inwardly exclaim, wishing he could take it home and experience joy daily. As for the individual value breakthrough potion, Lin Feng pondered for a moment before producing it. A glass bottle containing a milky liquid materialized in his palm. Upon uncorking it, a delightful aroma wafted into the air. Here, Ivy Snake, this is a reward for you, delicious. Tung. The Ivy Snake regarded the bottle with skepticism, deeply suspecting that Lin Feng had produced it merely to curry its favor. Nevertheless, out of trust for Lin Feng, it accepted the bottle and took a sip. This is as delightful as that candy. As the liquid flowed down its throat, the Ivy Snake felt an all-encompassing enhancement within its body, instantly satisfied with this gesture of apology. It couldn't help but extend its red tongue to lick the remnants of the liquid from the bottle. Pokémon, Ivy Snake. Gender, female. Ability, contrary. Potential, golden. Individual values. HP, 252. Attack, 211. Special attack, 262. Defense, 251. Special defense, 242. Speed, 313. Power level, level 2326. Upon seeing the data presented by the Eye of Insight, Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. It had indeed directly surpassed the limitations of ordinary Pokémon, with its speed stat reaching an impressive 313. Its level had also increased. As for why he hadn't given it to Milotic, it was because Milotic already possessed a Water Stone and Ocean Crystal. In nurturing his Pokémon, he believed in equal distribution of resources, ensuring none were neglected. Rotom reminds you, there is someone waiting outside. The voice of Rotom, flying in through the door, interrupted Lin Feng's thoughts. So soon, Lin Feng glanced at the time, somewhat astonished. Although his reputation from yesterday should have made quite an impact, it was hard to believe someone would arrive so early the very next morning. It was only 6 o'clock. The bus to Wudong City had just departed. Yes, master. The red Rotom, resembling a mobile phone, hovered in the air, producing a crisp sound. Pokémon, Rotom. Gender, genderless. Ability, levitate. Potential, blue. This was the Rotom Lin Feng had purchased yesterday, which adhered to his phone, enabling him to access any unprotected information on the internet in real time. Furthermore, Rotom could emerge from the phone and attach itself to various electronic devices, temporarily acquiring different attributes. For instance, when attached to a refrigerator, it could autonomously cool, becoming ice and electric type. When attached to a washing machine, it could wash clothes, becoming water and electric type. Master, your performance in the Baby Cup competition yesterday was truly dazzling. Many short video creators have made clips and posted them on Douyin. Would you like to watch? Rotom explained softly. Let me see, Lin Feng replied as he hurried downstairs to freshen up. A significant reason for his purchase of this Rotom was its proactive nature in introducing its functions. Understood, master. Rotom promptly projected an image from the phone. The footage displayed Lin Feng commanding the Ivy Snake to gradually release the energy accumulated within the Dragonite. Wow. Lin Feng glanced at the posting time and the number of likes, his heart racing. The posting time was undoubtedly last night, yet the like count had already surpassed 100,000, with comments numbering in the thousands. Even if the view-to-like ratio was 10-1, at least 1 million people must have viewed this video. Would you like to open the comments section? Yes, let us take a look, Lin Feng said eagerly. He quickly browsed through the comments. No culture, wow, amazing. Ink Fragrant Scholar. Synthesis, it must be synthesis. This video is too fake. I've read so many books and have never seen such a young advanced breeder. Primal Groudon. Why can't you fly? The fool above, assessment complete. This is a video released by the official Wudong City TV channel. Is it fake? Nurturer. Such advanced techniques. Whether it's the precise frequency of energy release from the Dragonite or the control in healing Pokémon injuries, it has reached an extraordinary level. This Ivy Snake also possesses excellent potential. I implore the Alliance to distribute an Ivy Snake. Wow, the Nurturer Kingolf. Is this for real? Red, I'm also curious how you managed to leave such a high-rated comment in that video. Upon closer inspection, it is indeed impressive. Charizard, my dear Red. Brothers. It's really Red. Whoa, in this lifetime, I just want to see the majestic Red Charizard. Give me a chance. Overall, after a quick glance, Lin Feng sighed with relief. The majority of comments leaned positively. Only a small handful were absurd and thoughtless. What surprised him even more was that it had attracted the attention of the renowned nurturer Kingolf and the battler Qihong. Lin Feng opened the interface of the two individuals, gazing at the astonishing number of followers, which exceeded several million. He couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. There was no doubt about it. This was a genuine account. While attending to his morning routine, thoughts began to swirl in his mind. Once he finished, an idea struck him. Given the immense traffic surrounding his persona, perhaps he could seize this opportunity to cultivate his own Douyin account. Chapter 33. The Thriving Nurturing Shop. Here they come. Here they come. After completing his morning rituals, Lin Feng hurriedly dashed to the entrance, calling out, Rotom, remember to record. Rotom activated the recording function. Lin Feng had assigned it the task of filming and editing videos in preparation for developing his Douyin account. As he pushed the door open, the throng of people outside startled him. It was only 6 in the morning, yet dozens had already gathered. Some were seated at the entrance, while others rested on the cobblestone path. Among them, a few were brandishing selfie sticks, chattering excitedly. Here we go, family. The nurturing house in Wudong Town is finally open. Let's step inside and discover what makes this little shop so special. A young man seated on the steps of the nurturing house couldn't contain his eagerness as he saw the door swing open. Wait. Lin Feng called out from the entrance, promptly hanging a wooden sign that read, Each energy cube is limited to 3 per person per day. This was a necessary measure. Observing the crowd outside, Lin Feng was apprehensive that if he didn't impose a limit, the energy cubes he had painstakingly prepared the previous night would be snatched up as soon as they entered. He was primarily concerned with ensuring that as many Pokémon as possible could sample the energy cubes he had crafted. After all, bringing joy to new Pokémon would yield special rewards. Excuse me, owner, are you setting this rule right as the shop opens? Aren't you afraid that no one will come to buy the energy cubes? The first young man at the door was taken aback, and the customers following him frowned in discontent. A newly opened shop without any promotional activities was one thing, but imposing rules right away was hardly a gesture of respect for customers. In the face of such skepticism, Lin Feng maintained a sincere demeanor. I apologize. I truly did not anticipate such a swift turnout. We have prepared only a limited amount, and in order to allow everyone and their Pokémon to have a chance to sample them without leaving anyone empty-handed, I hope for your understanding. His amiable attitude quickly eased the expressions of those who had initially frowned. Coupled with his youthful appearance, he looked around 17 or 18 and was quite handsome. Most chose not to voice further complaints and stepped inside. The layout of the nurturing house was quite simple, featuring several glass counters reminiscent of a bakery, each displaying different energy cubes. Outside the counters were samples for tasting. On either side, Lin Feng had placed spicy berry fruits, peach fruits, orange fruits, and various vegetables he had harvested from the nurturing garden. Unfortunately, in the early days of the nurturing shop, the available offerings were rather limited. Wow, everyone can see that we've now entered the nurturing shop. The first thing that catches the eye is the energy cubes. Just look at the vibrant colors and the bouncy texture. They seem of excellent quality. But the true test lies in how the Pokémon react upon consuming them. Shopkeeper, can we sample these energy cubes? Lin Feng nodded, of course. But if the Pokémon is too large, I wouldn't recommend it being inside the shop. The young man nodded, retrieved a Pokeball, and with a gentle press, a Beedrill appeared inside the shop. The crowd, seeing someone willing to test the energy cubes, collectively turned their attention. Pokémon are remarkably intuitive beings. They can discern the benefits of certain foods for themselves. The young man picked up a stamina energy cube crafted from Lin Feng's pomelo fruit. Beedrill pierced the energy cube with its stinger and consumed it in one swift motion. Buzzing. In an instant, it froze, its wings vibrating softly as the sound lingered in the air. What's wrong, Beedrill? The trainer's brow furrowed. The next moment, a voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Congratulations. The host has increased Beedrill's happiness from 20 to 60. Rewards: 10 bags of golden fertilizer, 3 rare candies, and 1 dragon fruit, a long-term consumption item that enhances defensive individual values. As the message resonated, Beedrill sprang into action, looking at its trainer and pointing with its stinger toward the energy cubes, buzzing excitedly as if it were a girlfriend urging her boyfriend to buy watermelons at a stand. Is it really that delicious? The young man with the selfie stick was taken aback, but didn't he forget to narrate. It's clear that my Beedrill loves these energy cubes. The owner has labeled it as a stamina energy cube, which can restore stamina after battles. Family, I'm going to buy a portion to take home for everyone to test. How much is one, owner? Lin Feng stated the price he had prepared, 1,000. Huh. The young man was momentarily stunned. One energy cube weighed about a pound, enough to sustain a Pokémon for at most 3 days. At that price, it seemed a bit steep. However, if it truly allowed Pokémon to restore significant stamina in a short time, it would undoubtedly be an invaluable companion for trainers who frequently ventured into the wild. Whether it was genuine or not remained uncertain. With a mindset of curiosity, he had Lin Feng weigh out a portion and quickly exited the nurturing shop. planning to return within half an hour if it turned out to be a sham and expose the shop's true nature. Meanwhile, he aimed to capitalize on the current wave of attention. Others, witnessing this scene, began to summon their own Pokémon, eager to try a sample and subsequently deciding to purchase a portion for their Pokémon. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised to see that the morning crowd was relatively sparse. But after 8 o'clock, the number of customers began to swell. Some opted to buy 3 portions, while others chose 2. Even those who noticed the appealing vegetables on display selected some to take home. By around 9:30 in the morning, the energy cubes in the nurturing house had sold out. At that moment, a slightly hurried figure entered. It was none other than the young man who had initially sampled the energy cubes. Chapter 34, Abundant Rewards. A sigh of the times, is there any left? Are there any stamina energy cubes remaining? The young man rushed in, his impatience palpable. His name was Luan Ming, a dedicated energy cube evaluation streamer. He had just stepped outside and found a random spot to test the efficacy of the stamina energy cubes. He had his B-drill expend half its stamina and then consumed several stamina energy cubes. In less than 3 minutes, signs of near-full recovery were evident. What did this signify? The D-grade stamina energy cubes he purchased from the Donghua Alliance didn't yield such results, not to mention that those cubes cost 3,000 each in the Alliance. Furthermore, the energy cubes sold at this small shop not only tasted better, but seemingly lacked the typical resistance that ordinary energy cubes had. This conclusion had emerged after he had B-drill and another Pokémon, Snorlax, sample the cubes for over an hour. Even after all the energy cubes were consumed, Snorlax still exhibited rapid stamina recovery and an immense sense of satiety. Heaven knows, upon discovering the second utility of this energy cube, Luan Ming was overwhelmed with joy. He truly could no longer afford to care for this little Snorlax. It had been 6 months, 6 long months. His savings had been depleted, and the car he had longed to purchase was now out of reach. Was this energy cube not of paramount importance? How could he possibly not be aware? Regrettably, today's supply of energy cubes has been completely sold out. He must wait until tomorrow. Observing the occasional arriving customers, Lin Feng could only turn the sign indicating the daily purchase limit of 3 to its reverse side, which boldly declared, sold out. It was utterly bewildering. What kind of absurdity was this? Sold out in just 2 hours? Gazing at the empty glass display case within, Luan Ming emitted a sound of disbelief. I sincerely apologize. Being the first day, we were unprepared, hence it is as such today. Perhaps I could offer you a few spicy tomatoes instead? Lin Feng recognized this individual as the initial streamer, handing over a plastic bag filled with several spicy tomatoes. Luan Ming, unsure how he had accepted the bag, was left with only a faint sense of regret. Had he known, he would have purchased 3 portions just moments ago. However, the thought that there would still be some available tomorrow brought him a modicum of comfort. He resolved to be the first in line come morning. As the afternoon sun blazed down, the individuals drawn by the video began to dwindle. Lin Feng exhaled in relief, believing that for the time being, no one else would arrive, and he promptly closed the door, drawing the curtains before the floor-to-ceiling window. Thus, even if someone were to come, he would not open the door. Tung tung. Nearby, the ivy snake lethargically uttered a cry. Among the visitors, not all were there to purchase energy cubes. A small portion were attracted to the ivy snake, eager to touch it upon entering. This request, of course, was denied by Lin Feng. Why not hide in the treehouse tomorrow? Lin Feng chuckled, bending down to rub its face, withdrawing just in time as it shot him a dangerous glance. He began to review the day's gains. The system notifications had been incessant, with Pokémon expressing delight at consuming the energy cubes. Finally, Lin Feng decided to silence the notifications. Upon inspection, he found that he had accumulated over 300 bags of golden debris and more than 60 magical candies, with these numbers still climbing. Most notably, there were various special rewards: 5 bags of earth sand, 3 special scale fruits, 2 dragon sunny fruits, and 1 D-grade firestone. A glance revealed that he had received more than 20 special rewards in total, prompting Lin Feng to nod in approval. Among these special rewards, one item particularly caught his eye: Dragon Fire Fruit Tree Seed. Requires planting beside land rich in energy, takes 3 years to sprout, 10 years to grow into a tree, and 30 years to bear fruit. This information made Lin Feng's eyelids flutter. The Dragon Fire Fruit was the primary fruit used in crafting specialized energy cubes. The 30-year fruit-bearing timeline did not deter him. He recalled that the system had previously rewarded him with 5 premium golden debris. Aside from the system's special rewards, there were also the day sales figures to consider. Lin Feng instructed Rotom to compile the data. The morning's revenue amounts to 185,000, Rotom cheerfully announced. Such a sum. Lin Feng inhaled sharply. Although most of the materials for today's energy cubes were purchased from Wangwang Supermarket, totaling merely a few thousand yuan, all charged to a shopping cart, this meant that the 180,000 was pure profit. Staring at his balance, Lin Feng fell into contemplation. Had he suddenly become financially secure? In the Donghua Alliance, where the three main Pokémon only amounted to around 300,000, this sum was roughly what an average person could earn in a year. Well, no need to dwell on that. I should prioritize planting the fruit tree, he decided, shaking his head. Not worrying about money was indeed a positive mindset. However, nurturing Pokémon was still essential, much like the Ivy snake, which thrived on the thrill of battle. He felt compelled to pursue opportunities as a trainer for it in the future. As for the matter of his parents' disappearance, he planned to investigate once he grew stronger. He estimated that his father's Scyther was not weak and had once been a top-tier gym Pokémon in Wudong City. Such a presence should, in theory, face minimal danger in the average wilderness area. Yet, despite this, they had vanished without leaving Lin Feng any sign of their fate, at the very least. He wished for some certainty, whether they were alive or dead. Sighing softly, Lin Feng made his way to Grandpa Qin's house, carrying some freshly harvested fruits and vegetables. To plant trees, he would naturally need to borrow his family's sandshrew. Sometimes, he pondered whether he should purchase another sandshrew from a different Pokémon nursery for the sole purpose of tilling the land. However, after some reflection, he dismissed the idea. He had already entrusted this task to Grandpa Qin's sandshrew, and he did not wish to cause the innocent creature any feelings of sadness by bringing in another. The borrowing process went smoothly. The sandshrew even excitedly provided Lin Feng with a bag of earth sand. However, when Grandpa Qin received the fruits and vegetables, he expressed curiosity about how Lin Feng's plantation had yielded results so swiftly. To this, Lin Feng could only concoct an excuse, claiming he had previously tilled a patch of land and planted seeds there, attributing most of the credit to the Ivy snake. Grandpa Qin did not dwell on the matter, merely marveling at how extraordinary Pokémon truly were, followed by a lament regarding how Pokémon studies had not been as widespread during his generation. Chapter 35, The Silver Feather. Upon stepping into the plantation, Lin Feng found himself momentarily stunned. He sensed not only the presence of Milotic, but also a few other Pokémon. Following the energy signatures, he soon identified the remaining Pokémon, 3 Rattatas, a Pidgey, and a Spearow. They were all lying beside the water reservoir, their fur and feathers drenched. It was evident that they had been struck by Milotic's water gun. As Lin Feng approached, a radiant figure swiftly emerged from the water, sparkling in the sunlight. Yu. Upon seeing Lin Feng return, Milotic emitted a joyful cry. What are these? While he had his suspicions, Lin Feng still inquired. Engaging in appropriate dialogue could foster a deeper bond with the Pokémon. Despite having evolved into Milotic, its intimacy level had not waned, but rather increased, reaching a remarkable 99. Yu, these Rattatas were trying to sneak a bite of the spicy tomatoes. Perhaps overwhelmed with excitement at Lin Feng's presence, or due to its nature, it stammered slightly. And then, Lin Feng smiled, encouragingly. Yu, then I knocked them down, and these 2 flying Pokémon, the Pidgey, seemed to have come down to steal the spicy tomatoes after seeing the Rattatas below. This time, Milotic's message was much clearer. Lin Feng observed the group of Pokémon. The 3 Rattatas were between levels 11 and 13, the Spearow was between levels 15 and 17, and the Pidgey was between levels 17 and 19. Given their strength, it was not surprising that they had been taken down by Milotic. Yu. Suddenly, Milotic's tone shifted to one of melancholy and anxiety. Yu, some fruits have been stolen. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, initially pondering what the matter could be. His thoughts then drifted to the fact that Milotic had evolved from a Feebas. Despite the immense transformation in its strength and talent, it still seemed to possess a somewhat timid disposition. He gently patted Milotic's head, activating the power of the evergreen, which immediately enveloped it in a soothing green glow that instilled a sense of calm. Verbal reassurances were only effective against formidable Pokémon like Mewtwo, who resided far away. As for Milotic, which he had already captured and formed a deep bond with, Lin Feng opted to simply use the evergreen's power to comfort it directly. Do not worry. Just do your best. Even if this entire plantation were to be destroyed, your well-being surpasses it in importance. His words rang true. To Lin Feng, the land was merely a patch of earth. Should it be ravaged by some divine beast, he could always find another place to establish a new plantation or open a neighboring breeding facility. However, his Pokémon were irreplaceable. They represented one of the few motivations that fueled his struggle in this world. Milotic. The sincerity of his emotions seemed to momentarily stun Milotic, and in the next instant, shimmering tears cascaded down from its eyes. Congratulations, host. Milotic's intimacy level has reached 100. Reward, Silver Feather, a feather unique to the legendary ocean deity Lugia, which grants a special attack boost of 1550 to Psychic and Flying-type Pokémon, only available for Pokémon of gym level or higher. The wave of emotion from Milotic washed over him, and coupled with the reward of the Silver Feather, Lin Feng found himself in a bittersweet state of amusement and nostalgia. Pokémon truly are such innocent beings. Alright, let us head back. I'll take care of these Pokémon. He patted Milotic gently. sending it back before turning his attention to the few Pokémon that had been rendered unable to battle by its prowess. The 3 Rattatas lay completely unconscious, while the Spearow and Pidgey could only flutter their wings, having endured multiple torrents of water. It appeared that the 2 flying-type Pokémon had contemplated fleeing at some point. But before they could act on the thought, Milotic had swiftly subdued them, extinguishing any lingering notions of escape over time. After a moment's contemplation, Linfeng produced 3 Pokeballs, capturing the 3 Rattatas first, before directing his gaze towards the 2 flying-type Pokémon. Spearow, under Linfeng's watchful eye. The already irritable Spearow seemed even more enraged due to its prior soaking from the water gun attack. It flapped its wings in fury, seemingly intent on delivering a swift strike to Linfeng. Yet before it could move, Linfeng seized its wing, rendering it immobile despite its frantic struggle. This left the subsequent gloom utterly astonished. My trainer has captured a Spearow? It pondered. Could he have captured me back then as well? Oh, you tempestuous creature. Attempting to steal food while also attacking a human? Linfeng couldn't help but chuckle. He had initially considered keeping either this Spearow or Pidgey as aerial support for the plantation to patrol areas that Milotic couldn't reach. Ultimately, however, it seemed that this Spearow was no longer a viable option. With another Pokeball, he captured the Spearow, finally turning his attention to the Pidgey. Pokemon, Pidgey. Gender, male. Ability, Keen Eye. Potential, blue. Individual values, HP, 21, Attack, 21, Special Attack, 18, Defense, 17, Special Defense, 17, Speed, 23. Level, 17-19. Moves, Gust, Tackle, Quick Attack, Whirlwind, Air Cutter, Steel Wing. Intimacy level, 0. It does not understand your intentions. Joy level, 5. It will no longer dare to invade human territory for Rattatas. A Pidgey of commendable potential. Linfeng assessed after reviewing its stats. Pidgey. In contrast to Spearow's volatility, Pidgey appeared much more docile. Pidgey, Pidgey. It flapped its wings, asserting that it had merely descended upon seeing the Rattatas, not out of a desire to pilfer the plants below. Ah, I understand. Predation upon Rattatas was a rare occurrence in the Pokémon ecosystem, yet it was not entirely unheard of. However, the fact that it had risked venturing into human territory to hunt Rattatas indicated that it was indeed quite hungry. Thus, Linfeng produced an energy cube, channeling the power of the evergreen. Pidgey, would you be willing to reside here with me? I will provide food and shelter. All I ask is that you monitor the plantation and prevent Rattatas from entering. As for these Rattatas, he could only sell them to the League. Chapter 36. How strong is considered strong? Pidgey? Pidgey gazed at the energy cube in Linfeng's hand, saliva unconsciously pooling at its beak. Yet it held back, tentatively asking, Pidgey, can you help me become stronger? Huh. The question caught Linfeng off guard, prompting him to inquire. What level of strength do you consider to be strong? Pidgey, Pidgey. There is a Spearow in the forest that evolved into a Fearow, which has taken over our territory and injured many of my kin. Pidgey exclaimed with indignation, displaced from its home and with a gnawing hunger. Its words only fueled its loathing for the Spearows that had claimed their territory. Very well, I can accommodate that request. Linfeng nodded readily. A Fearow, recently evolved, would likely be at gym level. Though his current plantation lacked gym-level Pokémon, Linfeng was confident that nurturing Pidgey to that level would not take much time. Here, consume this, and you will understand whether you can assist your kin in reclaiming their territory. With that, he produced a rare candy. Pidgey, upon hearing Linfeng's agreement, Pidgey wasted no time and devoured the rare candy. Feeling the surge of energy within, it looked up at Linfeng with delight. Linfeng couldn't help but reflect on the simplicity of it all. A mere verbal promise from a human, and Pidgey accepted it without hesitation, consuming whatever was offered. It appeared somewhat frantic in its eagerness. From now on, you will oversee the crops in this plantation. Feel free to descend and pick whatever you desire. Your primary task will be to prevent Rattatas and similar Pokémon from entering the plantation. As he released the power of the evergreen, a cascade of green luminescence enveloped Pidgey. The impact wounds left by Milotic's water gun healed entirely in mere moments. This was Linfeng's first time utilizing the healing function of the evergreen, and he was pleasantly surprised by its efficacy. Pidgey flapped its wings in astonishment, gazing in disbelief at the swift recovery of its injuries. Testing its wings, it soared into the sky. Linfeng was unconcerned about it flying away. The rare candy was the pivotal factor that would keep it anchored. Congratulations, host. Pidgey's joy level has increased from 10 to 60. Reward, 10 bags of golden fertilizer, 3 rare candies, and a high-speed movement skill disc X1. Indeed, after a brief flight, Pidgey landed on a tall pine tree outside the plantation, its vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings, embodying a state of alertness. Water, land, and air, perfectly covered. Linfeng clicked his tongue in satisfaction, then surveyed the layout of the plantation, contemplating how to plant the fruit trees he had purchased. Soon, he conceived an idea. The oran berries would flourish, their branches lush, and could be planted along the edges of the plantation's fence to obscure the view from outsiders. After all, the secrets within the plantation could not be overly exposed in the early stages. The Wonyo fruit trees towered high, prompting Lin Feng to opt for planting them along the roadside. This way, he could enjoy a measure of shade while traversing the orchard during the summer months. Both fruits served to replenish the stamina of Pokémon. The Wonyo fruit trees yielded a bountiful harvest each year, whereas the orange fruits were slightly more beneficial. As for the final Dragonfire fruit seed, Lin Feng chose to plant it beside the reservoir. After selecting the ideal locations, he plucked 2 spicy tomatoes and handed them to the sand shrew, which had gazed longingly at the spicy tomatoes countless times. Could you please dig the holes at the spots I marked, sand shrew? Chuan chuan. The sand shrew beamed with a goofy smile, carefully placing the 2 spicy tomatoes on the ridge, and then diligently began to excavate the holes along the path Lin Feng had indicated. It relished the prospect of enjoying a meal after completing its task, a notion Lin Feng did not discourage. It must be said that the sand shrew was indeed a proficient worker in the field. This might be attributed to Grandpa Qin, who, despite his advanced age and inability to perform many farm tasks, disliked idleness. Thus, Qin Shu's parents had procured a sand shrew to both accompany the elderly man and alleviate his burdens. Lin Feng, too, kept himself occupied, retrieving saplings purchased with soil from his storage ball. He planted them one by one in the holes dug by the sand shrew. Meanwhile, Minas sprayed water to aid in the irrigation. After successfully planting all the Wonyo and orange fruit trees, Lin Feng entrusted the sand shrew with plowing another patch of land, where he subsequently sowed the watermelon seeds he had acquired. Finally, amidst the gleeful gaze of the sand shrew, Lin Feng presented it with a large bag of spicy tomatoes, advising it that if it desired to indulge, it could simply come to the cultivation house. As for the Dragonfire fruit left by the reservoir, he would need to apply the premium-grade golden fertilizer. While he could showcase the ordinary golden fertilizer in front of the sand shrew, the premium grade was rather extraordinary. The premium-grade golden fertilizer can enhance plant growth efficiency by 300 to 1,000 times. Even at the lowest efficiency, the premium-grade golden fertilizer could accelerate plant growth to a degree that one day's worth of growth equated to nearly a year, perhaps the moment the fertilizer was applied. The seeds would already sprout. Extracting the Dragonfire fruit seeds, Lin Feng placed them into the hole beside the reservoir under the curious gaze of Minas. He merely brushed a layer of soil over them before scattering the premium-grade golden fertilizer atop. The golden fertilizer melded effortlessly with the earth, vanishing without a trace. Unable to contain his excitement, Lin Feng nodded at the vine snake, exclaiming, "Excellent. In no more than a month, you shall be rewarded." Tung tung. The vine snake looked curiously at the buried seeds, somewhat perplexed. "You shall know in a month," Lin Feng teased, as revealing too much at this juncture held little significance. The vine snake's nature leaned towards contradiction, but at present, this trait offered it limited assistance. Hence, withholding information was an act of kindness. Tung tung. The vine snake cast a resigned glance at its trainer, whose demeanor piqued its curiosity. By the way, there's also this. Lin Feng retrieved a long, prism-shaped, pale blue crystal from the system space. The crystal shimmered with radiant energy, accentuating its extraordinary nature. Undoubtedly, this was an S-rank secret artifact known as the Ocean Crystal, a legendary energy crystal said to sustain the operation of the Ocean Temple. Minas, come, place this in the center of the reservoir and bury it in the soil. Yu. Minas cautiously grasped the Ocean Crystal with its mouth and swam downstream. The moment the Ocean Crystal touched the water, the entire reservoir appeared to shimmer, radiating a rich energy. This phenomenon persisted until the Ocean Crystal was buried deep within the earth. Observing this, Lin Feng nodded in approval. With the Ocean Crystal, the water in the reservoir would gradually transform into energy-rich water, serving as an excellent aid for Minas's growth. When Minas lifted its head again, its expression reflected a state of bliss. Yu, this feels wonderful. And here is a water stone for you to absorb, Lin Feng added, retrieving a water stone from the system space and handing it to Minas. This gesture caused Minas to tremble slightly, as if on the verge of tears. Having endured a harsh existence in the mire since its youth, the prospect of such a splendid living environment elicited emotions of joy intertwined with sorrow. Lin Feng gently patted its head, assuring it that brighter days lay ahead. Subsequently, Minas submerged itself within the reservoir. With Minas's matters settled, Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the lush green pasture. Sighing, he realized he still needed to cut the grass. At that moment, a strong desire to raise a psychic-type Pokémon echoed within his heart. Alternatively, perhaps raising a Scyther would also be an appealing choice, as it would spare him the labor of mowing grass. Despite the temptation to be lazy, Lin Feng dutifully picked up a sickle and commenced his work. Chapter 37, Squirtle. Can I defeat Dragonite? The arrival of Mewtwo. As Lin Feng toiled diligently in the orchard, a pink humanoid Pokémon descended from the skies above Wudong Town. A smirk of judgment gracing its lips. Ordinary life? The first stop shall be your dwelling. Should your answers fail to satisfy me, I shall lay waste to this place. With that, Mewtwo gradually descended, transforming into a flamboyantly dressed youth in a pink short-sleeved shirt upon landing. He carried a backpack and sported 6 Pokeballs at his waist. After confirming that nothing was amiss, he headed towards the neighboring cultivation house. Alright, that concludes today's video. I hope everyone will show some support by following and liking. Among the first 1,000 followers, I will draw 10 lucky individuals to receive mysterious gifts. Inside the cultivation house, Lin Feng had just finished editing the content for the day and immediately uploaded it to Douyin. The video showcased a simple yet lively scene of energy cube sales, along with glimpses of the orchard's landscape, featuring the labor of the vine snake, Venus, and the sand shrew. Even the newly captured Pidgey, standing guard on a pine tree, was not overlooked. Returning to the cultivation house, Lin Feng noted that it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Should I consider hiring an employee? This thought crossed Lin Feng's mind. If he had to oversee every aspect of the orchard and the store's inventory, he would be overwhelmed with worry. Thus, recruiting a shop assistant seemed quite necessary. Just then, a commotion outside captured Lin Feng's attention. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback for quite some time. On the cobblestone path, a battle appeared to be unfolding between trainers. On one side stood Qin Shu, accompanied by her Pokémon, Squirtle. On the opposing side was a boy clad in a pink short-sleeve shirt, facing off against a Dragonite. Lin Feng rubbed his eyes, confirming he was indeed witnessing a Dragonite, and a look of confusion crossed his face. Unable to resist, he activated his Eye of Insight. 2 panels materialized before him. Pokémon, Dragonite. Gender, male. Ability, Overconfidence. Potential, red. Individual values, HP, 24, Attack, 29, Special Attack, 26, Defense, 25, Special Defense, 24, Speed, 27. Level, 67 to 69. Skills, Roost, Dragon Breath, Dragon Tail, Dual Wing Beat, Hyper Beam. Flamethrower, Body Slam. Pokémon Mewtwo. Gender, genderless. Traits, Sense of Oppression. Qualification, Deity. Individual values, HP, 28, Attack, 31, Special Attack, 31, Defense, 28, Special Defense, 29, Speed, 31. Strength, Level 99. Skills, Bind, Telekinesis, Swift, Origin Force, Life Droplet. Have they arrived so soon? At the moment Lin Feng beheld the information regarding Mewtwo, he felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Mewtwo would come so promptly. On the cobblestone path, the Squirtle gulped, staring at the Dragonite before him, whose head was larger than his entire body, glancing back at his trainer as if to inquire, really? Am I to battle Dragonite? Can I win? Perhaps. I should concede defeat instead. Qin Shu observed the look in Squirtle's eyes and let out a silent sigh. While she was somewhat bold, she did not truly believe that her newly acquired Squirtle could defeat Dragonite. Yet, the youth before her seemed hardly older than herself. Thus, Qin Shu extended an invitation for a trainer battle. The 2 parties agreed upon the terms and set the stakes at 1,000. Winning meant gaining money, while losing entailed parting with it. This arrangement was typically suited for novice trainers. Mewtwo paused. The letter it had received clearly indicated that these human trainers enjoyed witnessing battles between Pokémon with a definitive victor. However, even before the clash began, the opponent had conceded. Indeed, Brother Feng had once stated that engaging in actions deemed futile was meaningless. Qin Shu, with a troubled expression, handed over $100 to Mewtwo before recalling Squirtle. Mewtwo accepted the money, momentarily taken aback by such a statement. Hey, Brother Feng, has the town attracted so many visitors today, seeking your breeding house? Although she had lost $100, Qin Shu turned with a smile, striding away with a light-hearted gait. TSK. Your challenge does not consider the opponent. It is akin to kicking a steel plate. Lin Feng teased Qin Shu before turning his gaze to the Dragonite soaring above, its crimson wings and fierce form. Coupled with its indifferent gaze, stirred something within him. This was the extraordinary power of this world. One day, he too would cultivate his ivy snake into such a being, nay, even surpass it. But for now, Lin Feng chose to quietly step forward, shielding Qin Shu behind him. Unexpectedly, a green figure darted past him, arriving before him in an instant. It was, of course, the ivy snake that had not been recalled. Mewtwo regained its composure, capturing Dragonite in a Pokeball. Then gazing at the teenage boy before it, a brief sense of recognition washed over it. Indeed, this was the boy who had responded to its letter. It could not help but approach, greeting, hello. Lin Feng smiled, replying calmly, greetings. How may I assist you? Mewtwo, recognizing that the lack of immediate confrontation indicated the presence of some form of testing, felt no need to be apprehensive. Mewtwo was straightforward. I am the trainer of that messenger Dragonite. Your response yesterday piqued my interest, so I wish to experience the ordinary life you mentioned in this town. Lin Feng feigned surprise, exclaiming, "You came so quickly?" Then, adopting a contemplative demeanor, he continued, "Currently, there are no inns or lodgings available in the town. However, I am seeking to hire a picker and a cashier. Room and board are provided, with a monthly salary of 10,000. What do you think?" Initially, Lin Feng had intended to mention the provision of social insurance, but considering that Mewtwo was, after all, a Pokémon, he feared that such an explanation might expose its lack of understanding. Should it take offense and depart, that would be unfortunate. "Brother Feng, I can do this job." Chapter 38. Mewtwo bewildered by fragrance. "What? Is there something wrong with my capabilities?" Qin Shu puffed out her chest, knowing that Lin Feng had been in dire need of assistance lately. If that were the case, why not employ her instead of searching for others? "Very well. You may serve as the cashier. You are to commence work at 6 in the morning, and you shall finish once the day's goods are sold out, but no later than 4 in the afternoon. Room and board are not included due to the lack of available rooms. Mewtwo could be accommodated in the room once occupied by Lin Feng's parents." "All right, thank you, brother." Qin Shu beamed brightly. "Will this allow me to experience an ordinary life?" Mewtwo inquired, puzzled. "How would you know unless you try?" Lin Feng provided a vague response. Mewtwo chuckled in amusement at this remark, contemplating that with its immense power, it could easily destroy this place if it chose to. "Brother Feng, I shall take my leave now, with the good news." Qin Shu seemed to forget what she had intended to convey to Lin Feng, sprinting homeward. "Wait," Lin Feng called out, tossing her a key. "Remember to come to work at 6 tomorrow morning." Qin Shu caught the key, her spirits soaring even higher. Under the orange-red sunset, the girl's steps were light, and she hummed a cheerful tune. After a moment's pause, Lin Feng turned his attention to Mewtwo. "Come in." Mewtwo silently followed him inside. "Your name and address will suffice." Lin Feng adopted an official demeanor. "Mewtwo, from the Kanto region, New Island." "Mewtwo? What an unusual name. A trainer from Kanto crossing oceans to arrive here is quite remarkable." Lin Feng busily recorded the information, showing no signs of surprise at the presence of a champion-level trainer visiting the Donghua Alliance. "Follow me." After completing the registration, Lin Feng treated Mewtwo as an ordinary individual, leading it directly to the plantation. He plucked a ripe spicy berry, remarking, "Do you see these ripe fruits and vegetables? Your task is to harvest these ripe produce daily and store them in a storage ball. Additionally, you may need to assist me in planting some crops from time to time." Mewtwo, now human-shaped, raised an eyebrow, and its overwhelming psychic abilities manifested as invisible hands, collecting all the ripe spicy berries suspended in midair. "Like this?" Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Mewtwo explained, "I am a psychic. Even better, your salary is doubled." Lin Feng felt no surprise. Instead, he mused that indeed, a powerful psychic Pokémon was essential. In truth, ordinary psychic Pokémon could not achieve such precise control. They would typically crush the spicy berries, causing them to burst. Thus, Lin Feng sought a formidable psychic Pokémon. A Mewtwo, of course, did not care for human monetary affairs. However, it was intrigued by the fact that within the brief span of just 10 minutes after arriving in this town, its previously agitated mind seemed to have found a sense of purification, inexplicably calming down. Why was this? The evening had grown late, and Lin Feng stated, "I will prepare a room for you shortly. For now, let us have dinner." With that, he beckoned to the Pidgey perched atop a pine tree. The latter flew down. Puzzled. As another new companion, Lin Feng welcomed any Pokémon that could join him in the dining area to share energy cubes. Dining alone was a manifestation of solitude. "Pidgey, time to eat." Lin Feng extended his hand, allowing it to perch on his arm. Marveling at the sensation of its sharp claws gliding across his skin without causing any pain, which filled him with a sense of novelty. "Pidgey." The Pidgey knew only to eat, unaware of the concept of dining. After arranging the energy cubes in the water for Manus, Lin Feng, accompanied by the ivy snake and the Pidgey, made his way towards the breeding house. Mewtwo hesitated momentarily, but eventually followed suit. Upon returning home, the ivy snake sat gracefully and obediently on a chair, awaiting its trainer's offering. Meanwhile, the Pidgey looked around restlessly. The absence of the sky within the confines of the house stifled its natural instincts, causing discomfort. Fortunately, the ivy snake quickly sensed its unease and extended 2 of its vines to draw back the curtains before the large window, allowing the evening glow to flood into the small dwelling. The Pidgey settled considerably, casting a grateful glance towards the ivy snake. Mewtwo stood aside, feeling like an outsider. Yet an unprecedented sense of fulfillment blossomed within its heart. It was only when it heard a series of knocks that it ventured into the kitchen, where Lin Feng was chopping steak. Of course, it was merely a common animal. This was something he had purchased during yesterday's trip to Wangwang supermarket. Although the vegetables at home were delectable, meat was equally essential, possessing the master chef skills that accompanied his status as a god-level breeder. He deftly sliced each piece of steak. After washing them with a bit of flour and water, he dried them with absorbent paper and cut them into smaller chunks, deeming the preparation complete. Next, he poured a touch of canola oil into the frying pan, waiting for it to reach about 60 to 70 heat before placing the steak inside, allowing it to simmer gently. During this brief interlude, Lin Feng took out another pot, slicing a large white radish and chopping the ribs into chunks, placing them into the same clay pot along with old ginger and seasonings, then adding clear water. How well can you control your powers? Mewtwo nodded in acknowledgement upon confirming that the human was addressing it. Excellent. Now, assist me in managing the heat. Mewtwo. However, Lin Feng busily ignited the second gas burner. Mewtwo felt a sense of helplessness at being sidelined, yet it opted to amplify the flames using its psychic abilities. Just then, the steak was nearly done. A sprinkle of sea salt and a hint of rosemary completed the dish. The dipping sauce was also simple, a straightforward spicy tomato flavor. Pan-fried steak. B-grade delicacy, culinary effect, temporarily reduces damage taken from ice-type Pokémon by 10. After preparing a few side dishes, Lin Feng brought them all to the dining table. Calling out to Mewtwo, "It's ready." He then uncovered the simmering clay pot. Steak soup, B-grade delicacy, culinary effect, enhances aroma significantly. Consuming it brings a sense of tranquility. Evaluation effect. A steaming bowl of soup is the best comfort, isn't it? Are we ready? Mewtwo paused its psychic abilities, and in the kitchen, it could only think of two words: so fragrant, so fragrant. The aroma was intoxicating. Yet, in the unseen realm, a green, shimmering thread remained connected to Lin Feng, representing the stabilizing emotional power of the everlasting strength. Chapter 39. The Life of Ordinary People. Observing the table laden with delightful dishes, Mewtwo couldn't help but swallow hard. Everything appeared utterly delectable. Lin Feng served each the Ivy Snake and Pidgey their respective energy cubes before approaching the refrigerator to retrieve a large bottle of previously prepared peach juice. He poured a glass for the Ivy Snake, Mewtwo, and himself. B-grade iced drink maker using peach as the primary ingredient, extracting the juice, and adding a hint of lemon juice, which beautifully balances the sweetness of the peach while imparting a rich fruity aroma. Culinary effect. Nothing refreshes the spirit quite like a glass of iced fruit juice on a summer day, boosting happiness levels upon consumption. The Ivy Snake consumed its drink with natural ease, occasionally savoring sips of juice. In contrast, the Pidgey was somewhat reserved but ultimately succumbed to the allure of the food, indulging heartily. Mewtwo remained silent for a moment before, at Lin Feng's beckoning, it sat on the other side, mimicking Lin Feng's use of chopsticks to eat the meat. Congratulations, host. Mewtwo's happiness level has risen from 10 to 30, rewarding you with a bag of top-grade gold gravel and a bent spoon. Then, drawn inexplicably to the peach juice, it began to drink. That evening, after tidying up the dishes, Lin Feng prepared a bed for Mewtwo and began crafting energy cubes. The following day, just as dawn broke, a multitude of people awaited outside. Lin Feng brought out all the completed energy cubes, ready to display them on the counter. Mewtwo, having risen early as well, used its psychic powers to levitate all the energy cubes and quietly observed Lin Feng. Your psychic abilities are truly remarkable, to control so many energy cubes with such precision. Lin Feng complimented, smiling, then instructed it to place the energy cubes in their designated spots. The task, which would have taken Lin Feng and the Ivy Snake at least half an hour, was accomplished in mere 10 seconds thanks to Mewtwo's powers. Observing that the number of energy cubes had doubled since yesterday, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, confident that his breeding house would endure the day. Coincidentally, at that moment, the door of the breeding house swung open. A spirited Qin Shu shouted from outside, "Make way, everyone, make way. Form an orderly line. Please, don't rush. Why are there so many people?" Once the door fully opened, the scene outside left Lin Feng momentarily stunned. Logically, the initial day should attract the highest number of visitors, gradually tapering off thereafter. Thus, one would expect the first day at the breeding house to yield the largest crowd, followed by a slow decline. Yet now, witnessing a crowd that had doubled since yesterday, Lin Feng was taken aback. Among them were many familiar faces from the previous day, resulting in what should have been a less crowded second day, instead brimming with eager patrons. "Guys, this is the shop. This shop allowed me to witness the sunrise at 4:30 a.m. Yesterday, Luan Ming was back, holding a selfie stick for a live broadcast. After hastily uttering this, he impatiently called out, Boss, I want 3 energy cubes. Coming." Qin Shu swiftly grabbed a plastic bag and, eyeing the labels in front of the various energy cubes, was about to fill one when Lin Feng called out to her, pointing to the counter at the entrance of the breeding shop. "Your workstation is over there. Just weigh and check how many energy cubes each customer buys, then collect the payment." Qin Shu was taken aback. "Huh? It's that easy?" Lin Feng nodded. Most customers here had come after watching the Baby Cup video, so they were already familiar with Lin Feng as the owner of the neighborly breeding house. Hearing him say this, they began filling their bags with energy cubes, and although the quantity appeared to have increased significantly today, the swift would outpace the slow. That was undeniable. Shu bit her lip, feeling as though the money in her hands was almost burning. Yet, witnessing the long queue forming, with each person paying thousands, her mind went blank. So much money. Some even purchased fruits and vegetables priced at dozens of dollars per pound from the corner. The illusion quickly shifted to the notion that making money was easy. Whether money is easy to earn, she knew all too well, at least in Wudong Town. Earning money was no simple feat. Faced with an open expanse of wilderness, few trainers were willing to venture here. And with no Pokemon Center in Wudong Town and inconvenient transportation, being half an hour's drive from the city center, it was even less likely for anyone to come here. The adults in the town have all ventured out to seek employment, and if any child manages to gain admission to the prestigious Pokemon Academy and become a trainer, it is unlikely they will return. In contrast, during the days when Uncle Lin and Aunt Yi were around, the small town was considerably livelier. She still recalls how expertly Uncle Lin crafted his energy cubes, drawing trainers from the city daily who sought to purchase his renowned creations. Back then, her mother also operated a modest Pokemon rescue station in the town, where trainers injured in the wilderness would come to recuperate, making life quite bearable. Regrettably, after the disappearance of Uncle Lin and Aunt Yi, that vibrant atmosphere vanished, and the town's vitality has dwindled day by day. Ultimately, it is due to the harshness of the land. Can Brother Feng revive this place's former splendor? This thought quietly emerged in the girl's mind. Observing Shu, who seamlessly integrated into her work, Lin Feng nodded approvingly, and then strolled through the plantation with Mewtwo. The watermelon seedlings had sprouted, already reaching a height of nearly 1 meter. At this rate, they would likely bear fruit in 5 or 6 days. The grass that was cut yesterday had already regrown to 1/3 of its original height today. It seemed feasible for him to raise a few milk tanks or riding goats to produce fresh milk, attempting to maximize the culinary effects of his extraordinary breeding skills. Perhaps he should reach out to the breeders in Huqiao village and consider expanding the scale of the breeding house. These thoughts flickered through Lin Feng's mind. Is this what an ordinary life entails? Mewtwo suddenly inquired. Merely a fragment, is it not? There is much more you must experience, is there not? Lin Feng looked up at the pine trees outside, where a Pidgey dutifully surveyed the surroundings. He said to Mewtwo, shall we venture out and observe what the common folk are doing at this hour? Chapter 40. The Sandshrew loves Grandpa Qin, and Grandpa Qin loves it too. On the cobblestone path, numerous farmers were busy clearing weeds from the rice paddies or using some Pokemon's powder to ward off pests. It was July, the season when the rice plants were heading, their verdant spikes heavy with promise. The morning light slowly crept over from the wilderness towards the cobblestone path. Lin Feng walked along the path with Mewtwo trailing silently behind him, while he greeted the farmers on either side of the rice fields. Ah, Lin Wawa, up so early. I heard you participated in a competition, attracting many to your breeding shop. Quite impressive. You are as talented as your father. Who is this child behind you? They appear rather delicate. It wasn't he until he reached a channel of the river that Lin Feng paused. A somewhat stooped figure was diligently shoveling soil from within the river channel, the water continuously washing over him. Even in July, the morning river water was quite chilly. Above, a visibly anxious Sandshrew stood. Grandpa Qin, what are you doing? Lin Feng hurried over, puzzled. Ah, it's you, Xiao Feng. Grandpa Qin looked up, wiped his sweat, and revealed a warm smile, chattering away. I heard that Shu has started working at your breeding shop, and you're paying her quite handsomely? That won't do. Your shop is just starting out and needs funds. A young girl like her shouldn't be worth so much. Just give her a little. Lin Feng nodded. I will consider that. If she does not perform well, I shall reduce her wages. He refrained from mentioning his financial status or any earnings. In such moments, it was best to follow the elder's sentiments. Grandpa Qin sighed. You see, it hasn't rained in many days. The water level has dropped significantly. The rice has started heading, and while it doesn't require much water now, the vegetables still need to be watered. Chuan, the Sandshrew above exhibited signs of impatience. It yearned to dig for its owner, but was hindered by the rushing water and its own diminutive stature. All right, you carry on with your tasks. I'll finish up soon. Grandpa Qin waved him off. Lin Feng glanced at the water level, which had indeed diminished considerably since a week ago. This was not good news. The crops of the entire town depended on this river for their water supply, and the Pokemon on the outskirts of the wilderness also relied on it for drinking. Should the river run dry, it would spell trouble. Lin Feng instinctively thought of Milotic, wondering if its rain summoning could cover such a vast area. He would need to find time to test it. Grandpa Qin did not linger in the channel for long. Within 2 minutes of Lin Feng's arrival, he climbed out and ambled back with the Sandshrew. Is this the nature of the relationship between humans and Pokemon? Mewtwo, who had observed the entire scene, could not help but ask. Lin Feng glanced back at it. Indeed, the Sandshrew is a good creature. It loves Grandpa Qin. And Grandpa Qin loves it too. They both consider each other. Mewtwo remained silent, profoundly shaken, looking at the human before it. It felt a deep sense of confusion for the first time. It seemed to have never encountered the concept of love before. Yes, Lin Feng nodded, posing a thought-provoking question. Do you not consider your Pokémon? Mewtwo blurted, I have no Pokémon. But it quickly realized its current identity, trailing off into silence. After a long pause, it finally asked, do those trainers who control Pokémon during battles also love their Pokémon? Control Pokémon? Lin Feng was taken aback, yet he did not immediately explain, merely saying, follow me. Lin Feng led Mewtwo back toward the breeding house, until they reached the tall pine tree outside the plantation, looking up at the Pidgey perched above. This Pidgey is one I captured yesterday in the plantation. According to its account, a fierce Spearow evolved into a Fearow and drove its entire clan from their territory. I promised to help it become stronger and reclaim its rightful domain. Does that count as controlling Pokémon for battles? At this moment, the sunlight grew slightly blinding. Seeing Lin Feng gaze up, the Pidgey flapped its wings and descended slowly, finally landing on his shoulder, its sharp gaze softening. Clearly, the delightful meal from yesterday had completely won its heart. Mewtwo was once again rendered speechless, unsure of what to say, until it spotted a crowd gathered at the entrance of the breeding shop, seemingly engaged in a Pokémon battle, pointing towards it and asking, what about such battles? Aren't they simply for the Pokémon to compete against each other to please humans? Huh. Lin Feng chuckled. What about the strength of the Pokémon? Pokémon are inherently inclined towards growth and strength, and moreover, most Pokémon possess simple natures. If not properly guided, what do you think will happen to this inherent trait? In other words, if you possess superpowers, could you refrain from using them for your entire life? Before the study of Pokémon was fully developed, friction among Pokémon species was rampant. Even now, some conflicts between Pokémon remain irreconcilable, such as the Pidgey on Lin Feng's shoulder and the Spearow clan. Mewtwo fell silent again. It had never contemplated such matters. As Lin Feng guided it towards that direction, he spoke, emphasizing that the key was to lead and harness their power. The battle was between a male and a female, and the crowd had cleared a substantial space in the open area for them. In the Donghua Alliance, battles among novice trainers could be conducted anytime and anywhere, provided they did not disrupt the normal lives of others. The male trainer's Pokémon was a Choo-Choo, while the female's was a Rocket Sparrow. With the advantage of type effectiveness and level superiority, it was undeniable that the female trainer of the Rocket Sparrow would emerge victorious. After the battle concluded, Lin Feng softly remarked, "This is my power of eternity, a force that enables one to sense the emotions of living beings. You may now perceive the sentiments of everyone present, to see if there are any feelings of discontent." A verdant energy flowed from Lin Feng onto the Mewtwo, which momentarily gained the ability to sense the emotions of Pokémon. Chapter 41. The Game of Mewtwo. The joy of the female trainer and her Rocket Sparrow embracing after their victory, the cheers of the surrounding audience, and the eager anticipation of the Pokémon nearby filled the air. At that moment, Mewtwo had overlooked the reason behind the formidable nature of Lin Feng's power of eternity. It utilized this force to explore the feelings of everyone and every Pokémon around, seemingly in search of a Pokémon harboring feelings of resentment and a desire for autonomy. However, after a thorough search, it only found the defeated Choo-Choo looking somewhat dejected. Yet, almost immediately, with the trainer's comfort, Choo-Choo regained its fighting spirit. Such warm and natural emotions were something it had never witnessed while battling for Team Rocket, where they only sought to conquer Pokémon and exploit their resources. A look of confusion crossed Mewtwo's face. Could it be that it had truly misunderstood? "Brothers, look who I've discovered. It's Lin Feng, the owner of the breeding shop." As the match concluded and the crowd began to disperse, someone suddenly shouted from within the throng. Instantly, all gazes turned to Lin Feng, who found himself encircled. "Wow, I've heard that this guy is an advanced breeder. The energy cubes sold in his little shop are absolutely exceptional, delicious, effective, and even cheaper than those sold at the Pokémon League. Indeed, after my Pokémon consumed them, they became reluctant to leave, eager to engage in training they previously shunned. Hey, are you here to watch the battle, or do you wish to partake in a Pokémon contest yourself?" Faced with the enthusiastic customers, Lin Feng waved his hands repeatedly. No, that's not the case. Engaging in Pokémon battles in front of such a crowd would undoubtedly lead to a barrage of requests for subsequent matches. "What a pity," remarked the girl who had posed the question, the very trainer of the Rocket Sparrow. She had initially considered challenging Lin Feng, who had a Pidgey perched on his shoulder. The cluster of young trainers, seeing Lin Feng's disinterest, quickly rekindled their enthusiasm for a second battle. This sparked a new idea in Lin Feng's mind. Perhaps he could establish a small Pokémon battle arena here. Only with a larger crowd and greater fame would he see more sales of his energy cubes. After all, there were many ways to bring joy to Pokémon, and delectable treats were merely one of them. Exiting the crowd, Lin Feng teased his Pidgey, urging it to return to its pine tree. He then glanced towards the spot where Mewtwo had lingered. The flamboyant boy in pink had vanished. A pale envelope drifted slowly down from the sky, landing precisely in Lin Feng's hand. The moment he grasped the envelope, an ethereal humanoid figure emerged from it. Not in Mewtwo's transformed state, but in its original form. The ghostly Mewtwo clenched its fist and, with a voice imbued with authority, declared, "You are correct. I have indeed harbored too many biases regarding the relationship between humans and Pokémon. Therefore, moving forward, I shall seek to experience more of the connections between them. Moreover, I will create a corresponding game, selecting a unique trainer among humans to complete this test. This envelope carries a fragment of my psychic power. Should you ever require assistance, simply tear it, and I shall arrive post-haste." With that, Mewtwo's form lingered for a moment, seemingly awaiting Lin Feng's response. Hearing the final words, Lin Feng smiled warmly. After a moment of contemplation, he replied softly, "Whatever game you choose to play is your own decision. When you first arrived in this town, you bore considerable hostility towards humans. I hope that whenever you harbor malevolent thoughts towards humanity, you will remember this town. Of course, if you ever miss the food here, you are welcome to return. I will always have some prepared for you." As his words faded, Mewtwo's ethereal form fell silent for a moment before dissipating into energy. Meanwhile, high above the quaint town of Wutong, enveloped in mist, Mewtwo gazed down at the settlement, pondering whether it had already discerned his identity. After standing for a long while, it opened a pokeball at its waist and thought, "Well, this town truly is delightful." Suddenly, a slime dragon floated into the air, summoning rain upon the town. 3 days later, on July 24th, the town had cooled significantly over the past few days. If one were to step into the wild grass by the flagstone path, they could still feel the dampness of moisture, all thanks to a cloud that had mysteriously gathered and drifted in 3 days prior. In mere moments, a torrential downpour ensued, transforming into a curtain of rain that replenished the town's only river, which had remained dry for a month. For Wudong Town, this was undoubtedly a rare blessing. At that moment, in the plantation near the breeding house, the spicy berries were ripening to a deep crimson, each resembling the size of an apple. Supported by forked wooden sticks to prevent them from toppling, a freshly planted batch of weeds had also begun to sprout, revealing their pure white roots. In just 3 days, the watermelons had grown to the size of basketballs, their stripes vividly clear, and they were expected to be ready for harvest in a day or two. The pasture had also sprouted lushly, reflecting in the reservoir like a picturesque scene. The entire plantation, apart from the reservoir and rice paddies, exuded an air of vitality and verdant splendor. Meanwhile, Lin Feng wore a pained expression as he and his ivy snake harvested the ripened vegetables. As he picked, he placed them into his storage ball, sighing inexplicably. Indeed, he should have kept it working here. Having experienced the convenience of psychic Pokémon in harvesting crops, he found this manual picking method rather unimpressive. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow and, observing his ivy snake retract its vine whip, considered that it had been 3 or 4 days since its evolution, and its energy had stabilized. He took out the only intermediate rare candy and offered it, saying, "Here, have some candy." The ivy snake, puzzled, accepted the candy with its vine whip. Hadn't its trainer previously mentioned that the candy's efficacy had diminished? "This is new," Lin Feng clarified, then waved to the Pidgey in the sky, tossing up a basic rare candy, which the Pidgey caught with precision, chirping joyfully. Yes, Pidgey needs to grow stronger to reclaim its territory. Aside from energy levels, it also needs to refine its skills. That will take some time. After all, he was bound to explore the nearby wilderness in the future. Suddenly, his phone rang, interrupting his thoughts with an incoming call from an unfamiliar number. Lin Feng picked up the phone and answered, "Hello? Hello, is this Mr. Lin Feng?" In the Wangwang supermarket. The Pokémon eggs of the 3 prestigious families are now available for selection. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, as it seemed that his plantation could soon welcome new helpers. Chapter 42, Selecting Pokémon Eggs. After 3 days of contemplation, the fervor surrounding the baby cup gradually subsided, stabilizing the influx of new customers to the nurturing shop to a consistent number each day, together with returning patrons. Approximately 100 individuals visited the breeding house daily to purchase energy cubes, most of whom were repeat customers. Nevertheless, Lin Feng continued to receive a plethora of unique rewards, including several rare skill discs and some secret treasures, such as Grass Slide, Water Flowtail, Grass Oath, Flamethrower, Mysterious Guardian, Surf, and Raging Storm. Most of these were transmitted to the Ivy Snake, while the remaining unsuitable items were retained for potential future sales. Among the more mundane offerings were various specially enhanced berries. Lin Feng pondered the opportunity to create energy cubes imbued with special effects from these berries, as this would undoubtedly attract more formidable trainers. After all, energy cubes focused on stamina and maintenance would primarily entice novice trainers. The system's mechanism dictates that the stronger the Pokémon, the richer the rewards received. Regrettably, his Douyin account, which he had established, seemed to lack the favor of ByteDance, only garnering modest progress due to the influx of viewership from the Baby Cup. Presently, he had around 10,000 followers. Although this number was modest, the conversion and completion rates were remarkably high, with most viewers captivated by the mesmerizing beauty of the Milotic. Watching its slender form sway gracefully upon the water's surface as it splashed water towards the vegetable garden. Under the sunlight, the water glistened, reflecting the silhouette of the Milotic, an almost perfect match. Goodness, a Milotic such as this is tasked with watering? What a waste of heavenly talent. If it were mine, I would cherish it. So beautiful. Blogger, how did you manage to capture such an obedient Milotic? Oh, it's quite simple. Capture it when it's still an ugly fish. And this Milotic will be utterly devoted to you. But I lack the funds to purchase beautiful scales. In such circumstances, all that was needed was a stroke of luck to create a viral video, and his account would thrive. Perhaps in the future, he could even venture into online sales, distributing his energy cubes across various leagues, bringing joy to all Pokémon. As Lin Feng exited the plantation, he indulged in fantasies of boundless system rewards. A glance at his account statistics revealed that yesterday's video had over 50,000 views, with more than 3,000 likes and 800 comments. He felt a surge of ambition, tempered by the understanding that reality necessitated steady progress. After reminding Qin Shu to keep an eye on the breeding house and to call him if anything arose, Lin Feng set out with the Ivy Snake. Due to the increased foot traffic in the town, the bus driver, who had always maintained a strict schedule of early departures and late returns, had recently begun making frequent trips to and from the town. However, this surge in activity also presented new challenges. At this moment, Lin Feng remarked to the Ivy Snake, "Once you evolve, you won't be able to take the bus anymore." The evolved Ivy Snake had already grown to approximately 1.45 meters tall, a size that prohibited Pokémon of such stature from using public transportation. The Ivy Snake glanced at its body, suddenly feeling that remaining unevolved was quite agreeable. The thought of evolution, however, was interrupted by the Ivy Snake. At the Wangwang supermarket, following the signs, Lin Feng quickly located the person in charge, Chi Hung, who was waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Feng, he promptly donned a sycophantic smile. "Welcome." Chi Hung, a businessman by nature, was inherently driven by the assessment of benefits and drawbacks. During the last Baby Cup, although his child, Chi Chong, did not secure first place, the act of conceding earned him an outpouring of praise from netizens, who lauded him as a loyal and principled trainer. Though the outcome differed, the effect was the same. Chi Hung felt considerably better about himself. Coupled with Lin Feng's generous assistance in the Baby Cup and his suspected status as a high-level breeder, Chi Hung's perception of Lin Feng was irrevocably altered. This young man was only to be appeased, never antagonized. Thus, it was for this reason that Chi Hung personally came to assist Lin Feng in selecting Pokémon. "Thank you for your trouble." Although his initial impression of Chi Hung was not particularly favorable, Lin Feng believed in the adage, "Do not strike a smiling face," and therefore expressed his gratitude. He followed Chi Hung into the supermarket, navigating through the aisles until they arrived at a warehouse, where 2 enforcement officers and 2 imposing herdiers stood guard outside. After presenting their identification, they were granted entry. Inside, the lighting was bright, revealing hundreds of glass counters filled with an array of Pokémon eggs. Individuals in white lab coats moved among the eggs, occasionally examining them for their condition. This way, here are the Pokémon eggs of the 3 prestigious families." Chi Hung guided Lin Feng to a selection of about a dozen eggs, each clearly labeled with information. Pokémon: Charmander, mother, a 6-year-old Charizard from the gym period. Suspected inherited skills: Bite, Dragon Tail. Pokémon: Bulbasaur, mother, a 7-year-old Venusaur from the gym period. Suspected inherited skill: Root. As Lin Feng perused the selection, he noted a variety of Pokémon including Bulbasaur, Chikorita, Froakie, and Litten, the majority of which were from the Kanto, Chengdu, and Kalos regions. Unfortunately, a glance revealed none of the Pokémon he desired. What he sought was a Psychic-type Pokémon. "I recall that Wangwang Supermarket does not sell Pokémon. What are these eggs?" Lin Feng turned his head, curiously observing the other Pokémon eggs. There were various Pokémon including Caterpie, Beedrill, Marill, Oddish, and Swinub. The Donghua Alliance had maintained good diplomatic relations with other leagues, so it was not surprising to see unique Pokémon from other leagues occasionally appear here. Chi Hung chuckled. Regarding that, our Wangwang Supermarket has been quite successful with the egg-guessing event held at headquarters, so we now plan to host it across all league branches. This will provide some impoverished trainers with an opportunity to obtain precious Pokémon, fostering goodwill. Thus, the demand for Pokémon eggs has increased. Lin Feng nodded, scanning all the eggs with a hint of disappointment. There was not a single Psychic-type Pokémon egg to be found. He couldn't help but inquire, are there no Psychic types? Perhaps Ralts, or Munna, or even a Spur. Psychic types? Chi-Hung hesitated, then awkwardly replied, psychic Pokemon are generally quite rare. You would need to go to headquarters for the egg guessing event to have a chance at obtaining them. I see. Lin Feng nodded. And just as he was lost in thought regarding the 3 prestigious family Pokemon, an astonished voice suddenly captured both their attention. Oh no. Chapter 43. A2 for Alolan Vulpix. Not far away, a caretaker responsible for the Pokemon eggs accidentally lost grip while transporting an egg, and it appeared to be plummeting towards the ground. A wave of panic surged within him. However, in the next instant, just as the egg was about to hit the floor, a hand deftly caught it, stabilizing the precious Pokemon egg. With a sigh of relief, Lin Feng gazed curiously at the egg before him. Its entire surface shimmered with an icy hue, adorned with patterns reminiscent of delicate snowflakes. Upon contact, it exuded a chilling sensation that sent a shiver through his hand. This was a sign that it was on the verge of hatching. As Pokemon approached the moment of birth, they unconsciously released their energy. This egg, capable of emitting such strong energy during this phase, surely possesses commendable potential. Pokemon, Vulpix. Gender, female. Ability, Snow Warning. Potential, red. Individual values, HP, 24, Attack, 25. Special Attack, 31. Defense, 27. Special Defense, 25. Speed, 31. Strength, level 0. Moves, Hypnosis, Moonblast, Tail Whip, Freeze Dry. Affection, 10. It can sense your presence. Joy level, 50. I want to break through this shell. Hatching time, within 60 minutes. What on earth happened? Why such carelessness? Chi-Hung scolded as he approached, yet turned to Lin Feng with a smile, expressing gratitude, for without him, this Vulpix from Alola might have been lost. Internally, he was astonished. They had been chatting just moments ago, and now Lin Feng appeared a good 10 meters away, having precisely caught an egg? Was this the physique of a trainer? Even Alolan Pokemon seemed to be within his grasp, quite remarkable indeed. Lin Feng sighed in admiration, his heart swelling with joy as he looked at the Alolan Vulpix in his hands. Customers at the breeding house often remarked that the energy blocks within the shop, both in flavor and price, were quite satisfactory, though somewhat too warm. After all, stepping inside felt akin to entering a steamer. It had rained recently, bringing a slight coolness to the air. Lin Feng was contemplating installing an air conditioner in the shop. Now, with an ice Vulpix, he could save that expense. Moreover, a Vulpix with red potential? His luck seemed almost surreal. May I choose this egg? He inquired without hesitation. Chi-Hung paused, a contemplative look crossing his face. The Alolan Ice Vulpix, in terms of value, was somewhat less than the starter Pokemon. However, its rarity in the Donghua Alliance could significantly enhance its price. When weighed against one another, their values were comparable. This young man was a senior breeder. Forming a bond with such a Vulpix would be advantageous. In mere seconds, Chi-Hung's smile broadened. Of course, the Alolan Vulpix is merely somewhat rare, and its price is slightly less than the average starter Pokemon. Thank you, Lin Feng nodded, his fondness for the egg deepening. The fluffy ice Vulpix was delightfully cool to the touch, perfect for the sweltering summer days. Once evolved, the Ice Ninetales could even serve as a cozy pillow. It was simply splendid. After registering the egg, Lin Feng did not rush home, but instead used his shopping cart to purchase some Moo Moo milk and a fragrant pink perfume from the secret items section in the Pokemon area. Hastily returning to the breeding house, there was no time to waste. The Ice Vulpix was set to hatch within the hour. Upon arriving home, Lin Feng barely had time to greet Qin Shu before heading straight to the garden. Gazing at the faintly glowing Ice Vulpix egg, he retrieved a bottle of Moo Moo milk, poured it into a bowl, and began stirring with chopsticks, adding the perfume as he mixed. The delightful fragrance of the pink perfume had an excellent alluring effect, and when combined with the Moo Moo milk, it would not only enhance the milk's flavor, but also bring joy to the newly hatched Pokemon, fostering a bond with the trainer at first sight. Additionally, the food crafted by his hands would carry a unique culinary effect. That was the crux of it. C-grade Moo Moo milk mixed with a touch of pink perfume. Although the preparation was somewhat crude, the flavor of the Moo Moo milk was fully awakened. The culinary effect allows the newly born Pokemon to experience a 25 increase in energy growth rate and a slight sedative effect. Foam foam. The alluring scent of the Moo Moo milk caught the attention of the Sprigatito, who extended its rosy tongue to lick its lips, clearly desiring a taste. You want some too? Lin Feng chuckled, gently tapping its head. But that's for the little one. Sprigatito turned its head away, feigning disinterest. However, it soon returned its gaze to the egg in Lin Feng's hands, evidently eager for the arrival of a new companion. All right, this milk is for Vulpix. Once I visit Huqiao village and acquire a few large milk tanks, we'll have a continuous supply. Truth be told, the milk's aroma was indeed enticing. He longed to sample it himself. Yet, the egg in his arms glowed increasingly bright, seemingly resisting such thoughts. With a crack, a wet paw first emerged, followed by a pair of luminous blue eyes that peered curiously outside. The newly hatched Ice Vulpix cautiously poked its head out of the shell, its first sight being Lin Feng's gentle expression. Accompanying this was a warm and amiable aura emanating from the human, an irresistible presence for any newborn Pokémon. Tentatively, the Ice Vulpix extended its paw, yearning to make contact, yet hesitated. When Lin Feng dipped his finger in the moo milk and waved it before the creature, the situation transformed instantly. With a determined glance, it shattered the eggshell and leapt into Lin Feng's embrace, immediately latching onto his finger and suckling eagerly, its eyes closing in bliss. Whoa, there's more here. Lin Feng chuckled, raising the bowl of moo milk to the newly hatched Vulpix. Still famished, the little creature wasted no time, burying its face in the bowl, fervently lapping up the milk as if it could not get enough. The joy level and affection soared in that moment. Congratulations. You have increased Vulpix's joy level from 50 to 88. Rewards: 10 bags of gold fertilizer, 3 rare candies, and a soothing bell. When worn long-term, it enhances the bond between Pokémon and trainer. It wasn't until the bowl was completely emptied that the Ice Vulpix let out a satisfied burp, casting a longing gaze at Lin Feng. Yip yip. However, before it could utter more, its eyelids began to droop. Clearly, as a newborn Pokémon, coupled with the sedative effect of the moo milk, it was succumbing to sleepiness. Wait a moment, I need to give you a wash. You're all sticky, Lin Feng started, but the words hung in the air as the Ice Vulpix fell asleep. Sighing, Lin Feng could only carry the Ice Vulpix to the water reservoir. The water in the reservoir, managed by a Milotic, remained pristine regardless of heavy rain. Milotic, please help me freeze this. As an Ice-type Pokémon, to avoid disturbing its sweet dreams, Lin Feng instructed Milotic to temporarily create a small ice surface and carve out a hole, gently placing the slimy Ice Vulpix into the water. Then, he had Milotic release a gentle stream of water to rinse away the residue, ensuring the little one was clean. At present, the Milotic, under the influence of the ocean's crystalline essence, is experiencing a remarkable surge in strength, transforming at an astonishing rate akin to a daily metamorphosis. It has also acquired a plethora of new skills. Species: Milotic. Gender: female. Ability: Marvel Scale. Potential: Golden. Level: 2829. Skills: Water Gun, Water Pulse, Tackle, Sing, Aqua Ring, Tornado, Dragon Tail, Recover, Ice Beam, Mist, Muddy Water, Hydro Pump. Affection: 100. It trusts you unconditionally. Happiness: 80. It is in splendid spirits. Approaching the gym challenge. Such feats seem effortlessly achievable. When Lin Feng once more cradled the newly hatched Vulpix from the water, it appeared to sense the currents around it. The moisture swiftly crystallized into icy mist, and even in slumber, it unconsciously trembled, releasing the frost enveloping its body as mist, rendering its fur ethereal and fluffy. The texture was exquisitely smooth to the touch. However, Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback by this spectacle. Has it already mastered the skill of gentle snow? He pondered. Goodness, having just been born, it has already grasped a skill in its dreams? How could the other Pokémon possibly cope with this? Especially that timid Squirtle, which had once hesitated to even use Tackle. How endearing. Gazing at the adorably awkward sleeping Vulpix, Lin Feng couldn't help but offer a compliment. Before carrying it into the room, unbeknownst to him, the Ivysaur behind him cast a somewhat resentful glance. Has it become a mere substitute now? Due to the haste of the situation, Lin Feng had not prepared a cozy nook for Vulpix to rest in and had simply placed it on his bed. Remembering how the Vulpix had just drunk milk, he realized that, being newly born, it would likely require milk for some time. The high-quality moo milk was undoubtedly a necessity. Furthermore, raising a few large milk producers could yield milk for sale in the breeding house, thus generating happiness points for newly hatched Pokémon. It was truly a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thus, he promptly addressed the Ivysaur. Ivysaur, please keep an eye on Vulpix. If it wakes, entertain it, but don't let it cry. I need to make a trip to Huqiao village to see if I can negotiate. The Ivysaur looked puzzled. Fine, are you asking me to babysit? Lin Feng nodded eagerly. Can you manage that? After a moment of contemplation, the Ivysaur's face lit up with reassurance. Then I shall entrust this to you. Without further thought, Lin Feng dashed outside. Only the Ivysaur remained in the room, contemplating the sleeping Vulpix on the bed. Huqiao village, though termed a village, is significantly larger than Wudong town, primarily due to the presence of a large dairy farm. Now that Lin Feng had some wealth, he no longer scrimped and saved. He simply hailed a ride from Wudong City to here. Upon entering the village, he was greeted by a lush expanse of green. Verdant pastures stretched endlessly before him. The terrain flat, and the soil fertile, yielding tender, juicy grass as far as the eye could see. The pastures were enclosed by fences, leaving only a central road. To be honest, Lin Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment upon arriving. The abundance of grass here dwarfed what he had planted, which now seemed utterly insignificant. He could only hope that the quality of his grass surpassed that of this place. Hey there, Young man, you don't seem like a local. Are you here to challenge the grass gym? An elderly man, hands clasped behind his back, ambled towards Lin Feng. Startled, Lin Feng quickly realized that it was that time of year when high school graduates traveled, and the owner of the Huqiao village dairy farm was, in fact, the leader of a municipal gym. He shook his head. No, I'm the owner of a plantation from Wudong Town. The old man interrupted. Wudong Town? Isn't that plantation closed down? Ah, now I see why you look so familiar. You must be Xiao Lin's child, carrying on the family legacy? Lin Feng awkwardly smiled. Although his father wasn't well known in the Donghua Alliance, he used to travel extensively in his youth, which had brought about various troubles, such as this very elder, whose name he couldn't recall and whom he had never met. He dreaded the old man's potential remark. Look how much you've grown. I used to hold you as a child. Fortunately, the elderly gentleman merely chuckled and continued on his way. After walking about a kilometer, he mentioned, up ahead is the entrance to the dairy farm. The owner should be feeding the cows and milking them right about now. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and expressed his gratitude. He then quickened his pace toward the end of the road, soon encountering a few leisurely moo-moo cows grazing in the fields. At the forefront, there was a gap in the fence, leading to a wooden gate. Just beyond it, a burly man was crouched down, milking a cow, while several others formed a queue behind him. The cow being milked wore a rather contented expression. Lin Feng paused for a moment before stepping in. Hello? The burly man, without turning around, replied, the gym challenge is in the afternoon. If you want fresh milk, you'll need to make a reservation in advance. No, I was actually wondering if the farm buys grass. Lin Feng didn't immediately propose selling moo-moo cows, but instead sought to initiate the conversation with the topic of grass. The man turned his head, and upon recognizing Lin Feng's face, he was momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, shock spread across his features. You are. Chapter 45. Ivysaur establishes itself as the big sister. Ah, another friend of your father's? As the man called out Lin Feng's father's name, a hint of resignation crossed Lin Feng's face, yet he felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed that friends of his father were generally quite amiable. If you're referring to the former owner of the plantation in Wudong Town, then yes, he is indeed my father. The man sprang to his feet and took several strides forward, scrutinizing Lin Feng as if he were a rare specimen. Occasionally, he exclaimed, ah, this physique, this appearance, you truly resemble him. Finally, he gave Lin Feng's shoulder a hearty pat and erupted into laughter, though Lin Feng was unsure of what was amusing. By the way, what is your name? Lin Feng. The man smacked his lips. Your father and I were quite close back in the day. Allow me to take the liberty of calling you nephew. My name is Yi Mu. You can call me Uncle Mu. You mentioned your family grows grass. Let me see the quality of your grass. Sure. Lin Feng was indifferent to the formality of names. He immediately retrieved a handful of grass from his storage ball. But before he could present it, a large hand snatched it away. Ah, this grass looks quite impressive. Yi Mu exclaimed, examining the grass's appearance with admiration. For herbivorous Pokémon like moo-moo cows, two factors are crucial for producing high-quality moo-moo milk. One is strength. Stronger cows yield milk with higher nutritional content. The other is the quality of the grass, which cannot be replaced even by energy cubes. The better the grass quality, the higher the quality of the moo-moo milk produced. As Yi Mu held the grass, he carefully inspected it, and even tore off a piece to chew, his eyes sparkling with delight. This grass is exceptional. It's the best quality I have ever seen. How much of this grass do you have? I want to take it all. Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him, and awkwardly replied, in terms of weight, it's not much, really, as I only intend to plant it for fun. He then released all the grass from his storage sphere, instantly creating a small mound on the ground, approximately weighing around 100 pounds. This was the grass he had stored since the last harvest. Planting for fun? Yi Mu's lips twitched. This statement mirrored exactly what this young man's father had once said, when he had asked why the man returned here to farm after challenging all the leagues. That fellow had also replied, just for fun. However, everything he grew turned out to be exceptional. Not to mention, his mainstay, the large milk tank, had thrived on the grass he cultivated. As memories flooded his mind, Yi Mu couldn't help but sigh. I never imagined you would excel in cultivation just as your eccentric father does. Haha, Lin Feng cautiously inquired, so about this grass? Let us say 100 per pound. Although your grass is of excellent quality, the planting time has been too short. The first batch may not be as good, but as the subsequent batches improve, I'll adjust the price accordingly. Thank you, Uncle Mu. Lin Feng was not particularly knowledgeable about the price of grass, nor did he care much about money at the moment. He simply found the man before him quite amiable and presumed he was a friend of his father's. Thus, he tentatively broached his purpose for visiting. Uncle Mu, I'd like to ask if the large milk tanks at the ranch are for sale? You still wish to raise large milk tanks? Yi Mu frowned slightly. I recall your plantation isn't very large. Lin Feng hurriedly replied, no, I just want to keep two, to produce some fresh milk for sale in the shop. I see. Yi Mu raised an eyebrow. There happens to be a batch of 1-year-old large milk tanks at the ranch, which we were planning to sell to others interested in starting a ranch. It wouldn't be an issue to spare one or two. However, recalling his own helplessness under Lin Feng's father's tutelage over a decade ago, he couldn't help but add, I can sell them to you, but you must first challenge the grass gym. Indeed, he had been unable to defeat Lin Feng's father back then, and now he sought to teach his son a lesson. It was a touch of wicked amusement, coupled with a desire to see how well Lin Feng fared in Pokemon cultivation. By his appearance, it seemed he attended university. Otherwise, he would likely be traveling at this hour. Just send a competent Pokemon, and you should be fine. Huh, Lin Feng exclaimed. But I didn't bring any Pokemon with me. Not to worry, the gym challenges commence in the afternoon. Prepare well and return later. Moo. As Yimu finished speaking, a large milk tank nearby mooed, seemingly displeased at having Yimu step away while in the midst of milking. He waved his hand, and Lin Feng, understanding the cue, turned and took out his phone to call for a ride. Upon returning home, having explained the circumstances, the vine snake nodded, indicating it understood. The ice Vulpix, having woken up at some point, leaned against the vine snake, curiously peering at Lin Feng with its crystalline eyes. It felt as though the vine snake were its trainer. Lin Feng pondered what the vine snake had done during their time at home that made a pure ice-type Pokemon not dislike a grass type. However, their amicable relationship was precisely what Lin Feng had hoped to see. Vine, should we take the ice Vulpix with us? Without it, no one would care for the ice Vulpix, which was still rather young and needed more attention. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng decided. Let us send Milotic and Pidgey instead. You can stay home and take care of the ice Vulpix. It seems to like you quite a bit. Considering the grass gym was a grass-type gym and included large milk tanks, if any of them happened to be dream eaters, herbivores, then the vine snake's skills would be half useless. Meanwhile, the flying-type Pidgey conveniently countered grass types. As for bringing Milotic, that was purely for stability. After all, challenging a city-level gym was akin to facing a newly graduated high school student embarking on their journey. They wouldn't likely use their main Pokemon from the gym. The vine snake shook its head, expressing indifference towards this battle. It was more focused on instilling its dominance while at home with the ice Vulpix. Establishing its status as the big sister was paramount. Chapter 46. The Boilu of Milk Production in Large Milk Tanks. Upon returning to Huqiao Town, Lin Feng's objectives became much clearer. Challenge the grass gym and purchase 2 large milk tanks. However, before even reaching the gym, he spotted Yimu at the entrance of the grass field, sparking his curiosity. Logically, this was the time for novice trainers to embark on their journeys. And someone like Yimu, a city-level gym leader, should be quite busy. He soon learned that, as the only grass-type gym in Wutong City, most locals were reluctant to challenge it, especially in standard battles. This was due to the fact that the gym leader Yimu had a main Pokemon, a Venusaur, whose grass terrain could be activated almost instantaneously within the gym. Coupled with moves like rooting, guarding, and toxic tactics, it made it challenging for Pokemon of other types to gain any advantage unless they were of a countering type. Quite prompt, Yimu chuckled at Lin Feng, who arrived under the blazing sun. Lin Feng nodded, uncertain about the format of the upcoming challenge. He was eager to bring 2 large milk tanks home. However, Yimu shook his head and said, "Follow me." With that, he began walking ahead. Lin Feng, slightly perplexed, followed closely behind, soon realizing that Yimu was leading him to the barn. This was a rather simple barn, constructed with wooden railings and surrounded by plastic roll-up curtains, topped with a low sunshade to block the heat from penetrating. Inside, each large milk tank had its own individual space, lounging on dried grass, occasionally munching on it, appearing quite content. As soon as he stepped inside, Lin Feng felt a refreshing breeze wash over him. To his astonishment, he discovered that there was even air conditioning installed in this barn. At 2 in the afternoon, when the sun was at its peak, even the grass-loving large milk tanks preferred not to roam outside. In reality, the large milk tanks appeared slightly pinker, resembling pregnant cows, with black markings on their heads and ears like a black collar. Their forepaws were also smooth and black. Their noses looked moist, and their milk-producing organs displayed a milky white hue, while their bright eyes curiously observed the 2 newcomers, wondering why it wasn't milking or feeding time. Yimu began to explain, the milk produced by large milk tanks is directly related to the quality of the grass and their strength. But the quantity and subtlety of the milk's quality also depend on their mood and the seasons. In spring, the milk is relatively sweet. In summer, like now, it becomes thicker. In autumn, it carries a slight sourness, and in winter, it is warmer. If they're in a bad mood, the yield will significantly decrease. So, if you're planning to raise large milk tanks, there are quite a few considerations to keep in mind. Hearing this, Lin Feng quickly took out his phone to start recording, feeling enlightened. The other party has already contemplated selling the large milk can to himself, although it is unclear why he insists on challenging the gym. However, it is somewhat poignant. Despite Uncle Moo appearing so imposing, His thoughts are surprisingly delicate. Based on the forage you have cultivated, I am not concerned about the large milk can's diet. Nevertheless, when it comes to milk production, do not be overly demanding of them. Only when they are in good spirits will they willingly yield their milk. Lin Feng nodded and raised his phone, indicating that he had taken note. All right, one large milk can for 300,000. How many do you wish to acquire? Yimu ceased his idle chatter. If possible, I would like 3. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before stating his desired quantity. In truth, he wished for more, but he currently only had around 800,000. A sum accumulated over 3 days of sales from the breeding house. Furthermore, as the plantation had not yet been fully developed, he also needed to establish a barn, which might prove overwhelming at once. Yimu nodded. Follow me. 3 is indeed the maximum for your plantation. Lin Feng's mood instantly lightened. Before his arrival, he had been somewhat apprehensive about returning empty-handed today. Following Yimu deeper into the barn, a group of noticeably smaller large milk cans appeared before them. Compared to the larger ones, these exhibited clearer eyes and greater liveliness. Upon noticing the arrival of the two, they promptly stood up, curiously gazing at them. Yimu remarked, "These are the large milk cans that have just reached 1 year of age. Their milk production is not yet stabilized, but if you nurture them well, they should yield excellent fresh milk. Now, feel free to select 3. Seeing so many large milk cans, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile, his gaze sweeping over them. Moo? As his eyes danced, the large milk cans mirrored his movements. Hee, this human is quite interesting. Lin Feng soon selected 3 of the large milk cans. Pokémon, large milk can X3. Gender, female. Ability, thick fat. Qualities, blue, purple. Individual values. Strength, level 21-24, level 22-24, level 25-27. Skills, tackle, call, rollout, milk drink. Affection, 152,030. Joy value, 303,040. What a keen eye you have, truly worthy of being his child. Observing the 3 large milk cans Lin Feng had chosen, Yimu was genuinely astonished. These 3 were the best in this batch. One of them was even bred from his own large milk can. Who would have thought that today they would all be taken away by Lin Feng? Clearing his throat, Lin Feng felt a bit embarrassed. However, since the other party had indeed invited him to choose, he naturally opted for the finest. In this day and age, only by being bold can one enjoy the fruits of their labor. Being overly modest will only lead to losses. No worries. Now you just need to persuade them to come with you. Yimu added another condition. Lin Feng wasted no time. After contemplating briefly, he took out some forage he had collected while fetching the Manasi from the plantation. This was the second batch of forage. Chapter 47. The Power of Manasi. One strike kill. Moo. Upon producing the fresh forage, Lin Feng did not immediately offer it to the large milk cans. Instead, he retrieved a bottle containing fragrant powder from his storage ball and sprinkled a bit onto it. In an instant, the previously aerated forage transformed into C-grade fragrant forage. The addition of a few drops of fragrant powder has enhanced the aroma of the forage. Culinary effect. Increases the allure for herbivorous Pokémon by 30. Moo. The moment the fragrant powder was sprinkled, the nearby large milk cans exhibited even clearer eyes and began to moo enthusiastically. Come with me, and you shall feast on even tastier forage. Lin Feng grinned like a sly vendor as he looked at the 3 large milk cans he had selected. Moo. Let us go. The large milk cans fixated their eyes on the forage in Lin Feng's hand, eagerly nudging closer. Lin Feng was unreserved and directly offered the forage to them, observing their insatiable appetite with a silent glance at Yimu. Yimu found his condition somewhat amusing. For you, this has turned out to be the simplest condition. Very well, take out the Pokeballs and bring them along. Hee. Lin Feng quickly produced 3 Pokeballs and captured the 3 large milk cans he had selected. Then, feeling a bit embarrassed, he said, Uncle Moo, I currently only have 850,000. Would you mind if I came back in a few days with another batch of forage to settle the account? Regardless of whether the funds were sufficient, he prioritized capturing the large milk cans first. Yimu chuckled at this, yet nodded in agreement. Compared to money, he was far more intrigued by the forage Lin Feng cultivated. That will do, just bring some seeds of the forage you've grown next time. I truly cherish that. Alright, for Lin Feng, this was a minor matter. After completing the transaction, he couldn't help but reflect on how he had initially thought accumulating 800,000 over 3 days was a significant achievement. Little did he know it would all vanish at once. Next, Lin Feng recalled the challenge Uncle Moo had mentioned earlier that morning, contemplating whether he should bring up the battle. Unexpectedly, Yimu broached the subject first. Come on, there is still a battle to be had. This actually serves as my personal assessment. Your father astonished me for quite some time with his Pokémon cultivation skills. Just use your strongest Pokémon for this match. Lin Feng nodded. An elder's test for a younger generation? Naturally, I shall send forth my strongest Pokémon. However, since arriving in this world, He had yet to witness a true gym-level trainer in action. Follow me. Lin Feng trailed behind him to a grassy area near the fence. This will be the battleground. Just release your Pokémon. As he spoke, Yimu produced a Pokeball and gently tapped it. A Bayleaf materialized on the field. Pokémon, Bayleaf. Gender, male. Ability, Overgrow. Qualities, purple. Individual values. HP, 24. Attack, 23. Special attack, 24. Defense, 27. Special defense, 24. Speed, 22. Strength, level 23-26. Skills, Tackle, Call, Leaf Blade, Poison Powder, Vine Whip. Healing Wave, Magical Leaf, Seed Bomb, Reflect. An elite mid-tier Pokémon. For an ordinary trainer just starting their journey, it would feel like the sky was falling. It was evident that the other party had come with a serious intent to test. Lin Feng, no longer hesitant, released his Manasi. Yoo-hoo! Under the sunlight. Manasi's skin shimmered brilliantly. Although it was a water-type Pokémon, battling briefly on land posed no issue. It was merely less convenient than moving through water. Manasi? Yimu paused before exclaiming, I haven't heard of Manasi from Wutong City in quite a while. It seems this Manasi was bred from a Magikarp you cultivated. Lin Feng replied, it primarily utilized the beautiful scales. Yimu shook his head. Ordinary beautiful scales cannot evolve into such a splendid Manasi. The coloration is already the most exquisite I have ever seen in a Manasi. It appears your cultivation skills have surpassed those of your father. Now let us go. Bayleaf. Use Leaf Blade. Defend. For Pokémon that are lacking in speed and strength, the most significant factors influencing the outcome of battles are energy intensity and type advantages. Although Milotic exhibits superior energy intensity compared to Bayleaf, this marked the first occasion Lin Feng commanded Milotic in battle. Hence, his initial instinct was to prioritize defense, ensuring Milotic would not sustain any damage. Dozens of leaf blades, propelled by the swaying of Bayleaf's head, swiftly surged toward Milotic. However, before they could reach their target, a shimmering white barrier had already materialized in front of Milotic, rendering the leaf blades utterly ineffective against it. Subsequently, Lin Feng instinctively commanded, Milotic, use Dragon Pulse. In a heartbeat, a column of energy, resembling a white blaze, rapidly coalesced and was unleashed, striking Bayleaf with ferocious impact, leaving it reeling and motionless on the ground. Witnessing this, Lin Feng could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Such power? He had never witnessed Milotic in battle before. Seeing it incapacitate an elite mid-tier Bayleaf with a single blow was hard for him to fathom. Milotic gazed anxiously at the distant Bayleaf, and then timidly looked at Lin Feng, lowering its head in apprehension. It's all right, Lin Feng reassured gently. Then turned his attention to Leafy. Is Bayleaf okay? Leafy's expression was complex. After assessing Bayleaf's state, he shook his head. It's fine. Every Pokémon prepares for the possibility of injury before a battle. To be honest, upon seeing that Milotic, he had anticipated that Bayleaf would struggle. After all, Milotic's skin was smooth and lustrous, and its energy intensity was only a fraction shy of gym-level prowess. Yet, he never expected Bayleaf to be defeated in a single move, without even a chance to react. Truly, he was his son. Leafy beckoned Lin Feng over, retrieving a bucket of milk from a storage ball. This milk is freshly extracted from my mainstay, the Mill Tank, and possesses considerable nutritional value for newly hatched Pokémon. Chapter 48. A-Grade Moo Moo Milk, A-Grade Grass Cake Duo Cuisine. A-Grade Moo Moo Milk is derived from the milking of a champion-level Mill Tank, rich in nutritional value. Long-term consumption significantly enhances resistance to adverse conditions for newly hatched Pokémon. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised to learn that the Moo Moo milk he brought back from Leafy had achieved an A-grade rating. His father's acquaintances truly were remarkable. After expressing his admiration, Lin Feng did not head home immediately. Instead, he took a taxi to the Da Shi Hua Food Company, having given prior notice. The security personnel at the entrance did not impede his entry. Inside the office, upon seeing Lin Feng, Chen Xiao promptly stood up, greeting him with a smile. What brings you here? I thought the delivery date was tomorrow. Thanks to the special fruits and vegetables Lin Feng provided, his company's market share had surged, drawing in significant customer interest. However, the supply was still limited, and if he could resolve this shortcoming, he was confident he could dominate the entire Wudong City fruit and vegetable market, significantly expanding the Shi Hua Company. Lin Feng retrieved a storage ball, chuckling awkwardly. I happened to be in the city today and thought I would drop off these fruits and vegetables I picked. Also, the watermelons are ripe. Uncle Chun, would you like to collect them? Without hesitation, Chen Xiao replied, absolutely. As long as the quality is up to par, I must take them. Hee, they're sweet. Lin Feng said, pulling out a plump striped watermelon. Glancing around the office, he realized there was no knife, prompting him to ask, do you have a knife? Who needs a knife? Chen Xiao's eyes sparkled at the sight of the stunning watermelon. Clenching his fist, he brought it down with force. Bang! The vibrant red flesh bursting with sweet juice, splattered across both their faces. Chen Xiao couldn't resist tearing off a piece, exclaiming, "Delicious, sweet and refreshing, with no signs of spoilage. I'll buy it from you at 51 pounds. What is the yield like?" Lin Feng wiped the juice from his face, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Probably a few thousand pounds? The yield of watermelons is significantly higher than that of typical fruits and vegetables. Just this one alone weighed over 20 pounds. Although he had only harvested the first batch, he hadn't even had a chance to taste one yet. Chen Xiao's excitement intensified. After finalizing the exchange of fruits and money, he couldn't help but ask, "Xiaofeng, have you considered expanding your plantation? The current yield is simply too low. If you need help, you can always ask your uncle." Lin Feng felt a stir of interest. He had indeed been contemplating this matter recently. Initially, he had only aimed to cultivate a small number of fruits and vegetables, but it seemed the profits from them were not substantial. Over the past few days, the income generated from his crops was merely over 80,000. Far less direct than the joy brought by energy cubes to Pokémon. Perhaps the only distinct advantage was that, upon expanding and strengthening his business, he could promote his neighboring breeding house through the fruits and vegetables, enhancing his reputation and establishing brand influence. However, achieving this growth was not something he could accomplish alone. Thus, the question of finances arose. His current stock of fertilizers was nearing 1,000 bags. And while the produce it yielded might not match the quality of what he personally cultivated, it was still far superior to ordinary fruits and vegetables. Unsure of his decision, Lin Feng finally said, "I'll consider it, Uncle Chun. There's another matter I'd like your assistance with." Seeing Lin Feng's response, Chen Xiao felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly responded, "Xiaofeng, go ahead." Lin Feng articulated his second intention. He had purchased several mill tanks and wished to build a barn behind the plantation, inquiring if Chen Xiao knew anyone in that field. "Oh, that's a minor issue. Someone will be at your plantation tomorrow." Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively. After leaving the company, Lin Feng did not head home immediately. Instead, he stopped by the Wang supermarket before finally taking a DD taxi back. The breeding house was already closed, and upon entering, Lin Feng made a beeline for his room. Inside, Xiaolu Wei was fast asleep, while the gloom was absent. Lin Feng proceeded to the plantation, where he found the gloom diligently using grass whistle on the fruit trees. Tung tung. It chimed. I drank a bit of milk and fell asleep. I saw no one was in the plantation, so I stayed to guard. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the gloom ceased its activity. Well done, Lin Feng praised. Observing the fruit trees he had planted a few days prior, now nearly reaching human height. The tree beside the water reservoir, a dragonfire fruit tree, had also sprouted, its tender leaves fanning out like a palm. He merely glanced at it and did not linger, instead returning the Pidgey and Milotic to their designated spots in the plantation before picking up a sickle to harvest some grass. Tung tung. The gloom, seeing this, also grabbed a smaller sickle, preparing to assist Lin Feng. "You don't need to cut too much, Gloom. I'm only harvesting a little for Miltank's grass cakes," Lin Feng whispered. The gloom nodded in understanding. Together, after about 2 minutes of cutting, Lin Feng called for a halt and brought the harvested grass to the kitchen of the breeding house. For the newly acquired Miltank, the barn was not yet completed, so they had to remain in their pokeballs for the time being. Given that their living conditions were less than ideal, he was determined not to skimp on their meals. Grass cakes. This culinary delight is something Lin Feng learned from his mother long ago. He began by using a fruit blender to finely chop the grass, separating it into delicate grass pulp and grass juice for later use. Mixing flour and grass pulp in a ratio of 1:2, he then added the grass juice to create a thick dough, incorporating a pinch of sugar before shaping it into dumplings the size of a baby's fist, which he then steamed to perfection. To enrich the flavor, Lin Feng added a hint of fragrant powder and some premium moo milk he had brought back from Leaf Curtain. The large milk containers not only provided fresh milk, but also significantly restored stamina. After approximately half an hour, dozens of fragrant green dumplings emerged, exuding a delightful aroma. The A-grade grass dumplings are crafted from a variety of ingredients blended together. Culinary Effect 1. Upon consumption, the power of grass-type Pokemon's moves is temporarily enhanced. Culinary Effect 2. When ingested by herbivorous Pokemon, the produced milk has the ability to alleviate certain abnormal statuses, and with prolonged consumption, it enhances resistance to such conditions. As a top-tier dish, it boasts 2 culinary effects. Satisfied, Lin Feng nodded, taking one for himself while offering another to the Ivysaur beneath him, which eagerly took a bite and couldn't help but rave. Tung tung, so delicious. Feeling relieved, Lin Feng remarked, save some for little Vulpix later. As for the rest, after packing all the grass dumplings into a bowl, he took them to the plantation and summoned 3 large milk containers. Moo. As they emerged, the milk containers looked around curiously before settling their gaze on Lin Feng. Moo. With hands clasped together, Lin Feng presented the bowl of green dumplings with sincerity, explaining that since the barn had yet to be constructed, They would need to remain in their Pokeballs for the time being, and this was their food. Oh, Moo. Upon seeing the dumplings, the young milk containers could hardly comprehend Lin Feng's words, bowing their heads and eagerly indulging. Moo, so delicious. Congratulations to the host for raising the happiness level of the milk containers. Hearing the system's announcement, Lin Feng sighed in relief. A thought crossing his mind. It was imperative to construct the barn for the milk containers without delay. Chapter 49. Building the barn and milking the milk containers for the first time. The next day, within the plantation, the sun gradually ascended. It must be said that Uncle Chun was quite attentive to his affairs. Early the following morning, several large trucks arrived with construction materials. Following Lin Feng's vision, they commenced building the barn, working tirelessly until now. Lin Feng hurriedly brought chilled watermelon and stamina energy cubes to the workers, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, masters. Please enjoy some watermelon. And for the strong ones, have some stamina energy cubes." There were 5 workers in total, all appearing to be professionals, bare-chested, muscular, and sun-kissed, each accompanied by a fighting-type Pokémon. Among them, the foreman, Ba, a man in his 40s, called out to his crew upon hearing Lin Feng. "Everyone, take a break. Lin Xiaoga is treating us." The workers descended from their posts, unable to resist salivating at the sight of the vibrant red watermelon flesh. One older worker picked up a slice, took a bite, and exclaimed, "Not to flatter you, young man, but this plantation is the finest I've seen in years. The taste of this watermelon is truly exceptional." Lin Feng smiled in agreement, pleased to hear their enjoyment, and distributed energy cubes to the working fighting-type Pokémon. Before inspecting the barn's construction progress, the barn was to be built at the innermost part of the plantation, behind the patch of grass, necessitating the dismantling of that section of the fence and extending outward. The design was entirely inspired by the large milk ranch, featuring a low barn for shade, with plastic curtains to shield the surroundings, and ultimately, an air conditioning unit would be installed inside. Although smaller in scale, this barn could accommodate approximately 10 large milk containers. Behind the barn, Lin Feng noted a vast expanse of flat land, albeit overgrown with a few wild trees and weeds. Once the barn was complete, he planned to clear the wild trees and weeds, allowing the diglet to till the earth and plant an abundance of grass, providing ample space for the milk containers to roam. With the assistance of several fighting-type Pokémon, the entire barn was estimated to be completed within a day or two. As Lin Feng pondered, a soft, milky voice drifted in from outside the plantation. Ing. He turned to see the Ivysaur leading little Vulpix, which had just been born and was curiously exploring its surroundings, prancing about on its snow-white, delicate paws. Growing bored, it joyfully scampered over to Lin Feng, nuzzling against his legs, offering a refreshing touch. "Tung, it seems to want to play with you." The Ivysaur chimed in. Lin Feng nodded and bent down to scoop up the Vulpix, gazing into its innocent eyes. Unable to resist, he began to gently tickle its underarms, which seemed to awaken the sensitive spots of the ice Vulpix, causing it to squeal and writhe restlessly, its pristine fur billowing. Ing. No. Hee. I just want to. Hearing the playful protest, Lin Feng couldn't help but break into a smile. Newly hatched Pokémon are simply delightful. When the ice Vulpix appeared on the verge of tears from laughter, Lin Feng finally carried it over to the water reservoir to clean the dirt from its tiny paws. "Look at your little paws, all muddy. You need to learn to cover them with ice energy so they don't get dirty, understood? Or else I won't spare you next time." Ing. I don't understand. All right, you're still too young. After amusing the ice Vulpix for a while, he fed it a bit of the mixed Moo milk, a small amount of A-grade Moo milk combined with regular Moo milk. The little one quickly exhausted its energy and began to doze off, prompting Lin Feng to carry it towards the breeding house. Once he settled the ice Vulpix, Lin Feng grabbed an iron bucket and returned to the plantation, summoning the large milk containers from their Pokeballs. Moo. Upon seeing the iron bucket in Lin Feng's hands, the milk containers immediately understood his intentions and gathered around. Although it was their first time being milked, their innate genetics made them quite knowledgeable about the process. Furthermore, being milk containers from the ranch, they were particularly familiar with the procedure. Lin Feng, however, felt a bit awkward, glancing at the 3 young milk containers with an inexplicable sense of shyness. "Ahem, this is my first time milking, so if the pressure isn't right, please let me know. Surely, as a breeder, he wouldn't hurt them, right?" Moo. The milk containers encircled Lin Feng, mooing in reassurance, indicating that everything would be just fine. Their milk was meant to be extracted. It was intended for the Pokémon babies. And even if there were none at the moment, it could be stored. In other words, the milk containers themselves were gentle and generous Pokémon. Moreover, the trainer provided them with such delectable food. If they could enjoy it for a lifetime, then milking for a lifetime would be entirely acceptable. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you all so much." Chapter 50. Setting up Moo milk in the breeding house. C-grade Moo milk is produced from elite tier milk containers, When consumed by newborn Pokémon, it enhances their physique and provides most of the nutrition needed during their growth period. Due to their still limited strength, the quality of the milk provided by the 3 large milk containers was only at the C-grade level. However, the quantity of milk is quite substantial. A single large milk canister can provide Linfeng with half a barrel of Moo fresh milk. After a brief assessment of the iron barrel's capacity, which is approximately 14 liters, he deduces that 3 large milk canisters yield around 21 liters of Moo fresh milk. This initial batch will be partly utilized to create various delicacies, such as yogurt and cakes, mixed with A-grade Moo fresh milk for his Pokémon. While the surplus will be sold in the shop. Thank you for your hard work, he said, as he retrieved some green dumplings prepared that morning, feeding each of the 3 large milk canisters until their happiness levels exceeded 70, before returning them to their Pokeballs. After milking, he allowed the warm Moo fresh milk to cool slightly. He then divided the milk into 2 portions, one to be refrigerated and the other to be taken to the breeding house. The rich aroma of the Moo fresh milk in the summer immediately captured the attention of most customers inside the establishment. In reality, due to the immediate purchase and departure nature of the service, there were not many patrons remaining, only a handful. Hey, what's that? Are you introducing a new product? Someone inquired, eyeing the milk barrel Linfeng was carrying. Linfeng smiled and nodded, affirming that if all went well, the Moo fresh milk would be available for sale after grading, with this first portion intended for everyone to sample. With that, he approached the counter, retrieved a large glass jar he had cleaned the previous day, which featured a tap at the bottom. After pouring all the fresh milk into it, he addressed Qin Shu, saying, trainers who purchased energy cubes today can receive a complimentary portion of Moo fresh milk in their own containers. But please be considerate, no more than 200 milliliters each to ensure there's enough for everyone. Understood. Qin Shu nodded earnestly. With a monthly salary of 10,000 and only half a day of work, this provided the young girl with an excellent work ethic, even surpassing her enthusiasm for training Pokémon. Wow, there's such a benefit? Customers in the breeding house, who had noticed Linfeng bringing out a barrel of fresh milk, were now drawn to the prospect of free offerings. One young man, equipped with a selfie stick and busy selecting energy cubes upon hearing the news, rushed over to the counter, exclaiming, I come here every day to buy energy cubes. You must have seen me, right? Here, I just finished my bottled water. He emptied a bottle he had purchased at the town's entrance and handed it over. All right, Qin Shu nodded, considering for a moment before producing a disposable cup, estimating that 200 milliliters would be roughly equivalent to 2 cups, and accurately filled it. Ecstatically accepting the bottle, Wanming opened it and inhaled the aroma, which convinced him, after years of visiting various shops, that this was undoubtedly C-grade Moo fresh milk. No way. C-grade Moo fresh milk? Are you serious? Wanming said, somewhat incredulously. Moo fresh milk, produced by large milk canisters, is typically D-grade at its lowest. Even D-grade Moo fresh milk is not inexpensive, costing between 3 to 500 yuan for every 500 milliliters, depending on the season. He recalled spending 350,000 yuan on C-grade Moo fresh milk to provide his newly born Snorlax with optimal growth conditions over a week. No one understands the value of the Moo fresh milk in his hands better than he does. Linfeng smiled and said, this is the first batch of Moo fresh milk. The quality will only improve from here. Moreover, since the breeding house has just opened, it's only fair to offer some benefits to those who have traveled such a distance. There will be more products and services to come. Though he lacked business acumen and did not know how to attract customers, he understood that only by making others feel they benefit would they remember his establishment. Wanming raised his selfie stick, excitedly declaring, everyone look, this is the breeding house I come to every day, and I'm genuinely recommending this place. Don't be misled by its remote location. The quality of the energy cubes, the prices, and the charming proprietor are all top-notch. Come on, let us get a shot together. With that, he aimed the selfie stick at himself and Linfeng. Taken aback, Linfeng soon noticed the thousands of viewers in the live stream and quickly composed himself. Hello everyone. I am the owner and caretaker of the neighboring breeding house. He marveled internally, surprised that this daily visitor with a selfie stick had garnered such a large following. Is this the praised breeder? They look so young, almost like a minor, but I must admit, they are somewhat handsome. Hey handsome, did you really not pay a yuan for this promotion? C-grade Moo fresh milk, just giving it away. How generous. Are the energy cubes really that magical? Wait, what's that white figure in the background? The Alolan Vulpix. It's coming over. It jumped into the owner's arms. It's sticking out its tongue. It's pink. My heart can't take it. Unbeknownst to them, the little Vulpix had awakened from its slumber and, with a light-footed gait, made its way into the breeding house, becoming even happier upon seeing Linfeng. Its 6 fluffy tails swayed playfully. Newly born Pokémon are like this, sleep for a while, play for a while, full of life. This behavior will gradually change after a week. Reluctantly, Linfeng scooped it up, returning his gaze to the livestream screen, only to find that the previously inquisitive comments had transformed completely. Is this Wudong Town? I heard there's a grass-type gym there. I was planning to head straight to Changsha City, but now I must see the owner's Alolan Vulpix. Is anyone organizing a group? I want to go too. Let's go together, the one above. So adorable. I was already tempted, but now it seems I really must make a trip. Huh. Lin Feng glanced bewilderedly at the Alolan Vulpix snuggling in his arms, its ice-like eyes blinking innocently. He pondered how he hadn't even done any promotion. The Vulpix. Little did the Vulpix know that it was being watched by thousands. Chapter 51. Information on Shinado? Alright, I'll play with you later. Be quiet for a moment, Lin Feng said, gently pinching the little Vulpix's nose, helplessly trying to stop its squirming whimper. Upon hearing this, the little Vulpix let out a couple of plaintive whines, but quickly settled down. Little did it realize that such a display of cuteness had sparked quite a stir in the livestream. Seeing this lively broadcast, Luan Ming internally scoffed at how his viewers were all enamored with appearances. Yet he couldn't help but smile as he aimed his phone at the Douyin QR code hanging on the counter. Additionally, the proprietor also had his own Douyin account, which everyone could follow. This was something Lin Feng had deliberately hung at the entrance to allow passing customers to stay updated with his Douyin account, where he would share news in the future. As he watched the screen filled with the notification followed, Lin Feng was about to express his gratitude to Luan Ming when his eyes, glued to the screen, suddenly caught a comment that scrolled by. Wudong Town? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Oh right. I just remembered that I heard from a classmate that someone seems to have spotted the silhouette of a Shinado in the nearby forest, and it was an alternate colored one. I wonder if it's true. This lengthy comment, concerning the existence of the rare Pokémon Shinado, immediately captured the attention of many. How could that be? The forest beyond Wudong Town has been explored countless times over the past decade. If there were a Shinado, it would have already been captured or departed. Is it really a Lurantis? Could it be true? Perhaps he is just boasting. My classmate has always had a penchant for exaggeration. TCH, how dull. I thought there was a real chance of encountering a Shinado. Is it false? As the barrage of comments flowed by, a wave of disappointment washed over Lin Feng. He had held on to a glimmer of hope that the psychic-type Pokémon he had longed for might come to fruition, only to discover it was mere bravado. After thanking the familiar customer, Lin Feng returned to the plantation, cradling his ice Vulpix. The construction of the barn was in full swing, while the Milotic began to summon rain across the fields, casting a cool shade over the plantation. A gentle drizzle soon enveloped the soil and plants, infusing the air with a refreshing aroma. Once the light rain subsided, the gloom began to manifest a grassy terrain, bestowing a growth buff upon the plants still in development. It must be noted that after indulging in yesterday's green dumplings, the gloom seemed to wield the grassy terrain with greater finesse. The area it covered had visibly expanded. It appeared that consuming more green dumplings in the future would allow for more frequent use of the grassy terrain. The Pidgey perched on a branch, vigilantly surveying its surroundings. Observing the scene before him, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "How wonderful." He then turned his gaze to the Pidgey. He had promised it that he would help it grow stronger and reclaim everything that belonged to its kind. Having made such a commitment, and with the Pidgey dutifully guarding the farm, Lin Feng felt compelled to uphold his word. Moreover, among all his Pokémon, only the Pidgey could fly at present, and he envisioned soaring through the sky with it once it evolved into a Pidgeot. Calling out to the Pidgey, he said, "Pidgey? Pidge." Upon hearing Lin Feng's call, the Pidgey promptly spread its wings, diving down to land steadily on Lin Feng's shoulder, appearing increasingly spirited. Lin Feng gently stroked its feathers. Beneath the orange-yellow plumage lay a tail of red and orange hues, complemented by a long crest atop its head, sharp claws, and a keen beak, all indicative of a well-bred Pidgey. Pidge. The Pidgey shook its head, signaling that everything around was in order. You can no longer consume any more rare candies. It's time to practice your skills. There is a saying among trainers, powerful Pokémon may be well-bred, but mere breeding will not lead to strength. They require combat. This adage is easily understood. Just like flowers in a greenhouse, no matter how vibrant they bloom within, exposure to the elements of nature will ultimately lead them to wither. Pidge. The Pidgey immediately stood at attention, wondering if its trainer was finally going to assess its abilities. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded in affirmation and led the Pidgey to the rear of the barn under construction, contemplating the overgrown weeds and trees. What skills should the Pidgey employ to clear this area? The green dumplings could only enhance the comprehension of grass-type Pokémon regarding their skills. If one were to consider it from another perspective, the green dumplings were made from hay, moo milk, and fragrant flour to create a delightful concoction. The key ingredients would likely be the moo milk and the fragrant flour. Could combining moo milk and fragrant flour with other ingredients yield a dish that enhances flying-type skills or all attributes? Pokémon, Pidgey. Gender, male. Ability, keen eye. Potential, blue. Individual values. HP, 21. Attack, 21, Special Attack, 20, Defense, 17, Special Defense, 17, Speed, 25, Strength, Level 21, Skills, Gust, Tackle, Quick Attack, Whirlwind, Air Slash, Steel Wing, Hurricane, Tornado Mist. Affection, 87. It considers you very reliable. Joy level, 70. To grow stronger, to grow stronger. After consuming 2 rare candies, the Pidgey had already become an elite level Pokémon. Additionally, it had received a TM for the skill Mist from Linfeng. You could use Hurricane over an area and see if it could stack with another Hurricane. Regarding the Pidgey's energy control, Linfeng still opted for the Gloom's Grassy Blender training method. Pitch. The Pidgey appeared somewhat doubtful, as if questioning whether this would work. Let us give it a try. This is your first stage of skill practice. Just keep the area small, Linfeng advised. The Pidgey nodded and ascended into the sky, beginning to flap its wings. Whoosh. The explosive wind howled, swirling the weeds and trees. The first wave of Hurricane went well, but when attempting to stack a second Hurricane, the Pidgey's energy quickly became chaotic. The howling winds directly canceled each other out, dissipating into a gentle breeze, and the Pidgey glanced back at Linfeng with a hint of weakness. Its comprehension wasn't on par with the Gloom's. It couldn't achieve such skill stacking on its own. It's alright, just practice slowly, there's no rush. Linfeng reassured, though thoughts began to stir in his mind. Indeed, it seems we must rely on the power of cuisine after all. Chapter 52, The Disheartened Pidgey. The dusk enveloped the small town in a layer of orange-yellow radiance, reminiscent of a misty flower. In the sky, an orange-yellow shadow flitted against the setting sun, weary wings flapping as it flew towards a vibrant place alive with vitality. It finally settled on the branch of a tall pine tree. Using its beak to groom its wings, its eyes reflecting an indescribable sense of loneliness. After a day's time, the Pidgey had made no progress on the skill stacking of Hurricane as mentioned by its trainer, having merely turned over the soil. It did not doubt the authenticity of its trainer's claims regarding skill stacking, merely spending a few days in the plantation. The Pidgey had already realized that the rate at which it could grow stronger here was exponentially accelerated. Moreover, the sisters within the plantation, whether it be the Milotic or the Gloom, all exhibited remarkable control over their energy, particularly the Gloom, whose grassy terrain expanded significantly each day, the energy of the grass becoming denser. Was it truly that it was lacking? A fleeting thought crossed the Pidgey's mind. Yet, it had been among the first of its kind to learn Hurricane. Glancing down, it saw the Milotic gliding gracefully through the clear waters. Its ethereal form reflected on the surface, creating a dreamlike aura. For the Milotic, the seemingly cramped water reservoir was a playground, as it swam back and forth, occasionally peeking towards the breeding house, the reservoir, and the Milotic. Putting aside its envious gaze, the Pidgey shook its head, resolutely scanning the surroundings to prevent any Rattata from entering the plantation. Inside the breeding house, Linfeng silently observed the energy cube before him. A-grade sand-scale energy cube. Crafted from sand-scale fruit combined with moo milk and fragrant flower, a unique concept. Culinary Effect 1. Upon consumption, Flying-type Pokémon experience a temporary enhancement in their skill comprehension abilities. Culinary Effect 2. With prolonged intake, it significantly boosts their speed individual values and fortifies the feathers of avian Pokémon. Linfeng had already spent an entire day in the kitchen. Within this span, he had lost count of how many energy cubes or various dishes he had prepared. Essentially, he utilized the majority of the diverse fruits and ingredients garnered from his special rewards and plantations to concoct energy cubes capable of enhancing the skill comprehension of flying-type Pokémon. For instance, the spicy berry combined with moo milk resulted in a spicy berry milk salad, which, when consumed, temporarily amplifies the power of fire-type Pokémon skills. The combination of special scale fruit and moo milk yielded high-quality milk-flavored energy cubes, which not only bolster resistance to abnormal conditions, but also enhance special attack individual values. Most of what he created were energy cubes, with only a few being actual food. After all, energy cubes are easier to preserve. While food Linfeng chose to consume himself, or let his little Vulpix and Sprigatito enjoy. He meticulously documented the culinary effects and production processes of these dishes and energy cubes in a notebook for future reference. Perhaps he should raise some Pokémon that can produce ingredients? After a day of experimentation, coupled with the substantial benefits of the A-rank moo milk, Linfeng experienced an epiphany. His culinary prowess could generate astonishing effects through the fusion of ingredients. Generally, the higher the quality of the ingredients, the more remarkable the resulting effects. Moo milk exemplified this notion, prompting him to consider raising other Pokémon that can yield ingredients. For example, the milk from his riding Mareep, rock salt from Garganacl, perfume from Flittle, cream from Frosmoth, and oil from Oliva. There are so many options. Linfeng felt as if a floodgate of ideas had been opened. He recalled that there was a specialized breeding house for Flittle in Willow City. he should find time to visit. However, acquiring Garganacl and Oliva would be a challenge, as they are Pokémon from the Paldea region, which is somewhat complicated. The Paldea region is characterized by a unique magnetic field that causes information flow to become somewhat congested, leading to a disconnect with other league regions. If the Donghua League lacks these Pokémon, he would have to venture to the Paldea region to capture them in the future. He would assess the situation later. Lin Feng sighed, feeling a tinge of melancholy. The sensation of seeing yet being unable to grasp something was disheartening. He resolved to check on that little Bidoof first. Earlier that morning, he had left it there to clear weeds, strike through, train its skills, instructing it to return whenever it felt tired. He was uncertain if it had returned yet. Muttering to himself, Lin Feng picked up the energy cubes he had crafted and headed toward the plantation. Upon spotting Bidoof, which had resumed its patrol atop a pine tree, he suddenly realized that he should find a substitute for it. Otherwise, given Bidoof's nature, it might still be perched on the tree come nightfall. While Pokémon possess good stamina, they should not be overexerted. What Pokémon remains energetic at night? This thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind before he waved to Bidoof, calling it over. Come here, Bidoof. With a chirp, Bidoof quickly descended beside Lin Feng. Observing its slightly weary flying posture, Lin Feng couldn't help but remark, "You haven't just finished training, have you?" Bidoof indeed appeared somewhat fatigued. Bidoof? Indeed. Bidoof replied earnestly. Lin Feng rubbed his forehead, intending to say something, but upon seeing the flickering flame in Bidoof's eyes, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The feeling of being far from home must be quite uncomfortable, right? Hatred truly is one of the most primal driving forces of any creature. After hesitating for a moment, he finally managed to utter, "Keep up the good work, but don't worry too much. I will assist you." With that, he produced the best sand-scale energy cube he had developed after an afternoon of research. "Here, eat this, Bidoof." Upon seeing the food, Bidoof's previously disheartened expression finally brightened, and it eagerly tore the energy cube apart, devouring it piece by piece. However, before long, an overwhelming sensation surged within it, prompting Bidoof to soar into the sky, unfurling its wings as if preparing to unleash a powerful gust within the plantation. Yet, at the last moment, upon spotting Lin Feng below, it restrained the impulse in its heart and flew outward instead. Instantly, with wings that moved like steel, it stirred up a tempestuous wind, and amidst the gale, a small yet fierce whirlwind began to form. Congratulations, host. Bidoof's happiness level has risen from 10 to 98. Reward, 15 bags of gold nuggets and 3 rare candies. Molter's Divine Feather, a flame feather condensed from Molter's energy, upon absorption, enhances the potential of flying-type and fire-type Pokémon. Witnessing this, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with a satisfied smile. Now, this child should feel less anxious. Chapter 53, A Trainer Flooding into Town in Search of Shenado. July 28th, the first day after the barn's completion. The day following Bidoof's absorption of Molter's Divine Feather, Lin Feng noticed an increase in customers at the breeding house, likely due to a recent promotion by a certain content creator. The Pokémon they carried were generally much stronger than before, enriching the rewards Lin Feng received from them. He frequently received decent berries as rewards. Furthermore, an inexplicable rumor seemed to have spread rapidly. "Are you here in Willow Forest looking for Shenado?" "Yes, yes. You are too? What a coincidence, so am I. Then we are rivals. Let us have a battle. Whoever wins gets to have Shenado." Such dialogues frequently transpired outside the breeding house. It appeared that someone was deliberately spreading this information, enticing Pokémon trainers to venture into the forest in search of Shenado. Observing yet another hurried middle-aged trainer purchasing stamina energy cubes within the store, Lin Feng fell into contemplation. Willow Forest had been developed a decade ago, and according to statistics from that time, the most prevalent Pokémon there were Beedrill and Spearow, especially in the central region, where a sea of flowers flourished. Beedrill dominated the area. The trainers appearing these days seemed increasingly formidable. Could it be that the rumors were true? Listening to the notification chime from the system, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. This is a fully evolved Psychic-type Pokémon, a Shenado that nearly no one can resist. For him, with just a bit of nurturing, it could directly join his ranks, strike through, become an employee. Of course, the prerequisite is that the Pokémon has a heart that seeks a trainer. If it yearns for freedom, then there would be no way. Compared to capturing through battle, Lin Feng preferred to entice Pokémon with his culinary skills and actions. Moreover, having been in this world for quite some time, he had yet to actively venture into the wilderness to capture Pokémon. "Let us go," Lin Feng decided, and promptly headed to the plantation. He then turned to the Bidoof perched in the tree. Bidoof? Today, compared to a few days prior, Bidoof exuded a newfound confidence, radiating a brilliant glow, with a hint of fire flickering in its feathers. Upon closer inspection, there were indeed faint flames dancing on its plumage, enhancing the already vibrant orange-yellow feathers, making them appear even more striking. "Bidoof, The BB bird dove gracefully downward, trailing a resplendent plume behind it as it affectionately nuzzled Lin Feng's head. Species, BB bird. Gender, male. Ability, keen eye. Qualification, red. Individual values. HP, 24. Attack, 28. Special attack, 27. Defense, 17. Special defense, 17. Speed, 26. Strength, level 24-27. Skills, Tailwind, Tackle, Quick Attack, Whirlwind, Air Cutter, Steel Wing, Hurricane, Tornado, Clear Smog, Heat Wave. Affection level, 98. Unconditional trust in you. Joy level, 75. Hurry and grow stronger to reclaim your territory. After absorbing a mystical feather from a firebird, it appeared even more like the fiery creature, yet in reality, it merely learned the heat wave skill. Nonetheless, its qualifications had indeed improved significantly. The destination this time was the Wutong Forest, a place most familiar to the BB bird. Hence, Lin Feng decided to take it along with the grass-type ivy snake. You'll accompany me to the Wutong Forest, which is essentially your territory, as I seek to find a Pokémon. BB? BB. Upon hearing they were heading to its homeland, the BB bird perked up, nodding earnestly. Well then, I must inconvenience you by placing you in the Pokeball for now. Lin Feng retrieved the BB bird's Pokeball and stored it away. After a moment's thought, he turned to the Milotic in the reservoir and said, Milotic, I may venture into the forest. Would you like to play in the outer river? Recently, he had noticed a particular issue. The reservoir was rather small, which might leave Milotic feeling somewhat melancholy. He contemplated finding an opportunity to widen the waterway so that Milotic could freely swim to the river. You? Can I come along? This time there shouldn't be any battles, so I won't take you with me. If you wish to play, you can stay in the river. You. Milotic let out a slight, disappointed sound, then shook its head, submerging itself in the water, peering through the surface to gaze at Lin Feng, expressing that it was quite content to remain there rather than venture to the river. Lin Feng did not press the matter further. After glancing at the mill tanks in the barn, who were indulging in green dumplings, he felt there was nothing more to explain, so he retreated to his room. Inside, the ivy snake was supervising the ice Vulpix as it practiced enveloping its claws with ice-type energy. Lin Feng had no lofty expectations for the ice Vulpix. If it enjoyed battling, then it could grow stronger through combat. If not, it could simply grow healthily and evolve at the appropriate time. Even if it chose not to evolve, however, the ice Vulpix must learn to cover its paws with ice-type energy. For Lin Feng did not wish to witness it traipsing into the garden with its pristine white fur becoming filthy, only to tread upon the floors of the breeding house, especially not onto the bed. Ing-ing, whining, ing-ing-ing. The ice Vulpix, engrossed in shedding the ice from its paws, immediately brightened upon seeing Lin Feng and proudly exclaimed, Ing-ing, look, I can shed the ice from my paws. Very well done. Lin Feng praised, satisfied, and offered it an energy cube as a reward, which the little creature eagerly embraced and began to nibble. Without further ado, he coaxed the ice Vulpix into its Pokeball and explained the situation to the ivy snake. To his surprise, the ivy snake, after hearing his words, responded with a hint of melancholy. Ting Tung? So, you're going to capture another new Pokemon. Chapter 54, Guidance from Lucario. Taken aback by the ivy snake's somewhat plaintive tone, Lin Feng replied, Isn't that a good thing? I've always wanted to capture a psychic-type Pokemon. It would make gathering fruits and vegetables much more convenient. Tung Tung. I see. The ivy snake pursed its lips, acknowledging the truth in his words. Yet it sighed quietly within. It found itself reminiscing about the time before its evolution. But now that it had evolved into this form, would it ever have the chance to curl up in its trainer's embrace again? Alright, let us set off. Lin Feng thought little of it. After informing Qin Shu at the shop, he swiftly made his way toward the Wutong Forest with the ivy snake. Skirting the cobblestone path, they soon arrived at the riverbank. This river, lacking any bridges, served as a significant barrier preventing certain Pokémon from the wild from reaching the town. However, for trainers of considerable skill, this was hardly a challenge. Only in the wild did one truly appreciate the importance of having a flying Pokémon. Following the riverbank until they were a fair distance from the town, Lin Feng halted when an aged wooden cabin came into view across the river. He released the BB bird. BB. Upon seeing its familiar surroundings, the BB bird displayed a notable spark of excitement. Lin Feng turned to the ivy snake. Perhaps you should enter your Pokeball? The BB bird was still rather small, likely only able to carry Lin Feng alone. If they insisted on taking both Lin Feng and the ivy snake, he would have to hold the ivy snake in his arms throughout the journey. Tung Tung? Tung Tung. The ivy snake hesitated for a moment, then shyly responded, Tung Tung, you can hold me like before. Very well. Lin Feng chuckled, delighted. Since the ivy snake had evolved, he had lost the opportunity to embrace it openly. Now that the ivy snake had suggested it, he naturally would not feign restraint. With one hand, he scooped up the ivy snake, which instinctively wrapped its slender arms around his arm, its tail coiling around his leg. Congratulations. The host has increased the Ivy Snake's joy level from 40 to 80, rewarding 15 bags of gold dust, 1 intermediate candy, and 1 special scale fruit. The sudden influx of joy from the Ivy Snake prompted Lin Feng to glance instinctively at the creature in his arms. Tung, what's wrong? The Ivy Snake felt a warm surge of excitement coursing through its cold blood. Nothing. Lin Feng shook his head. All right, BB Bird. He then extended his other hand to grasp the BB Bird's claw, allowing it to lift them across the river. Upon reaching the cabin, Lin Feng noticed that besides the door, a small opening resembling a window was ajar, allowing him to glimpse an elderly man, around 60 years of age. Seated in a grand armchair, he wore a teal long robe, spectacles perched on his nose, and was perusing a yellowed book. Without lifting his gaze, he remarked, "Another trainer seeking a Shinado, eh? This Shinado is no ordinary one." His words dripped with skepticism about the chances of an outsider capturing the elusive creature. Lin Feng greeted him, "Uncle Liang, it's me." The elderly man was the forest ranger of Wudong Forest, an official appointee of the Alliance. He had been safeguarding this place for as long as Lin Feng could remember. Uncle Liang rarely ventured into the town, only occasionally seen carrying supplies along the cobblestone path. In his childhood, Lin Feng had caught fleeting glimpses of his Pokémon, a seemingly benevolent Lucario. Hearing the familiar voice, Uncle Liang finally sat up, and a smile broke through his murky eyes upon seeing Lin Feng at the window. "Xiao Feng, it's you. I heard you didn't go to university, but instead reopened your breeding house and garden at home?" With a nod, Lin Feng swiftly retrieved the prepared vegetables, wuching and spicy tomatoes, from the storage sphere. These were produce cultivated from the plantation. Please give them a taste, if you enjoy them. Feel free to visit the plantation anytime for harvesting, he said, holding a deep respect for the forest ranger named Uncle Liang. After all, Uncle Liang had cradled him as a child. Moreover, he had protected the Wudong Forest for decades, maintaining the delicate balance between the town and the forest, ensuring that the Pokémon within did not encroach upon the town. Such dedication alone was worthy of profound respect. "Very well, I shall take a closer look," Uncle Liang replied cheerfully as he accepted the plastic bag. Upon seeing the vegetables inside, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by calm. "Your cultivation skills are on par with those of your parents in their prime." He then noticed the Ivy Snake and Pidgey beside Lin Feng. "Are you also here to search for Shinado?" Caught off guard, Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly. "I have that intention, but capturing such a Pokémon relies on fate. Ideally, capturing a Caterpie is also among my goals." Shinado was elusive, but Caterpie was far easier to find. He wished to capture a Caterpie, which could evolve into a Butterfree after some time. Butterfree would assist the plantation by pollinating the flowering plants and enhancing their yield, making it a crucial Pokémon for the plantation. "By the way, where's Lucario?" Lin Feng inquired, glancing around the empty surroundings. He had hoped to feed Lucario some energy cubes for rewards. In the Wudong Forest, this group of trainers lacks strength but excels in causing trouble. Lucario must keep a watchful eye. However, if you're looking for Shinado, you might want to explore the eastern part of the Wudong Forest. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. While he could easily dismiss such words from others, he held Uncle Liang's advice in the highest regard. After all, his Pokémon was Lucario. "Thank you, Uncle Liang." After expressing his gratitude, Lin Feng confirmed the direction and swiftly made his way towards the eastern region of the Wudong Forest. In the eastern part of the Wudong Forest, a rounded lake separated the forest from the sky. The pale blue surface reflected the orange-yellow sunset, occasionally shimmering with glimmers of light. Beside the lake stood a deep blue figure, graceful and poised, gazing at its reflection in the water. It seemed to admire its slender form. Yet there was a hint of concern for reasons unknown, making it particularly attentive to its appearance. Finally, it shook its head. "Perhaps I shall temporarily settle here and see if there are any berries around." Chapter 55. Did it go to the plantation? With the guidance of Pidgey, Lin Feng navigated smoothly through the intricacies of the Wudong Forest and soon encountered his first Caterpie. Or rather, it should be called a yellow Caterpie, for its skin was a vibrant yellow hue. This appeared to be a freshly emerged Caterpie, its soft fuzz still tender, and its entire body seemed delicate, as if a mere touch could puncture its skin. Most importantly, upon seeing Lin Feng, it began to tremble with fear, its expression one of sheer terror. Even forgetting to flee, Lin Feng understood that the Caterpie was not afraid of him, but rather of the Pidgey behind him. After a moment of fear, the Caterpie finally remembered its silk spinning ability and promptly unleashed a thread towards Lin Feng and Pidgey. Poof, poof. The delicate white threads were partially incinerated by Pidgey's flames before they could even approach. The remaining strands were deftly avoided by Lin Feng, landing harmlessly on the ground. He crouched down, tugging at the silk, which he easily tore apart. Indeed, it is a newly hatched Caterpie. Pokémon, Caterpie. Gender, female. Ability, shed skin. Potential, green. Individual values, HP, 5, Attack, 8, Defense, 14, Special Attack, 28, Special Defense, 16, Speed, 10. Level, 3. Skills, String Shot, Tackle. Description, a shiny, newly hatched Caterpie. Friendship, 0, it does not recognize you. Happiness, 75. Why are there birds out so early to eat leaves? Linfeng's interest was piqued as he produced a Pokeball. Although Caterpie was one of the most common Pokemon found in any forest area, the probability of encountering a shiny was quite high. However, due to its shiny yellow skin, few shiny Caterpies managed to survive the initial stage. From birth, they were destined to attract the attention of numerous predators. Thus, upon encountering this Caterpie, Linfeng felt compelled to act, as if to rescue it. When the Caterpie realized its thread had been ineffective, it felt as if the sky had fallen. Oh no, I'm going to be eaten. However, after waiting a long while, the anticipated pain did not arrive. Upon opening its eyes, it found only a human who spoke in a way it could understand. Why are you closing your eyes? Do you want to come back with me? Back? Where to? The Caterpie cautiously opened its eyes. In the next moment, Linfeng produced a green rice dumpling from his storage sphere. Once you come back with me, you can eat this every day. The Caterpie's eyes lit up the moment the dumpling appeared. The sweet, fragrant aroma made even the cold dumpling seem uniquely enticing. So fragrant. So delicious. Glancing at the rice dumpling and then at the hovering Pidgey, the Caterpie suddenly thought that even if this was its last meal, it was worth it. Thus, with a sense of resignation, it climbed onto Linfeng's arm and began to nibble at the dumpling. Linfeng, smiling warmly, asked once more, "Do you want to come back with me? You'll have food like this every day, without any worries. Every day there will be food like this." The phrase echoed repeatedly in the Caterpie's mind. By the time it realized what was happening, it had already nodded its head. "All right, I'll take that as your agreement." Seeing the Caterpie nod, Linfeng took out a Pokeball and promptly captured the little Caterpie. After witnessing the 3 beams of red light flash, the Pokeball settled into silence. A slight smile graced his lips as he secured the Pokeball to his waist. Originally, he had only intended to capture an ordinary Caterpie, but he never expected to acquire a shiny one instead. Once it evolved, his plantation would be even more vibrant and colorful. Having encountered such a Pokemon right at the start, Linfeng's spirits were notably uplifted, bolstering his confidence in his endeavors. However, soon after, his luck seemed to have run out, as he encountered only ordinary Pokemon thereafter, such as Beedrill, Sandshrew, and Diglett. Although he had a desire to capture a Diglett, he ultimately decided against it, recalling the Sandshrew at Grandpa Chin's home. That little creature, albeit somewhat simple-minded, was just like Grandpa Chin, disinclined to cause trouble for others. If it learned that Linfeng had captured a Pokemon to replace it, it would likely refuse to help him in the future, or perhaps it would assist him, but would no longer ask for food. Sighing, Linfeng resolved to continue searching for Shinado. Yet this search persisted until sunset, yielding no results. Ultimately, Linfeng found himself standing before a tranquil lake, watching as the setting sun cast an orange hue upon the water's surface, lost in contemplation. Perhaps this Shinado was averse to humanity. He held various energy cubes infused with fragrant powder, having wandered for some time in the eastern part of this Phoenix Forest. While the Shinado did not come forth, many other Pokemon were drawn to him. Fortunately, the Ivy Snake and the Pidgey possessed a measure of strength, gently scaring them away. "Ivy, should we continue searching?" the Ivy Snake inquired. Linfeng sighed inwardly, feeling he might have been too fixated. Or perhaps it was the ease with which he had witnessed the legendary Mewtwo plucking fruits that made him yearn to capture a Psychic-type Pokemon. It seemed, for now, that fate was not on his side. "Let us not search any longer. Let us return," he declared, shaking his head. Glancing at the darkening sky, he added, "Ivy Snake, you should enter the Pokeball. I shall have Pidgey take me back directly, lest it grows too late." This time, the Ivy Snake did not protest and willingly entered the Pokeball. Linfeng then grasped Pidgey's talons and soared into the sky. By the time they returned home, it was already 6 in the evening, and the breeding house was locked. Just as Linyu was about to unlock the door, a red Rotom descended from the heavens. It spoke urgently, "Rotom, Rotom, Master, you have finally returned." At 5 o'clock, a Shinado teleported into the plantation and has taken control of the Milotic. Chapter 56. The Cursed Shinado. It is simple, just help me work. Huh. Linfeng's expression was one of exaggerated confusion. What nonsense is this? He searched high and low and now is told it is in his own plantation? Indeed. Hurry and see. It has harvested all the ripe fruits. Listening to Rotom's anxious voice, Linfeng barely had time to open the door before he seized Pidgey's claws and commanded, "Let us go." Pidgey let out a long cry, a hint of anger lacing its tone. The task assigned by its trainer was to guard the plants in the plantation, and now it was told everything had been plundered? With this thought, flames ignited around Pidgey as it flapped its wings vigorously, ascending to the skies above the plantation. Even from a height of over 10 meters, Linfeng quickly discerned the troubling scene below. The plantation, once brimming with a variety of fruits and vegetables, now lay bare save for a patch of greenery and a few unripe fruits. Beside the water reservoir, the harvested produce floated in midair, categorized by type, while a blue figure hovered above the reservoir. Seemingly alerted by Pidgey's commotion, the figure raised its head, crimson eyes like blood searching the sky for Pidgey and Linfeng. Undoubtedly, it was a Shinado. Meanwhile, Milotic, trapped in the reservoir, repeatedly attempted to strike the Shinado with water gun, but was thwarted by an invisible barrier. Unable to make any headway, let us descend. Linfeng reassured Pidgey with a calming presence, then instructed it to fly him down. As they neared the ground, just 2 or 3 meters above, Linfeng released his grip on Pidgey and gracefully landed before the Shinado, unable to resist examining it closely. Compared to an ordinary Shinado, this peculiar variant had blue hair, with its arms and the lining of its white skirt also in blue. However, the triangular emblem on its chest and its eyes were a striking blood red, exuding an aura of profound depth. It hovered in midair, its psychic powers causing its flowing white skirt to sway gently, its gaze serene. Shauna, are you the master of this plantation? Linfeng nodded and activated his Eye of Insight. Pokémon, Shinado. Gender, female. Ability, telepathy. Potential, golden. Individual values, HP, 31. Attack, 18. Defense, 25. Special attack, 31. Special defense, 31. Speed, 31. Level, 7,879. Skills, Screech, Psybeam, Mystical Fire, Shadow Clone, Misty Terrain, Charming Voice, Psychic, Draining Kiss, Moonblast, Future Sight. Description: a peculiar Shinado, once cursed by the nightmare deity Darkrai during its time as a Ralts, its eyes now imbued with cursed energy, turning them crimson. Those who slumber near it will awaken to nightmares. Affinity: 0, it feels no connection to you. Happiness: 0, what must one offer to trade for these fruits? Goodness. Linfeng was taken aback. Upon hearing Rhoda mention Milotic was under the Shinado's control with no chance of resistance, he had harbored some suspicions. But he never anticipated this Shinado would possess such formidable power. Moreover, with 431 individual values and golden potential, he had never encountered such an exquisite ordinary Pokémon before. Yet, cursed by Darkrai, Linfeng was momentarily stunned, and before he could scrutinize further, a voice, as clear and refreshing as a spring's flow, resonated within his heart. Shauna, I desire these fruits. What is it that you seek? You mean you wish to exchange for these vegetables? Linfeng tentatively inquired. The Shinado nodded, offering no further explanation. Taking without asking is not a true exchange. Before he could finish his thought, the Shinado interrupted. Shauna, look at your Milotic. Following its directive, Linfeng glanced over. At that moment, Milotic stood anxiously in the reservoir, gazing at him with urgency. Its energy surging as it desperately sought to break free from Shinado's grasp. Amidst this turmoil, the energy within it rapidly dissipated. Yet due to the ocean crystal buried within the reservoir, the energy emanating from it was swiftly absorbed back into Milotic's body. Consequently, Milotic's energy level was rising rapidly. Pokémon, Milotic. Gender, female. Ability, Marvel Scale. Potential, golden. Level, 3,437. Skills, Water Gun, Water Pulse, Tackle, Charming Voice, Aqua Ring, Hurricane, Dragon Tail, Recover, Ice Beam, Mist, Hydro Pump. Affinity, 100. It trusts you unconditionally. Happiness, 20. Why can't it break free? Upon witnessing this, Linfeng hurried to the side of the reservoir, clenched his right fist, and struck the water's surface with force. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed as the psychic barrier was violently shattered by Linfeng's blow. As it broke, Milotic swiftly swam to the shore, positioning itself beside Linfeng, warily eyeing the floating Shinado. It's all right, Linfeng reassured Milotic, then turned his gaze toward the Shinado above. He understood the Shinado's intent clearly. It was offering a means for Milotic to grow stronger in exchange for the fruits and vegetables. However, for Linfeng, this was a disadvantageous trait. If he wished for his Pokémon to grow stronger, it was exceedingly simple. Merely utilizing the numerous intermediate candies he had acquired over the past few days could easily elevate Milotic to the gym level, or even beyond. Yet, this approach would only lead Milotic to struggle with controlling its own energy in the short term, potentially resulting in an uncontrolled energy leak akin to that of a Dragonite. Moreover, compelling Milotic to forcibly absorb the energy from the ocean crystal through emotional coercion was far from Linfeng's nurturing philosophy. He only desired for his Pokémon to grow joyfully and healthily. It seems you are quite a reasonable Pokémon. Compelling my Pokémon to grow under such emotional pressure is not what I wish to witness. Furthermore, the energy crystals in the water were placed there by me and have nothing to do with you. Without your methods, Milotic will eventually flourish. Moreover, to demand such a multitude of berries all at once, are you nurturing a Ralts? These berries should hold little significance for a shiny Gardevoir. If it were merely to satiate hunger, there would be no need to collect so many. Thus, Linfeng speculated that Gardevoir intended to share these berries with other Pokémon. Gardevoir? Startled, it gazed at the water's surface, its icy eyes betraying a hint of disbelief as Linfeng's inquiry snapped it back to reality. It slightly furrowed its brow, pondering, how can I exchange for these berries? Linfeng's recent strike had indeed left a considerable impression upon it. This was the first human of such formidable prowess it had encountered since being driven from its territory by its own kind and forced to navigate survival. It's quite simple. Just lend me your assistance. Chapter 57. Because I was caught in the rain, I wish to hold an umbrella. There is no doubt regarding Gardevoir's strength. Linfeng, in a moment of desperation, instinctively struck the psychic barrier. Yet, the outcome astonished not only Gardevoir, but also himself. My fist carries such might? Or is it that energy-based techniques are diminished to a mere fraction in my presence? Gardevoir? Assist. Gardevoir appeared puzzled. Linfeng promptly elucidated. Yes. Assist. You can express how many Pokémon you care for, the quantity of berries you require, and the amount of work you are willing to offer. The task is straightforward. Simply help me gather these fruits and vegetables, just as you are doing now. Gardevoir. Gardevoir contemplated the berries nearby. By nature, it was reluctant to seize the berries directly. However, its past experiences told it that it could teleport away with these berries in an instant, regardless of the strength of this human's physique, which posed no threat to it. Yet, this human appeared rather amiable. Observing Gardevoir's flicker of interest, Linfeng continued. Of course, you may take a portion first to nourish the Pokémon under your care. I can await your response. This Gardevoir had likely survived in the wild for quite some time to attain such strength. Methods akin to abducting a caterpie would prove futile. It was necessary to approach it from a perspective it valued, such as the Pokémon it tended to. With this thought, Linfeng tossed it a bottle containing energy cubes, which were particularly suitable for weaker Pokémon. However, before the cubes could reach Gardevoir, they were enveloped by an invisible force. A cube, crafted from dragon fruit, fell from the bottle. Upon sensing it, Gardevoir's gaze shifted to Linfeng with surprise. As a psychic-type Pokémon, it could perceive that this energy cube would have a significant effect even for its current state. Linfeng added, this is merely a fraction. There are other types of energy cubes as well, all formulated according to the constitution of baby Pokémon, ideal for younglings. The look of astonishment in Gardevoir's eyes transformed into something more complex, and it ultimately stated, Gardevoir, I understand, I will provide you with a response by tomorrow evening. Once the words were spoken, its figure vanished in an instant, along with a portion of the berries. Instant teleportation. Watching Gardevoir flicker away, Linfeng felt a twinge of envy. With such a Pokémon by his side, he could venture wherever he wished in the future. Hopefully, it would remain. Linfeng sighed, then retrieved the Pokeball containing the caterpie he had captured today, placing it in the grass. This shall be your home from now on, aside from the berries and leaves. You may consume anything else, understood? Caterpie glanced around, taking a bite of the grass. Its expression shifted instantly, overwhelmed by the abundance of food. In the eastern region of Wudong Forest, the bright moonlight illuminated the lake, casting a dreamlike reflection upon its surface, undisturbed by even the slightest ripple. At this moment, a small, rounded head suddenly emerged. Its entire body was a deep azure, with eyes as large as copper bells, and a fin resembling a wing lay gently upon the shore. Following this, a light pink nose peeked out. It called out towards a dense thicket on the shore. Chio, are you there? Are you there? GG. From within the thicket, a fiery chick promptly sprang forth. GG. Chio. At the call of the two Pokémon, a creature resembling a mountain berry suddenly fell from a tree. Juju, have you returned? Chio? I don't know. It seems they haven't come back. The Chio sea lion observed its surroundings with caution, as if fearing that other Pokémon might emerge to devour them. GG, they should be returning soon, right? The sweet Juju from the Alola region, the Chio sea lion, and the fiery chick from the Hoenn region, 3 Pokémon from different lands had gathered here. Chio, I'm so hungry. The Chio sea lion patted its belly, wearing a frown. GG, shall we find something to eat ourselves? The fiery chick suggested with a glint in its eye. The sweet Juju immediately displayed a frightened expression, exclaiming, Juju, it told us to stay here and not move. What if it can't find us? We don't even know where this place is, if there are dangerous Pokémon nearby. We could be eaten. Chio, let us wait a bit longer. The Chio sea lion concurred. GG, seeing that her companions disagreed. The fiery chick could only nod in resignation. In the next moment, a figure materialized amidst the 3 Pokémon. Gardevoir? Didn't I tell you to hide? Gardevoir spoke sternly upon observing the trio huddled together. Chio. The Chio sea lion stepped forward, declaring it was its fault for calling them out, as they had grown hungry after waiting so long. Gardevoir paused for a moment. Ultimately, it chose not to say more and produced the energy cubes it had acquired from Linfeng. Gardevoir, go ahead and eat. The eyes of the Pokémon brightened immediately as they eagerly began to munch on the energy cubes. Observing the joyful consumption of the three Pokémon, Gardevoir's gaze softened momentarily. These three children, the Chio-Chio Sea Lion and the Fiery Chick, had been abandoned by trainers for various reasons. While the sweet Zhu had been separated from its mother upon birth, the Chio-Chio Sea Lion and the Fiery Chick, raised in captivity, along with the sweet Zhu, who had lost its mother far too soon, all lacked any survival experience in the wild and had been on the brink of death when they encountered Gardevoir. Since being driven from its own kind in its youth, Gardevoir had harbored immense compassion for Pokémon with similar or shared experiences, which was why it chose to adopt these three. Having been caught in the rain in its early days, it now wished to extend an umbrella over other beings. Chapter 58. The Automatic Production Line of Energy Cubes, Metagross. Inside the breeding house, Linfeng pushed open the window, and the moonlight poured in like water, illuminating the sky adorned with twinkling stars, creating a picturesque scene. The quiet town at night, apart from the occasional calls of Pokémon, was enveloped in a tranquil serenity. Linfeng sat on the bed, deep in thought about a particular matter, the curse cast upon Gardevoir by Darkrai. Curses can undoubtedly be regarded as a malevolent form of energy, representing a negative state for Pokémon. The curse that afflicts Shinado appears to be a byproduct of nightmares. Among such curses, the most renowned is the Ghost-type curse skill, Curse, which synchronizes the afflicted state with that of its opponent before incapacitation. Can the power of the Evergreen eliminate such a condition? Linfeng murmured, then shook his head. While minor ailments might be alleviated through the robust constitution of Pokémon after treatment, he harbored no certainty regarding the curse imposed by Darkrai. Thus, the burden of overcoming this curse rests solely upon Shinado. Reflecting on this, Linfeng felt a twinge of regret, wishing he had provided Shinado with an energy cube to bolster her resistance to negative states. Had he done so, her chances of survival would have been significantly enhanced. Alas, he decided to turn his attention to the special rewards acquired today. Sighing, Linfeng refrained from chastising himself excessively. After all, the events in the plantation had transpired quite unexpectedly, and it was only natural that he had not considered everything in that moment. July 28th. Earnings 255,600. Total amount 1,004,000. Dragon Fruit, X5. Total quantity, 24. Special Scale Fruit, X12. Total quantity, 36. Intermediate Dragon Fruit, X3. Total quantity, 7. It had become a nightly ritual for Linfeng to tally the special rewards he had garnered that day before proceeding to create energy cubes for the following day. However, today, after completing his calculations, a new idea took shape in his mind. In recent days, due to Shinado's circumstances, a considerable influx of professional trainers had arrived in the town, each accompanied by formidable Pokémon. While standard stamina energy cubes could elevate their joy, the increase was ultimately modest. Furthermore, consuming too many of the same type of energy cube, no matter how delectable, could lead to temporary monotony. Therefore, diversifying the types and enriching the flavors of energy cubes became essential for future development. For certain Pokémon, nothing could enhance their joy more than the prospect of augmenting their strength. Linfeng decided to experiment with a low-tier version of the Defense Energy Cube. With this thought, he made his way to the kitchen, retrieving the spicy tomato fruit picked by Shinado today, along with the fresh milk extracted from the Moo tank. He also took out 2 dragon fruits, a fruit akin to guava, which typically sold for several thousand on the market. Today, he intended to combine these 2 dragon fruits with the Yuan fruit and spicy tomato fruit, along with Moo fresh milk, to concoct 2 flavors, totaling 50 defense energy cubes. How much should he charge for each? Linfeng pondered deeply. These energy cubes certainly should not be priced too low, yet they must remain affordable enough for trainers of modest means to occasionally indulge in them to nurture their Pokémon. Perhaps one could be priced at 10,000, and the other at 20,000. Ultimately, Linfeng settled on a 10-fold and 20-fold pricing for the stamina energy cubes. The 10,000 variant would naturally feature the spicy tomato flavor, while the 20,000 variant would boast the Moo fresh milk flavor. After finalizing the prices, Linfeng enthusiastically set to work, first extracting the juice from the spicy tomato fruit and Moo fresh milk as preparatory steps, then crushing the dragon fruits. After approximately 3 hours of heating, the red and white energy cubes emerged before him. C-grade dragon fruit energy cubes, crafted from a modest amount of dragon fruit, spicy tomato fruit, and Yuan fruit. Though the manufacturing process was somewhat rudimentary, the craftsmanship was undeniably precise. Culinary effect. Upon consumption, it effectively replenishes the Pokémon's stamina while enhancing their defensive capabilities. C-grade dragon fruit energy cubes, crafted from a modest amount of dragon fruit, Moo fresh milk, and Yuan fruit. Culinary effect. The effects of the two energy cubes were quite similar, though the variant containing Moo fresh milk was of a slightly higher grade. Rubbing his forehead, Lin Feng glanced at the time. It was already 11 o'clock at night. He stifled a yawn. Creating such a substantial number of energy cubes alone was indeed exhausting. If the demand for energy cubes continued to rise, he would struggle to keep up on his own. Should he consider hiring a nurturer to assist in the production of energy cubes? This notion flickered through Lin Feng's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. He was reluctant to allow his energy cube recipes to circulate. Human nature is unpredictable, and he harbored mistrust towards others. Pokémon, on the other hand, were genuinely innocent. Indeed, Pokémon. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. While humans may not suffice, certain Pokémon could also be employed in the production of energy cubes. Most Pokémon, in comparison to humans, merely lack dexterity in their limbs. Yet, Psychic-type Pokémon could effortlessly substitute their limbs with psychic abilities. There even existed a Psychic-type Pokémon capable of precise data manipulation, facilitating large-scale energy cube production. A colossal, four-legged metallic silhouette materialized in his mind, swiftly taking root and expanding like a frenzied vine. However, Lin Feng soon felt deflated. Where could he possibly find a Metagross? That creature surely required an investment of no less than 100 million to maintain. Initially, he believed his six-figure daily income rendered him wealthy, but upon reflection, he realized that the items he desired remained prohibitively expensive. Sighing, he lamented that money always seemed to vanish too quickly. Vines, the ever-watchful Gardevoir, who had not yet drifted off to sleep, tenderly presented Lin Feng with a cup of chilled Moo fresh milk using her vine whips. Thank you, Gardevoir. Lin Feng crouched down to pat her head. Feeling a tad revitalized after sipping the Moo fresh milk, he proceeded to wash up and then made his way to bed. The ice Vulpix was already nestled on the bed, sound asleep, small bubbles occasionally escaping from her nose, indicating she was in a deep slumber. Lin Feng climbed onto the bed quietly, instinctively checking the system's joy notification once more, his expression momentarily perplexed. How curious, Sweet Bamboo. Is there truly someone who has taken the effort to capture such a Pokémon from Alola? He soon dismissed the thought, leaning against the sleeping ice Vulpix with a contented smile on his face. There is no one who does not relish the company of an ice-type Pokémon during the summer, especially while sleeping. Meanwhile, beside the treehouse, Gardevoir pursed her lips and entered the dwelling. Chapter 59, A Sneaky Squirtle. Drinking milk from the Moo tank beside a green cater pie? July 29th. The dawn was just breaking. Lin Feng rose early as usual, preparing the necessary energy cubes for display. After informing Qin Shu of the prices, he contemplated adding a sign nearby that read, "Refunds for ineffectiveness, no resale after return." The message was straightforward. If a customer felt the defense energy cubes they purchased were ineffective, they could opt for a refund. But doing so would preclude any future purchases from the shop. 10,000, 20,000. Upon hearing these prices, the young girl Qin Shu's expression shifted, and she murmured, "So expensive. It would take her an entire month's salary to afford just one." Lin Feng chuckled. There's a reason for the price. The quality is indeed superior. While the manufacturing process may be somewhat rough, the technique ensures the effects are commendable. For Pokémon like Sandshrew and Onix, the results are even more pronounced. Qin Shu's eyes darted around the empty shop, and in a playful whisper, she asked, "Brother Feng, I can buy these energy cubes too, right? You see, my Squirtle has been feeling unsatisfied with her meals lately, and I suspect the energy cubes from Wang Supermarket might not be palatable." Lin Feng was taken aback. Of course, he could. Qin Shu revealed a modest smile, her round and delicate face slightly flushed, as she shyly inquired, "Hee, could you possibly consider me as your employee and grant a discount?" She was well aware of the high price of the item, yet she still wished to purchase something for her Squirtle to enjoy. Lin Feng found her request amusing and agreed. "All right, you can buy it at half price." It seemed she had been waiting for him. As for why Squirtle had a poor appetite, he was all too familiar with the reason. Every day, when Qin Shu came to work, she would leave Squirtle at home. However, whenever Lin Feng went to the plantation to feed Minus and Pidgey at noon, Squirtle would sneak out of the house, swim through the irrigation channel, and pop up with its head out of the water, feigning innocence as it looked at him. This little turtle, having worked here for some time, was well aware of when Lin Feng fed Minus energy cubes. What could he do? He could only feed it alongside Minus. It must be said that this sneaky behavior seemed to excite Squirtle, giving it a thrill of stealing food. Thus, each time Lin Feng fed it, the little creature's joy increased significantly. Occasionally, it would even reward him with a special bonus. Later on, Lin Feng removed a section of the fence beneath an orange tree, allowing Squirtle to come in directly, bringing along some energy cubes for Sandshrew. He instructed it not to disclose that they were from him. It appeared that this young lady remained completely unaware of Squirtle's antics, and was now spending her entire month's salary here. TSK, TSK, TSK. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Feng chose not to remind Qin Shu, allowing her to work here for Squirtle. After all, as a young girl, she wouldn't need too much money on hand for the time being. With Lin Feng's approval, Qin Shu's expression brightened, and her enthusiasm was palpable. If his system could detect human joy, it would surely register that the young girl's happiness was on the rise. Work hard. After leaving her with a few encouraging words, Lin Feng proceeded to the plantation. It seemed that yesterday's events had not significantly impacted the plantation. In fact, the arrival of Shinado had allowed Lin Feng to gather all the ripe fruits and vegetables. He first retrieved the grass balls he had prepared 2 days prior from his storage sphere and fed them to the Miltanks. Then turned his gaze to the caterpie diligently munching on the pasture. Since capturing it yesterday, Lin Feng had hardly paid it any attention. He took out a green dumpling, pondering whether it preferred this or the pasture. Yay! The caterpie lifted its head, its dark eyes reflecting Lin Feng's figure, clearly filled with delight. Yesterday, it had been trembling in fear of being devoured by Pidgey, but now it felt immersed in a sea of happiness. Yay! I like to eat. I like them all. Well, as long as it could eat, right? Then it would be green dumplings from now on. If it rained, it should hide in the barn, understood? Lin Feng gently placed it on the pasture near the barn and advised the Miltanks. It will also come in to eat green dumplings, so don't bully it, okay? The green dumplings he prepared for the Miltanks were always in excess. However, after spending these past few days together, Lin Feng discovered that no matter how many green dumplings he placed in the barn, the Miltanks would consume them all, even to the point of their bellies becoming round, subsequently producing copious amounts of milk. This situation left Lin Feng feeling somewhat helpless, ultimately leading him to manually control their food intake. Moo moo. All right. Moo moo. We won't. Moo moo. It still looks like a baby. We can feed it milk. Moo moo. Yes, feed it milk. The Miltanks immediately began to excitedly discuss this notion. Hearing their conversation, Lin Feng couldn't help but envision the image of Caterpie drinking milk from the Miltanks, sending a shiver down his spine, and he quickly interjected, No. The green dumplings contain your milk too. The imagery was too delightful to even contemplate. Moo moo? Is that so? No wonder it's so delicious. Moo moo. Enough talk. I'm going to keep eating. The Miltanks resumed their lively chatter, but soon redirected their focus onto their food. Observing the harmonious interaction between the Miltanks and Caterpie, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and walked over to the water reservoir. Upon seeing him approach, Venus immediately poked its head out of the water, one of its long red tendrils gently brushing against Lin Feng's face in the breeze. He reached out to grasp it, feeling its smooth texture, and couldn't help but smile. Venus, look, I've widened the irrigation channel for you, so you'll be able to swim much more freely here. How does that sound? Yay? Venus appeared somewhat puzzled. All right, it's settled then. Seeing that it had no objections, Lin Feng prepared to call the construction team. He was quite satisfied with the previous barn construction, hence he intended to enlist their services again. Just then, a blue figure suddenly appeared before him and Venus. Chapter 60. The Joyful Reward from Shinado. Intermediate Psychic Power. Undoubtedly, the blue figure was Shinado. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. He had anticipated Shinado's visit, but did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. Shauna, I acknowledge the task you mentioned, but it seems today is not necessary for fruit picking. Shinado floated in midair, its invisible telekinesis supporting its body, undisturbed even by the gentle morning breeze that could not lift its skirt. After a night of waiting, hearing such a satisfactory response made Lin Feng's eyes light up. It could not have been better. Rest assured, there is work you can do today. He babbled on. Today, I need to widen the irrigation channel for Venus, but human construction tends to muddle the water. So I must trouble you to create a telekinetic barrier to temporarily isolate the irrigation channel from the reservoir to prevent it from getting dirty. Shauna? Shinado was taken aback, not quite understanding why this human spoke with such familiarity. The energy cubes and fruit it had brought back yesterday had been consumed by the 3 little creatures, leaving only the fruit behind, which was clearly not as favored as the energy cubes. Thus, it ultimately found its way back to this plantation. Meanwhile, Lin Feng busily made a phone call to the construction team. Upon learning it was an invitation from the plantation in Wudong Town, they readily agreed. Please hold on. They will be here shortly. After hanging up, Lin Feng glanced at Shinado floating in the air and couldn't help but use Eye of Inspection to take another look. Aside from the intimacy level of 5, the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. This Shinado was simply exceptional. Shinado paused for a moment, scanning the surroundings, and finding no suitable place to land. It could only hover in the air. Faced with this situation, Lin Feng decided to be straightforward. Shinado, do you carry a curse with you? His words immediately put Shinado on high alert. Its once gentle demeanor transformed, as an invisible wave of psychic energy surged forth, enveloping Lin Feng. Shauna, how do you know? The curse affixed to its being since childhood had now deeply etched itself into every facet of its psychic abilities. If anyone fell asleep within a kilometer of it, its uncontrolled psychic powers would seek them out, becoming a conduit for the curse. This was also the reason it needed to frequently relocate. It sought a tranquil location to minimize the number of living beings affected by the curse. I am a nurturer, endowed with the power of eternity. It is evident to me that Lin Feng has not concealed anything. He has articulated all his thoughts from last night. Nevertheless, do not be overly concerned. This curse is not insurmountable. Perhaps it would be more apt to describe it not as a curse, but rather as a gift from the Pokémon that bestowed it upon you. It is simply that your strength is insufficient to master it completely. Is this Shinedo formidable? Indeed. At over level 70, it is undoubtedly the strongest ordinary Pokémon Lin Feng has encountered thus far. However, he feels that in comparison to the nightmare deity Darkrai, Shinedo falls significantly short. Shinedo? Observing the human who succinctly conveyed his situation, Shinedo's crimson eyes gleamed with a hint of skepticism. Shauna? Do you have a solution? Not exactly a solution, Lin Feng chuckled softly. You likely know the ways to address it. Firstly, you could seek out the Pokémon that bestowed the curse upon you to have it resolved. Secondly, you might find a Pokémon with an energy nature that opposes it, allowing it to grant a different blessing, thus enabling the two energies to cancel each other out. However, this approach would be considerably more challenging, as your curse is deeply rooted. What I wish to convey is that you can indeed learn to control this curse. If my conjecture is correct, when you first began, the curse extended much farther. As your strength has increased, it has gradually come under your psychic control. Shinedo paused briefly before nodding in agreement. Indeed, this curse has granted it immense power, talent, and intuition since its youth, yet it has also brought endless anguish. Initially, the curse extended 3 kilometers, but as its strength grew, it dwindled to 1 kilometer. However, to fully master the power of this curse, Shinedo would need to surpass its current capabilities. That hope seems exceedingly faint. Thus far, it has come to trust Lin Feng as a nurturer. However, it had previously sought help from other renowned nurturers among humans, yet none were able to resolve its plight. Does this human possess a solution? Try this, Lin Feng said, producing a bottle of milky white energy cubes. He carefully retrieved one from within and tossed it over. The S-rank Assimilation Energy Cube is a special attack energy cube meticulously crafted from a small amount of A-rank Moo Moo milk combined with intermediate special scales fruit. Consuming it temporarily boosts special attack by 1550. Long-term consumption can enhance a Pokémon's special attack value. Note: energy-rich, not consumable by Pokémon below gym leader level. Culinary effects: 1. Enhances Pokémon's resistance to abnormal statuses. 2. Increases the probability of inflicting abnormal statuses through opponent's skills. 3. Assimilation. With long-term consumption, it can more easily resist damage from opposing types and more adeptly control external energies. An S-rank energy cube, and an S at that. This was concocted when Lin Feng attempted to create an energy cube to enhance the flying skill proficiency for his Pidgey. Due to its limited quantity and restrictions, he had refrained from offering it to his Pokémon until now. One could say that in his effort to retain this Shinedo, he has truly invested significantly. Shauna? With its psychokinesis, Shinedo levitated the energy cube, gazing at it with uncertainty. However, unable to resist the urge, it consumed the cube in one swift motion. The instant it swallowed, energy surged throughout its body, and its gaze momentarily became vacant, only to be replaced by a flash of surprise and incredulity. It had just attempted to channel its own energy, and could indeed feel the curse's power becoming more manageable. Congratulations, host, for raising Shinedo's happiness level from 0 to 75. Rewards: 10 bags of advanced golden fertilizer, 10 advanced rare candies, and intermediate psychic power. Huh? When this reward echoed in Lin Feng's mind, his small brain nearly shrank in disbelief. Did the system just say what? Intermediate psychic power? Lin Feng, still incredulous, glanced at the system message again. He finally made sense of it. The reward was indeed psychic power. Chapter 61. Is the unusual Shinedo here to help? The moment the rewards were bestowed, a wave of energy, akin to the one he had received from the power of eternity, manifested within him. This time, however, the psychic abilities leaned more towards the tangible reality. His mind became remarkably clear, and everything within his field of vision allowed that energy to extend as if it were an extension of his own limbs, even more agile than before. Intermediate psychic power? Instinctively, Lin Feng sought to utilize the excess psychic energy within him, but upon gazing at Shinedo, he ultimately restrained himself. He chuckled softly. So how does it feel? Quite effective, I presume? Shinedo, having quelled its previously exerted psychic energy, regarded the energy cube in Lin Feng's hand with a complex mix of longing and desire. Shauna, very good. Haha, Lin Feng chuckled amiably, placing the energy cube away. This was, after all, the finest energy cube he had crafted thus far, and its efficacy was exceptional. The first attempt had yielded such bountiful rewards, deepening Lin Feng's resolve to retain Shinedo. He would even resort to dubious means if necessary. Shinedo opened its mouth, hesitating to inquire how it could earn such energy cubes through labor. However, it felt somewhat embarrassed to voice the question, especially since Lin Feng had already mentioned the rarity of the energy cubes. Yet, Lin Feng seemed to sense its unspoken thoughts, resting his chin thoughtfully. I have two forms of employment available. One is a long-term position, where I can provide 10 bottles of yesterday's energy cubes weekly, along with one of the energy cubes you just consumed. The other is a short-term position, where I would provide 1 bottle of yesterday's energy cubes daily. And if there are any particularly cumbersome tasks, I would offer one of the energy cubes you just ingested, like today, when you would be needed to expand the irrigation canal using your psychic abilities. Both positions are 7 hours long each day, 3 hours in the morning and 4 hours in the afternoon. Upon presenting the options, Lin Feng couldn't help but curse himself inwardly. Wasn't he essentially coercing Shinado into a long-term commitment? What a fine example of driving someone to a corner. Indeed, upon hearing these two choices, Shinado fell into contemplation, clearly weighing its options. Ultimately, sensing the curse within itself, it nodded, Shauna, long-term. Having finally glimpsed a chance for liberation, it did not wish to forfeit it. Great, Lin Feng exclaimed, beaming with delight. Although this Shinado was more aloof than he had anticipated, once it had taken the first step, the subsequent matters would be much easier to handle. Oh, by the way, you can bring your offspring along. Lin Feng suddenly recalled Shinado bringing back an energy cube yesterday. Surely, having Ralts here would be safer than in the wild, wouldn't it? If Shinado still had Ralts with her, it would be perfect. Both mother and child could stay together. Although Ralts may not contribute much to the plantation's development in the short term, once it evolves into Shinado, it could assist him in crafting energy cubes. After all, acquiring and raising a Metagross is exceedingly difficult, but Shinado can be managed. Shinado's expression darkened, its previously cheerful mood diminishing slightly. Shauna, I have no offspring. Very well then. Lin Feng replied, nodding with a hint of disappointment, choosing not to press the matter further, assuming that Shinado simply needed more time to trust him. After a short while, Hubba's construction team arrived, accompanied by several formidable fighting-type Pokémon. Upon comprehending Lin Feng's requirements, the burly Hubba promptly presented a plan. To ensure that the Milotic could swim and turn smoothly within the channel, the width would need to be expanded at least threefold, and the depth would also require enhancement. Indeed, this was a monumental undertaking, as the excavation of soil and concrete blocks would necessitate continuous transport. The soil was manageable, but the concrete blocks posed a significant challenge. It was estimated that the task would take about a week. With some assistance, however, Lin Feng gestured towards the sky, indicating the shiny Gardevoir, which could aid in the transportation. In that case, it would only take a day or two. Hubba gazed at the young plantation owner with a hint of astonishment. Recently, rumors of the Gardevoir had spread like wildfire in Wutong Town. Some claimed to have glimpsed the Pokémon, but it vanished without a trace at a mere glance. This alone spoke volumes about the Gardevoir's formidable prowess. Ordinary trainers had no chance of encountering it. Yet, this young owner had managed to capture it? Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. And he was so young. The Gardevoir nodded at Lin Feng, saying nothing, and after reinforcing the connection between the water diversion channel and the reservoir with a psychic barrier, it followed the construction team outside. Soon, the sounds of hammering and construction echoed around. Seizing the opportunity during this lull, Lin Feng called out to the Rotom, which had begun sensing the moisture content of the ground above. Shall we go observe the construction site? Rotom. At this moment, the day had nearly fully dawned, and people gradually arrived in the town to purchase energy cubes. The sounds of construction quickly drew attention, and soon, onlookers witnessed a construction team, equipped with various fighting-type Pokémon, diligently breaking apart concrete blocks within the drain channel and excavating soil to widen it. On the bank, a blue-haired Gardevoir was using its psychic abilities to transport concrete blocks onto a truck, while the soil was flung away into an open area. Yet, that was not the focal point. The real highlight was the Gardevoir. The first person to arrive rubbed their eyes, unsure if they were mistaken. Upon reopening their eyes, astonishment replaced all else on their face. Was that an extraordinary shiny Gardevoir? This was undoubtedly the hottest topic lately. How could it be here moving bricks? Surely, the construction industry hadn't become so competitive as to employ a Gardevoir in place of fighting-type Pokémon. Oh dear, I might as well move bricks myself. At least I could capture a shiny Gardevoir. As the crowd of onlookers grew larger, the misunderstandings escalated, with many taking out their phones to snap pictures and record videos. Hubba straightened up and clarified, "Everyone, please do not be mistaken. This Gardevoir does not belong to our construction company. It is the Pokémon of Lin, the owner of the neighboring breeding house." Chapter 62, Green and Red, Ash and Blue. On August 1st, in the Kanto region. It had been quite some time since Kingolf's battle with Chi-Hong. After stepping down from the champion's position, Kingolf had adopted a more laid-back attitude. He would occasionally wander here and there, stopping to nurture any Pokémon that caught his fancy, whether they chose to stay with him or not. It was merely a hobby spurred by interest, after all. His ultimate goal was to complete the Pokédex. Today, he returned to the place where it all began, Mosera Town. At the Professor Oak's lab, the white-coated Professor Oak, seated on a high stool, slurped his instant noodles when he suddenly noticed a tall, slender young man with brown hair and a necklace standing at the door. Rubbing his eyes, Professor Oak chuckled. "Ah, Kingolf, you've timed your visit perfectly. Chi-Hong just returned." Huh. Kingolf's expression stiffened momentarily, as the tranquility of returning home gave way to a surge of emotion. "Don't compare me to that guy." However, before he could elaborate, a red figure emerged from the backyard. Kingolf, you're back too. What were you just saying?" Dressed in a red jacket, light blue pants, and a hat resembling a pokeball, it was Chi-Hong. "Are you challenging me to a Pokemon battle?" Chi-Hong inquired with keen interest. Kingolf's demeanor shifted to defiance. "Stop talking nonsense. If you're here, then let us go. I'm not afraid of you. I'll bring my strongest." Meanwhile, seeing the two leave, Professor Oak shook his head, returning his focus to his noodles. Even though both had been champions, they still clashed like rivals whenever they met. After finishing his noodles, a child dressed in a tank top burst into the lab. "Professor Oak. Professor Oak, how long until I can embark on my journey?" Upon seeing the child, Professor Oak smiled warmly. "Oh, it's Ash, is it? You can calculate your age to figure it out. Once you reach the right age, you can capture your first Pokemon and begin your adventure." Yet another child entered, disdainfully remarking, "Heh, Ash, just make sure you don't oversleep on the day you choose your first Pokemon. With your attitude, you'll never become a Pokemon master. Only I can achieve that." Watching Ash and Blue bicker once more, Professor Oak rubbed his head in exasperation. "You two. It feels like you remind me of the earlier Chi-Hong and Kingolf." At the entrance of the Tokiwa forest, Chi-Hong observed the fatigued Kingolf and stood up, stretching. "It's been a while, but battling you is always the most enjoyable." Beside Kingolf stood a Blastoise, diligently cleaning off the charred marks on its shell. While perched on Chi-Hong's shoulder was a Pikachu. Despite the vast difference in their sizes, the diminutive Pikachu stood atop the Blastoise. Kingolf felt a desire to speak, but ultimately held his tongue, simply pouting in disinterest. He then noticed that Chi-Hong seemed engrossed in a video, piquing his curiosity. "What are you watching?" "Oh, this? I recently came across a Douyin account called the Neighboring Breeding House, and it looks quite promising. The owner appears to lead a rather leisurely life, farming every day." Chi-Hong explained, leaning closer to his phone. "You should have seen the video of the Ivy Snake riding a Lapras. You even left a comment. Recently, it seems the creator captured a shiny Gardevoir. Trainers who have purchased energy cubes from that breeding house are raving about it. I wonder how its quality compares to yours." Chi-Hong continued animatedly. Since winning championships in both the Chengdu and Quartz leagues, he had taken a step back from challenging other league champions. Over time, he found himself enjoying this tranquil farm life. He contemplated whether he should establish a similar challenge venue to welcome challengers in the future, perhaps at the Silver Mountain, which lay at the border of the Chengdu and Quartz leagues. Breeding house. Gardevoir? Kingolf approached with a puzzled expression, examining the video's title, "Widening the Water Diversion Channel. Fortunate to have Gardevoir help with brick moving. My plantation is thriving." The title made even Kingolf, as a breeder, twitch his mouth. "Goodness, you figured out the traffic mechanism. Why not have Gardevoir make energy cubes instead?" However, after the video played, a hint of perplexity flickered within the emerald brows of Kingolf, until his gaze fell upon the shimmering crimson eyes, accompanied by an unusual appearance. He was somewhat astonished. "Is this indeed the Shinado?" The curious Chi-Hong inquired. "What? You recognize it?" Kingolf nodded, having encountered it before, cursed by the god of nightmares. "And he wished to assist it." Chi-Hong chuckled. "Ah, I see. I thought, with an unusual Shinado before you, how could you resist the urge to capture it? So, you were unsuccessful." "Shut up." Kingolf suddenly erupted, seizing Chi-Hong's hands and pinning him down. "What do you mean by unsuccessful? I have already captured the Shinado. Do not tarnish my reputation with baseless claims." "Oh, you." Kingolf, resorting to violence at the slightest disagreement, huh? Chi-Hong immediately began to resist. But this prompted Pikachu on his shoulder to intervene, shaking its head as a jolt of electricity surged over both of them. Pika. Accompanied by a flurry of hair and a tingling sensation, the two finally calmed down. After a moment's pause, Kingolf inquired, "Pass me this person's Douyin." "All right. But you must say thank you." "Thank you, champion of the Alliance." August 1st, morning. 3 days had swiftly passed. Observing the completed water diversion channel, Lin Feng repeatedly expressed his gratitude to the construction team, attributing the success primarily to Shinado's efforts. They merely contributed with some hammering and chiseling. The honest man, Hubba, accepted only a third of the payment, insisting he would take no more, prompting Lin Feng to gift each of them a large watermelon and a portion of Dragon's clear fruit energy cubes. Such a kind-hearted soul. Lin Feng, oblivious to the fact that the value of the energy cubes exceeded the remuneration, watched the construction team depart, unable to suppress his sentiments. Shinado. Shinado stood to the side, feeling somewhat weary. Ah, yes. Chapter 63. Shinado's affection up. Nonetheless, the kindness was indeed commendable. Watching the exchange of energy cubes between the two, Shinado silently nodded. From their interactions over the past few days, this human exhibited a genuinely good heart. He would embrace Vulpix daily, chat with Milotic, toil alongside the Gloom in the plantation, assist in milking the mill tank, and occasionally tease the Caterpie, asking if it wasn't afraid that the Pidgey above would snatch it away for a meal. This frightened the Caterpie so much that it trembled and hid in the barn, daring not to emerge. Only after realizing that the Pidgey showed no interest in it did it slowly crawl from the pasture to other areas. All right, you've worked hard these past few days. Observing the departing truck team, Lin Feng turned his gaze towards Shinado in the sky, retrieving an assimilation energy cube. However, this time, he did not toss it away but chose to hold it in his hand, opening his palm towards it. There must be contact between them, otherwise, their relationship would remain stagnant. Shinado slowly descended, halting about 2 meters from Lin Feng. Shinado, a week hasn't yet passed. Lin Feng cheerfully remarked, the construction period is complete. Consider this a bonus, no worries. He looked at Shinado with eager anticipation. Shinado regarded Lin Feng in silence for a moment before finally using its psychic power to take the energy cube, consuming it in one bite. The thoughts of this human were nearly transparent on his face, requiring no telepathy to discern. He simply wished to capture her so that she could work in this plantation for him every day. Were it in the past, she would have resolutely declined. The existence of her curse meant that even the most well-meaning trainer, over time, would succumb to the torment of nightmares and become ruthless. But now, things were different. Shinado had begun to see a glimmer of hope for breaking the curse. Although much time remained, it was indeed a bright beacon of hope. Could she, who had always been solitary, finally choose a trainer as a partner? Seeing Shinado accept the energy cube, Lin Feng beamed. Follow me, work hard, and you will eventually harness the power of the curse from the god of nightmares. Shinado, A soft and serene voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Watching Shinado's affection level rise from 15 to 35, he was already jubilant within. The upward curve of his lips was impossible to conceal, adorned with a gleeful smile. Indeed, for a Pokémon capable of telepathy, a straightforward approach was essential. Yet, as Shinado beheld his smile, she suddenly wondered if her earlier thoughts had been a tad too hasty. Ultimately, she could no longer withstand Lin Feng's eager gaze, her eyes revealing a hint of disdain as she remarked, Shinado, I shall take my leave for now. Very well. Go ahead. Remember to return tomorrow. Lin Feng did not prevent Shinado from departing. Instead, he cheerfully strolled around the plantation before retreating to his room. Once assured of solitude, he ventured into the breeding house. Within, familiar customers who often purchased energy cubes greeted him with teasing remarks at the sight of his beaming face. Little brother, your complexion these days is radiant, as if painted with the essence of spring. No wonder you've captured Shinado. Oh, not at all, Lin Feng deflected, neither confirming nor denying, merely shaking his head with a smile as he exited the breeding house. Subsequently, he briskly made his way outside the barn. This was the area where he had previously allowed Pidgey to practice Hurricane. He had also been busy these past few days, bringing along Gloom and Vulpix to tidy up the place, clearing a large space intended for the future planting of expansive pastures. Currently, Gloom was leading Vulpix in skill training, primarily focusing on adapting the now-grown Vulpix to its new phase. Vulpix, Gloom, Lin Feng called out loudly as he opened the fence gate, not yet stepping inside. Gloom? Yip. The two Pokémon, upon seeing Lin Feng approaching, immediately ceased their training and rushed over. Yip. The first to leap into his embrace was Vulpix, while Gloom approached with a measured grace. It was undeniable that the newborn Vulpix had grown remarkably in just 7 or 8 days. Its size had increased by a third. Its 6 tails now more agile, and its eyes radiated purity. Ruffling the fur on the icy Vulpix, Lin Feng activated his Eye of Insight. Pokémon, Vulpix. Gender, female. Ability, Snow Warning. Potential, Red. Individual values, HP, 27, Attack, 25, Special Attack, 31, Defense, 27, Special Defense, 25, Speed, 31. Level, 11-15. Skills, Hypnosis, Moonblast, Tail Whip, Hail, Ice Shard, Icy Wind, Confusion. Affection, 95. It regards you as its dependency. Joy value, 60. I am truly remarkable. Gloom, it's quite intelligent. It learned Icy Wind from the swirling winds in my grass mixer. The later arriving Gloom remarked softly. Impressive, Lin Feng praised, then looked into Vulpix's clear eyes. So, how does it feel to learn a skill? A gentle and delicate voice emanated from the icy Vulpix. Yip, it's fantastic, just look. With that, it leaped from Lin Feng's arms, its sapphire-like eyes becoming serious as it opened its small mouth. A gust of wind laden with snow and mist surged forth, transforming the ground ahead into a parched expanse, even in the sweltering heat of summer. Even after the wind subsided, the ground continued to emanate a chill. This was ice formed from condensed energy, not easily melted. However, it clearly demonstrated that the icy Vulpix had grasped the essence of this skill. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Feng expressed his satisfaction, saying, "Excellent, excellent. Now we can save on the air conditioning electricity bill." Hearing her trainer's words, the ice Vulpix grew even more delighted, as it could finally contribute to the household. Meanwhile, the Gloom, somewhat bewildered, gazed at Lin Feng, pondering the high cost of air conditioning. In a world where Pokémon generate electricity, the cost of running an air conditioner is merely a few dimes per kilowatt. Unable to contain his joy, Lin Feng picked up the ice Vulpix and affectionately patted the Gloom's head, cheerfully declaring, "Let us head home. Today is a splendid day, and we are one step closer to having another Psychic-type Pokémon in our family. I shall prepare a delicious meal for you all." Chapter 64, The Gloom's Pride. Lin Feng gathered the flesh of oran berries, wakan berries, and dragon fruit, chopping all the fruits into appropriately sized cubes, then added a splash of moo milk. "Alright, little Vulpix, now add some ice shavings to the mix." After completing his preparations, Lin Feng cradled the ice Vulpix in his arms. The ice Vulpix opened its small mouth, allowing the delicate ice shavings to blend in, resulting in a refreshing summer fruit smoothie platter. A-class fruit smoothie platter, crafted from a medley of various fruits, combined with moo milk, sweet scent essence, and ice-type energy, yielding a complex concoction. Culinary Effect 1. A summer heat relief marvel, upon consumption, grants a cooling sensation of 50 for 3 hours. Culinary Effect 2. Long-term consumption can help Pokémon resistant to fire-type moves withstand damage caused by fire attacks. Culinary Effect 3. Ice-type Pokémon consuming this will enhance their chances of mastering Ice-type skills. Upon seeing the A-class rating, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. With an abundance of fruits at his disposal, he felt more confident in preparing such platters. Every Pokémon could partake. He sampled a piece, and as the fruit entered his mouth, a wave of refreshing coolness spread rapidly through his body, invigorating him entirely. The somewhat stifling air seemed to dissipate, leaving him feeling utterly revitalized. Truly remarkable. Even Lin Feng found himself marveling at the fruit platter he had created. It was hard to imagine the delight of a trainer indulging in such a refreshing fruit platter while on a summer vacation. Not to mention, this platter boasted 2 additional culinary effects, making it the perfect treat for the ice Vulpix. Furthermore, it was also a commendable meal for the Gloom and Caterpie. Yip yip. The ice Vulpix, who had long been eyeing the delectable platter, nuzzled Lin Feng's hand affectionately. All right, here you go. You certainly deserve to indulge in this." Amused, Lin Feng gently pushed the Vulpix's head aside and divided the fruit platter into 2 portions, one destined for the plantation to share with the other Pokémon, and the other to be placed in the refrigerator. Once everything was arranged, Lin Feng, accompanied by the Gloom and Vulpix, made his way to the plantation, inviting the nearby Pokémon to join in the feast. For those unable to come, he would personally bring the food to them. Upon returning, he noticed the ice Vulpix was enjoying its meal, but the Gloom appeared lost in thought, staring vacantly at the platter. Lin Feng paused for a moment, then approached it, asking, "What's the matter, Gloom?" Minccino and Gloom were among his first Pokémon, and he rarely witnessed such a vacant expression on the Gloom's face. Vine. Startled by Lin Feng's voice, the Gloom snapped back to reality, opened its mouth as if to speak, but merely shook its head instead. It simply could not muster the same boldness as the ice Vulpix, who would snuggle into Lin Feng's embrace at any moment, free to act as it pleased. How peculiar. Lin Feng rubbed his chin, noticing the Gloom's demeanor was distinctly melancholic, as evidenced by its joy value of 15. Previously, while eating, its joy had always remained above 50, even if it didn't elevate as readily as other Pokémon. Unable to decipher its thoughts, Lin Feng chose not to dwell further, but instead invoked his inherent bond with Pokémon. This connection possessed the most direct ability to sense a Pokémon's emotions. It could even do so without the Pokémon realizing it. As the verdant energy gradually enveloped the Gloom, Lin Feng's expression grew slightly unusual, but he quickly composed himself. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed the Gloom. "Is it that my cooking does not suit your taste?" Vine. The Gloom looked momentarily stunned, then hurriedly replied. Vine, no, it's delicious." The food was indeed delightful. The icy fruit smoothie platter perfectly suited its constitution. "Then it's time to eat." Lin Feng speared a piece of fruit with a skewer and held it before the Gloom. Open wide. Vine. The Gloom's eyes widened as it observed the increasingly prominent fruit piece in front of it, instinctively retreating, its shorter arms flailing slightly. Vine. Yet, Lin Feng did not waver. He continued to present the fruit. "What's the matter? Don't you like it?" Vine, no. I'm not a baby. Please don't feed me." The Gloom's face began to display a hint of confusion, its peripheral vision discreetly assessing the other Pokémon, seemingly fearful of being seen in such a predicament. Surely not being a baby means you would refuse your trainer's offering? Lin Feng observed the gloom with a teasing smile, inching the fruit closer. Come on, be obedient, open wide. Vine, fine then. After casting another careful glance around, ensuring no one was watching, the gloom finally opened its mouth, quietly accepting the trainer's offering. Congratulations, host. You have raised the gloom's joy value from 15 to 80. Rewards: 1 A-class leaf stone, 1 intermediate candy, and 5 intermediate golden shards. After the first piece of fruit, although the gloom remained slightly anxious, fearing the other Pokémon might find amusement in its predicament, it soon realized that everyone was engrossed in their own meals, allowing it to relax and accept its trainer's offering with a sense of ease. Its face, however, felt a bit flushed. Trainers truly are wonderful. August 2nd, daytime. In the kitchen. Yes, just like that. Use Psychic to move these fruits into the blender and control the frequency properly. Lin Feng was guiding his Galade in the preparation of energy cubes. It must be said that this Galade, now over level 70, learned remarkably quickly. Lin Feng only needed to demonstrate once for it to grasp the details of making energy cubes. Of course, this may also be attributed to Galade's genuine desire to learn how to create energy cubes. In any case, it was clear that it was taking the task very seriously. Good. Ultimately, 2 energy cubes were placed before Lin Feng. D-class Stamina Energy Cube, an ordinary Stamina Energy Cube that restores a small amount of stamina upon consumption. C-class Stamina Energy Cube, Culinary Effect, grants a burst of energy shortly after consumption. The 2 energy cubes varied significantly in quality. Lin Feng had not interfered with one, while he had participated in the final touches of the other. The difference in effects was astonishing. Chapter 65, Galade's 3 Offspring. Excellent. We succeeded on the first attempt. Lin Feng gazed at the energy cubes before him with satisfaction. It couldn't be said that the manufacturing processes were identical, but they were certainly quite similar. As for why the quality differed, it was likely due to the enhancement from his breeder profession. Galade stared at the energy cubes placed before it, somewhat entranced, as it had initially thought Lin Feng's request to learn how to make energy cubes was a jest. Unexpectedly, I find myself wholeheartedly teaching myself. Excellent. With your presence, I can expand the production of energy cubes. However, before that, I need to procure more equipment for their manufacture. Lin Feng counted on his fingers. If he was to purchase equipment, he might as well acquire a lawnmower, allowing Rotom to assist in mowing the grass. Otherwise, when the pasture behind the barn grows tall, he would not have the time to tend to it personally. Shaman? A sudden voice that arose in his mind prompted Lin Feng to instinctively glance at Shaman. What is it? Shaman tentatively inquired. Shay, if they are not my children, can you still accept them here? The few Pokémon, such as Poplio, bore a certain hostility toward humans due to their backgrounds. Yet, keeping them in the forest indefinitely was not a viable solution. Moreover, since adopting those Pokémon, it was Shaman who had been nurturing them. As time passed, a bond had developed. Not your children? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's gaze took on a peculiar expression. Such words easily led one to indulge in unwarranted thoughts. Did he feel as if he were wearing a green hat? No. How could he entertain such notions? Shaman calmly replied, Shay, they are merely Pokémon rescued from the outside, including an abandoned Poplio and a Fletchinder, along with a Steenie whose mother was captured. Oh, is that so? Lin Feng suddenly understood, his smile widening. Poplio, Fletchinder, and a Steenie? That could not be better. Each of these Pokémon was remarkable. Poplio could reside in the water reservoir, providing companionship for Milotic, and Steenie was even better, being the type of Pokémon he desired that could yield ingredients. Fletchinder could also compensate for the absence of fire-type Pokémon in the plantation and could assist in relieving the workload of Pidgey. With this thought, Lin Feng expressed his frustration. These trainers are truly excessive. Abandoning Pokémon is one thing, but capturing Steenie's mother without making proper arrangements for her offspring. If it were me, I would undoubtedly take both mother and child together. And what about the 2 abandoned Pokémon? Surely, these starters cannot all be lacking in talent? He inquired about the remaining 2 Pokémon. Shaman shook her head. Shay, no. The remaining 2 Pokémon. Poplio was indeed abandoned due to talent issues, but Fletchinder is not. Shay, Fletchinder was too gluttonous, leading its trainer to find it unaffordable to keep. Too gluttonous? Upon hearing this answer, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. How much can a newly hatched Pokémon possibly eat? A trainer capable of acquiring starters abandoned it due to its appetite? Shay. Shaman nodded. Shay, of the energy cubes you provided over these past days, 9/10 were consumed by it. Lin Feng was utterly astonished. A single bottle of energy cubes, based on the normal consumption of a newborn Pokémon, should last 3 to 4 days. Therefore, the quantity he provided to Shaman was carefully calculated to ensure her child would not go hungry. Yet now, Shaman claimed that 10 bottles had been consumed in less than 5 days, with that Fletchinder consuming 9/10. Linfeng couldn't help but ponder a question. How much would it excrete after eating so much? Surely, it wouldn't have digestive issues, would it? All right, bring them over. Let me have a look. Rest assured, such a vast plantation of mine cannot possibly be devoured by a single Fletchinder. Shaman let out a sigh of relief. Having just seen Linfeng's expression, she feared he would be unwilling to take in this Fletchinder. If this sole Fletchinder were left to roam the wilderness, the situation would be even more awkward. Thinking about the 3 Pokémon she had raised now having a place to belong, Shaman felt a sense of relief and said to Linfeng, "Shay, thank you." Linfeng waved his hand dismissively, saying grandly, "Oh, what is the fuss about? You are now considered a member of the plantation. If there is anything, just tell me, and I will resolve it if I can." "Shay, okay," Shaman replied, unsure whether she was responding to Linfeng's first or second statement. In a sudden flash, she vanished, and when she reappeared, Linfeng had already arrived at the plantation, accompanied by 3 small Pokémon, a Fletchinder, a Poplio, and a Snivy, which blinked its small yellow eyes. Its round body encased in a layer of red fruit skin, revealing a hint of tender white flesh beneath, with green petals atop the red skin, presenting a fresh and appetizing appearance. This was Alolan Pokemon Snivy, a creature capable of extracting its juice for consumption. However, upon their sudden arrival in a new environment, the 3 Pokémon appeared somewhat wary, with Snivy especially frightened, hiding behind Shaman. "Piplup, where's this?" "Chincho, so many fruits, I want to go hungry now." "Snivy, over there." "There's a human." The 3 little ones, just entering, each had their own thoughts. But soon, Snivy spotted Linfeng standing there. "Chincho, a human?" At the sight of Linfeng, the 3 Pokémon instinctively displayed hostility. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Shaman delivered a heavy blow to them. Shay, from now on, you will be following him. All the energy cubes you've eaten these days were provided by him." "Chincho, Piplup." Hearing Shaman's words, Poplio and Fletchinder exchanged glances, instantly revealing expressions of resistance, especially Fletchinder, whose eyes seemed to blaze with fire, becoming agitated. "Chincho? Trainer? Impossible, impossible. I refuse to have a trainer." Although Poplio did not react strongly, it rubbed against Shaman, clearly displeased with the arrangement. Pokemon, Fletchinder. Gender, male. Ability, speed boost. Potential, red. Individual values, HP, 18, attack, 31, special attack, 31, defense, 12, special defense, 13, speed, 31. Level, 11 to 15. Skills, Ember, Peck, Quick Attack, Flame Charge, Sand Attack, Acrobatics. And critical hit. Affection level, 15, dislikes humans. Joy value, 20, do not follow humans. Humans are all liars. Description, due to certain reasons, its ability has been significantly enhanced. And in battles, its effect can be 2 to 3 times that of normal, but it also requires a substantial amount of stamina, leading to increased food consumption during regular days. Pokemon, Poplio. Gender, female. Ability, Torrent. Potential, white. Individual values, HP, 8, attack, 4, special attack, 14, defense, 17, special defense, 19. Speed, 2. Strength, level 78. Skills, Pound, Sing Water Gun. Affinity, 5, dislikes you. Joy value, 5, in a state of conflict. Introduction, its mother suffered severe injuries during pregnancy, resulting in premature birth, and congenital undernourishment led to inherent deficiencies and a decline in aptitude. Linfeng scrutinized the panels of the 3 Pokémon, a newfound clarity settling in his heart. Judging by the panels, it was evident that the trio faced a myriad of issues. Take the fiery Fletchling, for instance. Although its talents and individual values were commendable, its excessive appetite posed a considerable challenge for an average trainer. Shaman's tone grew stern. "Shay, how will you survive in the wild without a trainer? Shay, do you expect me to care for you for a lifetime?" It spoke with an air of frustrated disappointment. Once, it had grown up alone in the perilous wilderness, and it was precisely this experience that made it acutely aware of the lack of survival skills possessed by these young ones. The situation was particularly dire for the sweet bamboo, which exuded a fruity aroma, making it an easy target for other Pokémon. Meanwhile, the seal Pokémon's abilities and talents were woefully inadequate. The seal Pokémon and sweet bamboo lowered their heads, resembling students chastised by a teacher, obediently refraining from speech. Fletchling, however, was a different story. Its eyes widened in disbelief. "Chirp. Humans are all deceivers." Without a backward glance, it prepared to dash outside, only to realize that it was enclosed by a sturdy fence. Surrounding the fence were fruit trees, laden with ripe orange fruits, their tantalizing fragrance wafting through the air. "Chirp." Fletchling hesitated for a moment before resolutely deciding to leap over the fence and return to the embrace of nature. Yet just then, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, reaching its nostrils. The scent was delicate yet rich, ensnaring its senses and causing its already empty stomach to rumble audibly. Though it had intended to flee, its body remained steadfast. Its eyes instinctively drifted toward the source of the alluring aroma. It then noticed that the human had mysteriously produced an energy cube, from which the delightful scent emanated. Lin Feng cheerfully suggested, "If you wish to leave, why not have a bite to eat first?" Chirp, chirp. Fletchling turned its head with difficulty, attempting to maintain its dignity while contemplating an exit. However, the enticing fragrance drew nearer, and upon turning back, Fletchling found that the human had inexplicably moved closer. Which shopkeeper would allow their guests to depart on an empty stomach? "Let us ensure you are well fed before you leave," Lin Feng said, extending his hand with an energy cube infused with fragrant powder and fresh milk. "Would you care for a piece?" Chirp. The energy cube before Fletchling seemed to possess an enchanting allure, firmly capturing its gaze. "Then shall we indulge?" It cautiously approached Lin Feng, pecking at the energy cube as if it were grains of rice. After savoring the first piece, Lin Feng produced a second, followed by a third, and then a fourth, until Fletchling, content and sated, let out a satisfied burp. "Was it delicious?" Lin Feng inquired. Fletchling nodded vigorously. "Chirp. It's delicious." However, after acknowledging its enjoyment, it suddenly recalled its initial intention to leave. Yet now, its emotions were tangled. If it departed, would it lose the chance to eat so blissfully again? Was it truly destined for a life of uncertainty? At that moment, the human crouched down, offering a reassuring smile. "If you find it tasty, why not stay? Rest assured, I can provide for you." Chirp. Chapter 67. Shaman. Plotting in my presence? I can provide for you no matter how much you eat? This phrase echoed ceaselessly in Fletchling's mind, striking a chord deep within, causing its heart to race. When following its previous trainer, it had initially sensed affection. But that sentiment had morphed into astonishment when it witnessed the trainer's shock upon seeing it devour half a bag of energy cubes. Subsequently, it had tried to limit its intake, understanding the trainer's financial constraints. Yet, as a newly hatched creature, how could it exercise such restraint? Eating less at a time merely resulted in more frequent meals. As it matured, its appetite burgeoned, until one day, its trainer announced they would go buy more energy cubes, instructing it to wait. But that wait extended into an entire day and night, and Fletchling soon realized it had been abandoned. Initially, it felt guilt, believing it had become a burden, but resentment also brewed, as it thought the trainer was at fault for merely wanting to eat a little more. Eventually, it came to understand that neither the trainer nor itself could be blamed. The truth was that its issues were beyond the trainer's capacity to resolve. Yet, to claim that Fletchling bore no grudge against its trainer would be a lie. If only it could be honest with itself. "Why don't you trust me? Surely you must believe your own eyes. Look, these are all my fruit trees. Do you still doubt my ability to care for you?" Observing Fletchling's indecision, Lin Feng added fuel to the fire. "However, you can't simply eat for free. After you're full, you'll need to assist BB Bird. Yes, the one up in the tree, to help guard the orchard. Can you manage that?" "Chirp. Is that possible?" Fletchling lowered its head, uncertainty clouding its demeanor, a stark contrast to its earlier defiance. Lin Feng, undeterred, replied cheerfully, "Of course." He then leaned in closer, whispering, "And we must devise a way to keep Shaman here." Chirp. Fletchling's eyes brightened, glancing at Lin Feng before stealing a glance at Shaman, suddenly enlightened. If Shaman decided to keep them here, would it also depart from them? That simply wouldn't do. It couldn't bear the thought of losing Shaman. With that thought in mind, Fletchling hurried over to Shaman, chirping eagerly, "Chirp, chirp." Shaman, with a hint of resignation on its face, realized that despite Lin Feng and Fletchling's hushed conversation as a psychic-type Pokémon, it could clearly hear their exchange. They were brazenly conspiring about its future in front of it. Though somewhat exasperated, Shaman couldn't help but feel a measure of admiration as it observed Lin Feng's interaction with Fletchling. This human seemed adept at identifying the most vulnerable, yearning, and attention-seeking aspects of Pokémon, deftly securing their hearts. There was no need to question how Shaman knew this. It had been drawn in the same manner. After persuading Fletchling, the other two Pokémon had little objection, timidly approaching Lin Feng. Observing these adorable little creatures, Lin Feng couldn't resist his curiosity. "May I give you a little pat?" Sweet Bamboo and Seal Pokémon exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement. Lin Feng, having achieved his desire, placed one hand on the smooth body of the beach ball sea lion and the other on the tender Sweet Bamboo. Both Pokémon felt remarkably soft, particularly the beach ball sea lion, whose skin glistened like polished stone, albeit slightly less luminous than that of Milotic and Servine. As Lin Feng crouched down, he caught a whiff of the fruity aroma emanating from the Sweet Bamboo, a refreshing scent indeed. As he caressed the leaves atop the Sweet Bamboo and gazed at the white flesh beneath it, an idea suddenly struck him. Could he perhaps lick that white flesh? However, he quickly dismissed the thought, a chuckle of amusement echoing in his heart at his own absurdity. Surely, that would invite scorn, wouldn't it? Reining in his thoughts, he transferred a surge of verdant energy through his hands, soothing the somewhat anxious feelings of the two Pokémon. Compared to the fiery chick, these two little creatures were more submissive and timid. Even though they had accepted Linfeng under the imposing presence of Shinado, there remained an inevitable sense of unease in their hearts. Such discomfort would require time to gradually dissipate during their interactions. Thus, this process of easing their tensions would begin with the utilization of the sweet bamboo's juice. With this thought in mind, Linfeng declared, "Since we have 3 new companions in the plantation today, let us host a barbecue feast tonight to welcome them, even if it is merely to experiment with new ingredients." He had to step out to purchase several fruit-making blenders and some grass seeds for Leafy. After bidding farewell to Shinado, instructing it to keep the 3 newcomers company, Linfeng spent 2 hours attending to these errands before returning to the plantation. By this time, the sky had begun to don a yellowish hue. Reflecting on his next move, Linfeng approached the timid beach ball sea lion and sweet bamboo, which seemed to have stayed close to Shinado since his departure. Only the fiery chick appeared more lively, frolicking beneath the orange fruit tree, gazing at the bountiful oranges, seemingly lost in thought. Linfeng called out to them, beckoning, "Come with me," and then shouted to the fiery chick, which promptly dashed over. The beach ball sea lion and sweet bamboo exchanged glances with Shinado, and only upon receiving its approving gaze did they timidly approach Linfeng. "Very well, I shall carry you," he said, observing the sweet bamboo, which took 10 steps in the mud only to be outpaced by him in a single stride. Amused, he squatted down and lifted it into his arms, making his way to the water reservoir. Though slightly hesitant, the sweet bamboo did not resist Linfeng's embrace, uncertain of where he intended to take it. Beside the reservoir stood a towering, serpentine tree, its branches intricately entwined, resembling willow fluff as they gently cascaded down. The leaves, fine as willow leaves, bore an unusual hue akin to the vibrant red of autumn maple leaves, strikingly beautiful. The various fruit trees planted a fortnight prior had all borne fruit, with the exception of the dragonfire fruit tree. He estimated that in another 10 days, they would be ready for harvest. "Sweet bamboo, when the time comes, I shall construct a wooden house for you atop this tree, while the fiery chick can have its nest below, and the beach ball sea lion can reside in the reservoir. What do you think of this arrangement? You 3 are destined to be friends, aren't you?" Chapter 68. You will evolve too, and become exceedingly beautiful. Beach ball, sweet. Upon hearing these words, both the beach ball sea lion and sweet bamboo froze momentarily, their eyes, one large and one small, brightening with excitement as they nodded in agreement with the proposal. The fiery chick, even more exuberant, chirped joyfully, chirp, chirp. The bond shared by the 3 Pokémon, who had wandered together and received Shinado's rescue, was undoubtedly strong. Perhaps the reason the fiery chick chose to stay was its reluctance to part from its 2 dear friends. All right then, let us begin constructing the barbecue grill. With the living arrangements for the 3 Pokémon settled, Linfeng no longer lingered in the plantation. After waving to the sky, his Pidgey swooped down immediately, and he recalled the ever-watchful Milotic into its Pokeball before heading toward the barn. Naturally, the barbecue feast could not be held within the plantation. The space was too cramped, and there was concern over potential damage to the crops. The cleared area behind the barn was the perfect venue for the barbecue. Coincidentally, Servine and the Icy Vulpix were practicing their skills there, and Linfeng decided to bring along the Miltank and Caterpie, thus gathering all the Pokémon together. Vine? Both Servine and Vulpix stood frozen in place as they beheld the approaching Pokémon. Linfeng chuckled, hee hee. Today we're hosting a barbecue feast to bring everyone together and introduce new friends. A feast of such magnitude required extensive preparation, prompting him to commence his tasks even though it was only 4 in the afternoon. Otherwise, the event might stretch into the late hours of the night. He first arranged the barbecue grill and skewers he had purchased from Wangwang Supermarket, filled it with charcoal, and borrowed a flame from the fiery chick to ignite it. He then instructed Servine to accompany Shinado to the plantation to gather some vegetables, such as eggplants, cabbages, sweet potatoes, and chives, all excellent ingredients for grilling. Of course, he could not forget the essential summer watermelon. Thus, Linfeng retrieved an iron bucket, asking the Icy Vulpix to create ice cubes the size of cubes, preparing for the chilled beverages later. Feeling a bit hot, he also had it cast a layer of icy wind on the ground, solidifying the surface into a smooth, cold layer that emitted a refreshing mist. Meanwhile, Linfeng began chopping garlic and chili to prepare the dipping sauce, taking out various meat ingredients, including pork belly, purchased from Wangwang Supermarket. He sliced them into pieces, skewering them with bamboo sticks, and processed the vegetables that Servine had brought. The main ingredients for today were now ready. This time, Linfeng had opted against purchasing beef, considering the presence of Miltank among his Pokémon. He feared it might feel uncomfortable, even though they did not consume meat. By the time the preparations were complete, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. The fiery chick gazed eagerly at the spread of ingredients before it, sensing that Lin Feng was orchestrating a grand event. Yet, the tantalizing sight of food that it could not yet partake in made it feel a sense of urgency. As though ants were crawling on its skin, the food was all ready, but the trainer still wouldn't let it dig in. At that moment, Lin Feng brought the sweet bamboo, which had been hiding beside Shinado, to the front of the barbecue grill, hoping it would contribute some juice. However, upon reaching the grill, the little creature panicked, struggling as it cried, "Sweet, please don't eat me." It writhed, tears nearly spilling from its eyes, for it had just witnessed Lin Feng slicing the vegetables, cabbage, and chopping them into pieces, sweet potatoes. Lin Feng paused, then quickly clarified, "I'm not going to eat you. I only need a bit of your juice." He repeatedly apologized, using the power of tranquility to soothe the sweet bamboo, which finally began to trust that Lin Feng merely sought its juice. With a resigned sigh, it hopped into the bucket Lin Feng had prepared in advance, secreting its juice. However, it was evident that the little one had been frightened. It was indeed his oversight not to consider how his actions might deeply affect the tender psyche of the young sweet bamboo. Now, instead of easing its unease, he had inadvertently deepened its fear. After a stern self-reproach within, Lin Feng began to prepare refreshing beverages, such as freshly squeezed watermelon juice, lemon juice, and moo milk, intending to mend the wounded spirit of Tianshu. Once the drinks were ready, Lin Feng released Minas, announcing, "All right, let us all become acquainted. This is the new Pokémon that has joined the plantation today." With that, he gently pulled Tianshu out of the water. Upon emerging, Tianshu hurriedly rushed toward Shinado, gazing in panic at the barbecue grill. The other Pokémon were already familiar with one another, while the three newly arrived Pokémon shyly clustered around Shinado, casting glances at the others. Observing this scene, Lin Feng exchanged a knowing wink with Shinado and Kingtansh, signaling that the remainder was entrusted to them. He then immersed himself wholeheartedly in the barbecue. First, he placed eggplants on the grill, lightly brushing their surfaces with a layer of canola oil. Once they turned a golden hue, he carefully sliced them open with scissors, brushed them again with oil, and added the previously prepared minced garlic and a dash of soy sauce. As the delightful aroma wafted through the air, the simplest yet most delectable grilled eggplant was ready. B-class cuisine, grilled eggplant, a most exquisite dish that requires the simplest of cooking methods. Trust me, it is a favorite among fire-type Pokémon. Culinary Effect 1. Increases energy activity by 30 for Pokémon consuming it. Culinary Effect 2. Significantly enhances comprehension of fire-type moves for fire-type Pokémon. Oh, truly the art of barbecue. After successfully grilling the first batch of eggplants, Lin Feng glanced behind him, under the guidance of Shinado and Kingtansh. The little one seemed less timid now. Huazajiji followed BBN closely, scrutinizing its fiery feathers as if questioning, "Why do you appear different from the BBN I have encountered before? Your feathers are even redder than mine." Qiu Seals gazed admiringly at the elongated Minas, exclaiming, "Qiu, you are so beautiful." Minas, seemingly flattered by the praise from other Pokémon for the first time, soon struck up a conversation with Qiu Seals, replying, "Yo-yo. It was my trainer who led me to evolve. You too will evolve one day and become stunning." Upon mentioning evolution, Qiu Seals felt a pang of disappointment. It was uncertain whether it could evolve, given its rather poor aptitude, which had led to its abandonment. Chapter 69. I have captured Shinado. The barbecue feast consisted of grilled dishes, sweet dumplings, fruit smoothies, energy cubes, various raw vegetables, and an assortment of beverages. The starry sky was a canvas of twinkling lights. Celebrating the occasion, due to the diverse types of Pokémon present, Lin Feng prepared a wide variety of food. All the grilling was completed, with most of the dishes designed to benefit fire-type Pokémon, primarily enjoyed by Huazajiji and BBN. Here, Lin Feng was genuinely astounded by Huazajiji's astonishing appetite. He had purchased a total of 5 pounds of pork belly, 4 of which had vanished into its belly, along with some grilled vegetables, creating a mound that seemed larger than Huazajiji itself. He could hardly fathom how it managed to consume so much. After the meal, thanks to the various buffs from the barbecue, Huazajiji appeared intoxicated, its energy surging as it repeatedly unleashed Thunderbolt and Charge Beam in the clearing. With Shinado watching, Lin Feng was unperturbed by the possibility of flames igniting the surrounding forest. Thus, beneath the radiant moonlight, the clearing intermittently showcased flickers of fiery hues. As for Tianshu, being small and resembling a newborn, it was summoned over by Moo Moo. "Moo Moo, is my milk delicious?" "Moo Moo, what about mine?" Tianshu, perched on a small chair, sipped Moo Moo milk through a straw, emitting sounds of satisfaction. "Sweet? Is this your milk?" "Yes, indeed." One of the Moo Moos tilted its body and asked, "Would you like to drink fresh Moo Moo milk?" "Sweet. Haven't I finished this yet?" "All right. It seems the milk production has significantly increased after you've been here." The Moo Moos, undeterred, engaged in conversation. "Indeed, I produce 2 buckets of milk daily, and I feel the quality has improved tremendously. This rancher is splendid. I shall produce milk for him all my life. I want as well." Hearing such sentiments, Tianshu, while drinking from its cup, fell silent. Though conflicted thoughts lingered in its mind. Is it truly as wonderful as they say? As the evening drew to a close, Lin Feng began to arrange accommodations for the Pokémon. However, there was little to organize. Since the wooden houses and nests for Tianshu and Huazajiji were not yet constructed, they temporarily resided with Moo Moo and Green Hairworm in the barn. Here, Lin Feng cautioned Huazajiji not to devour the green hairworm during the night. Meanwhile, Chiu seals returned to the water reservoir alongside Minas. After ensuring all the Pokémon were settled, he sighed, gazing at the post-feast litter, just as Shinado, hovering above and sipping on her icy drink, spoke up. "Shauna? What about me?" Upon hearing Shinado's inquiry, Lin Feng paused, suddenly recalling that she had tirelessly traversed between the Wutong forest and the plantation for the sake of those three little ones. Now that they had taken residence here, her errands were no longer necessary. However, he had subtly conveyed his intentions to Shinado over the past few days, and she had not shown any signs of refusal. Could it be? The thought of this possibility quickened Lin Feng's heartbeat momentarily, but he swiftly regained his composure, nonchalantly producing a pokeball, saying, "I have this pokeball. What do you think?" Shinado glided gracefully to Lin Feng's side, inquiring, "Did you intend to capture me from the very beginning?" Facing the elegant Shinado, Lin Feng candidly admitted, "Of course, but it ultimately depends on your wishes. After all, having reached this stage, you must have received numerous invitations from trainers." His words were straightforward and his gaze sincere, for he harbored a profound obsession with a psychic-type Pokémon. Shinado nodded, gazing intently at Lin Feng for a long moment before drifting toward the Pokeball, gently tapping it. With a chime, a red light flashed, and Shinado did not immediately emerge from the Pokeball. Instead, after a brief interval, once the ball steadied, she gracefully floated out. "Shauna, my curse has yet to be resolved. I shall not reside here for the time being, but I will return during the day." With that, she ascended into the sky. Surveying the surrounding litter, with a wave of her psychic power, all the refuse was swiftly categorized and piled together. Upon completing this task, Shinado prepared to teleport away. But Lin Feng called out, "Wait, take this with you. Grasp the power of the curse as soon as possible." Lin Feng produced a bottle of assimilation energy cubes and tossed it toward her. Shinado paused momentarily before nodding, her usually indifferent eyes now shimmering with a touch of warmth. Utilizing her psychic abilities, she caught the bottle, and with the characteristic pink energy waves of her powers, she vanished into the night, left standing in place. Lin Feng gazed at the Pokeball uniquely belonging to Shinado, a grin spreading across his face, one that he could not suppress no matter how hard he tried. "Yes, I have captured Shinado." The following day dawned bright and sunny. The weather today seems to have finally turned a bit cooler. In the small town, a gentle breeze occasionally sweeps through, rustling a few leaves. In the kitchen, the outcome of last night's banquet was that he worked tirelessly to create energy cubes until the clock struck 1 in the morning. And that was with his newfound powers. However, as he watched Shinado diligently learning to produce energy cubes before him, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile foolishly, feeling no hint of fatigue. Once Shinado masters several fundamental methods of energy cube creation, his cottage will be able to sell them on a large scale, no longer limited by quantity. Coincidentally, there have been comments on Douyin recently asking if a delivery service could be established, enabling Shinado to teleport takeout, or perhaps have Pidgey deliver it. Lin Feng found himself mired in contemplation. "Shauna? Like this?" Observing the defensive energy cube coalescing in midair, Shinado's eyes sparkled with a hint of curiosity. It had not anticipated that Lin Feng would actually allow it, a Pokémon, to learn the systematic method of energy cube production. Moreover, judging by the current state of affairs, both the instructor and the student were performing admirably. Yet, gazing at the oddly grinning trainer, Shinado felt a twinge of headache. It sensed that this human harbored some unreasonable aspirations towards it, but could find no evidence. After all, it had already become his Pokémon, so what more could he desire? Shinado fell into deep thought. Chapter 70, The Evolving Pidgey. Yes, indeed, just like that, learning quite swiftly. Observing the energy cubes they had produced, Lin Feng voiced his satisfaction with a note of praise. Truly, Shinado was remarkable. Its capacity for learning was astonishing. He approached it and patted its shoulder, stating that they would need to work together in the future to nurture the energy cubes in their breeding house. Shinado didn't shy away but felt a touch of exasperation. So, this is what he was waiting for. Having spent some time at the breeding house, it had come to understand its operations. Lin Feng would create fresh energy cubes daily for sale. No wonder he had been so eager for it to learn how to produce energy cubes. However, Shinado did not refuse. It simply replied calmly, "Shauna." Understood. After all, it was now his Pokémon, and it was only right to consider the breeding house's welfare. "Hey," Lin Feng chuckled softly, and then looked up at Rotom in the sky. Did you capture it? I did, Master, Rotom replied hurriedly, descending. Its electronic face squinted as it exclaimed, Master, your Douyin account has gained attention. You've suddenly amassed over 100,000 followers. Lin Feng paused, wondering who had followed him. He had been operating his Douyin account consistently, and in recent days, due to the unusual Shinado, his video views and followers had been steadily increasing. Nevertheless, the growth rate was not as rapid as he had envisioned. In this world, to gain fame quickly, one must become a powerful trainer and participate in various Pokémon competitions. Take the illustrious Red, for instance, who set out from Pallet Town and faced countless battles, ultimately claiming the Johto League and Kanto League championships, garnering millions of fans and earning the title of the Battle Master. Or Green, known for having the shortest reign as champion, having won the title. He was dethroned by Red from Pallet Town within 10 minutes, later recognized as a breeder for swiftly assembling a team of elite-level Pokémon. Now, to hear that someone had followed him and he gained over 100,000 fans, could it be a champion or elite from that region? Lin Feng mused. Rotom provided an answer just in time. It's Green. It's Green. It displayed Douyin's main interface and opened a verified account that bore the name of the breeder, Green. Taking out his phone, Lin Feng opened Douyin and found Green in his list of followers. Clicking on his profile, he was filled with astonishment. It was indeed Green. The account featured occasional battle videos and plans for Pokémon breeding. Scrolling to the bottom, Lin Feng even discovered a youthful battle between the newly traveling Green and Red at the entrance of Viridian Forest. The Pokémon for both sides were Squirtle and Pikachu. Compared to the Squirtle of that young girl still working, Green Squirtle appeared much more agile. Even having just been received, it showcased its water gun with finesse, managing to dodge Pikachu's Thunderbolt and winning with its nimble water gun. Yet, on his entire profile, that was the sole video of the battle between him and Red. It remained unclear whether he lost any other battles or what transpired. Exiting the profile, Lin Feng sighed. Wow, even such a prominent figure is watching my videos. Unfortunately, most of his followers were likely from the Kanto region. Otherwise, the breeding house's popularity could have soared even higher. With a sigh, he was about to close Douyin when a message suddenly appeared. Green, hello? Lin Feng was taken aback and quickly replied. Lin Feng. Hello, esteemed Green. He pondered, convinced that he and Green had no significant connection. Aside from the battle in the baby cup, he hadn't showcased any Pokémon breeding footage in his videos, had he? Green, is it true that your Shinado bears the curse of Darkrai? Shinado's predicament? Had Green encountered Shinado? Lin Feng, yes. Green, have you resolved its curse? Lin Feng, not entirely. Why? Green, not entirely resolved? So, there is a method to alleviate it? Lin Feng, indeed. It's a straightforward solution, strengthening the Pokémon's resistance to negative status effects, allowing it to master the power of the curse itself. Green, far away in the Kanto region, felt a sense of bewilderment upon reading this message. This method was indeed simple, but enhancing Shinado's resistance to abnormal statuses and enabling it to withstand Darkrai's nightmares was no trivial feat. The difficulty was akin to nurturing its strength beyond that of Darkrai itself. Otherwise, why would so many dirty tactics be devised in Pokémon battles? Wasn't it due to the difficulty of dispelling various statuses? Green muttered in confusion, pondering how Lin Feng had managed to capture Shinado. Meanwhile, in the breeding house, Lin Feng looked at Green's final message of thanks with confusion. What was so difficult about this issue? He glanced at the steadily increasing number of followers, and his spirits lifted. Regardless of how the other party perceived it, these newly added followers were indeed real additions to his account. In the future, should he pursue online sales of energy cubes, these would all be potential customers. Wudong Town was just too small. He ultimately needed to take the offerings of the breeding house to the world. On August 10th, due to the arrival of Fire Chick, Seal, and Sweet Bamboo at the breeding house, Lin Feng's days had become notably tranquil as he sought to bond with them and soothe their emotions. Leading Shinado in the manufacturing of energy cubes, gathering various plants to deliver to Uncle Chun, milking the mill tank, and caring for the Pokémon, a week passed swiftly. Then, one morning, something rather extraordinary occurred. While Lin Feng routinely fed Minccino and Seal energy cubes, a sudden wave of heat sliced through the sky, followed by a sharp bird's cry. Looking up, the once docile BB bird, which had been peacefully residing in the sky, suddenly took flight. BB. In the blinding white light, its form began to stretch. Below, Lin Feng's expression brightened instantly. Was the BB bird about to evolve? Chapter 71. Helping BB Eagle reclaim its territory. Since absorbing the divine feathers of the Firebird, it had made significant progress, coupled with the barbecue feast it had enjoyed recently, which stimulated the energy within its body. Its energy level, already on the brink of evolution, had surged again. Now was indeed the perfect moment for evolution. Moreover, it wasn't just the BB bird that had consumed an abundance of barbecue that day. The fire chick had also indulged, and it too was likely on the verge of evolving soon. As the white light in the sky gradually dissipated, the BB bird, which had resembled a majestic eagle, expanded further at that moment. Its crowned feathers elongated, and its gaze sharpened. The wings, which would typically turn brown upon evolving into BB eagle, transformed into a brilliant crimson, gleaming with a metallic luster, as if flecked with sparks of fire. From a distance, it appeared as if a blazing flame soared through the sky, remarkably resplendent. What a magnificent bird! BB eagle. A long, resonant call echoed across the sky. After soaring in a circle, leaving its unique essence in the air, the BB eagle descended gracefully beside Linfeng. Upon landing completely, Linfeng noticed that the evolved BB eagle stood no less than his own height, perhaps even slightly taller. This was significantly larger than a typical newly evolved BB eagle. It seemed that after a period of nurturing, his Pokémon had invariably grown larger. Had it been the quality of its sustenance? Pokémon, BB eagle. Gender, male. Ability, keen eye. Quality, red. Individual values. HP, 25, attack, 31, special attack, 29, defense, 20. Special defense, 21, speed, 28. Strength, level 33-36. Skills, tailwind, tackle, quick attack, steel wing, hurricane, tornado, mist, wing attack, heat wave. Affection, 99, unconditionally trusts you. Happiness, 70, a remarkable display of strength. With a gleeful glance at BB Eagle's stats, Linfeng's heart skipped a beat upon seeing a certain number. A friendship level of 99. Was this the final requirement to reclaim its territory? Indeed, he should assist in regaining it. Speaking of affection, Linfeng was reminded of the ivy snake. It had accompanied him almost simultaneously with the Milotic, yet its affection level remained stuck at 99. He wondered where the final fraction was lacking. Never mind. He would prioritize the BB bird's matters first. However, before proceeding, Linfeng gently stroked BB Eagle's grand wing, savoring its warm breath as he gazed at its striking form, unable to suppress his growing delight. Finally, he wouldn't have to cling to its feet while flying, but could ride it directly. Just as Linfeng was about to give it a try, a somewhat melancholic voice from near the reservoir snapped him back to reality. Chiao. Looking down, he saw Chiao the sea lion, who had been happily munching on energy cubes, suddenly wear a forlorn expression. Its happiness level plummeted from 65 to 20. Linfeng seemed to grasp something. The three little companions that had come here together had all made substantial progress over the past few days. Among them, the most significant advancement undoubtedly belonged to the fire chick, but Sweet Bamboo's growth was also considerable, having even learned a sweet aroma. Only Chiao the sea lion's energy level was crawling along at a snail's pace, still in its infancy, despite Linfeng having fed it a miraculous candy. Chiao? As Chiao approached Linfeng, it suddenly felt a bit awkward, lowering its head and avoiding his gaze. Thinking back to how long it had been since he fed Chiao the miraculous candy, now seemed like the perfect time for another. Thus, Linfeng produced a miraculous candy, reassuring it not to fret. He would help it evolve. With that, he offered the candy to its mouth. Upon seeing the miraculous candy before it, Chiao's recently diminished happiness levels began to rise again. Chiao. It remembered that the last time it consumed this, its energy had increased somewhat. If such a gifted Pokémon experienced such effects, this candy must be a truly precious delicacy. Even so, the trainer was generous enough to feed it repeatedly. He was so kind. As Chiao pondered this, it consumed the miraculous candy, a small pearl rolling down from its eye. It feared being seen by its current trainer, so it quickly turned and dove into the water, secretly watching Linfeng. This child. Observing the sudden rise in Chiao's affection level, Linfeng couldn't help but chuckle, then turned to the newly evolved BB Eagle, saying, "Let's go reclaim your territory." Now that BB Eagle had just evolved, it was brimming with fighting spirit. They say that momentum breeds success, but prolonged delays could lead to emotional discontent for BB Eagle. BB Eagle. A resounding call rang throughout the plantation as it flapped its wings, the crimson flames of its feathers surging forth, its eyes sparkling with fiery brilliance, clearly displaying its excitement. Tung, are we going to battle? The ivy snake, nearby, intrigued, approached Linfeng. The ivy snake's energy level had also reached a standstill at 28-29. Although still a bit distant from evolution, it hadn't engaged in battle for quite some time. GG. The fire chick, contentedly munching on energy cubes in the barn, dropped its snack upon witnessing the evolved BB Eagle above. Was that the BB bird's evolution? Why did its flame seem even stronger? The fire chick tentatively emitted a spark of fire, though the orange-yellow spark was quite striking. It paled in comparison to the BB Eagle above. This startled the milk tank significantly. Moo. The spark landed precisely on the wooden structure of the barn, igniting a small flame. Moo. What are you doing, you big silly chicken? Prompted by the milk tank's reminder, The fire chick regained its senses and quickly extinguished the spark. Although timely, it left a charred mark on the wooden wall. It cast an awkward glance at the milk tanks before hastily scurrying over to Linfeng. Gigi, I want to go too, I want to go too. Having consumed so much daily, not to mention the effects of its ability, it was brimming with energy. Reclaiming territory sounded incredibly cool, didn't it? Alright, everyone, let's go. Linfeng looked helplessly at the excited little companions, then turned to the Milotic in the reservoir, asking, Milotic, will you come along? We can travel through the waterway. You? The Milotic paused momentarily, surfacing, and then happily nodded. As for the safety of the plantation, with Shinado around, there should be no issues. Chapter 72, Caterpie, Watch Me Trap BB Eagle. In the Wutong Forest, two Pidgeys cautiously lowered their heads, flying amidst the shadows of the trees. Upon spotting a fruit tree unguarded by a fierce sparrow, their eyes brightened. Pidgey? They stealthily approached, quickly snatching 2 fruits to swallow before grabbing 2 more to depart. Despite the process going smoothly, the 2 Pidgeys felt a twinge of guilt, as if they were stealing. Turning back, they felt quite irked. This territory had once belonged to them. Pidgey, if only that elder sibling could evolve. Bobo, it's too difficult. All the capable older siblings have already departed. Sigh, perhaps we should also migrate next time? Bobo, sigh, migration will be quite arduous. The 2 Bobos managed to fill their bellies a little and chatted for a while before drifting away from the area. Just moments ago, the vicinity of the now desolate fruit trees was suddenly graced by the arrival of 2 fierce sparrows, flapping their wings in excitement. Lili, what does the boss want with you? Lili, the boss mentioned that in the coming days, we should seize more food. It seems the humans' Wangwang Valley is about to ripen, and there's a vast orchard nearby. Lili, is that true? Lili, yes, a fierce sparrow informed the boss that the fruits on those trees are both large and fragrant. Undoubtedly delicious. Moreover, there's merely a BB bird guarding those trees and a large snake lurking in the water. If we can take down that snake, we will. The 2 fierce sparrows eagerly discussed their plans, seemingly envisioning a bright future ahead. Even the sun above appeared to shine a bit more brightly. It felt even hotter. Yet, when they looked up, they realized it wasn't the sun that had intensified. A massive BB eagle, with a wingspan of 3 to 4 meters, was perched between the trees, casting a thick shadow that blocked the sunlight, its piercing gaze as sharp as a sword, painfully intense. Beneath the sunlight, a shadowy figure could be faintly discerned on the BB eagle's body. One of the fierce sparrows blinked in disbelief. Lili, did I just see a BB eagle? Is that really a BB eagle? The other fierce sparrow hastily flapped its wings, frantically alarmed. Lili? That's definitely a BB eagle, Ron. BB eagle. But before the 2 fierce sparrows could take flight, a powerful bird call resonated with immense pressure, crashing down upon them, and then the BB eagle dove down, seizing the 2 stunned fierce sparrows in its claws. Goodness, I just brought the BB eagle to find you, and you are already scheming for my orchard? Linfeng leaped from the BB eagle's back, gazing at the 2 fierce sparrows caught beneath its claws, contemplating their earlier conversation with an inexplicable sense of melancholy. The boss must have referred to the evolved big-mouth sparrow, and as for the fierce sparrow that reported about the orchard, it must have been the one he captured from the plantation. Only it would possess such precise knowledge of the plantation where another menace resided. To think that fellow, after being released, still harbored thoughts of his orchard and the Wangwang Valley grown in the rural outskirts. Such greed. The BB eagle slowly descended, its gaze towards the 2 fierce sparrows filled with chilling disdain, its grip tightening further, causing the 2 fierce sparrows to cry out in pain. Linfeng stroked the feathers of the BB eagle, deciding to hold off for now. Recovering the territory was the priority. He then took out the pokeball containing the green caterpillar. Come forth, green caterpillar. Poo-poo. A flash of red light erupted as a yellow-green caterpillar emerged from the pokeball. Upon seeing the 2 fierce sparrows and the BB eagle, it instinctively shrank back, exerting all its might to crawl towards Linfeng. Though the green caterpillar understood that the enormous BB eagle would not harm it, its inherent fear of birds was overwhelming. Additionally, the flaming aura surrounding the BB eagle only heightened its trepidation. Using an electric net, it aimed to ensnare the 2 fierce sparrows. Poo-poo, what is the trainer saying? How could my electric net possibly capture fierce sparrows? Nonetheless, it tentatively directed the electric net towards one fierce sparrow. Flickering bolts of electricity formed a net, enveloping the 2 fierce sparrows the moment the BB eagle loosened its grip. In the next instant, regardless of how the fierce sparrows struggled, they could not break free from the net's confines. Poo-poo, did I really capture them? The green caterpillar watched this scene, its originally dazed black pupils now wide with astonishment. It recalled that morning when its trainer had patted its head, allowing it to learn this skill. However, it hadn't paid much attention to it then. But now, it seemed this skill could actually trap birds in flight. Would this mean that it would no longer be in danger of being eaten? As such thoughts crossed its mind, The green caterpillar felt a bright future ahead. It appeared my assumptions were correct. After consuming the green dumplings, the milk output of the big milk can increase 4 to 5 times. And the quality rose from C grade to B grade, with continued improvement expected. This is indicative of abundant internal energy that needs to be released through milk production. Similarly, the ivy snake, after consuming the green dumplings, expanded its daily grazing area, significantly enhancing the growth buffs for plants, which also reflected energy release. However, the green caterpillar was different. In its first stage, it merely needed to accumulate energy and await evolution into a hardened chrysalis. The energy from the green dumplings could not be released, thereby autonomously amplifying the intensity of its skills, resulting in exceptionally tough silk threads and electric nets. Observing this scene, Linfeng couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Such accumulation of energy made him ponder. When the green caterpillar eventually evolved into a butta butterfly, the negative effects from its powder would be extraordinarily formidable. It's worth noting that, according to Linfeng's insightful eye, both fierce sparrows possessed energy levels exceeding level 15, yet currently, the green caterpillar was only at level 79. Poo-poo. Let us see if I can ensnare that large one. The green caterpillar directed the electric net towards the BB eagle. BB? Startled by the tingling sensation from the electric net on its feet. The BB eagle paused momentarily before effortlessly shaking it off, along with the sticky earth clinging to it. Then, it looked curiously at the green caterpillar, as if questioning, "What is going on with you?" Chapter 73, BB Eagle vs. Big Mouth Sparrow. Seeing the green caterpillar trembling in his embrace, Linfeng was somewhat taken aback by its audacity to cast the electric net directly at the BB eagle, the extraordinary green caterpillar. He had it cover the two fierce sparrows with a layer of silk to ensure their escape was impossible, then returned the green caterpillar to its pokeball. This lively creature was best suited to stay home and enjoy dumplings. Let us go to the sky and confront that big-mouth sparrow. Remounting the BB eagle, Linfeng wasted no time and directed it to soar into the air. Let us call it out. There existed a natural enmity between BB birds and fierce sparrows. A hatred that compelled any fierce sparrow encountering a BB bird within its territory to attack en masse. Such assaults were often relentless. Thus, locating the big-mouth sparrow was quite simple. A single loud call from the BB eagle would suffice. BB eagle. BB. BB. The BB eagle's massive calls reverberated throughout the forest, startling a flurry of bird songs and the calls of various Pokémon below. The nearby fierce sparrows were the first to react, roused from their various states and taking to the skies, eager to discover the source of the call. However, as they approached and beheld the BB eagle, they all quietly retreated, gathering around it, whether in shock, fear, or disbelief at the magnificent creature hovering overhead. With its fiery red feathers, piercing gaze, and tail plume ablaze with flames, it was indeed a BB eagle. It seemed somewhat different from the BB eagle in their memories. How could it be so colossal? The sheer number was also overwhelming. As Linfeng observed the hundreds of fierce sparrows flocking around, he found himself momentarily stunned. While he had confidence in the BB eagle's strength, the scene before him was undeniably grand. Perhaps it would be wise to summon Shinado. This thought briefly flickered in Linfeng's mind before dissipating. Bobo? BB. At this moment, a scattering of Bobos and BB birds, emerging from who knows where, began to flutter behind the BB eagle. If we were to say that the first call of the Pidgeot was a provocation towards the fiery sparrows, then the second call was a summons to the remaining kin hidden within the forest. Pidgey, we have a leader, we have a leader. Pidgey, let us rally behind our leader and reclaim our territory today. Pidgey, today, we shed our blood for the sake of our descendants. Bobo, the oppression and hunger they had endured, the pain of being uprooted, all erupted in the territory of the Pidgey. Their eyes glowed with a faith-like fervor as they gazed at the foremost Pidgeot. In such moments, regardless of where this Pidgey had originated, it stood as their leader. This conviction made them feel that even if they were to perish here today, they must drive the fiery sparrows away. Although their numbers had significantly dwindled, the presence of the Pidgeot instantly bolstered the morale of the Pidgeys, overwhelming the fiery sparrows. As the Pidgeys advanced, the sparrows retreated slightly, until, with a loud squawk, a slender, elongated bird with a beak of deep red appeared before the flock of fiery sparrows, restoring some of their spirit. Is this the one known as the Great Beak Sparrow? Species, Great Beak Sparrow. Gender, male. Ability, sharp vision. Qualification, purple. Individual values, HP, 25, attack, 19, special attack, 23. Defense, 19, special defense, 18, speed, 24. Level, 3134. Skills, Fury Attack, Glare, Call, Peck, Pursuit, Quick Attack, Aerial Ace. Affinity, 20. Happiness, 20. How could a Pidgey evolve? Upon reviewing the information, Linfeng exhaled in relief. Squawk. The great beak sparrow glared at the Pidgeot with a foul mood, and upon recognizing the human atop it, immediately understood that this Pidgeot must have evolved with human assistance. But what of it? The Pidgeys had long since departed the forest. And with so many fiery sparrows behind me, as long as I can hold you off for a moment, this territory will still belong to us. Yet in the next instant, its pupils began to dilate. Pidgeot, a flash of lightning. With Linfeng's command, the great beak sparrow could only perceive a fiery red shadow akin to lightning, focusing in its vision, growing ever larger until it collided with its body, sending it skidding for dozens of meters. There was no chance for resistance whatsoever. Squawk! The impact felt akin to being struck by a powerful onyx, rendering the great beak sparrow's mind momentarily incapacitated. Before it could react, the Pidgeot was on the move again, even at such speed. The Pidgeot's claws precisely grasped the great beak sparrow's wings, despite its evolution at that moment. The great beak sparrow was no different from a slightly larger Rattata beneath the towering form of the Pidgeot. Hot wind. Linfeng issued another command from atop the Pidgeot. Scorching winds, propelled by the beating of wings, enveloped the great beak sparrow, and under such intense heat, its feathers began to singe, quickly burning away nearly half of the plumage on its chest. By this time, the great beak sparrow had already fainted. It was evident that its stamina had reached its limit. With a gentle release of its grip, its body fell like a severed kite towards the forest below. The Pidgeot, however, paid no heed and soared back into the sky, gazing coldly at the flock of fiery sparrows, its fiery plumage ablaze, once more issuing a long cry. Pidgeot. Silence. A silence akin to death enveloped both the Pidgey and fiery sparrow territories simultaneously. Despite the presence of hundreds of flying Pokémon suspended in the air, not a single one dared to utter a sound. They all stared in awe at the Pidgeot soaring above, as if it were a king. The battle between the Pidgeot and the great beak sparrow lasted no more than 10 seconds. Yet within those fleeting moments, they witnessed a devastating display of dominance. The fiery sparrows contemplated sending a group to assist the great beak sparrow against the Pidgeot, while the Pidgeys resolved to risk their lives to aid their leader in reclaiming their territory. Yet neither side anticipated the outcome. Just then, Linfeng spoke. Chapter 74, The Trainer Bound by the Ivy Snake. I give you the chance to flee, vacate the Pidgey territory. He perched upon the Pidgeot, wielding the authority of a formidable presence, transmitting his intent with the power of the earth. Pidgeot. The Pidgeot timely sounded a warning call. The fiery sparrows suddenly snapped back to reality, their spirits revitalized, scattering in all directions. In their panic, some even collided with one another, disoriented. After a brief moment, the fiery sparrows vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a scattering of feathers. Behind the Pidgeot, the Pidgeys and Bobo, after a moment of stunned silence, erupted into jubilant cheers. Pidgey. The cheers resounded like a relentless tide. All the Pidgeys and Bobo were teary-eyed, filled with excitement as they gazed at one another, and ultimately focused their attention on the central Pidgeot, circling it in joyous flight, their jubilations echoing continuously. Linfeng could discern their sentiments. They had recognized the Pidgeot as their true leader. This is splendid. Observing the throng of Pidgeys and Bobo around him, Linfeng's thoughts began to flourish. Pidgeys are remarkably resilient Pokémon, and their flying speed is commendable. Previously, he had contemplated that if he were to develop a delivery service, Pidgeot would be the ideal candidate for the task. However, that seemed like a waste of such a powerful asset, and with only one Pidgeot, it would be impractical to have it deliver packages all day. But now, with so many Pidgeys around, could he not enlist their help? He couldn't help but chuckle at this possibility. Pidgeot, Pidgeot. Contrary to Linfeng's pleasant musings, the Pidgeot squawked, addressing the surrounding Pidgeys and Bobo in a manner reminiscent of a victory briefing. Pidgeot. From now on, as long as I and my trainer are here, our territory will never again be occupied. In an instant, the flock erupted in fervor. Pidgey. Leader. Bobo. Chief. Pidgey. Leader. Linfeng refrained from interrupting their celebration, as he sensed the Pidgeot's heightened emotions. This exhilaration was not merely due to the triumph over the great beak sparrow, but also stemmed from the responsibility it now bore. It understood that the inhabitants of this territory would heed its words. However, having evolved from Pidgey to Pidgeot only a day prior, it was still uncertain about how to manage its new role, and thus turned its gaze toward Linfeng. Pidgeot? The trainer is its reliance. Linfeng's lips curled into a slight smile. You seek guidance? You have come to the right person. Now, I grant you 2 days to reclaim the territory lost to the fiery sparrows and other Pokémon. Then select 10 of the more astute Bobo and 10 stable flying Pidgeys, and bring them to the breeding facility. We'll arrange a structure for them to assist me. Just ensure they volunteer for the task. What do you think? The Pidgeot nodded, suddenly recalling that during its absence over the past 2 days, the plantation had likely been unattended. Even as a Pidgeot, it still remembered its duties at the plantation. Linfeng patted its head. Oh, that's all right. We have Shinado watching over the home. All right, set me down now. It's time to seize the moment and rally the Pidgeys. We must not delay. Lin Feng did not insist that these Pidgey and Spearow must be dealt with in a particular manner, even in the case of expelling the Spearow. It merely involved driving them out of the Pidgey-S territory. They could still thrive within this forest. Nature operates under its own set of developmental laws. Every Pokémon, mountain, tree, and river constitutes a part of the natural world. When ecological issues arise, human intervention should be measured. Excessive interference can inadvertently lead to ecological imbalance. After the Pidgeot delivered him to the ground, Lin Feng gazed up at the majestic bird, which returned his gaze with an indescribable determination shimmering in its eyes. The Pidgeot had made a decision. Though it was uncertain of the trainer's intentions regarding the Pidgey and Spearow, it resolved to select the 10 finest specimens of both and stand guard for its trainer. Congratulations, host. Pidgeot's intimacy level has risen to 100. Reward, Sacred Feather of Ho-Oh. A sacred feather formed from Ho-Oh's energy. When absorbed by pure-hearted Pokémon, their aptitude and strength will be significantly enhanced. Hiss. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. He glanced once more at the Pidgeot above. How fortunate it was. Shaking his head, Lin Feng did not immediately present the sacred feather to Pidgeot. Instead, he summoned his gloom and proceeded toward the forest's exit. Meanwhile, in a concealed spot, a Lucario lounged against a tree trunk, observing the lack of significant conflict between the Pidgey and Spearow factions before closing its eyes once more. Lucario handled it quite well. On the way back, Gloom trudged behind Lin Feng, glancing at the trembling Caterpie nearby, frightened by the battle between the two species, feeling increasingly bored. It had anticipated an exhilarating confrontation, but was disappointed to find that Pidgeot had resolved the matter single-handedly. Feeling despondent, Lin Feng paused his steps, and when Gloom caught up to his side, he suggested, "Shall we stir up some trouble in the Beedrill territory?" Gloom rolled its eyes at him. It merely sought a battle, not a tumultuous scuffle with a swarm of Beedrill. Ha ha. Observing Gloom's reaction, Lin Feng erupted into laughter. Gloom, what are you laughing at? Oh, nothing. I simply find your eye rolling to be utterly adorable. It brings back memories of you as a young Gloom, Lin Feng unabashedly stated. Gloom. Yet, in the next moment, two tendrils shot out, firmly binding his waist and arms, lifting him into the air. Huh, what are you doing? Suddenly restrained and suspended. Lin Feng was taken aback. I was complimenting you, Gloom. I don't need such flattery. Gloom tied Lin Feng behind it, and, without looking back, continued its march toward the forest's edge. When reminiscing about its childhood, it would never admit that its tendrils had emerged out of momentary embarrassment. This seems to be a common trait among most beings. Discussing childhood matters naturally evokes feelings of awkwardness. Only Lin Feng was left with a perplexed expression. Huh? Chapter 75. The Allure of Milotic. At this moment, outside the forest, clad in a white short-sleeved shirt adorned with traces of mud and dampness, with a spatial backpack and a travel hat, Zhou suddenly spotted a wooden cabin across the river, beside which sat an elderly fisherman. His eyes lit up with excitement. Old man, did you see a Milotic swimming in this river just now? What Milotic? I didn't see anything. This river is barely 10 meters wide. Catching a few Magikarp would be a good haul. The old man, Uncle Liang, donned glasses and held a fishing rod, embodying a leisurely retirement lifestyle. He did not turn his head as he replied to the inquiry. Really? I clearly saw a Milotic swimming by. Zhou insisted, unwilling to concede. He pointed toward the river. It just came from over there. At that moment, a graceful and mesmerizing figure glided through the water before him. Look, it's right there in the water. That's the Milotic. Oh my, it's stunning. Watching the elegant and elongated form gliding through the water, Zhou's heart raced. A recent graduate who had just finished his college entrance exams a month and a half ago, he embarked on his journey toward university, but unexpectedly got lost in this wild area, having consumed all his provisions and gone a whole day without food. Fortunately, he spotted the river, recalling his teacher's words that where there is a river, there are people. Thus, he followed the river's course. Yet, in that fleeting glimpse of ethereal beauty, he saw a Milotic emerge from the water, gazing toward the forest. In that instant, illuminated by sunlight, the scales of the Milotic shimmered like the most precious gems in the world. Undoubtedly, for a trainer who had only recently set out on his journey, a Milotic held an irresistible allure. Enthralled by the Milotic's unparalleled beauty, he even forgot to take out his Pokeball to battle and capture it. In just a moment, the Milotic vanished from sight. This left Zhou in a frenzy of regret, akin to witnessing $1 million blown away by the wind, forever out of reach. Upon seeing the Milotic again, his face flushed with excitement. Without a second thought, he drew a Pokeball. Milotic, let us battle. But the Milotic seemed to disregard his words entirely, turning instead to the boy emerging from the forest, a look of joy illuminating its face. You wish to battle my Pokémon? Lin Feng, just out of the woods, regarded the somewhat disheveled Zhou Yu and then glanced at the affectionate Milotic. Curiosity piqued. Is this your Pokémon? Observing the boy accompanied by Gloom, who was so close to the Milotic, Zhou Yu felt as if the sky had fallen. What is this? Offering him hope, then disappointment, and ultimately despair, Lin Feng placed his hand on the Milotic that had approached him. Then, alongside Gloom, he climbed onto its back and swiftly swam to the other side of the river. Yes, my Milotic. If you wish to battle, what do you think of Gloom? Gloom? Gloom cast a curious glance at Zhou Yu. It was indeed feeling a bit restless. Woo-woo, forget it. Zhou Yu shook his head, the flush on his face dissipating, replaced by the pallor of hunger from a day without food, making him appear even more gaunt. He looked at Lin Feng with a hint of melancholy. Friend, do you know where I can find a restaurant? Just follow me. Observing the boy's condition, Lin Feng's expression turned slightly odd. This child must have been starving for days. He greeted Uncle Liang, and then led Zhou Yu toward the town. Behind them, Uncle Liang muttered to himself, I told you, there are no Milotic here. I wonder what the young trainers are thinking these days. Then, suddenly, the fishing rod trembled, and Uncle Liang's expression brightened as he exerted effort to reel it in. With a splash, a red, dazed Magikarp leaped out of the water. Uncle Liang's previously bright demeanor fell once more. Not you again. Go back, he exclaimed, kicking the Magikarp back into the river. Sighing, he lamented. Why can't I catch a single ugly fish? That Milotic was truly beautiful. I've never seen such a stunning Milotic in my life. At my age, I almost want to raise one. He composed himself, preparing to cast his line again, but at that moment, a sudden surge of white light appeared on the water's surface, and the once calm waters erupted into waves. When the white light dissipated, a fearsome Gyarados emerged, bearing its blood-red maw. He bellowed at Uncle Liang, seemingly venting his frustration over the recent kick. Roar. Uncle Liang responded with a puzzled expression. Lucario, use Force Palm. In the breeding house, he remarked. You are truly a kind person. After enjoying a meal prepared by Lin Feng, Zhou Yu had already let go of his previous grievances regarding his inability to capture the Milotic. What is this? Lin Feng inquired with a hint of curiosity. Enough already. I was lost in the forest for 4 or 5 days, finished all my food, and nearly starved to death, Zhou Yu replied, his face reflecting his reluctance to revisit the matter. Lin Feng did not press further, but found it peculiar that, as a trainer embarking on a journey, Zhou Yu had gotten lost. Wasn't that a bit careless? Suddenly, Zhou Yu recalled the stream of visitors he had seen outside. Is this a breeding house? The kind that sells energy cubes? Lin Feng nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Zhou Yu exclaimed in surprise. So you're the one who manufactures the energy cubes? You are a breeder? Lin Feng nodded again. How fascinating. I am also a breeder. Currently on my way to the Pokémon Breeding University in Changsha City to study energy cube manufacturing. I must purchase several energy cubes for research. Upon hearing Lin Feng's confirmation, Zhou Yu's eyes gleamed with a sense of rivalry typical among peers. Both the Milotic and the Gloom Snake exhibited a smooth and radiant exterior with bright eyes, clearly indicating excellent breeding. Lin Feng merely smiled and led him into the breeding house to showcase the products within. There were 3 types of stamina energy cubes, categorized into tiers of 500, 1000, and 5000, all designed for basic stamina restoration, with effectiveness increasing accordingly. If you frequently find yourself lost, it would be wise to stock up on these. Both humans and Pokémon can consume them. Over here is the energy cube that enhances Pokémon defense. Zhou Yu, seemingly anxious due to the time spent lost, purchased one of each type of energy cube in the small shop, along with multiple stamina energy cubes, before departing. Chapter 76. The Novelty of Gloom Snake. P.S. Not so bad, Lin Feng mused as he watched Zhou Yu leave, then turned his attention to the energy cubes in his shop. Currently, the stamina energy cubes were divided into 3 tiers. The first type was entirely manufactured by Shinado, albeit with slightly inferior effects, hence the price of 500. The second type was primarily produced by Shinado, with Lin Feng's assistance. These energy cubes offered culinary effects and were equally effective as those solely crafted by Lin Feng, essentially equivalent to the first version of the stamina energy cube. The third version was created by diluting a special fruit known as life fruit, providing a culinary effect that allows for prolonged consumption by Pokémon, thereby enhancing their stamina. Surprisingly, Lin Feng discovered that the best-selling cubes were the 500 and 5000 versions. This clarified for him that ordinary trainers often gravitate toward the more economical options when faced with energy cubes of similar effects. Though the pricier ones are more effective, they still come at a cost. Ordinary trainers are seldom pressed for time. Therefore, the production of standard energy cubes must continue, especially now that he had Shinado's assistance. If all goes well, future manufacturing of energy cubes should follow this pattern. With this understanding, Lin Feng chose not to linger in the breeding house any longer and proceeded to the plantation, placing everyone in their respective spots. All seemed calm. Only when he released his Torchic did it chirp. Chirp? Are we going to battle? Where's my opponent? However, upon realizing it was back in its cozy nest, it stood frozen in place. Apologies, but it seems there's no need for a battle this time, Lin Feng explained, and only then did it snap back to reality, appearing somewhat dejected. Yet, as soon as 2 energy cubes were placed in its food bowl, its discontent vanished. Such is the nature of a foodie. As long as there's food, all worries are forgotten. Now reassured that Lin Feng could provide for it, Torchic had grown increasingly well-behaved over the past few days, often chattering away at him. After finishing the day's milk for the Snorlax that hadn't ventured outside, Lin Feng approached the water tank and waved at the Milotic that had just entered. You? Milotic poked its head out, blinking its eyes at Lin Feng. Its red irises shimmering, reflecting his image. Indeed, you are truly beautiful. No wonder trainers are eager to capture you. Lin Feng couldn't help but express his admiration as he placed a hand on its smooth skin. He felt fortunate to have such remarkable Pokémon. Whether it was the Magikarp evolving into Milotic or the Gloom Snake into the Gloom Serpent, or even the Pidgey into Pidgeot, their bond only seemed to strengthen post-evolution. Yet, not all Pokémon are so fortunate. A few undergo personality changes upon evolving, much like the dim-witted Charizard from the anime. Milotic fidgeted slightly, its gaze momentarily evasive. Yet its happiness visibly began to rise. It's thanks to the trainer. Lin Feng did not dispute this statement. Rather, he chuckled and rubbed his hands together. May I give you a hug? Having recently crossed the river on Milotic's back, he had developed this desire. However, he hesitated in front of others. Now, in the comfort of his home, he expressed his wish outright. Of course. Milotic was not shy, nodding in agreement, even swimming closer to the edge of the tank and bending down to facilitate Lin Feng's embrace. The moment Lin Feng wrapped his arms around it, his hands instinctively glided over its surface, revealing a look of satisfaction. So cool, so smooth. Lin Feng realized that in this Pokémon world, there were 2 types of Pokémon he could never resist. One type had silky, smooth skin that felt like jelly when touched, such as Milotic, Gloom Snake, and Seal. The other type was fuzzy Pokémon, like Vulpix, whose belly he would eagerly rub and play with before bed each night. Of course, he also groomed its fur. But now, holding Milotic, Lin Feng could only think one thing. If only it were the size of a pillow, it would be perfect for snuggling at night. Wait, would that be a bit inappropriate? Releasing Milotic, Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel at its obedient nature. You're so well-behaved. I can hug you whenever I want. Unlike the Gloom Snake, which ties me up after a few compliments. As soon as these words left his mouth, the Gloom Snake, just emerging from the breeding house with its ice Vulpix, had its previously raised mouth corners droop slowly. 2 tendrils extended and swiftly lunged toward Lin Feng. At that moment, the Gloom Snake recalled something. When it was still a Gloom Snake, it used to think it needed to be coddled to please its trainer. Now, it seemed that a trainer who secretly spoke ill of it behind its back deserved to be tied up. Of course, the Gloom Snake would never admit that after binding Lin Feng for the first time, it had experienced an unprecedented sense of novelty. What's this, Gloom Snake? What are you doing? You used to be so well-behaved. Why the sudden change? The Shinado, trailing slightly behind, looked on with a bemused expression. Has this trainer always been bullied by the Gloom Snake? Or is this their unique way of building rapport? Such a peculiar method. Should I try it too? As night fell, with Shinado assisting during the day, Lin Feng found himself with more free time than ever. Thus, he began to plan his courier business. Firstly, it is certain that the courier service cannot deliver everything. A minimum order amount must be met for delivery to occur. Subsequently, based on the capabilities of Bobo and Bibiraptor, the distances they can deliver should be established. Bobo can deliver within a 50-mile radius, starting from a minimum of 10,000, while Bibiraptor can cover a distance of 300 miles, with a minimum order of 50,000. Naturally, for larger orders, deliveries can be made anywhere within the Donghua Alliance. Utilizing the services of the Majestic Eagles, a certain delivery fee will also be required, serving as sustenance for Bibiraptor and its companions. In just a few words, Lin Feng has already formulated his delivery rules. Now, he awaits the arrival of the Majestic Eagle, accompanied by Bibiraptor and Bobo. Chapter 77. News of other food-type Pokémon on August 11th. After the previous rain, Wudong City was graced with a gentle drizzle that refreshed the cobblestone paths anew. Consequently, the number of visitors to the breeding house today was somewhat diminished. Lin Feng did not mind this at all. It provided him with a bit of leisure, allowing Qin Shu to take the afternoon off. He hoped that the Squirtle sneaking back would not cross paths with her. After lunch, Lin Feng settled on a small stool, cradling a Vulpix in his arms, while holding a cup of juice extracted from sweet bamboo. He sat at the door of the breeding house, watching the raindrops continuously fall from the eaves, savoring a sip of juice, and gently stroking the soft fur of Vulpix, feeling a sense of contentment wash over him. Sometimes, a little rain can indeed be quite delightful. It offers a chance to relax, listen to the sound of the rain, and behold the verdant landscape drenched in the gentle downpour. This is a true depiction of rural life. Linfeng glanced at the juice in his hand. In addition to the juice, he had added a touch of white sugar. Sweet bamboo juice with sugar, C-grade juice produced from sweet bamboo with a hint of white sugar added, which certain sweet-toothed Pokémon might find irresistible. The culinary effect can uplift the spirits of those who consume it for a short time. This particular juice was a favorite of the ivy snake, especially when a few bits of peach fruit were added, making it its ultimate indulgence. Suddenly, the Vulpix in his arms began to whine. "Ing, I want some too." This elicited a chuckle and a playful reprimand from Linfeng. "I asked you earlier if you wanted some, and you said no. Now you want mine? No way. 3 Ing, please let me have some." Seeing that direct appeal was ineffective, Vulpix began to act adorably on his lap, gently patting his thigh with its tiny paws and whimpering, "Ing. This display instantly melted Linfeng's heart, and he quickly raised the juice to its mouth. All right, here you go. Ing. Watching the joyous Vulpix lick the juice, Linfeng activated the Eye of Exploration. Pokémon, Vulpix. Gender, female. Ability, Snow Cloak. Potential, red. Individual values, HP, 29, Attack, 25, Special Attack, 31, Defense, 28, Special Defense, 25, Speed, 31. Level, 14-18. Skills, Hypnosis, Moonlight, Tail Whip, Powder Snow, Ice Shard, Icy Wind, Bind. Friendship level, 97. It regards you as its reliance. Joy level, 70. So sweet. He needed to find a better ice stone. Glancing at Vulpix's stats, Linfeng pondered. The first sight it beheld upon hatching was Linfeng and the ivy snake, which fostered a deep affection for both. In daily life, it either followed Linfeng or remained close to the ivy snake, showcasing a somewhat clingy disposition. He wondered if it would change after evolution. This thought amused him. When the ivy snake was unevolved, he found it delightful to hold, but once it evolved, it became less cuddly, leaving him feeling a twinge of regret. Now, with Vulpix, he harbored similar sentiments, albeit with a touch of conflict. When Vulpix evolves into Ninetales, its size will increase, making it not only cuddly but also usable as a pillow. This presented a conundrum, as Linfeng cherished both aspects. He called out to the breeding house, "Rotom?" Soon, a small red device fluttered out. "What can I do for you, Master? How long until the rain stops?" "Master, Rotom informs you that the light rain will cease in 53 minutes. Additionally, there has been a reply to the message you sent this morning. Would you like to view it?" Linfeng raised an eyebrow. "Show me." Understood. Under Rotom's operation, a chat interface quickly appeared before him. "Big Dairy Ranch, Uncle Moo. Regarding the food-producing Pokémon you mentioned? Quite peculiar. I wonder why you wish to raise so many food-type Pokémon. However, there are indeed several breeding houses for food types. In the neighboring Pojiu town, there's a grower cultivating dense grapefruits, and they have quite a few coom to help with honey collection. If you have many fruit trees, you might ask her for some coom. By the way, she also seems to have a few alchemy for brewing, but I'm unsure how many. You'll need to inquire yourself." "Never mind, I'll ask her for you." There's also Changsha City, which apparently has a food processing plant for Oliva. As for the rest, I'm not quite sure. You should search online for some dessert shops that sell sweets. Perhaps there are corresponding Pokémon behind them. Linfeng's eyes brightened upon reading the entire message. Indeed, for matters like this, consulting professionals yields the most accurate information. If Linfeng were to search for food-type Pokémon alone, it would be akin to crossing a river by feeling for stones. Linfeng, thank you, Uncle Moo. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at the Vulpix drinking milk and snapped a photo, adding the caption "Thank you," before sending it off. "Big Dairy Ranch, Uncle Moo. Fancy. How are the dairy cows doing? Any issues?" Linfeng, "No issues, they are quite content here." "Big Dairy Ranch, Uncle Moo. Indeed. If those dairy cows were unhappy with your pastures, I would have to check if you were mistreating them." After sending a smiling emoji, the conversation ended there. Linfeng was not displeased. Instead, he turned to Rotom. "Help me find out how far Pojiu Town is from here." Rotom quickly provided the information. Wudong Town is 125 kilometers away from Pojiu Town. Linfeng exclaimed. "That's quite far. No wonder I've never heard of this place. Over 100 kilometers. This distance would require a day for a round trip by car." However, he was not overly concerned, as with the majestic Eagle now, this distance could be traversed in just a couple of hours. "Now, please check for all dessert shops in Wudong Town." Understood, Rotom. Found it. Rotom. There is a shop in Wudong City that is currently up for transfer, and the frost moth within is said to be included in the transfer. Hearing this, Linfeng's eyes lit up. "Contact them. Help me get in touch. Please hold on, Master. I am connecting the call for you." Chapter 78. The lady transferring the frost moth. "Hello?" A young woman's voice came through the phone, tinged with fatigue. Linfeng politely inquired, "Hello? May I speak to the owner of the frostcake shop?" "Yes, I apologize, but if you are here to discuss the shop's transfer, I regret to inform you that it has just been taken by another company. A weight dropped in Lin Feng's heart. What about the frost moths? What will happen to them? They have no one to take them. I plan to bring them back to the Hoenn region. You have frost moths? Hearing this response, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, I am interested in the frost moths. I do not need the shop. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by a sigh of apparent relief as she said, all right, understood. I have a total of 13 frostlass here. How many would you like? 13? Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Can I take them all? All of them. I felt a twinge of unease. Could you please share your address? I prefer to discuss this in person. Lin Feng promptly relayed his address to her. Is it the breeding house in Wudong Town next door? Once the rain subsides, I will bring them over. The other party left that final remark before hanging up. Lin Feng, who remained in place, cheered with joy, startling Xiao Luwei, who trembled slightly and accidentally bumped into a cup, spilling juice onto Lin Feng's lap, bringing a refreshing chill. Lin Feng, Xiao Luwei, yeah? I didn't mean to, trainer. After the rain. The arrival of the other party was swifter than Lin Feng had anticipated. Just half an hour after the rain ceased, a small car came to a halt in front of the breeding house. A young woman, approximately 26 or 27 years of age and clad in a white trench coat, stepped out of the vehicle. She adjusted her coat and turned her gaze toward the breeding house before her. Her name was Kelly. She was not a local of the Donghua Alliance, but hailed from the Kanto region. A few years ago, her grandfather fell ill, prompting her to accompany him here for treatment. Sadly, just a few days prior, her grandfather had passed away. With his departure, her ties to the Donghua Alliance had also faded. The only lingering concern was for the frostlass she had brought along with her. Crossing the sea posed significant risks for such delicate Pokémon. After several days of inquiries online, she had managed to part with only 7 or 8 frostlass. It was not that they were difficult to give away. Rather, most individuals merely sought the cream produced by frostlass for a fleeting moment, which left Kelly feeling uneasy. With 13 remaining, she was preparing to take a leap of faith and bring them back when Lin Feng's call came through. Before arriving, Kelly had searched for this breeding establishment online and was astonished to discover that it had a dedicated Douyin account. Driven by curiosity, she scrolled through the videos and was even more amazed. This breeding house, hidden in a remote town, boasted an array of rare Pokémon, including a graceful Milotic, an elegant Gardevoir, and a vine whip-wielding Servine. Furthermore, she found not a single negative comment among the reviews. All were praises for the quality and beauty of the Pokémon. Upon hearing the sound of the car engine turning off, Lin Feng hurriedly exited the breeding house. Hello, Kelly, taken aback by the sight before her, inquired. Are you the owner of this breeding house? The youth before her appeared to be no more than 18, yet managed to run the establishment with such order. Lin Feng replied with a smile, yes, indeed. Please, come in, let us have a chat. Nodding in agreement, Kelly stepped inside the breeding house. As she prepared to observe her surroundings, the first thing that caught her eye was the various energy cubes floating in the air, organized by type across different counters. In the center of these energy cubes floated a Gardevoir, clearly using its psychic powers to distribute them. Though she had seen it on Douyin, Kelly was still taken aback by the meticulous control of psychic energy displayed by the Gardevoir, indicating its formidable strength. Following Lin Feng out of the breeding house and into the living room, Kelly remarked, you truly do look as youthful as you appear in the videos. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment before chuckling softly. What would you like to drink? We have juice and fresh milk. I recommend the juice, it's quite sweet. Then I'll have the juice. Lin Feng retrieved a cup of sweet, Zhu brand juice from the refrigerator and handed it to her. Kelly intended to take just a small sip, but upon tasting it, she found it surprisingly delightful. Having been raised by her grandfather, Kelly was closest to him, and the sorrow of his passing had filled her heart over the past few days, leading to nights of sleeplessness. Yet, after sipping the juice, she felt her spirits lift slightly. What a magical juice. Lin Feng smiled and said, the delicacies brought by Pokémon always have a way of soothing the soul, don't they? He had noticed her lingering sorrow the moment she entered, which prompted him to recommend the juice. Just then, a small figure emerged from the kitchen. Beneath the green leaves was a delicate white fruit, and it scampered toward Lin Feng. However, upon seeing that there was another person present, it slowed its pace, speaking cautiously. Tian, I just finished my bath. I want to find Chocho the Celio. Go ahead. Lin Feng waved his hand, allowing it to proceed. But added a reminder, just don't fall into the water reservoir. Tian. The little one acknowledged and hurried off toward the orchard. Witnessing this, Kelly paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. Indeed, that must be the juice from Tian Juju. Lin Feng replied, yes. I have a keen interest in culinary arts, which is why I aspire to raise many Pokémon capable of producing food. Rest assured, I will take good care of them. Kelly nodded, realizing that entrusting her Frostlass to him would be a wise choice. Reflecting on her earlier observations, she noticed the fresh milk from Moo, indicating that the owner truly knew how to utilize the cream provided by Frostlass. A relieved smile graced her face as she retrieved a waste pouch containing Pokeballs, carefully taking them out one by one. These are their Pokeballs. I haven't had them for long. They are all adorable little ones. If possible, after you adopt them, I would appreciate it if you could capture some videos of them and share them on Douyin, so I can look back on them whenever I miss them. Lin Feng nodded. Of course. How much do I owe you in total? Kelly replied. No need for payment. I merely wish to find a reliable trainer for them. From what I see, you exceed my expectations. She added with a hint of nostalgia. Shouldn't young people nowadays prefer to be trainers, traveling, and exploring? It's rare to find someone like you who tends to a breeding house. With that, she began to open each Pokeball, and one by one, Frostlass of various hues and similar appearances emerged amidst a radiant red glow. Frost? Frost. Lin Feng was momentarily dazzled, overwhelmed by the sheer number of Frostlass. These Frostlass, confronted with unfamiliar surroundings, clustered around Kelly, some climbing onto her, while others tugged at her pant leg. Frost. Where is this home? Frost. Home. A tender glimmer passed through Kelly's eyes as she looked at these Frostlass, the youngest batch among her collection. She had initially hoped that her grandfather's health would improve here, allowing her to expand her bakery, but alas. She paused, shaking her head, reminding herself that parting was inherently sorrowful, and she shouldn't transfer her grief onto the Frostlass. Bending down, she gently patted each Frostlass. All right, little ones. From now on, this will be your home, and your new trainer will be a wonderful one. Frost? Frost. Some of the Frostlass turned their gaze toward Lin Feng, their gentle eyes tinged with shyness. What should I do? Lin Feng felt somewhat at a loss upon witnessing this scene. Suddenly, he was struck by the feeling that he was the villain, about to take away someone else's Pokémon. Kelly reassured, rest assured, I have already spoken with them beforehand. They will prove to be excellent companions for you. She crouched down, gently handing over the Frost Cream Fairies to Lin Feng, one by one. Once he could no longer hold them all, she placed the new Frost Cream Fairies onto the sofa beside him. After ensuring all the Frost Cream Fairies were comfortably situated around him, Kelly rose, adjusted her trench coat, and slightly bent forward. All right. It is now your responsibility to care for these little ones. I have little time left and must catch my transport. With that, before Lin Feng could utter a word, she smiled at the Frost Cream Fairies and turned to leave the room. The Frost Cream Fairies glanced at Lin Feng, then cast sorrowful looks towards their previous trainer. Though they felt a sense of melancholy, they did not cause any commotion, merely calling out softly. They were no longer the first batch to be sent out, so they had long anticipated this moment. However, parting inevitably brought sadness. Sighing, Lin Feng rubbed his head, gazing at the Frost Cream Fairies surrounding him. Despite the fact that the shop was now home to more than a dozen Frost Cream Fairies, a source of joy, an atmosphere of sorrow enveloped the entire room. He raised his hand and called out, attempting to capture their attention. Hey! This greeting successfully piqued the interest of several Frost Cream Fairies, who regarded him with a range of emotions: concern, fear, and curiosity. Among them, a red Frost Cream Fairy adorned with 2 strawberries stepped forward, blinking its red eyes and inquiring. Frost? Our trainer told us they would find us a wonderful new trainer. Will you treat us kindly? The moment this question was posed, the other Frost Cream Fairies became increasingly anxious, their gazes darting about, as if fearing Lin Feng might respond unfavorably and consume them. The bodies of the Frost Cream Fairies were entirely composed of cream, enveloping Lin Feng in a sweet, milky fragrance. Fear not. I will certainly treat you well. Lin Feng reassured, cradling the anxious Frost Cream Fairy and transmitting his unwavering power to it. Nothing could soothe a Pokémon's emotions more effectively than this steadfast energy. Observing the Frost Cream Fairies still tinged with the grief of parting, Lin Feng contemplated and allowed threads of his unwavering power and psychic energy to cascade upon each of them. Let us rest for a while. A good sleep will do wonders. Once the Frost Cream Fairies had all drifted off to slumber, Lin Feng began to ponder where they should rest. First and foremost, the bed was out of the question. Should a Frost Cream Fairy have a dream and cream flow from its body, it would undoubtedly soil the sheets. However, an idea sparked in Lin Feng's mind as he brightened. He hurried to the kitchen and retrieved 13 large bowls, gently placing each Frost Cream Fairy into a bowl. As he admired their peaceful sleeping faces, he couldn't help but lick his lips. The Frost Cream Fairy was a Pokémon with numerous forms. Considering their decorative features and the various scents of cream they produced, they could be categorized into 63 distinct forms, each yielding a different flavor of cream. With 13 Frost Cream Fairies now asleep, Lin Feng finally had the opportunity to assess their forms. From their decorations, the 13 Frost Cream Fairies were identified as strawberry, clover, and wild berry. However, to discern their flavors, sampling would be necessary. Merely using his observation would not suffice. As he scanned them, a smile crept across Lin Feng's face. Among the 13 frost cream fairies, he discovered 6 unique flavors. Accompanied by their head adornments, the flavors included strawberry candy cream, caramel blend, milky lemon, milky snow salt, and milky mint, wild berry candy cream, caramel blend, tri-blend, milky matcha, and milky lemon, clover milky matcha, milky lemon, and milky snow salt. The combination of their adornments and cream flavors allowed each frost cream fairy to produce cream with a distinct taste. Thus, what could cream create? Linfeng pondered. Sandwiches, cakes, milk froth, cheese, tiramisu, ice cream, cookies, and puffs. So many possibilities. The thought of the culinary experiments ahead felt overwhelmingly daunting. While lost in thought, a faint sound emanated from the kitchen doorway. Ing-ing-ing. It was none other than the keen-nosed Ice Ninetales, who had caught a whiff of the frost cream fairy's delightful scent and curiously approached. Upon spotting the frost cream fairies on the table, its eyes sparkled with excitement. Ing-ing-ing. Are these fragrant friends? Having graduated from its newborn phase, it now harbored a burgeoning curiosity about the world. Chapter 80. The S-Class Cuisine Crafted with Frost Cream Fairies. The Frost Cream Fairies had taken a nap in the afternoon, and during this time, Linfeng visited the supermarket to purchase several baking machines. By the time the first Frost Cream Fairy awakened, night had already fallen. It called out, gazing at the brightly lit living room, momentarily bewildered. Frost Frost? As sleepiness faded and memories surged back, it quickly recalled that it had been relocated to a new place with a new trainer, and a sense of despondency washed over it. Its call roused the nearby Frost Cream Fairies, who also awakened and began to ponder their situation. Why did we suddenly fall asleep? They wondered. And why are we in bowls? Frost Frost? Surely our new trainer does not intend to eat us? One Frost Cream Fairy asked, anxiety creeping into its voice. This seemed to ignite a wave of concern among the remaining Frost Cream Fairies. Frost Frost, I miss Kelly. Frost Frost, surely we won't be eaten. As the Frost Cream Fairies engaged in their anxious chatter, Linfeng's head suddenly peeked out from the kitchen. Ah, you're awake. Perfect timing. Come help me add some cream. Frost Frost? This statement left all the Frost Cream Fairies momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances, and upon hearing the keyword cream, a red Frost Cream Fairy with strawberry adornments nodded eagerly. Frost Frost? All right, thank you all so much. Linfeng replied, emerging from the kitchen, wrapped in a white scarf dusted with flour. As he carried each Frost Cream Fairy into the kitchen, they finally understood why he needed cream. Inside the kitchen, aside from Linfeng, there were also Shinado, Tuan Tuan, and a Rotom attached to the baking machine, recording the process as instructed by Linfeng. Preparing to share the footage on Douyin later. On the countertop lay an array of freshly baked breads, presented in various forms, some round, others square. The largest stood nearly a meter tall, boasting 5 layers, while the smallest was merely the size of a palm. Scattered about were various crushed berries, cookies, and chocolates. Frost Frost? Frost Frost. Upon witnessing this scene, the Frost Cream Fairies immediately grasped what was happening. They were making cakes. These fluffy breads were the very foundations of the cakes. Frost Frost. Coming. Frost Frost. I'm matcha flavored. Frost Frost. I'm snow salt flavored. Upon seeing the work at hand, their spirits soared, and they eagerly proclaimed their respective flavors. While Linfeng was already aware of their tastes, he acknowledged each one and instructed them to squeeze their cream into bowls. He then mixed in some crushed berries and, like a skilled pastry chef, began to spread the mixture across the surface of the cake bases. Initially believing the process would be lengthy, Linfeng was pleasantly surprised to find that the Frost Cream Fairies seemed quite adept at the decorating task, each efficiently managing their designated areas. For instance, you layer your cream frosting, I layer my cream frosting, and then we all spread it together on the larger section. In areas where the Frostlass cannot reach, Linfeng will deliberately have Shinado assist with its psychic powers. Before long, a cake towering over a meter in height materializes before Linfeng. The frosting atop is a riot of colors, adorned with various fruits, and surrounded by an array of decorative embellishments crafted from colored creams. As for Linfeng, he refrains from interrupting the concerted efforts of the Frostlass, instead beginning preparations for the new line of small cakes to be released the following day. The B-grade Frostlass mini cake is crafted from flour and sweet bamboo fruit juice, fermented into a bread, and combined with the cream produced by Frostlass. The addition of crushed fruit serves as the piece de resistance. The culinary effect encapsulates the essence of Frostlass, imparting a unique fragrance to the consumer and creating a distinctive allure for Pokémon capable of producing food. Casually investigating a small cake, the information that appears raises Linfeng's eyebrows. A special allure for food-producing Pokémon? This could serve as an excellent method for enticing food-oriented Pokémon. Frostless. It's done. A Frostlass, standing several times taller than itself, nods in satisfaction and eagerly scuttles over to Linfeng, poking at his white scarf in a display of pride, exclaiming, Frostless, look at our magnificent cake. It tilts its head upwards, and upon seeing Lin Feng's unfamiliar face, takes a step back in confusion, suddenly realizing that this is no longer the familiar person who used to make cakes with them. Marvelous work. It looks absolutely delectable. Lin Feng samples a piece of the mini cake and promptly gives a thumbs up. He then proceeds to investigate the grand cake. The S-grade Frostlass cake is crafted from fragrant rice flour and sweet bamboo fruit juice, fermented into a sumptuous cake and adorned with Frostlass's cream, enhanced with various rare fruits, yielding remarkable effects. Culinary Effect 1. It embodies the essence of Frostlass, imparting a unique fragrance to the consumer and creating a distinctive allure for food-producing Pokémon. Culinary Effect 2. The incorporation of diverse rare fruits into the cream enhances one random individual value of Pokémon upon consumption. Culinary Effect 3. For milk-producing Pokémon, consuming this cake elevates the quality of their milk output. Lin Feng's eyes gleam with excitement. The last S-grade recipe was utilized to create energy cubes that bolster resistance to negative status effects. This time, with the incorporation of several rare fruits and the presence of Frostlass, he has successfully crafted another S-grade culinary masterpiece. Frostlass? Below, the Frostlass gazes at Lin Feng's outstretched thumb in a daze, inexplicably feeling a sudden attraction to this human, sensing an air of kindness that compels it to inch closer for a sniff, just as humans often feel drawn to sniff its presence. This state of affairs continues until Lin Feng gently scoops it up, at which point it realizes, but this time, the trepidation is replaced with affection as it nuzzles against his hand. Adorably perched in his grasp is a matcha-flavored Frostlass adorned with a lucky clover headpiece. Witnessing this sight, Lin Feng feels his heart melt, unable to resist bringing it closer to his face to inhale its delightful fragrance. So fragrant. Frostlass. So fragrant. Chapter 81. Special Grade Magical Candy, a Delectable Cake. Frostlass. Frostlass. Soon, all the Frostlass are drawn to the enticing aroma emanating from him, approaching with curious expressions. Sweet Bamboo. Sweet Bamboo also pops its head out from the pond, calling out to Lin Feng. After spending so many days together, it has completely shed any previous reservations and genuinely considers Lin Feng its trainer. However, it finds it peculiar that this trainer did not possess such a delightful scent before. This aroma makes it yearn to snuggle closer. Alright, the cake is ready. Let us head to the plantation and enjoy it together. Setting down the small matcha Frostlass, Lin Feng carefully carries the cake and calls out to the assembled Pokémon. He certainly has no intention of selling this cake. It is meant for all the Pokémon to share. Although there is a tradition of eating cake on birthdays, most of his Pokémon are unaware of when they were born, rendering such celebrations irrelevant. Why adhere to so many formalities? If one desires to eat, they shall eat. Shauna, you all go ahead. I will tidy up here and grant these little ones a boost in abilities to catch up with you. The previously silent Shinado finally speaks. Her gaze soft as she observes the scene before her, feeling a profound sense of tranquility. After a long period of wandering, she cherishes such warm moments dearly. Thank you, Shinado. Lin Feng responds with a grin. As if recalling something, he glances at her status panel. Pokémon, Shinado. Gender, female. Ability, telepathy. Potential, golden. Individual values. HP, 31. Attack, 18. Defense, 26. Special attack, 31. Special defense, 31. Speed, 31. Level, 79. Skills, Call, Psychic, Magical Flame, Shadow Clone, Misty Terrain, Charming Voice, Psychic, Drain Kiss, Moonlight, Future Sight. Description: a shiny Shinado, due to certain factors, exhibits formidable resistance to abnormal states. Affinity: 60. It finds you quite interesting and somewhat relies on you. Joy value: 40. Very good. By the way, I've been meaning to give you something special, but kept forgetting. Here, take this. After placing the cake down, Lin Feng retrieves a magical candy from his storage ball. This is the only special grade magical candy in his possession, originally acquired by the euphoric Mewtwo. He has refrained from using it, as no Pokémon has been capable of withstanding the energy contained within it all at once. However, Shinado is currently at a crucial level of 79, making it the perfect candidate for this gift. Shauna, what is this? Shinado gazes curiously at the magical candy in her hand, perplexed. She cannot seem to penetrate its mystery. Lin Feng, still holding the cake, cheerfully explains. This should be just what you need to bolster your resistance against curses. He then leads the small Pokémon toward the plantation, leaving Shinado to ponder the candy. Curious as she uses her psychic powers to investigate it once more, but again finds no insight. She chuckles to herself, realizing she may have become overly cautious from her time spent in the wild. With her thoughts settled, Shinado swallows the candy. Shauna, the energy surges within her, and she experiences an astonishing transformation within her body. Has she broken through that barrier? At that moment in the plantation, as Lin Feng arrives holding the grand cake, the first to rush over is the Torchic, its eyes widening in astonishment at the towering cake. Chirp. So fragrant, so large. Is there a midnight snack too? Wait. Wait. Lin Feng lightly nudges it with his foot, insisting, we'll eat once we get to the designated area. The Torchic, unbothered, chirps in response and happily follows Lin Feng, only to notice that besides Sweet Bamboo, there are several other Pokémon resembling ice cream floating in the air. Their pastel hues and delightful aromas captivating the atmosphere. Sweet Bamboo explained, Sweetie, this Pokémon can produce delightful cream. Chirp. Really? Upon hearing about food, the fiery chick became increasingly intrigued by the group of Pokémon floating behind Lin Feng. However, the Frostlass seemed indifferent to the fiery chick, instead spouting its cream all over its face. Just as one dollop landed in its mouth, the fiery chick's eyes lit up. It was indeed delicious. With this thought, it became even more interested in the large cake held aloft by its trainer. That cake looks enormous. The ivy snake, accompanied by an ice Vulpix, looked at the clumsy chick with disdain. Arriving near the pasture where the hay was cut, Lin Feng first placed the cake on the countertop of the barn to ensure it wouldn't fall. Then, he set up a small table with some plates atop it. After placing the cake on the table, he began to slice it, first reserving a portion to store in a pokeball, intending to put it in the refrigerator for when the Pidgeot returned to eat. He then proceeded to cut the remainder of the cake into many small pieces. During this process, the sea lion waddled over at Sweet Bamboo's beckoning. Even the green caterpillar, which had been sleeping in the barn, woke up, drawn by the enticing aroma, wriggling its tiny feet and crawling over, seemingly anxious not to miss out. Moo moo, it smells so good. The dairy tanks were no exception. The benefits of this cake for them were substantial. No rush, there's enough for everyone. With a beaming smile, Lin Feng distributed the cake among all the Pokémon, listening to the joyful rewards from the system, then walked over to the pond with a larger plate of cake. Gazing at the moonlit Milotic, here you go, this is for you. Unfortunately, its size was too vast to come ashore without trampling the surrounding flora. However, this was not a significant issue. In future similar activities, he could use psychic powers to levitate it. Lin Feng quickly devised a solution. For now, he had already fed it. Milotic emerged from the water's surface, joyfully eyeing the cake Lin Feng held, yet it appeared uncertain about how to consume it. So it extended its tongue to roll a piece of cake into its mouth. Observing Milotic devour the cake in just a few bites, he couldn't help but ask, would you like more? Milotic nodded, still wanting more. The Frostlass nearby, witnessing how much everyone relished the cream cake they had made, felt a surge of happiness. It seemed that being here was quite wonderful after all. Chapter 82, The Evolution of the Kakuna. But why does everyone smell so delightful? The Frostlass and Sweet Bamboo couldn't help but ponder this question as the delightful aroma filled their nostrils. They didn't understand. Being mere Pokémon, they soon set the query aside. With so many Pokémon devouring together, the large cake was quickly consumed. With a resounding puff, the green caterpillar lay sprawled on the ground. Its eyes glazed over. During the feast, it had locked eyes with the fiery chick, watching it incessantly munch away. Initially, it felt fine, but now, when it reflected back, it sensed a fullness that desperately needed release. Finally, in this state, its body radiated a bright light, and it began to stretch. When the light faded, the green caterpillar was no longer there. Instead, it had transformed into a diamond-shaped, crimson Kakuna before Lin Feng. It seems that eating a lot indeed results in a larger evolution. Looking at the Kakuna, which was at least twice the size of a typical Kakuna, Lin Feng confirmed this little piece of knowledge. Buzz. The Kakuna stared wide-eyed, bewildered by what had transpired. Once it grasped the situation, its pupils widened in shock. It had evolved? How could it possibly evolve? The Kakuna's mood instantly plummeted. In the wild, it would have eagerly welcomed evolution, as it would better protect it from predators. Rarely did Pokémon specifically target a Kakuna that could only harden. But now, in this setting, it simply wished to delay its evolution, for once it evolved, it could no longer eat. Hearing the Kakuna's emotions, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly as he lifted its body and made his way into the barn. Alright, for the time being, you won't be able to eat. This statement only deepened the Kakuna's sorrow. And remember, during this period, you cannot use harden. Having eaten so much, your cocoon is heavy and thick. If it gets too hard, you might not be able to break free, he added with a chuckle. The Kakuna stared blankly at Lin Feng, then trembled slightly, indicating it understood. After tending to it, Lin Feng stepped outside the barn, observing the creamy-faced fiery chick, which prompted a hint of disdain from him. Eating so messily. When that cream sets on you, you'll surely regret it. Chirp. The fiery chick, still engrossed in its meal, finally looked up at Lin Feng's words, revealing a satisfied expression upon seeing the empty cake plate. But in the next instant, Lin Feng lifted it, carrying it and the sea lion to the pond. Amid its protests of no, Lin Feng rinsed it thoroughly. The nearby Vulpix observed this scene, discreetly licking its lips to clean off the cream, seemingly fearful of being caught for a wash as well. Looking at the slightly rounder fiery chick, Lin Feng issued a command. Tomorrow morning, I want you to run outside. Use agility to dash. It's only been a week. And you've gained 7 to 8 pounds. You don't look like an accelerated chick at all. When the Pidgeot returns, it will supervise you. In this world, apart from certain exceptional Pokémon, ordinary Pokémon can become obese if they eat too much without exercising, just like humans. To prevent such a situation, Lin Feng had to ensure this little chick stayed active. Chirp. The fiery chick shook off the water droplets and glanced at its growing belly, resignedly nodding. Chirp. Indeed. It had gained quite a bit of weight. All right, let us all get some rest early. After settling all the Pokémon in the garden, Lin Feng looked at the remaining plates, and with a thought, they began to levitate. Psychic powers are truly handy. He then turned to the Frostlass, squatting down. Thank you all for your hard work today. It seems everyone quite enjoyed the cake you made. Frost. We saw. Yes. The Frostlass exclaimed excitedly. Being Pokémon that love making cream, they felt a bit conflicted, worried about being eaten themselves, yet happy that others enjoyed their cream. Then, you may stay here properly. Lin Feng used his psychic powers to guide the Frostlass away from the dust, and once in the kitchen, he placed them into a bowl, asking, which place do you prefer, or would another room suffice? Frost? The Frostlass looked around the environment, chattering amongst themselves, eventually settling their gaze on an empty cupboard. Frost? How about that cupboard? It looks transparent and can be closed. Frost. It's too small, we won't fit. Despite discussing for quite some time, they couldn't find a suitable place. Seeing this, Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Wait, I suddenly thought of a place. After placing the plates down to wash later, Lin Feng directed a dozen bowls toward the breeding room. Here stands a counter adorned with the delightful little cakes recently crafted by him and the Frostlass. He places the bowl containing the Frostlass atop the glass cabinet, remarking that you shall spend your days here, perfectly positioned to witness patrons purchasing your charming confections. What do you think, Frost? Indeed. Frost, they are sure to relish them. The Frostlass gazed at the petite cakes beneath the transparent counter, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they began to envision the throngs of customers that would flock to buy the cakes made from their cream the following day. How about you stay in my room tonight? Lin Feng suggested, guiding them to his chamber, arranging them beside his desk and nightstand. This time, the Frostlass responded in unison with eager agreement. Wah. The six-tailed creature lying on the bed brightened, unable to resist licking its lips. A fragrant companion has come to visit? The ivy snake peeked out from the treehouse. Vine. Observing the newly vibrant room, Lin Feng's face beamed with satisfaction. As he reminded the other 2 Pokémon, all right, these 13 Frostlass will reside here from now on. Be sure not to bully them, okay? The ivy snake rolled its eyes and retreated back into the treehouse, while the ice ninetail stood upright, nodding repeatedly. After settling this matter, Lin Feng recalled Shinado, who had mentioned coming over shortly but had yet to appear. Chapter 83. A conversation with Shinado. Once the Frostlass were comfortably settled, Lin Feng stepped outside the breeding shop. The night in Wutong Town was enveloped in tranquility. It was already past 9, and most of the townsfolk had succumbed to slumber. Could she have already left? He glanced at the cake in his hand and called out into the night sky, Shinado? A fleeting shadow caught his eye, and instinctively, he blinked. When he opened his eyes again, a dark figure stood before him. The flowing gown shimmered under the moonlight like an exquisite gown, and the crimson eyes gazed down at Lin Feng before gracefully drifting to face him. Shauna, what is it? Lin Feng raised the cake he held, saying, I noticed you hadn't arrived, so I managed to snag a piece from the fiery chick for you. Here. Shinado gently accepted the cake, replying softly. Shauna, I had some matters to attend to. It seemed you were about to finish, and seeing how late it was, I didn't come over. After consuming the candy, the barrier it had encountered was abruptly eliminated in an unreasonable manner, enhancing its strength once more, prompting it to venture into the wild to familiarize itself with its newfound power. It discovered that after prolonged consumption of the energy blocks provided by Lin Feng, coupled with this latest boost, it could temporarily control its overflowing psychic abilities. Even with creatures nearby in slumber, it could prevent them from descending into nightmares for approximately half an hour. This was a significant breakthrough, indicating that it might one day fully master the curse of nightmares. Very well, Lin Feng nodded, observing Shinado still standing there, suddenly realizing something and activating the Eye of Detection. Pokémon, Shinado. Gender, female. Ability, telepathy. Potential, golden. Individual value. Strength, level 81-86. Skills, Screech, Psychic. Description, a rare Shinado that has begun to grasp the curse from Darkrai. Affinity, 80. It has begun to like you and sees you as its support. Joy level, 80. It should be able to fully integrate into this home soon, right? Oh, indeed. You have begun to master Darkrai's power. The moment the panel appeared, Lin Feng's gaze fixated on the description. Upon realizing that Shinado had started to comprehend the curse's power, he couldn't help but feel joy for her. Shauna. Yes, thank you. Shinado gazed tenderly at Lin Feng, causing him to feel a bit bashful as he scratched his head. It's nothing. Please try this cake. It should be quite delicious. Observing the seemingly shy trainer, Shinado's lips curled into a smile as she nodded and commenced enjoying the cake in her hands, offering an affirmative reply. Shauna, indeed, it is quite delicious. Lin Feng's lips curved slightly. After all, the cake was crafted from Frostlass cream. Once they were nurtured further, the results should be even better. He realized that being alone with Shinado made him feel somewhat pressured. Perhaps it was due to their brief acquaintance? Or perhaps it was Shinado's formidable strength, capable of discerning the innermost thoughts of others. In any case, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. However, her affinity had risen to 80, indicating that Shinado had nearly complete faith in him. While savoring the cake, Shinado casually inquired, "You seem quite adept at bringing joy to Pokémon." Huh. Taken aback by the question, Lin Feng chuckled. It's mainly due to my culinary skills, but hearing you say that reminds me of a saying among humans. Particularly when boys pursue girls, or vice versa, to capture their heart, one must first win over their stomach. Shinado paused her actions. Shauna, that sounds quite reasonable. Haha. Under the moonlight, gazing at the ethereal figure before him, Lin Feng felt a surge of desire to confide. In truth, my wish is to ensure that as many Pokémon as possible find joy in the food I create. Therefore, I plan to establish a battle arena in Wudong Town. For among the many Pokémon, there will undoubtedly be a few with a combative spirit that must be satisfied. Perhaps it will evolve into a gym one day, or perhaps not. I also wish to improve the road leading to Wudong Town, widening it for better access to attract more trainers. Fortunately, I've earned some money these days, providing me with opportunities to experiment. If my next trip to Sakura Town allows me to successfully bring back 3 honeybees, I intend to plant flowers along the sides of the cobblestone path, making it easier for them to gather nectar. Does that sound a bit excessive? I wonder if the townsfolk will agree. Under the moonlight, the gentle glow bathed the boy and Pokémon, rendering the scene serene and beautiful. Shinado listened quietly to the young man's vision for the future, occasionally responding, her actions of eating the cake slowing, a subtle smile gracing her lips. These plans, it seemed, held great potential for the development of the breeding house. It was her first time being so close to other beings at night. August 12th, as dawn barely broke, a sliver of morning light streamed through the window. Lin Feng, rising from his bed, gently released the ice Ninetales nestled in his arms. Upon glancing up, he discovered that the Frostlass had already awakened, quietly awaiting his presence, prompting him to shush them with a finger. Only after carefully using Psychic to levitate the Frostlass into the living room did he exhale in relief, looking at the little ones floating before him. Why are you all awake so early? The Frostlass exchanged glances, and the strawberry-pink Frostlass spoke first. Frost. Can't sleep, can't sleep. The others chimed in, their faces brimming with anticipation. Frost. Everyone will surely love the cakes we've made. Frost. Yes, yes. In this new environment, they could hardly contain their eagerness to see if the new customers would enjoy their creations. All right. Gazing at these little creatures, Lin Feng smiled indulgently, then led them into the shop. At that moment, the door of the nurturing store swung open from the outside. Chapter 84, Fire Chick, competing in speed with the trainer? Outside the door, a young girl, bright and full of energy as if she were a seedling in early spring, was ready for her day at work. Qin Shu had initially thought today would unfold like yesterday, a brand new day. However, as she opened the wooden door and stepped inside, a sweet and delightful aroma suddenly wafted into her nostrils. Before she could fully comprehend what was happening, a chorus of cheerful voices drew her attention. Frosty, over here. Frosty, delicious cakes, would you like some? Upon looking over, Qin Shu was momentarily stunned. The previously arranged fruits and vegetables had transformed into a counter displaying cakes, and atop it, several colorful cream fairies stood like delightful little ice creams. How adorable. This was Qin Shu's first impression upon seeing the cream fairies. This instinctively drew her closer to them. Frosty? The nearest cream fairy gazed at Qin Shu, perhaps due to its transformation. It showed no fear but rather eagerly pointed to the cakes below, as if to say, look, this is the cake made from our cream. Hurry and buy one. At this moment, Lin Feng, who had been standing behind her, spoke up. All right, these are the employees in the shop, not customers. Upon hearing this, the cream fairies' previously joyful expressions immediately fell, yet they looked expectantly towards the door, hoping the next visitor would be a customer. Wow, how cute. Are these the cream fairies? Qin Shu finally snapped out of her initial astonishment, staring in awe at the cream fairies. Indeed, the cakes beneath them were made from the cream they bore, Lin Feng replied. The cakes are priced at 300 each, and he paused, pulling out a prepared piece of cardboard from his storage ball, inscribing a few large characters. Custom cake price is negotiable. He then addressed Qin Shu. For this custom cake, if anyone inquires, just say it's exclusively for Pokémon celebrating their birthdays. If it's a wild Pokémon that has been captured, You can consider the capture date as its birthday. The price might be a bit steep, starting from 5 or 6 digits. I'm not entirely sure. Well, there are affordable options as well as expensive ones. Lin Feng initially intended to state a starting price of 100,000, but reconsidered, realizing he could not obstruct ordinary trainers from celebrating their Pokemon's birthdays, thus abandoning that condition. In the end, I am too soft-hearted. Qin Shu nodded repeatedly, though her gaze remained fixated on the cream fairies, gleaming with excitement. All right, I understand. Can I take one of the cream fairies to my workstation? These little creatures were simply too adorable. No girl could resist the temptation of holding one. Lin Feng, uncertain if she had absorbed his words, could only say, as long as they are willing. Yay. Qin Shu's expression brightened instantly, flashing a beaming smile at the cream fairies, softly saying, come on, be good. And come to work with me. Frosty? What? Frosty? No. Oh, come on. Just stay with me for a while. Frosty? No way. Lin Feng stood by, observing Qin Shu being rejected by all the cream fairies, returning to his place with a pout, unable to suppress a chuckle. He reminded her, if you eat one of the cakes they made, they might not resist you as much. Qin Shu's expression brightened again. She reluctantly paid 300, then picked up a small cake and took a bite, initially intending to compliment the cream fairies on their delicious cream to win their favor. She was genuinely delighted after her first taste. Delicious. The nearby cream fairies blinked curiously at her. Frosty? Once she finished the small cake, Qin Shu noticed that the little creatures no longer viewed her with resistance. She made another request. Would you like to come work with me, dear ones? That place is where customers pay, and surely more people will adore you. The cream fairy she had chosen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not refuse, allowing her to happily carry it to her workstation. Lin Feng shook his head in amusement, then headed towards the plantation. He needed to wake up the fire chick and take it for a morning run. Upon reaching the water reservoir beneath the dragon fruit tree, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that the largest fruit tree in the plantation had begun to bloom with small buds resembling seeds. It seemed the energy cubes for nurturing characteristics were also nearing completion. Satisfied, Lin Feng knocked on the wooden house of the chicken coop. Chirp! The fire chick, bleary-eyed, poked its head out of the coop, momentarily dazed upon seeing Lin Feng. Chirp! All right. You seem to have ignored what I said yesterday. Time for a morning run. What do you say? Lin Feng lifted it and walked outside. Sweet Bamboo, awakened by the commotion, looked at the fire chick, which was utterly defenseless in the trainer's hands, and silently wished it well in her heart. Upon reaching the cobblestone path, estimating the distance to be roughly 500 meters for a round trip, Lin Feng set the day's target for the fire chick. Quite simple. Either catch up with me or run 20 laps. 20 laps would be approximately 10 kilometers. This was no easy feat for an ordinary Pokémon. But considering this little one had eaten so much and possessed the acceleration ability, each skill used would increase its speed, it should not be too challenging. Moreover, Lin Feng was also eager to test his own physical capabilities. Chirp! Are you serious? The fire chick's eyes lit up. If it surpassed the trainer, it wouldn't have to run anymore. For it, that was simple enough. Of course. And if you surpass me by one round, I'll prepare a barbecue feast for you. Lin Feng painted a grand picture for it. The fire chick, fueled by the promise, suddenly transformed its previously drowsy expression into one brimming with determination. Okay, let us begin. Lin Feng commanded. The fire chick flashed with white light and swiftly dashed forward. Chirp! Lightning dash go. Chapter 85. Fire chick. Am I not trying hard enough? After a while, chirp. Huff huff. The fire chick gasped heavily, watching its trainer run just a bit ahead, feeling a twinge of confusion. It had used lightning dash 5 times already, each time seeming on the verge of surpassing its trainer, yet it always fell just short, just a little bit. In the most recent attempt, it felt it was nearly touching its trainer's leg, yet with a sudden burst, Lin Feng pulled ahead. Why? Why is it always just a little bit short? The fire chick pondered. Perhaps it was not trying hard enough? Just then, Lin Feng's voice rang out ahead. Is that it? Do you not want to eat your barbecue anymore? And there's also the delicious fruit salad from the big cake tree, with a bit more effort. You might just surpass me. This realization struck the fire chick. Indeed, it must be its lack of effort. Gritting its beak, the fire chick felt a surge of energy within, as if a hidden power had been awakened, and its speed surged once more. Goodness, is this what super acceleration feels like? Watching the fire chick dash forward, tapping into its potential, Lin Feng swallowed hard. This was merely a small fire chick, yet its speed felt much faster than that of a Pidgey using lightning dash in the sky. However, the issue was not significant, as Lin Feng discovered that his speed was considerably swifter. Moreover, he realized that running alongside the fiery chick did not allow him to ascertain the limits of his own physical capabilities. In other words, he himself was oblivious to the extent of his own physical prowess. After running for a while longer and confirming that the fiery chick's potential had been temporarily exhausted, Lin Feng came to a halt beside it, preparing to motivate it further to instill confidence for tomorrow's continued efforts. To his surprise, the fiery chick chirped, "Chirp, chirp, tomorrow. I will definitely surpass you." He produced an energy cube to entice the fiery chick to rise, and with a cheerful tone, Linfeng said, "Hey, make sure to work hard. Now, let's head home for dinner." Upon hearing this, the fiery chick's eyes instantly sparkled, and the heavy weight on its heart gradually lifted. This trainer truly would not abandon it for various reasons. Upon returning to the plantation, the green vine snake had already brought over the ice six-tailed fox. Standing under the dragon fruit tree, gazing blankly at the blooming buds above. Only when it saw Linfeng return with the fiery chick did it speak up. "Vine? Is it blooming?" "Indeed, in a few days, it should bear fruit," Linfeng replied. He was aware that the green vine snake anticipated a delightful surprise upon the tree's fruition. However, today, it seemed that the green vine snake had already bestowed him with an unexpected surprise. Pokémon, green vine snake. Gender, female. Ability, contrary. Potential, golden. Individual values. HP, 272. Attack, 221. Special attack, 272. Defense, 261. Special defense, 242. Speed, 313. Strength, level 31-35. Skills, Vine Whip, Leech Seed, Glare. Affinity, 99. You are its emotional anchor. Joy level, 40. Somewhat happy. Just yesterday, it had been at level 29, but today it had entered the gym. It seemed that the grand cake from yesterday had played a remarkable role. It had grown a little taller as well. Standing beside it, Linfeng noticed that the green vine snake was nearly at his chest level, prompting a sigh of admiration from him. Given its current stature, the wooden cabin once inhabited by the flying mantis might seem a tad cramped for the evolved ruler snake, wouldn't it? Fine. The green vine snake chose not to speak further, but quietly gazed at Linfeng, seemingly reminding him that it was time to be fed. Linfeng nodded with a smile and began to feed each Pokémon energy cubes, also giving the large milk tanks some green rice balls to assist them in milking. B-grade Moo Moo fresh milk, extracted by elite large milk tanks, enhances the physical condition of newborn Pokémon and provides most of the necessary nutrients during their growth period. Your milk quality has improved, Linfeng exclaimed as he observed the fresher and sweeter milk being produced. Moo? Is it? Moo really? I only feel that milking has become more comfortable. Linfeng fell silent. The benefits bestowed upon him by being a divine-level cultivator were not limited to merely crafting energy cubes or culinary delights. He also possessed master-level expertise in various related ancillary professions. For instance, in milking and massage, the latter was particularly evident with the ice six-tailed fox. After a bit of massage, the little creature began to comfortably purr, and soon after, it fell asleep. As for the other Pokémon, he had yet to experiment with them. Given the opportunity, he ought to develop more of these related side professions. Brother Foam? Just as Linfeng was contemplating how much to sell the upgraded milk for after finishing milking, Qinshu walked in from outside. What's the matter? The girl gracefully navigated around the planting area and approached him. Well, it's like this. Over the past couple of days, there have been fire sparrows circling around Wangwang Valley, occasionally swooping down to snatch some of the produce. Since no one has formidable Pokémon to fend them off, the town's elder has asked for your assistance. Fire sparrows. Linfeng's expression turned peculiar. He suddenly recalled that when he had driven away the flock of fire sparrows, he had told them to leave the area of the BB birds. However, he had not prohibited them from approaching human settlements. Thus, having lost the territory of the BB birds, had they now taken to raiding the town for Wangwang grain? Linfeng nodded. All right. I'll head over to take a look shortly. The farmers had worked hard for months, and it was unacceptable to let the sparrows ruin their harvest. Qinshu nodded and returned to the breeding house. Meanwhile, Linfeng stroked his chin in thought. He had initially intended to plant Wangwang grain himself, as it could be used for brewing rice wine. However, he later found the process of cultivating Wangwang grain to be excessively tedious and cumbersome, ultimately abandoning the idea. Each year, the farmers in Wudong town, aside from keeping a portion for their own consumption, sold off the surplus. This way, he could also acquire some Wangwang grain from the townsfolk. BB. Just then, a resounding bird call pierced the sky. Looking up, he saw a vivid orange shadow soaring toward him, trailed by about 20 smaller silhouettes. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by the fluctuation of psychic energy, a Shinado also appeared beside Linfeng. Chapter 86. The Town Chief Speed Dog? In August, the ears of the Wangwang grain in the rice paddies had turned a golden hue, the grains plump and inviting. In the sky, 2 fire sparrows circled overhead. Below, the town chief of Wudong Town, Hanyu, accompanied by a speed dog, wore a look of concern. These fire sparrows, aware that they could not defeat the speed dog, were taking advantage of their ability to fly in the nearby forest, circling around and refusing to leave. This situation could not persist. as the speed dog was not a Pokemon belonging to the townsfolk, but one borrowed from the Pokemon Center in Wudong City. It had its own affairs to attend to and could not remain in Wudong Town during the autumn harvest season. Hanyu sighed. Every year these rascals come to cause a ruckus. If only there were a way to resolve this once and for all. Yet, before his words fully dissipated, the two circling fire sparrows suddenly became frantic, as if they had encountered a natural enemy, and fled towards the forest in disarray. Simultaneously, a deafening cry echoed through the air. BB. Instinctively, he looked up to see a massive BB soaring towards him, with a shadowy figure perched atop it. As the BB drew closer, he discerned the figure's features. Upon recognizing the identity, he was taken aback. Is that the little Lin family's BB that has evolved? The BB descended gracefully, and Lin Feng leapt from its back, casting a surprised glance at the speed dog below before nodding slightly to the elderly man in front of him, Grandpa Han. The town chief of Wudong Town, Hanyu, had been a spirited trainer in his youth, shining brightly in various competitions throughout the league alongside his Pokemon. However, as time passed, following the passing of his captured Bada Butterfly and Fire Monkey due to age, he returned the remaining Pokemon to their native habitats and settled back in Wudong Town to embrace a life of retirement. Although the ambitions of a trainer had faded, his discerning eye remained. When he beheld the BB fully land, he was momentarily stunned, and then his eyes sparkled with astonishment. What a magnificent BB. Your nurturing techniques are certainly on par with your father's. Lin Feng humbly smiled. Not at all. I haven't really seen my father's Pokemon. This was the truth. Aside from that one flying mantis, he had truly not encountered any of his parents' other Pokemon. In his childhood, he had also wondered why his father's flying mantis was so powerful, yet it was the only Pokemon he possessed. It is evidently unrealistic for a formidable trainer. Yet, the father has never provided a direct answer to his inquiries, leaving the matter shrouded in uncertainty. Hanyu shook his head modestly, noting, however, your Pidgey has astonishingly evolved into a Pidgeot. I suppose these Spearows will no longer dare to cause disturbances. He then turned his gaze toward the nearby Rapidash. Well, now that the Spearows have been driven away, you may return home. Woof woof. The Rapidash stared intently at the large bird, a flicker of unusual light gleaming in its eyes. Ultimately, it nodded, preparing to make its way back on its own. Lin Feng called out to it. Wait a moment. The Rapidash halted, casting a puzzled look at Lin Feng. He retrieved some energy cubes from his storage ball, saying, Here, for your efforts. Have a bite before you head back. The Rapidash paused, glancing at Hanyu, who nodded encouragingly, prompting it to joyfully indulge in the treat. Observing this scene, Hanyu couldn't help but smile. This is a child of a Rapidash I tamed in my youth. Later, I entrusted it to a clever young lad who became a law enforcer. I've heard that its mate is now pregnant. If you desire a reliable companion for guarding your home, I can procure one for you once it is born. A look of surprise spread across Lin Feng's face. Really? Is that feasible? Although he already had a fluffy Ice Ninetales at home, which provided a refreshing embrace in the summer, its icy demeanor during winter was somewhat unwelcome. Moreover, the evolved Rapidash not only serves as a guardian, but is also quite striking, I must say. Hanyu nodded in agreement, expressing his approval. He cast a glance at Lin Feng's Pidgeot, seemingly reminiscing about his own illustrious past. After a while, once the Rapidash finished its energy cubes, he sighed and led it toward the outskirts of the town. Lin Feng stood still, surveying the bustling Wangwang Valley around him, then turned to his Pidgeot, commanding, You stay here for a while. If any Spearows approach, scare them off. After a few frightful encounters, the news will spread, and they likely won't dare return. Pidgeot. The Pidgeot nodded and, finding no suitable perch, took to the skies, landing atop a tall tree, its sharp gaze scanning the depths of the forest. Witnessing this, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, suddenly recalling that their primary purpose for this journey was to procure supplies from Wangwang Valley. However, with the town mayor already departed, he was left clueless about whose land it was, prompting a chuckle from him. Time to go home and ask Qin Shu for clarification. Upon returning to the breeding house, Lin Feng found the small establishment bustling with guests. They marveled at the new offerings within, their eyes wide with wonder at the frost milk fairy atop the counter. The frost milk fairies themselves delightedly observed as patrons purchased cakes, sensing that their establishment rivaled the old pastry shops. Everyone adored the cakes they crafted, and the new proprietor proved amiable, easing their previous anxieties and replacing them with joy. An old customer, Wan Ming, who had been following the little house for quite some time, spotted Lin Feng entering and raised his selfie stick, inquiring, Lin Xiaogo, I heard you mention on Douyin yesterday that you'd be launching a delivery service? Is home delivery truly a reality? Of course, Lin Feng replied. The delivery personnel are all set and ready to go. Upon hearing this, Luan Ming broke into a broad smile. That is fantastic. This place is quite remote, and the road is narrow, allowing only for bus transport, which can be quite a challenge. Lin Feng merely smiled in response. It will be resolved. In truth, This was not the first time he had encountered such complaints. The offerings at the breeding house were excellent, yet the transportation was exceedingly inconvenient. Every visit required punctuality, and there were times when arriving too late meant waiting for the next bus due to a lack of available seats. It could be said that even the endeavor of squeezing onto a bus was a struggle, particularly when one was merely trying to spend money. Chapter 87. Training Pidgey for Delivery and Receiving Affection from Shinado. Wong Valley. Did Grandpa cultivate a few acres? In previous years, he would reserve a portion for himself and sell the rest. So, Feng Good, do you want some? Qin Shu blinked curiously at Lin Feng. She knew he had recently developed a keen interest in culinary arts, prompting her curiosity about what new dishes the little house might introduce. Lin Feng nodded. Please save some for me. I'll take what you have. The girl readily agreed. Sure. I'll inform Grandpa once I return. Having resolved this matter, he ventured back to the plantation, immediately spotting a flock of Pidgeys and Spearows perched upon the pine tree outside. When Pidgey had escorted him earlier, it had left them resting on the branches. Seeing so many Pidgeys and Spearows, Lin Feng's first thought was how fortunate he was that the Caterpie had evolved and was now enjoying retirement in the barn. Otherwise, witnessing so many Pidgeys would have terrified it into hiding. Then, a more pressing issue arose. He needed to familiarize these Pidgeys and Spearows with the delivery route. Lin Feng was confident that within a 300-kilometer radius, they could accurately find their way home, but he pondered how to ensure they could locate specific delivery addresses accurately. He recalled certain Pokémon from anime capable of delivering messages, like the Pidgey and the Wingull, and wondered how they discerned directions. Perhaps beginning with a map for training? With this thought, Lin Feng turned to Shinado, who was busy collecting ripe fruits from the trees. After she stored the gathered fruits in her storage ball, he took her hand, saying, "All right, let us pause the fruit gathering for now. Come over and assist me with a task." Shauna? Shinado looked at her hand being held. Somewhat bewildered, yet made no resistance, assuming it was merely an interaction between trainer and Pokémon. He often shared similar affectionate moments with his Ice Ninetales, holding its paw while gently stroking its belly, resulting in a playful sneeze that left him covered in snowflakes. Lin Feng then called upon Rotom, currently residing within a lawnmower, harvesting hay, and together, they approached the base of the pine tree in the plantation. Pidgeys, Spearows, come down. The Pidgeys and Spearows exchanged glances and flapped their wings, descending to the ground. Their leader had instructed them to heed the words of this human, asserting that he was the trainer of their leader. Although some Spearows were unfamiliar with the concept of a trainer, they recognized the leader as authority. Rotom, please project a map of Wantong City, and make it as large as possible. Understood, Master. Rotom swiftly projected a 4x4-meter holographic map of Wantong City. Shinado, how far can your teleportation reach? Can it encompass all of Wantong City? Though puzzled, Shinado replied, Shauna. Yes. At this, Lin Feng smiled. Then I shall need your assistance in training these Pidgeys and Spearows. I will provide energy cubes, and you will distribute them across various locations in Wantong City. Following that, instruct the Pidgeys and Spearows to locate them using the map. This will effectively train them to pinpoint delivery addresses accurately. This was his devised method for honing the delivery skills of the Pidgeys and Spearows. Naturally, the initial locations would be nearby, gradually expanding the distances as they progressed. However, a hint of reluctance crossed Shinado's face. Shauna, am I to be treated as a laborer now? Coughing lightly, Lin Feng realized that his suggestion might indeed place the most burden on Shinado. However, apart from Shinado's teleportation abilities, he genuinely found himself at a loss for methods to train the Pidgeys and Spearows. Thus, with sincere eyes, he gazed at Shinado, presenting a bag of energy cubes, pleading for her assistance. She soared into the sky, casting a glance at Lin Feng, pondering for a moment before resting her hand upon his head, gently tousling his hair amidst his astonished gaze, as if to convey her understanding. Subsequently, she directed her focus towards the Pidgeys, commencing a telepathic communication to relay Lin Feng's recent instructions to them. Simultaneously, she produced the energy cubes, manipulating them with her psychic powers to hover before each Pidgey. After the Pidgeys and Spearows consumed the first energy cube, their eyes sparkled with newfound vigor. Following this, Shinado glanced at the map, identifying approximately 20 red dots before vanishing from sight. The Pidgeys and Spearows, having received their instructions, flapped their wings and took flight towards the urban area of Wudong. Curious and eager, touching the spot where Shinado had patted him, Lin Feng felt a sense of bewilderment. In the afternoon, it must be said that Shinado's training of the Pidgeys and Spearows proved to be remarkably effective. Within a mere day, 3 or 4 Pidgeys had successfully located the energy cubes with precision, while the other Spearows and Pidgeys, guided by Shinado's descriptions, also showed considerable progress, with some nearing the location of the energy cubes, albeit still somewhat confused for the time being. It was believed that in a few days, they would be able to pinpoint each red dot on the enlarged map with accuracy. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, nodded in satisfaction. then provided the Pidgeys and Spearows with their meals for the day, explaining the nature of their work to them. It was a simple arrangement. Meals were included, and their freedom was not restricted. During the training period, they could leave at any time if they were dissatisfied. Fortunately, not a single Pidgey or Spearow wished to depart. Rather, they were all quite content with their situation. Whether it was due to the allure of the food or the presence of the majestic Beedrill, it remained uncertain. At 4 in the afternoon, after the day's supply of energy cubes had been sold out, Lin Feng reminded Qin Shu not to forget to inform her grandfather about the acquisition of Wangwang Valley. The girl dashed off swiftly, turning back to respond, "All right. I got it, Brother Feng." Just as Lin Feng was about to close the door, a faint shadow against the setting sun caught his attention. It was a Doduo, clutching a white envelope in its beak, its destination unmistakably the breeding house. Doduo halted, confirming the terrain was correct before gradually flying towards Lin Feng, depositing the envelope into his hand. Delivering a letter? Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback. The Donghua Alliance was certainly not like the Padia region, where communication was quite convenient, and everyone was accustomed to using mobile phones. Very few resorted to such traditional means of delivering messages. Chapter 88. Shinado, because you make me feel supported. To Lin Feng, the owner of the Wudong Town Plantation. Hello, Lin Feng. I am the owner of the grape orchard in Pujiao Town. I heard that you wish to acquire a combi from me to produce honey. If so, please bring along the flowers you cultivate when you visit, so I can assess their suitability for combi honey production. Additionally, on August 28th, Pujiao Town will host the sale of its first batch of fruit wine. Many plantation owners will come to exchange plant species, and we will also invite renowned trainers nearby to hold a battle competition, using the plants from each plantation as prizes. If you're interested, you may participate as well. If you plan to come, please choose to arrive during this time frame, as it is currently the harvest season for honey grapes, and I may not have time to entertain you. I look forward to meeting such a young plantation owner as yourself. Sincerely, Shufan, owner of the Pujiao orchard. Upon opening the letter, a look of astonishment spread across Lin Feng's face. Had Uncle Mu already communicated his matters to the plantation owner in Pujiao Town so swiftly? However, his expression soon relaxed. It was indeed beneficial that the information had been shared, as it would prevent any awkwardness during his visit. Furthermore, the recipient had already outlined their requirements, alleviating the need for him to prepare in haste. Lin Feng inquired of the Doduo, "Did you bring this envelope from Pujiao Town?" Doduo? The Doduo shook its head, indicating that it had flown from Wudong City. It was a dedicated messenger Pokémon, primarily delivering letters to those elderly individuals who were not adept at using mobile phones, rarely delivering messages to the young. Lin Feng nodded, acknowledging receipt of the envelope, and presented an energy cube for it to consume before departing, falling into deep contemplation. It seemed he needed to cultivate flowers before heading to the wine town. However, the flowers from fruit trees should suffice, right? He recalled the buds of the dragon fruit tree and pondered, ultimately deciding against it. After all, a single bud might one day yield a dragon fruit, which was quite valuable and should not be squandered. He had long entertained the idea of planting flowers anyway. Shaking his head, Lin Feng returned to the breeding house and approached Rotom, casually asking, "What was today's revenue?" Rotom was in the midst of calculations. "Today's revenue is 375. 200 master. Your current balance stands at 6,450,000, Rotom quickly reported. Lin Feng nodded nonchalantly. He was no longer the young man who had just opened a shop. Seeing such sums of money no longer stirred any waves within him. Instead, he found himself contemplating whether this amount could be used to repair a 20-kilometer road. At the very least, it should be improved to some extent, right? Rotom? Master. It seems that today's energy cubes do not align with the revenue? At that moment, Rotom voiced its confusion from the air. Huh. Lin Feng was taken aback, somewhat puzzled. What do you mean by not aligning? How much is off? Rotom? It appears to be about 3,000 off. Rotom hesitated before continuing. Every day, when the energy cubes were placed on the counter, it would tally them up and calculate how much they would earn if all were sold. Generally, the energy cubes sold out completely each day. 3,000. Lin Feng fell into thought. The significance lay not in the $3,000 itself, but in the possibility that someone could have taken something from his shop right under his and Shinado's noses. Or perhaps it was due to Shinado training the Pidgeys and Spearows today, and she simply did not notice? No matter, tomorrow morning, please activate the surveillance to investigate. It could be that a customer forgot to pay. Lin Feng shook his head, considering that he would instruct Rotom to keep a closer eye on things. It should not be a significant issue. If such discrepancies arose again tomorrow, and Rotom still could not trace it, he would have to enlist Shinado or Uncle Liang's Lucario for assistance. Rotom understands. Since Lin Feng had expressed his thoughts, Rotom did not dwell on the matter further. Time swiftly passed, and morning arrived the next day. An astonished Lin Feng discovered an unfamiliar stone atop the cash register in the small house. He directed his Frostless to approach the counter, picking up the stone. Ever a stone. a mysterious stone that, when held, can suppress changes in a Pokemon's genes. Did Shinado bring this? Linfeng's first thought, but he quickly shook his head. If it had been Shinado, she would have come to inform him directly once the sun had fully risen. Yet, it was still quite dim outside, and most of the townsfolk remained asleep. Speculating yielded no results, so he decided to wait for Shinado to arrive and inquire. Stowing the Everstone away, Linfeng proceeded to the plantation to feed the Pokemon and milk them as usual. Before long, Shinado's figure appeared before him. She was preparing to call the Pidgeys and Spearows perched on the pine tree for a new day's training when the trainer called out to her. Shauna? Shinado cast a slightly melancholic glance at Linfeng. Although its psychic powers were quite beneficial in the plantation, was it truly necessary to exploit it so relentlessly? It was merely a somewhat formidable Pokemon, not a mere plow horse. Ahem, this time I haven't called upon you for any task. Linfeng awkwardly produced the Everstone. I merely wished to inquire. Did you bring this Everstone? In recent days, Shinado had indeed been exceedingly busy. Shauna? It drifted beside Linfeng, examining the Everstone before shaking its head. Not you? How peculiar. Has a Pokemon truly snuck in unnoticed? Linfeng recounted the events of yesterday and today to Shinado. Shauna? You mean the one that suddenly appeared this morning? Shinado expressed surprise. During the evening, it had been stationed on the road connecting Wudong City to the town. Not far from it, and if there were any extraordinary Pokemon, it should have been able to sense their presence. Linfeng gazed at Shinado, and it returned his gaze. Ultimately, no conclusion was reached. With a resigned sigh, Shinado declared, Shauna, I understand. I shall keep an eye out for you. Linfeng, touched, exclaimed, You are truly wonderful. A mere energy cube, coupled with a rare candy, had secured the companionship of a Pokemon like Shinado. He believed that this might be the most rewarding endeavor of his life. It then floated above Linfeng, placing a hand on his head and gently ruffling his hair. A soft, contemplative voice resonating in his heart. Shauna, when I took in those 3 Pokemon before, I felt they needed care. But now it seems your matters far outweigh theirs and require more attention. Linfeng's expression froze. No wonder it enjoyed touching his hair. Did it perceive him as a child? However, he thought to himself, he could at least sustain so many Pokemon, being the owner of a plantation. He felt somewhat indignant to be compared to a Torchic. Unable to restrain himself, he retorted, There must be some differences, right? Shinado looked at him, its tone softening. As if to comfort him, Shauna, there is a difference. You enable me to feel a sense of reliance. Chapter 89, Huabe Flower Shop. Observing Shinado training Pidgey and Spearow, Linfeng turned to glance at the Ivysaur, which had just performed a grassy terrain move on the plantation's land. Ivysaur, do you think I resemble a child? Vine? The Ivysaur shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. Only children would pose such a question. Moreover, it would be best not to seek evaluations from other Pokemon. What did that sidelong glance mean? Did it imply he truly resembled a child? Linfeng intercepted it, extending his right hand toward its head, but the Ivysaur deftly dodged. Then fixed its gaze on him. Vine. No touching. Why not? Haven't you just evolved not long ago? Linfeng stubbornly persisted, thick-skinnedly placing his hand on its head. There. Now you're a child too. Fine. The Ivysaur shut its eyes and sighed. Who isn't a child at heart? Or rather, who wouldn't want to return to their childhood? Heh. Once Linfeng was satisfied with the petting, he released the Ivysaur from his side and surveyed the Pokemon in the plantation, producing the Everstone. Is there anyone who doesn't wish to evolve? Although most Pokemon inherently longed for evolution, a few did not share that desire. With the Everstone now in hand, Linfeng felt it prudent to inquire. Chiochio? The Celio retreated into the water, while the sweet honey Pokemon peeked out from the tree. The Ivysaur ignored it. Feeling somewhat uneasy, why had the stone only arrived now? Ultimately, it was the Torchic that stepped forward. Chirp. If no one else wants it, I do. I want to evolve and surpass the trainer. Looking at Linfeng, it wore a determined expression. Upon hearing this ambition, Linfeng paused, then regarded it with a bemused look. That goal might be a bit lofty. Evolving won't change the fact that you'll still be the same after. Furthermore, don't worry about needing more food after evolving. I can sustain you. Rest assured, you can eat as much as you like. This statement caused the Torchic to crumble, its little eyes turning misty. It genuinely worried that evolving would mean needing more food, which might overwhelm its trainer. This led it to leap into Linfeng's arms. Using tackle. Chirp, chirp. Linfeng comforted it. All right, no more tears. If you keep crying, tomorrow you'll have to run 20 laps instead of 40, all right? The effect was immediate. The Torchic obediently stopped crying, sneakily heading to the barn to pilfer some rice balls from the milk tank. Such a drama queen. Linfeng ruffled its head, noticing that it seemed no one was against evolution, so he decided to stow the Everstone away. At that moment, Sweet Honey, hiding in the tree, spoke up. Tian, will I be admired by other humans after evolving? Looking at the Sweet Honey Pokemon peeking out from the tree, Linfeng recalled that it would evolve into a Sweet Kiss Pokemon and then into a Sweet Dream Pokemon, rare and aesthetically pleasing Pokémon. He nodded. Yes, I suppose so. Everyone seems to adore your evolved form. The sweet honey's small, yellow eyes blinked, and its mouth, which had been agape, closed, whispering, Tion Tion. Then I don't want to evolve. I just want you to like me. It did not desire the affection of other humans. Nor did it wish for them to like it, but it cherished Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt as though his heart had been pierced by something. Especially when gazing at the small, fragrant sweet honey, he couldn't help but extend his arms and bring it down from the tree, exclaiming, "How can you be so adorable? Whether you evolve or not, I will always like you. Even when you're small, as sweet honey, round and plump, I want to hold you close." The sweet honey blinked back at him. "All right then, I shall leave this Everstone with you for now. Whenever you wish to evolve, just return it to me." Lin Feng gently tied the Everstone to its leaf, placing it back in the tree before returning to the breeding house and taking Rotom out. He needed to consult the town mayor about gathering residents' opinions on planting flowers. If feasible, they could plant flowers on both sides of the cobblestone path. If not, they would have to settle for planting flowers on the grassy area behind the barn. That wouldn't be so bad. After all, merely planting hay could feel rather monotonous. Adding some flowers would bring vibrancy, and in the future, it would also facilitate the honey collection by the bee drill. Planting flowers alongside the cobblestone path and letting the bee drill gather nectar? That sounds doable. I can help you inquire shortly. Upon hearing Lin Feng's request, Han Yu nodded in satisfaction. In recent days, he had noticed an increasing number of visitors to Wudong town, which had become livelier. This was undoubtedly a positive development for the town. When he became the mayor, he had already dismissed his Pokémon, being old and frail. He lacked the energy to deal with such matters. But this young boy before him was different. He was still young, brimming with endless possibilities. "Thank you, Grandpa Han." Lin Feng expressed his gratitude, then followed Rotom's map to find a flower shop in Wudong City. Huabei Flower Shop? Observing the various flowers and greenery displayed at the entrance, Lin Feng instinctively uttered the name of the shop. "Huahua welcome," greeted not by the shopkeeper, but by a sprite holding a small red flower. In the midst of the vibrant red blossoms, there lies a delicate yellow flower core. Below, a diminutive sprite, predominantly adorned in white, boasts twin tails that fan out like a palm leaf, its eyelashes a striking turquoise, arching elegantly. Its lower extremities resemble charming green feet, akin to hearts. Although referred to as a flower sprite, it appears to be a Flababy. Lin Feng instinctively whispered the name of this sprite, recalling the school's Pokédex entry about it. It wanders about gardens, tending to wilting flowers, and can harness the power of blossoms for battle. He wondered if, once the garden flourished, he might capture a Flababy to tend to the flowers. Hello. What flowers do you require?" In the flower shop, a young woman, approximately 23 or 24 years old, adorned with a red headscarf and a turquoise apron, emerged carrying a potted plant upon hearing the voice of the Flababy. Lin Feng snapped back to reality. "Greetings. I am in search of flower seeds suitable for producing honey for 3 honeybees. Do you have any recommendations?" The young woman looked up and was momentarily taken aback by Lin Feng's youthful, innocent visage, but her face quickly brightened with a smile. "For 3 honeybees. The best option is likely not just any flower, but the sweet honey tree." Chapter 90. A Pokémon that can become invisible? This tree produces small blossoms with a naturally sweet core, blooming throughout the year except in winter, making it ideal for 3 honeybees. Other flowers are relatively similar in appeal, though their aromas may vary. You might consider choosing flowers that bloom in staggered seasons to allow the 3 honeybees to produce even more honey. To a certain extent, they are quite industrious Pokémon, always willing to gather nectar for you, provided you treat them well. Enthusiastically, the woman led him deeper into the shop, cradling a potted plant that housed a small tree with orange-yellow leaves. "Here, this is the sweet honey tree. It is quite fascinating when planted in a pot. It won't grow much, but in the ground with ample nutrients, it can reach several meters in height within 3 to 6 months, eventually flowering." Lin Feng was taken aback by the depth of the shopkeeper's knowledge. It was evident that this was a flower shop. Yet she articulated the habits of the 3 honeybees with such clarity, and the shop even had young sweet honey trees. Upon hearing his praise, the woman proudly raised her chin and explained, "Indeed, I studied the compatibility between Pokémon and plants in university." Lin Feng interrupted her. "How much does it cost?" 3,000. "I'll take 2. It was clear that the shopkeeper was quite enthusiastic, but Lin Feng was eager to return home and activate Rotom to monitor the shop, hoping to avoid the peculiar occurrences of the previous day. After purchasing a variety of flower seeds, he hurried home. He instructed Rotom to resume its duties. Additionally, he received excellent news from the mayor. Nearly all residents agreed to his proposal of planting flowers along both sides of the cobblestone path. Consequently, Lin Feng borrowed a diglet from Grandpa Chin and summoned a gloom to clear the weeds along the path, slowly turning over the soil on both sides, scattering seeds and a bit of golden fertilizer. Thus, an entire afternoon passed. Patting the diglet on its head, Lin Feng said, Thank you. Remember to come by for dinner later. I'll make you spicy noodles. The Diglett nodded, its mouth watering at the thought of the tangy flavor of the noodles, though it maintained its composure. Oh you. Lin Feng chuckled at its behavior. The Diglett had been with Grandpa Qin for some time, clearly having adopted the elder's humble demeanor. All right, head back and give my thanks to Grandpa Qin. The Diglett performed a little bow, joyfully scurrying home, and feeling the need for speed, rolled along the path, causing Lin Feng to stifle a laugh. Vine? The Gloom, who had been busy all afternoon, inquired. Flowers. In about 10 days, they should bloom, and the sides of the path will be adorned with blossoms. He had purchased nearly every flower variety suitable for summer, including roses, chrysanthemums, and lilies, and had designated specific areas for planting. As for the 2 sweet honey trees, he decided to plant them in the grassy area behind the barn. Vine? Will they look beautiful? Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Well, some Pokémon might adore them, while others may be indifferent. For instance, if you presented these flowers to a Tauros, it might perceive them as food. However, a Flebaby would cherish every blossom. The Gloom nodded thoughtfully. Let us head home. After toiling all afternoon, we deserve a culinary reward. As the sun set, Lin Feng reached out to pat the Gloom's head, only for it to evade him once more. Yet, during his second attempt, the Gloom, resigned, gazed at its trainer, slowly inching closer. Above them, the air shimmered as if a creature had glided through, creating ripples akin to those on the water's surface. Yo-yo. Accompanying this was a faint sound of laughter. The rippling air traversed the horizon before finally resting upon the lofty pine tree outside the plantation. In the next moment, what had been a solitary resting place for a single fletchling suddenly burgeoned into 11. This transformation went unnoticed by the other fletchlings. What? 3,000 less again today? Back home, Lin Feng stared in shock at Rotom. Is there a problem with the surveillance? Rotom shook its head, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Rotom is functioning correctly. I saw no one leaving without payment, yet 3,000 is missing. Shauna, the shiny Gardevoir, who had finished training the fletchlings and Pidgeys, also frowned, having detected no anomalies. It's all right, no need to feel guilty. After reassuring Rotom, Lin Feng pondered. Could it have been this morning when the issue arose? We were both out buying seeds. He shrugged it off. It's just 3,000. I'll keep an eye on the breeding house tomorrow. Unable to comprehend the situation fully, Lin Feng resolved to investigate further the next day. If the problem persisted, he would seek Uncle Liang in the Wudong Forest and borrow his Lucario. August 14th. An early rising Lin Feng gazed at a waterstone resting on the cash register, lost in thought. B-grade waterstones contain pure energy of the water type. Some Pokémon, upon contact, can absorb its essence for genetic evolution. Contemplating the Pokémon that could appear in his yard at any moment, he conceived a new idea. Since the entity exchanged a magical item for 3,000 energy blocks daily, perhaps it was acceptable to not reveal its identity? After all, both the Everstone and the B-grade Waterstone would fetch a 6-figure sum on the market. Yet, the curiosity gnawed at him like a cat scratching at his heart. What Pokémon could possess the ability to become invisible? Perhaps Victini or Latias, he mused. Chapter 91. The Surplus of Fletchlings? In truth, there are indeed ordinary Pokémon capable of achieving an invisible effect, such as the Snorunt or the shiny Gardevoir. However, some individuals, while anticipating the unknown, default to optimistic expectations. Clearly, Lin Feng's disposition leaned towards this tendency. He contemplated the notion that Victini, revered as the deity of victory, possessed boundless energy. If he were to acquire such a creature, it could enable a Pokémon to accomplish an array of tasks, wouldn't it? Shaking his head vigorously to dispel this capitalist mindset, he quickly dismissed the thought. Up until now, among his Pokémon, only his Shinado held multiple roles, while the others enjoyed a rather leisurely existence. He was actively seeking a solution to this predicament. After all, he couldn't keep Shinado so perpetually occupied. Hence, acquiring more Psychic-type Pokémon was undoubtedly beneficial. For instance, the Latias and Latios, both of which boasted dragon and psychic attributes. At this juncture, Lin Feng found himself salivating at the prospect of possessing these 2 Pokémon. However, he felt a tinge of hopelessness. After all, Victini was sealed within a barrier. As for the Latias, if his memory served him correctly, their population resided near the Water City in the Johto region. This seemed plausible, considering that for swift Pokémon like Latias and Latios, the journey from there to here would not take long. Stowing away the Waterstone, he made his way to the plantation, where he began feeding each Pokémon. Along the way, he called down the Pidgeys and Spearows from the pine trees, providing them with energy cubes as well. Spearow, something to eat. Pidgey, hooray. Spearow, so fragrant. So delightful. Spearow, I'm clever for thinking of such a way to enjoy these energy cubes. Observing the jubilant Spearows and Pidgeys, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. These Spearows were remarkably diligent in their training for delivery services. In just 2 days, they had managed to avoid errors within a 100-mile radius. Once they became more familiar with Wudong City, they would be ready to officially embark on their courier journey. As he watched, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, a peculiar expression crossing his face. He recalled that 2 days prior, there had been 10 Spearows and 10 Pidgeys, yet now, he noticed there was an extra Spearow. Had another Spearow wandered over? Confused, Lin Feng checked the count of Pidgeys, confirming that the number remained at 10, indicating that none had evolved into Spearows overnight. Had a new Spearow been recommended by a Fearow? Just as he intended to use his Eye of Insight to identify the peculiar Spearow, Shinado appeared beside him, holding a glass jar. Shinado, the energy cubes are all gone. This prompted Lin Feng to set aside his earlier thoughts. I forgot to mention. There's no need to be frugal. I've prepared plenty of energy cubes in the past few days. He then retrieved an energy cube designated for her from his storage ball. Shinado, thank you. Accepting the energy cube, Shinado turned her gaze to the Spearows and Pidgeys eagerly consuming their treats. She soon paused, questioning Shauna, is there yet another Spearow? If a new Spearow arrived each night, she would be overwhelmed. Wait, let me take a closer look. Noticing the implication in Shinado's words, Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly, glancing at the pecking Spearows. And suddenly his smile faltered. Recent events, combined with the newly arrived Spearow and the appearance of Mewtwo some time ago, connected in his mind, conjuring the image of a hairless kitten. Could it be that mythical creature? After all, it adored wandering the world. With this suspicion lingering, Lin Feng activated his Eye of Insight. Upon meticulously examining each Pokémon's information, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Pokémon, Mew, gender, genderless, ability, synchronize, potential, divine, individual values, HP, 31, attack, 31, special attack, 31, defense, 31, special defense, 31, speed, 31, strength, level, skills, pound, mirror move, baton pass, life dew, seal, aura sphere, amnesia, meditate, gravity, light screen, psychic, hypnosis ray, affinity, 25, a decent human, joy value, 50, fun, hide and seek. Description, guardian of the world tree. Seemingly drawn here by the scent of its kind. Why does it keep staring at me? Has it discovered my presence? That's impossible. Noticing Lin Feng's gaze, the Spearow appeared puzzled, believing its transformation to be quite splendid. After all, as the origin of all Pokémon, it possessed the genes of every Pokémon. Any change would affect even its internal genes, so even some legendary beasts might not recognize it. Perhaps it simply had a good memory and recognized each Spearow, thus identifying it as the new arrival. Soon, the Spearow found its rationale and continued to munch on the energy cubes, contemplating how to sneak away during Shinado's training. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, having reviewed the attribute panel, fell into deep thought. To his surprise, it truly was that mythical creature. Over the past few days, due to various reasons, he had neglected to check the rewards from the daily joy of Pokémon. Now, upon examining his collection of rare candies and golden shards, he discovered an additional special rare candy and 8 special golden shards. After rummaging through, he quickly found a message from the system. Congratulations to the host for elevating Mew's joy value from 40 to 60, rewarding 1 special rare candy and 3 special golden shards. So it had come here, seeking Mewtwo's aura, then been attracted by my energy cubes. Should I expose it? Shifting his gaze from the Spearow, Lin Feng fell into contemplation. Before long, Shinado's curious voice interrupted his thoughts. Shauna? He raised his right hand, indicating, this is the only new Spearow that has appeared recently. There won't be any more. Ultimately, Lin Feng resolved not to reveal its identity. If it wished to play, let it enjoy itself. Chapter 92. The Mighty Chick. Should Mew indulge in something nice? After all, enjoying itself might enhance its joy value, leading to unexpected rewards for him. Exposing it could provoke its ire, resulting in a lose-lose situation. Shinado sighed quietly as she stored away her energy cube. A single word from the trainer had added a 20th to her workload. Hey, come here for a moment, Shinado. Rather than sending her to train Mew immediately, Lin Feng called her into the breeding house. Shauna? Shinado looked at Lin Feng with mild confusion. The newly arrived Spearow might go missing during training. Its training tasks can be quite lengthy. You need not worry about it. It is no ordinary Spearow. Lin Feng conveyed this directly through the power of eternity to avoid Mew overhearing. Shauna? Shinado regarded him with a hint of perplexity. In the training over the past few days, there had been instances of Pidgeys going missing as well. During such times, Lin Feng would take Fearow and follow the scent to retrieve them promptly. Although Spearows were quite intelligent, there remained a possibility of them getting lost. Lin Feng added, it's fine, it won't get lost. It may just be a bit playful, so please be a little more accommodating. Shinado, all right. Not pressing further. Shinado returned to the plantation, observing the Spearows that had finished their meal and commenced the day's training. Meanwhile, Lin Feng led his Torchic to begin their morning run. As per usual, let us paint a grand vision. As long as I surpass myself, a delectable barbecue feast awaits. Come on, fiery chick, the sumptuous banquet lies just ahead. And once you exceed me, it's yours for the taking. Chirp, chirp. Barbecue, barbecue. Chirp, chirp, I can't do it. How can a boy say he can't? You've only just begun with a flicker of electricity, haven't you? Keep it going, don't tarnish the reputation of your speedy chick. To my knowledge, in the Carlos region, there exists a flame chicken that has become the hero of the city. Do you not aspire to be the hero of our little town, safeguarding the sea lions and the sweet bamboo in their adoring gaze? Chirp, chirp, charge forth, charge forth. By the afternoon, Shania reported to herself as usual. By today, the vast majority of the BB birds had managed to accurately retrieve energy cubes 4 times out of 5, while Bobo still required a bit more time. Lin Feng remained unperturbed and inquired about that special BB bird. Shania, just as you mentioned. Shania looked at Lin Feng with a hint of curiosity. Shania, after its first outing, it vanished from sight, but it returned by the final training session. No worries, it's likely not here for this training, let it be. Shania, all right. The arrival of the dream creature did not significantly disrupt Lin Feng's daily life. Rather, the only impact was the occasional loss of energy cubes in the breeding house during the day. However, by the following morning, a berry or a stone would mysteriously appear on the counter. Such rare items. Moreover, Lin Feng noticed that whenever he brought these surplus items to the plantation, the BB birds on the pine trees would emit joyful calls. It seemed that for them, Lin Feng's inability to trace the origin of these items provided a delightful sense of mischief. In truth, Lin Feng was quite pleased as well. Having acquired a special magical candy and 3 packets of premium golden fertilizer. During this time, he had been quietly gathering flavors that the dream creature favored, hoping to delight this hairless kitten for as long as possible. Time flew by, and soon it was August 20th. This day held a certain significance. While jogging with the fiery chick in the morning, it finally evolved amidst a radiant glow. Upon evolving, the child's confidence soared, believing it could finally surpass its trainer. Yet, after Lin Feng took it for a run in the forest, it returned home obediently, resembling a deflated eggplant. At that moment, it also realized that it was not a matter of insufficient effort on its part, but rather its trainer's overwhelming prowess, rendering any competition futile. This left the evolved strong chicken feeling a tad irked. Pokémon, strong chicken. Gender, male. Ability, super acceleration. Talent, red. Individual values, HP, 20, attack, 31, special attack, 31, defense, 14, special defense, 13, speed, 31. Strength, level 21-25. Skills, spark, peck, quick attack, charge flame assault, sand attack. Aerial ace, critical hit, brick break, dig, quick movement, see-through, flamethrower. Affinity, 80. Joy value, 10, tricked into thinking it could surpass. But it can't possibly outdo my barbecue banquet. All right, don't be upset. Observing the strong chicken with a forlorn expression, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Among his Pokémon, it was indeed rather unique. Most of his Pokémon, upon evolving, would grow larger than their counterparts, yet the strong chicken was different. Perhaps due to its super acceleration, combined with the daily morning runs, coaxed by Lin Feng to push its limits. Its size only slightly surpassed that of a typical strong chicken, measuring roughly 11 meters. Its physique, however, was slender, with taut muscles, particularly in its well-proportioned thighs. The strong chicken cast a mournful glance at its trainer, still feeling downcast. Yet, considering the strong chicken's perspective, it was quite disheartening to think that the barbecue feast it had eagerly anticipated would now be out of reach. As Lin Feng led it out of the forest, he spotted the bustling harvest of Wang Wang grain, and his eyes lit up. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Strong chicken, look at the harvesting Wang Wang grain. Once it's all harvested, I'll brew some rice wine with the Wang Wang rice, and then we'll host a barbecue feast. What do you say? Chirp. Really? Trainer?" The strong chicken's eyes brightened instantly, and its joy value began to rise. Of course, Lin Feng ruffled the 3 tufts of hair atop its head, smiling. Consider it a reward for your diligent running these past few days. Moreover, we certainly need to introduce some new beverages. Should we treat the dream creature to something nice as well? Chirp, chirp. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the strong chicken was instantly filled with glee. In this regard, the trainer had never deceived it. Chapter 93, Little Chef Shania. August 22nd. Lin Feng successfully procured Wang Wang grain from Grandpa Qin. In the kitchen, the freshly harvested Wang Wang grain, after sun-drying and shelling, had transformed into tender, white Wang Wang rice. This is the most common staple in the Pokémon world, not only consumed by humans, but also providing essential nutrients for Pokémon, albeit less effective than energy cubes. The process of making rice wine is quite simple. Lin Feng stood before a large vat filled with cooked Wang Wang rice, accompanied by Shania. He was teaching her how to brew rice wine. Although he was somewhat reluctant to admit it, Lin Feng felt that he was shaping Shanai into a little chef. He was imparting various methods for creating energy cubes, brewing rice wine, and teaching her to prepare various dishes. She was truly remarkable. After steaming the rice, one must rinse it in warm water, never cold, as it must cool gradually. Once it reaches room temperature, crushed sweet brewing yeast is added, and everything is mixed evenly. Then, cover it with plastic wrap and let it ferment naturally. After the demonstration, Lin Feng looked at Shanai. Shanai, I've learned. Shanai nodded. Compared to energy cubes, the process of making rice wine was much simpler. All right, it will be ready for fermentation in a day or two. He placed the specially bought vat for the rice wine beneath the cabinet, and, after they completed the energy cubes for the next day, they went to the back of the barn in the plantation. The flower seeds planted 10 days prior had now blossomed into a vibrant circle around the grassy area behind the barn. Some flowers had yet to bloom, but buds had already emerged, standing out vividly against the lush pasture. The 2 sweet honey trees, to which he had sprinkled premium golden fertilizer, had grown to about 2 or 3 meters tall, adorned with delicate yellow blossoms akin to osmanthus, exuding their unique fragrance. It seemed that before the 28th, these flowers would indeed be useful. Nodding in satisfaction, Lin Feng returned to the plantation, arriving beneath the dragonfire fruit tree beside the water reservoir. The crimson vines now bore fruit resembling blood peaches, each about the size of an apple, but unlike the fuzzy surface of an apple, these fruits had a smooth, oily skin. S-class dragonfire fruit, grown in energy-rich soil, produces exceptional quality. Pokémon consuming it can enhance special attack and unlock deeper levels of characteristic power. Just the fruit itself boasts an S-class rating. Lin Feng could already envision the tremendous effects it would yield once transformed into energy cubes. Shanai, come help me pick these dragonfire fruits. Shanai nodded, and the floating psychic energy promptly delivered all the dragonfire fruits to Lin Feng, who then stored them in his storage ball. Upon counting, he found precisely 52 dragonfire fruits. Tung-tung, the curious vine serpent behind him called out. It recalled what its trainer had mentioned, that these fruits would be immensely beneficial once they ripened. Once the rice wine is brewed, I shall transform these fruits into energy cubes for everyone to enjoy together, Lin Feng reassured, gently patting the vine serpent's head. Regrettably, the already evolved iron armor cocoon would miss out on this feast. However, it was of little concern, having evolved for over a week. It was anticipated that it would evolve once more in about a week, and then Lin Feng could take it to Winetown. Tung-tung, the vine serpent nodded. Feeling no urgency, as it sensed an impending evolution, it pondered whether to embrace this transformation. Given the current trajectory, it would likely grow to 3 or 4 meters in length, perhaps even longer. Moreover, after evolving, it would lose its hands, and with them, the chance to curl up in its trainer's embrace. Such melancholy weighed on its heart. The vine serpent gazed at Lin Feng, who was feeding the Minccino, and instinctively moved closer to him. What is it, vine serpent? Noticing the footsteps behind him, Lin Feng turned his head in confusion. Tung-tung, it's nothing. Lin Feng inquired. Where's the Ninetales? Tung-tung, it's in the room. What is it? Lin Feng half squatted to meet the vine serpent's gaze, wearing an expression laden with concern, while it insisted that everything was fine. Setting aside the fact that the power of the Everstone could sense a Pokémon's emotions, it was evident that the vine serpent, typically with a smile on its face, now exhibited a distant look in its amber eyes. Tung-tung, I might evolve. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Evolution was a positive development. After evolving, both its life level and control over energy would significantly increase. Tung-tung. The vine serpent looked at its little hands. What? Afraid of losing your hands? Lin Feng took its tiny hands in his own. Your vine whip is so adept. It can easily substitute for your hands. If it comes to that, my hands are still here. They can assist you with anything you need. All right. If you truly do not wish to evolve, I shall head to Wutong City to procure a Everstone for you. I will check on the Ice Ninetales. Releasing its small hands, Lin Feng turned towards the breeding house. Meanwhile, the vine serpent gazed at its little hands, lost in thought. Without hands, would that mean I could rely on my trainer for many tasks? After searching the room thoroughly and finding the Ice Ninetales absent, Lin Feng ventured into the breeding house, only to discover the Ice Ninetales perched on the counter where small cakes were kept, resembling a fluffy little bundle, its bright eyes fixated on the Swablu. Ever since the arrival of these Swablu, the Ice Ninetales, having surpassed its newborn phase, had grown quite curious about these fragrant creatures. It would occasionally dart in front of them, silently observing and playfully poking at them. Initially, the Swablu were quite frightened, but upon realizing that the Ice Ninetales merely wished to interact, they soon relaxed, even sharing their cream with it. However, one time, the Ice Ninetales stealthily approached Lin Feng and asked, "Ing, can I lick them? They smell so good." This left him both amused and exasperated, prompting a firm refusal of its request. Ing. Upon seeing Lin Feng enter, The Ice Ninetales immediately leaped off the counter and ran towards him, leaping into his arms and snuggling affectionately against him. At that moment, Rotom suddenly flew in from outside the breeding house, accompanied by a Pidgey. In Wudong City, Mr. Liu in the Chung district has placed an order for a defense energy cube and 5 stamina energy cubes. Here, with agile hands, Qin Shu quickly packaged the items and placed them in the Pidgey's claws. With a flap of its wings, the Pidgey soared into the sky. The 20 Pidgeys and Spearows were now officially engaged in their work. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. The breeding house was thriving. Now that the Pidgeys had completed their training, the next step would be to widen and renovate the road leading out of the town. This was no minor undertaking, likely requiring a considerable amount of time. Therefore, Lin Feng opted to initiate this project only after the courier business was well established. To avoid the inconvenience of relying solely on flying-type Pokémon for transporting energy cubes during that interim, cradling the Ice Ninetales, he made his way back to the room. Though road repairs were on the agenda, there was no need to rush. In the upcoming 2 days, he needed to prepare for the barbecue feast he had promised the Machoke, and soon after, he would be heading to Winetown. Thus, any matters could await the arrival of September. Chapter 94, SSS Level Energy Cube. August 25th. A leisurely day passed swiftly into the evening. In the same location, with the same barbecue fare, Lin Feng had deliberately left a patch of open space in the middle of the grassland for the convenience of future gatherings with his Pokémon. However, this time, a new beverage accompanied the feast. B-level rice wine, brewed from Wong Wong rice, features a lower alcohol content, making it suitable for children. Culinary Effect 1. Truth Serum. Intoxicated beings will uncontrollably divulge their true thoughts and act upon their desires. Culinary Effect 2. Monkey-type Pokémon, when intoxicated, will receive a 50 increase in attack power, enhancing fighting-type skill damage. This was the effect of the rice wine, boasting 2 culinary effects. The second effect was of little consequence, as there were no monkey-type Pokémon present. The first effect, concerning the revelation of truths upon intoxication, warranted caution. Lin Feng poured a cup of wine, sampled it, and confirmed that its alcohol content was below 10 degrees before confidently placing it on the table set for the evening. The Machoke gazed at the table laden with roasted meats, already salivating in anticipation. It eagerly awaited this barbecue feast, having earned it after all the effort it had exerted, running. All right, everyone, let us begin. Standing before the grill, Lin Feng observed the sizzling pork belly and couldn't help but remark. Interestingly, most of Lin Feng's Pokémon were not particularly fond of roasted meats. For instance, the Miltank was only interested in grass rice balls. The Sweet Scent and Swablu also showed little interest, preferring to drink the Miltank's milk and savor the fruit salad Lin Feng prepared. I wonder why fruit Pokémon enjoy fruit so much. Even Shinedo was not keen on the barbecue. She was far more intrigued by icy beverages, having sampled every type of fruit drink Lin Feng concocted, often seen sipping on a chilled drink during her leisure time. Just like now, she promptly seized the rice wine, levitating in the air, taking small sips of it. The Poplio, Milotic, and Vine Serpent found it quite agreeable. However, the most enthusiastic participants remained Pidgeotto and Machoke. Pidgeotto, could you fetch the Pidgeys and Spearows as well? Noticing Pidgeotto's restless demeanor, Lin Feng understood it was thinking of its kin still perched on the pine tree. Receiving the command, Pidgeotto immediately flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Meanwhile, hidden in the sky, Mew, enticed by the myriad of aromas wafting from below, was growing increasingly anxious. Having been around for several days, it had only consumed the energy cubes Lin Feng placed in the breeding house and those set out for the Pidgeys. Additionally, there was one time it surreptitiously snatched a rice ball from the Miltank's barn, a fragrant memory that lingered vividly in its mind. The large milk container has reported to Lin Feng, expressing a persistent feeling that Pokémon have been pilfering its food recently. This reflects the differing treatment it receives when he is engaged in creating energy cubes and preparing meals. When it comes to his own Pokémon sustenance, he invests considerable effort. However, the energy cubes that are daily stocked in the breeding house are predominantly produced in bulk by him and Shinedo. Despite this, the demand for these energy cubes remains insatiable. The enticing aroma wafts through the air as a little cat in the sky contemplates whether to descend and reveal itself. At that moment, Lin Feng announces his intention to summon BB Bird to join them for a meal, prompting a swift transformation into the form of BB Bird. Eagerly following behind the Beedrill, once BB Bird and Pidgey have all descended, Lin Feng presents a new energy cube, requesting Shinedo to assist in tending to the food being grilled while placing the corresponding quantity before each Pokémon. The SSS grade energy cube, crafted from the exquisite dragon fruit, possesses exceptional quality. Infused with various peculiar berries by its creator, its effects are perfectly realized. Prolonged consumption enhances the Pokémon's ability development, significantly boosting special attack. Culinary Effect 1. Upon first consumption, The Pokémon's innate energy is amplified by 50, and for 60 minutes, it becomes immune to any debuffs caused by abilities. Culinary Effect 2. For Dragon-type Pokémon, the enhancement of beneficial skills is dramatically increased upon first use. Culinary Effect 3. For Fire-type Pokémon possessing the Blaze ability. When their stamina is low yet their spirit is high, the Blaze effect will be tripled. Culinary Effect 4. Accelerated Healing, with prolonged use. It enables Pokémon to recover more swiftly from injuries, compensating for inherent flaws in those with congenital deficiencies. The SSS-grade Energy Cube boasts 4 culinary effects. Undoubtedly, this is the finest Energy Cube Linfong can currently produce. The Dragon Fruit Energy Cube placed before the Chocho Sea Lion is specifically crafted using the best orange and pomelo fruits, resulting in slightly different culinary effects. To achieve this, Linfong dedicated an entire morning to experimentation. However, the ability to create an energy cube that addresses its congenital flaws makes the effort worthwhile. After finishing a skewer of grilled meat, the ivy snake curiously picked up a piece of the energy cube and consumed it, feeling a warmth ignite within. As if some energy had been awakened. Instinctively, it reached for a nearby cup of ice rice wine, hoping to temper the sensation. Yet, the moment the rice wine slid down its throat, the internal energy surged even more intensely, leaving its mind in a hazy state. Chapter 95. The Ivy Snake. After the revelation, a character collapse. Having arranged all the energy cubes, Lin Feng's gaze finally settled on the Chocho Sea Lion. Upon consuming the energy cube, the Chocho Sea Lion felt a warm current coursing through its body, revitalizing its previously lethargic form. It looked up at Lin Feng in astonishment. I promised to resolve your issues with potential, ensuring your evolution, Lin Feng said gently, crouching down to pat the Chocho Sea Lion's head. Feeling the warmth within and the trainer's gentle expression, tears streamed down its face, and it leaped into Lin Feng's embrace, crying loudly. That's all right, it's okay, Lin Feng said, feeling a pang of sorrow as he held the little lion. Abandoned due to its lack of potential, rescued by Shinado, and now brought under Lin Feng's care. It was inevitable to feel a sense of loss watching others like the fiery chick grow stronger and evolve. Everything will improve gradually. After comforting the Chocho Sea Lion for a while, Lin Feng glanced at its status panel. Pokémon, Chocho Sea Lion, Gender, Female, Ability, Torrent, Potential, Green. Individual values, HP 14. Attack 8, Special Attack 17, Defense 19, Special Defense 19, Speed 4, Level 1214, Skills, Tackle, Growl, Water Gun. Icy Wind, Friendship 90, Adores you. Happiness 90, in a state of intense emotional fluctuation. Compared to last time, there is a noticeable improvement in individual values, and its potential has risen from white to green. A single dragon fruit, combined with other berries, can yield approximately 1 energy cube, equating to 50 units. Given that the primary effect of this culinary creation is restorative, this seems quite reasonable. Taking his time, Lin Feng reassured himself that with this item, the Chocho Sea Lion would inevitably evolve. After informing the little one of his intention to grill meat and allowing it to indulge in its preferred food, he proceeded to the barbecue stand. Behind him, the ivy snake found the new drink rather pleasant. Alternating between skewers and rice wine, it felt quite satisfied. However, it soon sensed something was amiss. Not only was its head feeling foggy, but it also gazed at Lin Feng, who was beside the barbecue grill, and instinctively grabbed a cup of rice wine, making its way over. At the table, the ice Vulpix licked the rice wine, eyeing the ivy snake with confusion. It could sense that something was off with the ivy snake, yet it couldn't pinpoint what exactly was wrong. In the sky, Shinado, possessing the ability to read minds, observed the ivy snake below, pondering the implications of the rice wine. Does drinking induce such transformations? While grilling, Lin Feng felt a tug at his clothing and looked down, perplexed to find the ivy snake beside him, intending to inquire what was wrong. But upon lowering his gaze, he was momentarily taken aback. The ivy snake appeared unsteady, swaying as it squinted, its cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Its voice, once cool and proud, now carried a sticky, clingy tone. After finishing the rice wine in its cup, the ivy snake set it down and looked up at Lin Feng with a pitiful expression. It extended its small, slender arms toward him, saying, I want a hug. You haven't held me in ages. As it coiled its tail around Lin Feng's leg, it pleaded again, hug me. Observing the cup in the ivy snake's hand and glancing at the spot where it had been, which had contained half a bottle of rice wine, Lin Feng calculated that the ivy snake had consumed 250 milliliters of rice wine. This was akin to half a bottle of beer. Are you upset because you think I no longer like to hold you? Is it because you've grown too big after evolving? With the ivy snake still clinging to his leg like a koala on a tree, eyes closed and acting cute, Lin Feng, unable to resist, let Shinado take over the grill once more. He picked up the ivy snake as one would a larger child and said, all right, a hug, while feeling amused. He also felt an urge to record this moment of the ivy snake acting adorably, so he could show it to her once she sobered up. He wondered what her expression would be. Perhaps she would sulk at him, or perhaps feel embarrassed to the point of humiliation. Yet, for a Pokémon to get drunk off half a bottle of rice wine was unprecedented. None of his Pokémon, not even the sweet bamboo or frosty milk fairies, had ever reached such a state. Little rascal, he mused. Do you think Vulpix is obedient or not? Of course, you're the most obedient. The Shinado can help you with so much. I want to assist you too. After evolution, you will become even more formidable. Vines, I must evolve quickly. Vines. You need to take the initiative to embrace me. Do you understand, trainer? Understood. Oh, Vines, I adore my trainer the most. Congratulations to the host for achieving a friendship level of 100 with the Vine Snake. Reward, SSS Grade Leaf Stone, a pure stone formed from the essence of unparalleled grass-type energy, possessing the ability to enhance certain Pokémon's genes and reverse their potential. Gazing at the sleeping Vine Snake still coiled around him, Linfeng couldn't help but smile broadly. He had only known that the Vine Snake had a slightly aloof personality, but he hadn't anticipated such a rich inner world. It seemed he would need to engage in deeper conversations with it in the future. Holding the Vine Snake, Linfeng turned to glance at the surrounding Pokémon. Noticing that all their gazes were directed towards him. Only when they realized he was looking back did they silently lower their heads to continue their meal. He couldn't help but silently mourn for the Vine Snake once it awoke. Such a scene was not particularly frightening. What was alarming was that the previous demeanor of the Vine Snake had consistently been one of cold reticence, speaking little except to its familiar Ninetales, while displaying a commanding presence towards other Pokémon. Other Pokémon, such as Pidgeot, Milotic, and Snorlax, were sometimes willing to heed the Vine Snake's commands. Now it appeared that the aloofness of the big sister was not as pronounced as it seemed. A contrast? I shall return it to rest now. Holding the Vine Snake, Linfeng helplessly addressed Shinado before carrying it into the room, then gently placing it within the wooden house. Observing the Vine Snake's slightly flushed cheeks as it slept with its eyes closed, Linfeng couldn't help but recall their first encounter. It had also been blushing, shyly emerging from behind a fruit tree. As the memory faded, Linfeng burst into laughter, eventually sighing, remarking on how endearing it was. He believed that even inebriated, the Vine Snake should be able to suppress its true nature and maintain its aloof persona. However, with the addition of the truth-revealing effect of the rice wine, that might no longer be within its control. Chapter 96. Shall we plant some catnip for the kitty? All right, from this moment on, everyone can only have half a bottle of rice wine at most. Do not drink excessively, understand? Upon exiting the breeding house, Linfeng's first words were thus. After a moment, he glanced up at Shinado in the sky and added, except for you, Shinado. As a psychic-type Pokémon, as long as it doesn't wish to become intoxicated, it essentially won't. The other Pokémon snapped back to reality, nodding in agreement. Moo Moo understood. Frosty, how terrifying that it drank rice wine and turned into this. Well, oh no, my image is ruined. Why? Yum, delicious, delicious, love it. Sweet. BB? The BB bird on the ground looked at Linfeng, who had just stepped out, and then at the rice wine on the table, feeling somewhat tempted. As staff in the plantation, their treatment was quite comparable to Linfeng's Pokémon. Barbecue, energy cubes, and various beverages were all abundantly provided. However, it seemed that ordinary BB birds and Pidgeys were primarily interested in barbecued meat and energy cubes, showing little interest in the beverages. This left the BB bird feeling conflicted, but soon it raised its head, watching Linfeng as he approached. Holding a glass of rice wine, Linfeng smiled at the BB bird, asking, what is this? Do you wish to indulge in a sip of rice wine too, BB? The BB bird glanced around at its peers, who were diligently focused on barbecuing. Was it inappropriate to nod in agreement? Yet, the curiosity gnawed at it like a cat's claw. Perhaps just a small taste would suffice. The BB bird thought to itself, then nodded. Very well. Linfeng wasted no time, presenting the rice wine before it, contemplating. According to logic, both Mewtwo and Mew are cat Pokémon. What do cat Pokémon adore the most? Catnip. If one wishes to win the favor of these two Pokémon, food becomes secondary. Perhaps next time I can mix some catnip into the food and see if Mew enjoys it. If it does, then a bit of catnip can be planted in this garden. Oh my, how clever of me. The thought of being able to gather Mews thrilled Linfeng. Rare candy. This would have excellent effects even for Shinado. BB delicious. The BB bird, having tasted the rice wine, did not hesitate to express its opinion. However, it soon found itself in a quandary, as it had left the world tree on a mission. It was meant to seek out a Pokémon bearing its own genes. Yet now, its heart had been ensnared by this place. Should I stay just one more day? Perhaps just one more day? Finish eating, then leave tomorrow? The BB bird contemplated. The grand feast concluded swiftly, with no further incidents aside from the Vine Snake. Pidgeot returned to its tree with its BB birds and Pidgeys. All the Pokémon had returned to their designated places. Lin Feng, having tidied up the aftermath, turned his gaze towards Shinado. It had consumed several bottles of rice wine, yet showed no signs of inebriation, appearing just as it always did. Shauna? Very well, you may leave. As night fell, Lin Feng did not retain it. Once it departed, he returned to the breeding house. The Frostlass were already asleep. The vine snake remained unconscious from its drunken state, and only the ice Ninetales blinked its eyes, awaiting Lin Feng's return. However, it was evident that even after a bit of rice wine, it too was exceedingly drowsy. If you're tired, then sleep. There's no need to wait for me. Rubbing the ice Ninetales' fur, it yawned, nodded, and soon fell into a deep slumber. After washing up in the restroom, Lin Feng walked towards the wooden house, gazing at the peacefully sleeping vine snake. He activated the inside eye. Pokémon, vine snake. Gender, female. Ability, contrarian. Potential, golden. Individual values. HP, 272. Attack, 221. Special attack, 282. Defense, 271. Special defense, 242. Speed, 313. Strength, level 34-37. Skills, Vine Whip, Leech Seed, Glaring Eyes. Friendship level, 100. You are its emotional support. Joy level, 80. Extremely happy. Upon seeing the friendship level reach 100, Lin Feng suddenly smiled and shook his head. Initially, he had pondered where this child's emotional turmoil lay. Little did he know, it was merely its excessive pride that prevented it from expressing its true feelings. The rice wine's truth-revealing effect had inadvertently resolved that. The contrarian ability, now marked with a 1, must be more effective than the usual contrarian effect, right? Gazing at the panel, Lin Feng began to ponder. The super speed of the mighty chicken, each time it used quick attack, its speed would increase by a tier. He had researched online, and the extent of this speed increase was far superior to that of a typical acceleration Pokémon, roughly 18 to 20 times faster. Previously, the description of the Dragonfire Fruit Energy Cube's culinary effect stated that the first use would enhance by 50, with subsequent uses slowly developing its traits. Hence, now the Vine Snake's special attack increase after using Leaf Storm was 15 times that of before. Lin Feng murmured, I must find an opportunity to test this with the owner of the vineyard in Wine Town. It seems they mentioned that on August 28th, they would invite many formidable trainers to participate in a battle competition. Gathering his thoughts, he suddenly found himself looking forward to whether the Vine Snake would recall today's events upon waking tomorrow. If it could remember, he couldn't help but anticipate its reaction. Shaking his head and calming his mind, Lin Yu gently lay down on his bed and began to review the rewards the system had bestowed upon him for today. August 25th. SSS Grade Leaf Stone, X1. Special Rare Candy, X2. Special Golden Fertilizer, X5. Dragon Fruit, X18. Intermediate Dragon Fruit, X5. Chapter 97. The Lethargic Ivy Snake. And a phone call with Kelly. On August 26th, having just purchased mint seeds in Wudong City and planted them in the garden, Lin Feng returned to his room after helping to milk the large milk jug. However, looking at the still silent treehouse, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Still not up? A glance at the time revealed it was 9:25 a.m. Logically, the ivy snake would usually awaken around 7 in the morning on weekdays. Could it be a hangover? Lin Feng didn't dwell on it for long and decided to check if the sturdy chicken had returned. It seemed that the barbecue feast from the previous day had taken its toll, according to the sturdy chicken. It had gone to bed quite late and rushed out for a run in the morning. Upon arriving at the plantation, Lin Feng discovered that the sturdy chicken had indeed come back. Although it was somewhat out of breath, its overall vitality was quite good, easing his worries. Since the ivy snake was still asleep, Lin Feng resorted to nurturing the plants in the plantation with his own life force. This situation persisted until the sun was high in the sky, nearing noon, when Lin Feng began to feel perplexed. At this hour, the ivy snake had yet to awaken. He surmised that the little one must have roused, but was simply reluctant to emerge. Approaching the treehouse, he knocked on the roof, but there was no response. Ivy snake? He called out, hearing faint rustling from within, yet the ivy snake still did not make an appearance. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. It's already noon. Are you planning to hide in there for eternity? The treehouse remained eerily quiet. If you won't come out, then I shall enter. Lin Feng cautiously leaned his head into the treehouse, which was dimly lit. Despite being backed by a wall and having a reasonably sized window, the curtains were drawn tightly shut. Below lay soft bedding, where a hazy figure concealed itself beneath the curtain. Tung-tung, tung-tung. Through the curtain, the ivy snake could see the silhouette of its trainer, yet it felt too timid to confront him at that moment. Upon waking that morning, the memories of the previous day's drunken escapade flooded its mind, leaving it momentarily blank, followed by an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and unease. It was simply unsure how to face its trainer and the plethora of Pokémon in the plantation. Not even hungry enough to come out, Lin Feng bent slightly. Reaching for the curtain, and upon pulling it, he felt a distinct resistance. However, the resistance was minimal. With a gentle tug, the curtain was drawn aside. Behind the curtain, the ivy snake sat anxiously, watching Lin Feng enter. Tung. Seeing the ivy snake's demeanor, Lin Feng smiled. Come out. Vulpix is worried about you. The ivy snake shook its head, unsure of how to express its feelings to its trainer, and could only awkwardly wave its hand. Tung. Yesterday. Yesterday? Did something happen yesterday? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Weren't you drunk and then fell asleep? Or did I carry you to the treehouse? Tung. The ivy snake's expression froze. Lin Feng teased it. What's this? Do you want me to carry you out now? Tung. No, I'll go out myself. The ivy snake instinctively shook its head, only to suddenly find itself lifted into Lin Feng's arms. It instinctively resisted, extending its tendrils, but ultimately lacked the strength to push back, retracting them instead. How could it bear to be rough with its trainer? Moreover, there was no one around to witness this in the treehouse. Leaning on him felt quite nice. Tung. The ivy snake rested its head on Lin Feng's shoulder, closing its eyes. Unfortunately, Lin Feng merely carried it out of the treehouse and then set it down on the ground. All right, remember to eat. It's a crucial time, so don't let yourself go hungry, Lin Feng advised before heading to the plantation. He understood that excessive attention while the ivy snake was awake would only leave it feeling disoriented. It was unrealistic to expect it to behave like an icy Vulpix. Tung understood. The ivy snake's eyes sparkled as it nodded. Subsequently, it pondered how to approach the other Pokémon later. The clever ivy snake knew all too well that its trainer had been teasing it. The events of the previous night had been all too real to be mere illusions. The crafty trainer had simply sought to coax it out. In the afternoon, the ivy snake, who had caused concern among Milotic and the other Pokémon, finally emerged from its room. Its expression remained unchanged as it continued to tend to the plants in the plantation, bestowing growth buffs through grassy terrain. It would also call upon Milotic to water the plants at specific times, and Milotic would not protest. After all, the ivy snake was the first grass-type Pokémon to accompany its trainer in this plantation, and its mastery of grassy terrain allowed it to sense the state of the plants best. Additionally, Milotic's gentle nature made it easier for the ivy snake to assist in the growth of the fruit trees. Of course, this was aside from Lin Feng. The icy Vulpix breathed a sigh of relief and scampered over to the ivy snake, viewing it as perpetually cool and capable of assisting the trainer with many tasks, which filled it with admiration. Yet, for some reason, the events of yesterday continued to replay in its mind. Perhaps when it grew older, it would realize that not every Pokémon could maintain a perpetually cool facade. It was merely a disguise they wore. That evening, Lin Feng took his phone, placing the Frostlass into individual bowls and setting them on the bed. The little ones looked up at him expectantly. Frost. The trainer informed them that he would be calling Kelly later that night. Although they were happy here, they still missed Kelly. Once everything was prepared, Lin Feng addressed Rotom hovering in the air. Rotom, please connect me with Kelly, using the number from the Kanto region. The contact details were known to Lin Feng through a comment on Douyin. The other party had commented Nai Shuang under a video featuring the Frostlass. It seemed they were quite fond of that place. After a glance, he recognized the identity of the commenter and reached out to her. As those Frostlass were known by the nickname Nai Shuang. They were the smallest batch from a previous dessert shop, hence the prefix Nai to indicate they required special care. During their conversation, Kelly expressed some nostalgia, mentioning that she initially intended to merely watch the video, but seeing them so happy after just one day, she couldn't help but comment. Lin Feng replied, Ha, are you feeling a bit jealous? He added a dog emoji to indicate he was merely joking. She later responded, maybe, but as long as they are happy, that's enough. You're a great shop owner, and I'm sorry for meddling in your affairs, but I couldn't resist posting that comment, leading you to find me. Good job, Rotom. The floating Rotom quickly connected the call. In the projected virtual screen, Kelly smiled upon seeing the eager expressions of the Cream Fairies. Cream Fairy, Kelly. Cream Fairy, the new shopkeeper is wonderful. We all adore him. The Cream Fairies waved at Kelly on the screen. That's splendid. Do remember to heed the shopkeeper's words and refrain from being too willful. Chapter 98, The Evolution of the Green Vine Snake. August 27th, 5:30 p.m. In the quaint town, as the sun began to set, the temperature was pleasantly mild. The weather was harmonious, with a gentle evening breeze caressing the residents who were harvesting the last batch of the Wang rice, bringing them a hint of coolness. The rice fields, stripped bare after the harvest, revealed only neatly aligned rice stumps and rows of stacked straw, destined to be burned for fertilizer when autumn dried them out. Occasionally, a few small rattatas would peek out from the ground, searching for leftover rice grains. This was a harvested field. Humans would no longer tend to it. Furthermore, in recent days, a flock of Pidgeys and a lone Pidgeotto had inexplicably gathered at the field's edge, yet they seemed disinterested in the nearby rattatas. Thus, the rattatas felt emboldened to scavenge the rice grains freely. However, they were not without rivals. Emerging from the Wutong forest was a greedy squirrel, a quintessential hoarder. Unable to resist stashing any food it encountered into its cache, a greedy squirrel popped its head out from a straw stack, quickly snatching a rice stalk and biting into the grains as if fearful of being robbed. Nearby, a few Rattatas, witnessing this scene, bared their teeth and lunged towards it. They would not permit other Pokémon to seize their rice grains. Yet the greedy squirrel swiftly burrowed back into the straw, disappearing from sight. With no other options, the Rattatas had to retreat. The once barren embankment of the rice field, post-harvest, had inexplicably blossomed with 2 vibrant flower bands, adorned with various blossoms that lay like brilliant ribbons against the orange-yellow earth. Each flower, resplendent in its own right, seemed to compete as if they were all kings of blooms, each refusing to yield ground to the other. At this moment, Lin Feng was busy picking flowers. Tomorrow marked the anticipated trip to Wine Town, and today he needed to gather flowers. There was no need for excessive preparation. He would simply pluck one of each flower and store them in his storage ball. After completing the task, he did not linger, returning instead to the plantation to collect more blossoms from the sweet honey tree. Observing the Pokémon present, he inquired, "Tomorrow, I shall embark on a journey with Pidgeotto. There may be a battle competition. Is there anyone who wishes to join?" "Me." The first to respond was the sturdy Chikorita, its eyes sparkling with excitement. Me. Having diligently practiced its quick attack, it was eager to measure its skills against other Pokémon, even if it could not outrun its trainer. Very well, Lin Feng nodded. Having no objections, all who wished to join were welcome. Fine. The green vine snake winked at him. Lin Feng cheerfully replied, "Excellent, I shall take you along." The green vine snake was on the cusp of evolution, and a battle might just spur its transformation. Is there anyone else? Lin Feng glanced at the other Pokémon. Sweet Bamboo, nestled in the tree, shook its head, and Chocho the Celio did not emerge. Lin Feng turned his gaze to Milotic. "No, I shan't go," it replied, recalling the battle during its last visit to the ranch, which had left it somewhat apprehensive. I want to go. Little Vulpix tugged at Lin Feng's pant leg. Since its birth, it had never ventured outside. "Sana?" floated the drifting Shinado, inquiring, "Where are you headed?" "To Wine Town." "Over 100 kilometers away, not too far," Lin Feng explained. Observing its intrigued expression, he exclaimed, "Are you wishing to join as well? That would be splendid. Your teleportation ability can swiftly transport us to Wine Town and back." Moreover, with Shinado backing him, the so-called battle competition would be a mere formality, unless some champion, bored, decided to visit this small town of Wudong. Shinado nodded, contemplating the distance of over 100 kilometers with some concern. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. This was fantastic. He turned to his other Pokémon, declaring, "Then it is settled. I won't be gone long. I will prepare food for tomorrow tonight." His voice trailed off as he pondered. He had initially thought Shinado would remain at home, allowing it to help distribute food to the others. Now that Shinado intended to accompany him, he would need to reorganize his plans. The large milk tank would pose no issue. He would simply milk them in the morning before departure, ensuring they had enough grass balls for the day. Milotic would be similarly untroubled. The iron cocoon posed no concerns either. Yet, he felt apprehensive about Sweet Bamboo, Chocho, and the cream fairies, as they had only recently arrived at the plantation. "We will take care of ourselves," Chocho declared. "There is food in the fridge," Sweet Bamboo added. The 2 Pokémon seemed to sense Lin Feng's worries and spoke up. In truth, with so many fruit trees in the plantation, they could easily gather fruits to eat if they grew hungry. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "That's fine. How about this? I shall take both of you along tomorrow. It's not solely about battling. It would be enjoyable to accompany me." The 2 Pokémon exchanged glances, their spirits visibly lifting, joy radiating from their faces. "All right," Sweet Bamboo chirped. "Okay," Chocho chimed in. As for the cream fairies, he would leave them in the care of Qin Shu tomorrow. With this thought passing through his mind, and after ensuring all the Pokémon were settled, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. At that moment, beneath the orange glow of the setting sun, a white light illuminated around him. Following the source of the light, he discovered it was the green vine snake, which had begun its evolution. Chapter 99, Wine Town. August 28th. After completing all tasks at the plantation and preparing the plants to take to Wine Town, along with various types of energy cubes, Lin Feng turned to Shinado. Since Shinado was willing to join, Pidgeotto would have to remain behind to guard the plantation. He always felt uneasy without a powerful Pokémon watching over it. "Shauna." Shinado rested a hand on Lin Feng's shoulder, its form flickering momentarily, while behind him, a Pidgey vanished from sight. Wine Town. In contrast to the sparsely populated Wudong town, Wine Town was bustling with activity, housing over 1,000 households. With a larger population came development. Hospitals, breeding houses, gyms, and other Pokémon-related industries flourished here. However, if one were to speak of the most renowned industry in Wine Town, it would undoubtedly be winemaking. Everyone in the town knew of the expansive orchard located on the western hill of Winetown. Each year, during this season, the air would be filled with the sweet aroma of fruit, and the town would come alive. The orchard's owner would host a well-organized battle competition, commencing around 2:30 p.m. and lasting until 4:30 p.m. for a total of 2 hours. The rules stipulated that any challenger standing on the stage for the longest duration would be victorious. Contestants could use up to 3 Pokémon to defend their title or challenge others across 3 stages. The rewards, however, were exceedingly generous. The mere bonus constitutes a tenth of the annual profits from the honey grape orchard. It is noteworthy that this orchard sprawls across a considerable area, stretching over 2 mountain peaks and totaling more than 100 acres, vastly larger than Lin Feng's own plantation by several multiples. Although specific figures are not reported annually, it is undoubtedly no less than 7 figures. Such an event not only draws a multitude of trainers, but also gradually boosts the foot traffic in Grapevine Town. One must commend the orchard's owner for their foresight. Amidst the bustling crowd, a young boy, after listening to Rotom's vivid description of Grapevine Town, couldn't help but reflect. 20 years ago, this town was merely a small settlement with just over 100 households. Now, 2 decades later, it has blossomed into such a lively place. Indeed, establishing gyms and hosting competitions are essential for attracting formidable trainers. The success of Grapevine Town seems to have sparked considerable inspiration within him. Cradled in his arms is a pristine white Vulpix, curiously peeking around. Beside him, a shiny Sableye, adorned in a flowing white dress and with striking blue hair, draws attention and admiration. A shiny Sableye? I can hardly believe my eyes. I've only seen one online in my lifetime. How is its trainer so young? My envy is palpable. Not to mention, I recently hatched a Ralts, thinking I could raise it into a Sableye, but alas, it turned out to be male, and I had no choice but to evolve it into a Galade. It's not just the Sableye. Did you notice the Alolan Vulpix nestled in his arms? Oh, how adorable it is, peeking out. The little Vulpix, encountering so many people for the first time, shows no fear. Spotting the candied hawthorn on sale, it immediately drools and pesters Lin Feng for a taste. However, upon trying a piece, the little Vulpix furrows its brow. How can it look so delectable yet taste so unappealing? I'll make you something delicious when we get home. Lin Feng reassures as he takes the candied hawthorn from the little Vulpix, not holding any grudge against it. After all, it's just a street snack. It surely can't compare to his culinary creations. Let's go. We should head to the honey grape orchard. The focal point of this gathering is predominantly the sale of honey grape wine, naturally situated within the orchard. Sableye rests a hand on his shoulder, eyes fluttering between open and closed. As the scenery before him transforms entirely, they find themselves in a clearing atop the mountain, where various vendors have set up stalls, showcasing an array of fruits and plant species. It appears that they are still in the early stages of setting up, with some vendors continually retrieving fruits from their storage balls. It seems these are all owners of nearby plantations, seizing the opportunity to promote their crops here. Unlike Lin Feng's plantation, which cultivates a diverse range of fruits, most plantation owners opt to grow the same type of fruit for promotional sales. This is due to the distinct growth environments each fruit requires, necessitating specialized care. At the center of the clearing stands the largest stall, adorned with a thatched roof to shield from the sun. Beneath it, alongside the honey grapes, several large wooden barrels exude a rich aroma of wine. Nearby, a woman in a straw hat, somewhat slender and around 50 years of age, appears to be warmly greeting other plantation owners. A wooden sign advertising honey grape wine hangs beside her. A little further back, the mountains are blanketed with honey grape vines, although a harvest has already taken place. The remaining fruits are still quite promising. Lin Feng surmises she must be the owner of this orchard and approaches her, greeting, "Hello." When Sableye teleported Lin Feng over, Shufin had already been observing him. After all, a young individual accompanied by a shiny Sableye and an Alolan Vulpix is hard to miss. However, she initially mistook Lin Feng for a young trainer here to challenge the arena and thought little of it. Now, seeing him approach, she merely explains. The arena challenge begins in the afternoon. You may look around for fruits you like in the meantime. Lin Feng feels a bit awkward, responding. I am the owner of a plantation from Wudong Town. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Shufin, the orchard owner? You sent me a letter a while back. Shufin is taken aback. At over 50, she gazes at Lin Feng in surprise, then glances at the Sableye and the Vulpix. A plantation owner? Accompanied by those 2 Pokémon? Typically, plantation owners select grass-type or ground-type Pokémon for ease of cultivation and care. However, in an instant, her expression shifts as she reminisces. Wudong Town, such a familiar name. My dear, you seek the 3 honeybees, correct? Did you bring the flowers? Lin Feng nods eagerly. Yes, I brought them. He hastily retrieves the prepared flowers from his storage ball. Upon presenting just one, Shufin nods approvingly. No need to look further. The quality is excellent and will surely satisfy the 3 honeybees. At noon, I shall take you to the bee house. For now, you may find a spot here to set up and promote your stall. Chapter 100, Setting Up a Stall. Lin Feng is slightly taken aback. From the neatly penned letters, he had assumed the owner of the honey grape orchard would be quite serious. He never expected her to be so amiable. Sensing his confusion, Shufan chuckles, your flowers are splendid, vibrant, and fragrant. Their quality is apparent at first glance. There is no need for further scrutiny. Thank you, Lin Feng replies, grateful that he has met the requirements without further inquiries that could complicate matters. He then glances at the barrels of wine, one of which is open, releasing an intoxicating aroma that is utterly inviting. Unable to resist, he inquires, how much are the honey grapes? He is eager to brew a bit of this wine for himself. Honey grapes? At this time of year, the wholesale price is 13 yuan per pound, while the wine is 51 yuan for a pound. Without hesitation, Lin Feng decides to purchase the entire stock of approximately 100 pounds of honey grapes. These fruits, resembling grapes but slightly larger, are a beloved treat for Pokémon that relish a sweet and tangy flavor. Shufan, puzzled, asks, child, why buy so many honey grapes? Are you planning to brew wine? Why not just buy the wine directly? Lin Feng coughs, ahem, I mainly wish to experiment. He certainly wouldn't admit that he looks down upon her wine. Shufan smiles, if it's honey grapes, there are still plenty left unharvested. If you can indeed brew a delightful wine, consider participating in the arena challenge. Then, 1/3 of the honey grapes will be yours. She glances at Sableye beside Lin Feng, noting that with it around, there may be a chance. Lin Feng's eyes brighten, nodding enthusiastically, yes, yes. Subsequently, he refrains from further interrupting her as she attends to other plantation owners. Instead, he surveys the area and eventually finds an empty space, laying out a cloth to display the plants and food he has brought. Due to the lengthy preparation time, he has quite a bit to offer. Besides some basic energy cubes, he has also prepared sweet bamboo juice, rice wine, and a variety of fruit salads. Primarily, he hopes to amplify the reputation of his neighboring breeding house. Observing other vendors with their Pokémon drawing attention, he contemplates summoning some of his own Pokémon as well, such as Sweet Bamboo and Superior. The former signifies the source of the juice, while for Superior, Lin Feng instructs, utilize the grassy area to adorn our surroundings. Xiao. The regal serpent coiled languidly around the vicinity of the stall, its elongated form enveloping the triangular area entirely. Surrounding it, vibrant green grass sprouted forth, creating a verdant carpet that adorned the perimeter of the stall. Having evolved, its length exceeded 5 meters, boasting a flawless physique, slender where it should be, and pleasantly plump in softer regions. The skin along its back exhibited a slightly darker hue, while its underbelly shone with a rich emerald complexion adorned with yellow patterns. Its mouth was subtly pursed, and its eyes gazed down with an air of regal arrogance. Thus, Lin Feng settled himself upon the grassy mat, feeling it insufficient, prompting the creature to inch closer. He rested his arms around the ice Vulpix and Sweet Bamboo, leaning against its belly. It must be said that the evolved regal serpent was considerably softer than the ivy snake. Reclining against it felt akin to lounging on a chaise. Furthermore, its temperament seemed to have shifted. Lin Feng could only surmise this change, the specifics of which remained elusive, likely to be unraveled through their future interactions. Although the hour was still early, and few ventured up the mountain, any passerby would inevitably be drawn to Lin Feng's stall. Even if they did not intend to purchase anything, the allure of the Pokémon beside him was simply too captivating. The lush greenery added to the charm, rendering unnecessary the boisterous calls of neighboring cultivators. Even as he settled down, the first customer approached. A girl accompanied by a prince of waves, clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and shorts, ideal travel attire, gazed in awe at the regal serpent and Shenheduo. Are these Pokémon all bred by you? She inquired. Lin Feng straightened slightly, of course. The girl appeared somewhat conflicted, perhaps intimidated by the aloof demeanor of the regal serpent and Shenheduo, or perhaps considering the price of the energy cube steep. Ultimately, her gaze settled upon the ice Vulpix and Sweet Bamboo. If I purchase an energy cube from you, would you allow me to touch the ice Vulpix and Sweet Bamboo? She asked. Sweet, are they coming to me? Sweet Bamboo nestled within Lin Feng's embrace, showing slight reluctance, while the ice Vulpix, understanding the girl's words, gestured towards the energy cubes below and blinked its eyes. The implication was clear, purchase one, and you may touch. Lin Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. You've seen it. Upon witnessing the ice Vulpix's actions, the girl's eyes lit up, so adorable. Without hesitation, she paid, seized an energy cube, and tossed it to the Prince of Waves without a glance, crouching down to extend her hands toward the ice Vulpix, which gracefully leapt from Lin Feng's arms into her hands. Oh, how delightful. Meanwhile, the Prince of Waves looked on, feeling somewhat embarrassed for his trainer. A twinge of jealousy stirring within him. Tugging at his trainer's pant leg, he found no response, and thus resorted to sampling an energy cube himself. Prince. After consuming an energy cube, The Prince of Waves' eyes sparkled, glancing at the trainer holding the Ice Vulpix, then back at the energy cubes on display. He began to call out excitedly. What's the matter, Prince? The girl turned her attention to her Pokémon. Seizing the opportunity, the Ice Vulpix slipped from her grasp and returned to Lin Feng. Prince, I want to buy more. I want to eat more. More? The girl furrowed her brow. These energy cubes are rather expensive. She had only succumbed to temptation due to the Ice Vulpix's overwhelming cuteness. Now, seeing the evident effects of the energy cube, she hesitated. Really not buying anymore. The Ice Vulpix blinked innocently, patting her thigh with its paw, its sky-blue eyes sparkling with mischief. The girl, unable to resist, ended up purchasing 5 more. As she prepared to leave, she sighed at Lin Feng. Sigh, I'll be living on a shoestring for the next month. Lin Feng merely smiled. If enduring a month of frugality could enhance the Prince of Waves' special attack, it would be more than worth it. Chapter 101, Selling Goods. The Ice Vulpix, having witnessed the sale of 6 energy cubes, proudly raised its head, gazing at Lin Feng, as if to say, praise me, praise me. Well done, Ice Vulpix. Lin Feng affectionately rubbed its belly, noting its joyous expression. He added, but remember, try not to be too eager, otherwise, every customer who approaches to buy will want to pet you, and you might end up losing your fur. The Ice Vulpix paused, its expression shifting to one of contemplation, as if pondering the implications of its trainer's words. After a moment, it tilted its head, appearing somewhat distressed, realizing the truth in Lin Feng's statement. Ha ha ha, Lin Feng chuckled, retrieving a piece of cardboard from his storage ball, inscribing the words Wudong Town Neighborhood Breeding House in bold letters, placing it nearby. He then glanced at Shenandoah, shifting slightly to invite, come, join me here? It was rather unseemly for him to be seated holding Sweet Bamboo and the Ice Vulpix, while Shenandoah stood. Shenandoah nodded in agreement, gracefully settling down beside her trainer. In that moment, Lin Feng found the scene to be quite picturesque. Amidst the bustling crowd, he cradled Sweet Bamboo and the Ice Vulpix, with Shenandoah seated beside him, the regal serpent resting against his back, and an array of berries and energy cubes displayed before him. He turned to the Rotom floating in the air. Rotom, could you take a picture for us? Of course, Master, Rotom replied, hovering before them to capture the moment before returning. Lin Feng eagerly inspected the photograph, finding it to meet his expectations. Shenandoah, with her serene and elegant demeanor, sat quietly beside him. The regal serpent loomed majestically above, while the 2 little ones in his embrace exuded a delightful charm. One with a touch of sweetness, the other radiating vibrant cuteness. Not bad, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction at the photo. Hearing Lin Feng's praise, Rotom beamed. Originally intending to take several more shots, the increasing number of visitors necessitated Lin Feng's attention. Consequently, he began to attend to the customers. Meanwhile, the Ice Vulpix also realized that even without flaunting its beauty, many would still flock to their stall to inquire about prices. The unique arrangement of Lin Feng's stall undoubtedly captivated the crowd. However, inquiries regarding prices often came with skepticism. Boss, I can understand why your Moo Moo milk is a bit pricey, but why is the juice and rice wine from Sweet Bamboo also so expensive? Indeed, a few hundred for a bottle of beverage seems rather steep. Lin Feng refrained from arguing, simply stating, it is a bit on the expensive side. Feel free to purchase based on your circumstances. The energy cubes are truly excellent. He then displayed the advanced breeder certificates he had acquired over the past few days beside the stall. Once the certificates were visible, combined with the evident quality of the Pokémon around him, the crowd's enthusiasm surged, drawing more and more people to purchase energy cubes and berry salads. Yet, no interest in the juice and rice wine emerged. Lin Feng remained indifferent. Whatever did not sell could be taken back. However, Sweet Bamboo's dejection at the lack of interest in its juice was palpable. It regretted not being able to contribute to its trainer's earnings. Sensing Sweet Bamboo's melancholy, Lin Feng contemplated reducing the price of the juice, hoping to stimulate some sales. Unexpectedly, an amusing incident unfolded at that moment. A young couple was embroiled in a heated dispute, with the girl expressing her frustration and lamenting his inability to understand her feelings. The boy, eager to pacify her, disregarded the cost and purchased a cup of Sweet Bamboo juice, which he handed to her. Upon taking a sip, her flushed face visibly softened, and her tone became gentle. This surprised the boy, who, filled with joy, decided to buy a bottle of rice wine to accompany the moment, requesting extra ice. However, after just a few sips, an inexplicable surge of emotion overcame him, and he boldly embraced the girl, kissing her in full view of onlookers. After the kiss, her face was flushed, and while she playfully punched his chest in mock annoyance, her expression revealed that she was not truly angry. The couple quickly descended the mountain, disappearing into the crowd, leaving the spectators curious. Boss, does your juice and rice wine possess some special effect? One onlooker wondered aloud. Lin Feng, caught off guard by the unfolding events, explained. The juice is made from Sweet Bamboo with a hint of sugar. Those with a penchant for sweetness might find their spirits lifted. As for the rice wine, perhaps the boy drinks it for courage? He was unsure of his own words. The effects of the rice wine would only manifest after one became intoxicated, yet surprisingly, the boy felt a slight buzz after only a couple of sips. His tolerance was even lower than that of the muscular Pokémon. Fortunately, he hadn't consumed the entire bottle. This explanation intrigued the crowd, leading some to purchase a bottle themselves. Upon tasting it, they felt their recent woes dissipate, their spirits inexplicably lifted, prompting exclamations of delight and a sense of relaxation. This led to a ripple effect, as more curious onlookers began making purchases, and before noon, the juice was completely sold out. A manager from a juice production company approached Lin Feng, expressing interest in a long-term acquisition of his juice for product development, believing it would be a commercial success. In fact, not only juice producers, but also supermarkets and enterprises seeking tree fruits sought Lin Feng out. However, he had to politely decline. Producing a commercial product would require large quantities of juice, which was impossible even if sweet bamboo were soaked all day. As for tree fruits, the current yield from his plantation was solely for nurturing purposes and could not be sold. Nearby plantation owners, witnessing the crowd surrounding Lin Feng's stall, regarded him with envy. However, upon noticing the exquisite Pokémon by his side, they could only sigh in resignation, acknowledging his fortunate charm. Time swiftly passed, and as Lin Feng observed the dwindling energy blocks in his storage ball, he decided to close his stall. After tidying up and putting away his Pokémon, he headed toward the central area. It was now midday, and even under the shade of the canopy, the heat was palpable, and the flow of people had begun to thin. Upon seeing Lin Feng approach, Shufan remarked in surprise, "Child, I never expected the crops from your plantation would be so popular." Though she hadn't been specifically watching Lin Feng, the throng gathered around his stall was impossible to overlook. With a cheerful smile, Lin Feng replied, "Perhaps it's the Pokémon that draw them in. Please wait a moment while I pack up the wine, then I'll take you to the beehive." Shufan nodded, not probing further, as she began to store the barrels of wine in her storage ball. Curious, Lin Feng asked, "I noticed that the other plantation owners don't seem to have much to sell at their stalls. Why don't they sell at the market instead?" Just then, a tall, robust man with a thick beard passed by, accompanied by an impressively muscular Machoke. The man explained, "It's not quite like that, young one. The annual festival in Grape Town lasts about 3 days, attracting many industries looking to purchase honey wine and grapefruits. So, the goal isn't to sell a lot of plants here, but rather to see if any industry will buy their tree fruits in bulk." Lin Feng understood now. They were there to conduct business. The burly man, noticing Lin Feng's realization, leaned in closer with a curious expression. "You mentioned at your stall that you were a plantation owner from Wutong Town? I've never heard of you before." He was one of the vendors next to Lin Feng, selling a fruit called Phoenix Pear, which supposedly fortified fighting-type Pokémon. The crowd at Lin Feng's stall had made him envious, yet he had also benefited, selling all his fruits at a good price and connecting with a promising enterprise. Lin Feng replied, "I only inherited my father's plantation this year." The man nodded in understanding, then remarked, "That explains it. To cultivate so many tree fruits in just a year, you must be quite the skilled breeder. The youth of today are truly remarkable." He continued, "I noticed your Pokémon seem quite formidable. Will you be participating in the upcoming battle?" Lin Feng nodded, realizing that with 1/30th of the grapefruits, he could brew a substantial amount of wine, which would sell well in the nurturing house for quite some time. He certainly didn't want to miss out on such an unexpected opportunity. The man laughed heartily. "Well then, I look forward to seeing your Machoke's might. Be careful. It's incredibly strong. This year's champion is bound to be us." He added, "Young folks should favor muscular Pokémon. Just look at my Machoke." The Pokémon flexed its bicep in a show of strength. Lin Feng could only respond with an awkward smile and nod. While he preferred Lucario or Blaziken among muscular Pokémon, he acknowledged that others favored Machoke and similar creatures. Just then, Shufan had finished packing the wine barrels and addressed the burly man, "Don't boast too much. You might find yourself bested by that young man." Upon hearing this, the man rubbed his bald head and exclaimed, "Boast? If it weren't for last year's champion being a top-tier trainer, I would have taken first place. This year, victory is assured. Just wait for me to collect my grapefruits." With that, he departed without lingering. Watching him leave, Shufan shook her head in exasperation and turned to Lin Feng. "Come, child, let us go." Lin Feng said nothing further as he followed her down the steps. Upon reaching a point halfway down the mountain, they came across a narrow path. After walking a short distance along it, they arrived at another flat area resembling the previous one. But this time it was adorned with a variety of colorful flowers. In the center stood a large wooden house, surrounded by numerous wooden boxes. And the air was filled with the sweet scent of honey and blossoms. The gentle hum of bees could be heard in the background. The arrival of the two individuals prompted dozens of Pokémon to emerge from the wooden crates. Their bodies exhibited a hexagonal shape, predominantly adorned in hues of yellow. As a pair of wings, reminiscent of cicadas, fluttered, they produced a gentle buzzing sound, collectively forming a singular Pokémon composed of three. Each bee, however, bore small, pitch-black eyes and a distinct expression, clearly indicating that the trio possessed their own unique thoughts. Nevertheless, they were known to be exceptionally loyal Pokémon, pledging their allegiance to their queen from the moment of their birth, which was the queen bee of their territory. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. 3 bees. Is not this the very essence of my endeavor? The buzzing intensified as 2 of the nearby 3 bees flitted over to Shufin, blinking curiously at her. She gently patted one, recalling how each year, orchard owners would seek her out for the purpose of pollination, yet the flowering period of most fruit trees was rather brief. This meant that after the blooming season, the requested 3 bees often found themselves idling. For these industrious creatures, prolonged inactivity could lead to restlessness, making them feel as though their queen no longer required their services, thereby plunging them into a state of melancholy. Thus, whenever an orchard owner approached her for 3 bees, she would insist they plant flowers, ensuring the bees had tasks to occupy themselves. Indeed, Lin Feng responded, expressing his agreement. Such knowledge had been imparted during his high school days. Yet, he couldn't help but marvel at the existence of such splendid Pokémon. How could they become depressed from idleness? With a garden as expansive as his, they would surely thrive. Moreover, the 3 bees appeared rather endearing, with their petite eyes and little mouths. Their colors and shapes reminiscent of 3 layers of honey stacked together. The 3 bees were categorized into male and female, with only the females capable of evolving into a queen bee. However, his supply of female 3 bees was limited, and thus he could not sell them. Yet, they were all quite similar, as these 3 bees had undergone his training, enabling them to produce honey without the need for a queen. In the absence of one, they would regard him as their king. Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. Is it truly possible? Shufin nodded affirmatively, explaining that if the garden scale were substantial, their honey production efficiency would be remarkably swift. Under such circumstances, a single 3 bee could yield 10 pounds of honey in a day. Child, how many flowers have you planted? Suddenly, Lin Feng turned to Rotom, urging it to display images of the garden and the stone pathway. Chapter 103. So many flowers. So many? Upon seeing the photographs, a look of astonishment crossed Shufin's face. The images were captured while Rotom soared in the sky, primarily due to the vastness of the pasture behind the barn, which could only be fully appreciated from above. The same applied to the pictures taken along the sides of the stone path. Clearing his throat, Lin Feng coughed twice, realizing he may have indeed planted an excessive number. When he initially sowed the seeds, he hadn't given it much thought. He simply filled the frames with plants. Yet, upon the flowers blooming, he had not anticipated such a transformation. With this many, you could sustain a colony of 3 bees. However, I cannot sell you so many. The maximum I can part with is 5. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Very well, I shall take 5. Such honey-producing Pokémon were undoubtedly more beneficial in greater numbers. Furthermore, the 3 bees were highly autonomous. They would collect pollen to create nectar and feed themselves without requiring the king's oversight. All that was needed during rainy weather and winter was to leave them some honey. Agreed, Shufin replied without further ado, leading him towards the wooden cabin. The external wooden crates merely served as temporary resting places for the 3 bees. Their true dwelling lay within. Inside the cabin, numerous triangular racks held wooden chambers akin to bird nests. This was indeed the abode of the 3 bees. Lin Feng committed this structure to memory, intending to construct a similar one in his barn upon returning. As they approached a particular room, Shufin instructed him to pause before entering alone. After 5 or 6 minutes, she emerged with 5 Pokeballs in hand. These little ones are the latest 3 bees. Once you reach your new location, they will begin gathering nectar for you. Therefore, it would be best to release them once you arrive home. Is that so? All right. Lin Feng gazed at the 5 Pokeballs with a sense of wonder. His eagerness to see them was momentarily quelled by her words. However, he still utilized his innate ability to sense the life within. Upon genuinely perceiving the gentle vitality contained within, Lin Feng smiled contentedly. Thus, his garden would soon host yet another kind of Pokémon. Yet, he did not forget to inquire about their price. How much do they cost? Shufin replied, the male 3 bees are quite affordable, priced at 6,000 each. For 5. That would be 30,000. Lin Feng nodded and promptly instructed Rotom to transfer the 30,000. This price was exceedingly reasonable, as nurturing a single 3 bee, with proper care and floral provisions, was tantamount to possessing a Pokémon that could perpetually supply honey. Additionally, do you require a beehive? I have a spare one here. Shufin gestured towards a bird's nest situated atop a nearby triangular rack. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. He needed it immensely. Then I shall gift you one. Shufin smiled and led him to one of the rooms. Upon entering, Lin Feng discovered it was entirely filled with beehives. With Shufin's permission, he selected the largest hive and stored it in his storage ball. Very well, child. The afternoon's battle competition will take place at the town square. If you wish to rest beforehand, There is a guest house at the foot of the mountain. MHM. Shufan's advice went in one ear and out the other as Lin Feng hastily bid her farewell, summoning Shinado to teleport him directly back to his little garden. What a jest! To think he would linger in Pujo town for over 2 hours? That was ample time for him to arrange the beehive and observe the 3 bees. In the barn, Moo. The sudden appearance of Lin Feng startled the Miltanks for a moment, before they all crowded around him, joyfully mooing, Moo moo, dumpling, it's gone. It's gone. Moo moo, it's all gone, all gone. You all. Lin Feng was taken aback by the scene. He distinctly remembered leaving ample hay dumplings for the Miltanks before his departure, yet it was only midday, and the grass dumplings had already been devoured. Glancing at their bellies, each Miltanks was round and plump, clearly indicating they had also consumed their afternoon meal far too early. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. I was only away for a day, and you've already eaten so much. Moo moo. One Miltank nudged Lin Feng, eyes gleaming with longing, implying that they were still hungry for the afternoon. In response, Lin Feng could only sigh, you must wait a moment. I need to resolve some matters before feeding you. For the Miltanks, eating excessively was quite beneficial, as the energy they consumed could be transformed into moo moo milk. As long as he was diligent in milking them, there would be no issue, and it would also enhance the quality of the Miltank's milk. By the way, when our new companions start producing honey, I should be able to provide you with a change in flavor, Lin Feng added. We could switch to a honey flavor. Moo moo, moo moo. Upon hearing their trainer's words, the 3 Miltank's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Moo moo. Yes, yes. The large jars of milk suddenly succumbed to fantasies of delectable delights. Shaking his head, Lin Feng chose to ignore them and hastily made his way to the junction of the garden and the barn. There, he placed 2 wooden boards atop the barn's fence and set the beehive upon them. Finally, he retrieved the 5 pokeballs, releasing the 3 honeybees one by one. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The honeybees appeared momentarily bewildered upon their release, only to soon notice Lin Feng standing before them. He endeavored to soften his smile, pointing towards the outside of the barn. Do you see that? That will be your place for nectar gathering from now on. He then parted the windbreak curtain, allowing them to follow him outside. The curious honeybees trailed behind him, and upon witnessing the scene beyond, their little eyes widened in astonishment. Buzz, buzz. So many flowers. Chapter 104. One cannot be this unfortunate. The honeybees were momentarily dazzled by the sight of countless blossoms, and their delight only intensified as they caught the sweet fragrance emanating from 2 nearby trees. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Lin Feng asked softly from behind them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The flowers smell wonderful. One honeybee turned its gaze towards Lin Feng, and soon all 3 were looking at him. Their initial clarity of expression gradually transforming into solemnity, as if to convey their loyalty, encircling him in flight. They then glanced at the nearby flowers, as if inquiring, can we begin gathering nectar now? Lin Feng, somewhat taken aback, nodded. He watched as they ventured into the flower patch to commence their task. He sensed a thought within the honeybees. With so many flowers, if they did not hurry, they might never finish gathering nectar. How diligent they are. Observing the industrious honeybees, Lin Feng felt an inexplicable pang of shame. His prevailing thought had always been that by training Pokémon to manage the plantation, he could lessen his own workload. In stark contrast to the hard-working honeybees, he felt like a rather lackluster caretaker. Glancing back, he noticed his Gardevoir regarding him with a peculiar expression, perhaps pondering how a trainer could be so indolent. Yet, in truth, Gardevoir's thoughts were that such diligent honeybees should yield significant rewards for him, and she appeared quite pleased. For in her eyes, Lin Feng was striving to enhance the cultivation house, while also considering the feelings of his Pokémon. Every Pokémon that joined here would have their wishes fulfilled and their problems resolved, along with being provided delectable nourishment. This, by all accounts, marked him as a competent and dedicated trainer, did it not? Thus, that peculiar gaze was laced with fondness. After a moment of silence, Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly. What diligent little honeybees. Gardevoir responded with a soft, Gardevoir. Yes, very hard-working honeybees. Noticing her nod, Lin Feng felt even more embarrassed. To dispel the awkwardness, he busied himself by slightly dismantling the windbreak curtain to facilitate the honeybees' comings and goings. He then proceeded to the kitchen, steamed some green rice dumplings, and fed all his Pokémon. By the time he finished with the Minccino in the water tank, it was roughly 2 in the afternoon. At this juncture, Lin Feng had Gardevoir teleport him back to Wine Town. In the central square of Wine Town, which was quite expansive, there lay a large arena constructed of sturdy marble, reportedly built by the owner of the honey vineyard, Shufan, to facilitate Pokémon battles. However, at that moment, the central square was cordoned off, with only a handful of trainers participating in the upcoming battle standing inside, accompanied by various Pokémon. Dedicated law enforcement personnel, along with a pair of Arcanine, maintained order. Outside the central square, a throng of spectators had gathered, for in this world, Pokemon battles have never lacked an audience. Such contests ignite fervor like no other. Yet, Lin Feng remained remarkably calm, devoid of the usual excitement most trainers exhibit before a battle. The presence of Gardevoir beside him instilled confidence. The outcome was already predetermined, leaving only the enjoyment of the process. Registering for the battle was straightforward. One merely needed to present their professional trainer's certificate, a credential acquired during one's travels, requiring challenges against 4 city gyms. Naturally, Lin Feng possessed no such document. Yet he could still participate due to an additional entry rule. Pokemon that had evolved into their final form from 3 distinct stages were also eligible. For instance, Pidgey evolving into Pidgeotto and then Pidgeot. A Pokemon capable of evolving into Pidgeot could easily dominate in a typical wilderness area. The verification was conducted by the owner, Shufin, who merely smiled upon seeing Lin Feng and Gardevoir, saying nothing as she allowed him entry into the square. Upon entering the arena, Lin Feng began to assess the other trainer's Pokemon. Pidgeot? Why does it seem smaller than his own? Arbok wheezing. Surely, this trainer isn't from Team Rocket? Alakazam wow? The quality is exceptionally high. After observing a series of Pokemon, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. The caliber here rivaled that of some provincially sanctioned tournaments. Kid, you really came. Boomed the burly man who had spoken with Lin Feng at noon, approaching him with a hearty laugh, accompanied once again by his Mac Hoke. Lin Feng returned the smile, but before he could speak, the man continued. So, after our talk at noon, how do you feel? Interested in raising a muscle-bound Pokemon? With that, he produced a Pokeball from his waist and pressed the button. A Slaking emerged, its muscular form evident. Even though it was supposed to be somewhat rotund, its limbs were undeniably muscular, and one could even discern hints of abs on its belly. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched. It was clear the man had a fondness for muscle-bound Pokemon. Lin Feng politely declined. Ahem, perhaps not. I prefer fluffy Pokemon. What a pity, the man lamented, but then chuckled. Don't worry, kid. Once you and Gardevoir witness Mishoki's prowess, you'll realize just how impressive it is to possess such muscle. Lin Feng replied. Are you suggesting a level 41 Machoke could compete with an 82 level Gardevoir? Or perhaps you envision training Gardevoir into a muscle-bound Barbie? Although Gardevoir can indeed learn Ice Punch, Fire Punch, and Thunder Punch. The man was about to continue persuading Lin Feng when suddenly, a booming sound echoed from the sky, cutting through the square and prompting everyone to instinctively look up. A yellow silhouette raced across the sky, departing from Wine Town, leaving the crowd exhaling in relief. This figure was unmistakably a powerful Pokemon. Had it truly descended upon Wine Town, the hopes for the day's battle would have been dashed. However, Lin Feng was taken aback. He recognized that presence all too well. The burly man beside him also sighed in relief, reasoning that it was merely a passing trainer. One could not be that unlucky. Last year there was a champion, and this year there was another. Yet the next moment, the booming sound resounded again, and that figure descended straight down towards the ground. Chapter 105, Capturing Dragonite. Whoosh. The orange-yellow body and amiable visage. The descending Pokemon was undoubtedly Dragonite. Dragonite, what brings you here? Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise. Shouldn't the Dragonite belonging to Mewtwo have long departed with its master? Alas, it mentioned a desire to embark on a journey, indicating that it no longer required my assistance in delivering messages, and thus I sought you out. Dragonite elucidated the situation with remarkable clarity, gazing earnestly at Lin Feng. Little did it anticipate that after being released by Mewtwo, its first destination would be Dragonite Island, where, after spending some time, it increasingly longed for the taste of that energy cube. It felt a tinge of regret for having preserved the last cube, which was subsequently seized by Mewtwo. It should have consumed it sooner. The more Dragonite pondered, the more frustrated it became, yet it was powerless against Mewtwo and could only blame itself. Ultimately, driven by the obsession over the stolen energy cube, it returned to the Donghua Alliance. I see, Lin Feng nodded, lifting his gaze to meet Dragonite's. Observing the yearning in its eyes, he inquired, have you come seeking sustenance? However, I am currently without provisions. Alas. Upon hearing this, Dragonite's demeanor visibly dimmed, but it quickly began to survey its surroundings. Having assisted Mewtwo in delivering messages for an extended period, its understanding of the human realm rivaled that of Shinado. With just a glance, it discerned that a Pokemon competition was underway nearby. Thus, Dragonite turned to Lin Feng, raising its claw, its sharp edges gleaming ominously, and let out a battle cry alas. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the imposing figure of Dragonite, hesitantly responding. Are you suggesting that I capture you and enlist your aid in battle to secure victory? Alas. Dragonite nodded affirmatively. Lin Feng's heart stirred with excitement. Dragonite, a quasi-legendary Pokemon from the first generation, possessed an extensive skill pool, including the ability to summon rain to assist Milotic in irrigating fields. With its rotund physique, One couldn't help but wonder what it would feel like to lounge upon it. Moreover, its strength was formidable, and it could soar through the skies, making it an invaluable assistant in construction endeavors. Had it been present during the last expansion of the irrigation channels, it could have greatly aided Shinado. However, its arrival now was fortuitous, as road repairs were anticipated in September and the costs remained uncertain. If Dragonite could assist him, significant transportation expenses could be mitigated. Once the gym was established, Dragonite could also aid him in battles. In an instant, Lin Feng contemplated all the potential contributions Dragonite could provide. Yet, a figure suddenly materialized in his mind, Mewtwo taking on a human form. Would capturing its Pokémon incite its ire? However, Lin Feng promptly shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Why dwell on that? At worst, I could prepare a few extra meals to appease it. With that, he retrieved a Pokeball, gazing at Dragonite. Let us proceed. Without hesitation, Dragonite made contact with the Pokeball, and after a series of chimes, it fell silent. Phew. Observing this scene, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, his brow lifting in delight. He yearned to raise the Pokeball in triumph with a classic proclamation, yet considering the crowd, he restrained the impulse. If capturing the Beedrill had been part of his plan, then Dragonite was an unexpected boon. As their conversation concluded, Lin Feng glanced at the time, discovering it was nearly 2:30. The defending battle was about to commence, yet the burly man seemed momentarily frozen. He couldn't help but remind him. The defending match is about to begin. Aren't you going to join? Match. The burly man snapped back to reality, staring at Lin Feng in shock. What had he just witnessed? A Dragonite of such colossal size, larger than his Machamp, descending and conversing with this young lad, only to become his Pokémon? It even claimed it would assist him in battles to secure the championship. From the speed observed earlier, it seemed even swifter than last year's champion trainer's Noivern. Was there still any suspense regarding the outcome of this match? The burly man fell into contemplation, refusing to engage Lin Feng further. Lin Feng, realizing that Dragonite's imposing presence had set expectations for the match, surveyed the crowd and noted that all eyes were upon him. Their astonishment palpable alongside the pervasive silence that encapsulated the arena. Whispers began to ripple through the onlookers. Dragonite. That young man has a Dragonite. My goodness. To witness such a Pokémon this year? It seems the champion of the defending match has already emerged. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a headache brewing, for he had previously committed to having his Talonflame and Superior battle, allowing Sweet Scent and Celio to observe their friends' duel. Yet, he had just made a promise to Dragonite. Thus, he could only entrust Shinado to oversee them. Lin Feng released Sweet Scent and Celio, placing Sweet Scent in Shinado's care. Shinado, please look after them. I must attend to the competition. Shinado accepted Sweet Scent, nodding in agreement. Originally, it intended to assist Lin Feng in claiming first place, but upon observing the other trainer's Pokémon, it realized its intervention was unnecessary. First place was still assuredly his. As the time for the defending match arrived, the trainers present hesitated, their gazes fixed upon Lin Feng, seemingly awaiting his cue. Amidst this scrutiny, Lin Feng, slightly exasperated, approached the arena, releasing his 3 Pokémon, Dragonite, Superior, and Talonflame. Let's go! Talonflame emerged with fervor, eyeing the trainers and their Pokémon below, eager to showcase the results of its training under Lin Feng. However, after waiting for a while, Talonflame realized no trainer had stepped forward to challenge. Observing the shadows on the ground, it suddenly felt something was amiss. There was an enormous Pokémon looming behind it, much larger than itself. Turning around, it beheld a creature several times its height, exuding an intimidating aura. Talonflame swallowed nervously and inched closer to Lin Feng, tugging at his pant leg. What is it? Lin Feng queried, puzzled by Talonflame's demeanor. Cheap. Talonflame cautiously pointed at the towering Dragonite behind it, seemingly questioning. That won't be my opponent, will it? I can't possibly win against it. Lin Feng chuckled reassuringly. Not at all. It is our ally. Chapter 106, Dragonite Defense. Although Dragonite appeared formidable, ultimately, one trainer dared to challenge it on stage, explicitly naming it as the target of his challenge. As the defending champion, Lin Feng had no authority to refuse, for the challenger needed to defeat the 3 Pokémon of the champion to claim victory. The champion, in turn, was obliged to release their 3 Pokémon beforehand, allowing the challenger to strategize accordingly based on type advantages. Regrettably for Talonflame, this match had turned into a mere illusion. The challenger was a young man, perhaps in his early 20s, reminiscent of a recent university graduate. His first Pokémon was Venusaur. Pokémon, Venusaur. Gender, male. Ability, Overgrow. Qualities, blue. Individual values. Strength, level 37-39. Skills, Vine Whip, Leech Seed, Grassy Terrain, Toxic, Substitute, Protect. The impetuousness of youth. After reviewing Venusaur's stats, Lin Feng surmised the strategy his opponent intended to employ. Nonetheless, he addressed Dragonite. Dragonite, be gentle. Just ensure you defeat them. Although he could see the panel of his Dragonite and was aware of its various skills, he had never commanded it in battle, fearing it might provoke an unfavorable reaction. Thus, for this match, Lin Feng decided to let it act independently. However, before the battle commenced, he cast a glance at the Shinado below, conveying a silent message to be vigilant in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Shinado nodded, gently communicating through telepathy, "Rest assured, I will keep watch over you." Lin Feng felt a surge of emotion. Shinado's tone seemed to assure him that he could venture forth without worry, as it would assist him in overcoming any obstacles. In truth, ever since Shinado arrived at the plantation, he had genuinely felt as though he were under its care. Yet, Lin Feng's words took on a different meaning in Dragonite's ears. Them? Dragonite glanced at the opposing Venusaur, realizing there was only one. It then surveyed the other trainer's Pokémon below, suddenly understanding that the implication was to defeat all of them. "Come on, brothers." The opposing trainer, feeling the urge to battle grow within him, issued a command to Venusaur the instant the match began. Grassy terrain. As a result, lush grass sprouted even atop the rocky ground. Excellent. Seeing the battlefield transformed, the trainer was elated and sought to command Venusaur to unleash its second skill, Toxic. However, before he could finish his sentence, Dragonite's claws ignited with fierce flames, crashing down like a shooting star. Flame Punch. The once verdant grassy terrain was instantly engulfed in flames, burning brightly with scattered sparks. Soon after, Dragonite soared into the sky, its form flickering, an invisible shockwave shimmering around it, and in the blink of an eye, it landed beside Venusaur, its powerful tail glistening as it struck. This was Quick Attack combined with Dragon Tail. With a resounding crack, Venusaur was left squinting in surprise. The trainer's delight swiftly morphed into astonishment. He had initially believed that with the grassy terrain activated, combined with Toxic and Substitute, he would have a fighting chance. Yet, the reality was that Venusaur hadn't even had the opportunity to use a substitute. Was this Dragonite truly that formidable? The opponent, a boy much younger than him. Was he truly a master-level trainer? Such terror. The trainer stared in shock at Lin Feng, ultimately retreating with Venusaur in defeat. As he watched the trainer withdraw with Venusaur, Dragonite turned its gaze towards the other trainers below, extending a claw with an audacious demeanor. This display left Lin Feng momentarily taken aback, for in his memory, Dragonite had always been gentle during their deliveries. When had it become so brazen? Nevertheless, its expression incensed the trainers below. What did that look mean? So arrogant. I refuse to believe it can defeat all our Pokémon. Come on, brothers. An hour later, only 5 trainers remained beneath the platform, while Dragonite still stood vigorous and triumphant. Virtually no Pokémon had withstood more than 2 of its attacks. One particular Pokémon, a Galarian Mr. Mime, managed to block a Dragon Breath with a combination of Misty Terrain and Light Screen, but was swiftly toppled by a torrent of flames. By now, no one dared to challenge the platform any longer. Dragonite looked quite pleased, as if reveling in a sense of revenge. For reasons unknown, it simply felt exhilarated. Perhaps it was due to having spent too long beside Mewtwo. It felt as though its own strength had diminished. Lin Feng, observing the trainers shaking their heads in despair, felt a pang of sympathy. He had envisioned various outcomes for this match, such as the robust Talonflame struggling to defeat the opponent's Pokémon, followed by the finishing touches from Superior and Shinado. Yet, he never anticipated such an ending. Dragonite had effortlessly vanquished all challengers. The primary factor was Dragonite's unwavering fighting spirit, though Lin Feng remained puzzled as to why it was so fervent. After the owner, Shufin, announced the results, Lin Feng awkwardly approached her with Dragonite and Shinado. "I apologize for what seems to be a premature conclusion to this defending match." Unexpectedly, she simply smiled, her face glowing with astonishment. "No, dear child. I should be the one expressing gratitude. After hosting these defending matches for so many years, they have remained rather lackluster due to the absence of formidable trainers. With your presence, I believe next year will attract many more exceptional trainers." "Is that so?" Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback. "Indeed," Shufin reiterated with a sigh of wonder. "It's hard to imagine you are a plantation owner. In all my years of hosting this defending match, I've never encountered such a remarkable plantation owner." She then inquired, "As for this year's 1/30th of the honey grapes, would you prefer to wait until they are sold, or shall I harvest them for you?" Feeling somewhat bashful from the praise, Lin Feng smiled lightly, knowing that Dragonite was not actually raised by him. However, regarding the honey grapes, he naturally opted for the latter. "I would like them fresh, not sold." "Very well," she replied. "If I pick them, a labor fee will be required. If sold, there will be none." "Understood." Lin Feng was not surprised by this, as even 1/30th of 100 acres of orchard constituted a substantial quantity. She nodded. "After 3 days, you may come to collect your honey grapes. However, do bear in mind, if the harvested honey grapes are not stored in a low-temperature environment, they should be fermented into wine as quickly as possible within 10 days. "All right," Lin Feng recalled that the purpose of this endeavor was also to produce wine, and thus looked at her with hopeful anticipation. I heard from Uncle Moo that you have a Pokémon called Pumpkaboo here, correct? Shufan's face broke into a kind smile. But her words caused Lin Feng's heart to sink. It would be quite normal to have Pumpkaboo for winemaking, but from your tone, it seems you wish to raise one? Unfortunately, my Pumpkaboo are quite rare and have been my longtime companions in winemaking. Chapter 107. The Ruler of 3 Honeybees, Sweet Sweet Honey. Dusk. An orange silhouette streaked across the horizon like a missile, ultimately landing on a flower-laden path. In mere minutes, Lin Feng, riding atop Dragonite, experienced an exhilarating rush of speed and thrill. It was no wonder Mewtwo chose Dragonite for deliveries, as its swiftness was unparalleled. Lin Feng could only perceive the howling wind roaring past his ears, while the scenery below blurred into streaks. In fact, even before Pidgeot had evolved, he had eagerly urged it to take him flying. At that time, Lin Feng felt that riding a Pokémon and soaring through the skies was an incredibly delightful experience. Indeed, flying Pokémon were the best. Upon landing, Dragonite was immediately drawn to the Pidgeots and Swablu perched in the pine trees. They took flight in a panic. But upon seeing Lin Feng descend from Dragonite, their alarm diminished. After Dragonite landed, it curiously surveyed the flowers on either side, noticing that they had blossomed beautifully since its last passage. These are newly planted flowers. Aren't they lovely? Lin Feng raised his hand to signal the Pidgeots and Swablu to return, glancing at the breeding house, which was now locked, indicating that Qin Shu had finished her workday. As he opened the door, the frost-covered fairies, who had been idly leaning against the counter, were the first to notice him. Their eyes lit up instantly, and they cheered. Frosty! Frosty, the small cakes are sold out today, sold out. Frosty is back. Lin Feng is back. Oh, observing their joyful expressions, Lin Feng felt all the weariness from his day outside dissipate. He approached the counter, ready to scoop up a frosted milk fairy for a delightful sniff. But at that moment, all the frosted milk fairies, as if they had seen something terrifying, scurried to hide beneath Lin Feng's shadow, emitting sounds of panic. Frosty? Frosty. So big. Frosty, monster. Lin Feng was taken aback and then turned to see the somewhat bewildered Dragonite standing at the door. Given that the doorway was merely 2 meters tall, its nearly 3-meter stature indeed appeared rather imposing, which left it distressed about how to enter without breaking the door. Boo-hoo. Dragonite, why don't you return to your Pokeball for now? Lin Feng, seeing its somewhat innocent expression, could only retrieve the Pokeball and gently store it inside. He then turned to the frosted milk fairies, reassuring them. It's all right. They are our new companions, just like the Superior. Speaking of Superior, Lin Feng felt a twinge of headache. After its evolution, Superior had grown to nearly 5 meters in length, and the treehouse that had once seemed a tad oversized for it was now, without a doubt, utterly uninhabitable. Moreover, Superior was reluctant to reside in a Pokeball. Thus it was in urgent need of a suitable habitat. And as for Dragonite, he would need to inquire about its preferred living conditions. Rubbing his temples, Lin Feng decided to set aside these worries. Such matters could not be resolved all at once. One step at a time. Frosty. At that moment, a frosted milk fairy adorned with a strawberry headpiece gently tapped his hand, then pulled a piece of white paper from beneath a bowl. Exclaiming joyfully, Frosty, a customer wishes to order a large cake. A customer wishes to order a large cake. It even repeated this twice. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. Is someone actually ordering a birthday cake? Frosty, yes, yes. Several frosted milk fairies nodded in unison. Let me see. Taking the white paper, Lin Feng examined it intently. Dear Lin, on September 15th, I captured a cater pie, which accompanied me through the toughest times. I know your culinary skills are exceptional. Thus I hope you can assist in creating a large cake that it would enjoy. Contact number, 1XXXXXX. Cater pie, if it was captured last year. It should have evolved into a bee drill by now, right? Lin Feng pondered briefly and swiftly recalled what type of cake bee drill might relish. Honey. A cake made with cream and honey would surely be to its liking, wouldn't it? With that thought, he smiled at the frosted milk fairies. Great. I will be counting on all of you. Frosty, okay. Frosty. One of the frosted milk fairies nodded enthusiastically and raised its hand. Frosty, let's go back. Carry us back. Now that work had ended, they naturally did not need to remain at the counter. They had only been there to await Lin Feng's return home. Very well. Lin Feng promptly gathered them one by one into his arms, placing them in their designated little bowls, and after feeding them a bit of berry salad, he proceeded to the garden. Just as he was about to step into the back garden to release all the Pokémon, 2 Coon flew over first. Buzz buzz, buzz buzz. They circled around Lin Feng, warmly inviting him to the beehive. They clamored for Lin Feng to come and see their honey-gathering success. When Lin Feng beheld the state of the beehive, his eyes widened in astonishment. The previously empty beehive now contained a substantial block of honey, roughly estimated to weigh at least 30 to 40 pounds. They had started gathering honey at noon, And now just a few hours later, you've produced this much? Taking a small knife from his storage ball, Lin Feng glanced at the two Coom. You've managed to make this much honey so quickly? May I take a bit? The Coom's eyes instantly narrowed with glee, buzzing. Yes, yes. They fluttered their wings, as if delighted by Lin Feng's praise. Carefully, Lin Feng cut out a piece of honey. Its luster was brilliant, shimmering and stretching without breaking. B-grade wildflower honey. Honey produced by Coom from wildflowers possesses a sweet and nourishing effect and is an excellent ingredient. Highly attractive to bee and butterfly Pokémon. B-grade sweet honey. Honey produced by Coom from sweet flower blossoms possesses a sweet and nourishing effect and is also a prime ingredient. The best food to lure Coom. A piece of honey, two distinct colors. The left side was a deeper hue, evidently sweet honey, while the right side was wildflower honey. Buzz buzz. The Coom's wings began to flutter again, signaling Lin Feng to quickly store the honey away as they were eager to resume their honey gathering. You all. Lin Feng paused, surprised by their fervor. Why are you all so industrious? Chapter 108, Dragonite's Belly Bounce. Buzz buzz. The three Coom, grouped together, wore puzzled expressions. Industrious? What does that mean? They merely felt that there were plenty of flowers and didn't want to delay the blooming season, wanting to gather more nectar for their queen. Lin Feng felt a surge of motivation from their diligent efforts. Industrious. Everyone should strive to do their best. After storing the honey in a glass jar that previously held Moo Moo milk into his storage ball, the Coom continued their diligent nectar collection. Lin Feng then entered the garden, releasing all the Pokémon he had brought along. Chubby Chick emerged, appearing somewhat melancholic. Clearly, it felt that it had no chance in the upcoming battle and had been hoping to showcase the fruits of its training before Sweet Bamboo and Seal Lion. However, now that he thought about it, those trainers' Pokémon seemed stronger than it. Winning might be a challenge. With this in mind, it felt less disheartened. But the next moment, two distinct sounds emanated from its belly. Gurgle gurgle. Lin Feng quickly turned his gaze towards it, his face registering understanding. Just a moment. I will prepare some food for you. Chubby Chick, yay. It immediately burst into cheers, and Lin Feng glanced at the other Pokémon that had followed him out. Noticing that they all bore expressions of fatigue, their eyes filled with anticipation as they looked at him. He realized that they were all likely hungry. Seal Lion. Sweet Bamboo. As Seal Lion and Sweet Bamboo emerged, they quietly distanced themselves from Dragonite, one clutching Lin Feng's pant leg while the other sidled up next to Shinader. They had witnessed Dragonite's formidable prowess in the arena, and no Pokémon seemed capable of withstanding its strike. Lin Feng observed this scene and suddenly remembered that he had yet to introduce Dragonite to everyone, so he bent down to pick up Sweet Bamboo. Oh right. This is our new companion who has joined the garden. It will likely stay here for quite some time. Why do I say for quite some time? Because Lin Feng was uncertain when Mewtwo would return to take Dragonite away. After saying this, he sought Shinader's assistance to use psychic power to bring the Milotic from the reservoir over, then swiftly set up the iron rack and iron plate. Indeed, Lin Feng planned to prepare dinner right here in the designated space set aside for a barbecue feast. Moreover, the ingredients were quite simple. The Pokémon feast primarily consists of energy cubes, complemented by honey-fried eggs, honey fruit salads, and honey-glazed ribs. These ingredients are typically stocked in the refrigerator, prompting Lin Feng to frequently visit the Wong Wong supermarket in the past. However, upon learning of this, the manager, Chi Hung, offered to send someone to deliver the supplies. Now, with the establishment of the BB Bird delivery service, things have become even more convenient. Each morning, he sends a BB Bird to fetch fresh ingredients from the supermarket. While Lin Feng was training his sturdy chicken to control the flames under the guise of temperature regulation for frying eggs, the Ice Vulpix curiously gazed at the Dragonite. Ing. Unlike the Sweet Bamboo and the Beach Ball Seal, which were frightened upon the Dragonite's arrival, the Ice Vulpix felt a strong interest in this creature, especially upon noticing its rotund belly. Ing. Hello. As an Ice Vulpix born beside Lin Feng, it exhibited a notably bold demeanor. Perhaps its carefree nature stemmed from a life untouched by hardship, born with a silver spoon. Even in the presence of the seemingly formidable Dragonite, the Ice Vulpix showed no signs of fear. Woo, hello. Upon noticing that a Pokémon was finally willing to engage with it, the Dragonite's expression brightened. It squatted down, observing the diminutive Ice Vulpix. It had just witnessed the antics of the Beach Ball Seal and Sweet Bamboo, as well as the startled Frostlass upon entering. Such experiences had left it feeling quite disheartened. Was it truly that intimidating in appearance? Ing. Why are you so big? The Dragonite was momentarily taken aback by the question. Woo. We grow this large after evolving. It couldn't very well admit that it had been nurtured to this size by its mother, could it? Ing, is that so? The Ice Vulpix pondered this while glancing at its own paws. It recalled that it had not been as large upon its birth, and indeed, it had grown a bit since then. It seemed that one day, after evolving, it too could attain such size, just like its elder sister, the Superior. With that thought in mind, It looked at the Dragonite's belly. A sudden impulse arose within its mind, prompting it to ask, "Ing, could you lie down?" The Dragonite, puzzled by the little one's request, complied nonetheless, as this was the first Pokémon in the garden willing to converse with it. Its massive form sprawled across a large patch of grass. The Ice Vulpix, intrigued by the sight of the reclining Dragonite, leaped onto its belly. It first tested the softness with its paws, ensuring that the Dragonite could support its weight, and upon confirming, it joyfully began to bounce atop the Dragonite's belly. Ing, what a comfortable belly. The Dragonite, observing the playful Ice Vulpix, fell into a reverie. Though it typically disliked ice and fairy-type Pokémon, it found this little one utterly endearing. It recalled its own days as a Dratini, when the elders on the island would praise its cuteness. In retrospect, it realized that it was likely quite similar to the current Ice Vulpix. The Dragonite lifted its head slightly, squinting its eyes in affectionate amusement at the Vulpix atop its belly. Sweet Bamboo, accompanying the Shinado, witnessed this scene and felt a twinge of excitement. This formidable Pokémon, though appearing quite large, didn't seem so terrifying after all. Shinado gently inquired, "Shinai, would you like to play?" Sweet Bamboo looked up at Shinado, eyes sparkling and mouth curving into a crescent, softly responding, Tion, yes." "Then let us go?" Shinado smiled warmly, using psychic power to carefully place Sweet Bamboo onto the Dragonite's belly. The moment she landed, she was hugged by the little Vulpix, eliciting sounds of surprise and joy as they bounced atop the Dragonite's belly. Chapter 109, Honey Fried Eggs. With catnip, he added catnip. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, engrossed in frying eggs, beamed at the delightful scene before him. The Dragonite was indeed as gentle-natured as he had imagined. After frying 10 eggs and plating them, he noticed the change in temperature on the griddle and glanced at the sturdy chicken beside him. It was fanning flames eagerly, saliva nearly dripping, perhaps due to its salivation. The flames grew even hotter. Reflecting on this, Lin Feng earnestly advised, "Control the intensity of your flames. If you can manage the heat amidst temptation, your proficiency and skills will undoubtedly improve significantly." The sturdy chicken remained silent, focused on breathing fire, though it sensed that its trainer was once again delivering one of his motivational speeches. Let us consider it from another angle. If you can't control the flames, the eggs won't taste good, and you'll end up with all the unpalatable eggs. The sturdy chicken. Upon hearing this, it cautiously regulated its internal energy, fearing that Lin Feng would ruin the flavor. Chuckling softly at the gullibility of the sturdy chicken, Lin Feng turned his attention back to the griddle, where one side of the egg was sizzling to perfection. He added a touch of honey and seasonings to the still runny side before flipping it over. He also turned the ribs that were frying on the side. When it came to frying eggs, given the number of Pokémon he had, preparing 100 would not be excessive. After all, besides the sturdy chicken, there were also 20 BB birds and Pidgeys. Recalling the BB birds, Lin Feng glanced up at the pine tree. Counting, he noted that there were still 21 BB birds and Pidgeys, which relieved him. It seemed that Mew had not departed yet. After frying these 10 eggs, Lin Feng examined their details. A-grade honey-fried eggs made with sweet honey, possessing a comforting sweetness that enhances feelings of happiness. Culinary Effect 1. Consuming them grants Pokémon a strong sense of happiness for a brief period. Culinary Effect 2. With long-term use, it accelerates Pokémon's energy absorption, strengthening digestion. Huh? Lin Feng nodded, pleased with the effect. At least for the sturdy chicken. It would be beneficial. The more it ate, the quicker its digestion, allowing it to evolve again soon. Then, seemingly struck by a thought, Lin Feng walked to a certain spot in the garden, plucking a handful of leaves. After crushing them into a paste, he set them aside for later use. He resumed frying eggs, occasionally adding a bit of the paste. The frying went swiftly. In just a few minutes, 100 eggs were ready, exuding an enticing sweet aroma. He glanced at the details of the eggs he had just prepared. A-grade honey-fried eggs made with sweet honey and mint, possessing a comforting sweetness that enhances feelings of happiness, with an even greater effect on cat-type Pokémon, emitting an irresistible fragrance for them. Culinary Effect 1. Consuming them grants Pokémon a strong sense of happiness for a brief period. Culinary Effect 2. With long-term use, it accelerates Pokémon's energy absorption. Wow. Looking at the information of these 10 fried eggs, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel delighted. This mint had been planted after the day the ivy snake got drunk, and to ensure it thrived before Mew's departure, he had even used high-quality fertilizer. He called out to the Pokémon playing nearby, urging them to come and eat rather than continue their games. Then, it turned its gaze towards the sky, calling out to the Pidgey and Pidgeotto, "Come, join us." Pidgey, perched atop the pine tree, had accompanied Lin Feng on a leisurely stroll outside, but found little amusement in it. However, it had spotted a Dragonite nearby, emanating a familiar aura, and followed it back to the plantation. This encounter sparked a realization within Pidgey. It understood that it must seek out that Pokémon carrying its own essence to uncover the mystery surrounding it. Thus, Pidgey resolved that after tonight's meal, It would take its leave, bidding farewell to this human and revealing its true identity, anticipating the surprise that would grace the human's face upon witnessing its transformation. The mere thought brought Pidgey a sense of delight. As Pidgey pondered, an enticing aroma wafted up from below, growing increasingly irresistible, compelling it to bounce restlessly atop the pine tree. Finally, just as it felt it could no longer contain itself, the humans below called for them to descend. Pidgey was rewarded with several of the delectable fried eggs, eyeing its own portion while glancing at the others. Compared to the rest, its egg appeared only slightly greener. What could account for such an enticing fragrance? "Oh my, how fragrant!" it nearly exclaimed, and, unable to resist, it delicately grasped the egg with its beak, savoring the moment with exhilaration coursing through its body. This excitement led to an odd scene. Among the flock of Pidgeys, it was the only one swaying its body, occasionally fluttering its wings, drawing the attention of the other Pokémon. Eventually, one Pidgey flapped its wings at it, asking, "What are you doing?" "That's rather peculiar." Another inquired, "Don't you like this? Then let me have it." Only then did Pidgey snap back to reality, hastily securing its prize and declaring, "No, no." As it tore into the egg, relishing each bite, its face wore an expression of pure ecstasy. Yet, as the thrill subsided, an internal conflict emerged. Should it depart tomorrow, or perhaps the day after? Meanwhile, Lin Feng observed it from the corner of his eye, preparing to stifle a laugh, but was abruptly taken aback by the system's announcement. "Congratulations, host. The joy value of Mew has increased from 10 to 70. Rewards: 10 bags of premium fertilizer, 3 rare candies, and a single eyelash from Mew, a lash imbued with Mew's genes, seemingly suitable for culinary purposes." Chapter 110, Bound by the Superior? This was a setup by Lin Feng. Whenever a premium reward was acquired, the system would announce it. But Mew's eyelash for cooking? Those two pieces of information seemed utterly incongruous. Pondering the rewards, Lin Feng found himself baffled and decided to store them in the system space for future examination. However, considering the system's special rewards, Lin Feng continued frying pork chops while reflecting. He had already amassed a considerable collection of special rewards, including hundreds of skill discs. Initially, he intended to check daily for which skill discs suited each of his Pokémon, but as the rewards piled up, he gradually abandoned that plan, allowing them to accumulate in the system space. There were also various rewards, such as sacred feathers, silver feathers, calming bells, and bent spoons that he needed to examine at some point. This thought fleetingly crossed Lin Feng's mind before he focused intently on frying the pork chops. Once the exterior turned a light golden brown, glistening with a honeyed sheen and easily pierced with a skewer, the pork chop was deemed ready. He glanced at the culinary outcome and noted it was merely a B-grade dish, providing only a slight boost to happiness. Thus, he shifted his focus to the fried eggs. However, when he placed the finished pork chops on the table, he was taken aback to find that the 60 fried eggs he had arranged had vanished in an instant. "Goodness, are you all gluttons?" "Ing, so delicious," Vulpix chirped, sitting atop Dragonite's claw, wiping its mouth with its paw and emitting soft, sweet sounds. The Dragonite behind it contentedly patted its belly. After a long journey, the last morsel of energy block was but a distant memory. Now, Dragonite found the fried eggs far more delectable. It wondered why Mewtwo had insisted on searching for more trainers to experience interactions with various Pokémon and trainers. Wasn't it wonderfully blissful to stay here? Sighing in resignation, Lin Feng set down the pork chop and resumed frying eggs from his storage ball. Eventually, the 300 eggs he had stored were devoured, concluding this grand dinner. According to Lin Feng's rough estimate, the muscular chicken had consumed over 40, while Dragonite had feasted on 60, indicating that the title of the number 1 glutton might soon be contested. After dinner, once Lin Feng had tidied up, he finally settled down, placing his hand on Dragonite's belly. Unsurprisingly, it felt soft and warm. "Dragonite, would you mind staying in your Pokeball for now? Tomorrow, I'll have a construction team come by to build you a slightly larger wooden house in the garden." "Mew, all right." Dragonite nodded in agreement, expressing no objections. It had thoroughly enjoyed the day. Not only had it vented its frustrations during Pokémon battles, but it had also savored the delightful fried eggs it had never tasted before. The profound happiness it felt was all thanks to the human before it. Seeing Lin Feng caressing its belly, Dragonite couldn't resist wrapping its arms around him. Oh. Lin Feng found himself enveloped in softness, momentarily taken aback, but then he surrendered to the embrace, extending his arms in return, feeling the plushness. He then recalled Dragonite into its Pokeball. Next, he inquired about shiny Gardevoir's mastery of the curse power. She responded that she could now maintain the curse for approximately 2.5 hours. Lin Feng nodded appreciatively, from half an hour to 2.5 hours. Shiny Gardevoir, now at level 80, had only taken a little over a week to achieve this. It appeared that soon, during the nighttime, she would be able to remain in the breeding house without being separated from them. It seemed he ought to prepare a room for her as well. Finally, Lin Feng turned to Superior, retrieving its Pokeball. However, before he could speak, Superior rejected his idea, exclaiming, "No, I don't want to go in." It had spent the entire day inside. Although it could sense Lin Feng outside, the Pokeball felt like an invisible barrier, obstructing their connection, and it vehemently resisted such confinement. Lin Feng made no further attempts to persuade it, retracting the Pokeball and stating, "All right then, follow me." He led Superior to his room, using his psychic abilities to clear the floor, then fetched a blanket from the cupboard, laying it down. He also took out its quilt from the treehouse and spread it atop the blanket, creating a cozy little nest. "All right, you can sleep here, right beside me. How does that sound?" Superior looked momentarily taken aback, then a smile crept across its face. "All right." Luckily, the house was spacious enough. Lin Feng sighed, reflecting on the simplicity of his room's decor. To the right stood a large bed, accompanied by a desk nearby. On the left side was the entrance door, along with a wardrobe leaning against the wall. Centrally positioned on the wall was a removable treehouse, while the rest of the space remained largely unoccupied. With the recent addition of a carpet, the arrangement felt just right. The curled tail of the monarch serpent elegantly utilized the available space, though a leaf-decorated inn seemed somewhat at a loss, ultimately resting upon Lin Feng's bed. This piqued the interest of the ice six tails, which, upon spotting the tail, brightened with excitement and reached out with its claws to seize it. Yet, as if equipped with an automatic evasion mechanism, the tail deftly slipped away. Ing-ing. The little six tails, frustrated by its failure, furrowed its brow and pouted, leaping to another spot to try again. However, the monarch serpent's tail was not so easily caught. Relishing the playful chase with the little six tails, time and again, it gracefully dodged. Lin Feng, observing the amusing spectacle, felt a stirring urge to join in. At last, after the little six tails missed once more, his hand darted forward with remarkable swiftness, accurately grasping the wriggling tail. He erupted into gleeful laughter. "Haha, I've caught it." Yet, before his laughter could fully escape, it abruptly transformed into a scream. For the tail he had seized seemed to react instinctively, swiftly coiling around him from tail to body, lifting him off the ground and presenting him before the monarch serpent. Chapter 111. A convergence of events. My apologies for my impulsiveness. Lin Feng gulped nervously as he met the proud gaze of the monarch serpent, close enough to feel its imposing presence. He finally recognized the transformation that had occurred in the evolved monarch serpent. Its aura. This presence was utterly captivating. If the initial vine snake exuded a blend of aloofness and charm, and the ivy snake radiated a youthful arrogance, then the current monarch serpent embodied the essence of a lofty ruler. This aura rendered him instinctively hesitant to approach. The monarch serpent cast a sidelong glance at him, then shifted its gaze to the tail still clutched in his hand, silently questioning whether it was time to release it. "That area is rather sensitive. Ahem, my apologies." Realizing he was still gripping its tail, Lin Feng quickly let go, glancing at it with a sheepish expression. Could you perhaps let me go?" The monarch serpent gradually loosened its hold on him, giving him a sidelong look that seemed to convey, "You used to cuddle me as a child. Now you can't even bear to hold me." Lin Feng. Is this really a hug? This is certainly not a gentle embrace. With a flick of its tail, the monarch serpent disregarded its trainer and lay down, closing its eyes. Lin Feng, having landed on the bed, paid no further mind, instead glancing at the monarch serpent status panel. Pokémon, monarch serpent, gender, female, ability, contrarian, talent, golden individual values, HP, 282, attack, 221, special attack, 292, defense, 281, special defense, 242, speed, 313, strength, level 4146, skills, vine whip, leech seed, glaring gaze of the serpent. It appeared that with a bit of nurturing, it had grown to such a level. After observing the now over 40-level monarch serpent, he mumbled to himself, then returned his focus to the curious little six tails before turning off the lights. The following day, August 29th. Upon waking, Lin Feng noticed the little six tails sprawled across his abdomen. He carefully lifted it off and placed it on the bed. Just as he was about to move, he felt a serpent tail resting on his calf. Upon closer inspection, it belonged to the monarch serpent. He gently set the tail down, rubbing his fingers together as he made his way outside, internally lamenting, "So smooth, I wish to continue stroking it." The monarch serpent is still asleep. Perhaps I should go pet the Minccino instead? However, he soon shook his head. Unless something unforeseen occurred, today promised to be a busy one. Inspired by the earlier encounter with the 3B drills, he resolved to put in a diligent effort. First, he rose to check the breeding house, satisfied to find that the dream Pokémon had returned with a tree fruit before heading to the plantation. He then called Huba, only to learn that their team was currently occupied with renovations at a dessert shop in Wudong City and would likely be unavailable until tomorrow. After pondering the previous day's performance of the Dragonite, He concluded that it could remain in the Pokeball for a couple of days without issue. Nonetheless, he summoned it and clearly explained the situation. Ooh, it's all right, it's all right. Upon hearing the explanation, Dragonite expressed that it had no qualms. In truth, it felt somewhat embarrassed, sensing that even without its participation, that Gardevoir could have helped this human secure first place. Thus, it felt as though it were merely enjoying the fruits of another's labor. How could it dare to make further requests of this human? Releasing Dragonite back into its Pokeball, Linfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Next, he roused the slumbering Machoke for a morning run. Afterward, he gathered a bundle of grass harvested by Rotom and returned to the kitchen. He had promised to create a new flavor of rice dumplings for the Miltanks, a vow he could not forget. The preparation process bore little difference from that of the previous milk dumplings, save for substituting the Moo Moo milk with sweet honey. Half an hour later, Linfeng opened the steamer to reveal dozens of dumplings, exuding a delicate sweetness. A-grade grass dumpling crafted from a blend of various ingredients. Culinary Effect 1. Upon consumption, Grass-type Pokémon will experience an increase in skill proficiency for a brief period. Culinary Effect 2. When consumed by Pokémon, skills that affect plants will undergo a miraculous mutation, granting a chance for plants to exhibit unusual variations. Upon reading the culinary effects, Linfeng paused in surprise. Skills that affect plants. Wasn't that the grass terrain of the Monarch Serpent? He would test it once it awoke. Shaking his head, he packed the dumplings into a large bag, using psychic energy to transport them to the barn. As fate would have it, the Miltanks were just waking up. Upon seeing Linfeng, they erupted into joyful, hurried calls. Moo Moo, milk, hurry up and milk us. Moo Moo, so fragrant, so fragrant. Today's flavor is different from before, it carries the scent of the barn. Moo Moo, we're full. Observing the increasingly impatient Miltanks, Linfeng felt a sense of resignation. It seemed he would need to regulate their food intake moving forward. Having neglected to limit their feeding yesterday, the Miltanks were already somewhat bloated this morning. He poured the honey grass dumplings into their feeding troughs, found a small stool, and retrieved a bucket from his storage ball to begin milking them. Thus, while the Miltanks savored Linfeng's service, they indulged in the dumplings. Moo Moo, so fragrant and very sweet. Moo Moo, new ingredients added, delicious. Oh Moo Moo, so comfortable. After milking 7 buckets, Linfeng used his psychic power to carefully bottle the milk in purchased glass containers and sent them to the breeding house. With the quality of Moo Moo milk on the rise, its price had also increased significantly. However, ever since the arrival of the BB Bird Courier, he needn't worry about sales. Once he had finished these tasks, Linfeng turned his attention to the land. With September approaching, crops such as watermelons and spicy tomatoes were nearing the end of their season. Only a few late-planted ones were still bearing fruit, and it seemed unnecessary to keep them any longer. This required some clearing. Replow the fields, apply fertilizers, contemplate what seasonal vegetables to plant, or perhaps reconfigure the layout to expand the area designated for fruit trees. Furthermore, preparations must be made for the containers needed to brew honey grape wine 3 days hence. This was a query Linfeng posed to the owner of Shufen Garden before departing from Winetown. She mentioned that honey grape wine is typically brewed in oak barrels. Thus, he must seek out manufacturers of such barrels. At that moment, Qin Shu arrived at the plantation, bearing unfortunate news. She announced that she was about to start school. Oh no, the situation compounded itself. Chapter 112, Redistribution. School starts on September 1st and 2nd, correct? Indeed, the girl replied earnestly, her face alight with anticipation. Just over a week ago, her Squirtle had evolved into a Wartortle, significantly enhancing its strength. Once school commenced, there would be a placement test, the content of which would naturally involve Pokémon battles. It is worth noting that during the previous semester's final evaluations, her Squirtle had been the subject of ridicule for its clumsiness. This term, she intended to demonstrate what it meant to make a remarkable comeback after the summer break. How the tides can turn in just a few months. Sighed Linfeng. Well, do inform me when you are set to leave. MHM, Qin Shu. Oblivious to the sorrow etched on Linfeng's face, cheerfully returned to the nurturing house. Only Linfeng remained, feeling a touch of melancholy. This sense of despondency was quickly noticed by the suddenly appearing Shinado. It fluttered to Linfeng's side, gazing at his troubled expression, and gently stroked his head. Shauna, what troubles you? The unexpected appearance of Shinado did not startle Linfeng. He shook his head and, looking at the caring Shinado, admitted, it's nothing of great consequence. Merely the employee at the shop, you know? Shinado nodded, certainly aware of that employee, a person of pure heart. She is heading off to school. Thus my employee will no longer be around. Linfeng expressed with a hint of sadness. Other matters were easily resolved. For instance, regarding the oak barrels, a quick inquiry to Rotom would suffice. Even if it required assistance from Dragonite and other regions to transport several storage balls, it could be managed. The current plots of land could be swiftly tended to by the Diglett. However, the nurturing house necessitated supervision. Lin Feng glanced at Shinado, then shook his head vigorously. Although Shinado could indeed oversee the shop, if he were to request its assistance, it would entail it arriving at 8 in the morning to collect fruit and produce energy cubes all morning, occasionally helping with some farming tasks, turning into a grueling schedule that extended from 6 in the morning until 8 or 9 at night without any breaks. Alas, he lamented, if I were to impose such demands, I would truly be left in a lurch. A thought flickered through Lin Feng's mind. He needed a Pokémon adept at guarding the premises. Which Pokémon could serve this purpose? How about a Dedenne? But would it be too small? Perhaps a Mimikyu? A Pokémon skilled in household chores should also be able to manage the shop, right? After much deliberation, Lin Feng concluded that a Dedenne would be the best choice. Thus, he summoned Rotom and eagerly inquired if there were any Pokémon houses selling Dedenne. However, the latter's response caused his expression to fall. Rotom, with a hint of regret, stated, Rotom is currently searching, please hold. Apologies, Master, but within the Donghua Alliance, no breeding bases for Dedenne have been found. It was not surprising that Dedenne was scarce, primarily residing in the Galar and Paldea regions. Lin Feng then checked for other options, and while both Dedenne and Mimikyu were available, he felt uneasy about the latter too and ultimately chose not to pursue them. With a sudden inspiration, he glanced at the sky and the Mew floating above. It should be able to transform into a Dedenne, right? Yet, he quickly chuckled at his own notion. Letting Mew handle finances? It would likely leave the customers utterly bewildered. It was perhaps best to let it remain immersed in its own world. Rotom, please assist me in searching for where I can acquire wine containers, preferably oak barrels. Understood. Searching now. Found it. In the Northwest region, there is a facility that specializes in oak barrels imported from the Paldea region. The information provided was indeed valuable, prompting Rotom to display a smile. Excellent. Please establish contact with them, stating that Lin Feng. He paused, contemplating the substantial area of the orchard. How much honey grapefruit can 1/3 of that yield? First, please check how much honey grapefruit can be produced per acre. Rotom promptly provided the answer. Under typical conditions, an acre could yield between 3,000 to 5,000 pounds of honey grapefruit, though mismanagement might reduce the yield to only 1,000 to 2,000 pounds. Lin Feng nodded, opting to calculate based on the higher figure of 5,000, translating to 25,000 pounds from 5 acres. Since 1 pound of honey grapefruit could yield approximately 0.6 pounds of honey grape wine, that would equate to 15,000 pounds of honey grape wine. Given that each oak barrel holds 250 liters, he decided to order 100 barrels. Understood, Rotom. Rotom immediately contacted the supplier, and soon relayed the message that the owner's stated delivery might take some time due to the distance. No worries. I'll send Dragonite on a trip when the time comes. This posed no concern for Lin Feng at present, and the storage of the wine was easily resolved. With autumn approaching and temperatures gradually dropping, the finished wine could be stored in the barn. With this issue addressed, his spirits lifted as he turned to the final matter of what to plant in the remaining fields. Personally, he leaned towards fruit trees, as they were the only crops that could be converted into superior energy cubes for greater profit. However, the delightful sweet grass dumplings he had crafted today sparked a new hypothesis. Different plants would undoubtedly yield varied results, so planting some seasonal vegetables could also enrich his culinary repertoire. Contemplating swiftly, Lin Feng adeptly allocated the distribution of the land. Oh, I might as well utilize some of the reward fruit seeds to diversify the types of energy cubes produced in the nurturing house. After days of operating the nurturing house, he felt as though his system space resembled a treasure trove, filled with rewards garnered from various Pokémon due to their enjoyment of delectable treats. However, these rewards were rather basic, leading to a dilemma of choice. For instance, the variety of fruit seeds in his system space was considerable, yet the designated fruit area was limited, allowing for a maximum of only about 50 trees. In the end, Lin Feng resolved, let us plant a little of each. Shinado, please assist me in harvesting all these vegetables. Shauna, of course. While Lin Feng pondered and conversed with Rotom, Shinado stood nearby, sporting a gentle smile, seemingly eager to observe how he would resolve his inner turmoil. Now that it appeared he had devised a solution, all that remained for her was to assist with the aftermath, or at least, that was her perspective. Chapter 113, Becoming a Master of All Types? When Xiaoxiao, the superior, and Vulpix emerged from their slumber, the outside world had undergone a remarkable transformation. The land, once sown with spicy berries and watermelons, had been thoroughly turned over. Within the fields, a Diglett was diligently tilling the soil, while Lin Feng scattered seeds in its wake, and Milotic filled the reservoir, the water flowing precisely to each seed's designated spot with a cheerful biu-biu. Though the pace of the Minccino was languid, it tirelessly sprayed water from its mouth behind. Without a moment's hesitation, it glided into the area, poised to unleash its grassy terrain. However, the trainer called out to it, wait, Superior, try this first. Lin Feng produced the sweet grass dumpling he had set aside earlier. Curious, Superior swam closer, extending 2 vines from the back of its neck to catch the dumpling. Upon tasting it, it found the flavor peculiar. Compared to the previous dumpling, this one was merely a touch sweeter. Why the insistence on it? Nevertheless, it dismissed the thought as it witnessed the trainer plant all the seeds, releasing a surge of verdant energy. In an instant, the entire plantation was enveloped in a green energy field, and under its influence, the freshly sown seeds began to sprout and grow rapidly, breaking through the soil. This spectacle left Lin Feng somewhat astonished. He knew that he had not yet scattered any fertilizer. The grassy terrain of Superior was becoming increasingly outrageous. The scene reminded him of a Pokémon movie he had watched, featuring Pikachu and Coco, which included a Pokémon named Sceptile, known for its ability to rapidly foster plant growth. Given Superior's current prowess, was it edging towards that direction? Speaking of fostering, 2 Pokémon sprang to Lin Feng's mind, one being the equine-like Galade, and the other, Xerneas. The former possessed the ability to enrich the land and ensure bountiful harvests, while the latter could rejuvenate forests. If they were to aid in nurturing plants, would he not be able to cultivate whatever he desired? As for Xerneas, he pondered where it stood in time. Was it still slumbering? Had Ash from the Kanto region embarked on his journey? Yet, with Mewtwo already contemplating hosting a tournament, he too must be setting out soon. If not already on his way, Lin Feng's thoughts wandered. This speculation was not unfounded, as the East China Alliance had already introduced Rotom phones. Although this area was renowned for its advanced network, the presence of such technology here hinted at a swift spread to other regions. At that point, his breeding house might finally gain recognition across the entire region. Yip yip. The sound of a Vulpix at his feet jolted him from his reverie. Lin Feng wished to scoop it up for a gentle pat, but upon glancing down at his hands, caked in dirt, he opted to wash them in the reservoir first. He then turned to the still spraying Milotic, and an idea from the morning began to stir within him. Come, Milotic, let me touch you. Milotic halted its spray and lowered its head. Yay! Lin Feng exclaimed as he climbed onto its body and gazed at the waterway flowing alongside the river outside. Unable to resist exclaiming, let us rush out and enjoy the breeze. Having been busy all morning, he was already sweating profusely, and the novelty of riding a Dragonite had reignited his enthusiasm. He had never ridden a Milotic through the water before. Yay! Yay! Milotic cheered, and then surged forward with Lin Feng aboard. Yip yip! The ice Vulpix, initially observing from the shore, could not help but leap onto Milotic's back. Accusing Lin Feng with a plaintive, yip yip, Lin Feng chuckled, picking it up. All right, you can come along. Among all the Pokémon, it was the most curious and innocent. They glided past the reservoir and the widened waterway, now fully capable of accommodating Milotic. Yet, barring extraordinary circumstances, Milotic remained reluctant to venture out. Although Lin Feng had encouraged it to explore, it seemed to revel in the sanctuary of the reservoir. Sometimes, while milking the mill tank outside, Lin Feng would catch glimpses of Milotic hidden beneath the shimmering surface, as if secretly watching him. To the left of the waterway was an open space, while to the right lay the flower beds Lin Feng had planted. A short distance ahead, behind the flower beds, lay many abandoned farmhouses, once home to the residents of Wudong Town, now long vacated. Milotic glided gracefully through the channel, occasionally glancing back at its trainer, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Attracted by the flower beds, some customers approached to admire them, but upon lifting their eyes, they spotted a nearly breathtaking figure gliding behind the flower beds. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed loudly, Milotic! Wow, what a beautiful Milotic! His exclamation instantly drew the attention of everyone around. However, they quickly noticed Lin Feng perched atop Milotic. The taut string of anticipation snapped. Wow, I've seen that Milotic featured in Douyin, even in a video. Its beauty was astounding, but seeing it in person, my goodness. Don't get me wrong, I thought it was edited. Seeing it up close rendered the notion of editing an insult to its beauty. And what else with Lin Feng? He is so lazy. Aside from creating energy cubes and food every day, he hardly ever shows up. Shouldn't a typical breeding house also offer massage and skill training services for guest Pokémon? At this moment, Lin Feng, riding on Milotic, found himself pondering a curious question. If he were to establish a gym in the future, what type should he specialize in? He realized that his Pokémon types seemed rather eclectic. Psychic, water, fire, fighting, flying, fairy, ice, grass, dragon, bug. Except for the Kakuna. Even his little Vulpix had reached elite status. However, he soon dispelled his indecision. Why not become a multi-type gym leader? Perhaps challengers must face each type to earn a badge? Imagining how challengers would react in the future made Lin Feng smile, his lips curling upward. Suddenly, a chill swept across his face. He looked down to find the mischievous Vulpix sporting a sly grin, blowing a puff of icy mist at him. What are you doing, Vulpix? Chapter 114, The Evolution of Seal. September 1st, dusk, the glow of the setting sun enveloped the town like an artist's canvas. Observing the scene before him, Lin Feng felt a twinge of sorrow. Qin Shu, with a spatial backpack slung over her shoulders, was bidding him farewell. Having obtained her trainer's certificate, she was eager to complete her academic subjects and embark on her journey. The East China Alliance, while not as lenient on novice trainers as other regions, was still manageable. After passing the trainer's certification exam and the requisite academic subjects, one could set forth on their journey early. Thus, Lin Feng offered his advice. "All right, Brother Feng." The girl responded with a cheerful nod, preparing to leave. "Wait," Lin Feng called after her, tossing out a storage ball. "When you venture out, be cautious. The world can be perilous. Don't worry your parents, and remember to send letters or call home. This contains some energy cubes for your Squirtle. Don't let it go hungry." Hastily catching the storage ball, Qin Shu had no time to inspect it before Lin Feng waved her off. "Go on now, or you might miss the last bus." Upon hearing this, she nodded, stowing the storage ball away, her eyes sparkling as she dashed toward the town's exit. Once she reached the outskirts, she couldn't help but glance back one last time. Though the site of the cultivation house was no longer visible, a glance towards the depths of the town revealed a vibrant tapestry of blooming flowers, along with customers gradually preparing to depart. The atmosphere here was increasingly lively. A thought surfaced in her mind. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would soon embark on her journey after completing her cultural studies to pursue her dreams. A customer, seemingly in his 40s, observed Qin Shu waiting for the bus beside him and could not help but inquire, "Little Shu, with that backpack, are you off to school? Or are you setting out on a trip?" Without hesitation, she replied, "To school, and then to travel." "Ah, how splendid. School is quite wonderful. With your brother's remarkable talent for crafting energy cubes, it would be fantastic if you became a Pokémon master." He chuckled. "How could I possibly compare to Brother Feng?" "Oh, the bus is here." Watching Qin Shu fade into the distance, Lin Feng sorrowfully shut the shop door. There would be no other cashier as capable as her. He placed various types of energy cubes into Qin Shu's storage ball, sufficient for her Kamekame turtle to evolve. As for the evolution that followed, that would be her own endeavor. With no time to dwell on Qin Shu's departure, Lin Feng swiftly shifted his focus to Shinado. "Come, Shinado, let us brew some wine. The honey grapes and oak barrels just arrived today." 25,000 pounds of honey grapes would take him an eternity to ferment alone, hence the necessity for Shinado's assistance. However, even with Shinado's help, he doubted they could finish it tonight, as she could only remain until around midnight. "Shauna." Shinado nodded and soared towards the plantation. Inspired, Lin Feng also directed his body to fly towards the plantation. Though he lacked Shinado's finesse, he marveled at the utility of psychic abilities. Upon reaching the barn, Lin Feng first retrieved all the oak barrels stored in his storage ball, arranging them neatly in various stalls of the barn, filling every available space. He then summoned Qiuqiu Seal and Minas, using a large basin placed at the intersection of the barn and garden, instructing Minas and Qiuqiu Seal to spray water into the basin. Thus, the water used to wash the honey grapes would flow into the garden rather than remain in the barn. He then took out the storage ball, began placing honey grapes into the basin, and added a pinch of salt to commence the cleansing process. Naturally, he could not wash them by hand. His psychic powers, combined with Shinado's, could handle this task effortlessly. The cleaned fruit could then be wrapped in psychic energy and sent into the oak barrels. There was, however, an additional step involved. The honey grapes needed to be crushed. This reminded Lin Feng of the winemaking process from his previous life, which bore a resemblance. Yet, the last step typically involved stomping the grapes. Crushing over 20,000 pounds of grapes by foot would be a daunting task. Moreover, he had only Pokémon. Even Sweet Bamboo had yet to evolve. Thankfully, Shinado's psychic abilities proved convenient, as she could easily separate the pulp from the skin with a gentle squeeze. As they worked, Qiuqiu Seal, feeling fatigued, was the first to falter, but it refrained from voicing its exhaustion immediately, wanting to contribute to its trainer. However, Lin Feng quickly noticed the situation. "If you're tired, take a break. Minas can handle it." Qiuqiu Seal insisted it was still capable, yet in reality, it staggered, nearly collapsing, until Shinado promptly enveloped it in psychic energy. "It's all right. You've done wonderfully," Lin Feng reassured, gently patting the little creature's head. Qiuqiu Seal's expression transformed into one of determination. Since arriving here, all it had done was eat and drink, while other Pokémon in the plantation managed to assist in some capacity. Even the Torchic that had come along had evolved into a Combuskin, occasionally running with its trainer while also preparing meals. Sweet Bamboo was also able to provide juice for the trainer. Once insecure, Qiuqiu Seal had long contemplated how it too could help after evolving. Yet now, it struggled even to assist with washing the fruit, which deepened its sense of inadequacy. It merely wished to contribute more to its trainer. A blinding white light began to flicker around Qiuqiu Seal, and with it, its previously exhausted energy surged back, becoming more abundant, and its form began to change. When the light dissipated, Chioccio Seal had completely transformed. Its skin shifted from a deep blue to a lighter shade. Its nose became more pink, and it sported small ball-like tufts resembling braids atop its head, with wavy decorations akin to a skirt adorning its body. Under the influence of powerful emotional energy, it evolved. Huh. Voila. Voila. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head and letting out a sigh. After consuming the SSS-grade energy cubes, Chioccio Seal's innate deficiencies had been gradually compensated, bringing it close to evolution. However, Lin Feng had not anticipated that it would evolve in such a manner. Voila. The newly evolved flowering sea lion gazed at Lin Feng with delight, as if to say it could once again spray water. This time, Lin Feng did not stop it but nodded in agreement. All right, then I entrust this to you. The purpose of flowering sea lion's evolution was to assist in washing honey grapes, and preventing it from doing so would only cause it distress. Yet, when Lin Feng glanced at its status panel, a hint of satisfaction crossed his face. Pokémon, flowering sea lion. Gender, female. Ability, torrent. Potential, blue. Individual values, HP, 16, attack, 10, special attack, 17, defense, 20, special defense, 19, speed, 6. Level, 2124. Skills, pound, voice, water gun, icy wind, water jet, round, sing. Affinity, 97, very fond of you. Joy value, 70, can help the trainer again. Its potential had finally shifted from green to blue, and it had also learned several new skills. Take your time, Lin Feng thought as he observed the earnest expression on flowering sea lion's face. As it turned out, Lin Feng's conjecture was correct. One night was indeed insufficient to process all the honey grapes. It was not until September 2nd, after completing all tasks at the cultivation house, that he and Shinado managed to finish handling the honey grapes. That evening, Lin Feng gazed at the oak barrels filled with honey grapes and exhaled in relief. The only task remaining was to let them ferment naturally for a week, after which he would remove the skins and seeds and allow them to ferment for another week. Too bad there's no cuckoo, Lin Feng sighed. If only he had cuckoo, he could have entrusted the winemaking to them, which would likely yield better quality. Nevertheless, things were quite satisfactory as they stood. Lin Feng turned to Shinado and Minas behind him. Thank you for your hard work. Minas and Flowering Sea Lion beamed with joy, while Shinado calmly nodded before leading Minas and Flowering Sea Lion towards its water reservoir. Phew. Lin Feng glanced at the time. It was already 8 in the evening. As the 3 honeybees observed the light within the cowshed still aglow, they continued their diligent nectar gathering from the 2 sweet honey trees at the entrance. Ever since they had settled here at 4 o'clock, these 5 little creatures had been tirelessly at work. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for their industriousness. They began their foraging long before dawn and only paused when twilight descended. Yet today, due to his decision to keep the lights on, they remained engaged in their task. Despite his reflections, Lin Feng coaxed them back inside. He then glanced at the large milk can, which had already succumbed to slumber. Interestingly, it appeared that the milk cans had gained a considerable amount of weight over the past few days. Their bellies round and plump, whether due to increased milk production or simply weight gain remained uncertain. A fleeting thought crossed Lin Feng's mind about creating a circular playground in the midst of the pasture for them to frolic in, as it seemed rather confining for them to remain cooped up in the cowshed. Shaking his head to dispel the notion, he cast one last look at the armored chrysalis before heading toward the plantation. The starlight of September no longer shone as brilliantly, yet the moon still illuminated the plantation with a silvery glow, cascading like liquid light. Shinai had departed, while Minas and the floral sea lions had submerged themselves beneath the water's surface. The robust chicken was sound asleep in the coop beneath the tree, mercifully without any snoring. It was worth mentioning that just a couple of days prior, Lin Feng had crafted a rather sizable and portable wooden house for both it and the fast dragon, ensuring it was ample enough for the chicken's evolution. Consequently, the fast dragon had chosen a spot in the garden to reside, seemingly intrigued by the flowers. The majestic and Beedrill remained perched on the pine tree, while Dreamland would not stay put at night. Lin Feng paid it no mind, as long as it did not disturb his belongings. Curiously, while he had initially brought 10 Beedrills and 10 Pidgeys, 5 of the Pidgeys had now evolved into Beedrills, resulting in a total of 15 Beedrills. Once they all evolved into Pidgeots, he could commence a long-distance delivery service. This notion flitted through Lin Feng's mind. After launching the Beedrill delivery service, several trainers from other cities had sought to purchase energy cubes from Lin Feng, but he had declined due to the considerable distance, primarily out of concern for the Beedrill's safety. Delivering takeout to Wudong City, however, would be far less worrisome. Strolling leisurely, he arrived at the spot where he had sown fruit tree seeds and vegetables a few days prior, utilizing premium golden fertilizer for the fruit tree seeds. They had already grown to over 1 meter tall, boasting dense foliage. The vegetables, on the other hand, had simply grown under the natural conditions enhanced by the grassland buff from the monarch serpent. He intended to conduct an experiment to see if plants cultivated under the monarch serpent's grassy domain would exhibit a higher mutation probability. However, as he surveyed the 100 or so cabbages, none showed any signs of mutation, nor did the freshly sprouted bitter gourds display any inclination towards it. The probability indeed seemed rather low. Nonetheless, Linfeng quickly dismissed the thought, returning to the nurturing room. He glanced at the lit room, but did not enter immediately. Instead, he proceeded to the kitchen. In his hand, he held a strand of black hair, Dreamland's eyelash. Although the system noted it could be used for cooking, Linfeng racked his brain, unable to fathom what purpose an eyelash could serve as an ingredient. Perhaps it could simply be ground into a powder for energy cubes? Resolving to act on his thoughts, Linfeng gathered 6 types of fruit that corresponded to the 6 enhanced individual values. According to legend, Dreamland possessed the genes of all Pokémon, implying it could unleash every Pokémon's skills. Thus, incorporating all the fruits seemed the wisest choice. After a moment's contemplation, he also retrieved a portion of Moo milk. He chopped the fruit into small pieces and placed them into the fruit blender, waiting until they transformed into a puree before adding Dreamland's eyelash. Finally, once the temperature had slightly decreased, he covered it all with a bottle of Moo milk. Approximately half an hour later, Linfeng gazed at the pink energy cube in his hand, lost in thought. Legendary Dreamland Energy Cube, an energy cube crafted using Dreamland's genes. Chapter 116, Legendary Energy Cube. Legendary Dreamland Energy Cube, an energy cube created using Dreamland's genes, infused with various fruits and Moo milk, possesses extraordinary effects. Culinary Effect 1. Upon first consumption, a Pokémon's individual value randomly increases by 3, effective only on the first use. Culinary Effect 2. After consumption, a Pokémon can execute a skill randomly selected from those known by Dreamland, non-stacking, with a certain probability of learning the skill, with the highest probability of learning upon the first execution. Culinary Effect 3. Long-term consumption leads to rapid skill proficiency increase. Culinary Effect 4. A blessing from Dreamland. When a Pokémon uses Psychic-type skills, the skill's power permanently increases by 30, effective only on the first use. Culinary Effect 5. A blessing from the World Tree. When Grass-type Pokémon consume it, their skill power permanently increases by 30, and their luck increases by 30, effective only on the first use. Impressive. Upon witnessing the effects of this energy cube, Linfeng could only utter a word of admiration. The ability to randomly unleash a skill from all those known by Dreamland, and with a probability of learning, the potential to acquire some legendary Pokémon's exclusive skills was tantalizing. However, such probabilities were fickle. Linfeng shook his head. The numerous vegetables in the plantation had failed to mutate, indicating that the odds were genuinely low. Nevertheless, this energy cube had plenty of uses. Just the random increase of 3 in individual values was already invaluable, not to mention the blessings from Dreamland and the World Tree. With the Grass-type Pokémon benefiting from increased luck, wouldn't the Monarch Serpent be able to better test the chances of mutation? Fortunately, with the ample variety of fruits added, he had produced over 40 energy cubes, allowing all the Pokémon to have a taste. Yet, it raised a question: if Dreamland's eyelashes could serve as ingredients, could the feathers of Lugia and Ho-Oh also be utilized? Storing the energy cubes away, Linfeng retrieved a feather from his storage ball. This was the silver feather of Lugia, which, while classified as a feather, bore little difference from hair, emanating a faint glow and exuding potent psychic and flying-type energies. After a moment's consideration, Linfeng decided to place the feather back in the storage. There was no rush in creating the energy cubes. If he could indeed produce them, it would be prudent to allow the Pokémon to absorb the Dreamland energy cubes first. Sleep beckoned. Tomorrow, all the Pokémon would have the opportunity to try it. Yawning, Linfeng stored the energy cubes and then retired for the night. Little did he know, shortly after he drifted off, a shadow silently appeared in the kitchen. In the midst of the darkness, it looked around in confusion, seemingly searching for something, before finally resting its gaze upon the fruit blender where Linfeng had just created the energy cubes. It was puzzled. Why did it sense the presence of something belonging to it here? And why had it been shattered? This was unexpected for Dreamland. As far as it knew, most legendary Pokémon would drop something, albeit with varying intentions. Yet, amidst those intentions, there always seemed to be a hint of leisure. For instance, Ho-Oh, throughout its long life, sought to find those with pure hearts, occasionally revealing itself to drop its rainbow feathers. For instance, Lugia seems to have left a trace of energy amidst the flames in a certain city, bestowing a sense of charm upon that locale. Moreover, it occasionally drops feathers, which serve as conduits of connection. Humans fortunate enough to possess one of its feathers may harness its power. To be frank, most legendary Pokémon have their own territories and responsibilities to uphold. Their movements often create considerable commotion, Thus, they cannot roam freely. What purpose does the long passage of time serve, if not for these matters? Therefore, in the eyes of Mew, they are merely a pitiful bunch. Who among them truly lives with abandon? As long as the world tree remains unharmed, they can frolic across the globe, venturing wherever their whims take them. On September 3rd, in the early morning, Lin Feng summoned all his Pokémon, placing an energy cube before each one, including the Pidgey and Frostless perched in the trees. Albeit the latter's cube being somewhat fragmented to prevent overindulgence. Only shiny Gardevoir had a few extra cubes before it. Its formidable strength, coupled with its psychic type, meant that consuming more was inconsequential. A small portion remained, which Lin Feng intended to reserve for superior's later consumption. One particular Pidove gazed at the energy cube with a complex expression, then cast a glance at the other Pokémon who were indulging joyfully, feeling a twinge of melancholy. When had it shed feathers in this place? It was oblivious, though it had long lost count of how many feathers it had shed over the years. It was unlikely to have frequented this area often. Was it possible that it had recently lost some? Shiny Gardevoir and Superior were the first to sense the changes within themselves, particularly Gardevoir, whose substantial power manifested as an increase in the intensity of its psychic abilities. It felt its psychic prowess strengthen, and not just in a casual manner, but with a percentage-based enhancement. What kind of sustenance was this? Lin Feng immediately noticed its astonished expression and, blinking, explained, "It's the effect of the cuisine." Gardevoir nodded, recalling how the previous energy cube had indicated that its trainer was exceptional. Therefore, after a brief moment of astonishment, it quickly regained its composure. Nevertheless, this culinary creation reminded it of a past breeder who also served as a trainer. That individual seemed to possess a unique ability, infused with emotion in their nurturing, enabling surrounding Pokémon to rapidly grow stronger and transcend their limits. That human had once sought to resolve their own issues, yet unfortunately, they were unsuccessful. In hindsight, it appeared that Lin Feng was indeed superior. Suddenly, a Frostless called out. Then, its body began to shimmer with a cerulean light, and a blue flame erupted from its mouth, shooting towards the sky, leaving the surrounding Frostless in a state of bewilderment. Not only were they perplexed, Lin Feng was equally astonished. Everyone was bewildered. Fortunately, Gardevoir was quick to react, teleporting into the sky and using its powerful psychic abilities to envelop the flames, preventing them from descending. However, Gardevoir floated in the air, somewhat stunned. This cerulean flame had been released by a Frostless? Chapter 117. Randomly unleash the technique Finger Flick. Then comprehend Finger Flick? Lin Feng promptly called for a halt, explaining the effects of the energy cube. After consumption, everyone would be able to randomly execute a special skill once, but advised against reckless use. Internally, he found it absurd. A single Finger Flick had inadvertently summoned Reshiram's exclusive skill. The blue flame, coupled with such formidable power, left no doubt as to its origin. Thankfully, Frostless was not particularly strong. Had Gardevoir not reacted swiftly, it could have posed a problem. In the sky, Gardevoir gently descended, regarding Frostless atop the table with incredulity. The recent flames had proven somewhat troublesome, and it was hard to fathom that they had been produced by a Frostless. At that moment, Frostless wore an expression of trepidation. "Phew, I don't blame you. I should have been clearer," Lin Feng said, gently patting Frostless on the head. Noticing the curious gazes of the other Pokémon, he added, "If anyone wishes to try, come up one by one." It was worth mentioning that the energy cube had the highest probability of enabling the first execution of Finger Flick to be permanently learned. Thus, attempting it for the first time was indeed permissible. Frostless? What is it? Lin Feng looked down at the Frostless that had just unleashed the azure flame. This particular Frostless, adorned with a strawberry on its head, spoke softly, hesitantly voicing, "Frostless, I think I can still use the skill I just performed." With that, it closed its eyes, seemingly searching for the sensation it had just experienced. However, when it opened its eyes again, the skill it unleashed was different, as its entire body radiated a faint rainbow glow. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. This was not the azure flame, but rather magical shine. Did Mew's energy cube not state that consuming it would grant a chance to comprehend a skill from the first execution of Finger Flick? Now, with the azure flame included, that was 2 skills. Frostless had not consumed a second energy cube, had it? Frostless also regarded the shimmering light emanating from its body with curiosity. It felt familiar. Yet why did the effects differ? Could it be that its Finger Flick randomly produced Finger Flick, which then randomly yielded these 2 skills, ultimately leading to the comprehension of Finger Flick? Upon contemplating this possibility, Lin Feng's eyes widened. Pokémon, Frostless. Gender, female. Ability, Sweet Veil. Qualification, purple. Individual values, HP, 27, Attack, 14, Special Attack, 23, Defense, 29, Special Defense, 27, Speed, 10. Level, 18-19. Skills, Decorate, sweet scent, aromatic mist, baby doll eyes, finger flick. Affection, 94, it adores you. Joy value, 40, what's wrong? Could it truly be so? Lin Feng's eyes widened at the skill entry for finger flick. He had never anticipated such a possibility. The odds were utterly outrageous. This transformation left Frostless feeling somewhat anxious as it looked at its trainer. And now it felt utterly drained. Frostless? Am I unwell? No, don't think like that. Lin Feng promptly reassured it, dismissing its concerns. It merely exhibited a different skill, leaving it a bit fatigued. Once it regained its strength, all would be well. Right now, you're still too weak. So try to refrain from using this skill. Once you grow stronger, it will be much easier, understood? After shaking off the shock, Lin Feng reiterated to all the Frostless. Their average energy levels were still in the teens. However, Finger Flick, a skill governed solely by luck, rendered it unpredictable as to what skill would be executed next. Should it happen to unleash Arceus's judgment, it would undoubtedly drain Frostless entirely. Frostless. The entire group of Frostless nodded in agreement. At this moment, the once gluttonous Straptor, who usually buried itself in food, now lifted its head eagerly, gazing at Lin Feng with longing. The azure flame just unleashed by Frostless had sparked a sense of envy within it. Thus, it too desired to test this skill. Then let us all give it a try. Lin Feng, intrigued, was eager to witness whether any Pokémon could indeed learn a new skill. The robust chicken suddenly radiated with brilliance, realizing that if even the diminutive Frostmilk Fairy could unleash such formidable flames, it surely could summon even greater fire. It then executed the finger flick technique, and a tiny spark erupted from its beak. It gazed in disbelief at the spark. Apparently, fortune was not on its side. Lin Feng was also amused by the chicken's spark, and then turned his attention to the Sovereign Serpent. The Sovereign Serpent understood his cue. Azure energy materialized on the grass, enveloping the entire plantation. Did you just summon a grassy arena? Lin Feng glanced at Minas, and, after each Pokémon had attempted their skills, he shook his head. Aside from the initial azure flames conjured by the Frostmilk Fairy, the rest of the Pokémon displayed little more than ordinary techniques. The only remarkable one was a Pidgey that executed the Divine Bird Strike, but alas, it did not learn it permanently. It seemed that the odds of acquiring a permanent skill were indeed quite rare. Nonetheless, this indirectly indicated the extraordinary luck of the Frostmilk Fairy. All right. You all play on. I must head to the store now. Time had flown by, and it was already 8 o'clock. Lin Feng hurriedly brought the Frostmilk Fairy into the breeding house and opened the door. A swarm of customers rushed in, immediately voicing their complaints. Lin, the cashier has left. And now the opening time is delayed, right? Indeed, when that girl was here, the doors opened around 6, yet now it's past 8. Lin Feng awkwardly cleared his throat and defended himself. Can one person manage everything? I have to milk cows, gather honey. Some nodded in understanding. True. You're also making energy cubes, managing the back plantation, and caring for so many Pokémon. Aren't you considering hiring someone else? I've been wondering when your shop will introduce new services. Lin Feng replied, I do have such thoughts, but I do prefer a Pokémon to help manage the breeding shop, like a caretaker. If anyone has news of one, please let me know. Upon hearing about the caretaker, the incoming crowd shook their heads in unison. Lin Feng was not disheartened. He thought, although Rotom had not found any information on the sale of a caretaker, he could post a video on his online account to see if fate would bring him any news. After all, he already had several 100,000 followers on his account. Chapter 118. Do you wish to know the secret of Squirtle's strength? A few days after posting the video seeking a caretaker, Lin Feng felt somewhat disappointed. Until September 10th, he received no news. Moreover, during these days, he truly sensed that his breeding house was in dire need of assistance. One afternoon, after selling the last of the energy cubes, Lin Feng sat in the spot previously occupied by Qin Shu, feeling a touch of melancholy. It had only been a few days since her departure, yet he already missed her. These days, merely managing the shop consumed most of his time. Then he had to work with Shinado to create energy cubes. In moments of boredom, he could only chat with the Frostmilk Fairy and Little Vulpix. He had forsaken the 9-to-6 grind for the early 6-to-9 rhythm of farm life. At this moment, at Wudong High School, every year at the beginning of the school term, the third-year students are greeted with a formal opening test, which is recorded for the college entrance examination. Given the stakes involved, the enthusiasm was palpable, and the outdoor battle arena was packed with students. They curiously observed the candidates in the arena while discussing battles with their classmates. That's Qin Shu. Oh, I heard she just passed her junior trainer certification in June, and her first Pokémon was a Squirtle? Yes, the time was rather short. The examiner has brought 6 Pokémon, half of which are grass types. She is quite unlucky, but her Squirtle seems a bit clumsy. I wonder if it made any progress over the summer. Fortunately, look. The examiner has brought out a fire-type Rockruff. It seems they are aware of her abilities and are going easy on her, so she still has a chance to pass. You wouldn't believe it. During the summer, I discovered a breeding shop with exceptionally good energy cubes. Even though the location is a bit remote. They used a Pidgey for delivery. Listening to the discussions around her, Shu couldn't help but smile. Humph, Squirtle, they still think you're just an ordinary one. Once they realize your true strength, they will surely be astonished. Meanwhile, the examiner noticed that the candidate had yet to release her Pokémon and couldn't help but remind her, Candidate Shu, are you ready? Alright. Shu quickly retrieved Squirtle's Pokeball and gently pressed the button. A Squirtle with a round head, ears adorned with wing-like ripples, and a tail resembling ocean waves instantly appeared on the scene. Its skin gleamed with a healthy luster. Most notably was its size. It measured approximately 1.3 meters. Typically, a Squirtle only reaches about 1 meter. As soon as it emerged, the crowd was utterly stunned. What? Squirtle? Isn't that supposed to be a regular one? No. What has it been fed to grow this large? No. Some well-bred Pokémon can indeed be significantly larger. It was clear that this Squirtle had been exceptionally well fed. The examiner was momentarily taken aback, but said nothing further, merely casting a curious glance at the trainer. The assessment commenced. You may attack first. Go, Squirtle. Show them your prowess. Use Rain Dance. Squirtle clapped its hands, and dense water energy began to coalesce above, howling as it formed dark clouds that unleashed a gentle rain in the area. The rain's reach was considerable, causing even some spectators nearby to scramble for cover. They looked on in astonishment at the Squirtle at the center. Is that Rain Dance? A weather-type ultimate move. How is this possible? It's merely a Squirtle. Yet it has learned Rain Dance. The examiner was equally incredulous, wondering how it had even learned such a move with such a wide area of effect. Water types are inherently advantageous against fire types, and now with the weather in its favor, the Fire Rockruff only had a strength advantage. However, as an examiner, he couldn't afford to remain passive. Rockruff, use Swift. The raindrops fell upon Rockruff, agitating it. Its fear and aversion to water intensified its animosity towards Squirtle. It turned its back, swinging its flames, sending a flurry of stars swiftly towards Squirtle. Shu reacted promptly, retreating into her shell. It seemed that after experiencing her first battle, she had matured significantly. The stars struck the shell, creating faint marks, but as Squirtle peeked out, it bore no signs of pain. Clearly, the previous Swift had dealt no damage. This left the examiner even more astonished. Although fire types are weak against water types, he hadn't commanded Rockruff to use fire-type moves. How could it fail to harm this Squirtle? Or was it that this Squirtle had exceptionally high defensive stats? A multitude of possibilities flashed through the examiner's mind. Yet, facing such a Squirtle, he truly felt at a loss. He even regretted not heeding the discussions among the students, believing the girl's Pokémon was merely a Squirtle. He should have sent out a grass-type Pokémon. Over there, Shu, at this moment, was brimming with confidence as she gestured to Squirtle. Squirtle, use Water Gun. The long-prepared water gun, unleashed on a rainy day, became increasingly swift in its assault. The opposing fire mouse barely evaded the initial jet of water, only to be struck by the subsequent blast. Following that came a torrential downpour of water guns, each shot landing with terrifying accuracy, rendering the fire mouse unable to dodge despite its best efforts. By the time it succumbed to the third shot, it could no longer rise. The examiner merely nodded in acknowledgement, awarding the candidate, Shu, a perfect score of 100 for her triumph over the fire mouse. A glimmer of admiration sparkled in his eyes as he remarked, Child, your Squirtle has been exceptionally well nurtured. Shu chuckled softly, expressing her gratitude with a simple thank you, teacher, before making her way out of the arena with her Squirtle in tow. As she stepped outside, a throng of classmates quickly surrounded her, marveling at her Squirtle and astonished by its remarkable growth. Shu, what did you do during the summer? How did your Squirtle become so formidable, even evolving? They exclaimed in disbelief. Although it had the advantage of type, the examiner's fire mouse stood no chance against it. How did you achieve this? Shu, filled with pride, lifted her chin, yet after pondering for a long while, she could not fathom why her Squirtle had become so powerful. In her memory, it had merely consumed a few packets of energy cubes from the nurturing shop. Unable to resolve her confusion, she finally declared, Would you like to know the secret to my Squirtle's strength? Then you must visit the nurturing house next to Wudong Town. There lies the key to its power. Chapter 119. News of the Bug-type Master, Liangfeng. September 11th. Clear skies. Lin Feng's spirits had lifted as well. Gazing at the empty store, he recalled his previous thoughts of repairing the road last month, only to realize he had not found the time to contact anyone. The delays piled up, and just as he was about to close the door, a somewhat scruffy man with a disheveled beard and a hat approached from the entrance of the town, clearly headed for this very place. Lin Feng hesitated briefly, but ultimately chose to wait for him to draw near. Upon reaching Lin Feng, the man removed his hat, revealing hair that resembled wild overgrowth, long and nearly obscuring his eyes, giving him an untidy appearance. Adhering to the professional courtesy expected of a breeder, Lin Feng politely inquired, "Hello, how may I assist you?" The man's eyes, clouded yet brightening at the sight of Lin Feng, revealed a hint of comfort as he said, "Brother Lin, I heard you are in need of a Leaveney?" His words instantly ignited excitement in Lin Feng's eyes. Brother Lin was the nickname he used online, indicating that this man was likely one of his fans. And a Leaveney was precisely the Pokémon he had been yearning for. "Yes, indeed. I am in dire need," Lin Feng exclaimed eagerly. The man nodded. "Some years ago, due to circumstances involving Pokémon, I captured 2 Leaveneys. They have since given birth to 2 young ones. And if you are interested, I can bring them to you soon." Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. "Really? Is it true that sharing online can attract fans?" Moreover, the man had just mentioned a gift. This was beyond belief. The man confirmed, "Of course, however, the young ones are still at a tender age and require some time for nurturing, so I hope you can wait a little longer. Thank you so much. They come with training as well." Lin Feng felt as though he were adrift in a sea of happiness. Yet, the suddenly appearing man shifted the conversation. "However, Brother Lin, I do have a small request." He swept aside the hair obscuring his face, revealing a somewhat despondent expression. Upon seeing his face, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of familiarity that he could not quite place. Nevertheless, the man's request brought him back to reality. Indeed, it was implausible that such fine Pokémon would be given away for free. "Please, go ahead," Lin Feng prompted. The man earnestly requested. "I hope you can make my Beedrill feel joyful on its birthday, just as your fruit juice does." "Joyful?" Lin Feng paused, recalling the white paper he had received from the Frostlass after returning that day. Was he the one commissioning this birthday cake? Pokémon are inherently simple creatures, generally. It is not difficult to bring them joy. Yet, the man's request hinted at underlying issues. Cautiously, he replied, "May I see your Beedrill?" "Of course. I brought it along specifically." The man nodded, producing a Pokeball from his hand. With a gentle press, a vibrant green Beedrill materialized before them. The moment Lin Feng laid eyes on the Beedrill, recognition dawned upon him, and he turned to the man in shock. "An alternate colored Beedrill? You are Liang Feng, the Bug-type master?" That was in the past. It was no wonder Lin Feng had difficulty recalling him. Nearly a decade had passed. Back then, this man, accompanied by an alternate colored Beedrill, dominated various competitions within the league, frequently securing first and second place. He even clinched third in the grandest event of the Donghua Alliance. Many novice trainers and common trainers drew inspiration from him, believing that bug-type Pokémon could also reach the pinnacle of training. And they flocked to the wilds to capture bug-type Pokémon. Young Lin Feng had marveled at how someone could nurture a Beedrill to such heights. As his fame grew, he was invited by the Donghua Alliance, becoming the only bug-type master in the Alliance's history. After achieving this title, Liang Feng seemed to vanish like a brilliant star. Rumors circulated that he had retreated due to the toll that excessive battling had taken on his Pokémon, necessitating recovery. Others speculated that he had fallen in love, married, and abandoned his training career. There were also whispers that bug-type Pokémon had short lifespans, suggesting that his Beedrill may have already perished, leaving the bug-type master without the means to make a comeback. Now, it appeared that the whispers held a kernel of truth. The most probable reason for his withdrawal was the Beedrill's need for recuperation. The Beedrill before them bore an unmistakable air of despondency, its presence reeking of decay. In stark contrast to the youthful Beedrills Lin Feng encountered in Wudong Forest, this one bore numerous scars upon its stingers, remnants of a time long past. The wear and tear, steeped in the passage of time, had rendered the marks darkened and jagged, seeming as if they could shatter with the slightest touch. Its armor appeared taut, akin to water-soaked paper, and its right eye, once sharp, now emanated a dull light, clearly indicating its blindness. Lin Feng's heart sank heavily at this sight, especially upon viewing its status panel. Pokémon, Beedrill, gender, male, ability, Bug's anticipation, potential, purple, individual values, HP, 25, attack, 28, defense, 8, special attack, 11, special defense, 25, speed, 31, strength, 4569, level 74, skills, string shot, tackle, swords dance, fury cutter, hyper beam, shadow clone, flail, pursuit, pin missile. Description: having endured numerous battles in its youth without timely healing, it bears lingering ailments. A distinct dark injury resides in its right abdomen, causing excruciating pain during the night, with its lifespan nearing its end, likely within a month. Affinity: 0, it does not recognize you. Joy level: 40, sigh, it should just die. Death would spare Liang Feng the burden. The humble purple-tinged Beedrill has ascended to the level of a champion. It is difficult to fathom the countless battles it must have endured in its youth. Moreover, it bears hidden wounds, with age being the most significant factor, compounded by the burdens of emotional turmoil that have led it to a point of despair, contemplating the end of its existence. Chapter 120. Will it die? Buzz. The Beedrill wearily flapped its wings, casting a glance at its trainer before looking over at Linfeng, who stood silently across from it. With a deep sigh, Linfeng grappled with the decision of whether to voice certain thoughts. Ultimately, he spoke. If you trust me, you may leave it in my care. I am confident I can heal it. After all, he possessed the power of Eternatus, with the assistance of a master breeder. Success in treatment was all but assured. Upon hearing Linfeng's words, the man chuckled softly and shook his head, deciding against troubling the young trainer further. He wished to spend more time with his companion. In earlier days, he often felt that youth and vigor could withstand the trials of injury, but some wounds, if left unattended, had culminated in such dire circumstances. The Beedrill, too, had a penchant for bravado, often taking to the field even when it should not. His words carried a hint of self-deprecation. After all, it was a failure on his part as a trainer to overlook his Pokémon's condition. It enjoys sweet treats, he reflected, though the doctor advised against them. At this point, sweetness is of little consequence. Linfeng, please indulge its preferences. Respecting the man's choice, Linfeng nodded solemnly. Understood. He then retrieved a bottle of energy cubes from his storage ball. This was an SSS-grade energy cube, a rare entity within Linfeng's collection. One of its culinary effects was the healing of old wounds, an ideal remedy for the current plight of Beedrill. While precious, Linfeng felt no regret in parting with this energy cube. Even if the hidden wounds were healed, the issue of Beedrill's lifespan remained. It had traversed much of its life, enduring such grievous injuries. It was uncertain what had instilled in it the will to persist. Linfeng advised, this energy cube has the power to cleanse hidden wounds. Take it back and let it try. It should bring about significant improvement. Is that so? Thank you, Linfeng. Liangfeng replied, though not overly elated. Over the years, he had sought out renowned doctors and breeders across various regions with Beedrill, but most could only offer temporary relief from its pain. In the end, the only solution had been to employ psychic Pokémon to induce sleep and alleviate the suffering caused by its hidden wounds. Thus, he held little faith that a breeder from a small locale could effectuate a significant change. Observing the man's demeanor, Linfeng reiterated, ensure it consumes it. Of course. Liangfeng nodded, then procured several bottles of sweet bamboo juice from the shop. Without lingering, he departed with Beedrill, his figure fading from view. Frostless, stationed near the counter at the entrance, bore witness to the entire exchange, its expression somber as it gazed after Liangfeng. Finally, one Frostless could no longer contain itself, asking, will it die? Linfeng paused, nodding gravely, most likely. Even if his energy cube could mend Beedrill's injuries, its demise was still inevitable. How tragic. Will it leave its trainer behind? Another Frostless lamented. I cannot bear the thought of separation. It is so painful. Memories flooded back for the Frostless. Recalling their own separation from their trainer, Kelly, their time together had been short, and their new trainer was kind, so they had not felt overwhelming sorrow. However, Beedrill's situation was different. It was facing death, never to be reunited with its trainer. A thought struck them. If their trainer were to pass one day, would they too be doomed to remain apart? The more they pondered, the heavier their hearts became, tears welling in their eyes as they looked at Linfeng. I'm only 18, Linfeng mused, feeling a sense of absurdity and disorientation at their worry for the future. Nevertheless, he offered solace, do not fret. We have ample time ahead of us. We shall all live long lives. I will prepare daily meals for you. Really? They responded, hope igniting in their eyes. Indeed, truly. He reassured them, finding relief as he calmed their spirits, though a weight lingered in his heart. After closing the door and retreating to his room with the Frostless, he made his way to the barn, directing his gaze towards the still-evolving Metapod. Its shell had begun to shift more frequently, feeling somewhat softer to the touch. It seemed it would undergo metamorphosis in the coming days. Are you about to evolve, Boo-Boo? Metapod shifted slightly in affirmation. Once you evolve, you can indulge in delicious treats and grow stronger. Won't that be delightful? Boo-Boo. Metapod responded with enthusiasm, having awaited this moment for far too long, yearning for the rumored honey-infused rice dumplings. Just thinking about it made its mouth water, though it lacked a mouth in its current form. Seeing its eagerness, Linfeng chuckled. Look at you. Once you evolve, I promise to prepare you something delectable. Metapod quivered with excitement. Boo-Boo. Linfeng, amused, caressed Metapod once more before approaching the hive, collecting honey and bringing the Frostless to the kitchen. Initially, he had thought to whip up a simple birthday cake, but now he intended to invest effort into it. In the kitchen, Shanae donned a white apron as she crafted ordinary energy cubes for the following day. In truth, she need not wear an apron, as her psychic abilities could prevent any impurities from sticking to her. However, Linfeng had suggested it would look more appealing, and she complied. All right, everyone, come help out. Let us create a variety of cakes tonight. Perhaps we can extend the time that Beedrill and its trainer can share together. Frostless. To help Beedrill? Frostless. Absolutely. The Frostless. Upon hearing they could assist Beedrill, became invigorated, gathering around the counter, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Meanwhile, Lin Feng rummaged through his storage ball, ultimately laying out an assortment of berries capable of restoring vitality. Indeed, he aimed to see if he could concoct a dish that would prolong Pokémon life. Chapter 121. The Culinary Effect Infused with Emotional Power. At midnight, in the kitchen, the Frostless had already gone to sleep. Shanae, having completed the energy cubes, also departed. Lin Feng sat despondently before the array of cakes he had prepared, a spectrum of colors, utilizing various berries and vegetables. Despite his efforts, the best cake he could produce yielded only this result. S-grade recovery cake, crafted from orange berries and Frostless's cream, infused with intense emotional energy, thus possessing unique special effects. Culinary Effect 1. Restores all injuries sustained by a Pokémon. Culinary Effect 2. Infused with the emotional power of its creator's hopes, prolonged consumption can extend a Pokémon's lifespan. With only 2 culinary effects, this was clearly insufficient for typical S-grade dishes. Nevertheless, the potency was undeniable. The first creation capable of completely healing all wounds of a Pokémon. In other words, the Beedrill, which had previously suffered, can be restored to full health instantly upon consuming this cake. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. Healing the Beedrill is relatively uncomplicated. The essence lies in longevity. The second culinary effect signifies that long-term consumption can extend a Pokémon's lifespan. However, long-term use is paramount. Since the Beedrill is not a Pokémon of his own, achieving consistent usage is impossible. He cannot possibly prepare energy cubes for it daily. Furthermore, the Beedrill cannot satisfy this requirement for long-term consumption. Another factor to consider is that this culinary effect is randomly generated, infused with a certain emotional energy by the Frostless during its creation. When Lin Feng attempts to replicate it, that effect dissipates. Nevertheless, the evening's endeavors have not been devoid of inspiration for Lin Feng. At the very least, the cake before him reveals that if one imbues their emotions during creation, the culinary outcome may indeed transform. Xiao, aren't you going to sleep yet? Behind him, the superior, noticing Lin Feng linger outside his room, curiously emerged. Lin Feng responded, I'm going to sleep. You don't have to wait for me. Xiao. The superior refrained from replying, elegantly turning away. It wouldn't admit that it couldn't sleep without Lin Feng by its side. Its movements were graceful, making not a sound that could disturb the other sleeping Pokémon within the breeding house. After using telekinesis to tidy the countertop and placing the freshly made cake inside the breeding house cabinet, Lin Feng stealthily made his way to his room, climbed into bed, and gazed at the starlit sky. He couldn't help but ponder how to craft a food that would enhance the Beedrill's lifespan. Was it due to inferior ingredients? Should he use Ho-Oh's Sacred Ash? Or perhaps the leaves of Xerneas? As he drifted into slumber, he found himself ensnared in dreams. In the following days, Lin Feng established a routine, waking at 7, freshening up, milking, collecting honey, and then sitting in the breeding house, steadfastly awaiting its closure to delve into the kitchen, ardently researching his culinary effects. Aside from mealtimes, he largely confined himself to the kitchen. Yet, despite his diligence, he did not yield the desired results, producing only a few cakes reminiscent of the prior S-grade healing cake. This left Lin Feng feeling quite disheartened. On the afternoon of September 14th, having closed the shop, Lin Feng intended to re-enter the kitchen. However, upon reaching the backyard, curiosity struck him. It had been several days since he had last checked on the state of the crops in the garden. He decided to take a look. As he stepped into the garden, the Milotic was the first to poke its head out, joyfully observing the hurried trainer who had unexpectedly arrived at this hour. The Talonflame also approached, nudging Lin Feng's leg, as if inquiring why he hadn't joined it for a run in recent days. The past fortnight had likely kept him preoccupied. He reassured it. Once I find a new partner, I'll accompany you for morning runs. Lin Feng patted the Talonflame's head and then glanced at the superior, who was currently utilizing the grassy terrain. Suddenly, he realized he hadn't seen the superior or the Vulpix for days. Were they solely here maintaining the grassy terrain? Might this lead to the emergence of some extraordinary ingredients? A quick glance revealed that the fruit trees he had planted last time had thrived, standing several meters tall, their lush green leaves carpeting the branches. He anticipated they would soon blossom and bear fruit. In the Pokémon world, most berry trees have remarkable fruiting cycles. For instance, berries like the orange berry and citrus berry yield fruit throughout the year, except in winter, and these trees possess an extremely long lifespan, rarely succumbing unless under extraordinary circumstances. However, not all berries follow this pattern. For example, the Pecha berry only flowers and fruits during specific seasons. If a tree doesn't bear fruit, mutations cannot occur. Vegetables, however, are a different story. This season, Lin Feng had planted cabbages, bitter gourds, and spinach. Upon inspection, he noted that most vegetables had indeed flourished. The cabbages, growing beside the reservoir, were particularly striking, each towering over half a meter, vibrant green. The outermost leaves fanned out like a large-hand fan. As he continued, Lin Feng quickly halted before a particularly tall cabbage, standing almost a meter high among its kin. The emerald cabbage, having undergone a unique mutation due to the nurturing of a certain grass-type Pokémon, has the following effect. Upon consumption, it turns the eater's body green for 24 hours and heals a substantial portion of their injuries. Turning green all over? Well, the Beedrill is already green. Although he felt a slight urge to scoff, Lin Feng nonetheless plucked the cabbage, storing it in his storage ball, intending to extract juice from it to assess its effects. As he ambled on, he sought to discover more mutated vegetables, as anticipated, having not visited the garden for several days. Combined with the Superior's recent consumption of the legendary energy cubes, fortune soon smiled upon him. In the Bittergourd patch, he discovered a particularly unusual specimen. Unlike the other still verdant Bittergourds, this one had turned yellow, with hints of red, and even a small yellow flower sprouting from it. The Bittersweet Gourd, having endured numerous hardships, will make one feel increasingly joyous upon consumption. Conversely, those who have not faced adversity will experience no effect. Chapter 122, Mutated Plants. 3 types of cakes. Bittersweet Gourd, you say? Upon reading such a description, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head as he harvested the gourd and added it to his storage ball. With 2 mutated treasures in hand, his spirits lifted as he continued forward. Soon, a small patch of vegetables attracted his attention. To be precise, a certain plant within that patch directly seized his gaze. It was a spinach patch, the last of his vegetable cultivation. In its midst, the originally deep green spinach had 2 or 3 white specimens, resembling albinos. Lin Feng immediately directed his eye of insight at them. Dream spinach, a mutated variety nurtured by a certain grass-type Pokémon, possesses hypnotic properties. Upon consumption, one will fall asleep within a minute, devoid of any resistance, indulging in a sweet slumber. No dream effect? Observing the discrepancy between the name and the description, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Yet, he quickly grasped the situation. The absence of dreams rendered the spinach white, but perhaps by combining it with other ingredients, it could change color and evoke dreams. Could it be paired with the bittersweet gourd? Regrettably, there were only 3 plants. He promptly harvested all 3 spinach specimens, then turned his gaze toward the superior meandering in the garden. Superior? Xiao? Lin Feng raised the spinach in hand. In the future, if you come across any special plants, do let me know. Xiao, okay. The superior nodded slightly, returning to infuse the plants with grassy terrain. In truth, it had longed to communicate with its trainer, but had been too busy over the past few days. Lin Feng wasted no time, clutching the vegetables as he dashed into the kitchen. Tomorrow marked the 15th. He needed to hurry. Upon reaching the kitchen, Lin Feng retrieved the 3 special vegetables he had just harvested, along with some berries and Ho-Oh's sacred ash. After a moment's contemplation, he also produced a small vial from his storage ball, containing shimmering powder. This was Ho-Oh's sacred ash. To be frank, regarding the sacred feather, Lin Feng harbored little confidence in the possibility of concocting a dish that could extend one's lifespan. This was due to the description of the sacred feather, which indicated that it was absorbed by Pokémon with pure hearts, significantly enhancing their strength and potential. However, strength and potential do not correlate with longevity. Similarly, he dared not experiment with the holy ash, for its purpose was to resurrect recently deceased beings, which bore no relation to lifespan. At best, it could bring back Pokémon that had perished, yet for those like Beedrill, who had reached the twilight of their lives, Lin Feng was uncertain how long they would survive after revival. After all, what they lacked was vitality. He decided to first experiment with these mutated vegetables. Gathering the frost moth from the room, Lin Feng resumed his attempts at cake making. September 15th, afternoon. Although the breeding house had sold out, Lin Feng did not immediately close up shop. Instead, he quietly awaited the arrival of customers. At approximately 5 o'clock, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure appeared at the path's end. Today, Liang Feng seemed to have shaved his beard and cut his hair, dressed in clean, loose-fitting casual trousers with a white long-sleeve shirt, topped with a layer of white. He appeared much more straightforward. This reminded Lin Feng of when he had just debuted, only 23 or 24 at the time. Now, a decade later, he was in his 30s, the prime of manhood. Moreover, compared to his previous despondency, he now bore a noticeably more relaxed expression. Hello, Brother Lin. I hope my choice of afternoon timing hasn't disturbed you? Liang Feng inquired cautiously. Previously, Lin Feng had asked him to take back some energy cubes, which he had offered to Beedrill. To his delight, he discovered that the Beedrill, who had previously endured nightly suffering, felt considerably better that evening. Furthermore, in the days that followed, as it consumed more energy cubes, its injuries began to heal remarkably. This revelation both surprised and astounded him. Heaven knew the lengths he had gone to for Beedrill's injuries. He then mused, if only he had found Brother Lin sooner. Yet, upon reflection, he found it amusing. How old was Brother Lin this year? Finding him earlier would likely have been of little use. Lin Feng shook his head. No? The items in the shop have sold out. Please come in. The custom cake is ready. All right. Following Lin Feng inside, Liang Feng noticed no cakes displayed on the counter. However, he refrained from asking further and continued to follow Lin Feng to the plantation, passing through it and arriving at the garden. The garden was tranquil, with only the buzzing of 3 bee drills flitting about to gather nectar. Upon reaching the area previously used for barbecues, Lin Feng had already set up a table. Retrieving a storage ball as he spoke, I have 3 types of cakes, each with distinct effects. The first can restore your bee drill's injuries in a remarkably short time, effectively healing any ailment, and it also has a slight longevity effect. As he spoke, he gently tapped the storage ball, and a small cake appeared, resembling the petite cakes sold in the breeding house. If your bee drill can recover from its injuries, it should alleviate its mental burdens. However, its life is nearing its limit. At most 3 months left. The second type can also fully heal it, but it possesses a bitter taste that may not align with your bee drill's preference for sweetness. Nonetheless, this cake will ensure your bee drill enjoys a restful slumber, allowing it to dream of its deepest desires. A truly exquisite dream. Another cake emerged, this one of vibrant green. Clearly crafted from cream and blended with some vegetable juices, but noticeably larger in size. Lin Feng continued. As for the third type, it too can completely heal it. But, before he could finish, Liang Feng interjected, I'll take the second type. It has never expressed any desires to me. And I am curious to discover what it truly wishes for. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. Aren't you curious about what the third type entails? Forget it. I'll go with the second type, Liang Feng replied, his eyes shining with eager anticipation. Having nurtured a single cater pie into a bee drill, he had never heard it articulate any desires. He also recognized that crafting such a cake must have required substantial ingredients, given the trend of one cake's effects surpassing another's. The third type was evidently far more precious. He preempted Lin Feng's attempt to retrieve more from the storage ball, promptly producing bee drill's pokeball and tapping it lightly. Chapter 123. The level 100 bee drill returns to the novice village. The bee drill that emerged this time bore no resemblance to its previous form. Although its long stingers were still incomplete, its vitality was markedly improved compared to last time, and its abdomen appeared smoother and more taut. It was hard to fathom that such a significant transformation could occur in just a few days. Buzz. Bee drill glanced at Lin Feng, then at its trainer, hesitantly eyeing the cake below. Buzz, isn't this supposed to be a sweet cake? Are you sure this is sweet? It seemed to perceive a bitter essence instead. Bitter? Just say whether you'll eat it. Liang Feng, upon seeing bee drill in better condition, felt rejuvenated, patting its abdomen and smiling. This cake was made by Brother Lin. Are you sure you won't partake? Buzz. Bee drill regarded Lin Feng. It's solitary, I filled with respect. It's all right. Once you eat this cake, you'll feel better. Later, you can enjoy something sweet at home, Lin Feng reassured. This cake was crafted from mutated vegetables, specifically bitter melon and cabbage. Despite its vibrant green appearance, it bore an elegant name, Dream Cake. S-Class Dream Cake, made from the bittersweet bitter melon and verdant cabbage, combined with orange fruit to create a creamy cake with extraordinary effects. Culinary Effect 1. Colorful Dream. Consuming a large quantity of Dream Cake allows Pokémon to immediately enter a dream where they encounter their fondest desires. The creator can view the dreamer's dream by consuming the same Dream Cake. Culinary Effect 2. Completely heals all injuries sustained by the Pokémon. Buzz. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Beedrill paused, then looked at the cake before it. Had it been any other breeder making such claims, it would have dismissed them outright. However, after having consumed Lin Feng's energy cubes a few days prior, it was not entirely skeptical, albeit still uncertain. After all, it seemed far-fetched. Eating this cake would heal all its wounds. What did that mean for its years of suffering? What was the significance of its dulled stingers? Tentatively, it used its stinger to pick up a piece of cream and tasted it, instantly wrinkling its brow. This was undoubtedly the most bitter thing it had ever encountered, a bitterness that permeated its entire mouth. Yet, in the next moment, Beedrill froze. It could genuinely sense its long-standing injuries rapidly mending. A warm current rolled through its abdomen, radiating outward, and even the stingers that had been damaged began to feel invigorated. Layers of dead skin, akin to rusted iron, fell away from the stingers, quickly regrowing with the strength of tempered steel. The transformation did not end there. Its once blind right eye began to flicker with vague clarity. It is precisely this ambiguity that caused it to shake its head in disbelief, a look of astonishment etched across its face. It even felt as if it had returned to its youth, with its lance poised and ready to charge forth. The fervor surged within its veins, igniting a fire of passion. Hurry and eat, and it will all be over, came the voice of Lin Feng, echoing in its ear. Only then did the Beedrill come to its senses, turning to gaze at its trainer, the meaning clear. It was time to be fed. Its lance was still in the midst of growth. Liang Feng, taken aback by the scene, was momentarily speechless, but upon hearing the urgent prompting of his Beedrill, he quickly regained his composure, scooping up the cake and feeding it to the Pokémon in generous spoonfuls. As he observed its increasingly agile wings and the sharpening tip of its lance, tears began to well in his eyes, overwhelmed by emotion. How many years had passed since he had seen such a valiant and striking Beedrill? After most of the cake was consumed, the Beedrill before him radiated a powerful aura, its eyes alight with a fierce brilliance, as if it were ready to challenge any Pokémon that dared to stand before it. The nearby Candies, initially curious about the honey, now dared not approach. Buzzing, the Beedrill flapped its wings, sensing an energy in the sky. It turned its gaze to the Dragonite above, immediately eager to soar up and engage in battle. Beedrill. Liang Feng sensed the fighting spirit of his Pokémon, but he had yet to converse with it. Just as the Beedrill appeared invigorated, its eyelids drooped, and in the next moment, it collapsed to the ground. Beedrill? Do not worry. Cellular restructuring can induce drowsiness. It is simply time for it to dream. Would you care to see what it dreams of? Lin Feng reassured, cutting a small piece from the dream cake resting on the table. The prospect of witnessing the Beedrill's dreams left Liang Feng incredulous. Lin Feng continued to tease him. Of course, my power of eternity can construct its dreams, for it has consumed my food. As he tasted a morsel of the dream cake, an inexplicable connection began to form in his heart. His hands, guided by this connection, began to shape, as if blowing bubbles, a colorful mist coalescing between his palms. Within that mist, a vivid image emerged. It was a uniquely colored Caterpie, gazing around in bewilderment, seemingly unaware of why it had returned to the past. But in the next instant, a green Caterpie appeared beside it, accompanied by the trainers calling, "Caterpie, don't dawdle. Use Poison Sting." It turned around to see its youthful trainer, Liang Feng, looking at it with fervor. Suddenly, a strand of silk darted past it, landing beside it. The Caterpie immediately remembered the moment. It was the first battle it had experienced after being captured. Recalling that time, it remembered how this human had stealthily approached from behind, striking it with a stick, causing it to faint and be captured. But how could it, having been captured in such a manner, be willing to heed Liang Feng's commands? Thus, in that inaugural battle against the opposing Caterpie, it had suffered defeat. Yet now, the Caterpie's gaze sharpened. Though its physical prowess did not compare to that of the Beedrill, its battle experience was now abundant. Returning to the novice village, wouldn't it assist Liang Feng in winning every battle? Caterpie used Tackle, as it recalled the now dim voice of the opposing trainer calling out. Combined with the dazed green Caterpie charging towards it, the Caterpie felt a surge of excitement. In the bewildered gaze of the opposing Caterpie, it merely sidestepped slightly. Then, Liang Feng's voice rang out in encouragement. Good. Caterpie, use Poison Sting. Chapter 124, The Dream of Beedrill. Watching the Caterpie in the vision, Liang Feng's eyes glimmered with nostalgia, an involuntary smile breaking across his face. This was the moment of my first battle with Caterpie. Interestingly enough, at that time, we had yet to harmonize, resulting in a dismal defeat in our inaugural encounter. Liang Feng inquired, "Is this what it desires?" Lin Feng remained silent, merely nodding to urge him to continue watching. In the unfolding scene, after defeating the first Caterpie, the Caterpie's body began to expand rapidly, but it had yet to evolve. Before it appeared a second opponent, a Bulbasaur. The image evoked Liang Feng's long-lost memories, causing him to grow momentarily dazed. He recalled how, due to an improper capture method, the Caterpie had not heeded his commands for an extended period. In his youth, he had been impatient, opting to engage in a solo battle with the Caterpie. Ultimately, after enduring a poison sting and requiring urgent medical attention, he won the Caterpie's heart. From that point on, their synergy grew increasingly refined. Every trainer that stood before him fell one by one, ranging from wild Caterpies to street Rattatas, and even the Bulbasaur within the school. That Bulbasaur was the Caterpie's first formidable foe. Liang Feng vividly remembered its ability was chlorophyll, prompting its trainer to challenge him on sunny days. Thus, he and Caterpie faced many challenges, each ending in failure. However, it was through these trials that the Caterpie experienced remarkable growth, ultimately learning Bug Bite and conquering the seemingly invincible Bulbasaur. Subsequently, they appeared to be undefeated, until Caterpie evolved into Beedrill and they faced their first competition, a youth cup organized by the league, aimed at trainers who had only recently acquired Pokémon. The rewards were substantial, an egg of a quasi-deity Pokémon and a cash prize of 1 million. Fueled by youthful ambition, having triumphed over all challengers at school, he resolutely embarked on the path of competition, believing that beneath the might of his Beedrill's lance, all trainers would pale in comparison. Yet, it soon became evident that his vision could not accommodate the path forward for him and Beedrill. They battled through to the top 32, only to encounter an immensely powerful Charizard. At that moment, Liang Feng was astounded, for the opposing trainer had also possessed their Pokémon for merely a year. yet had managed to raise a Charmander into a Charizard? Undoubtedly, under the might of the Charizard's flames, Beedrill could not breach its fiery defenses, being driven back time and again. But it refused to yield, charging forth with its lance repeatedly, ultimately sustaining injuries to its eyes and succumbing to defeat. It was their first devastating loss. Under the overwhelming might of the Charizard, they had exhausted every possible strategy, yet could inflict not even a scratch upon it. Following their defeat, Liangfeng's confidence was shattered, plunging both him and Beedrill into despondency. He even failed to notice the injuries to Beedrill's eyes until after the tournament, when Beedrill mentioned that its vision was becoming increasingly hazy. In a panic, he sought out medical assistance. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's hands continued to shape the cloud imagery, arriving at this very moment. In this instance, the Beedrill, in its battle against the Charizard, moved with grace, as if a seer, effortlessly dodging its flames and using its twin lances to inflict wounds upon the Charizard. Ultimately, they emerged victorious. That period was the most regretful time of my life, truly. Upon witnessing this scene, Liangfeng's face bore an expression that was a blend of relief, satisfaction, and perhaps a hint of bittersweetness. Had I taken it for treatment sooner, its eyes would undoubtedly not have suffered. Lin Feng did not hesitate to voice his opinion, stating, "Well, from this perspective, you are indeed not a very competent trainer." Sighing, Liang Feng did not contest this remark. The imagery within the clouds shifted once more. The scene grew grander, teeming with indistinct faces of the crowd surrounding the battlefield, which, at that moment, expanded to an immense scale, comparable to 2 or 3 football fields amalgamated into one. The Beedrill exuded an unparalleled ferocity, its twin stingers adorned with battle-worn scars, reminiscent of a seasoned warrior. Behind it, its trainer wore a confident smile. Opposite them stood a Scyther, its trainer a young man in his 20s, exuding an air of casual ease. This individual was known to Lin Feng, or rather, he was recognized by most within the Donghua Alliance. He was the reigning champion of the Donghua Alliance, having held the title for a decade. The two Pokémon soon clashed, their blades and stingers colliding fiercely, the resounding clang of metal sending the audience into a frenzy of cheers. Yet, in stark contrast to its previous battles, where it had triumphed over formidable foes, this time, it felt as though it were at a standstill. The experience of the opponent and their trainer was equally matched. Thus, the two Pokémon found themselves locked in a stalemate. However, it was evident that Beedrill's expression grew increasingly animated and exhilarated amidst the confrontation. Embodying the spirit of a born warrior, its stingers thrumming with an intensity that suggested a fearless acceptance of death. Indeed, it still yearned for battle. Observing Beedrill on the screen, Liang Feng let out a long sigh. Over the decade of healing, he had gradually exhausted the various prizes earned from competitions, and Beedrill had repeatedly expressed a desire to compete again. Yet, due to its injuries, he had refrained from allowing it to return to the battlefield, often opting for other Pokémon to partake in competitions. Consequently, these past years had not been particularly joyful for Beedrill. Perhaps it was due to Beedrill's dreams that, in this realm, where it had once faced defeat, it now held the upper hand, ultimately delivering a decisive blow to Scyther with a final strike. Believing the dream would soon conclude, Liang Feng murmured, "Is this truly what it yearned for?" At that moment, the vibrant imagery in Lin Feng's hands transformed once more, now depicting a Caterpie, with Liang Feng standing before it. Upon witnessing this scene, Liang Feng felt a wave of astonishment. This was a memory of when he battled with Caterpie. Chapter 125, A New Objective. In the scene, a teenage Liang Feng wielded a wooden stick, his youthful face exuding a hint of ferocity, as if the Caterpie before him were his adversary. In reality, Liang Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Back then, his relationship with Caterpie was indeed strained, as it stubbornly refused to heed his commands during battles, leading him to ultimately engage in a heartfelt conversation, inquiring how he could earn its obedience. To his surprise, Caterpie responded by brandishing its poison stingers, the message clear, "Defeat me." Thus, their confrontation ensued. He braved Caterpie's stingers, resolutely advancing towards it, delivering 2 solid strikes. After these blows, Caterpie's gaze cleared significantly. It emitted a series of soft sounds, which Liang Feng could not decipher. But from that point onward, Caterpie became markedly more obedient. However, unlike the previous encounters where Caterpie had bested its former opponents, this time, it retaliated with 2 stingers that struck Liang Feng, accepting his 2 strikes in return. Although his face turned a shade of purple from the poison, he nonetheless approached Caterpie with laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, you can't defeat me. I am your master, and you shall help me triumph over all trainers henceforth." Shortly after, he collapsed from the poison. Caterpie crawled to his side, gazing at its youthful trainer with newfound seriousness. Puff puff. What was Caterpie trying to convey? Liang Feng, witnessing this moment, felt a sense of confusion. Although he had spent over a decade with Beedrill, after the conclusion of the grand tournament, Beedrill had never been forthcoming with its thoughts. Moreover, he lacked the special ability to comprehend the meanings behind Pokémon's speech, and in this dreamlike state, Caterpie still remained a Caterpie. Thus, he remained oblivious to its specific words, though he could vaguely speculate. Lin Feng interjected. It says it has already helped you defeat all trainers. Liang Feng paused, his lips breaking into a wide grin as he took a deep breath and chuckled, his expression seemingly beyond his control. He realized that this statement, made in jest, had been interpreted by Beedrill as its ultimate aspiration. Perhaps that was why it had been so fervent in subsequent battles. He gently stroked Beedrill's stingers, which now radiated with renewed brilliance, as if explaining to Lin Feng, or perhaps to Beedrill, that it was merely a youthful jest from a time when he did not understand. Lin Feng added, but it took it seriously, didn't it? Finally, he remarked that it was time to awaken. As the clarity of the dream began to wane, it signified that the dream was nearing its conclusion. Beedrill's most fervent wish had been fulfilled, albeit only within the confines of a dream. Simultaneously, a voice resonated within Lin Feng's mind. Congratulations to the host for elevating Beedrill's happiness level from 10 to 70. Rewards include a complete set for Beedrill's Mega Evolution, 3 high-grade rare candies, and 10 bags of high-grade golden fertilizer. Upon hearing the system's rewards, Lin Feng, almost unconsciously, remarked, "Isn't it better late than never?" Coincidentally, at that moment, Beedrill awoke from its slumber, its eyes betraying a hint of confusion. However, once it regained its senses and spotted its trainer, it immediately realized that its previous experience had merely been a dream. In reality, it had yet to fulfill its trainer's ambitions. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Beedrill's gaze shifted to the Dragonite behind Lin Feng, its eyes sparkling with renewed vigor. Observing this spirited Beedrill, Liang Feng paused for a moment before asking, "Shall we challenge Scyther once more?" Buzz buzz. Beedrill's eyes shone brightly at this proposition. After all, it had just bested Scyther in the dream. However, conversely, it had not trained in a decade. Although it felt unprecedentedly invigorated, it was uncertain whether it could withstand another battle against Scyther. Moreover, would Liang Feng be willing to let it battle again? Very well, let us rally our spirits and challenge him anew. The Grand Tournament is also approaching this year. We shall train diligently for a few months before facing him. Witnessing Beedrill's enthusiasm, Liang Feng patted its side, memories flooding back to his youth, when he had similarly encouraged Beedrill with fervor. Beedrill raised its stinger high, buzzing battle. Once the excitement subsided, Liang Feng remembered that they were still in Lin Feng's garden, and the sky had completely darkened. A birthday celebration had unexpectedly stretched on for so long. He solemnly addressed Lin Feng. "Thank you, Brother Lin." Lin Feng shook his head, responding, "It's nothing." Witnessing the former bug-type champion rekindle his fighting spirit is precisely what I wish to see. This prompted Liang Feng to reflect on the hardships he had faced upon his arrival, eliciting an awkward smile. He found the current circumstances quite perplexing. He had merely intended for the Beedrill to peacefully celebrate its final birthday, yet unexpectedly, it had been completely healed. With a sense of nostalgia, he remarked, "Initially, I intended to summon the caretakers to gather Beedrill's emotions and tend to it. However, it appears that their offspring has provided a stepping stone to its recovery. Rest assured, brother, I will nurture them well and bring them over," he declared, patting the Beedrill before bowing deeply to Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not stop him, pondering whether he should request the caretakers to come over first. Ultimately, he deemed it unnecessary. Nurturing them himself might yield better results, but it certainly would not be as intimate as the bond with their parents. After the bowing was complete, Liang Feng bid farewell and prepared to leave. However, Lin Feng called out, "Please wait a moment." Liang Feng turned back. Lin Feng contemplated for a moment before saying, "If you truly wish to bring Beedrill to participate in the Grand Tournament in the future, you can return with it a few days prior to the event. If you do not intend to include it, then it's not necessary." Liang Feng paused, then nodded earnestly, understood. He carefully climbed onto Beedrill's back, and with a buzzing sound, they soared into the sky. Behind him, Lin Feng observed the departing Beedrill, lost in thought. The Grand Tournament is held every new year, and there are still over 4 months to go. Now that it has a purpose to live, can it endure for 4 months? Chapter 126, Evolution, Butterfree. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on it further. The so-called third cake was rather ordinary. It was merely a matter of curing Beedrill's ailment and ensuring it maintained a positive mood in the time to come. It was concocted from the juice of sweet bamboo, bitter melon, cream, and stamina berries, aimed at prolonging Beedrill's life. In the days ahead, he would continue to seek such culinary creations. Why? Dragonite behind him let out a perplexed cry. Why had Beedrill managed to suppress its fighting spirit twice? Was it afraid of not being able to defeat him? The thought lightened Dragonite's mood. Indeed, he was still quite strong. "Time for a rest," Lin Feng remarked, sensing Dragonite's thoughts, and used his psychic powers to tidy up the table. Prompted by Lin Feng, Dragonite fell silent, only managing a goofy smile before heading off to its wooden cabin. Once the table was cleared, Lin Feng stood in contemplation. Dragonite had been captured by Mewtwo, and out of curiosity about Dragonite's past, he had previously inquired why it followed Mewtwo. The answer revealed that it had been rescued from human hands by that particular Pokémon. It was evident that Dragonite had been captured by Team Rocket, and later, an uncontrollable Mewtwo had destroyed one of Team Rocket's bases, liberating numerous Pokémon, including Dragonite and Charizard. Of course, this was merely Lin Feng's conjecture. What surprised him, however, was that despite having been captured by humans, Dragonite's disposition remained so placid. Truly a Pokémon deserving of its reputation for gentleness. After tidying up, Lin Feng turned off the lights in the garden to allow the 3 Beedrills to rest peacefully. He then approached the barn, but before he could enter, he spotted a Metapod perched on the railing, basking in the moonlight. It was likely that it had sought assistance from Gardevoir to float up there, as only Gardevoir possessed the ability to communicate telepathically. Since Metapod lacked a mouth to express its needs and was unable to move easily, Lin Feng had entrusted Gardevoir with its emotional care. The moonlight bathed it, enhancing the vibrant glow of its crimson cocoon. This was a request from Metapod. It claimed that basking in the moonlight seemed to accelerate the digestion of its internal energy. A faster digestion implied a swifter evolution. When Lin Feng first heard this assertion, he was somewhat taken aback. This was not a fantasy world, but the Pokémon world. A bug-type Pokémon could not possibly absorb the essence of the moon. Upon reflection, he deduced that Metapod likely believed the moonlight benefited it purely on a psychological level. In truth, a positive mood was indeed conducive to energy absorption. Thus, Lin Feng chose not to elaborate further. However, today was different. Leaning against the railing, Metapod's body began to swell slightly, and the nodes on its cocoon began to emit a faint glow, as if light were seeping from within. It was evolving. This thought struck Lin Feng as he halted his steps, quietly observing the white light manifesting around Metapod, which ultimately exploded forth in a brilliant display. At last, a pink butterfly, reminiscent of a dreamlike creature, emerged from the cocoon. The clear, melodic chirps emanating from the newly evolved Butterfree filled the barn as it joyfully fluttered about, reveling in the sensation of freedom. Once it regained its composure, Butterfree's first instinct was to share its excitement with Lin Feng. Turning around, it was surprised to find Lin Feng quietly watching it from the entrance of the garden. Pokémon, Butterfree, gender, female, ability, compound eyes, potential, purple, individual values, HP, 9, attack, 16, defense, 14, special attack, 29, special defense, 16. Speed, 10. Strength, level 18. Moves, string shot, tackle, sleep powder, electroweb, psychic, poison powder, stun spore, gust, supersonic. Description, a shiny Butterfree, having undergone excellent nurturing, appears to have undergone a remarkable transformation. Affection, 96, it adores you. Joy value, 94, finally evolved, ready for some treats. Upon reviewing Butterfree's post-evolution panel, a smile crept across Lin Feng's face. The evolved Butterfree's panel was far more aesthetically pleasing than its predecessor. Under the moonlight, the pink scales shimmered gently, occasionally shedding a few flakes. These were merely ordinary scales and would not affect other Pokémon in any way. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Butterfree immediately flapped its wings and flew over, emitting an excited chirp. Even the still-awake Snorlax was drawn to the commotion, gazing in astonishment at the Butterfree in the sky. Why did this Pokémon look so stunning after evolving? Congratulations. Observing Butterfree joyfully flapping its wings before him, Lin Feng reached out to pat its head, then shifted his gaze to its wings. In contrast to the typical white wings and dark body, this shiny Butterfree was almost entirely pink, with even its antennae adorned with a hint of pink. Butterfree chirped again, gazing longingly at Lin Feng. It was eager to indulge in a treat. Seeing its eager expression, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. His mood lifted. As it happens, I haven't made the energy cubes for today yet. Come with me to the kitchen. With that, he began to head toward the kitchen, and Butterfree followed closely behind, its expression growing ever more jubilant. For nearly a month, enduring the sight of the large milk can consuming sustenance daily without partaking in any nourishment oneself is nothing short of torment. Upon entering the kitchen, Shinado had already prepared a portion, leaving the remainder for Lin Feng to handle. Lin Feng, unhurried, gazed at the evolved Butterfree and pondered that the newly transformed creature would likely not have the same fondness for grass rice balls as it did before, given the changes in its mouth parts. Thus, he simply combined Moo Moo milk with a touch of sweet honey to create a honeyed milk, and crushed a previously made Dream Energy Cube with his psychic powers, adding it to the milk. There you go, this is your meal now. Butterfree appeared somewhat bewildered. The food it used to consume seemed quite different from this. With evolution comes a change in diet. Why don't you give it a try? With a flutter of its wings, Butterfree activated its newly acquired telekinesis, allowing the milk to flow gently into its mouth. After taking a sip, the delightful sweetness of honey combined with the unique tartness of moo moo milk filled its senses, causing its eyes to brighten instantly. This is quite delicious. All right. You may enjoy it outside. I have work to attend to. Butterfree deftly controlled the bowl with its psychic abilities and carefully floated outside. Observing this, Linfeng couldn't help but reflect on how he had never considered that Butterfree could master telekinetic moves as well. He then turned his attention to the tasks of the day. Chapter 127, Typhoon. September 16th, Heavy Rain. Linfeng asked Rotom to check the weather, discovering that a typhoon was brewing in the sea, leading to several days of gloomy, cold weather. He could feel the temperature plummeting from the 20s to the teens, prompting the townsfolk who ventured outside to don heavy sweaters. Due to the downpour, the number of visitors to the breeding house dwindled significantly. Often, it would take 10 minutes for someone to arrive, and those who did were usually regular customers who needed no introduction to the products or energy cubes. Yet Linfeng was unfazed. It provided him a rare opportunity to enjoy some leisure amidst his busy schedule. Even though many sought to order takeout, he had no desire to trouble the Pidgey in this weather, thus temporarily suspending delivery services, except for a few specialized orders, for which he would reluctantly send the Pidgey on a run. However, such weather was rather uncomfortable for the Frostlass stationed at the counter. They languidly slumped on the counter, gazing at the sporadic passers-by, worried about the surplus of cakes they had prepared the previous day. It's raining. Fewer people are coming. Our cakes are going unsold. Fear not. Linfeng reassured them with a smile. In this weather, the cakes will be fine for a day. If worst comes to worst, we can all enjoy cake for dinner. Allowing Dragonite and Blaziken to indulge a little more. Upon hearing Linfeng's words, the Frostlass felt somewhat comforted. Their greatest concern was the waste of their creations. Chirp. The Blaziken, having stealthily emerged from the plantation, perked up at the mention of more food. The rain had disrupted its morning training regimen, and upon hearing Linfeng's suggestion to eat more, its eyes sparkled with excitement. You see, it has arrived just in time. Blaziken was particularly concerned about this matter. More of what? More cake. Linfeng, without hesitation, approached the counter and retrieved a small cake for it. A customer in the breeding house, witnessing the rapport between Linfeng and his Pokémon, couldn't help but express envy. The atmosphere here with the Pokémon is truly delightful. Then, as if recalling something, he gritted his teeth. Unlike my own rebellious child, who stubbornly acts like a bull, whenever I say go east, it insists on going west. When I mention unleashing a seed bomb, it stubbornly opts for a smack. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, eventually placing the energy cube he had selected down in frustration. Forget it, it infuriates me. I won't buy it. Linfeng softly suggested. Perhaps you could take a step-by-step approach, utilizing what it enjoys to gradually guide it. Meanwhile, the Blaziken, savoring its cake, seemed to sense something and turned curiously towards Linfeng. This method sounded eerily familiar. The customer sighed. True, but sometimes it is genuinely frustrating. Afterward, he silently selected his energy cube, paid, opened his umbrella, and walked outside, clearly having spoken out of anger. Observing the entire scene, Linfeng couldn't help but muse that not every trainer enjoys a harmonious relationship with their Pokémon. This is a rather common occurrence. One need only recall how Ash, who ultimately became a Pokémon master, was initially zapped by Pikachu and had to use rubber gloves for protection. Not long after the customer departed, the torrential rain intensified, resembling a cascading waterfall, with large raindrops accompanied by fierce winds, nearly forming lines. After a brief wait of 10 minutes, with no one visiting the breeding house, Linfeng glanced at the dark, heavy clouds above, wondering if this downpour was somehow the doing of that large fish stirring the weather. Above, Rotom was busy checking the news in Wudong City. The date for this year's grand tournament had been set for January 12th, and trainers interested in participating could now register. At noon yesterday, 3 EVs had gone missing from the EV breeding house, each wearing a collar. Any kind-hearted citizens who found them were urged to return them promptly. It seemed that Rotom's broadcast had disturbed Linfeng, for its volume was quite low. However, Linfeng's focus was not on it. Thinking that no one would likely come, he shut the door and turned his attention to Rotom, wanting to check the weather forecast and the status of the typhoon. Rotom beamed and promptly brought up the official League TV. The screen revealed a host alongside an elderly gentleman in a white lab coat. The League advises that a Category 11 typhoon, named Primordial, is forming near the Eastern Hua Alliance's coastal waters. Residents in the vicinity are urged to stay indoors. The League assures that the majority of the typhoon's impact has been mitigated, and traveling trainers should seek out the nearest Pokémon Center, which offers free accommodation and hot water. It is predicted that the effects of this typhoon will last for 3 to 4 days. Let us welcome Pokémon expert Dr. Rosen to analyze whether this typhoon is related to a certain powerful Pokémon. A Category 11 typhoon, Linfeng muttered under his breath, his eyes lighting up. Doesn't that mean a 3 to 4 day holiday? Wudong City is not far from the coast. Turning to Rotom, He said, "Please post a video on the video platform," stating that due to the typhoon, the small house and Pidgey will be taking a break for a few days. "Understood, Master," Rotom replied, nodding and promptly getting to work. Blaziken continued to enjoy the small cakes made by Frostlass, while Linfong made his way to the plantation. Inside the plantation, Dragonite was manipulating the weather to lessen the impact of the heavy rain on the crops. It adapted swiftly to the environment, perhaps due to its gentle nature, as all the Pokémon got along splendidly with it. Among them, the ones who adored it the most were Vulpix and Swablu, as their small frames allowed them to frolic atop Dragonite's belly, which it delighted in. However, at present, with the heavy rain pouring down, the Ice Vulpix could only lie at the back door of the breeding house, listlessly watching the relentless downpour, wondering when the rain would cease and when afternoon would arrive. After the rain ceased, Dragonite would play with it, and in the afternoon, Linfong would join in as well. Upon hearing footsteps behind it, it immediately stood up. Looking towards Linfong with a quizzical expression, "Ing-ing-ing?" Linfong smiled and explained, "It rained today, so the shop is closed." "Ing-ing-ing." Upon hearing this, Vulpix's eyes brightened, wide with surprise, as if questioning, "Really?" "Indeed," Linfong replied, lifting it into his arms and playfully rubbing its belly until it squirmed and kicked in delight, at which point he ceased his teasing. This little one, though most ticklish, never shied away from his occasional scratches. He then noticed the sneaky glances from the Servine, and a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. Just as he was about to call it over, however, a vigorous Fletchinder emerged from the breeding house. Huh, was someone knocking at the door outside? Linfong furrowed his brow, pondering who could be visiting at such an hour. Chapter 128, The Rainy Day, EV. The EV had escaped yesterday, and today it found itself famished. Its excessively curious nature had grown weary of the monotonous energy cubes it consumed daily, compounded by the occasional trainers coming to select Pokémon. It dreaded being chosen, fearing that an unsuitable trainer could lead it into a dire situation. This prospect filled it with trepidation. So, it conspired with two companions, seizing the moment when the caretaker was distracted to sneak out. In the first hour outside, EV was elated, for it beheld sights it had never encountered before, towering edifices and various Pokémon flanking their trainers, along with a plethora of delectable treats. However, by the second hour, it felt lost. Those enticing delicacies seemed off-limits to a wild Pokémon like itself, requiring something it did not possess, leaving it disheartened. While within the breeding house, it had never worried about food. By the fourth hour, fear gripped EV, for it had lost its two friends amidst the throngs of people, compounded by their inexperience with society and their insatiable curiosity. In mere moments, they vanished from sight. As night fell, darkness enveloped the city, amplifying its anxiety. In the shadowy corners, pairs of crimson eyes and mocking feline gazes instilled a profound fear within it. Moreover, it could no longer find its way home, leading it to wander aimlessly. But not for long. The temperature plummeted, and a light rain began, escalating into a torrential downpour. Eevee regretted its decision to escape with its companions and felt lost about its fate. Hunger and cold gradually consumed it until, in the distance, it spotted what appeared to be a breeding house, rekindling a flicker of hope within its heart. Just a little further, just a little more. Battling the storm, little Eevee trudged onward towards the haven it longed for. Linfong, cradling Vulpix in curiosity, approached the shop's entrance and opened the door, only to find nothing outside. Just then, he felt a tugging sensation at the hem of his trousers. Looking down, he saw a drenched, plush-like Pokémon sprawled on the ground, weakly pawing at his pants. Boy, help me. Upon noticing the Pokémon, Linfong was taken aback and swiftly scooped it up, bringing it inside. He dried it off, blew warm air over it, wrapped it in a towel, and finally fed it the leftover green cabbage juice from yesterday. After completing this entire care routine, he sighed in relief and took in its full appearance. Without a doubt, it was an Eevee, a diminutive one at that, roughly half the size of a typical Eevee. Once its fur was dried, it glistened with a healthy sheen. Its ears were soft and tender, the fur on its tail darker, while the mane around its neck was white, enveloping it entirely, and its nose was adorably plump. Clearly, it had been exceptionally well cared for, not a wild Eevee. Which careless trainer had inadvertently lost it, or had it sneaked away? Two thoughts flitted through Lin Feng's mind as he began to search for any identifying marks on the Eevee. However, after a thorough examination, he found no signs of identification. Left with no choice, he utilized his Eye of Insight. Species, Eevee. Gender, female. Ability, Danger Sense. Potential, purple. Individual values, HP, 19, Attack, 20, Special Attack, 21, Defense, 21, Special Defense, 20, Speed, 25. Level, 89. Skills, Tackle, Tail Whip, Growl, Quick Attack, Baby Doll Eyes. Affection, 30, So Warm. Happiness, 40, Survived. Such a tiny Eevee. Linfong held it close, observing that it had yet to awaken. Just as he was about to check for any other ailments, its eyes fluttered open. They were large and round, pure black orbs resembling polished onyx. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, you're awake, boy. Upon realizing that the one holding it was not its familiar caretaker, Eevee momentarily froze, then panicked. Boy? Boy, who are you? I am the owner of this breeding house. You are quite the clever little one, knowing to find the breeding house at this time. What if you had gone elsewhere? If you had wandered into other residents' homes in Wudong Town, they would have brought you here as well. Lin Feng began to soothe it with his steady presence. Boy. The little Eevee appeared dazed, its memories seemingly stuck at the moment it thought it found the breeding house. Why did it feel so different from what it had imagined? Come, let me give you a recap. Lin Feng carried it to the door. You collapsed at the entrance, soaking wet and burning with fever, and I brought you in and nursed you back to health. Does that ring a bell, boy? Upon hearing Lin Feng's description, fragments of memory began to surface in Eevee's mind. Yet, it soon recalled its two companions and, filled with urgency, began to call out to Lin Feng. Boy? Huh. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Wait, slow down. But Eevee's expression grew increasingly frantic. Boy. Outside, there are two friends. Chapter 129. Feng Yoji returns from his travels. Eevee described the situation for a while, but its words came out too hurriedly for Lin Feng to fully grasp. However, seeing its desperate demeanor, he didn't hesitate and used his steady presence to delve into Eevee's thoughts. Soon, he pieced together the circumstances and frowned. You mean there are two more Eevees like you? Boy. Seeing Lin Feng comprehend its words, Eevee's expression brightened. Boy. They're still outside. But I don't know where they are. Lin Feng inhaled sharply. In such weather, two Eevees with no experience in the wild would surely be struggling. However, he remained calm, focusing on stabilizing Eevee's emotions further. Don't panic. Think carefully about when and where you separated. Even vague details will help. One must first clarify the specific circumstances. Otherwise, given the vast expanse surrounding Wudong City, even with the presence of Gardevoir and Dragonite, locating two diminutive Eevees in this vicinity would prove exceedingly challenging. Under the gentle persuasion of Lin Feng, Eevee's emotions swiftly stabilized, and memories of parting ways with its companions began to surface in its mind. At that moment, utilizing Lin Feng's power of Eternatus as a conduit, a vivid image materialized in his consciousness. This was an advanced application of the Eternatus power, allowing him to glean insights into the recollections of Pokémon and to explore their past experiences. In the vision, three little Eevees stealthily plotted their escape from the breeding house, filled with excitement, before dashing out to the snack street of Wudong City. Ultimately, the trio became separated as they were drawn apart by the tantalizing aromas wafting through the crowd. The vision abruptly ceased at this juncture. Eevee halted its reverie and prepared to describe the scene to Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng promptly interrupted, saying, "All right, I understand." Having witnessed the entirety of the image, he had discerned Eevee's origins. It hailed from the Eevee breeding house in the Deshang district of Wudong City, a facility renowned for breeding, fostering, and selling Eevees, which had garnered a modest reputation over the years. Lin Feng recalled visiting it with his parents in his childhood. It was there that he first had the pleasure of petting a fluffy Pokémon. That experience ignited an obsession within him for such adorable creatures, leading him to resolve that when he became a trainer, he would undoubtedly capture an exceptionally formidable Eevee to cradle daily. Having ascertained Eevee's lineage, the subsequent actions were rather straightforward. He addressed Rotom. Rotom, please contact the owner of the Eevee breeding house and inquire if they are currently missing two Pokémon. Just as Lin Feng contemplated summoning Gardevoir and Dragonite, Gardevoir materialized before him with remarkable promptness. Clearly, Gardevoir had sensed through psychic intuition that Lin Feng required its assistance. Master, you need not worry about the other two Eevees. The breeding house has recently updated their task center at the Alliance headquarters, indicating that they have located two of the Eevees, leaving only one yet to be found, Rotom conveyed. As it spoke, Rotom projected an ethereal screen before Lin Feng and Eevee. At the top, it read Alliance task system, with various tasks listed below. This system was established to address the diverse needs of citizens based on the differing abilities of Pokémon, generally aimed at assisting trainers in resolving issues within the city while also providing financial support to those who found themselves in need during their journeys. Task 3. The Eevee breeding house has recently reported the loss of 3 Eevees, as depicted in the images below. Among them, A3 and A5 are closely bonded, while A9 is rather timid. If found, or if anyone can provide information, please report promptly. Upon verification, the breeding house will reward informants with no less than 5,000 Alliance coins per Eevee. Note, A3 and A5 have been located. The task included various images of the 3 Eevees in their daily lives. One image, in particular, unmistakably featured the Eevee before Lin Feng. Upon opening the task details, he viewed the scene in which the other two EVs were found. Two kind-hearted residents had discovered them and delivered them to the breeding house upon noticing the identification tags around their necks. Seeing this, Lin Feng exhaled in relief and glanced at Eevee, a playful smile tugging at his lips. No need to worry about your companions. They appear to be a tad more astute than you, having managed to return without removing their collars. Eevee's eyes widened in surprise, clearly perplexed by this revelation. Lin Feng then turned to Rotom, instructing, in the name of the breeding house, send a message stating that the last EV is with me and there is no cause for concern. I will deliver it once the storm has passed. Understood, Master. Rotom responded promptly, dispatching the message. Within a minute, a video call from Rotom initiated. Lin Feng did not hesitate and immediately authorized the connection. On the screen appeared a young man, approximately 24 or 25 years old, clad in a white shirt and sporting glasses, exuding an air of refinement. In the background, an Ember EV strolled leisurely. Upon seeing this young man, Lin Feng felt a flicker of surprise. Feng Yoji, are you not supposed to be traveling? In his childhood, every time Lin Feng accompanied his parents to Wudong City for deliveries, he would eagerly tag along, eager to witness various Pokémon and visit the EV breeding house to see the little EVs. Feng Yoji was the child of Feng Bu, the breeding house's proprietor. After his parents went missing, Lin Feng had seldom visited and later heard that Feng Yoji embarked on a journey during high school, and it seemed he had already traversed 2 or 3 alliance regions. The two had shared a good rapport during their youth. Lin Feng often implored Feng Yoji to take him out to play with the EVs. Interestingly, despite being 5 or 6 years older, Feng Yoji would naturally address Lin Feng as Brother Feng. However, Lin Feng had always found him somewhat boastful. Ha ha ha, Brother Feng. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Feng Yoji expressed astonishment, followed by hearty laughter. I was just wondering if Uncle Lin had returned. I didn't expect you to inherit your parents' breeding house. You don't seem like the same person from childhood. I thought by now you would have embarked on your journey and conquered all the gyms in the Donghua Alliance. Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly. I just graduated from high school this year. He then inquired, aren't you here to collect the EVs? Oh, right. Where's EV? Lin Feng cradled EV, who had gotten drenched in the rain and developed a mild fever. After drying its fur, he had nursed it back to health. He added, additionally, please bring the other 2 lost EVs over to see. This little one seems a bit guilty for not being able to see its companions. All right, Feng Yoji replied instinctively, his tone familiar. He then stepped into the breeding chamber and picked up one of the EVs. However, halfway there, he felt a sense of unease. In their childhood, he had admired Lin Feng for his extensive knowledge of Pokémon. Whenever they watched battles in the park, Lin Feng would articulate various Pokémon abilities with clarity, knowledge typically imparted in high school. Yet Lin Feng had possessed such understanding even then, which had earned him Feng Yoji's admiration. Now, however, circumstances had changed. Feng Yoji had since acquired high school knowledge and traveled through 2 regions, competing in 2 alliance-level matches, even reaching the top 16 in one of them. He had become an exceptionally accomplished trainer. Meanwhile, Brother Feng, Lin Feng, was merely a freshly graduated high school student. Why should he still harbor any apprehension? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Feng Yoji straightened his posture. Before he could speak, Lin Feng, holding EV by the scruff, remarked, see? Your 2 companions are safe and sound. However, he immediately recalibrated his tone, clearing his throat and speaking with a somewhat restrained quiver. So, little Feng, you have inherited Uncle Lin's breeding house and become a breeder now? The change in address caught Lin Feng's attention, but he refrained from elaborating, simply nodding in affirmation. That is indeed the case. Feng Yoji's enthusiasm for conversation was suddenly ignited. With a tone tinged with incredulity and a hint of disappointment, he exclaimed, little Feng, this hardly aligns with the ambition you displayed in your youth. You once proclaimed that the champion's throne of the Donghua Alliance would surely have a place for you. Just look at me. I have traversed the Guandu region and then the Chengdu region, achieving quite a bit along the way. You cannot possibly fathom that I secured a top 8 finish in that year's Quartz Alliance. The intensity of the battles was unparalleled. Prior to the Quartz Alliance, I faced a trainer named Chi Hong, and our clash was nothing short of cataclysmic, an all-out brawl. Alas, my Flareon fell short by a mere move. He regaled Lin Feng with tales of his illustrious encounters during his travels, oblivious to the increasingly peculiar expression on Lin Feng's face. To have battled evenly with Chi Hong? Was it genuine? That Flareon had only recently crossed the threshold into the ranks of the Elite Four. Truly, the audacity of men and their penchant for boasting is insufferable. Ah, Brother Feng, did you not just inquire about my reason for returning? This time, for the Zongheng Conference, I have heard that Champion Feng will also participate. My purpose in returning is solely to claim the championship and engage him in battle. Lin Feng clasped his hands together, exclaiming, ah, is that so? I wish you the best of luck. The Zongheng Conference allows challengers to face the reigning champion every 3 years, and indeed, This year marks the third since the last event. At that moment, Feng Yoji, who had been animatedly narrating his exploits, suddenly paused, as if struck by a thought. Very well, Brother Feng, I shan't keep you any longer. It seems my Flareon has been located. I must inform my father to prevent him from continuing his search. I shall seek you out when time permits. Very well, Lin Feng replied tersely, promptly disconnecting the video call via Rotom. Internally, he mused, this brother of mine, despite maturing, retains his penchant for exaggeration. Shaking his head, Lin Feng turned his gaze to the Flareon nestled in his arms. Boy, the Flareon, once reassured that its companions were safe, cautiously regarded the human before it. During its time in the breeding facility, it had held a distinct aversion to humans, as their presence often signified the potential loss of a beloved companion. Only later did it come to understand that those selected by humans would gain their own trainers. Before the rain ceases, it is likely that no one will come to retrieve you, so you shall have to stay with me for the time being. The thought brought Lin Feng a measure of delight. This was indeed an object of youthful anticipation. Observing the Flareon show little resistance, he gently lifted its forelegs and, with its somewhat dazed expression, buried his face into its soft belly. Ah, how delightful! As the weather turned cooler, the icy Vulpix's chilly belly was no longer as inviting for a cuddle. At this moment, having a Flareon was simply splendid, especially with its neck fur. Soft and comforting, pure bliss. Boy, as the Flareon gazed at Lin Feng, who was so close, it surprisingly felt no resistance, but rather an unprecedented sense of comfort. So this is what human trainers are like. Not only had this human saved it, but he also reassured it that its companions had not suffered due to its absence. Furthermore, the aroma emanating from him was quite pleasant. Just as it felt compelled to embrace Lin Feng with its limbs, a slightly breathless sound interrupted their tender moment. Whoa! The icy Vulpix, previously resting on the sofa, observed Lin Feng cradling the new Pokémon, pouting in discontent and scratching at Lin Feng's pants in a display of jealousy. Its demeanor spoke volumes of the distress it felt, clearly perturbed by the situation. Whoa! Why not hold me anymore? All right, come here. Lin Feng relented, placing the Flareon on his left knee while positioning the icy Vulpix on his right. He gently stroked their backs with one hand. The icy Vulpix basked in the attention, while the Flareon seemed somewhat restless. Moments later, a series of soft gurgles emanated from the Flareon's belly, causing it to bury its face in Lin Feng's knee in embarrassment. Observing the Flareon's awkwardness, Lin Feng burst into laughter. Let us see if you dare to run off again. Wait here, I will prepare something for you to eat. Boy. Chapter 131, The Soothing Bell. Half an hour later, as Lin Feng watched the Flareon savoring an energy cube with evident delight, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. He mused, this Flareon is rather exceptional. It brings its companions along and, at the very moment of its rescue, still remembers them. This alone speaks volumes of its character. Yet, he was reminded that this Flareon belonged to the breeding facility and not to him. Once the storm passes, should he perhaps ask Feng Yoji to keep the Flareon here? Of course, before that, he must find a way to win its heart. Boy, in the eyes of the Flareon, its perception of Lin Feng grew increasingly favorable. Whoa! The energy cubes made by trainers outside taste this good? It had never encountered such delightful energy cubes before. Noticing the Flareon's satisfied expression, Lin Feng playfully inquired, is it delicious? Without lifting its gaze, the Flareon replied, boy, delicious, delicious. Would you like to eat such energy cubes often in the future? Boy, I want to. Lin Feng continued to coax, how about staying here with me? You wouldn't have to return. You could remain in my breeding facility and be my Pokémon. Boy, really? The Flareon, still not raising its head, was unaware of the promise it had just made, only knowing that it wanted to eat. After consuming a couple more bites, it suddenly seemed to realize something, lifting its head to regard Lin Feng with its dark, cautious eyes. Boy, are you going to take me home? The Flareon recalled the companions it had left behind in the breeding facility, each one selected in turn. Yet, unlike them, it had escaped on its own, seeking help and finding Lin Feng. Should this human choose to take it away, it would be quite content. However, it couldn't help but think of its two closest companions. If it were to be chosen by this human, would it never see its beloved friends again? It found itself torn between two choices. Observing the Flareon's conflicted expression, Lin Feng felt a surge of anxiety. What's wrong? Do you have something on your mind? Boy, the Flareon hesitated to express its turmoil to Lin Feng, feeling somewhat bashful. After all, as a Pokémon from the breeding facility, most Flareons understood that they would eventually gain their own trainers and embark on a new life, often harboring a sense of yearning for that future. Yet, it found itself in a state of conflict. Lin Feng, too, felt it inappropriate to directly probe into its thoughts with his powers. Recalling the information regarding lost Flareons from the League's tasks, this particular Flareon, named Aju, was somewhat shy and seemed to imply that it did not wish to remain here. Unable to suppress a sigh, It was of no consequence. If one were unwilling, it mattered not. Once the tempest had passed, the personnel from the EV breeding house would soon come to retrieve you. Boy, boy. Observing the expression of disappointment on the face of this kind-hearted human, Eevee grew increasingly anxious. It shook its head fervently, exclaiming, "Boy, boy, this is not the case." It had no desire to leave this place. The food here was delectable, the human treated it with utmost kindness, and even rescued it. This already constituted the best impression of a trainer in its mind. It simply did not know how to express itself. Oh well, Ah-san Ah-woo. It seems we may find it difficult to meet again in the future. Ultimately, after a tumultuous inner conflict, Eevee resolved to accept its fate. Although its companions were wonderful, they too would eventually have their own trainers, leading to inevitable partings. Thus, it was perhaps better to bid farewell here. Lin Feng expressed confusion. So are you willing to stay here then? He found himself at a loss regarding Eevee's thoughts. Shanae, who stood by, gently rubbed her forehead in exasperation and took on the role of a messenger. Shanae, Lin Feng. It didn't say it was unwilling to stay here, merely that it is somewhat reluctant to part with its two friends, namely the two EVs from before. Lin Feng was taken aback, then turned to Eevee with a puzzled look. Are you referring to those two named Ah-san and Ah-woo? Eevee shyly nodded its head. A good place, meant to be shared with good friends. Lin Feng stroked his chin, pondering that forcibly separating good companions was indeed unwise. Thus, he replied, I see. Then once the storm has passed, I shall visit and see if I can bring your good friends along. 3 EVs from the breeding house, even if costly, are not prohibitively expensive. Eevee is a very approachable Pokémon. This approachability is reflected not only in its demeanor, but also in its price. Each one costs only a few thousand yuan, making them a favored choice for many ordinary families as pets. Boy. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Eevee's eyes brightened even more. Boy, really? Of course. Lin Feng chuckled, patting Eevee's fur. He could certainly manage to care for a Dragonite and a Machoke, let alone a few little Eevees. He even began to imagine what forms Eevee might evolve into. First and foremost, a Sylveon was certainly a must-have, but what about the other 2 EVs? Lin Feng took out his phone and began searching for various EV evolutions, flipping through images one by one. Soon, he found himself grappling with indecision. Flareon, Vaporeon, Glaceon, or perhaps Espeon. In the end, Lin Feng shook his head, chuckling softly. Eevee hadn't even made it home yet, and he was already contemplating their evolutions? Ultimately, the specific forms would depend on the desires of the 2 EVs. Just then, as Lin Feng regained his focus, the little EV finished its energy cube and stealthily glanced at Lin Feng. Although it still desired more, it felt that consuming so much on its first visit seemed a bit inappropriate. Thus, it suppressed its appetite, letting out a soft, "Boy, I'm done eating." However, it was evident that it had eaten rather hastily, as crumbs of energy cube lingered around its mouth. Still want to eat? Observing its appearance, Lin Feng couldn't help but wipe its mouth. Boy. Eevee hesitated for a moment, then shook its head. Boy, I'm finished. This time, Lin Feng clearly perceived its emotions. Choosing not to confront it directly, but simply smiled. All right, it's almost noon, and soon we can all share a meal together. Boy. Yes, Lin Feng nodded, suddenly brightening as if remembering something. There's one more thing that would suit you perfectly. He produced a small golden bell, adjusted its size, and hung it around Eevee's neck. With a gentle shake, it emitted a clear, melodious sound. Dingling, dingling. Boy. Feeling something new around its neck, Eevee initially resisted. But upon hearing the chime of the bell, its eyes sparkled with delight. It instinctively tapped its paw against the ground, causing the bell to ring once more. Seeing this, a joyful expression emerged on its face. This new item was far more entertaining than the previous one. Eevee seemed to have discovered a delightful toy, balancing on its hind legs, while its front paws grasped eagerly, emitting a sound akin to a playful whimper. Observing Eevee's newfound affection for the bell, Lin Feng's lips curved into a subtle smile. Chapter 132, Honey Wine. Noon. The rain had subsided slightly, yet it still poured down like a torrential tempest. In such weather, it was fortunate that the crops in Wudong town had already been harvested in advance. Otherwise, the relentless downpour would have flooded the fields, ruining the grain. At this moment, within the garden of the plantation, an invisible psychic barrier shielded the outside rain, creating an intangible giant umbrella. Beneath this shield, Lin Feng, along with a multitude of Pokémon, was introducing Eevee to everyone. This is Eevee, a companion I just found amidst the storm, and it is likely to stay with us from now on. Please give it a warm welcome. Frosty. The first to greet was the Frostlass. Having just spent time in the breeding house, they found Eevee's presence to be no surprise. Even feeling a pang of sympathy for the little Eevee drenched from the rain. Now seeing it restored, they offered a warm welcome. Frosty wants to try our cream? Lin Feng mentioned that our cream has unique effects. Frosty. Haha. Finally, a companion that appears weaker than me. The Machoke exclaimed with excitement, feeling that finally, a Pokémon had arrived that looked even weaker than itself. As for the Pidgey, Spearow, Frostlass, Sweet Bamboo, and Flowering Sea Lion perched atop the pine tree, they were automatically disregarded in its mind. They were neither its comrades in adversity nor Pokémon that provided food for Linfeng. They were incomparable. Xiao. The superior showed no reaction, merely responding indifferently, acknowledging its awareness. However, the slight swaying of its tail revealed an underlying restlessness, while its peripheral vision scrutinized Eevee, silently pondering. Indeed, does it prefer Pokémon that can be cradled in its arms? Boy, faced with such a multitude of gazes, Eevee felt both shy and unfamiliar, unsure how to react, and simply stood rigidly on the round table. The typically gentle Dragonite attempted to approach for a closer look at the little Eevee. However, upon stepping forward, its massive stature startled Eevee, causing it to instinctively retreat, its fur bristling. Seeing the somewhat awkward Dragonite, Eevee felt a twinge of discomfort. Pokémon raised in human breeding houses, like them, were generally educated, aware that their potential trainers may have various Pokémon before them. Thus, upon witnessing Linfeng's array of Pokémon, Eevee was not overly astonished. However, the sheer size of this large creature was indeed overwhelming, and it found it difficult to accept. Boy, Eevee's embarrassment did not go unnoticed by the perceptive Shanae, who swiftly gestured to Linfeng. Shanae, all right, Linfeng, you should go prepare the food now. Linfeng nodded, retrieving some commonly consumed energy cubes from his storage sphere, using psychic energy to distribute them before each Pokémon. He then made his way to the kitchen, contemplating that on a rainy day, something warm would be suitable. Thus, he prepared a hearty bowl of hot noodles and pan-fried pork chops. After allocating everything with telekinesis, Linfeng did not immediately take the food to the garden, but instead made his way to the barn. Inside the barn, the large milk cans were gazing at the rain while comfortably indulging in honey grass balls, as they hardly consumed anything other than these treats. Thus, on such dining occasions, they preferred to remain inside the barn. Due to the rain, the three bees finally took a break today, quietly resting in their hive. However, they still reported to Linfeng, seemingly afraid of being reprimanded by their queen for not working. This made Linfeng both amused and exasperated. He certainly wouldn't scold them, as they had already produced an abundance of honey, and the quality was steadily improving. Yet, Linfeng's focus this time was not on them, but rather on the oak barrel nestled in the corner of the barn. Although it was well sealed, the aroma of wine had already begun to permeate the barn, indicating that the honey wine was ready. Approaching one of the barrels, Linfeng removed the stopper, and a rich, enticing fragrance wafted forth. He eagerly gazed at the completed honey wine. A-grade honey wine is crafted from pure honey grapes, meticulously peeled, fermented, and brewed, possessing a soothing effect on Pokémon. Culinary Effect 1. Long-term consumption increases psychic ability enhancement speed by 30. For the producer, long-term consumption enhances the speed by 75. Culinary Effect 2. Heartwarming. When Pokémon consume it together within a short span, it will strengthen their bonds. Upon seeing these two effects, Linfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. During this time, he had been contemplating ways to hone his psychic powers, such as using his abilities to lift heavy objects or perform more delicate tasks in daily life. However, he found that while this did enhance his abilities, the improvements were minimal, leading him to refrain from practicing actively. Now, discovering that this culinary effect could provide even better enhancements for the creator was indeed fortuitous. It seemed he should reserve some for himself. Furthermore, the heartwarming effect could foster better relationships among Pokémon. The dynamics among Pokémon were a point of concern for Linfeng. Although most Pokémon interacted harmoniously, there were still subtle barriers, particularly among those that joined midway, such as the sturdy chicken, Sweet Bamboo, and Floral Sea Lion, who preferred to stay together. Although they did communicate with other Pokémon, there remained an underlying sense of unfamiliarity. Linfeng occasionally sensed this unease in daily life, especially evident between the monarch snake and the Beedrill. The Beedrill spent most of its time perched in the pine trees, hardly interacting with other Pokémon, while the monarch snake's aloof demeanor often intimidated others, making them hesitant to approach. Soon, they might also welcome 3 more EVs, who would be newcomers as well. If their relationships were not managed well, it could lead to quite a headache. The fact that this honey wine exhibited such effects was undoubtedly a blessing. However, among the Pokémon in the plantation, the friendliest was undoubtedly the ice six-tailed fox. It feared nothing and could playfully engage with anyone, be it Shinado, Dragonite, or the monarch snake, establishing itself as the social butterfly of the plantation. Just like now, when Linfeng brought the honey wine to the garden, the ice six-tailed fox circled around Eevee, curiously eyeing the bell around its neck, eager to paw at it. Eevee, on the other hand, tried its best to evade the fox's claws. Whimper, whimper. This made the ice six-tailed fox gaze enviously at Eevee's bell. It remembered that just moments ago in the room, Eevee had not worn that bell, now it adorned its neck. There could only be one possibility. It was a gift from Linfeng. Thinking of this possibility, the ice six-tailed fox felt a pang of jealousy and a sense of unarticulated grievance. Having followed Linfeng for so long, it had never received such a gift. While this new companion, who had only arrived a day ago, was already bestowed with such a beautiful bell. Its straightforward nature prompted it to call out to Linfeng as soon as he emerged from the barn, wearing a pitiful expression. Whimper, whimper. Linfeng, just stepping out, was momentarily taken aback, unsure why the six-tailed fox had suddenly become so distressed. It was only when the fox pointed at the bell around Eevee's neck that he realized. Finding it rather amusing, but also feeling a twinge of guilt for not noticing the ice six-tailed fox's little emotions, he reassured it, saying, all right, in a few days. I will also get you a gift. Whimper, whimper. The ice six-tailed fox's feelings of grievance subsided significantly. Although Eevee was reluctant to let it touch the bell, it could not help but succumb to its curiosity, wanting to examine the soothing bell and discover how it produced sound. Meanwhile, Linfeng distributed hot noodle soup and pork chops to each Pokémon capable of eating, followed by a cup of honey wine for each one. When he reached the monarch snake, he hesitated for a moment. Although he believed the monarch snake should indeed drink this honey wine, he recalled its appearance after getting drunk last time, leaving him momentarily stunned. Shoo shoo. The monarch snake paused as it caught a whiff of the wine. Clearly recalling its previous inebriated experience, its proud expression slightly marred by embarrassment. You can drink a little. It won't make you spill your truths like last time. Observing the monarch snake's demeanor, Linfeng found himself at a loss for words, trying to clarify that this time's wine did not possess the same effects as the last. However, halfway through his explanation, he suddenly felt a chill, as he wondered if the monarch snake's truth-telling was a result of the rice wine's effects, or if it naturally spoke its truths when intoxicated. If it were the former, that would be acceptable. If the latter, just as he was lost in thought, the monarch snake spoke up, extending a vine towards Linfeng. Shoo shoo, just a little bit. Linfeng let out a sigh of relief and nodded. All right, then just a little bit. He thought to himself that a small amount should pose no harm, even though the honey wine's alcohol content was significantly higher than that of rice wine. He poured the monarch snake a measure equivalent to 2 fingers worth. Yet, the monarch snake still bore an expression of hesitation. Linfeng could not help but inquire. What's wrong? The monarch snake replied softly, shoo shoo. If I get drunk, you need to quickly take me back to my room. Whether it was to act cute or for other reasons, it certainly did not wish to be a proud snake in public. All right. I will swiftly take you back to your room, Linfeng assured, understanding the monarch snake's personality and saying no more, while reassuring it that he would keep a close watch on its condition, which finally put it at ease. Once most of the Pokémon had been served, Linfeng directed his gaze towards the remaining Pidgeys and the newly evolved Pidgeots. Most of the Pidgeys had now evolved into Pidgeots, with one having already reached level 28 or 29. It seemed that a Pidgeot courier would soon emerge. As for the Pidgeys, only 2 remained unevolved. Meanwhile, Mew was intently watching the mint-flavored pork chop in Linfeng's hand. It seemed to have fully adapted to the Pidgeot body and seamlessly integrated into this species, showing no suspicion as to why Linfeng consistently presented it with mint-flavored pork chops. It also did not question why Linfeng had not noticed that one Pidgeot had not recorded any delivery. As Linfeng observed it, he found himself pondering, having resided here for quite some time. Has the world tree truly been disregarded? Occasionally, when Linfeng catches a glimpse of it, he cannot help but recall Mewtwo. He wonders where it has traveled, the myriad of places it has seen, and whether its perspective on humanity has shifted. Generally speaking, in the utopian realm of Pokémon, most humans possess commendable character traits. Unless one encounters particularly troublesome individuals, they seldom leave a negative impression. Just then, a prolonged cry abruptly interrupted Linfeng's contemplation. He looked up, his expression momentarily frozen. It was Butterfree, floundering in midair, its demeanor dazed, scattering sleep powder and uttering chaotic sounds. This symptom was instantly recognizable to Linfeng. The creature was intoxicated. He shook his head, intending to use telekinesis to bring it down gently. However, he was soon met with a chorus of cries from behind him. Ugh, ugh. Turning around, he discovered that both Dragonite and Milotic had succumbed to inebriation as well. Linfeng's expression shifted dramatically. Shaman, quickly, restrain Dragonite. Chapter 134. The Curse of Complete Control. An excited Shaman Shay? In truth, Shaman had already been observing Dragonite's condition. The moment it took to the skies, Shaman sprang into action. A luminous crescent-like glow materialized behind it, ultimately settling upon Dragonite. After absorbing this potent lunar energy, the already intoxicated Dragonite promptly collapsed, falling into a deep slumber. Caught by Shaman's telekinesis before being safely stored in a Pokeball by Linfeng, Milotic proved to be an easier case. Even inebriated, it floated serenely in place, merely swaying its body, feeling warm and somewhat uncomfortable with Shaman's telekinetic grasp. Now, two more little drunks had joined the ranks. Seeing that Dragonite had not caused any trouble, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Had Dragonite become intoxicated, it would have taken just one move to wreak havoc upon the plantation. Taking over Shaman's telekinesis, Lin Feng guided Milotic toward the reservoir. The moment Milotic's body touched the water, its expression transformed considerably, lifting its head and gazing dreamily at Lin Feng. "Oh, a nap will suffice." Lin Feng affectionately stroked its head, not lingering on thoughts for long, and hurried back to the garden. He feared that more Pokémon might soon find themselves inebriated. Compared to the previously mild rice wine, this honey wine was at least twice as potent. Sure enough, upon his arrival, two more Pokémon were swaying unsteadily, Eevee and Primarina. However, before he entered, Shaman had already removed the wine glasses from in front of them. A notable phenomenon was that the typically shy Primarina had inexplicably moved closer to the Superior, playfully patting its body. In the past, Primarina would have never dared approach Superior. Within the entire plantation, the only Pokémon that shared any camaraderie with Superior were Vulpix and Milotic, and now Shaman had joined their ranks. Other Pokémon, like Bounsweet and Combusken, would never dream of conversing with it. Yet now, both Primarina and Superior appeared to be in a joyful camaraderie, and Superior's face had merely taken on a rosy hue, showing no signs of discomfort. Clearly, this time it had managed its alcohol intake well, and the relationship between the two had progressed significantly under the influence of wine. Quite impressive. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction at the outcome. Although there had been a minor hiccup, he was pleased with the effects of the honey wine. Subsequently, under Lin Feng's conscious guidance, nearly every Pokémon partook of a small amount of honey wine, himself included. Unlike the fragrant rice wine, the taste of honey wine was considerably richer, and its potency exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. If the rice wine was rated a 5, then the honey wine was around 20, which explained the inebriation of so many Pokémon. Fortunately, with the supervision of Shaman and Lin Feng, most Pokémon were halted before reaching a state of confusion. Moreover, under the soothing effects of the honey wine, their relationships had evidently grown closer. By the time lunch had concluded, the clock had leisurely ticked past 1 o'clock. The drowsiness from the recent drinking began to set in, prompting Lin Feng to arrange for them to take a nap. Meanwhile, the rain had gradually softened. Lin Feng took a breath, casting his gaze upon Shaman. Since experiencing the unique effects of honey wine, it had continued to indulge, and now its complexion had taken on a rosy glow. Unable to contain his concern, Lin Feng inquired, "Shaman, please promise me you won't get drunk, all right?" This worry was warranted. Should Shaman become intoxicated, Lin Feng would genuinely be at a loss for what to do. Shaman set down its glass, a smile gracing its lips upon hearing Lin Feng's request. It nodded gently. Understood. After finishing its final glass of honey wine, its cheeks blushed even more, and it floated closer to Lin Feng. Its originally gentle voice now carried a hint of magnetism and languor. This wine tastes far superior to the previous one. Most importantly, it felt that consuming this wine accelerated its strength increase. The higher alcohol content suited it well. It relished the strong. Observing Shaman's demeanor, Lin Feng instinctively swallowed, genuinely apprehensive about Shaman becoming intoxicated. After a brief silence, he cautioned, "Moderate your intake. Please do not get drunk." As Lin Feng watched, somewhat tentatively, Shaman burst into a radiant smile, its expression unfurling into one of joy. This was the first time Lin Feng had witnessed such a smile from it, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Shaman placed a hand atop Lin Feng's head, gently ruffling his hair. Its demeanor softening. "Rest assured, I will watch over the house for you." With that, Shaman yawned, seemingly succumbing to sleepiness. "All right, I must take my leave now. They are all asleep, lest I induce nightmares for them." Wait a moment. Lin Feng calculated the time and called out to Shaman just as it was about to depart. He produced a rare candy. "Here, this is for the past few days." Rare candies. While he might occasionally forget to procure them for other Pokémon due to memory lapses, he had consistently supplied Shaman with its rare candies. This was because Lin Feng was eager to resolve Shaman's curse issue swiftly. Shaman floated back, accepting the candy. Upon swallowing it, it felt an energy surge within, deftly maneuvering the curse within its body. When it realized that the curse's energy was gradually being mobilized without any pressure, it paused momentarily. Then, overwhelming joy surged through Shaman's mind. At last, it had resolved a problem that had plagued it since birth. Moreover, it had achieved a nearly perfect resolution, as the curse's power had now been masterfully harnessed by it. It lowered its head to gaze at Lin Feng, who appeared somewhat bewildered, before floating closer and enveloping him in a warm embrace, its voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. Chapter 135, Lin Feng's Childhood Doll. As Lin Feng gazed at his tightly embraced Shinado, he momentarily found himself at a loss for words. However, once he regained his composure, Excitement began to adorn his countenance. The complete mastery over the nightmare energy signified that henceforth, Shinado would no longer need to depart from the plantation each night. This was indeed a monumental advancement for the development of the plantation. Moreover, the rewards bestowed by the system were exceedingly generous. Congratulations to the host for elevating Shinado's happiness level from 40 to 90. Rewards include 3 high-grade rare candies, 10 bags of premium golden fertilizer, and a psychic gem. Once carried, psychic Pokémon can harness the gem's power to unleash skills that inflict damage exceeding their own capabilities by 100, with usage frequency determined by the Pokémon's strength. This was a fortuitous boon at a critical juncture. Yet, noticing that Shinado had not released him after a considerable time, Linfeng gently attempted to push her away, and she obediently unfurled herself. It was only then that he noticed her eyes appeared somewhat moist at the corners. Shauna. The tears swiftly dissipated with the breeze, and Shinado, slightly embarrassed, brushed her hair. I apologize, Linfeng. I got a bit carried away. There's no need to apologize. This is a wonderful thing. Congratulations, Shinado, Linfeng replied. Though internally he felt a jolt of astonishment, he quickly regained his composure and offered a warm smile of congratulations. Undoubtedly, this must have been a source of concern for Shinado for quite some time. After all, Linfeng rarely observed her happiness level exceeding 60. Yet, it was never too low. Her emotions seemed to oscillate between 30 and 60 on most days. Presently, following her remarkable surge to a happiness level of 90, it promptly settled back down to 70. Shinado gazed at Linfeng with an even more vibrant smile in her eyes, and after a brief pause, she floated into the air, cheerfully saying, "It seems I won't have to leave anymore. Would you perhaps prepare a place for me?" Pokémon like her, who had survived in the wild since childhood, would not relish the thought of being confined within a Pokeball for extended periods. Oh, Linfeng finally grasped her meaning. Follow me. You can stay in my previous room. Currently, Linfeng resided in his parents' room, having moved his belongings there after they went missing. As his own room was rather small, if Shinado no longer needed to leave every night, she indeed required a proper space. Leading Shinado to the adjacent room, he opened the door. Inside was a small room with a floor-to-ceiling window. Having cleaned it from Mewtwo's previous stay, it was devoid of dust. However, when Linfeng returned the next day to tidy up, he discovered that Mewtwo had not actually stayed there, as everything was still arranged just as he had left it. Is this my room? Shinado inquired, surveying her surroundings. At that moment, her demeanor seemed to rejuvenate. The room contained a small desk, a bed, a wardrobe beside the bed, and several plush Pokémon dolls adorning the bed. Among them were Eevee, Charizard, and even her own pre-evolved form, Ralts. The Ralts doll, with its head bowed, hands clasped behind its back, and eyes hidden beneath its hair, sported charming dimples on either side of its face. Linfeng, witnessing this scene, felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment, quickly nonchalantly gathering the dolls into a bag and placing them in the wardrobe, chiding himself for not having put them away earlier. Shinado chuckled softly, shaking her head without further comment, and continued to examine the room. On the wall above the desk hung a poster of Eevee, and aside from some theoretical books on Pokémon, the desk was quite bare, a rather simple room. Yet, Shinado found it quite to her liking. In this space, she could sense the essence of Linfeng's childhood. After arranging the bedding, Linfeng turned to Shinado, saying, "This is your room now. It may be a bit plain, but if you would like anything, please let me know." Shinado nodded, affirming, "Yes, I really like it here." Linfeng breathed a sigh of relief. "All right then. I won't disturb your rest," he said as he exited the room. Just before leaving, he couldn't resist one last glance at her happiness level. Pokémon, Shinado, gender, female, ability, telepathy, talent, golden individual values. Level, 86 to 89. Skills, call, confusion, magical flame, shadow clone, misty terrain, charm, psychic, draining kiss, moonblast. Future sight, description, a shiny Shinado that has perfectly mastered the curse from Darkrai and can utilize its power to plunge enemies into nightmares. Affection level, 94. It cares deeply for your feelings. Happiness level, 75. A lovely little home. Unbeknownst to him, even the affection level had risen to 94. Linfeng mused internally before he too sought rest. Meanwhile, after he departed, Shinado stood in place for a moment before walking over to the wardrobe. Retrieving the dolls Linfeng had just stowed away one by one. Among them were Eevee, Charizard, Milotic, Snivy, and Rayquaza. After a moment of contemplation, a smile involuntarily graced Shinado's lips, with Ralts being the last doll she held. Are these all his favorite Pokémon? She pondered. By the way, now that Shinado had fully mastered Darkray's nightmare powers, would Darkrai sense this change? As Linfeng walked back to his room, he found his thoughts wandering. He shook his head, uncertain whether Darkrai would notice such matters. Upon entering his room, Linfeng was taken aback. His Ice Vulpix, Sovereign Snake, and Frost Moth were all dozing lazily. Most notably, the sovereign snake had coiled itself on his bed, while Ice Vulpix leaned against it. Is this how you all sleep? Are you trying to push me to the floor? Lin Feng gazed at the scene, feeling a mix of exasperation and helplessness. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of a nearby town, a figure slowly emerged, murmuring in a hoarse, peculiar voice, "Strange, why can't I reclaim this power?" Chapter 136, Darkray's Doubt and the Return of Liang Feng. Darkray found the situation perplexing. Years ago, influenced by the benevolence of the dream Pokémon, Cresselia, it had softened considerably. It would extend a helping hand to weaker Pokémon, and in severe cases, even imbue them with a portion of its own power. However, as time passed, it realized that this power, rather than serving as assistance, had rendered some Pokémon targets of disdain, prompting it to quietly retract its strength. Yet, by the time it made this discovery, a significant amount of time had already elapsed. Consequently, some of its power had inevitably scattered, and certain Pokémon had perished, leaving those energies beyond its reach. Over the years, its own strength had waned somewhat. Fortunately, these energies still bore a connection to it. Hence, Darkray was not in a hurry and did not seek to find them immediately. Furthermore, it discovered that when its powers were entrusted to other Pokémon or certain places, its own strength increased more rapidly, encouraging it to disperse its powers even further. But now, the connection to this power has vanished. It cannot afford to be complacent. The disappearance of this bond signifies that the strength no longer belongs to it. It must embark on a quest to reclaim it. Darkray lingered for a moment before ultimately deciding to leave this place in search of its lost power. However, prior to that, it needed to devise a method to locate the last known position of that strength. Initially, it was believed that the typhoon would only be a fleeting occurrence. Yet it unexpectedly persisted for 5 to 6 days. In the transitional weather from summer to autumn, a sporadic rain could indeed soothe the spirit, but consecutive days of rain became somewhat irksome. Although the downpour had lessened to a drizzle, it still left one feeling quite vexed. Lin Feng contemplated whether he should ask Dragonite to accompany him to the nearby sea to assess the situation. Despite the leisurely nature of such an excursion, the past few days had seen only a handful of trainers from a far stop by the breeding house to purchase some energy cubes, along with a few loyal customers. Even Eevee found itself feeling a touch melancholic. Since arriving here, it had constantly pondered when it could bring its companions over. Eevee noticed that the meals offered here were far superior to those at the previous breeding house. Moreover, Lin Feng did not restrict its freedom. It could frolic wherever it pleased, provided it kept itself clean. Driven by a desire to share and perhaps show off, Eevee was eager for Asan and Awu to come over. On September 22nd, the weather finally took a turn for the better. That day, Lin Feng, having risen early, experienced the sensation of being busy once again. Churning milk, manufacturing energy cubes, and preparing rice dumplings. The entire day passed in a flurry of activities. In the afternoon, after a brief respite, Lin Feng felt somewhat disheartened. He had anticipated that the energy cubes produced over the past few days would suffice for a few days' rest. Yet the reality was that many had not visited the breeding house to purchase energy cubes for several days. Consequently, the influx of customers today was particularly overwhelming, depleting his stock entirely. This led to a day that felt even more exhausting than usual. Looking at the slightly pickled Swablu, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Even the Swablu were beginning to feel the strain. Speaking of which, the 2-week period should be drawing to a close, right? As he hung the closed sign, Lin Feng muttered to himself. Ever since the curse afflicting Shinado was resolved, there were few matters weighing on his mind. In chronological order, there was the blind box egg guessing game in Changsha City, which he had yet to find time for. Chi-Chong had even called to inquire about it. However, Lin Feng had been exceedingly busy lately, allowing that task to pile up. Moreover, the blind box game had become a rather inconsequential affair for him, hence he had not prioritized it. Secondly, there was the road construction. Financially, he had more than enough funds, but he had been too preoccupied to attend to it. Thirdly, there was the egg of the Cardi dog that Mayor Han Yu had promised him, the arrival of which remained uncertain. At the time, he had merely mentioned that the wind speed dog was pregnant, without specifying how long it had been. Thus, even Lin Feng was unaware of when the mayor would deliver the egg. Generally speaking, a wind speed dog's pregnancy lasts just over 2 months before giving birth. Lastly, there was Liang Feng's anticipated return. This was what he currently looked forward to the most, as thoughts of it occupied his mind daily. Especially today. After just closing the door, he glanced at the flower-laden bluestone path and fancied he could see Liang Feng approaching. Rubbing his eyes, Lin Feng's expression brightened instantly. This was no mere illusion. Liang Feng had truly arrived. As he drew closer, Lin Feng prepared to greet him, only to notice that Liang Feng's appearance this time differed from previous visits. He was clad in a casual hoodie paired with gray athletic pants, sporting a travel backpack and clearly marked with pokeball slots at his waist. This was quintessential travel attire. Liang Feng ascended the steps to the breeding house first. Smiling as he greeted, Lin Xiaoge, You seem quite busy today. I waited at the entrance for quite some time before I found you were alone. Huh. Lin Feng was taken aback, quickly responding, you could have simply come in. There was no need to wait at the town entrance. Liang Feng shook his head. It's fine. This works well too. Lin Feng had come to understand Liang Feng's personality. He was the type who preferred not to inconvenience others. Truth be told, such a disposition often led to personal disadvantage, as many matters were kept bottled up, ultimately resulting in significant psychological pressure. Here, he recalled Beedrill. It is said that Pokémon, after spending considerable time with their trainers, begin to mirror their trainers' traits. That Beedrill likely shared a similar temperament, albeit more severely, due to certain injuries. It had concealed its pain even from its trainer in the early days, resulting in a condition that could not be resolved in the end. Frankly, such a disposition is not ideal, at least in Lin Feng's view. Well then, Lin Feng said politely, would you like something to drink? Or is there yet another issue with Beedrill? Liang Feng shook his head. No, thank you. Lin Xiaogu. The purpose of my visit this time is to bid you farewell. I am about to embark on a new journey, this time to the Kanto region. I likely won't return to the Donghua Alliance for a long time. Farewell? Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback. After all, the Intercontinental Conference was still months away. Could it be? His expression reflected his astonishment. Chapter 137. The Farewell of the Autumn Equinox. Liang Feng confirmed Lin Feng's speculation, smiling as he replied, indeed. We have already challenged the champion. After recovering from their injuries, they were quite spirited. Thus, we engaged in a few days of restorative training before seeking out Feng Yang. Out of old affection, he was surprised to see me but accepted my challenge nonetheless. The process went smoothly, and it was the first time in many years that I witnessed such joy on Beedrill's face. It fought with all its might during that battle, even more fiercely than it had 10 years ago. Despite not having improved over the past decade, it still managed to engage in numerous rounds with Feng Yang/Commander. Although the outcome was not ideal, it was nonetheless an exhilarating battle, and Beedrill was quite pleased. However, in the days following the match, its physical condition rapidly declined. I had suggested coming back to find you, but it refused. With just a few words, Liang Feng summarized the developments of the past days. Lin Feng was taken aback. Huh. Liang Feng nodded calmly. So, I have come to bid you farewell. It will likely be a long time before I return to the Donghua Alliance. Yet, Lin Feng could still detect a tremor in his voice. Lin Feng remained in shock, struggling to comprehend how Liang Feng, who had appeared so despondent days ago with Beedrill, could now seem so at peace. Moreover, he had even heeded Beedrill's wishes and left it behind rather than bringing it to him. He had clearly stated that if a battle was to occur, he should have been informed first. After a lengthy silence, Lin Feng quietly remarked, I might still have a way to save it. Liang Feng shook his head. It's all right. Lin Xiaogu, being able to give Beedrill one last battle at the end of its life has left both it and me very satisfied. I've come to understand that even if Beedrill could continue to exist in this world, it would merely be in a state of lingering melancholy, which would ultimately not bring it happiness. Upon reaching this point, Liang Feng chuckled softly, pondering whether Lin Xiao could indeed reverse the fate of the Beedrill. Such a notion seemed rather improbable. Lin Feng fell into a contemplative silence, fully aware that he lacked any assurance in this matter, at least for the time being. Liang Feng, feeling a sense of relief, smiled. He genuinely feared that Lin Feng might possess a method capable of rejuvenating the Beedrill. He then produced 2 Pokeballs, stating, well, I must thank you for your efforts these past days, Lin Xiao. Here are 2 butler Pokemon, under the guidance of their parents. They have proven quite adept at household chores and caring for other Pokemon. Placing them in your capable hands would not be a disservice to them. With a gentle gesture, he released the 2 Pokemon, which appeared in hues of black and white, akin to dutiful stewards. The 2 Pokemon shared a similar stature, standing at approximately 0.8 meters tall, aligning with Liang Feng's description. They were indeed 2 relatively young butler Pokemon. Lin Feng surmised that they were likely only a few months old. Besides the notable differences in their antlers, which were a distinguishing feature, other aspects such as their mouths, eyes, and the apron-like coloration of their bodies also set them apart. The antlers of the male butler Pokemon pointed sharply upward, while the females were more rounded and drooped gently downward. It was said that these antlers could collect emotional energy, like gratitude and joy, thereby facilitating their rapid growth. This very characteristic imbued the butler Pokemon with a fervent enthusiasm for assisting both humans and their fellow Pokemon. Even while butler Pokemon would lend a hand to their counterparts in nature. As the 2 butler Pokemon emerged, Lin Feng instinctively scrutinized them. They were indeed in line with Liang Feng's description. The male, with its serious demeanor, bore an air of solemnity, yet its youth rendered it somewhat comical. The female, in contrast, exhibited a naturally cheerful expression, her round eyes and predominantly white apron lending her an aura of liveliness and innocence. Upon their introduction, the 2 Pokemon noticed Lin Feng and cautiously observed him. Having heard of their impending transfer to a promising trainer days prior, they felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation. They were eager to embrace their roles in caring for his Pokémon, yet uncertain of their new trainer's character and circumstances. Although they were still somewhat naive, they were quite astute. Rest assured, Lin Xiao, they won't cause you any trouble, and as siblings, you needn't worry about any discord between them. As Liang Feng gazed at the two butler Pokémon by his side, a hint of nostalgia glimmered in his eyes. It was indeed due to the Beedrill that he had traversed various locales to capture a butler Pokémon to care for it. Over time, the butler Pokémon found its own love and subsequently gave birth to this pair of siblings. Turning to them, Liang Feng remarked, "Come now, this is your new trainer. You may greet him." The female butler Pokémon appeared somewhat bashful, hiding behind her male counterpart as she quietly regarded Lin Feng. Meanwhile, the male butler Pokémon stood tall and approached Lin Feng earnestly, introducing himself and his sister, proclaiming, "Butler Pokémon, I excel in household tasks, while my sister specializes in caring for young ones. Of course, we are also open to learning other duties if needed." Hearing the seriousness in the male butler Pokémon's voice, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile, though he quickly reined in his amusement, realizing it was not the appropriate moment. "They certainly seem reliable," he remarked. Liang Feng nodded in agreement, saying, "Then I entrust their care to you, Lin Xiao." After entrusting the two butler Pokémon, a newfound ease washed over Liang Feng's expression. As if all lingering concerns had evaporated, he stood a little straighter, having made a pact with the Beedrill to regain his resolve. Thus, he resolved to capture a Caterpie in this new region and embark on a fresh journey. After contemplating this, Liang Feng purchased a plethora of sweet bamboo juice from the breeding house and bid farewell to Lin Feng as he stepped onto the cobblestone path. Just then, a cool breeze swept through, carrying with it a few yellowing leaves that danced in front of the breeding house. Lin Feng watched Liang Feng's retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable sigh escape his lips, tinged with a sense of melancholy. Suddenly, he recalled that today marked the autumn equinox in the Donghua calendar. After today, autumn would officially commence. Chapter 138, The Two Butler Pokémon. As the cool breeze brushed by, Lin Feng did not feel the chill himself, but he noticed his female butler Pokémon shiver slightly beside him. Perceiving this, he promptly suggested, "Come inside, it might be a bit cold out here." The two butler Pokémon hesitantly followed behind Lin Feng as they entered the breeding house. Upon their arrival, they were immediately noticed by the Frost Mimikyu still stationed at the counter, who gazed curiously at the new arrivals. "Frost? Are these new companions?" "Indeed. They are our future valuable helpers," Lin Feng affirmed as he welcomed the butler Pokémon into the fold. The male butler Pokémon paused for a moment, taken aback by such immediate trust from their new trainer despite having yet to assist him with any tasks. Meanwhile, the Ice Ninetales, who had emerged from the backyard just in time, was puzzled as to why Lin Feng had not yet arrived at the plantation. Upon entering, it was surprised to see two new Pokémon accompanying him. Given Lin Feng's recent musings about a Pokémon that could arrive at any moment to assist him, it seemed these two were indeed the ones he had mentioned. Embodying its sociable nature, the Ice Ninetales rushed to the side of the butler Pokémon and, after a brief moment of selection, chose to nuzzle against the female butler Pokémon's white apron. Frost? The female butler Pokémon glanced at Lin Feng, her eyes lighting up with joy and tenderness as she gently crouched down, cradling the startled Ice Ninetales in her arms. "Butler. Good girl." The female butler Pokémon sensed that the Ice Ninetales, though larger in size, was not older than herself, likely only about 2 months old. Thus, she instinctively embraced the little creature that had approached her, employing soothing techniques she had learned from her mother. In fact, the Ice Ninetales was not the only one. In her eyes, the Frost Mimikyu were also akin to little ones, which brought her delight. The more babies there were, the more tasks she could undertake. Meanwhile, the male butler Pokémon surveyed its surroundings, its gaze settling on the somewhat disheveled counter and the slightly soiled surfaces after recent selections, which ignited a desire within it to tidy up the space. However, the Ice Vulpix being cradled seemed somewhat resigned. It felt as though it were being treated like a child in someone's embrace. Nevertheless, being held this way appeared quite comfortable, so it made no effort to escape. Instead, it curiously gazed at its sister, the attentive Aidenshire, and whimpered, "Can you assist Lin Feng with many tasks? He seems rather busy lately and has little time to spend with us." Sister Aidenshire was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the Ice Vulpix to speak first. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, responding, "Yes, I will help him with whatever I can, such as taking care of you." Although they had not known each other for long, as an emotion-collecting Pokémon, it could sense that the atmosphere in the nurturing house was predominantly filled with positive emotions. It recalled that before their departure, its brother had informed it of a forthcoming test for the new trainer. If the trainer proved unsatisfactory, they would discreetly escape rather than serve him. However, it now seemed that the new trainer was indeed quite commendable. The Ice Vulpix pouted, lamenting, "I can take care of myself. But I feel so inadequate for not being able to assist Lin Feng." Sister Idanshi's smile softened further. "It's all right. My brother is quite adept at handling such matters and can assist the trainer immensely." She turned her gaze towards her brother, who stood beside Lin Feng. "Isn't that right, brother?" Brother Aidenshire also looked over, his demeanor serious. "Indeed, but sister, do not forget what I mentioned earlier. I know. Sister Aidenshire nodded in acknowledgement, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she observed the beautiful Frostlass nearby. "What kind of Pokemon is that? It looks so adorable." At that moment, Lin Feng, who had been watching the two Aidenshire engaged in what seemed like a private conversation, could not help but inquire, "What are you two discussing?" He was surprised that Liang Feng had never mentioned any matters between the two Aidenshire. Brother Aidenshire replied earnestly, "I merely wish to inquire about our primary task here, specifically regarding work." "Ah, I see," Lin Feng smiled. "That's not urgent. Come with me. I'll give you a tour of the entire plantation." The two Aidenshire exchanged glances and then followed Lin Feng as he led them into the plantation. As they exited through the back door, their eyes widened in astonishment. Upon entering, they were greeted by two fruit trees planted at the entrance of the backyard, followed by well-established paths connecting various vegetable plots. At the center, there was a shimmering reservoir, from which colorful ripples could be seen. Suddenly, with a splash, a magnificent Pokémon emerged from the water. It was a Milotic from the reservoir. Around the fruit and vegetable fields, a predominantly teal-colored Pokémon was using a skill, causing the plants to emit a vibrant green glow, radiating an overwhelming sense of vitality. In the sky, a pink butterfly, upon noticing Lin Feng's arrival, fluttered its scales, which shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Such a breathtaking scene left Sister Aidenshire utterly mesmerized, her eyes sparkling with delight. She adored this picturesque setting, and the thought of potentially living in such a beautiful place filled her with joy. Lin Feng gently explained, "This is the plantation. Let me think generally, with Shinado and me here, mistakes are rare. However, you may find tasks to keep yourselves busy, such as reminding Rotom to harvest the grass or picking some vegetables. Managing the plantation is quite simple, just one of you can handle it well." "Got it. I'll take care of that." Sister Aidenshire responded with enthusiasm, clearly enamored with the place. Lin Feng nodded and led them deeper into the plantation, introducing them to other Pokémon and detailing the tasks they could assist with. "That's sweet bamboo. It can provide us with sweet juice. The method is simple. It secretes juice from its bathwater. Just be careful not to let it soak for too long. This is Milotic and Flowering Sea Lion. They can work well with the King Serpent to manage the growth of the plants here. And here's the Strapping Chick. Perfect timing for you to supervise its morning runs. Sometimes, if I'm not paying attention, it tends to slack off." As they arrived at the barn, Lin Feng suddenly paused, glancing back at the two Aidenshire following closely behind. Wasn't he there a bit too much to handle? After all, they still seemed quite young. Brother Aidenshire shook his head. "Not at all. These tasks are manageable for my sister alone, and they are quite easy." Although the tasks appeared numerous, they were merely trivial matters as Lin Feng had mentioned. "All right then, let us continue." Lin Feng nodded and led them into the barn. The recent days of rain had made the milk tank even rounder, and the 3 bee drills seemed to be working harder now that the rain had ceased, as if they were determined to collect all the nectar they had missed. "This is where the bee drills and milk tank are. Since you enjoy being in the plantation, remember to collect honey from the bee drills daily." Lin Feng then turned his attention to Sister Aidenshire. "And also, when it comes to milking, if I'm unavailable, you'll need to assist Milk Tank with the automatic milking machine, otherwise she'll feel uncomfortable." "Understood," Sister Aidenshire replied, fully embracing her role. Meanwhile, Brother Aidenshire appeared somewhat hesitant. "Oh, and over there is the honey wine. If you wish to taste it, you may have a small sip, but do be cautious as it is quite strong." Lin Feng provided an introduction to the honey wine, ensuring that the curious Aidenshire wouldn't overindulge. The two Aidenshire nodded along as they followed Lin Feng to the garden, which was also where the bee drills collected nectar. The main task here was to monitor for any significant flower wilting and ensure replenishment, which might require them to learn about floral care. However, as there were currently no signs of mass wilting, there was no rush. He pointed towards a sizable wooden house at the garden's entrance, stating, "That's Dragonite's home. Don't be deceived by its size, it's quite gentle." This summarizes the primary responsibilities at the plantation. Are there any questions? Understood. What about our food? Brother loves to manage, and is somewhat concerned about this. Considering the matters that need to be addressed, none of them seem particularly challenging. "Oh right," Lin Feng exclaimed, slapping his forehead. "As for food, I will create various energy cubes for you to choose from. If there are any energy cubes you particularly fancy, do let me know, and I shall prepare them for you." "Aye." Brother Aiguanshire nodded, acknowledging his understanding. Lin Feng then decisively stated, "Thus, it is settled. Sister will oversee the plantation matters, while brother will manage the breeding house in the front." He also took a glance at their panels. Sprite, Aiguanshire. Gender, female, male. Ability, Psychic Maker, Synchronize. Quality, Purple. Individual value. Strength, 14-17, 15-18, Level. Skills, Support Power, Harmonious Coexistence, Try Again, Voice of Enchantment. Introduction, 2 well-educated Iguancher, believed to be your most excellent assistants. Affinity, 35-30. It has just met you, but finds you quite agreeable. Joy value, 60-50. The environment appears pleasant. Sister is actually a dream type? Lin Feng was somewhat astonished upon seeing the panel. Psychic Maker. Upon entry, it opens a psychic field beneath its feet, enhancing the power of psychic type moves used by Pokémon. That is indeed a commendable ability. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, rummaging through his system space, and soon found 2 skill discs. It seems you are not yet familiar with telekinesis, which might hinder your tasks. Here, take these 2 telekinesis discs, they are for you. Lin Feng chuckled and gently tapped the discs atop their heads. Like a sudden enlightenment, the 2 Iguancher naturally learned the skill. This scene left Brother Iguancher astonished, gazing incredulously at Lin Feng. What did their new trainer just do? He took out an object, tapped it on their heads, and they learned a new skill? Chapter 140, The Duties of Iguancher. Brother, I have learned a new skill. Upon grasping the new skill, Sister Iguancher immediately reported to Brother, but upon seeing his surprised expression directed at Lin Feng, she regained her composure. It indeed seems quite unbelievable that he so casually imparted a skill. Lin Feng smiled reassuringly. Well, this skill requires long-term practice. In the beginning, do not overexert yourselves. Telekinesis, to be frank, is an enhanced version of Psychic, thus necessitating greater control over energy for Pokémon. Iguancher nodded with a complex expression, then voiced her concern. Sister will handle the plantation matters, but what about me? Is my task to maintain hygiene in the breeding house? Lin Feng nodded, affirming that not only hygiene but also it would be necessary for you to spend some time in the breeding house. Follow me. Without offering further explanations, Lin Feng led her back to the position where Qin Shu had previously waited. In the mornings and afternoons, you will need to stay here to handle payments, as some new customers may be unaware of the prices or the effects of the services and might inquire with you. Of course, I will teach you all this beforehand. The task of managing payments is not difficult. Thus, Iguancher quickly accepted. The primary focus was on describing the effects of the energy cubes, which took a little time. Moreover, most of the customers are regulars, so Lin Feng was not overly concerned. So, the final task is to clean the entire breeding house. Right. After Lin Feng seemed to have concluded, Brother Iguancher earnestly added a remark. This tone momentarily startled Lin Feng, who then chuckled, of course. Previously, hygiene cleaning was managed by Shinai Duo and him, but with Iguancher now present, it would naturally alleviate some of Shinai Duo's workload. It was primarily Iguancher who had actively brought it up, which was even better. Alright, you two can wander around and get acquainted with the other Pokémon while I head to the kitchen to prepare food for you. I can help. At this moment, Sister Iguancher finally interjected. No need. It's sufficient for me and Shinai Duo to manage the kitchen. You should take some time to familiarize yourselves with the other Pokémon. Lin Feng politely declined. The 2 Iguancher, visiting here for the first time, exchanged glances but did not insist on helping in the kitchen. After watching Lin Feng leave, Brother Iguancher immediately called Sister Iguancher over. As soon as Sister Iguancher arrived at Brother's side, she excitedly exclaimed, This trainer seems quite remarkable. Brother Iguancher remained silent, clearly acquiescing to Sister's sentiments. However, he was still contemplating. Before their departure, their father had told him that if they were unhappy anywhere, they should find a way to leave with Sister. Yet, their mother had advised both him and Sister to listen to the new trainer upon arriving in a new place and to do their utmost to assist him. The 2 pieces of advice were contradictory. Thus, Brother Iguancher had his own thoughts. He would observe how the new trainer treated them, and if it proved unsatisfactory, he would take Sister away. It appeared that the new trainer had already passed the initial assessment in his heart. Upon seeing Brother remain silent, Sister Iguancher quickly became lively, exploring the area, and soon began tidying up the breeding house. Brother Iguancher joined in as well. Within moments, the once disheveled breeding house appeared much neater. After tidying up, Sister Iguancher nodded in satisfaction and then turned her gaze to the Frostlass on the counter. Upon entering earlier, she had shown great interest in those Pokémon. Frost? Hello. Upon noticing the newcomer gazing at them, the Frostlass immediately turned their attention. Having been in the breeding house for so long, their initial shyness and timidity had vanished. Thus, when facing Iguancher, they did not appear overly nervous. You all look so delightful. Sister Iguancher immediately took a liking to one of the red Frostlass. Frost? Don't we smell delightful? Frost, we can bake cakes. If you eat the cakes we make, you'll also smell lovely. Frost, I heard you were Pokémon invited by Lin Feng to assist him. Is that true? Several Frostlass gathered around, clustering by Iguancher's side. My parents and Liang Feng both mentioned that Liang Feng would bring me to a very good trainer. Sister Aiguansure candidly shared the story. Hearing this, the Frostlass became excited and began discussing among themselves. Frost, yes, that's right. Lin Feng is the best trainer I've ever met. He makes so many delicious things and helps us bake cakes, creating enormous birthday cakes. Frost, yes, and he even lets us meet Kelly. It's so strange. I hardly think about Kelly anymore. Frost, in any case, it's just splendid. Frost, I remember, last time. As Lin Feng was mentioned, their faces lit up with admiration and praise, and they even forgot about Aiguansure standing beside them, engrossed in discussing Lin Feng's virtues. Meanwhile, Sister Aiguansure listened with great interest. As the saying goes, if one wishes to inquire how a trainer treats their Pokémon, it suffices to ask the Pokémon themselves. Gradually, the number of curious love discs gathered around increased. It was evident that the older brother, who had tidied up the breeding house, had also come over to listen. In this conversation, within an unseen energy field, faint emotional energy began to converge from the Frostlass towards its horns. This was the passionate sentiment conveyed through Frostlass's narrative, transformed into the growth energy of the love disc. Thus, they continued to listen until Lin Feng emerged once more from the kitchen, calling out, "All right, everyone. It's time to eat. Love disc, could you assist me in bringing the Frostlass to the garden?" "Aye, sure. Aye, all right." The two love discs, as if awakening from a dream, felt an unprecedented sense of joy and promptly responded, carefully guiding the Frostlass towards the garden. Chapter 141. The students from Wudong First High School seeking ways to become stronger. September 23rd. Early morning. The first person to step into the breeding house was the evaluation blogger, Wan Ming. However, today, upon entering, he sensed something unusual. Ever since the young girl Qin Shu departed, the opening hours of the breeding house had been delayed by approximately an hour and a half each day. Everyone understood that this was because Lin Feng needed to finish the tasks in the plantation and feed the Pokémon before opening the shop. Although there were some complaints, no one dwelled on it too much. Yet today, Wan Ming, who arrived early at 6:30, was surprised to see the breeding house door already ajar. As he entered, intending to greet Lin Feng, he discovered that the figure behind the counter was not Lin Feng, but rather a Pokémon. Standing beside this Pokémon was Lin Feng. "Aye." The elder brother Love Disc greeted the first customer of the day earnestly. "Love Disc." Luan Ming was taken aback, then turned to Lin Feng. "So, you have captured a Love Disc to serve as your cashier?" Lin Feng nodded with a smile. "Well, it's not just for that purpose. They assist me in many ways. On the first day, I wanted to observe the situation here. That's great. This way, I can come early every day." Luan Ming nodded in satisfaction. As an evaluation streamer, he could not possibly be present at Lin Feng's breeding house every day. Thus, sometimes he needed to wake up early to purchase energy blocks for his little Snorlax before evaluating other breeding houses or various foods elsewhere. To be honest, after evaluating so many foods, he still believed that the energy blocks sold in Lin Feng's breeding house were the best. He felt that if he continued feeding his little Snorlax for a while longer, it should evolve soon. However, due to work requirements, he needed to travel around. Luan Ming swiftly selected the energy blocks he needed this time, and, under the watchful gaze of the elder brother Love Disc, completed his payment. The entire process was smooth, indicating that the Love Disc had adapted well to this simple task. The subsequent customers, after marveling at the new arrival Love Disc, also smoothly completed their purchases. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him. Just as he was preparing to head to the kitchen to make breakfast, two students clad in Wudong First High School uniforms walked in. They cautiously surveyed their surroundings before settling their gaze on Lin Feng, who had not yet left. Lin, is that you? What is the matter?" Lin Feng turned to them. The two boys exchanged glances, and finally, one stepped forward. "We are students from Wudong First High School, sent here by Senior Qin Shu. She mentioned that you could help Pokemon become stronger. Is that true?" Lin Feng was taken aback. "Huh?" Zhang Wu and Lu Hua were second-year students at Wudong First High School this year. During the entrance examination for the third-year students, they had witnessed the battle between the Squirtle and the Fire Mouse, which left them utterly amazed, unable to believe that a senior could possess such an impressive Pokemon. It appeared to be on the verge of evolving into a Blastoise. Subsequently, they heard that Senior Qin Shu's Squirtle had only been a Squirtle that couldn't even perform tackle before the summer vacation, which astonished them even further. At that moment, the senior revealed the method to become stronger, which was the breeding house known as Neighboring Breeding House. The two secretly noted down the name, intending to explore it. However, a typhoon delayed their plans indefinitely. Nevertheless, once the storm had passed, they promptly made their way here. Although they had already searched for reviews about this breeding house online, upon seeing Lin Feng, they couldn't help but think the shopkeeper looked so young. It gave them the impression that he was not much older than themselves. It is well known that youth does not correlate with the prowess of a breeder. Therefore, upon first laying eyes on Lin Feng, to be honest, they were somewhat reluctant to believe it. Senior Qin Shu had claimed that the secret to Squirtle's strength lay within this breeding house. Zhang Wu, whose personality was more audacious, directly asked, "Can you make our Pokémon very strong?" Lin Feng stood still, chuckling at such a description. What level of strength would you consider to be strong? This was a question he particularly enjoyed asking. Each individual harbors a unique perception of what it means to become powerful. Some may feel that even reaching the championship level is insufficiently strong, while others might feel quite accomplished upon reaching a certain standard. For instance, Pidgeot, after driving away Spearow and Fearow, had grown increasingly complacent. In the past, it frequently trained its skills, but now, it preferred to remain perched on a tree, observing its kin as they passed by, keeping watch over everything in the plantation to prevent other Pokémon from intruding. To encourage it to be more active, Lin Feng had assigned it a new command, to patrol the town more frequently, ensuring the town's safety. What level of strength qualifies as becoming strong? The two students clearly had not anticipated Lin Feng's inquiry and were momentarily taken aback. After a pause, Lu Hu timidly replied, like Senior Qin Shu, defeating the examiner during the assessment? Upon hearing his companion's remark, Zhang Wu appeared displeased. Defeating the examiner? That's not what being strong is about. We need to become strong like the champion Feng Yang. As he spoke, admiration sparkled in his eyes. Ambitious goals are commendable, but one must remain grounded. Lin Feng chuckled merrily. He did not oppose their aspirations and could discern their differing personalities. For instance, Lu Hu was more pragmatic, while Zhang Wu was evidently more aggressive. With the love disc managing the breeding house, many previous ideas could now be put into practice. He began, there are various methods to become stronger. The first is to ensure your Pokémon receive meticulous care, which involves long-term consumption of various precious energy blocks or high-quality berries. The two exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting their dilemma. They were merely students and did not possess such financial means. Lin Feng continued, how about this, both of you? If you truly have the desire, I happen to have a good challenge method here. Would you like to give it a try? It should help your Pokémon grow stronger. The two nodded in unison. We both want our Pokémon to become stronger. Lin Feng instructed them to wait outside for a moment. He found himself at the plantation, gazing at his Pokémon, lost in thought. He glanced up at the soaring Pidgeot and Pidgey, calling down a few Pidgeys and Pidgey to capture in his Pokeballs. With their Pokeballs in hand, he approached the entrance of the breeding house and addressed the two young boys waiting there. Come, let us find a spacious area. Chapter 142, The Two Seeking Strength. In Wudong Town, there were still plenty of open spaces. Once, the town had a stable population of over 100 households. Although it is a small town, it was certainly livelier than it is now. Thus, Wudong Town is not small, merely sparse in population. Lin Feng led the two boys to a vacant Western-style house. This residence stood opposite the breeding house, down a bluestone path toward the town's exit, featuring a large courtyard that once hosted numerous trainers for battles. However, the owner had long since disappeared, leaving the place abandoned. Over a decade, neglect had rendered the courtyard in disarray, with wild grass overtaking the once solid concrete floor, growing wildly. Nevertheless, the area was still quite expansive. It had been years since Lin Feng visited, and he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. In the blink of an eye, everything had changed, the landscape transformed. The place was rudimentary, but it seemed suitable for their battle arena. He turned to the two students and said, now, release your Pokémon. The two exchanged glances, each producing a Pokeball. With a flash of red light, two Pokémon materialized before Lin Feng. One was a small, yellow electric mouse, known as Piku. This diminutive mouse Pokémon was predominantly yellow, save for the dark markings on its ears, tail, and neck. However, its cheeks bore a rosy hue, indicative of its electric capabilities. The other was Nidoran. Observing their appearances, Lin Feng deduced that both were freshly hatched Pokémon. He examined their stats one by one. Pokémon, Piku. Gender, female. Ability, static. Potential, blue. Individual values, HP, 18, attack, 10, special attack, 18, defense, 5, special defense, 6, speed, 26. Level, 89. Moves, Nuzzle, Thundershock, Tail Whip. Pokémon, Nidoran. Gender, male. Ability, Poison Point. Potential, green. Individual values, HP, 21, attack, 10, special attack, 12, defense, 15, special defense, 16, speed, 6. Level, 79. Moves, Leer, Focus Energy, Double Kick. Poison Sting. Indeed, both Pokémon were in their infancy. Lin Feng contemplated for a moment before releasing the two Pidgeys, Pidgeotto, and Pidgeot he had brought along. Instantly, the courtyard was filled with the sounds of chirping birds. It must be noted that under Lin Feng's nurturing over the past few days, the plumage of these Pidgeys and Pidgeotto gleamed with a healthy sheen. The two high school students were momentarily stunned upon witnessing such a multitude of Pidgeys and Pidgeotto. They couldn't help but exclaim, so many? Especially when they spotted the imposing Pidgeot soaring at the front, their hearts skipped a beat. How could this Pidgeot appear to have flames emanating from its body? And it was so massive? Is this truly a Pidgeot? I have devised a training method. Lin Feng mused. Let's call it the Sky Challenge, divided into two formats. The first format involves Pidgeys and Pidgeotto attacking your Pokémon from the air. Initially, it will only be 2 Pidgeys, but as it progresses, more Pidgeotto will join, increasing the difficulty accordingly. The first level requires you to withstand attacks from a single Pidgeotto for 30 seconds, during which you may evade its strikes by any means necessary. The second level escalates to 2 Pidgeotto for 1 minute, and the subsequent challenges will follow suit. Upon conquering each level, I will reward your Pokémon with a special energy cube, which can significantly enhance their skill proficiency or boost their effort values rapidly. The second format requires you to attempt to strike the Pidgeotto or Pidgey in the sky, similar in structure to the first. This challenge concept had long crystallized in Lin Feng's mind, akin to playing through levels in a game in his previous life. However, he had yet to find the time to implement it. Initially, the difficulty must not be too high to avoid discouraging novice trainers, yet it should possess a sufficient challenge. This reward system was also inspired by gym badges. Typically, challenges at gyms yield badge rewards, which are officially recognized and allow priority entry into major competitions. Although he was not yet qualified to become a gym leader or establish a gym, he could utilize this method to create challenges and rewards, attracting many trainers to participate, provided the energy cubes were effective. Lin Feng observed the two boys, who were momentarily dazed, and smiled as he said, "Since this is your first challenge, it will be free today, but thereafter, a fee will be required. Moreover, this can greatly enhance your Pokémon's evasion and accuracy rates. What do you say? Are you interested?" The two exchanged excited glances, their eyes igniting with fervor as they replied in unison, yes. They had indeed heard of such Pokémon training methods before, though typically conducted at gyms with exorbitant costs. Yet, here it was offered for free today. They certainly would not let this opportunity slip away. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Very well, we shall start with 2 Pidgeys, 1 for each of you. At his gesture, the 2 Pidgeys promptly descended, their eyes locking onto their respective opponents. In truth, they were also on the verge of evolution, currently at crucial levels 18 and 19, their spirits rivaling those of wild Pidgeotto. The two high school students grew serious. The battle commenced with Piku and Pidgey. In terms of type advantage, Piku held the upper hand. Thus, Lua opted for the second format, aiming to strike the Pidgey. Taking a deep breath, Lua thought, aren't we all first-stage Pokémon? I don't need to defeat this Pidgey, merely hit it, right? That should be simple enough. Besides, my Piku is exceptionally fast. Piku used Thunder Shock. The obedient Piku rubbed its cheeks, and a slender current of electricity surged toward the Pidgey in the sky. However, the young Piku was still mastering its electric abilities, requiring the cheek rub before each attack to unleash the Thunder Shock. This preemptive action was all too apparent to the airborne Pidgey. Moreover, having undergone extensive directional training under Shinado, the Pidgey effortlessly sidestepped Piku's electric strike with a graceful maneuver. What? Lua was left bewildered. That was too easy? Chapter 143, The Peculiar News from Haikou City. Observing the astonished expressions of the two boys, Lin Feng beamed with satisfaction. The breeding house offered energy cubes for stamina and effective healing potions. Should they sustain injuries or exhaust their energy, they could always return to the breeding house to purchase supplies, and whenever they completed a challenge, they should let him know. The two 15 or 16-year-old boys, filled with youthful ambition, found the challenge rather exhilarating. Lin Feng cast a glance at Pidgeot, instructing it to remain vigilant and prevent the battle from spilling over to the house. With that, he departed from the scene. In truth, Lin Feng harbored little belief that they would stand a chance of succeeding in the challenge. As their Pokémon progressed, so too did the likes of Pidgey and Pidgeotto. Nevertheless, this was of little concern. Amidst the challenge, they would undoubtedly glean unique insights. Moreover, it would be prudent to establish a system that provides compensatory rewards after multiple unsuccessful attempts. Upon returning to the breeding house, Lin Feng observed his elder brother, Iguanshi, who was gradually becoming adept at managing the cash register. Feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him, Lin Feng found himself somewhat bored. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to explore the development of other challenges? Before long, this thought flickered through his mind, gaining traction with each passing moment. Much like the recent aerial challenge, the Pokémon of Luhua and Zhongwu would certainly expend a considerable amount of stamina. Relying solely on natural recovery would require a significant amount of time. However, utilizing the energy cubes from the breeding house could dramatically reduce this time cost. Should challenges become popular in the future, it would be inevitable that numerous trainers would flock to purchase various energy cubes. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. likening the situation to battling a boss in a game. Lin Feng suppressed this notion for the moment, as he was reminded of a more pressing matter, road construction. Uncertain of the specifics of the process, he resolved to consult the town mayor. Come, Rotom, accompany me outside, Lin Feng directed, casting his gaze toward the levitating Rotom. As the number of Pokémon within the breeding house grew, Rotom's tasks became increasingly manageable. At this moment, it rarely engaged in mowing grass. Rotom, the smartphone attached to it promptly followed suit. Just then, Eevee and Glacian emerged from the room. It is noteworthy that, having not prepared a separate room for Eevee, it currently shared Lin Feng's bed, enhancing their bond. Additionally, Lin Feng had discovered a skill disc for the move round and taught it to Aju. This could be considered a small scheme of Lin Feng's heart. Among all the Eevee evolutions, his favorite remained Sylveon, especially with its 2 flowing ribbons. To this end, he had inquired the night before about which evolutionary form Eevee desired. He detailed the advantages and disadvantages of each Eevee evolution, though his gaze inevitably gravitated towards Sylveon's image. This endeavor was swiftly uncovered by Shinado, who had been in his room the previous evening. After they had finished creating energy cubes together, Shinado followed him into his room for a chat. Their conversation eventually pivoted to Glacian's evolutionary form. Lin Feng asked Glacian if it wished to evolve. The little creature hesitated, clearly undecided. It yearned to continue charming Lin Feng as Glacian while pondering whether evolving would make it stronger and more helpful to him. Lin Feng did not pressure it to make an immediate choice. If it desired to evolve, it could, and if not, that was entirely acceptable. He then turned his attention to Eevee, inquiring if it had a preferred evolutionary form, while listing all 8 options and accompanying them with images. However, his gaze consistently wandered back to Sylveon. Shinado pointed this out, addressing Eevee. Shauna, what do you think of this? It appears quite lovely. Consequently, Aju, who lacked a strong opinion on its evolution, found Sylveon to be the most appealing and, somewhat reluctantly, chose to evolve into it. To be honest, Lin Feng was taken aback by Shinado's unexpected support. Returning to the present moment, Glacian scurried over, eyes narrowed in an adorable plea. Ing. Take me with you. Clearly, this tactic was highly effective. All right, I'll take you, Lin Feng relented, lifting it into his arms, then looking toward Eevee. Stationed at the door, do you want to come, Eevee? Eevee nodded in agreement, quietly noting Glacian's successful approach to Lin Feng. Over the past few days, particularly during their nights together, Eevee had observed that whenever Glacian displayed such a demeanor, Lin Feng would invariably acquiesce to its requests. This was reminiscent of a certain skill it possessed. How intriguing. Then let us go, Lin Feng decided, allowing them to walk beside him rather than carrying them. To be honest, both Eevee and Glacian belong to the fox Pokémon category, which are, in fact, part of the Canid family. Such Pokémon require daily walks. In the past, Glacian would often run about the garden when restless, occasionally stopping to observe the majestic Superior showcasing its grassy domain, evidences of its boredom. Lin Feng contemplated that, now that he had a moment of leisure, he ought to take these 2 little ones out more frequently in the future. The mayor's residence was located near the town's exit, housed in a relatively new building. Upon his arrival, Mayor Han was at home. After Lin Feng recounted the purpose of his visit, Han's eyes brightened. Are you saying you intend to repair the entire road? Ahem, that seems to be the case. They've often complained about the inconvenience of travel, and it just so happens that I've earned some money recently, Lin Feng replied, smiling sheepishly. Very well. I shall take charge of the road repair arrangements, Han declared, patting his chest, his face radiating satisfaction. You are already surpassing your father in this regard. He was quite the sluggard. Ah, indeed. Lin Feng chuckled at this observation. It seemed to hold true. His childhood impression of his father was that of a powerful Pokémon trainer with extensive breeding knowledge, capable of answering any question posed to him. Looking back, he realized that even the most intricate inquiries were met with satisfactory responses. Occasionally, people would come seeking his assistance, and the tasks appeared to be quite challenging. Yet, his father was notoriously lazy, preferring to lounge rather than sit, and to sit rather than stand. Only those familiar with him could coax him into action. As for his mother, he remembered her as exceptionally beautiful, with a close relationship with his father, often engaging in sweet banter, and possessing an eternally youthful mindset. During his childhood, whenever they were in a tender moment together, he would dutifully withdraw to avoid being a third wheel. Reflecting on it now, he found himself nostalgic. After bidding farewell to the mayor, Lin Feng prepared to return home. On the way back, Rotom suddenly emitted a notification sound. Rotom? Master. It seems there is some peculiar news from Haikou City today. Would you like to hear it? Peculiar news? Lin Feng paused, intrigued. Pray tell, what is this peculiar news? Rotom is switching to the report now, Master, it replied. The perspective of the smartphone controlled by Rotom shifted, and it promptly continued. This morning at 8 o'clock, a significant number of citizens from Haikou City reported to the League that they experienced nightmares last night. Descriptions varied, but each was exceedingly terrifying. This incident has drawn the league's heightened attention, and Champion Fengyang has already intervened. We can expect a response shortly. Nightmares? Lin Feng felt a jolt in his heart. It was not unwarranted to be sensitive. Shinado had only recently mastered the nightmare energy of Darkrai. Now, such phenomena were occurring in Haikao City. It is worth noting that Haikao City was not far from Wudong City. They could be considered neighboring cities. Furthermore, Haikao City was significantly larger, a veritable first-tier city. It appeared as though this matter was indeed related to Shinado. One might wonder which Darkrai was involved. However, with the champion already involved, it was likely that the situation would be manageable. A flurry of thoughts raced through Lin Feng's mind, and he sighed. If this truly was a matter concerning him, avoidance would be futile. It is now reasonable to expect that Champion Fengyang will successfully resolve this matter. Lin Feng is not particularly concerned about this. As for the nightmare Pokémon Darkrai, they possess their own unique lineage, resulting in varying degrees of strength. Not every Darkrai is capable of contending with the time-space deities. The prowess of the champion of the Donghua Alliance is indeed formidable. According to whispers, Mr. Fengyang has a Pokémon capable of rivaling divine beings, and it is of the traditional first-tier variety. Although the source of this information remains unclear, Mr. Fengyang has indeed revealed a legendary Pokémon, Moltres. During battles in front of the public, should all else fail, they can resort to combat. After all, Shinado is nearing level 90 and should still possess some degree of combat capability, Lin Feng mused. Regardless, it is impossible for Shinado to relinquish this power. It has painstakingly mastered this strength, and to simply return it would undermine the grievances it has endured over the years. With a vague sense of unease, Lin Feng returned to the breeding house. However, upon seeing the boy in pink standing at the entrance, his anxiety dissipated. Mewtwo, Haikao City Pokémon Center. As a first-tier city in Hunan Province, comparable to Changsha, it boasts a resident population of several hundred thousand. Yet today, over 10,000 individuals reported experiencing exceedingly terrifying nightmares, in which they beheld a shadow at the end. This shadow was shrouded in darkness, with a pair of crimson eyes, leaving them with a chilling message: energy. Find my energy. Panic ensued amongst the populace, as they believed this mysterious figure sought to absorb some form of their energy. At this moment, at the center of the Haikao City Alliance, a tall young man clad in a white short-sleeve shirt with a beige jacket over it was intently gazing at MS Junxiao before him. Have we traced the source of the nightmare energy? He was none other than Fengyang, the champion of the Donghua Alliance, selected by the Zhonghing Conference. Reigning for a decade, his 10 years of renown had elevated his status to great heights, making his name nearly synonymous with the Donghua Alliance. Many young trainers aspire to emulate him. Ms. Junxiao, wiping the sweat from her brow, gazed at the virtual screen. As the progress bar reached its end, she exhaled in relief. We've traced it. The virtual screen displayed a map of Haikao City, radiating with dark energy, with the most concentrated area now revealed. It's the port. Ms. Junxiao exclaimed as she noticed the emergence of the dark energy. Yet, when she turned to speak to Fengyang, he had already vanished. In the sky, Fengyang rode atop Moltres, pondering deeply. Such intense nightmare energy, in his recollection, could only be attributed to one Pokémon. Undoubtedly, Darkrai had arrived here. However, to his knowledge, there was no Darkrai within the Donghua Alliance. This meant that this particular Darkrai had traveled from afar. The magnitude of its arrival was clearly driven by some ulterior motive. What could it possibly want? As this thought crossed Fengyang's mind, he gazed at the approaching destination, filled with uncertainty. Moltres flew swiftly, reaching the port from the city center in just a minute or two. The source of the nightmare energy emanated from this very location. Fengyang surveyed the area from above. Unlike the usual clamor, today's port appeared eerily tranquil, with only a handful of fishing boats docked along the shore. He scanned his surroundings, feeling a pang of melancholy. He lacked a Pokémon suitable for investigation. If Darkrai chose to conceal itself, he would have to seek assistance from the psychic-type elite of the Donghua Alliance. Just as Fengyang intended to pull out the investigation report for a closer examination, he suddenly froze, a sense of stiffness washing over him. A shadow, dark and ethereal, began to materialize before him. It was indeed you, Darkrai, Fengyang thought gravely. By the aura emanating from this Darkrai, it certainly surpassed the level of a champion. Human, I seek your assistance, Darkrai stated plainly. This human-esque Pokémon was the most formidable it had ever encountered, prompting its direct request. Assistance? You caused such an uproar just to summon us? Fengyang's expression tightened. This disturbance was no trivial matter. Thousands had been afflicted by nightmares, compelling him to intervene. Indeed, Darkrai replied, unperturbed. Those humans merely experienced a nightmare. It has no physical repercussions. Fengyang clenched his fists, having envisioned thrashing this Darkrai 1,000 times in his mind. Yet, contemplating its strength, he ultimately replied, Speak. What is it that you require? Chapter 145. The Crimson Leak level 100 Mewtwo. Fengyang did not fear conflict with Darkrai. However, he bore the responsibilities of a champion. Considerations could not solely rely on personal judgment. Upon learning of Darkrai's request, Fengyang's expression turned peculiar. You seek a Pokémon? A powerful Pokémon that possesses your energy? 3 prerequisites, none of which are useful. How am I to find this? Fengyang fell into deep thought. Within the breeding house. Leading Mewtwo to the plantation, Lin Feng gazed at the youthful visage of Mewtwo, now taking on a more human form, and expressed surprise. What brings you here? Mewtwo replied indifferently. I have returned from my travels. Unlike their last encounter, Lin Feng noted a lack of hostility emanating from Mewtwo this time. There was another matter. He intended to take Dragonite with him and required Mewtwo to deliver a message. Lin Feng, he exclaimed, his face momentarily clouding with confusion before he quickly regained his composure. If Dragonite is to deliver a message, does this not signify the beginning of Mewtwo's counterattack? He pondered whether Mewtwo would show greater leniency towards Ash and his companions with its involvement. Mewtwo appeared to be in good spirits during its stay. It seems you have grown envious, Mewtwo remarked, a hint of unexplained bitterness in its tone. Upon observing Dragonite's noticeably rounder figure, it felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy. This dragon must be enjoying a splendid feast here. Ha ha ha, Lin Feng chuckled in agreement. Indeed, it is the best-fed creature around. Mewtwo replied, maintaining its calm demeanor. How long do you intend to keep him? Lin Feng, oblivious to the underlying tension in Mewtwo's voice, continued. In a few days, I need to repair the road here. I may still need him. Just 3 to 6 days, it won't be long. Mewtwo's tone grew increasingly placid. Very well. Lin Feng inquired further. Would you like anything to eat? Upon hearing this, Mewtwo's expression shifted from serenity to a smile. Just what you served last time will suffice. Lin Feng nodded. Meat and soup, right? I'll prepare it for you by noon. It has been quite some time since your last visit. I have many delicious dishes to offer. You will have to try them all. He cast a glance at Mewtwo's status panel. Pokémon, Mewtwo, gender, none, ability, pressure, talent, mythical, individual values, HP, 28, attack, 31, special attack, 31, defense, 28, special defense, 29, speed, 31, strength, level 100, skills, confusion, telekinesis, Psyshock, origin pulse, life dew, psychic, happiness, 60, affection, 70. Upon encountering such a panel, an overwhelming sense of security surged within my heart. Even if it were Mewtwo, it still possessed a familiarity of 70%. With such prowess, who would dare approach? When unfamiliar visitors suddenly appeared in the garden. Aside from the Pokémon already acquainted with Mewtwo, the rest were somewhat taken aback. This garden, aside from Qinshu, was strictly off-limits to anyone else. A rule enforced by Lin Feng. The vigilant bee drill hovering above would often issue warning cries to those attempting to enter. Over time, it became widely known that this sanctuary did not welcome outsiders. Among the Pokémon, the most reactive was Shinado. Its typically languid demeanor transformed into one of alertness upon sighting Mewtwo. It sensed an extraordinary psychic power emanating from this human, one that surpassed its own. Fortunately, this human seemed devoid of malicious intent and appeared to have a good rapport with Lin Feng. Mewtwo discreetly swallowed, its expression remaining unchanged. As Lin Feng accompanied it while harvesting vegetables, he casually inquired, by the way, what have you been up to these past few days? I visited the capital and then traveled to the Kalos region, Mewtwo replied candidly. Are you planning to return to the Kanto region? Yes, Mewtwo paused thoughtfully. I intend to host a game there, inviting trainers from the human realm to participate, to gauge the ideas I hold in my heart. Lin Feng jested, can I join? To be honest, I am quite eager to witness some of the protagonists of this world, such as Ash. Mewtwo fell silent. Ha ha, I was merely jesting. Don't take it so seriously. I cannot abandon this large group of Pokémon to play games with you. Lin Feng stored the harvested vegetables in a ball, rose, and patted Mewtwo on the shoulder, intending to head to the breeding house when he heard the voice of the superior. It had somehow glided up behind him, tapping Lin Feng's shoulder with its tail. Look at this. Following it, Lin Feng soon arrived at the spot it indicated, where he quickly spotted several large red leeks. Wow, it seems that with the increase in luck, the mutated plants have become quite plentiful. After expressing his astonishment, Lin Feng began to inspect the red leeks. Flavorful leeks can be added to other culinary creations, elevating both the taste and rating of the dish, and can also serve as a weapon for certain Pokémon, possessing unique effects when used as such. Enhancing flavor and serving as a weapon? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback upon reading this description. What Pokémon would wield leeks as a weapon? Only Farfetch'd, perhaps? A Farfetch'd brandishing a red leek? The image brought an inexplicable smile to Lin Feng's face, and without hesitation, he plucked a red leek. He had no Farfetch'd, so there was no need to use it as a weapon. He would rather utilize it for its flavor-enhancing properties. Well, it seems you arrived just in time. Linfeng turned to Mewtwo, who remained unaware of the recent developments. This garden appeared entirely transformed since his last visit. Feeling unfamiliar with the surroundings, Mewtwo hesitated to wander and simply followed Linfeng closely. Just then, Rotom flew out from the breeding house's direction, calling out, "Rado, Rado Master." There is a message here. It seems to be from the League, addressed to all citizens of Haikou City and surrounding areas. Would you like to see it? From the League? Upon hearing Rotom's words, Linfeng immediately recalled the news Rotom had reported that morning. He pondered. Could it be that Darkrai is seeking assistance from humans to locate its Shinado? Let me take a look. Linfeng instructed Rotom to approach. Chapter 146. Let us eat first. The League dispatched notice. Citizens of Haikou City and surrounding areas, as well as trainers currently traveling. Please be advised that if you experience frequent nightmares, report to your local Pokémon Center promptly. Upon verification, the League will reward you with a sum ranging from 50,000 to 100,000. Furthermore, recently, we have detected particularly powerful Pokémon from other regions, possessing nightmare abilities. Please remain vigilant. Rado, that's the situation. It seems the champion has also released a video. Rotom floated in midair, responding. The sensitivity to nightmares caused Shinado to quickly direct its gaze this way, and it soon floated over. Shauna? Linfeng shrugged. Observing that the entity granting the cursed power had already sensed that this power did not truly belong to it. Shauna. Shinado hesitated, as vague memories resurfaced. Recalling that shadowy figure from the past. While it is said that differently colored Pokémon face discrimination among their kind, when it was younger, it had not experienced such prejudice nor bullying. It merely felt unique, noticing how its coloration stood out among other Ralts. Thus, the young Ralt often practiced its skills in solitude. One day, Darkrai approached it, saying, "I can make you stronger, but in return, those around you will suffer from nightmares." What do you think? The young Ralts, unaware of the true cost of fate's gifts, unhesitatingly accepted the condition. Upon returning to its group, the nightmares had already begun. Every Pokémon meditating nearby would inexplicably fall into tormenting dreams. This was unacceptable for a Psychic-type Pokémon. The Shinado of the group swiftly traced the source of the nightmare energy back to it. Initially, they wondered if they could assist Ralts in overcoming these nightmares. But upon realizing that this nightmare energy was left by a Pokémon far superior to them, they abandoned the idea. The fate left for Ralts was solely to expel it. The Shinado would not allow one that could cause such profound effects to remain in their midst. This posed a potential threat not only to them, but also to the development of the new generation. At that time, Ralts did not comprehend this. Feeling as if the sky had fallen. The life of solitude was not easy. Like a lost creature, it left its kind and began to fend for itself. While survival in the wild was not as arduous as it had imagined, each new location would spark chaos. This instilled a lingering guilt within the young Ralts, coupled with a growing resentment towards that dark figure, believing it was the cause of its plight. Gradually, as its power increased and it evolved into Shinado, it became clear that it had accepted Darkrai's gift. However, correspondingly, it had also borne the cost for over a decade. Now, if it wished to reclaim this power, Shinado would never agree. Shauna, is it here to reclaim its power? Uncertain, Linfeng shook his head and turned his gaze to Rotom. Please pull up the official League video. Rado, understood, Master. Rotom swiftly brought up a video. In the video, a man rode atop a Ho-Oh, clearly filmed in haste. The content was simple, merely explaining the reason behind the League's message. This underscored the seriousness of the matter, especially given the champion's concern and the generous rewards involved. Most would likely take a look. Forget it, regardless of the circumstances, the most important thing is to eat. Linfeng shook his head, choosing to divert his attention. Even if one must seek out this Darkrai, it should be after the meal. Upon hearing the mention of food, none reacted more fervently than the sturdy chicken, which promptly poked its head out of the coop. Linfeng's expression darkened. Even before the meal, you are the most enthusiastic. Glancing at the time, it was indeed nearing mealtime, and at this hour, Dragonite should soon be soaring down. Sure enough, moments later, a flash of orange streaked across the sky. However, upon spotting the boy beside Linfeng, the Dragonite's expression immediately soured. It seemed to struggle in midair for a long while before finally descending with a droop. Woe is me. Didn't you say we were going on a trip? Why have you returned so soon? Upon witnessing the Dragonite's disheartened demeanor, Linfeng understood its thoughts all too well. Ha ha ha, Dragonite, Mewtwo has come to fetch you. He has tasked you with delivering a message, but fret not. He mentioned a few days would suffice. Woo, is that true? Dragonite gazed incredulously at Mewtwo. Mewtwo's mouth twitched, contemplating how well Dragonite was faring here, stirring a hint of envy within him. Yet, he regained his composure, affirming the truth. Simultaneously, he pondered his own future path. This would serve as his final test regarding the relationship between humans and Pokémon. After completing this test, to be honest, he felt rather lost, uncertain of where to go next. Oh well, one step at a time. This thought flashed through his mind as Mewtwo shook his head, following Linfeng towards the breeding house. Upon entering the breeding house, Linfeng first checked on the work of the caring brother, discovering everything to be in good order. Just as he intended to head to the kitchen to prepare a meal, he noticed the two high school students from earlier entering the breeding house. They were selecting and purchasing 15 units of stamina energy cubes, mumbling, "This is really challenging. How can that Bobo fly so fast and steady? But I feel like Pika's skill proficiency is rising rapidly amidst such challenges." The other student replied, "Indeed. My Nidoran is much more agile now. The energy cubes we bought in the store restore stamina so quickly, within 3 to 4 minutes, but they are rather pricey." Enough of that. Brother Lin said today is free. Who knows, next time we come, he might charge us. We must seize today's opportunity. After buying a few energy cubes, the two hastened towards the exit. Hearing their conversation, Linfeng couldn't help but feel surprised. Had they been challenging themselves all morning? Chapter 147, A Feast with Mewtwo. Linfeng couldn't help but admire their dedication to milking the benefits. Shaking his head, he made his way to the kitchen. As he entered, noticing Mewtwo following him, he teased, "Are you here to help control the heat?" Mewtwo paused, unsure of how to respond, and merely nodded. Linfeng said no more. "All right then. Just manage the soup's heat like last time." He retrieved ingredients from the refrigerator, and after preparing the soup materials, he instructed Mewtwo to watch over the heat before beginning his own tasks. Linfeng first took out a bottle of honey wine, drank it, and then commenced his culinary endeavors. With the increasing number of Pokémon in the plantation, the most apparent effect was the need for more food preparation. Fortunately, with his newfound psychic abilities, he could multitask, and with occasional assistance from Shinado, he managed to avoid chaos, often producing meals within an hour. The big milk tank wants to eat. This time, I'll fry some pork chops and simmer a beef bone soup. As he spoke, his psychic powers swiftly set the ingredients into motion. Flour was mixed with water, quickly kneaded on a clean countertop, followed by the addition of sweet honey from the 3 bees and fresh milk, then placed in a steamer for a quarter of an hour. Next was the sweet honey milk from Babata, which was quite simple. Just a dash of honey and the fresh milk sufficed. The pork chops were cleaned one by one in midair before being placed on a grill, emitting a tantalizing aroma as they sizzled. Enhanced with seasonings and the freshly acquired scallions, chopped into segments, ensuring everything was perfect. A-grade cuisine, scallion-flavored pan-fried pork chops, crafted with special ingredients, resulting in an exceptionally delicious dish. Culinary Effect 1. Consuming Pokémon can temporarily increase energy recovery efficiency by 50, with long-term consumption enhancing overall energy recovery efficiency. Culinary Effect 2. Consuming Scallion Duck enhances the proficiency of slashing-type skills. Upon seeing such culinary effects, Linfeng couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Is that how you eat what you supplement works? By the way, does Scallion Duck eat meat, or is it meant to consume scallions? However, this effect felt somewhat ordinary in Linfeng's recipe book, perhaps due to it being a specialized dish for a specific Pokémon, Scallion Duck. After frying all the pork chops, he began processing the other vegetables harvested from the plantation. First was the cabbage, quite large, with a simple cooking method, just a quick stir-fry. However, to explore more culinary possibilities, Linfeng also prepared a cabbage porridge. B-grade cabbage leaf porridge, made from wong rice and cabbage leaves, serves to clear heat and remove dampness. Culinary Effect. Consuming allows Pokémon to alleviate certain levels of abnormal conditions inflicted by dominant Pokémon. Once he completed all these tasks, an hour had passed. The soup on Mewtwo's side was also ready. After carefully storing the food in specialized storage balls, Linfeng tidied up the kitchen. Observing the now fully utilized kitchen, he couldn't help but sigh. It seems the kitchen is getting a bit cramped. As the number of dishes increased, his psychic abilities became more adept, often allowing him to prepare several dishes at once. Yet the kitchen was clearly beginning to strain under such usage. In reality, there were only 3 burners, and they were fueled by gas. Furthermore, the area where Pokémon shared meals had moved from the breeding house to the garden, making it inconvenient to come and go. Should he construct a dedicated kitchen beside the garden? This thought briefly flashed through his mind before solidifying. Building such a kitchen would be simple. He only needed to call the Hubba team. They would come, choose a suitable location, and bring their movers and fighting-type Pokémon to assist. A few days of work would suffice. After deciding, Linfeng didn't linger any longer but directly brought the food to the garden, calling out, "Dinner is served." Along the way, he delivered the big milk tank's favorite dumplings, and of course, didn't forget to stop by the breeding house to bring the caring brother and Frostlass over before closing the door to the breeding house. The other Pokémon were already familiar with him, so upon hearing Linfeng announce that dinner was ready, they promptly took their positions. For instance, the sturdy chicken, being relatively short but equipped with hands and feet, sat on a chair, using chopsticks or a fork, as per Linfeng's request. Hands were strictly off limits. The ruler snake, on the other hand, simply swam over. Its height rivaled Linfeng's. It utilized utensils controlled by its vine whip. The least convenient among them was likely the Milotic, as it required the telekinetic control of Linfong to bring it over, and then have Linfong feed it by hand. The Pidgeot, the Pidgey, and the Flowered Sea Lion could simply have their plates laid out directly on the ground. The Frost Milk Fairy, on the other hand, was placed on the table by Linfong. In short, everything was arranged for maximum comfort. With the addition of Mewtwo and the Little Helper, they too were seated at the table enjoying their meal. However, the Little Helper seemed a bit restrained. Thus, today Linfong prepared a little honeyed wine for all the Pokémon, including Mewtwo. Once all the Pokémon were seated, Linfong raised his glass and exclaimed, "Cheers. Let's drink. I'll go first, and you all can follow suit." With that, he downed the honeyed wine in one go. In this convivial atmosphere, the other Pokémon followed suit, sipping the honeyed wine placed before them. Those with good tolerance, like Shinado and the Machoke, showed no signs of intoxication. The former immediately began to devour the food that lay before it after finishing its drink. Conversely, those with lower tolerance, such as the Superior and the Dragonite, flushed a deep crimson. It seemed another Pokémon with low tolerance had joined their ranks, the Little Helper. Merely 2 sips in, its cheeks turned a vibrant shade of red, feeling an intense warmth spreading across its face as it leaned a little closer to its brother. Yet, it soon became animated again, exclaiming, "Oh my! This food is delicious and everyone is wonderful." Nearby, Mewtwo, having sipped the honeyed wine, stared blankly at its glass, deep in thought. Chapter 148, Mewtwo and Mew. After traveling to so many places, upon reflection, the food here was still the most delightful. Even a simple cup of wine, Mewtwo mused. At that moment, Linfong suddenly clapped his hands, a light bulb moment striking him. Pidgeot and the others were still unaccounted for, having been dispatched for a sky challenge. Shinado closed its eyes, and after a brief moment, nodded, indicating, "I'll let them know." "Good, it's all thanks to you, Shinado," Linfong replied, his eyes lighting up. With Shinado growing stronger, the range of its telepathic abilities had also expanded. However, Linfong found it curious that he had not seen Pidgey, who usually arrived punctually at mealtime. Just then, as if summoned by the mention of its name, Pidgey descended from the sky, landing gracefully in its usual spot, ready to feast. Yet, before it could take a bite, something felt amiss. Scanning the surroundings, its gaze landed on Mewtwo, a hint of suspicion in its eyes. "What is this?" Suddenly, Pidgey's eyes sparkled with recognition. Was this not the target it had been searching for? Meanwhile, Mewtwo's expression grew serious. According to the organization that created it, Team Rocket, it was said to have been manufactured from a Pokémon known as Mew. Upon further investigation, Mew was found to possess the genes of every Pokémon, meaning it could transform into any Pokémon form. At that moment, Mewtwo sensed a familiar essence emanating from Pidgey. Clearly, this was no ordinary Pidgey, but Mew. However, Mewtwo grew wary of its intentions. "Are you here to mooch off the meal too? What a coincidence. We share the same goal." But it quickly realized, during this journey, while observing the relationship between humans and Pokémon, it had also been searching for Mew. A quest driven almost by instinct. After searching for so long without success, had it finally found Mew here? The two Pokémon exchanged glances, ultimately redirecting their focus to the delectable feast before them. Regardless of their current doubts, the allure of the delicious food took precedence. "So let us eat first." Observing the reactions of the two Pokémon, Linfong sighed in relief. In his memory of Mewtwo Strikes Back, upon encountering Mew, Mewtwo had immediately attacked, leading to a fierce battle between the two Pokémon. At that moment, he had not recalled this detail until now, realizing the intricate connection between them. However, it seemed that a confrontation was unlikely now. Yet, when Linfong presented Mew with a special edition, catnip version, pork chop, Mewtwo could no longer contain its expression. It gazed incredulously as Linfong tossed the pork chop onto Pidgey's plate, its throat involuntarily swallowing as it grew increasingly anxious. "What is this food? Why does it smell so divine?" Mewtwo pondered, but seeing Linfeng's indifference to its desires, it hesitated to snatch the food from Pidgey or directly request it from Linfong. Alternatively, it simply wished to catch a whiff of that pork chop. This restlessness became more pronounced as it observed Pidgey relishing the meal. A subtle instability in its psychic abilities began to manifest. Shinado quickly sensed this fluctuation, directing its gaze towards Mewtwo, followed by Linfong, who also noticed. After glancing at Pidgey, Linfong suddenly realized, "Oh, I forgot you belong to that category as well." Consequently, he retrieved a bottle from his storage ball and added a bit to Mewtwo's plate. The preparation of the pork chop was essentially the same. However, Pidgey's portion included a sprinkle of catnip powder. This was a powder Linfong had created by drying and grinding catnip leaves for convenient use. Although this slightly diminished the flavor, it allowed for easy application at any time. Within 3 seconds, upon seeing the powder added to the plate, Mewtwo's breathing quickened. A primal urge to leap forward surged within it. Yet, The current setting was clearly inappropriate, so it restrained itself, though its hands trembled slightly. Why? What is this? How could it invigorate my spirit so? Casting a glance at Lin Feng, who offered an encouraging look, Mewtwo hesitated but ultimately chose to trust him. Cautiously sniffing the pork chop, it delicately cut a small piece and took a bite. Instantly, the words delicious escaped its lips, and it felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through its body, almost compelled to leap up and dance. However, Mewtwo's formidable self-control kept its impulses in check. Delicious indeed, haha. Lin Feng chuckled beside it. Just as he had anticipated, although Mewtwo usually walked upright, it was still a feline Pokémon at heart. As with all feline Pokémon, it could not resist the allure of catnip. However, this scene unfolded before Pidgey, who was busy enjoying its pork chop. Pidgey was momentarily taken aback. This human clearly shared its genetic makeup, and thus, their preferences were likely similar to some extent. Yet, the key point was that it had witnessed Lin Feng independently bringing out its favorite herb powder and sprinkling it on the food before him. Pidgey's memories began to flood back, recalling how Lin Feng always seemed to sprinkle a bit of this powder on its meals. This meant that Lin Feng had long since discovered its true identity. Why had it been dawdling and playing pretend for so long? Oh no. Upon realizing the truth, Pidgey felt its mind go blank. It had always believed it was disguised well, only to find out that Lin Feng had seen through its ruse and had been playing along with it all along. Filled with a mix of shame and embarrassment, Pidgey's heart raced. Upon realizing this, the dreamlike creature, Mewtwo, gazed at the food before it and suddenly found that it no longer seemed as appetizing. Thus, what should it do? Should it reveal its true identity or continue to feign ignorance? Consequently, the meal was consumed amidst a haze of peculiar thoughts. In Chapter 149, Feng Yang arrived at the nurturing house with the fiery bird. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng paid no heed to Mewtwo's emotions, as his focus was entirely consumed by the system's voice echoing in his mind. Congratulations, host, for elevating Mewtwo's satisfaction level from 50 to 88. You are rewarded with 1 special candy, 5 bags of premium golden fertilizer, and a complete set for Shenato's Mega Evolution. To Lin Feng's astonishment, Mewtwo had bestowed upon him a complete set for Shenato's Mega Evolution. This indicated that Shenato could now achieve Mega Evolution, given that Shenato's strength was already nearing level 90. Undergoing Mega Evolution would undoubtedly solidify its prowess at that level. After the meal, it was time to tidy up, a task that required no assistance from the other Pokémon. Lin Feng could effortlessly utilize his psychic abilities to clean up swiftly. Once they finished their meal, the Pokémon simply returned to their respective places. However, Lin Feng called out to Mewtwo, who was about to depart with Dragonite. Wait, I still need your assistance with something. Mewtwo, currently concealing its identity, would be exposed if it helped Lin Feng, and success was not guaranteed. Was Mega Evolution becoming more commonplace now? Relying solely on Shenato made Lin Feng feel somewhat apprehensive. Thus he decided to take Mewtwo along to meet the elusive Darkrai. Mewtwo halted its ascent with Dragonite and quietly regarded Lin Feng. It had snapped back to reality from its earlier days induced by catnip. Lin Feng, leaving Shenato behind, addressed Mewtwo. In the past, Shenato received a portion of Darkrai's power, which is difficult to explain. Allow me to convey the details through the power of the Great Oak. Midway through his explanation, Lin Feng sensed that verbalizing it might lead to misunderstandings, so he grasped Mewtwo with one hand while holding Shenato with the other, transmitting the gist of the situation. This took approximately 5 minutes. After regaining its composure, Mewtwo furrowed its brow, having gleaned the entire backstory from Lin Feng. Curiously, it asked, "Is this Pokémon known as Darkrai truly formidable?" "Presumably so," Lin Feng replied, resting his chin on his hand, gazing at Mewtwo with a hint of pity. "After all, I am merely a humble gardener, not a specialized trainer, so I truly wish to request your aid. You wouldn't want the garden to be destroyed during a confrontation, would you?" In truth, Lin Feng was uncertain of Darkrai's true strength. Thus, having a bodyguard would be prudent. One must learn to leverage strength. Moreover, it would be unreasonable for Mewtwo to finish its meal and leave without taking any action, wouldn't it? Mewtwo nodded solemnly, assuring, "Rest assured, I will ensure that no harm befalls this place." Lin Feng smiled. "Ah, I appreciate your assistance." With that, he intended to take Shenato and Mewtwo to the local league center to report the situation. However, at that moment, a fiery red shadow appeared in the sky. As this shadow emerged, Mewtwo's attention was immediately captivated. Ultimately, Feng Yang swiftly identified the unusual occurrences in the region, primarily due to their conspicuous nature. From Haikou City, following the path to Wudong City, numerous citizens had reported experiencing nightmares, which coincidentally formed a discernible pattern. This was the result of the report sent to Metagross for detailed analysis, revealing traces of Shenato's arrival from overseas. Eventually, this phenomenon dissipated near Wudong City, prompting Feng Yang to wander the area with Darkrai in search of the so-called powerful Pokémon. Upon reaching a small town, a raspy voice whispered in his ear. The energy I sense nearby is most potent. It must be here. Feng Yang paused, prompting the fiery bird to halt as he carefully observed the surroundings. According to Darkrai, it had previously bestowed a portion of its energy to other Pokémon to repel threats. However, since it had not reclaimed this energy promptly, it had now been entirely absorbed by another Pokémon, implying it no longer belonged to Darkrai. Upon hearing this, Feng Yang couldn't help but harbor some skepticism. After all, while the energy had protected others from the wild Pokémon, it had also imposed limitations. Now, was Darkrai returning to reclaim its power? Nevertheless, the small town below appeared quite charming. Upon seeing the picturesque scenery, Feng Yang was filled with admiration. The paths were adorned with vibrant flowers, and a sizable garden was teeming with lush fruit trees and crisp, green vegetables. Yet, what was amiss with the Pokémon inhabiting this garden? Milotic, Serperior, Fearow, Shinado, and wait, Dragonite? Was this truly a collection of Pokémon one would expect from a simple gardener? As unfamiliar Pokémon hovered above, Fearow was the first to succumb to its excitement, soaring into the sky and fearlessly calling out, even in the presence of the fiery bird. The fiery bird, perplexed, gazed at Fearow, sensing an aura reminiscent of its own kind emanating from it. Why? The fiery bird was utterly bewildered, as it felt that the energy concealed within this Fearow was even more advanced than its own. How curious. Soon after, Feng Yang spotted the owner of the garden gracefully ascending on Dragonite's back. Lin Feng, observing the agitated Fearow, promptly reassured, "It's all right. Fearow, you may return." Fearow hesitated, then flapped its wings, feeling capable. Yet, Lin Feng persisted, "No need, please go back." Although Fearow was strong, it was somewhat outmatched in this situation. After a moment of silence, Fearow obediently descended. Once it had completely retreated, Lin Feng directed his gaze towards Feng Yang, along with the fiery bird and Darkrai behind him. "Greetings, champion." Pokémon, fiery bird, gender, male, ability, pressure, qualification, golden individual values, HP, 28, attack, 31, special attack, 31, defense, 27, special defense, 21, speed, 21, strength, level 89, skills, tailwind, glare, ember, mystical guard, wing attack, quick attack, burnout, air slash, feather dance, hurricane, brave bird, charge flame, flamethrower, overheat. Chapter 150. Darkrai, the champion's astonishment. Pokémon, Darkrai, gender, genderless, ability, bad dreams, qualification, golden individual values, HP, 24, attack, 31, special attack, 31, defense, 28, special defense, 31, speed, 31, strength, level 93-97, skills, disable, quick attack, hypnosis, pursuit, nightshade, shadow clone, dark mist, dark void, affection, 0, satisfaction, 0. Darkrai remained concealed in the shadows, eluding Lin Feng's probing gaze. However, upon noticing its level, Lin Feng exhaled in relief. The absence of a level 100 Darkrai poses no significant challenge for either Mewtwo or Gardevoir. "Are you the proprietor of this plantation?" Observing the Dragonite beneath Lin Feng, Feng Yang was taken aback. The prowess of this Dragonite was already on par with that of a champion, perhaps even exceeding that of an ordinary champion. Furthermore, accompanying him were Gardevoir and a humanoid Pokémon of a delicate pink hue that he had never encountered before. Its aura was profound and inscrutable, exuding an air of disdain for all living beings. He had an inkling that this humanoid Pokémon regarded his molters with indifference. Is this truly an ordinary plantation owner? Despite riding on Dragonite and being flanked by Mewtwo, Lin Feng's demeanor remained remarkably cordial. The individual before him was a champion, renowned not solely for their formidable combat abilities, but also for their illustrious reputation. Throughout his tenure, Feng Yang had consistently epitomized the archetype of a diligent worker. His presence was almost ubiquitous during significant events, which contributed to the public's willingness to cooperate with him in such matters. Lin Feng held a deep respect for individuals of such stature. "A plantation owner?" "Hiss." Feng Yang repeated the phrase, drawing in a sharp breath, internally exclaiming that this was utterly absurd. Even with his extensive knowledge, he had never encountered a plantation owner of such caliber. Surely, this individual could have ascended to the rank of champion? Of course, this was merely a reflection of their strength. Attaining the title of champion required more than mere might. Nevertheless, he managed to temper his astonishment and inquired, "I sent a message through the official league channels, which should have reached every resident of Wudong City recently. Might I ask if there have been any occurrences of?" Before he could finish, Lin Feng interjected, "Yes. There have been phenomena causing nightmares for other Pokémon or humans, and I can surmise why you, champion, have sought me out. It is likely due to the arrival of the master of the nightmare energy, is it not?" As he spoke, Lin Feng directed his gaze towards Feng Yang's rear. Gardevoir stood nearby. Darkrai could not possibly be unaware of the nightmare energy emanating from within it. Feng Yang fell silent for a moment before nodding, his suspicion regarding the youth's identity growing ever more profound. It is right behind me. Will it not reveal itself? Lin Feng addressed the space behind Feng Yang. The Darkrai concealed in the shadows fell into silence, having assumed that the remnants of its power would merely provide this Pokémon with a comfortable existence in the wild. Yet now, it seemed that the Gardevoir beside the human was nearly on par with its current self. As Darkrai pondered, it gradually revealed its form. The silhouette matched that of its memories, and Gardevoir displayed an expression of contemplation. The Darkrai that had once appeared overwhelmingly powerful, akin to a deity in its youth, now seemed less formidable than it had been imagined. Darkrai glanced at Gardevoir, then shifted its focus to Lin Feng, asking, "Did you assist it in absorbing my energy?" This peculiar Gardevoir seemed somewhat familiar. In its early days, when it was merely a Ralts, it had thought it a homeless child. Perhaps this was related to its own growth. Lin Feng did not claim sole credit for the accomplishment. Darkrai remained silent for a moment, seemingly deliberating, before turning its attention to Mewtwo, asking, "Who are you? I have never encountered you before." The longer-lived Pokémon are often well-traveled, but Darkrai had never seen one as formidable as Mewtwo. In response to Darkrai's inquiry, Mewtwo simply replied, "You need not know." For one who had never tasted defeat since its inception, Mewtwo's demeanor was imbued with unparalleled pride. Darkrai was clearly taken aback by this statement, yet it did not falter. After a brief hesitation, it refrained from pressing further and instead looked at Gardevoir, stating, "You seem to wield my power quite adeptly." Gardevoir shook her head, asserting no. "Prior to encountering my trainer, I made every effort to avoid using your power, even lacking any inclination to use it actively. Since being driven away, she had regarded this power as a harbinger of misfortune and had never actively employed it. It merely occasionally surged forth autonomously." Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise crossed Darkrai's visage. Before arriving, it had assumed that mastering this power would require long-term usage to achieve proficiency. However, cursed power remains cursed power. Should Gardevoir have used it extensively, she would gradually succumb to its influence, becoming ensnared in nightmares each time she focused intently. Prolonged exposure to such an environment would inevitably lead to the mental breakdown of an ordinary Pokémon. Yet, it now appeared that this human had directly aided her in resolving this matter. At that moment, Lin Feng interjected, "Darkrai, you see, this power has now been absorbed by my Gardevoir and transformed into her own strength. If you were to reclaim it, it would undoubtedly affect her adversely. Therefore, might I kindly request that you refrain from withdrawing it? In return, I can offer appropriate compensation." Observing Darkrai's silence, Lin Feng paused, adding, "Of course, should you disagree, I shall not compel Gardevoir to relinquish this power." A strategy of diplomacy before coercion, Lin Feng believed he had executed this quite effectively. Should Darkrai refuse, he would resort to his own methods. Feng Yang, standing nearby, watched their exchange, suddenly feeling a sense of disorientation. Amidst this haze, a Pidgey quietly approached, ultimately alighting beside the Moltres. "Wait, the Beedrill just departed, and now a Pidgey appears? While issues are being addressed, I remain cautious regarding the Darkrai situation," Feng Yang thought, apprehensive of the potential for a confrontation between the two Pokémon. After all, these were Pokémon of champion caliber or higher. Should a battle ensue, it would be beyond control. However, it appeared that this matter was not his to manage. Thus, he could only idly observe the scenery or other Pokémon. Upon seeing the Pidgey arrive, he couldn't help but voice his annoyance. He subtly urged Moltres to fly a short distance forward, shielding the Pidgey behind him. Darkrai surveyed Gardevoir and then Mewtwo, its expression unwavering. It harbored no fear of this Pokémon. After all, this was not its prime. The gazes of the two Pokémon met in the air, as if sparks were colliding. Ultimately, it was Darkrai who averted its gaze. Its purpose for coming was not solely to reclaim this power, nor to engage in combat, but rather to understand the significance of the power it had bestowed. It finally posed a question to Gardevoir. "So, are you dissatisfied with the decision to acquire my power? Or is it that you have only experienced suffering since gaining it?" Both Lin Feng and Gardevoir were taken aback, clearly not anticipating Darkrai's inquiry. This question seemed rather intricate. If Gardevoir were to respond affirmatively, it would imply that the power bestowed by Darkrai had brought her nothing but burden and anguish. If it had only resulted in suffering, why then would she wish to retain it? Would it not be simpler to return it? Moreover, Gardevoir had previously stated that she had never actively utilized this power. Thus, logically, she should not require it. So why the lingering attachment to this power? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, his gaze shifting towards Shinado. After a brief pause, Shinado spoke contemplatively. "One cannot entirely blame the past. In my youth, I was naive and believed that any source of power was inherently good." She continued, However, my perspective changed during the period when I evolved from Ralts to Shinado. I came to despise that power, for it incited chaos wherever I went, compelling me to constantly relocate. But after my evolution into Shinado, I gradually found peace with my abilities. Despite the anguish and torment your power has caused me, it has equally facilitated my growth. Had I matured steadily within my clan, I would have likely become just another Shinado among them, devoid of such extraordinary experiences and strength. I would not have encountered the trainers I hold dear. Shinado reflected, it is said that every gain comes with a loss, and that encounters are dictated by fate. She spoke with a calm demeanor. Having traversed many years, she was no longer the naive Ralts of yore. She had come to understand the concept of sacrifice. Her present attachment to this power was not born from a desire to wield it, but rather from the curse it brought, a curse that Lin Feng was meant to resolve. In a way, the essence of that curse served as a testament to their bond. Shinado wished for Lin Feng not to struggle in mastering this power only to relinquish it so easily. Listening to her words, Lin Feng felt a pang of bittersweet emotion. Shinado's seemingly mundane words resonated deeply, evoking a sense of poignancy. What does it mean to be a cherished trainer? He felt tears welling up. Darkrai nodded in understanding, deciding not to retract his offer. The scattered powers were plentiful. Losing one or two would not cause him grief. His purpose was simply to ascertain whether the initial energy had wrought any adverse effects, while also observing which Pokémon could fully harness their own energies. With that, Darkrai cast a glance at Lin Feng, then focused on Feng Yang, who had assisted him. After a moment of contemplation, a dark stone slowly descended from him, hovering before Feng Yang. Human, I thank you. This stone has long been imbued with my power and possesses a certain efficacy for Dark-type Pokémon. Huh. Feng Yang was taken aback, staring at the stone before looking up again, only to find that Darkrai had vanished. This left him momentarily bewildered. Come on, I'm a champion. Not just some random hired trainer. Yet, on another note, a gift from the deity of nightmares must hold considerable value, right? After all, it was something he obtained during a mission and did not need to surrender to the Alliance's treasury. When Darkrai presented the treasure to Feng Yang, Lin Feng instinctively activated his Eye of Insight. He had been contemplating how to compensate for Shinado's acquisition of Darkrai's power, but before he could voice his thoughts, the aloof figure had already departed. SSS-grade ingredient, Darkrai's Ebon Stone, long attached to Darkrai, saturated with potent Dark-type emotional energy. Approaching it will influence ordinary individuals, plunging them into confusion, nightmares, or slumber. It can be submerged in water to gradually transfer its energy, creating a diluted form. Note, the infused water can serve as a unique seasoning. It has that effect? Lin Feng fell into deep thought. What extraordinary effects could dishes or energy cubes crafted with such seasoning yield? Might one experience nightmares after consuming them? Would they produce peculiar results when combined with the crescent feather of the dream god? His scattered thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a remark from Mewtwo. If there's nothing else, my Dragonite, and I shall take our leave. Dragonite, beneath him, cast a lingering glance at Lin Feng, reluctant to part ways. Only when Mewtwo urged them did it finally release Lin Feng, turning back thrice to glance at him, its eyes sparkling with anticipation. This made Lin Feng smile involuntarily. Shaking his head, he then retrieved a storage ball from his satchel and tossed it to Mewtwo, who caught it effortlessly with its psychic powers. This should suffice for your journey. Be sure to treat Dragonite well, Lin Feng said. Mewtwo paused momentarily before nodding in acknowledgement. Upon hearing Lin Feng's instructions, Dragonite beamed with a simple yet endearing smile and swiftly left with Mewtwo. As Lin Feng watched the two Pokémon fade into the distance, he sighed, preparing to turn his attention to Feng Yang. However, he noticed that the previously following Pidgey had transformed into Mew. It seemed to gaze at Lin Feng with an air of grievance, as if it had been overlooked. Chapter 152. The petulant Mew. Ah, what is this? Lin Feng feigned astonishment as he regarded it. Yet Mew merely pouted at him. Meow. You've already realized my true identity, haven't you? Lin Feng's display of surprise faltered as he recognized that Mew was aware of his realization. He could only nod, cheerfully replying, Isn't this what you enjoy? I'm merely indulging you. Mew fell silent, its expression a mix of frustration and petulance. Ultimately, it seemed at a loss for words, throwing its head back in a huff before soaring towards Mewtwo's direction. This left Lin Feng momentarily dumbfounded. Is it really leaving? Yet, he did not pursue it, finding it amusing that even a being who had existed for countless years could exhibit such childlike behavior. He couldn't help but smile. Upon turning back, he noticed Feng Yang's face was one of sheer shock. Was that really Mew? Feng Yang exclaimed incredulously, though many might not recognize Mew. As the champion of the Donghua Alliance, he was well aware of its significance. According to researchers, it was said to be the ancestor of all Pokémon. Yet, this particular Mew seemed to be bullied by the plantation's owner? Goodness, what sort of plantation owner was that? Lin Feng nodded. Yes, it seems that way. But it appears to be throwing a minor tantrum. However, its affection level hasn't decreased. it's still over 70, so I'm not overly concerned about Mew's situation. Wait, you're a breeder? Feng Yang stammered, utterly taken aback. He struggled to fathom how to express his astonishment. Is it even legal for you to be such a plantation owner, surrounded by so many powerful Pokémon, and even a mythical beast? Lin Feng affirmed, indeed. I possess a high-level breeder certificate issued by the Alliance, and the breeding facility was inherited from my parents. Feng Yang fell silent once more. While matters seemed to have resolved, he felt a new sense of intrigue stirring within him, a burning desire to uncover the secrets surrounding this plantation owner. Yet, he sensed that pursuing this curiosity might not be appropriate. At that moment, he also noted something peculiar. Lin Feng was levitating in the air, not through Shinedo's psychic abilities. This indicated that Lin Feng himself was an Esper. Unbelievable. Is this truly a mere plantation owner? Feng Yang found himself reflecting on this for what felt like the umpteenth time. At this moment, Lin Feng politely remarked, "Thank you, Mr. Champion, for making the journey here. Would you like to come in for a glass of water?" "Ah, yes. Feng Yang quickly responded to the courteous inquiry. Lin Feng did not elaborate further, for he had his own schemes in mind. Tomorrow, a video featuring Mr. Champion in the neighboring breeding house would grace his video account. He gently floated down with Shinedo until they arrived at the breeding house, while Feng Yang allowed his Firebird to descend slowly, ultimately storing it away. Curiously, he surveyed the breeding house before him. The name, Neighboring Breeding House, was rather unremarkable, and the preceding path was an ordinary cobblestone walkway, which appeared to have seen better days. Strangely, even in autumn, the moss flanking the path glimmered with a verdant hue, while vibrant flowers blossomed above. The interior of the breeding house was immaculate, clearly devoid of patrons due to the lunchtime hour. Following Lin Feng inside, he noticed a young male Audino stationed at the reception counter, its furrowed brow indicating its gender. To the right, one could find a display of frosty milk and ice nine-tails, accompanied by frosty or cream cakes. In front, an array of energy cubes caught the eye. The assortment of merchandise left Feng Yang with a first impression that was decidedly eclectic. After glancing at the prices, his second thought was, do these energy cubes truly possess such effects? If so, they are quite reasonably priced. If not, they are excessively dear. However, he refrained from inquiring or purchasing immediately. Lin Feng led him to the living room, the same place previously used for dining. "Mr. Champion, what would you like to drink? We have juice, fresh milk, honey water, rice wine, or honeyed grape wine." I'll have some juice, please." Lin Feng retrieved a glass of juice from the refrigerator and poured it for Feng Yang. The latter accepted it, feeling parched after his long journey, and drank it down in one go. Yet, upon tasting it, his expression changed. "This juice, indeed. It is made from the sweet bamboo Pokémon. Quite delectable, isn't it?" Lin Feng interjected. Feng Yang paused, momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. "That is not what I meant." To be honest, he had been rather troubled lately. At 33 or 34 years of age, ever since assuming the role of champion, he had been embroiled in the affairs of the league, leaving him little time to seek a partner, resulting in his prolonged singlehood. He felt no particular issue with this. However, his parents, despite his status as champion, were relentless in their quest for him to marry. In his youth, their occasional nagging was bearable, but now, at over 30, he received 3 to 4 calls daily, and on busier days, even 5 or 6. They incessantly urged him towards arranged meetings. His free time was consumed by these matchmaking endeavors, as his parents' persistent prodding and the League's matchmaking events proved difficult to evade. Sighing, he found it hard to articulate the frustration he felt. Recently, however, he encountered an old rival, and after a match, his spirits had lifted considerably. Yet now, as he savored the juice, he felt his irritations dissipate, as if a long-burdened emotion had been released, a sensation of comfort he had never before experienced. Lin Feng continued to inquire, "Is it not to your liking? Would you like to switch?" No, this is quite good. May I have another glass?" Feng Yang lifted his cup towards him. Lin Feng poured him another. After downing it once more, Feng Yang began to appraise Lin Feng, inwardly murmuring, "He is remarkably youthful." He opened his mouth to ask a question, but suddenly realized he did not know the boy's name. So he simply said, "Young man, may I inquire about your qualifications as a breeder?" "Well, I hold an advanced certification, but in reality, I should be above that level," Lin Feng replied cheerfully. Above advanced. Chapter 153, Idle and Fan. Feng Yang was momentarily taken aback. The classifications of beginner, intermediate, and advanced were local breeding assessments, and to progress further, one must undergo examinations at specialized locations. This implied that the difficulty was on an entirely different scale than the previous levels. Yet here was this boy, boldly asserting that his breeding qualifications surpassed the advanced tier. "Are you that confident?" Feng Yang queried. "Then why not undergo the assessment? I recall that top-tier breeders receive subsidies from the League and numerous benefits." In response to this inquiry, Lin Feng swiftly countered, "It's too far, and I'm too lazy to go. The nearest city where assessments are conducted is over 1,000 miles away, and the evaluation process takes too long. I simply don't have the time. Feng Yang had not anticipated such a response. For an ordinary breeder, upon realizing their capabilities could reach the top tier, the immediate impulse would be to take the assessment without delay. Yet for Lin Feng, the time commitment was daunting. Unlike the theoretical knowledge assessment for beginners, the energy cube manufacturing for intermediates, or the practical emergency assessments for advanced levels, each of which could be completed in a few hours, the top-tier evaluation required a week or even a month of dedicated breeding at a specialized location. This was hardly convenient for Lin Feng. Feng Yang continued, "You mentioned earlier that you inherited your father's plantation. Is this plantation left by your father? What about him?" His curiosity about the boy had intensified. "He has been missing for 10 years since he disappeared while exploring that wilderness area," Lin Feng said, pursing his lips. To be honest, Lin Feng was reluctant to believe that his father had passed away. In his youth, he had only grasped that his father was impressive. Now, with greater understanding, he recalled that those who had encountered his father seemed quite formidable. Moreover, having now witnessed Pokémon stronger than those typically found in gyms, he could roughly estimate that his father's Scyther was at or above the level of a champion. Even disregarding his other Pokémon, it seemed improbable that something as trivial as an accident could befall his father. Nevertheless, the prolonged absence suggested that there must be a reason. Perhaps he was temporarily trapped or simply lost his way home. "I apologize," Feng Yang said, not expecting such a response, and felt a twinge of guilt. "It's all right. After so many years, one learns to adapt." Lin Feng shook his head. The sorrow that should have existed had long since faded in his youth, leaving only memories. This question rendered Feng Yang momentarily speechless, unsure of what to ask next, but he quickly recalled Lin Feng's mention of his father's disappearance. Perhaps this was an opportunity to investigate the breeding house's history? His eyes lit up. "How about I assist you in looking into this? Although so much time has passed, there may still be some hope." "Thank you, Mr. Champion." Lin Feng did not decline. "All right." Feng Yang nodded, his mind brimming with questions. But he sensed that asking them all at once would be inappropriate. Instead, he decided to remember this location and the young man before him, planning to learn more gradually in the future. Just then, his phone rang. Picking it up, he saw that the joy brought by the juice had suddenly evaporated. He made an apologetic gesture to Lin Feng, then answered the call as he moved to the back door. "Hello? Mom, I'm at work." "What? Another matchmaking event tonight?" "Oh dear, I can't make it. I'm currently in Haikou." The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly intensified, tinged with irritation. "What do you mean you can't make it? With the speed of your Pokémon, you could traverse the entire League region in a day. Enough with the excuses. I'm quite pleased with this girl. She's both beautiful and gentle, not to mention filial. Let me tell you, if you don't show up tonight, You're not a child anymore." Feng Yang slightly loosened his grip on the phone, his expression as grim as a bitter melon. All right, I'll come over tonight." With this promise, the other party finally hung up contentedly. Setting down the phone, Feng Yang's expression grew even more troubled. After letting out a silent sigh, he turned to Lin Feng. "Looks like I must take my leave." Lin Feng nodded. His objectives were achieved, and he was eager for the esteemed champion to depart. However, he still courteously remarked, "You've worked hard this time. Allow me to see you off, Mr. Champion." Thus, he led Feng Yang towards the breeding house. Upon their arrival, Feng Yang's keen eyes spotted the juice he had just consumed in the refrigerator beside AI Guan, causing him to pause momentarily to grab a few bottles, for which he promptly paid. Considering the urgency of his mother's request, Feng Yang summoned his Moltres right there, mounting it in a single leap and soaring away like a streak of fire. At that moment, two high school students, Zhang Wu and Lu Hua, returned from the challenge site, brimming with excitement as they discussed the day's achievements. "That challenge was incredible. My Pika's Thundershock has significantly improved in both power and accuracy. My Nidoran has also become tougher, albeit slightly more agile. Speaking of which, those two Pidgeys have evolved. Does that mean we must face Pidgeot directly if we wish to participate in the Sky Challenge? I wonder how much it costs per attempt. Regardless, I feel closer to my goal of meeting champion Feng Yang." Zhang Wu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Beside him, Lu Hua merely chuckled, refraining from dismissing his friend's dreams as fanciful. However, when he glanced up, he was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a tall, somewhat familiar figure at the breeding house entrance. He was momentarily stunned, puzzled as to why a familiar face would be here. But as he witnessed the individual swiftly summon a Moltres, its wings extending to 3 or 4 meters, he was instantly flabbergasted. Quickly, he seized Zhang Wu's arm, exclaiming, "Look, it's the champion! The champion! The champion? Which champion? Wait, it's champion Feng Yang." Zhang Wu initially froze, but upon recognizing Feng Yang riding the Moltres into the sky, his eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 154. The beginning of Ash and Friend's encounter with Mewtwo. He watched, mesmerized, as his idol ascended into the heavens. Just a moment more, and that blazing figure would have been right before him. Zhang Wu stood there, as stiff as a statue. Lu Hua, equally exhilarated, may not have idolized the champion as fervently as Zhang Wu, but witnessing such a moment in this remote town was thrilling enough to stir his excitement. Yet, unlike Zhang Wu, he quickly reminded him, don't just stand there. The champion just left the breeding house, and he was with Lin Feng. They might know each other. Why not go and ask? Oh right. Zhang Wu snapped back to reality, and the two hurried towards the breeding house, calling out to Lin Feng before he entered. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Huh, you two? Lin Feng turned around, puzzled. Did you succeed in the challenge? That shouldn't be. No. We came to ask. Was that trainer who just flew off on Moltres the champion? The two gazed at Lin Feng with eager eyes. Lin Feng realized their starry-eyed admiration stemmed from the champion's arrival. He recalled his own childhood excitement while watching the Indigo Plateau Conference broadcasts. Though he had since grown accustomed to such encounters, particularly after seeing champions being pressured into marriage, he felt a diminished sense of estrangement from them. Yes, that was Champion Feng Yang. He is here to investigate the nightmare incident in Haikou City and has some questions for me. Lin Feng replied candidly. If that's the case, does that mean he'll leave after his investigation and not return? Zhang Wu's face fell at this revelation. Well, I can't say for certain. Perhaps he will come back. Lin Feng replied uncertainly. Before departing, he instructed Rotom to take a picture of Feng Yang for promotional purposes. This posed no significant issue, as Feng Yang was generally perceived as amiable and approachable, often sharing meals wherever he went. Occasionally, a cafe in another city would feature a photo of him, claiming it was the establishment where the champion had enjoyed a drink. Such a pity. Zhang Wu lamented, regretting not arriving sooner. With their spirits dampened, the two lost their motivation to continue their challenges. Coupled with the midday sun bearing down upon them, they meandered towards the town's exit. Before leaving, however, they inquired about the cost of participating in the Sky Challenge. This question caused Lin Feng to ponder. He ultimately decided on a pricing structure: 1,000 for the first tier, 2,000 for the second, and 4,000 for the third, with subsequent tiers following suit. While steep, participants could train for 2 hours throughout the day, whether in the morning or afternoon, until they succeeded in their challenges. Another rule stipulated that the same Pokémon could not re-attempt the Sky Challenge at the same tier immediately after a challenge. Additionally, a Pokémon could only challenge once every 3 days to prevent overtraining and burnout. This was a measure Lin Feng implemented to ensure trainers did not overwhelm their Pokémon. He also recognized the necessity of establishing a reward system, though that could wait until someone succeeded in a challenge. Alright, if you think it's worthwhile, please help spread the word. We will be developing other challenges in the future. Lin Feng called out to the departing youths as they nodded in agreement. With a sigh of relief, Lin Feng felt a weight lift as he noted the absence of Dragonite and Mew. However, his attention was soon captivated by another matter. In the distance along the cobblestone path, a familiar figure approached. Hey Fenggu, Xiao Feng. At this moment, in the Johto region, the speeds of Mewtwo and Dragonite were indisputable. In just an hour, they had crossed from the Donghua League to Johto. Meanwhile, Ash and his friends had just arrived at the outskirts of the new road. During their lunch, a vibrant orange figure zipped past them at incredible speed, landing effortlessly nearby without causing a ripple. Dragonite. The trio paused in unison, taken aback by the sight of the Dragonite, which bore a satchel and wore a congenial, yet somewhat reluctant expression. Upon recognizing the trio, it retrieved an envelope from its bag and handed it to Ash. An envelope? Ash received it, perplexed. Upon receiving the envelope, a certain energy attached to it manifested as a virtual image. The content of this image depicted a humanoid, pale pink Pokémon, whose every gesture exuded an air of disdain. The three individuals were momentarily taken aback. Even the most worldly among them, Brock, could not identify this Pokémon. Yet, it spoke politely. Greetings, human trainer. I have been observing you in the Kanto region for quite some time. Observing me? Ash was thoroughly perplexed. Indeed, you are one of the Pokémon trainers I have selected, possessing the potential to become the strongest Pokémon trainer in the future. To that end, I am organizing a battle in the nearby waters, specifically for the strongest Pokémon trainers. If you are interested in participating, please mark the consent option on the envelope. The strongest Pokémon trainer? Ash heard nothing else. His eyes lit up at the mere mention of the title. Misty, Brock, did you hear that? This Pokémon claims we are the strongest Pokémon trainers. Misty, upon hearing such flattery, also brightened, then we. However, before she could finish her sentence, Ash excitedly marked his agreement on the envelope. Meanwhile, in the nearby waters, Mew floated, holding a Moltres feather in its left hand and a pitch-black stone in its right. Lost in thought, it pondered whether it had been a tad too impulsive, leaving so decisively. How would it return? Chapter 155, The Game of Mewtwo, Part 1. Acting. After departing from Lin Feng's presence, Mew gradually regained its composure. It recalled the initial desire to play, which had prompted it to conceal its identity. Lin Feng had done nothing wrong. In fact, he had willingly accompanied it in its charade, providing sustenance each day. Reflecting on this made Mew increasingly frustrated. Yet, it soon remembered the Pokémon carrying its essence, including Dragonite. It had heard that Dragonite was only away for a few days. Thus it could seek it out and return together after a brief period. With this thought, Mew's spirits lifted, and it began to sense its surroundings, flying toward a particular direction after confirming Mewtwo's presence. On an island amidst the ocean, Dragonite swiftly approached, navigating through winding tunnels until it finally stood before a pink humanoid Pokémon. Have you delivered the message? Mewtwo inquired, observing the returning Dragonite. Dragonite nodded eagerly, looking at Mewtwo with clear intent. Seeing Dragonite's demeanor, Mewtwo couldn't help but chuckle softly. Since arriving there, not only has the food improved, but your courage has grown as well. The old Dragonite would never have dared to ask me for food, mistakenly believing Mewtwo was unwilling to share the energy cubes left by Linfeng. Dragonite wore a forlorn expression. Don't fret, I have not denied you. Here, take it and enjoy, Mewtwo said, retrieving a pouch of energy cubes from a storage sphere and tossing it to Dragonite. With a joyful cry, Dragonite took the energy cubes and departed. According to Mewtwo's plan, the next course of action involved patrolling the sea and rescuing unfortunate souls who could barely withstand the ocean winds. Mewtwo would use its psychic abilities to alert it to specific locations. After Dragonite's departure, Mewtwo produced another bag of energy cubes, but unlike Dragonite's, this pouch was wrapped in pink. This was specially prepared by Linfeng, originally intended for Shinado. However, if Mewtwo was in a hurry to leave, it might as well be given to it, especially since Shinado's energy cubes could be produced at any time. Yet, Mewtwo's interpretation diverged. It believed this was a gift reserved for itself, and a subtle smile graced its lips, bringing a sense of calm. Rest assured, I shall consider your proposal. Once it consumed the energy cubes, Mewtwo's fingers began to move, channeling a potent wave of psychic energy that dramatically darkened the weather outside, turning it into a deep hue of black. Soon, a fierce wind swept through the surrounding waters, creating waves that undulated like mountainous terrain, engulfing the area in a tumultuous torrent. In a short while, the sea within a radius of several dozen kilometers transformed into such a spectacle. Observing this scene, Mewtwo murmured, "The strongest Pokémon trainer." It remained seated, lost in thought. During its travels, it had discovered that the majority of Pokémon trainers were striving for this very goal. Thus, it had used this aspiration as bait to lure a group of trainers. Suddenly, an unexpected voice pierced the air. Meow. Mewtwo did not panic, but rather found it curious. Mew, why are you here instead of staying with him? In the next moment, a hairless kitten appeared before it. Indeed, it was Mew. After contemplating its return, Mew's mood had brightened, and it playfully interacted with a nearby Meowth, intrigued by its ability to speak. However, upon realizing that the Meowth possessed no extraordinary traits, Mew quickly moved on. Meow? Mew teased Mewtwo. Meow? You carry my scent. Of course, for I am a Pokémon created from your genes, Mewtwo reflected, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Upon its creation, it had yearned to find Mew for a contest of strength. Yet, after 2 months of travel, it had witnessed much more, understanding that the world held not only Mew, but many other formidable Pokémon. Given that both Pokémon had shared meals at the same table, the desire for comparison diminished. Meow? Is that so? Mew circled around, glancing out the window at the darkened sea beyond. Mew discerned that this was the work of the Pokémon before it, and curiously inquired. Meow? What are you doing? I am hosting a game for human trainers, Mewtwo replied. Meow? A game? Mew's eyes sparkled with interest. Meow? Is it fun? Can I participate? Mewtwo instinctively wanted to refuse, but suddenly recalled Linfeng's encouragement to confront the dark Pokémon before departing. Almost unconsciously, it nodded. Very well, your participation is indeed welcome. It seemed Mewtwo had learned something from Linfeng. Not everything required direct involvement. If someone was willing to assist, that was even better. After all, Mew and Mewtwo shared a common origin. Asking for a favor was hardly unreasonable. Meow? Hooray! What shall we do now? You enjoy acting, do you not? Help me stage a performance while we await the arrival of the trainers. Beneath the inky sky, the ocean winds lashed at the shore, accompanied by the sounds of frenzied shouting. Other trainers were busy wringing out their rain-soaked garments. Meanwhile, Ash and his companions, guided by the envelope, arrived at the heart of this island, a place resembling a battle arena. Ash, puzzled, noted that despite having seen dozens of trainers on their way, only 3 remained before him. At that moment, a figure descended slowly, and a voice echoed in their ears. Greetings, esteemed trainers. Congratulations on successfully arriving here. Now, I kindly ask the few present to release your Pokémon. I shall select the most formidable Pokémon trainer among you. Of course, the authority to determine this lies solely with me. Chapter 156, The Game of Mewtwo, Part 2, The Research of the Dragonite. The descending figure is none other than Mewtwo, who, at this moment, has transformed from its original form into a human guise reminiscent of the one Lin Feng encountered. What? You claim to be the one who decides? Nonsense. By what right do you presume to judge? Upon hearing this, a portly trainer beside a pool, busy wiping down his Gyarados, became quite displeased. All of us have endured countless hardships to arrive here, striving for the title of the strongest Pokémon trainer. Yet, before the competition has even commenced, you declare yourself the mightiest? On what grounds? Mewtwo's lips curled into a smirk, its visage beginning to morph and ultimately reverting to its original form. On what grounds, you ask? Simply because I am the strongest Pokémon here. It embraced its identity as a Pokémon while simultaneously acknowledging its role as a Pokémon trainer. At this moment, Mewtwo's tone was exceedingly arrogant. Release all your Pokémon, and let us see if any of you can stand against me. Although many legends of powerful Pokémon had been heard, Mewtwo had never faced defeat, and such confidence was well-founded. You, the stout trainer, unyielding, laughed in rage. Very well. Let me see what you are capable of. As he spoke, he summoned all his Pokémon. The other two trainers, upon hearing this exchange, also released their Pokémon. In an instant, Gyarados, Ninetales, Charizard, Blastoise, Venusaur, and Psyduck, all in their final forms, turned their gaze towards Mewtwo, sensing their trainer's fury. But with a mere wave of Mewtwo's hand, all the Pokémon present began to levitate, ensnared by an unseen force. They were horrified to discover that under such power, their bodies could muster no resistance whatsoever. This scene left the trainers below utterly stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. This Pokémon possesses such overwhelming strength? Having demonstrated its dominance, Mewtwo gazed down upon the 6 trainers who had journeyed across the seas. Now, I shall declare the rules of my game. Since you seek the title of the strongest trainer, it is evident that you must challenge me. Should you succeed, I will bestow upon you this title, along with a gift of my own. However, if you fail, your lives shall end here. Hence, Pokémon, fight with all your might for your trainers. Its voice was eerily calm, as if discussing a matter of little consequence while determining the fate of the trainers. Originally, the rules of the game had not been so dire. Yet, out of respect for life, they had been altered slightly. Upon concluding its announcement, Mewtwo extended a hand, tapping the air, and the ground beneath the trainers transformed rapidly into a proper battleground. What a joke! Who would wish to partake in this contest for the title of the strongest Pokémon trainer? I want to leave right now. Gyarados, let us go. The previously vociferous trainer, upon hearing the description of the Pokémon before him, felt a flicker of fear in his eyes. He intended to return whence he came, but unbeknownst to him, the door that had once been open was now firmly shut. The trainer pushed against it in vain, feeling a surge of anger. Gyarados, use Hyper Beam. Gyarados opened its jaws wider, gathering destructive energy that struck the door, yet strangely, despite the power of the attack, it elicited no reaction whatsoever. I forgot to mention, I have erected a psychic barrier around this place. Until the challenge is complete, you shall not leave. Mewtwo's voice drifted to his ears. Since you are so eager, you shall be the first challenger. It manipulated the trainer's body, forcing him to land on one side of the battlefield, while it took its position on the opposite side. You now have 2 choices, defeat me or perish. Of course, you need only conquer my Pokémon. With that, Mewtwo produced a Pokeball. With a flick of its wrist, a massive, fearsome Dragonite appeared on the scene. Its body was marred with scars, especially on its face, where a gaping wound extended from its mouth to its eye. This was not the Dragonite previously encountered in Wutong Town, but rather another, even more battle-worn specimen. Rescued from the clutches of Team Rocket, its body riddled with tubes, weakened to the brink of despair, harboring an intense hatred for humanity. Furthermore, this Dragonite was even stronger. Typically subdued, it had refrained from causing trouble. Initially intended for release, Mewtwo had opted to wait after visiting Wutong Town. Now Mewtwo issued the command, Dragonite, defeat all their Pokémon, and I shall allow you to leave. With a roar, Dragonite's expression grew more menacing, the scars on its face amplifying its ferocity. Almost instantly upon receiving Mewtwo's command, it sprang into action, its crimson wings transforming into lethal blades. The stout trainer was taken aback, ready to issue a command. But Dragonite had already lunged at Gyarados, opening its gaping maw and, in a moment of shock for all, sank its teeth into Gyarados' neck, swiftly lifting the nearly 10-meter-long Pokémon into the sky, only to slam it down brutally onto the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. As the smoke began to clear, it became evident that the massive Dragonite was now pinning Gyarados beneath it, which had lost all fighting capability. With a mere 2 moves, such a colossal Gyarados had been rendered powerless and gravely injured. This scene instilled a deep sense of dread in the hearts of the trainers present, prompting them to question their decision to come here. With a roar, Dragonite turned its gaze back to the trainers, its once white eyes now suffused with a crimson hue, a manifestation of its savage intent. Chapter 157, The Game of Mewtwo, Part 3, Charizard and Dragonite. The stout trainer recalled Gyarados, his fear now palpable. Before him stood a Dragonite whose desire for destruction was almost tangible. Trembling, he retrieved his second Pokeball and summoned a Psyduck. This time, Dragonite was even more agitated. It unleashed a Hyper Beam that engulfed Psyduck entirely. As the radiance of the attack dissipated, Psyduck lay lifelessly on the ground, its vitality extinguished. Psyduck! The stout trainer exclaimed in disbelief, veins bulging on his forehead. He wanted to rush over to check on his Pokémon, yet Mewtwo's psychic grip held him firmly, leaving him with no strength to resist, nor even the right to move. He could only hastily return Psyduck to its Pokeball, praying that the restorative properties of the ball would stabilize its condition. Yet the fierce Dragonite loomed before him, its gaze fixated with an intense animosity. Biding its time for the trainer to summon a third Pokémon. The corpulent trainer now comprehended that this Dragonite harbored a profound hatred for humanity. Subsequently, no matter which Pokémon he chose to deploy, it would inevitably face a devastating assault. Even two relatively powerful Pokémon could scarcely withstand such onslaughts. Thus, it was inconceivable that the subsequent weaker Pokémon could endure a single blow from the Dragonite. In essence, should he allow his remaining Pokémon to battle, their demise would be assured. However, the humanoid Pokémon hovering above them regarded the scene with cold indifference. Its disdainful gaze was akin to that of a human looking down upon mere ants. He had no doubt that should all his Pokémon be vanquished, his own life would be forfeit. Yet, he found himself at a loss. His remaining Pokémon were incapable of withstanding a strike from this Dragonite. He could not fathom how he had merely sought to contend for the title of the strongest Pokémon trainer, only to find himself ensnared in such a dire predicament. Before he could contemplate further, the humanoid Pokémon spoke, inquiring about the Pokémon that would follow. Would he not permit them to enter the fray? The hefty trainer, bereft of any viable strategy, collapsed onto the ground, murmuring in defeat, "I cannot win. It is impossible to triumph." He lifted his gaze to Mewtwo, his eyes filled with despair. "I concede. Please, let my Pokémon go." "Oh." Mewtwo arched an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flickering across its features as it regarded the human before it. "Are you certain? If so, I shall claim your life." With the trainer's silence, Mewtwo ceased its idle chatter, raising its right hand. Instantly, the trainer found himself suspended in the air, a surge of potent energy coalescing in Mewtwo's palm, enveloping him entirely. When the radiant energy dissipated, only 6 Pokeballs remained where the human once stood, his presence erased. Witnessing this scene unfold before their very eyes, the remaining trainers felt an icy dread settle in their hearts. In that moment, Mewtwo directed its gaze downward, seeking the next challenger. The onlookers exchanged glances between the Dragonite above and Mewtwo, none daring to step forward. Mewtwo, unfazed by their trepidation, understood that the instinct to survive was innate to all living beings. It leisurely surveyed the crowd below, finally fixing its attention on a girl clutching a Togepi. "Since no one speaks, I shall commence. You shall be my opponent." Misty trembled, fear washing over her, causing her to falter. Yet before she could collapse, a pair of hands steadied her. "Such a formidable Dragonite. Allow me to take this battle on," declared Ash, his eyes ablaze with determination. He felt no fear. Though the Dragonite was powerful, he refused to believe that victory was beyond reach. "If I defeat this Dragonite, you will let us go, correct?" "Indeed," Mewtwo replied coldly. "All right," Ash responded, steadying Misty. Ignoring Brock and Misty's protests, he dashed toward the battlefield alongside Pikachu, casting a sincere gaze at the Charizard. "I implore you, Charizard." At this juncture, Charizard had only recently evolved and was still in its rebellious phase, often disregarding Ash's commands. Yet, this time, Charizard soared into the sky, emitting a fierce roar before descending before Ash, undeterred even by the imposing Dragonite. "Roar! Come forth! Go, Dragonite!" Mewtwo refrained from issuing commands, confident in Dragonite's innate battle instincts. A smirk curled at the corners of its mouth as it prepared to engage. Charizard unleashed a powerful flamethrower. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Ash remained composed, no longer the novice trainer he once was. The fierce flames struck directly in Dragonite's path, yet it did not flinch, charging headlong into the inferno. The flames etched marks upon its body, but Dragonite retaliated with a swift lash of its tail, sending Charizard hurtling several meters away, crashing into a wall and kicking up a cloud of dust, leaving an unsettling silence in its wake. Just as Mewtwo was about to declare the outcome, the boy shouted, "Hang in there, Charizard." From within the dust, a gust of wind erupted, and Charizard emerged, roaring defiantly at Dragonite. It understood that its opponent was significantly stronger, yet it remembered the stakes. If it lost, its trainer would perish. Though Charizard often resisted Ash's commands post-evolution, in this moment, it recalled the rainy night when Ash had rushed it to the Pokémon Center, offering comfort and support, and the countless times it had faced challenges alongside its trainer. This time, it yearned to do something for Ash. The flames on Charizard's tail flared fiercely as it disregarded Ash's commands. Bracing itself against Dragonite's advance without retreating. You strike, and I shall counter with claws. In the ensuing clash, both Pokémon sustained various injuries. Enough, Charizard, Ash called out, his heart heavy as he observed Charizard's worsening condition. This wasn't the first time he had uttered such words. Despite the exchange of wounds, Charizard's strength was evidently inferior to that of Dragonite, and logically, it should have fallen long ago, yet it persevered. With one final tail swipe, Dragonite, panting slightly, stared incredulously at Charizard, its rage and bloodlust waning. The disparity in their power was stark, yet for reasons unknown, Charizard fought valiantly. Was it merely for the sake of its trainer? Dragonite was perplexed, reflecting on its own bitter experiences with humans who had subjected it to torment, seeking to exploit its strength. After realizing their methods bore no fruit, they had resorted to treating it as a mere specimen, extracting its blood daily while keeping it in a state of starvation for 6 months. This deep-seated hatred had unveiled the innate desire for vengeance within every human. As Charizard lay beside Ash, battered yet resolute, Ash gently restrained it, his eyes filled with sorrow. It's all right, Charizard, leave the rest to our other companions. Charizard opened its mouth, refusing to yield, striving to rise once more, but its battered body succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Ash exhaled deeply, turning to Pikachu perched upon his shoulder. Pikachu, I entrust this to you. Pika Pika. Pikachu had been anxious throughout the battle, and upon hearing Ash's words, it silently vowed to win this duel and paralyze the Dragonite. Indeed, it was imperative. Pikachu leaped from Ash's shoulder, its diminutive form appearing fragile against the towering Dragonite. Dragonite, having tempered its demeanor, flared its wings, conjuring sharp stones that shot toward Pikachu. Its characteristic is excessive confidence. With each Pokémon it defeats, its attack power escalates significantly. When paired with a power of 100, this stone spike attack strikes with the ferocity of a meteor descending from the heavens. Dodge it, Pikachu. Yet, upon the opposing trainer's command to evade, Pikachu's speed surged dramatically, allowing it to effortlessly avoid the incoming stone spike attack. Even the notoriously fierce Dragonite was momentarily baffled by Pikachu's maneuver. Well done, Pikachu. Use Thunderbolt. Instantly, an electric current surged forth like a bolt of lightning, striking the bewildered Dragonite. With a roar of fury, Dragonite, though perplexed as to how this seemingly feeble Pikachu could evade its stone spike attack, did not comprehend why this Thunderbolt inflicted even more damage than the previous Charizard's attack. Nevertheless, one thing was undeniable, it was enraged. Previously, it had dispatched Gyarados and Psyduck with a single blow. The last Charizard had posed little challenge, and now a mere Pikachu dared to obstruct its quest for freedom? As it landed upon the ground, a surge of potent ground-type energy began to emanate throughout the arena. With this outpouring of energy, the ground trembled violently. And in conjunction with its inflated confidence, this earthquake reverberated with enough force to rattle the entire island. Pikachu, which had just struck Dragonite, found itself destabilized by the tremors. Its expression contorted in agony, a consequence of the earthquake's damage. The combination of heightened attack power from its overconfidence and the inherent type advantage meant that with just a single blow, Pikachu's stamina was nearly depleted. Had it not been for some extraordinary reason, an ordinary Pikachu would likely have already succumbed. However, Dragonite's wrath was far from quelled. Although Mewtwo's directive was merely to defeat all opposing Pokémon, it never stipulated that attacks must cease thereafter. Thus, its desire to attack surged unabated. Moreover, in its fury, Dragonite had forgotten to conserve its strength for the remaining Pokémon. How could it possibly remember Mewtwo's words? Its eyes glowed crimson, and energy coalesced within its maw, preparing to unleash its devastating Hyper Beam. This time, even more potent than the one that had vanquished Psyduck, with Pikachu already reeling from severe injuries as its target. Perhaps due to the immense power it was channeling, Dragonite took longer than anticipated to gather its energy. Yet this very delay heightened the anxiety of the watching trainers. Whether it was the previously vanquished Charizard or the now beleaguered Pikachu, both Pokémon had ignited a flicker of hope within them. But now, they would helplessly witness Pikachu be obliterated by this overwhelming energy surge. Misty and Brock could no longer bear to watch and closed their eyes. Above, Mewtwo remained calm. Even in such dire circumstances, refraining from intervening, for it had faith in its partner, Mew. It was more curious as to how this Pikachu could inflict damage upon Dragonite despite the vast disparity in their power levels. Just then, Mewtwo raised an eyebrow, its expression shifting to one of astonishment. For at that moment, Pikachu's trainer, witnessing the unfolding scene, defied the tremors and tore through the constraints of their psychic abilities. Stumbling toward Pikachu, what nonsense was this? Was this mere human truly capable of shredding the fabric of their limitations? At the very last moment, as the Hyper Beam was about to descend, The trainer scooped Pikachu into their arms, shielding it with their own back as they braced for impact. With a blinding flash of white light, the trainer vanished, while Pikachu remained in place, frozen in disbelief, tears welling in its eyes. Overwhelmed by an indescribable sorrow that began to permeate the entire hall, it yearned to grasp something, but the trainer had disintegrated into thin air. All that remained was a hat, dislodged in the chaos of the earthquake, gently falling before Pikachu, which caught it. This was Mewtwo's astonishment. Had its initial assumptions truly been misguided? Such were the thoughts racing through Mewtwo's mind. The two trainers that had emerged thus far had evoked a profound emotional response from it, particularly the second trainer, whose actions seemed utterly preposterous. Not only Mewtwo, but even Dragonite above stood stunned. Suddenly, a formidable wave of energy surged forth, snapping Mewtwo back to attention. Following the source of the wave, it beheld Pikachu at the center, clutching the hat, radiating an intense and tumultuous electric energy. Pika Pika. Chapter 159 concluded, as lightning raged like an apocalyptic storm, surging toward the ceiling of the grand hall, shattering it, and startling the Mew hidden above. The lightning reached skyward, illuminating the darkened heavens, causing even the surrounding turmoil to subside. Mew hurriedly encased the several individuals it had just rescued within a protective bubble to shield them from the electric onslaught, deeming this game rather unamusing. Moreover, it seemed Mewtwo had only summoned it to assist in rescuing others without allowing any of them to realize. Meanwhile, within the grand hall, the rampant electricity flickered like scattered neon lights, fortuitously striking Dragonite. In an instant, the once mighty Dragonite was fried by the electric surge, collapsing to the ground in defeat. Witnessing this, Mewtwo was left even more incredulous. What kind of power was this? How could Pikachu's strength soar to such heights in an instant? No, had the trainer truly shattered its limitations? Now, a mere Pikachu's electricity had felled a Pokémon of champion caliber? Observing the rampant lightning, Mewtwo pondered that even a mere brush with it would result in injury. Unbelievable. Was this the power of bonds? Mewtwo suddenly recalled a term frequently mentioned during its travels, one that some trainers loved to invoke, shouting of their bonds as they urged their Pokémon into battle. Under such calls, a Pokémon's strength would indeed augment. But the extent of the breakthrough was usually manageable. How could it be that such a dramatic leap occurred? Dodging a bolt of lightning, Mewtwo couldn't help but think of Linfeng. Was this Pikachu's trainer endowed with a power akin to his? Below, Pikachu cried out weakly, tears streaming down its cheeks as it clutched the hat, feeling as though the world had crumbled around it. Amidst its cries, the lightning gradually dissipated. Meanwhile, Ash's other Pokémon, upon witnessing this scene, shed tears of sorrow, unable to bear the sight of Pikachu's despair, lowering their heads in collective grief. But in the next moment, bubbles began to emerge one by one from the ceiling that Pikachu had just shattered, within which was the previously extinguished rotund trainer. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Mewtwo was momentarily dumbfounded as well, for in its game, it was not yet the time for Mew to release these humans. As the bubbles descended, the previously vanished bubble containing Ash also floated down from the ceiling, finally resting before Pikachu. Shortly thereafter, Mew descended as well. Pika? Pikachu cast a glance at the hat, then turned its gaze towards Ash, tears streaming down its cheeks even more profusely. It looked somewhat bewildered at the bubble before it. Mew, with a face full of sympathy, gazed at Pikachu and exclaimed, "Meow? Do not weep. Your trainer is merely asleep, nothing more." Unable to bear the sight of Pikachu's tears any longer, it hastily revealed the game's conclusion, bringing Ash down from his slumber. As it spoke, Mew prodded the bubble, which shattered instantly, allowing the previously peaceful Ash to slowly open his eyes, supporting his head as if suffering from a headache. Pikachu? Ash's memories lingered on the moment he had embraced Pikachu. But upon turning his head, he was astonished to see Dragonite had already collapsed, exclaiming in delight, "You defeated Dragonite?" Pika. However, the Pikachu, having regained its form, was at a loss for words upon witnessing Ash's joyous reaction. Finally, it could only deliver a jolt of electricity to affirm its triumph over Dragonite. Even though it itself was uncertain how it had achieved such a feat. "I'm paralyzed." With Ash's exclamation, Pikachu finally wiped away its tears and smiled, leaping into his embrace. Meanwhile, in the sky, Mewtwo observed Pikachu's energy rapidly dwindling and began to communicate with Dragonite telepathically. Mew floated beside it, wearing an expression of utter boredom, and remarked, "Meow. This is no fun." It felt no enjoyment in this game whatsoever, preferring the hide-and-seek games with Linfeng, where it almost got zapped. Mewtwo responded calmly, "Then let us cease this game." At this juncture, it had already made up its mind. Linfeng was indeed correct. The coexistence of humans and Pokémon in this manner must hold its own significance. Mewtwo retracted the incapacitated Dragonite, gazing down at the other trainers who looked up at it with fear and confusion. Its eyes flickered slightly as psychic energy began to swirl, causing all trainers to fall into a daze. Within a minute, They, along with their Pokémon, collapsed onto the ground. It extracted all memories pertaining to the trainers and Pokémon, save for Pikachu and its trainer. Simultaneously, it summoned the recently injured Psyduck, Charizard, and Gyarados, then turned to Mew, requesting assistance in healing them. Meow? Mew's eyes widened in disbelief as it looked at Mewtwo. Are you truly expecting me to do the labor? Yet, upon seeing the severity of the injuries sustained by the three Pokémon and recalling its desire to accompany Mewtwo to Linfeng, it decided to use its life dew to heal them. With its level of power, once life dew was released, the wounds of the three Pokémon began to heal rapidly. Once they had fully recovered, Mewtwo returned them to the hefty trainer and Ash. Just then, Dragonite arrived, carrying a bag, and upon seeing the somewhat disheveled haul, a smile crept across its face, for it knew Mewtwo had completed its task, and it would soon be able to head towards the breeding center. All right, Dragonite. I need you to return them all. Dragonite nodded, swiftly scooping one up and flying towards the gathering place of humans. Upon witnessing that the game seemed to have reached its conclusion, Mew shyly looked towards Mewtwo and asked, Meow, are you going to the breeding center? Mewtwo replied, yes. I need to deliver Dragonite. Meow? Then take me with you. Huh. If you wish to go, simply go. Why must I take you? Mewtwo looked at Mew with curiosity. It was evident that Linfeng held a certain fondness for Mew. Otherwise, with his insight, he would have discerned Mew's true identity long ago. Yet, Linfeng did not expose it, instead choosing to play games like hide-and-seek with Mew. This indicated that Linfeng had accepted it. Mew fell silent, pouting. It did not know how to explain to Mewtwo that it felt it had fallen out with Linfeng. Chapter 160. Let us embark on a journey, Brother Feng. At this moment, in Wudong town of the Donghua Alliance, the figure approaching from the end of the stone path was naturally Feng Yoji. Xiao Feng. I did not expect so many visitors to this breeding center, Feng Yoji remarked, recalling the bustling crowd he had encountered on his way. Linfeng adjusted his forehead, acknowledging the clear shift in address, but choosing not to mind. However, he had no intention of engaging in pleasantries. Here to pick up EV? Indeed. Linfeng shook his head. Well, I shall take this EV, and I also want those 2 EVs that ran away with it. I mentioned a few days ago not to sell them. You haven't sold them, have you? Not yet, but you want to raise 3 EVs? Feng Yoji was taken aback. Linfeng led him into the breeding center. No one said you cannot raise 3 EVs, right? Feng Yoji marveled at the scene within the breeding center. Goodness. Ice Vulpix, Snom, and Flapple. Aside from Ice Vulpix, the others do not appear to be Pokémon that a conventional trainer would capture. This implies that the Xiao Feng who once took him around to witness Pokémon battles is now fully committed to his breeding center, rather than aspiring to be a traveling trainer. That won't do. Of course it will. Don't say such things. EV remains quite popular. As long as you ensure there are no traces of abandonment towards Pokémon, generally speaking, you can raise as many EVs as you like. I once met a trainer during my travels who captured 5 or 6 EVs, and his EVs evolved into various forms. He mentioned wanting to capture every EV form. Feng Yoji began recounting amusing anecdotes from his travels. In his eyes, if Xiao Feng did not become a professional trainer, it would truly be a pity, as he had idolized Linfeng throughout his childhood. Upon entering the living room, Evie was lounging on the sofa, watching an anime broadcasted by Rotom. Upon seeing Linfeng, it initially wanted to approach, but upon noticing Feng Yoji behind Linfeng, it immediately sat up straight. Linfeng sat down on the sofa, picked up the small EV, and comforted it. All right, since you can capture 3 EVs, find a time to bring them to me. Okay. Feng Yoji instinctively agreed, but then felt something was off. Why was he so readily complying with Linfeng's request? However, with the words already out, he found it difficult to refuse again and could only struggle internally. Yet, Feng Yoji soon thought of another idea, casually taking a seat on the sofa opposite Linfeng, his eyes sparkling. Come, Xiao Feng. Let me show you the companions I met during my travels. He produced several Pokeballs, releasing them one by one. The first to emerge was a Flareon, his very first Pokemon. As the red light faded, a majestic Flareon appeared on the sofa. Its fur was flowing, radiating an orange-red hue, with its pupils and the insides of its ears as dark as coal. Yet, around its neck, tail, and the top of its head, there was a tuft of light yellow fur, resembling a large heater. It would surely be quite comfortable to embrace during winter. Upon seeing Flareon in reality, Linfeng was suddenly reminded of a popular image from the past, placing a fan in front of Flareon, allowing the warm air it emitted to create a cozy winter atmosphere. Similarly, placing an ice EV in front of the fan would blow out cool air, perfect for summer. Linfeng had already experimented with Ice Vulpix, and the results were indeed splendid. He glanced at its stats. One cannot help but commend Feng Yoji for the significant growth he has experienced over these past few years of travel. It is akin to the EV he had encountered previously. Species, Flareon. Gender, male. Ability, Flash Fire. Potential, red. Individual values. HP, 24. Attack, 31. Special attack, 28. Defense, 26. Special Defense, 25. Speed, 25. Strength, level 60-62. Moves, Quick Attack, Charm, Volt Tackle, Fire Fong, Flame Burst, Flare Blitz, Overheat, Heat Wave, Rest, Shadow Ball, Grassy Terrain, Overheat. Flareon is undoubtedly a top-tier Pokémon. However, the variety of moves it has learned is rather eclectic. Have you even learned Grassy Terrain? Flareon, my first Pokémon, which you have seen before, is now undeniably formidable. Upon seeing Flareon, Fong Yoji could not suppress a smile, and he embraced it fervently. Flareon emitted a slight look of disdain, clearly recalling that its trainer had neglected to apply body wash during their bath yesterday. Yet it still remained loyal and did not withdraw from its trainer's embrace. Lin Feng nodded at Flareon, greeting it warmly. Flareon wriggled free from Fong Yoji's grasp and leaped in front of Lin Feng, affectionately nudging his hand as a form of greeting. Fong Yoji, undeterred, proceeded to release the second, third, and fourth Pokeballs. Instantly, the small living room was filled with a plethora of Pokémon. Water and Dragon-type Kingdra, Bug and Flying-type Scyther, Electric-type Leafeon, and Ice and Psychic-type Mizmime appeared before them. Lin Feng observed them, noting that their levels ranged predominantly from 30 to 50. While this strength is commendable, one might question whether it truly qualifies for the top 8 of the Quartz League. Based on his estimations, their strength would likely rank around the top 16. Perhaps luck is on his side. Lin Feng did not dwell on this thought, but he noticed a remaining Pokeball in Fong Yoji's hand and inquired, "Why not release the last Pokeball?" "Ahem, the last one is a Snorlax, and it's quite large, so I can't release it," Fong Yoji replied awkwardly. But then he stood resolutely, gazing at his Pokemon, and declared to Lin Feng with fervent ambition, "You see, these are the Pokemon that will help me secure a place in the top 8 of the Quartz League. This time, I will stride into the grand tournament alongside them and vie for the top 4. Although Lin Feng felt it was a bit ambitious, he offered his encouragement. Then best of luck. Yet, it was evident that Fong Yoji was not merely seeking encouragement. He aimed to persuade Lin Feng to embark on a journey, become a professional trainer, undergo trials for growth, and ultimately become a top-tier trainer. He approached Lin Feng, patting him on the shoulder, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "So, Brother Feng, you should also set forth on your journey. Though it may be challenging to achieve my level in a short time with your skills, we will inevitably stand together at the grand tournament, challenging champion Feng Yang." Before Lin Feng could respond, a soft voice emerged from behind him. "Shauna." The two had been conversing loudly, and Shinado, who was in the kitchen crafting energy cubes, had overheard their entire conversation. Initially indifferent, it now found the notion of this person persuading Lin Feng to abandon the breeding house rather concerning. However, being praised does bring joy. "Shinado, is that a shiny?" The moment Fong Yoji laid eyes on Shinado, his eyes widened in disbelief. If Shinado is considered a rare Pokemon, then a shiny Shinado is a rarity among rarities. Yet, Shinado ignored him, walking over to Lin Feng and gazing intently at him, the meaning of its persuasion unmistakable. To be honest, Shinado felt a tinge of worry. In the context of the human world, most young individuals indeed yearn to embark on journeys, aspiring to be trainers challenging various gyms. This trend has become increasingly evident as it has traversed numerous places and encountered countless people over time. It is a consequence of the evolution of the times. With the increasing frequency of competitions between leagues, young people are fervently driven to become trainers and make a name for themselves. "Rest assured," Lin Feng said, placing his hand atop Shinado, gently patting it while smiling, "I will not abandon the breeding house." The breeding house was his own creation. How could he possibly forsake it based solely on Fong Yoji's few words? Moreover, as Fong Yoji pointed out, even if he were to occasionally indulge in a competition, it wouldn't take long. After all, the grand tournament, the largest competition in Donghua, lasts merely 3 days, and with the potential challenge against the champion, it would only extend to 4 days. In 4 days, if Dragonite could return on time, he could manage a daily round trip. "Shauna." Shinado finally exhaled in relief just as the energy cubes were completed. It contemplated the possibility that this human might still attempt to persuade Lin Feng. It directly seated itself beside Lin Feng, its crimson eyes growing ever more intense as it fixed a menacing glare on Fong Yoji. A peculiar pressure enveloped Fong Yoji, causing him to swallow hard. The awe he had initially felt upon seeing Shinado swiftly morphed into trepidation. Instinctively, he sought the comfort of his psychic-type Pokémon, Mizmime. Yet, upon turning, he noticed that Mizmime seemed even more fearful, hiding behind the sofa. Only Flareon remained vigilant, watching Shinado intently, while the other Pokémon dared not glance in Shinado's direction. What on earth is happening? He wondered, perplexed. After all, these Pokémon, along with himself, had traveled extensively. Surely they had encountered many situations? Why were they now too intimidated to even meet the gaze of a single Pokémon? This feeling was reminiscent of when he faced that trainer named Chi Hong, yet even then, he did not experience such intimidation. In truth, Shinado had grown up in the wild. And with the bestowed energy of Darkray's nightmare, its mere gaze could instill enough malice to frighten any hostile trainer or Pokémon. Alright. A trainer is not merely a trainer, and a breeder is not solely a breeder. Prepare well for your grand tournament, and strive for a commendable ranking. Lin Feng rose, giving Feng Youji's shoulder a reassuring pat. They had shared a close relationship during their childhood, so he understood Feng Youji's desire to persuade him to become a trainer. However, childhood aspirations are one matter, adulthood is another. Just because they expressed such desires as children doesn't mean they must come to fruition. When they were 3 or 4 years old, full of energy and running amok, Lin Feng had proclaimed he would one day ride Arceus. Was that ever likely to happen? Unlikely indeed. After Shinado's intervention, Feng Youji's persuasive intentions were extinguished. He mentioned he would handle the matter of the 3 EVs in a few days and would then deliver 2 of them to Lin Feng before taking his leave. Following Feng Youji's departure, Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief and turned to look at Shinado, who had been following him. It was gazing at the retreating figure of Feng Youji, and upon noticing Lin Feng's gaze, it returned the look. The light blue hem of its dress shimmered gently in the breeze, and within its crimson eyes, there was a tenderness that had not been present when Lin Feng first met it. Lin Feng remarked with surprise, "I've never seen that expression in your eyes before." "Shauna." Shinado did not shy away from expressing its thoughts. It candidly replied, "Shauna, I was worried you might be swayed by him and impulsively decide to travel." It cherished Lin Feng, but it cherished even more the moments spent in the breeding house, caring for every Pokémon under his watch. After a pause, noticing Lin Feng's silence, it expressed its concern. "Shauna, did my earlier gaze frighten you?" Lin Feng shook his head. "No, not at all. Rest assured, I won't be leaving the breeding house. I'm equally concerned for them." As he spoke, he stretched lazily and added with a smile, "I'll head to the kitchen shortly, but first, I want to check on my beloved Leafeon." As the days swiftly passed, September 27th arrived. The past 2 days had been remarkably tranquil, with Feng Youji not bringing EV. And neither Mewtwo nor Dragonite had returned yet. However, today heralded a new development regarding the road construction. Grandpa Han informed that arrangements had been made with the Alliance to bring in a professional road crew. And he also shared some good news. It seemed that someone had made a call to facilitate this. Consequently, most of the expenses for the road work would be covered by the Alliance, requiring only a contribution of 1 million from the townsfolk. If the residents were willing to lend a hand, this amount could be reduced further. For Lin Feng, this was merely a tenth of his assets. Thus, he felt no need to solicit assistance from the townspeople, as most of them were elderly, with few young adults remaining. Nevertheless, the town mayor was quite enthusiastic, saying he would take the evening to gather opinions from each household to try and lower the amount even further. He proposed that those with financial means contribute money, while those with strength could offer their labor. And for those who had neither, even providing meals would be appreciated. Today marked the day for the road crew's survey. Once completed, the construction would commence. According to the surveyors, the road conditions were satisfactory, requiring only widening and the application of shock-absorbing asphalt. The entire project was expected to take approximately half a month to become operational, without disrupting traffic during construction. This left Lin Feng somewhat astonished, exclaiming, "Incredible speed. Truly, the efficiency of Donghua." In the plantation, Leafeon was busy tending to the flowers, while Lin Feng stood beside it. As time passed, some of the initially planted flowers began to wilt, necessitating the sowing of new seeds to prevent the garden from becoming sparse. Observing how quickly Leafeon had familiarized itself with all the flowers in just a few days, Lin Feng felt genuinely relieved to have such diligent little companions in his breeding house. Without them, he would have to manage both the breeding house and the garden, which would entail a multitude of tasks. "All done," Leafeon exclaimed, beaming at the revitalized garden. "Wonderful," Lin Feng praised in return, unable to resist ruffling its head affectionately. This caused Leafeon to shyly lower its gaze. After spending a few days together, it sensed that this trainer truly appreciated its efforts alongside its brother. However, it believed it was merely fulfilling its responsibilities. As its father had said, assisting trainers in such matters was entirely normal, and one should not expect praise. Yet, receiving compliments undeniably brought joy. Chapter 162. Come work with me, don't be depressed. At that moment, Superior slithered in, inquiring, "Shall we apply grassy terrain to these flowers as well?" Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Superior's suggestion reminded him that previously, he had only planted flowers to attract honey from the combi, and had not paid much attention. But the situation had changed. Superior's grassy terrain held the potential to induce plant mutations. If a certain flower mutated, could it yield a unique type of nectar or produce distinct effects? "Come, let's do it. If you have some time, please apply grassy terrain to these flowers as well." All right. Superior immediately used grassy terrain. enveloping the area in a vibrant green energy. The flowers in the garden blossomed even more vividly, and even the combi, busy collecting nectar, seemed to buzz with greater joy. Moreover, under the influence of grassy terrain, the freshly planted seeds by Leafeon began to sprout. Lin Feng eagerly searched the garden, hoping to discover any mutated flowers. Before long, a pale purple lily caught his attention. At this time of year, lilies were typically nearing wilting, with nearby lilies already drooping. Yet this particular lily bloomed more vibrantly, even appearing slightly larger, exuding a fragrance that enveloped one in comfort. Clearly, it had mutated under the effects of grassy terrain. Lin Feng couldn't wait to use his Pokédex on it. Fresh lily, a fragrant lily that has mutated from a standard lily, attracting flower-type Pokémon with its enchanting scent. It can remain in bloom year-round if the temperature is suitable. Attracting flower Pokémon. This revelation prompted Lin Feng to ponder. There were indeed many such Pokémon, including those he had encountered at the Flababy flower shop, as well as Venusaur, Lurantis, Oddish, Victreebel, and Florges. Flababy is delightful, Lurantis is charming, and Florges is wonderful. He mused as he surveyed the other corners of the garden. However, he soon felt he was overthinking. This was merely a lily that attracted flower-type Pokémon. It did not guarantee their arrival. Shaking his head, he continued to stroll through the garden with Leafeon and Superior. After thoroughly checking for any other mutated flowers and finding none, they prepared to leave and head to the kitchen to prepare meals for his Pokémon. Just as they crossed through the garden and arrived at the plantation, a whistling sound echoed from the sky. Upon closer inspection, moving at such speed, who else could it be but Dragonite and Mewtwo? Dragonite was the most excited. Upon spotting Lin Feng, it swooped down and, to Lin Feng's astonishment, enveloped him in a joyful embrace, soaring into the air and spinning around. Dragonite was well aware that if it remained under Mewtwo's command, it would have to obey. However, within the breeding house, the dynamics were different. It seemed even Mewtwo would instinctively heed Lin Feng's words. This meant Mewtwo couldn't issue commands to it anymore. Whoa. Lin Feng was taken aback, and once he regained his composure, he hastily requested Dragonite to set him down. Okay. Dragonite obediently complied, gently placing Lin Feng back on the ground. Meanwhile, Mewtwo descended slowly, observing Dragonite with an inexplicable sense of relaxation. It was uncertain whether this was due to witnessing Dragonite's exuberance or the charm of the small town. Each time it visited, it felt an involuntary lightness, as if the town possessed a certain magic. Next time, give me a heads up, Lin Feng said, slightly exasperated as he straightened his wind-tousled clothes. Dragonite chuckled, indicating it was simply too excited to see him. Lin Feng shot at a glare before turning his attention to Mewtwo, curiously inquiring, "Is the task complete? How did it go?" In truth, Lin Feng had been contemplating how Mewtwo would conduct this reversal over the past few days. After all, this reversal involved another super newcomer. Given his involvement, the nature of the reversal would undoubtedly change. Thinking back to that game a few days ago, Mewtwo's expression became somewhat complex. That human was truly something else. Lin Feng stifled the impulse to immediately inquire about the details, and instead posed a second question. "So we can return here? It seems the outcome is promising. How did the game testing conclude, and where do we head next?" In a test involving an imbecile, Lin Feng harbored no concerns that the outcome would take a turn for the worse. Instead, his attention was captivated by the current thoughts of Mewtwo, pondering whether they aligned with the original narrative, seeking a secluded haven to accompany its cloned Pokémon, or if it preferred to travel far and wide. Although uncertain if this time around Mewtwo had cloned Ash's Pokémon, it found itself ensnared in contemplation, a look of perplexity clouding its visage. After a prolonged silence, it shook its head, confessing its growing disillusionment with the very essence of existence. Created by humans, it now bore no resentment towards the relationship between humanity and Pokémon, yet remained at a loss regarding its own purpose. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled, a smile creeping upon his lips. "Then let us team up, shall we? Since you have little to occupy your time, I shall find you some tasks to engage in, lest you dwell in idle thoughts that may lead to melancholy." Chapter 163, The Leaves of the SSS Class World Tree. "With you?" Mewtwo felt a flicker of interest, then surveyed the entire plantation. Tasks that once required harvesting were now managed by Shinado and Lurantis. The breeding house ahead was tended by Lurantis, while watering duties were handled by Milotic and Primarina, and plant care was overseen by Superior. In essence, the plantation had undergone a remarkable transformation since the last visit, now capable of operating as a self-sufficient entity. The truth was, it could function normally with or without Mewtwo's involvement. Yet, Mewtwo could not resist inquiring, "Isn't your plantation already self-sufficient?" "Oh, who says it is?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, discerning the intrigue in Mewtwo's tone. He approached and patted its shoulder. "There's plenty for you to do. Especially since you have little else to occupy your time, right?" For instance, you could assist me in repairing the roads, or perhaps help me strategize a new challenge. We could host a psychic-type competition, and you could serve as the ultimate boss. This way, it would be impossible for anyone to succeed, wouldn't it? As the saying goes, what one cannot obtain is the most desirable. A challenging boss level is bound to stimulate the desire to conquer, just like the Crimson of Silver Mountain. He wondered if it had ascended Silver Mountain by now. Ultimately, there were endless possibilities to explore. Of course, Linfeng would refrain from expressing these thoughts directly to Mewtwo, as they were rather overt. He would merely enlist its assistance when the time came. Very well, Mewtwo replied with a hint of reluctance. You all should take a seat while Lurantis, Shinado, and I head to the kitchen to prepare some food for you. By the way, do enlighten me later about the nature of the game in recent days. I am quite curious. 1 hour later, Linfeng set the food upon the table, arranging each Pokémon's meal, and turned to Mewtwo. However, instead of inquiring about the game, he suddenly recalled something. By the way, Mew, have you seen it these past few days? It seems to have followed you. Mewtwo paused, recalling Mew's troubled demeanor over the last few days, and how it had explained that Linfeng seemed to be at odds with it, prompting Mew to request to accompany Mewtwo to the breeding house. In reality, although it had brought Mew to hover above the breeding house, that timid creature had not approached immediately, but rather kept its distance. And now Mewtwo had no idea where it was. Nonetheless, it had asked Mewtwo to convey its feelings to Linfeng. How curious it was that such a powerful being would fret over such matters. Yet, from the looks of it, Linfeng appeared entirely oblivious to this situation. It says it had a disagreement with you, so it fears coming near. Fears. Linfeng was taken aback by this revelation, then chuckled, shaking his head. If you find it, tell it I harbor no ill feelings. The exchange between the two bore no subtlety. Meanwhile, outside the plantation, upon a pine tree, a Pidgey overheard their conversation, its previously droopy wings now fluttering with newfound energy as it descended, landing timidly on the table before Linfeng. Casting a hesitant glance in his direction, Linfeng blinked in surprise, then broke into an amused smile. You've transformed into this, have you? In the next moment, the Pidgey morphed into Mew. Meow? It flew to Linfeng's side, cautiously eyeing him and circling around until it was certain that the expression on Linfeng's face was one of playful mirth, not any other sentiment, before inching closer. How peculiar. You must have encountered numerous individuals, yet you still fear me? Linfeng mused, placing 2 large buns before it and adding a dollop of meat sauce infused with catnip. Go ahead, it's perfectly fine. Meow? Mew, upon hearing this, felt its anxiety dissipate, its eyes lighting up at the sight of the food. It picked up a bun and began nibbling at it, occasionally dipping it in the sauce. Though it had never tried this method of eating, it had seen Linfeng do so back when it was still a Pidgey, so it was not entirely foreign, albeit still somewhat novel. Accompanying this delightful moment was the sound of a system notification. Congratulations, host. You have increased Mew's happiness level from 5 to 50. Rewarded with 3 rare candies, 5 bags of premium poke beans, and a leaf from the World Tree, SSS class ingredient, seemingly suitable for brewing tea. Upon hearing this notification, Linfeng's spirits soared. Goodness, with this, how could I ever consider driving Mew away, or even entertain the thought of being angry with it? He could hardly fathom that he was created from its very genes. Observing this scene, Mewtwo felt a wave of introspection wash over it. How could it, with such a dominant personality, become so compliant in the presence of Mew? As it regarded the little creature before Linfeng, curiosity sparked within it. This was its first close encounter with Mew, and it discovered that Mew indeed possessed fur, short and fine, clinging to its body. Its long tail and streamlined physique were striking. Previously, while watching the anime, Linfeng had always assumed Mew was hairless, which contributed to its sleek appearance. Now, he realized that some experiences could only be truly understood through reality. Mew, sensing Linfeng's scrutiny, shyly turned away and giggled, inching closer. Meow? Delicious. Linfeng couldn't help but burst into laughter, placing a hand on Mew's back. It was hard to believe that, with merely a bun and sauce, he had managed to bond with the Pokémon that all researchers dreamt of. Mew, perplexed by his laughter, simply reveled in its pleasant mood, focusing on devouring the bun. Once he had laughed enough, Linfeng withdrew his hand and turned to Mewtwo, pouring it a cup of rice wine. Come, share with me what you have been up to in the Kanto region. Mewtwo fell silent for a moment, struggling to articulate its experiences, finally shaking its head. I don't know how to express it. To articulate such complex matters was a tall order for a Pokémon naturally lacking in eloquence. No worries, I'll sense it. Linfeng was unconcerned, placing a hand on Mewtwo's shoulder. As countless images flooded through his mind, his expression began to shift, revealing a sense of bewilderment. Chapter 164, The Might of the Super Novice. Who would have thought you could coerce the second form of the deity Pokémon? Linfeng remarked, gazing at Mewtwo with a mix of astonishment. Did you really manage to eliminate Ash in front of Pikachu? Wouldn't that cause Pikachu to erupt in fury? The deity Pokémon? You mean that Pikachu? Realizing that Lin Feng was speaking of the legendary Pokémon Mewtwo, it suddenly became astonished. Do you know that Pikachu? Is it a divine beast? Well, whether it is divine or not, I cannot say for certain, but I suppose I am somewhat acquainted with it. I also know its trainer, who is quite extraordinary. Isn't he? Lin Feng chuckled, that kind of laughter suggesting, I know them, yet they do not know me. Huh. Mewtwo appeared somewhat perplexed, you know them. But they do not know you? The tone of Lin Feng's words indeed seemed peculiar. He did not appear to find it strange that the Pikachu could unleash such formidable lightning, nor did he seem surprised when witnessing the trainer tear apart its psychic abilities. Isn't it odd? Lin Feng observed it cheerfully. Why don't you cast a layer of psychic shielding over me? I would like to see. Mewtwo was taken aback, then looked at Lin Feng in astonishment, as if a certain hypothesis within its mind was being validated. It raised a hand and enveloped Lin Feng's entire body in an invisible psychic barrier. Naturally, this was merely an intangible confinement, not a compression. Feeling this layer of confinement, Lin Feng initially resisted with his own psychic abilities. Although he sensed the struggle against this confinement, he was utterly unable to shake it. However, Lin Feng did not feel disheartened. After all, his psychic abilities were only moderately advanced, whereas Mewtwo's powers, well, it seemed that, having transcended a certain mental barrier, Mewtwo's strength had already reached an unfathomable level. The disparity between them was akin to comparing the moon to fireflies or lakes to oceans, completely incomparable. Subsequently, Lin Feng relinquished his psychic powers and began to exert his physical strength. To be honest, he was uncertain of the current extent of his physical prowess. The system's description of Super Rookie stated that he could share a portion of the physical attributes of the Pokémon with whom he formed bonds. Thus, the attributes of his Pokémon, such as Superior, Milotic, Dragonite, and Mewtwo, were partially shared with him, particularly with Dragonite, a level 70+ creature. He could sense his strength increasing daily during their rising intimacy, and he could manage it with ease. Yet now, facing Mewtwo's casual confinement, his power merely pushed against the psychic barrier slightly. However, even this minor resistance caused Mewtwo's gaze to grow serious, prompting it to strengthen its confinement of Lin Feng. Indeed, is he of the same ilk? It mused. Otherwise, an ordinary human should be utterly feeble in its presence. Still fearful of confinement. Lin Feng sighed within the psychic grasp. Although his Super Rookie status rendered him impervious to harm, he was still at a loss against confinement-type abilities. This indicated that he was not immune to all dangers in this world. Nevertheless, it was not a significant issue. His own physical constitution made it difficult for ordinary Pokémon to imprison him. After all, not every Pokémon was Mewtwo. That said, if Ash could tear apart Mewtwo's restraints, there was no reason he couldn't do the same. Was it a matter of method? Lin Feng reflected on the image of Ash, who had erupted with power upon witnessing Pikachu in peril. Should he try it? Although his Pokémon were not in immediate danger, he could replicate the corresponding emotion using his bond power and transmit it to his mind. This was not particularly challenging, especially since he had just recently received Mewtwo's transmission. Without hesitation, Lin Feng began to construct the scene in his mind. Himself ensnared, Mewtwo levitating above and beside him, that Dragonite, unleashing an earthquake that struck Superior, preparing to unleash a stronger variant of Hyper Beam. The sheer power of it was such that an ordinary Pokémon would be unable to endure. Goodness! In that fleeting moment, Lin Feng felt a surge of blood rushing through him, especially upon witnessing Superior's expression of agony in the face of the earthquake, compounded by the gathering Hyper Beam in the sky. In that instant, his hands plunged into the psychic confinement before him, as though his flesh and blood were driving through a wall. Yet, he felt no inclination to retreat. Rather, he tore with even greater fervor. This time, in merely a second, the psychic barrier shattered before Mewtwo could even react. A nameless fury surged within him, and his clenched fist shot towards Mewtwo. His fist, akin to a gale, ultimately halted before Mewtwo's face. At that critical moment, Lin Feng shook his head, coming back to his senses. Hiss. Mewtwo, taken aback, swallowed hard, acutely aware that if it had not evaded that punch, it would surely have been injured. Wait, the trainer of that Pikachu merely tore apart his psychic barrier. And it took him some time. You tore it apart in a second? And then launched such a counterattack? I apologize. I was just conducting a small experiment and became immersed in it. Lin Feng took a deep breath, striving to suppress the bewilderment, the desire to pummel Mewtwo, that threatened to surface on his face. However, it was undeniably infuriating. While life and death situations could indeed foster closer bonds between Pokémon and their trainers, who could withstand such experiences? Thankfully, it was merely a simulated vision. Otherwise, Lin Feng genuinely doubted he would not have soared into the sky to confront Mewtwo. Mewtwo fell silent. After witnessing the bond between Pikachu and its trainer, it began to feel that its own actions had been excessive. Nevertheless, after 2 months of travel, Mewtwo, while aware of its own limitations, was astounded by Lin Feng's ability to tear apart its psychic barrier. It had never anticipated feeling the impact of its own attacks, whether for the first or second time, could be so astonishing. Exhaling deeply, Lin Feng instinctively glanced at Superior beside him. Seeing it unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief amid its curious gaze. Finally, he turned to Mewtwo, asking, "What of that Dragonite?" Chapter 165, Baby Dragonite and Mewtwo. Still here. Mewtwo retrieved Dragonite's Pokeball, stating, "When I emerged from Team Rocket, I rescued a number of Pokémon. Most fled in chaos when destruction ensued. Some were released during my journey, but a few have had their personalities altered due to their experiences, like that Dragonite. How many like that Dragonite are there?" Lin Feng rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. The Dragonite in the vision could not be released carelessly. Given the havoc it wreaked, once released, it would likely wreak havoc in the human world, only to be subdued by professional trainers, leading to evaluations of its personality and the extent of destruction, deciding whether to rehabilitate or eliminate it. However, as it had not yet caused destruction, there was still time to remedy the situation. The most ferocious was indeed Dragonite. The others included a Glacian and one more. Mewtwo pointed towards Dragonite. Glacian? Mewtwo furrowed its brows at the thought of Glacian in the Pokeball, feeling a bit perplexed. Perplexed? Yes, perhaps because I saved it, it is quite attached to me. Mewtwo had initially planned to release Glacian directly. However, upon reaching the Kalos region, Mewtwo intended to find a suitable place for Glacian to thrive before releasing it. Yet, a troublesome situation arose. As it had traveled in human form within the city, Glacian sought to return to the city after being released and appeared quite distressed. This made Mewtwo, who had previously spent time in Lumio City, feel a pang of reluctance. At long last, it returned to Sticky Malyalong. Little did it expect that after changing cities, the Sticky Malyalong would follow once more. With no alternative, Chao Ming had no choice but to keep it by its side. "It's quite clingy, isn't it?" Lin Feng remarked, astonished. "A clingy Chao Ming? Is that for real?" This Dragonite certainly doesn't seem to be sticking to Chao Ming at all. Indeed, Chao Ming nodded affirmatively. Thus, the 3 Dragon-type Pokémon that remained by your side were these. After murmuring this statement, Lin Feng fell into deep contemplation. How much could 3 Dragon-type Pokémon possibly consume in a day? His head throbbed increasingly. It seemed that he would need to prepare more hardy energy blocks for tomorrow. Never mind. First, it was time for a meal, and then he would assess these 2 hefty creatures. After a while, the fast-eating Pokémon, such as the muscular chicken, had almost finished its portion, yet upon seeing Lin Feng, it showed no signs of stopping and had already begun showcasing the energy blocks from the afternoon. All right. Muscular chicken, you can't eat anymore." After calling out, the muscular chicken finally wiped the crumbs of energy blocks from its mouth and chuckled as it dashed towards the plantation. Just because it had eaten a lot at noon did not mean it would eat less in the afternoon. Lin Feng glanced at it helplessly and began to enjoy his own meal alongside Chao Ming. Half an hour later, in the open space near the river, Lin Feng brought Chao Ming along. Following behind was the ethereal Mew. At this moment, Mew did not transform into a Pidgey to keep up, but simply approached in its original form. However, it did not remain by Lin Feng's side. Instead, it suddenly vanished from sight. Lin Feng paid it no heed. By the riverbank, he spotted the figure of a Beedrill, diligently training its skills. Ever since he had driven the Spearow from Pidgey's territory, such behavior had become quite rare. This led Lin Feng to ponder whether Chao Ming and Darkrai had inadvertently provoked the Beedrill that day, as he had summoned the Beedrill down then. Shaking his head, Lin Feng refrained from calling out to or stopping it. Beedrill was already an adult, and striving to become stronger was commendable. As long as the training was within reasonable limits, it posed no issue. Let me see the Sticky Malyalong first. Compared to the irritable Dragonite, Lin Feng preferred to observe the more clingy, Sticky Malyalong first. Chao Ming nodded, producing a Pokeball and gently tapping it. A Pokémon, standing over a meter tall with a pale lavender hue, emerged before Lin Feng. Its eyes sparkled like emeralds, and its hands and chin were adorned with a viscous, sticky substance that did not fall off. Its small hands were rather short, but it bore 2 long antennae atop its head, and its tail featured a round green spot. Upon its appearance, the Sticky Malyalong scanned its surroundings and soon spotted Chao Ming, its eyes gleaming with a dependent light. It even took a few steps closer, and had Chao Ming not extended its hand to halt it, Lin Feng had no doubt that the Sticky Malyalong would have pounced at that moment. "It truly is quite clingy," Chao Ming remarked somewhat helplessly. "Well, it really is clingy, Chao Ming," Lin Feng commented, unable to suppress a chuckle. However, he quickly noticed a slight issue with the Sticky Malyalong. It was somewhat undersized. Compared to a typical Sticky Malyalong, it measured only around 2 meters, perhaps even slightly less, making it smaller than those that had just evolved. Yet, its aura was no less formidable. Pokémon, Sticky Malyalong. Gender, female. Ability, herbivore. Potential, golden. Individual values, HP 31, Attack 18, Special Attack 30, Defense 31, Special Defense 31, Speed 14. Level 59. Skills: Tearful Look, Acid Bomb, Dragon Breath, Absorb, Protect, Water Pulse. Rain Dance, Wide Guard, Play Nice, Meteor Shower, Dragon's Roar, Dragon Pulse, Earthquake, Hang Tough, Water Cannon, Hyper Beam. Description: a Pokémon that evolved through the forced accumulation of energy liquid, experiencing a sensation of pressure when using its skills due to the energy it absorbs. Affection: 0, it does not recognize you. Joy value: 30, Happy. Level 59, just a step away from the Elite Four. But this was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that although this sticky Malulong had already evolved, its actual age was only 1 year, perhaps even less. In other words, it was still a baby? Perhaps this was the reason why the sticky Malulong was so attached to Xiaoming. Captured at such a young age and subjected to the accumulation of energy fluids, it endured energy intensities that were inappropriate for its age, thus fostering a fear and a longing for someone to rescue it. Then Xiaoming arrived? Though it seemed far-fetched, the narrative unfolding in his mind likely resembled this. Chapter 166, Dragonite. Lin Feng nodded twice, feeling a pang of sorrow for the Pokémon that had once been captured by Team Rocket, especially for those like the sticky Malulong that had been taken at such a tender age, deprived of a complete childhood. This sticky Malulong's physique also bore certain issues. Generally, wild dragon-type Pokémon, even those that had not evolved into their final forms for over a decade, were not uncommon. Yet this sticky Malulong had ascended to its final form in such a short time, and through an unorthodox method, its body bore some damage. However, this also indicated the advanced level of Team Rocket's technological research concerning Pokémon. Yet, this also implied that they had conducted extensive research on numerous Pokémon. Fine. Be clingy if you must. After all, it's still young. Lin Feng sighed deeply. Xiaoming's mouth twitched. Does it really look that small? Its size is quite comparable to mine. The next moment, 2 rumbling sounds emanated from the sticky Malulong's stomach, and it looked up at Xiaoming with hopeful eyes. Xiaoming, are its usual meals all prepared by you? Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Feng hesitated momentarily before asking in surprise, Really? I can hardly believe it. Goodness, I never imagined you were capable of raising Pokémon, Lin Feng remarked, realizing that the legendary Xiaoming was indeed serious about being a trainer. He had assumed that Xiaoming's Pokémon generally sought their own food. After all, Pokémon like Dragonite or Dragonite had already matured and possessed the ability to procure food independently. Yet unexpectedly, here was a little sticky Malulong. This thought painted a curious picture in Lin Feng's mind. Xiaoming braving various challenges to find food and then bringing it back for sticky Malulong. Much like a father returning from a hunt to provide for his child. What a peculiar sentiment. Lin Feng complimented. I never guessed you had such a knack for this. In response to Lin Feng's praise, Xiaoming felt a twinge of embarrassment and hastily explained, You shouldn't speak too highly of me. It really is quite clingy. The kind that cries if it can't see me. Lin Feng replied, Well, that shouldn't be too problematic. It probably regards you as a parental figure. Someone who can protect it. I'll have my sister Iguanchi take care of it for a while to see how it goes. Iguanchi should be quite adept at caring for little ones. Though this little one is somewhat large, Lin Feng mused. Sticky, hungry. The sticky Malulong continued to gaze at Xiaoming, nearly unable to resist placing its gooey hands on it. Xiaoming's expression darkened. Lin Feng quickly retrieved the standard hardy energy blocks from his storage sphere, looking at sticky Malulong. Here, eat this. The sticky Mewtwo gazed at the energy cube, its lips twitching imperceptibly, yet it refrained from approaching, casting wary glances at Lin Feng. Although this human appeared rather affable, its childhood memories were marred by a similar energy cube that had lured it away, leading to a series of injections into its body. Following those injections, it experienced a feverish swell, and the act of unleashing its abilities became a torment. The only reason it could now regard Lin Feng with any semblance of calm was due to the recent conversation with Mewtwo. After a moment of silence, Lin Feng handed an energy cube to Mewtwo, encouraging it to consume it. Once Mewtwo had ingested the cube, Lin Feng turned to the sticky Mewtwo with a gentle smile. Reassuring, see? This is safe. There are no issues. Sticky? The wariness in the sticky Mewtwo's eyes diminished slightly, yet it continued to observe Mewtwo, seemingly awaiting its affirmation. It wasn't until Mewtwo declared, Go ahead, this is fine, that it cautiously approached Lin Feng and gingerly picked up an energy cube. After consuming it, its eyes lit up, yet it hesitated to eat a second one until some time had passed. Once it perceived no adverse effects, it eagerly accepted the bag of energy cubes and began to feast. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng felt a pang of sorrow, unsure of what to say. The enraged Dragonite grew increasingly agitated, prompting Mewtwo to nudge Lin Feng. You should release it, and see. Mewtwo took a deep breath. Memories of Dragonite's furious temperament flooding back, Yet he couldn't resist urging Mewtwo to set it free, adding a cautionary note. Just keep it under control. Mewtwo nodded, retrieving Dragonite's Pokeball, and with a gentle tap, released the creature. The previously sensed Dragonite emerged, momentarily disoriented, before spotting Linfeng and gaping with blood-red eyes. Yet, it quickly sensed the thin layer of psychic energy surrounding it, quelling its initial hostility. Such a rapid change of demeanor? Linfeng mused as he observed the snarling Dragonite. Pokémon, Dragonite, gender, male, ability, overconfidence, potential, red, individual values, HP, 28, attack, 29, special attack, 28, defense, 20, special defense, 14, speed, 27. Level, 7,576. Moves, wing attack, dragon breath, dragon tail, dual wing beat, hyper beam, flamethrower, body slam, earthquake. Description, strength diminished due to prolonged malnutrition. Friendship level, 50, equal hatred for all humans. Joy level, 40. This was Linfeng's first encounter with a Pokémon exhibiting such a low friendship level. Even the first time he met Mewtwo, it only had a friendship level of 20, akin to the Squirtle that initially assisted him. Utilizing his psychic energy, Linfeng enveloped Dragonite and approached it cautiously, attempting a greeting. Hello? Roar? Dragonite paused, bewildered, unable to comprehend why its prior animosity towards this human had dissipated, replaced by a sense of guarded curiosity. However, memories of its days in captivity resurfaced, and as Linfeng drew near, it instinctively bared its teeth, seemingly attempting to intimidate him. Yet, Linfeng took a deep breath and, under Dragonite's watchful gaze, approached, gently placing his hand on its abdomen, closing his eyes to sense the roots of its hatred. Darkness enveloped his mind, swiftly followed by the image of a human clad in a white lab coat flicking on the lights and approaching. It thrashed and clawed, striving to break free from its constraints, only to be beset by a cascade of frost that enveloped its entirety. Chapter 167. Perhaps you should remain in the Pokeball for now? A sharp pain, tingling, and frostbite rendered its body weak, the overwhelming sense of powerlessness surging through it. This was the first time Dragonite had endured such torment and nearly managed to break the metallic bindings. But soon after, a thick syringe pierced its arm, injecting a clear liquid that sapped its strength instantly. Though its consciousness remained, it was forced to watch helplessly as its blood was drawn, its body growing increasingly frail. From that moment on, the needle remained embedded in its arm, perpetually draining its vitality, compounded by the frost that covered it every 3 days, drawing blood repeatedly for 6 long months. The biting cold and debilitating weakness lingered for half a year until Mewtwo arrived and obliterated the facility, granting it the chance to escape. These sensations did not fade with time, but rather intensified, deepening its despair. Having perceived all this, Linfeng couldn't help but curse aloud. No wonder Dragonite was so irate. It was a naturally temperamental Pokémon, and with the compounded effects of 6 months of torment. A friendship level of 50 seemed generous. He suspected the influence of his own psychic energy played a part. Observing Dragonite's lingering malevolence towards him, Linfeng released his grip and inquired, "You feel unwell, don't you?" Dragonite's expression faltered briefly before it turned away. "Can't attack? Then I simply want to look at you." Yet Linfeng did not relent. He stepped forward once more. "Dragonite, are you hungry?" Roar. Dragonite instinctively nodded, only to become enraged again. Roar. "What does my hunger have to do with you? Stay away. If you're hungry, then eat something." Linfeng produced a pack of SSS-grade Dragonfire Fruit Energy Cubes, exuding a tantalizing aroma. This was a special SSS-grade energy cube, particularly beneficial for Dragon-type Pokémon, enhancing their abilities significantly upon first consumption. It also aided in healing old wounds, making it the perfect choice for Dragonite. However, Dragonite turned its head away, refusing to even glance at it, clenching its jaws tight. Although it hadn't eaten since being zapped on that island, it wasn't about to be placated with food. This time, Linfeng's tone shifted from gentle to stern as he addressed Mewtwo with a serious expression. Whether it eats or not is not up to it. "Mewtwo, help me pry its mouth open." "What?" Mewtwo was taken aback, having never witnessed Linfeng like this before. "Obey my command." "Understood." Mewtwo promptly used its psychic powers to force Dragonite's mouth open. In the midst of Dragonite's astonished glare, Linfeng utilized his psychic abilities to feed it pieces of the energy cubes, continuing until it had consumed a substantial amount. He then turned to Mewtwo, instructing, "Assisted in chewing and swallowing." Mewtwo fell silent momentarily, but complied. Dragonite's eyes burned with fury, yet bound by Mewtwo's overwhelming psychic control. It could only glare at Linfeng, a flicker of confusion now mingling with its rage. It sensed something peculiar about these energy cubes. The weakness that had been consuming it began to dissipate, and it felt a strange shift within. Is this Dragon Dance? If it danced now, would its strength increase even further? But restrained by Mewtwo, it had no means to test this theory. After approximately 10 energy cubes were consumed, Lin Feng instructed Mewtwo to return Dragonite to its Pokeball. Having witnessed the entire ordeal, Mewtwo inquired, "Do you wish to mend its relationship with humans?" Lin Feng nodded, harboring a notion, for after all, his primary vocation was that of a nurturer. He shook his head again, acknowledging the considerable difficulty of the task at hand. Based on the performance of the Dragonite, a span of 6 months seemed rather excessive. As the saying goes, ice does not form in a day. We shall have to observe the situation closely. If it can temper its natural instincts, that would be ideal. If not, it may very well remain confined to the plantation for the entirety of its life. It is imperative that it is released only once it harbors less malice towards humanity. Otherwise, it will likely be captured again, and at that point, negotiations may become far more challenging. In the coming days, it is essential to allow it some freedom, for keeping it cooped up in a Pokeball will only foster further restless thoughts. Thus, I must entrust its supervision to you. Lin Feng gazed earnestly at Mewtwo, the very Pokemon he had rescued. Only Mewtwo or Mew possess sufficient strength to ensure that Dragonite remains docile. Even if I were to leave it in the care of Gardevoir, I would still feel a twinge of unease. However, Mew's temperament is not as composed, which is precisely why this responsibility must fall to Mewtwo. Mewtwo understood. At that moment, it just so happened that the Florges had finished the energy cube it had been consuming. With sparkling eyes, it regarded Mewtwo, and its gaze towards Lin Feng softened considerably. Tentatively, Lin Feng reached out to stroke its belly, to which it did not object, even leaning closer in a display of affection. This brought a modicum of joy to Lin Feng's heart. He couldn't help but reflect on the matter. At its core, this Florges still possessed the innocence of a child. Quick to hold grudges, yet equally swift to forgive. It would be wise to find a suitable place for it to reside, perhaps under the supervision of the ever-caring sister who could nurture its spirited nature. A barn would suffice. Stacking some honey wine barrels could create an adequate space. As for Dragonite, it would be best for it to remain within Mewtwo's Pokeball during the night. Speaking of accommodations, Lin Feng suddenly recalled something and turned to Mewtwo. "Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that I have assigned the room you previously occupied to Gardevoir. So, it seems you currently have no place to stay." "Mewtwo, is that so? Perhaps you should remain in your Pokeball for the time being?" Chapter 168, Road Construction and Housing Development. September 28th. On this day, 3 groups of individuals arrived in Wudong Town. The first was the road construction crew, a grand assembly of over 100 individuals who commenced work immediately following yesterday's survey. They were accompanied by a dozen fighting-type Pokémon, and with the local residents of Wudong Town, the total number approached 200. Naturally, Lin Feng contributed as well. He sent out his Dragonite. Initially, he had considered bringing Mewtwo along, but after pondering the matter, he realized it might be too much to ask Mewtwo to oversee Dragonite while simultaneously repairing the road. Thus, he decided against it. The first order of business for the construction crew was to widen the road, which involved excavating on both sides. While this task may have been slow for humans, for Pokémon, it was a different story. Lin Feng glanced over at Dragonite at work. It was incredibly enthusiastic. Utilizing Dragon Claw, it stood in the trench, vigorously cutting through the earth, while the construction workers and their Pokémon followed closely behind, transporting the excavated soil away. The efficiency was even greater than that of the excavator across the way. The machinery struggled against boulders, requiring considerable time to remove them, while Dragonite simply grasped the stones, reducing them to manageable fragments. The fighting-type Pokémon trailing behind were left in awe. "Wait, are you the fighting-type Pokémon doing construction, or are we the ones doing the construction?" The second group was the Hubba construction team. They had been contacted over the past few days, initially to assist Lin Feng in constructing a sizable kitchen in the garden area. However, it had become evident that he intended not only to build the kitchen, but also to see if they could expand the house adjacent to the breeding facility, ideally into a villa with ample rooms that could connect to the garden. There was no denying that the arrival of 3 Dragon-type Pokémon necessitated an expansion of living quarters. He also needed to prepare a room for Mewtwo. It would not do for a legendary Psychic-type Pokémon to reside solely in a Pokeball. Moreover, Lin Feng found himself somewhat tempted by the notion of a new home. Previously, he had lacked the means to spend freely, but now, with financial stability, he felt less inclined to be frugal. After all, isn't the purpose of earning money to enhance one's enjoyment of life? After outlining these requirements, Captain Hubba nodded enthusiastically and ultimately selected a 2-story structure for Lin Feng, encompassing 200 to 300 square meters, with a spacious front and a lengthy back. He also proposed connecting a stone path from the backyard directly to the plantation and garden. He even mentioned that if Lin Feng could secure a land deed, they would provide a complementary fence along the sides to expand the plantation. However, there was a small, dilapidated house in the middle that required attention. Lin Feng had never seen anyone inhabit that house since his birth. To expand the plantation, it would be necessary to either demolish the house or acquire its ownership. This was a significant undertaking, and Lin Feng found himself intrigued. The plantation was increasingly feeling cramped. With the growing number of Pokémon and an influx of customers, coupled with the delivery service, the daily yield of berries was becoming insufficient. There were times when the energy cubes would sell out by 3 or 4 in the afternoon. With the addition of several dragon-type Pokémon, an expansion of the plantation was undoubtedly in order. Thus, Lin Feng promptly sought out the town mayor to inquire about leasing that plot of land. The mayor generously agreed. Then, Lin Feng broached the subject of the old house. At this point, Han Yu looked at him curiously. Are you referring to the bungalow near your home? Yes, that's correct, Lin Feng nodded. That was your family's house. Your parents were not originally from Wudong Town. When they first arrived, they lived there. Later, your mother claimed your father was too idle and urged him to find something to occupy his time, which led to the establishment of the plantation. And thus, you came to be. Wait, I had no idea. Feel free to use it. Just come by to sign a document when you have time. Han Yu waved him off. Busy with road construction, a matter of public concern. You come here with your trivial matters to disturb me? Lin Feng. He felt somewhat speechless and then returned to inform Captain Hubba that they could commence work. The estimated cost was around 1.3 million. For the road construction, Lin Feng anticipated an expenditure of about 200,000. In comparison, the roadwork appeared to be the more economical venture. However, these funds amounted merely to 2 or 3 days' revenue from the breeding facility, so Lin Feng did not dwell on it. Money is like Squirtle's egg. Spend it and earn it back. The third group of arrivals cannot be strictly classified as a group, for it consisted of Feng Yoji. He arrived at the breeding facility in the afternoon with 2 EVs, his expression and demeanor considerably more complex than before, particularly upon seeing Lin Feng. He was perplexed. On his way there, he simply could not comprehend what he had witnessed. What had he seen? A Dragonite repairing the road? The juxtaposition of Dragonite and roadwork seemed utterly incongruous. How could these two concepts coexist? Moreover, the speed at which that Dragonite worked, coupled with its dragon claw, was nothing short of astonishing. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired further and learned that this Dragonite belonged to the breeding facility. Feng Yoji was left utterly bewildered. Subsequently, a local resident could not help but extol Lin Feng's prowess, remarking that the Pokémon he had captured were increasingly formidable, not just Dragonite, but many others as well. That Dragonite digs so swiftly. It is clearly an exceptional Pokémon, he exclaimed, unable to restrain himself from asking, what else do you have? The other party replied, are there really 2 enormous snakes? One seems to be called Minas, while the name of the other eludes me. Oh dear, you are putting me in quite a predicament. I recall that Xiaofeng has a video account, perhaps named something like Linjia Xiaoga or Lin Xiaoga. Upon hearing this, Feng Yoji couldn't help but immediately search online. Swiftly locating the so-called Lin Xiaoga, he began to peruse the videos, and after watching, he found himself even more bewildered. Minas? The monarch serpent? Are these truly 2 colossal serpents? Charizard, Floral Sea Lion, Mighty Chicken, and the Majestic Eagle? And what of yesterday's Shinado? He remembered that when he returned home last year for the new year, there wasn't a single Pokémon by Xiaofeng's side. Was there? Had it really only been a little over half a year since they last met, and the number of Pokémon had multiplied so dramatically? Each one seemingly more formidable than the last. He had traversed for several years, capturing a mere 10 Pokémon before managing to cultivate a single elite-level Flareon. Yet, here Xiaofeng remained, merely guarding the breeding house while amassing such a plethora of powerful and rare Pokémon. Noticing Feng Yoji standing at the door, Lin Feng found it curious that he had not yet entered. Coming back to his senses, Feng Yoji dazedly stepped into the breeding house. Lin Feng, intrigued, inquired, did you bring the Flareon? How much did it cost? Feng Yoji regarded him with a puzzled expression. My father mentioned that if it was for your breeding, then it would be a gift. Lin Feng, feeling a bit formal, replied, is that truly acceptable? It's nothing. I met you last time, and he seemed to take quite a liking to you. Feng Yoji shook his head, his feelings complicated. He was now pondering what kind of trainer Xiaofeng truly was. After much contemplation, he couldn't resist asking, Xiaofeng, what level of trainer are you currently? Chapter 169, The Little Jealousy Pot. What level of trainer? Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, and after a considerable pause, he uncertainly responded, I believe it is beginner. This was because he had only qualified as a novice trainer. The multitude of Pokémon he raised was not due to his trainer qualifications, but rather from the credentials of a breeder and the breeding house. Feng Yoji clearly found this hard to believe, yet he also knew that his Xiaofeng would never lie about such trivial matters. Thus, he pressed further, no, Xiaofeng, I meant to inquire about the strength of your Pokémon. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Well, they are decent, I suppose. When it came to the strength of his Pokémon, Lin Feng wasn't quite sure how to articulate it. Should he boast about casually winning first place in the grand tournament? He was confident in that. Even if not counting Mewtwo, Shinado could certainly help him achieve that. Feng Yoji fell silent. After asking twice, Xiaofeng had not given a definitive answer, making it clear that he was reluctant to disclose the strength of his Pokémon. However, this indirectly suggested that his strength must be formidable, at the very least not weaker than his own. Ultimately, he left behind 2 Pokeballs, resolving to return home and thoroughly review the videos Xiaofeng had posted to investigate the strength of those Pokémon. 2 Flareons. Meanwhile, Lin Feng gazed at the 2 Pokeballs he had retained, a faint smile gracing his lips. That evening, after a long day of labor, Lin Feng returned to his room. On the desk sat Frost Milk Fairy. Coiled upon the carpet was the Monarch Serpent, and on the bed lounged the Ice Vulpix along with the Flareons. Upon seeing them, Lin Feng's spirits lifted instantly. The day had been quite busy. He had spent the morning attending to the road construction workers, and at noon, the Hubba construction team arrived. Unlike the road workers, who were dispatched directly by the League, the Hubba team was privately hired, requiring him to prepare lunch and refreshments for the workers. Additionally, he had discussed land contract matters with the town mayor, which meant that upon returning, he had been engaged in deliberating with the captain of the Hubba team on how to expand the plantation, an important matter that consumed considerable time. In the afternoon, he had visited the mayor's old house as indicated, but upon opening the door, he found it utterly vacant, allowing him to comfortably instruct the captain to proceed with the renovations. He also had to remain vigilant against the wild Dragonite, which made him feel as though he had accomplished little by the day's end, yet time had indeed passed. Consequently, when the 2 Flareons arrived, Lin Feng could only afford a cursory glance before entrusting them to his sister Aju and the others. However, this state of busyness would only last a couple more days, after which things would stabilize. Beauty? Upon Lin Feng's entrance, Aju's expression brightened immediately. She patted the mattress beside the 2 Flareons, saying, Beauty, this is our new trainer. He treats me very well. Beauty? The remaining 2 Flareons, under Aju's guidance, timidly gazed at Lin Feng, exchanging glances before approaching him together. These 2 little Flareons were encountering their trainer for the second time. Their first encounter had been at the dining table earlier that afternoon, where they witnessed a multitude of Pokémon, some appearing extraordinarily powerful, while others exuded an air of nobility. However, one commonality among all these Pokémon was their benevolent demeanor towards them. It was there that they first laid eyes on Lin Feng, but regrettably, he had hastily finished his meal and departed. Nevertheless, the fare had been truly delectable. Now, for the second time, the Flareons saw Lin Feng. This human smiled upon seeing them. Simultaneously, both Flareons harbored this thought in their hearts. During their time at the breeding house, the manager had once told all the Flareons that one could gauge the quality of a human by the expression they bore upon first seeing you. If they smiled, it indicated a positive impression. If they smiled every time they saw you, it certainly meant they held great affection for you. Thus, upon witnessing the smile on Lin Feng's face, the 2 new Flareons felt a sense of relief wash over them. Lin Feng stepped closer, observing the somewhat shy little creatures, extending his hand and softly saying, I was quite busy this afternoon and didn't have the chance to properly meet you. I apologize for that. Beauty? Among the 2 Flareons, the larger one seemed to possess a bit more courage, extending its paw to rest upon Lin Feng's outstretched hand, responding with a beauty. The other Flareon, seeing its companion's action, revealed its fluffy white belly before Lin Feng. This was something taught at the breeding house. All Flareons learned how to interact with trainers before leaving the facility. For instance, some trainers enjoyed holding them, burying their faces in their bellies, while others preferred to shake hands or gently rub their soft tummies. By displaying such gestures, they were undoubtedly accepting Lin Feng as their trainer. Or perhaps, from the moment they learned they would be sent to train alongside Aju, they had been eagerly anticipating this moment. Most Flareons sought their own trainers, and being with the partner they were most familiar with would surely bring greater joy, wouldn't it? Looking at the 2 understanding Flareons, Lin Feng pursed his lips, a wave of joy swelling within him. Indeed, the sight of such adorable, fluffy creatures always brought a sense of tranquility to one's heart. Unable to resist, he scooped one up, rubbing one Flareon's face against his left cheek and the other against his right, all the while indulging in gentle strokes. Initially, the 2 Flareons felt a twinge of nervousness, but soon, their anxiety dissipated, and they affectionately leaned in closer. Just as Lin Feng was about to check the status of the 2 Flareons, he suddenly felt something tugging at the hem of his pants. Looking down, he saw Ice Vulpix, who had been watching Lin Feng embrace the newly arrived Flareons for quite some time without receiving a greeting. Whimper. Good. Lin Feng gently placed down 2 EVs and then tenderly lifted up the Ice Vulpix, unable to suppress a smile. You truly are a little jealous bot. Despite being the largest among them, this largest does not refer to age, but rather to size. The current Vulpix is no small creature. It has grown significantly larger than the average Vulpix, standing at 0.8 meters tall, towering over the 3 EVs. Fortunately, the bed is spacious enough to accommodate all of them, even with the addition of the 2 EVs. Ing. The ice Vulpix playfully pawed at his chest. It did not comprehend the meaning of jealous spot, but sensed it was being spoken of unfavorably, instantly pouting its lips. Below, Ajiu looked at the two EVs with an expression of pride. Boo-ee, boo-ee. See, our trainer is quite impressive, isn't he? Chapter 170, Daily Life. After a refreshing bath, Lin Feng climbed onto the bed, where the ice Vulpix and Ajiu were engrossed in an anime. The other two EVs, upon noticing his approach, shyly vacated their spots. The ice Vulpix and EVs were captivated by an anime featuring Pikachu as a hero. The story unfolds in a Pikachu town beset by an evil organization, with a secretive Pikachu whose true identity is that of a hero. To be frank, such an anime would be deemed outdated in the previous world of Little Blue Star. Yet in this culture, entertainment is confined to Pokémon battles and Pokémon performances, the grand contests. Stories like this are considered exceptionally thrilling. At least the ice Vulpix and EV, Ajiu, have been wholly absorbed in this anime for several days, particularly the ice Vulpix, which has even begun to mimic the gestures of Pikachu when it appears, standing up and waving its front paws in a pose reminiscent of Ultraman shooting a beam of light, exclaiming, "Ing. Transformation. Behold my thunderbolt," while releasing ice shards. It is all quite amusing. However, it refrains from performing these gestures outside, only doing so at night within the confines of their room. Perhaps out of fear of being discovered, feeling somewhat shy, Lin Feng appreciates this aspect, as the content of the story aligns with conventional morals. He plans to have Mewtwo take the Mimicry Dragon to watch as well, for he has noticed that the Mimicry Dragon still seems overly, how shall we say, introverted? One might even say fearful. It is reluctant to interact with others or other Pokémon. Today, Lin Feng intended for Mewtwo to bring it to the garden for a meal. But upon its emergence, it hid behind Mewtwo, completely refusing to engage with the other Pokémon. Only when Mewtwo remained close would it consent to eat. Initially, Lin Feng considered having the Mimicry Dragon stay in the barn, but soon realized that was impractical. Mewtwo could not accompany it there. At night, it would merely find a random spot to sleep. This situation has caused some distress for the caring little sister. She had confidently stated that her expertise lay in handling dolls, yet now that the doll had arrived, she had not managed it well. Ultimately, it fell to Lin Feng to console the Mimicry Dragon and then comfort the little sister, encouraging her not to give up due to a single setback, and to view it as a challenge. Under such encouragement, the little sister quickly regained her confidence. This is indeed quite interesting. In a certain sense, the little sister is also a baby and slightly smaller than the Mimicry Dragon. It is entirely normal for her to retreat, feel sad, and doubt herself when faced with setbacks. Therefore, one should never abandon their original goals due to temporary difficulties. Not wishing to disturb the Pokémon engrossed in their anime, Lin Feng recalled the Dragonite from earlier that day. He had instructed Mewtwo to take it high above the roads, quietly observing the workers repairing the streets. This was intended to calm its mind and allow it to wander within a limited scope. When it was mealtime, he planned to bring it to the garden. However, it still refused to eat Lin Feng's food. Thus, he was left with no choice but to have Mewtwo apply stricter measures to compel it to eat. After Lin Feng spoke a particular phrase to it, its resistance lessened somewhat. Consider this. Your heart is filled with such hatred for humanity. Your body must remain healthy. What good does your anger do? If you become sick, will anyone compensate you? Moreover, if your body deteriorates, how can you continue to harbor such hatred? It would be far better to nourish yourself first. That is paramount. Ing. Taste my attack, billion volts. At that moment, the voice of the ice Vulpix suddenly broke through Lin Feng's contemplation on how to care for the Dragonite. Looking down, he saw the scene on his phone depicting the heroic Pikachu suffering at the hands of an evil Pikachu, only to unleash a powerful move fueled by emotional strength. All the little creatures were watching with fervent excitement, even the two newly arrived EVs. The ice Vulpix had already assumed a pose, directing its gaze at Lin Feng, as if he were the great villain Pikachu from the anime. With the ice Vulpix gesturing towards him, Lin Feng obediently fell back, exclaiming dramatically, "Ah, I have been struck. I shall return. Ing. I hit Lin Feng, ha." The ice Vulpix burst into laughter, thoroughly delighted. Meanwhile, the superior observed the playful exchange between the ice Vulpix and Lin Feng with a hint of exasperation. Glancing at the time, it extended its tail to tap Lin Feng's hand, signaling that it was time for bed. Thus, Lin Feng turned his attention to the ice Vulpix, who was about to select the next episode, and withdrew his phone, declaring, "All right, the episode has just concluded. It is time for sleep." Although the ice Vulpix felt a tinge of reluctance, it obediently returned to its designated spot, nestled on the right side of the pillow, closing its eyes contentedly. Lin Feng gazed at the remaining three EVs, circling around them before fixing his gaze on the most familiar, Ajiu. "You are Ajiu. And then there's also a San and a Wu, correct? How did you come by these names?" "Bui." Upon hearing this question, Ajiu paused. Unable to respond before another EV chimed in. Boo-ee, boo-ee. I am a San, the largest, then a Wu is the second largest. And a Geo is the smallest. Is that so? Lin Feng nodded, observing the three EVs. Indeed, this one named a San was the largest, while a Geo was the smallest. Having clarified this, he gently lifted each EV one by one and placed them on the left side of his pillow. All right, it's time to sleep. The following days were relatively tranquil, perhaps due to the roadwork and construction around, which created a certain commotion. The traffic to the breeding house had decreased somewhat, though deliveries had increased, putting in extra work for the Pidgeys. Lin Feng enjoyed the peacefulness, occasionally watching Dragonite work on the roads, or staying close to the Dragonite, observing the workers below while attempting to soothe its emotions with his calming presence. As life settled into a serene rhythm, Lin Feng grew curious once more. Chapter 171, A Desire for Food. October 4th. After breakfast, Lin Feng moved a chair to the front of the plantation, sipping on juice. The sounds of construction and roadwork continued to echo around him. Judging by the current pace, it was evident that the road repairs would be completed before the houses. What was initially expected to take 15 days now appeared likely to finish in about 12 or 13 days. Conversely, the houses would likely require over 2 months to complete. Considering the disparity in the number of workers and Pokémon involved, what piqued Lin Feng's curiosity was the fact that, over these past few days, he had not encountered the 2 students he had previously challenged, nor had he seen any other students coming forth to engage him. Logically speaking, the effects of the challenges should have been quite favorable. Yet, Lin Feng had not spotted those 2 high schoolers since, nor had any others come to challenge him. Although he had not made any deliberate announcements, refraining from mentioning it on his video channel or within the breeding house, it had been several days without a sound. Could it be that those 2 children hadn't mentioned it to their peers at all? Or perhaps the recent noise near the breeding house had deterred them? Suddenly, a swift silhouette of an EV darted past him, interrupting his train of thought. Shortly thereafter, another EV pursued it, evidently in hot pursuit of the first. As the leading EV was about to dart into the plantation, the second EV, adorned with a bell, clamped its jaws down, radiating a bright light. Seizing the moment before the first EV could enter the plantation, it pounced, sending both EVs tumbling to the ground. The 2 EVs collided, their fates intertwined. As they rolled playfully before Lin Feng's eyes, one adorned with brown fur and the other with a fluffy white belly, utterly adorable, Lin Feng remained silent. Yet the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled upwards. These EVs, having been raised in the breeding house, had quickly adapted to their surroundings and mingled harmoniously with the other Pokémon, just as he intended to caution the little rascals to avoid the muddy areas. A small sprite resembling a caretaker fluttered over. Observing the 2 rambunctious EVs on the verge of entering the plantation area, it promptly employed its psychic powers to separate them. "Aye, you cannot play in this area," it exclaimed. "Aye, I just watered it this morning. The mud is still sticky and will cling to you." Naturally, it was the ever-watchful caretaker sprite, who had been picking today's fruit, preparing to return it to Shinado for the creation of energy cubes, when it witnessed the commotion. "Boo-ee, boo-ee," understood. A Geo quickly extricated itself from the psychic hold, lowered its head, and exchanged a few words with the other EV, causing their eyes to light up as they scampered out of the breeding house. They were off to the Bluestone Path, eager to invite a Wu and the Ice Ninetales to join them in playing the Pikachu hero game. Seeing the 2 EVs depart, the caretaker sprite released a sigh of relief, then turned to Lin Feng. "Aye." It was offering its respects, a gesture taught by its mother. Although Lin Feng had never adhered to such formalities, he respected the customs of the caretaker sprite and returned the greeting. After a moment of contemplation, he could not help but suggest, "Caretaker, since those EVs are engaged in that game, do you think it might be beneficial to bring the slime Mew along to join in the fun? After all, some activity would do them good." "Aye?" The caretaker sprite expressed surprise, then considered the suggestion, but recalled Mewtwo, glancing at Lin Feng with uncertainty. In the presence of such formidable Pokémon, it still felt too small. "Fear not, I shall accompany you," Lin Feng reassured, as he too wished to observe the Dragonite. Rising to his feet and walking alongside the caretaker sprite towards the breeding house's exit. In the sky, Dragonite shook its body with a hint of discontent. Gazing down at the bustling crowd below, feeling somewhat bored, it yearned to soar, to unleash its might, to feast. Wait, that thought was off. Dragonite quickly shook its head, dispelling the thoughts from its mind. However, the delicious food available here was truly tempting, and it found itself once again imagining what it might indulge in for lunch. Yet, the imposing presence of Mewtwo beside it quelled any notion of movement. Dragonite was acutely aware of Mewtwo's power. Any inclination to act would swiftly result in confinement. It remembered how Mewtwo had once harbored a disdain for humans. Why had its perspective shifted so dramatically now? Dragonite was perplexed. At that moment, a swift orange figure streaked past below, It was the freshly fed Dragonair. The surrounding workers greeted Dragonair with familiarity, briefing it on today's tasks, which involved adding cement into preset molds. Dragonair was required to hover in the air, holding a storage ball, and gradually pour the pre-mixed cement below. The task was straightforward, with the primary caution being to avoid exceeding the fixed molds, preventing the cement from spilling over. Dragonair accepted the storage ball and commenced its work. This left Dragonite even more bewildered. It recognized this Dragonair, one of the latest Pokémon captured by Team Rocket, confined in the adjacent space, having suffered considerable harm from them. Yet now, it was assisting humans. Why? Mewtwo silently observed this scene. Pokémon trainers were diligently engaged in their tasks, collaborating seamlessly. Machoke mixed the cement while trainers constantly transported more from outside. Water-type Pokémon tirelessly generated water to mix with the cement, ensuring a smooth blend. Some Pokémon, though not belonging to any specific trainer, would readily assist upon hearing commands. Similarly, certain Pokémon, simply by holding an object and calling out to a human, could convey their intentions effortlessly. Despite the language barrier, communication flowed freely between them. This left Mewtwo in awe. During its travels, it had mostly witnessed the fluid exchanges between trainers and their Pokémon, making it rare to observe such seamless interaction across the board. Was this yet another manifestation of the coexistence between humans and Pokémon? Lost in thought, it suddenly turned its gaze toward the breeding house, sensing Lin Feng calling for it. Chapter 172, The Return of the Champion. Hello, Dragonite. It's good to see you again. Lin Feng approached the reluctant Dragonite, which was avoiding his gaze, and could not resist stepping closer. Dragonite huffed in response, turning its head away. What did it mean by good to see you again? They had only just met that morning. Lin Feng chuckled at its demeanor, choosing not to disturb it further. Over these past few days, although Dragonite still exhibited some resistance towards him, its affection level had significantly increased, rising from 50 to 10. This progress was largely attributed to the power of the Evergreen and the Honeydew Wine. However, this seemed to be the limit of what Honeydew Wine could achieve, as even the Evergreen could not erase the shadows of its past. Unless Mewtwo intervened directly, Lin Feng felt it was not yet time for that step. What's the matter? Mewtwo inquired, observing the caretaker sprite at Lin Feng's side, puzzled. Are you planning to release Slime Mew? It was well aware that Lin Feng had long desired for the caretaker sprite to help Slime Mew step out of the shadows of its childhood, ideally encouraging it to become a bit more lively and cheerful. However, the situation was far from optimistic. Slime Mew only seemed willing to engage with the caretaker sprite during mealtimes, preferring to remain by its side otherwise, even if it meant staying in its Pokeball all day. Indeed, look at those EVs ahead. They are playing a game called Pikachu vs. Villains. It would be wonderful for Slime Mew to join the caretaker sprite in this activity. Of course, if it's unwilling, it can simply observe from the sidelines, experiencing the joy from a distance. Therefore, it's essential for you to stay nearby. Lin Feng cheerfully explained. There exists a type of game that is far more enjoyable when watching others play. Just as there are delectable foods that seem tastier when seen being enjoyed by others. The emotion of joy is indeed contagious. Isn't this just about watching the child? Said Chao Ming, gesturing towards the Dragonite, not rejecting Lin Feng's suggestion. The Dragonite, is it? I'll take it aside for a chat. Lin Feng patted the Dragonite's wing and turned to it, saying, shall we have a little talk? The Dragonite responded with a perplexed expression. Why should I listen to you? Lin Feng offered it a second option, or would you prefer to stay by Chao Ming's side? The Dragonite glanced at Chao Ming and then back at Lin Feng, ultimately opting for the first choice and following Lin Feng to a nearby corner. Staying by Chao Ming felt rather stifling. Thus, Lin Feng led it to the side, retrieving a small stool from his storage ball, and settled down, sipping from a bottle of juice. This left the Dragonite momentarily bewildered. It had anticipated a serious conversation, but instead, it seemed they were merely watching a show. Although it had prepared itself to dismiss whatever the human might say, this human remained silent. By the way, this juice is quite refreshing. Would you like a cup? Lin Feng suddenly produced another bottle of juice, offering it to the Dragonite, even removing the cap for its convenience. The Dragonite instinctively opened its mouth, and as Lin Feng poured the juice into it, it realized that this time, Chao Ming was not nearby. This meant that it was willingly consuming the drink. It was left in a daze for a while, wanting to spit out the juice. But how could it easily regurgitate what had already been swallowed? Thus, the Dragonite remained frozen for a time, finally casting a cautious glance at Lin Feng, who seemed engrossed in the antics of the Slurpuff and Eevee nearby, causing it to breathe a sigh of relief. It then turned its gaze in that direction. Over there, the Slurpuff stood obediently beside Chao Ming, while the assistive Pokémon was surrounded by several EVs and a Vulpix, seemingly fulfilling the role of a referee. Despite the distance, Lin Feng could still hear the conversations among the EVs and the assistive Pokémon. Essentially, they were missing one Pokémon for their game, excluding the assistive Pokémon. Then, The assistive Pokémon subtly suggested to the Vulpix that it could call the Slurpuff over to join them. The sociable Vulpix wasted no time. It had long coveted the Slurpuff, which had been hiding behind Chow Ming, and now, upon being prompted by the assistive Pokémon, it dashed over to engage with the Slurpuff. What they discussed was unclear, but the Slurpuff looked toward Chow Ming, and upon receiving a nod of approval, it soon followed the Vulpix towards the group of EVs. Before long, they were all playing together, running and rolling gleefully on the cobblestone path, unbothered by the dirt. Fortunately, most of the townsfolk were busy with road repairs, so no one witnessed this scene. However, the Dragonite was filled with confusion. Unable to restrain itself, it finally asked, "Why don't you persuade it?" "Persuade it to do what?" Lin Feng turned to the Dragonite, adding, "What would I persuade you about?" The Dragonite was momentarily taken aback by this question. Wasn't he supposed to help it let go of its prejudice against humans? Lin Feng suddenly understood. "Oh, that. Well, I won't persuade you. If you can't let go, then you might as well stay here for a lifetime. Don't worry, I'll take care of your food and drink." "A lifetime? Here?" The Dragonite's expression darkened. Although the food here was good, the thought of being under Chow Ming's watch for eternity was daunting. Perhaps due to the juice it had just consumed, its spirits lifted, and it contemplated whether it could pretend to comply and leave first. Yet Lin Feng's next words shattered that notion. "Rest assured, my power of permanence allows me to deeply sense the hatred within your heart. So, don't think you can fool me with an act. Even Chow Ming couldn't deceive me." The Dragonite's expression fell. Observing the Dragonite's eyes cease their frantic movement, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle, although he had no idea what it was thinking. Gradually diverting its thoughts from the past was still a worthy endeavor. The Dragonite fell silent, resting beside Lin Feng, closing its eyes, intending to take a brief nap. However, a sudden surge of intense heat forced it to open its eyes and gaze towards the horizon. Lin Feng also rose to his feet, murmuring, "Mr. Champion?" In Chapter 173, Chow Ming Pokémon Employee. The legendary Moltres searched for its position and eventually descended gracefully beside Lin Feng. The figure that landed was a tall individual clad in a cream-colored coat, Champion Feng Yang. Lin Feng stood and greeted him, "Mr. Champion." Then, with a hint of anticipation, he asked, "Have there been any updates on my parents?" Feng Yang glanced at the Dragonite nearby, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Upon hearing Lin Feng's inquiry and recalling the information he had gathered regarding the boy's parents over the past few days, he couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. Throughout the entire league, he had never encountered such an odd phenomenon. There was no record of Lin Feng's parents anywhere in any region. Regaining his composure, Feng Yang shook his head. "No. The latest information from the league indicates that your parents vanished in a wilderness area near Changsha City. But that area has long since been developed into a tourist attraction." Lin Feng nodded, a hint of regret in his expression. "All right." Seeing him like this, Feng Yang offered a comforting remark. "It's not that there hasn't been progress. There are just some issues at the moment, so try not to be too pessimistic." Lin Feng shook his head, shifting the topic. "It's nothing, Mr. Champion. What brings you here today?" "I was just passing by and thought I would buy some drinks." "The sweet bamboo drink here really does lift one's spirits," Feng Yang replied candidly. Lin Feng had no words to counter that. Yet, Feng Yang's demeanor shifted as he returned, revealing that he had not only investigated Lin Feng's parents, but had also looked into the pink humanoid Pokémon beside him, considering that it had shown no fear when confronting Darkrai. However, the results were baffling. There was no information about this Pokémon in any region, be it Kanto, Kalos, or Alola. This left him quite incredulous. Now casually glancing over, Feng Yang spotted Chow Ming once more. He couldn't help but ask, "By the way, what was that humanoid Pokémon? I've never heard of such a Pokémon before." Lin Feng did not conceal the truth. "Oh, that is Chow Ming, a recently emerged independent life form derived from you." Feng Yang exclaimed in astonishment. "Derived from you? Does it have a population?" Lin Feng shook his head. "Just it alone, but it is quite formidable. Indeed formidable." Feng Yang recalled the conversation between this Pokémon and Darkrai, feeling a sense of admiration. He then inquired again, "Is it still with you? Did you capture it?" The tone of his question bore caution and wariness. The strength of this Pokémon was undeniable, if it had indeed been captured by the boy before him. He couldn't fathom the level of prowess the young trainer possessed. Lin Feng was momentarily at a loss for words, knowing that with only the distance between them and Chow Ming, it would be easy for the two to hear him. Thus, Lin Feng chose to ponder his tone before responding. "No, it merely assists me with some tasks." Feng Yang blurted out, "Tasks, you say?" A moment of contemplation ensued, as Feng Yang found himself lost in thought. He recalled hearing a researcher once mention that the cognition of certain Pokémon is quite peculiar. They do not perceive themselves as Pokémon, but rather as sentient beings akin to humans. Therefore, when addressing them, one should adhere to their preferred nomenclature. This phenomenon is particularly prevalent among those Pokémon that aid humans in research. In truth, the existence of such a relationship indicates a profound bond between the two parties. The youth before him appeared remarkably young, yet he was accompanied by such a formidable Pokémon. Feng Yang could not help but direct his gaze towards the Dragonite beside Lin Feng. From the very beginning, this Dragonite had been baring its teeth at him. He initially assumed it was merely exhibiting a protective instinct upon seeing the Moltres. However, after their lengthy conversation, the Dragonite had not ceased its menacing display. This behavior was not merely protective, but hinted at hostility towards strangers. Most concerning was his earlier observation. This Dragonite not only bared its teeth at him, but also directed the same gesture towards Lin Feng. Moreover, there seemed to be an air of animosity in its gaze. This strange phenomenon raised his alertness. Feng Yang could not help but inquire. What is the story behind this Dragonite? Roar. Upon hearing itself mentioned by the human, the Dragonite let out a timely roar, particularly agitated upon noticing that the opposing Moltres was evidently much stronger than it. A sense of unease welled within it, stemming from a fear of being captured again. The agitation quickly caught the attention of the nearby Moltres, creating a tense atmosphere that seemed to permeate the air around them. Yet, an inexplicable pressure descended between the two Pokémon, compelling both to focus their attention on the Mewtwo accompanying the Neomiller. This subtle yet palpable pressure seemed to warn them against engaging in combat. Should they act, dire consequences might ensue. The Moltres wore a grave expression, while the Dragonite retracted its display of hostility. This Dragonite was rescued from Team Rocket by Mewtwo. Previously, it had endured extensive experimentation by Team Rocket, which altered its temperament. It is currently recuperating under my care. Lin Feng, oblivious to the surrounding tension, grew curious and pondered aloud. What happens to Pokémon rescued from those nefarious organizations by the Alliance? Unlike other regions that host various organizations such as Team Rocket, Team Crystal, and Team Flare, the Eastern China Alliance remains relatively stable, with no significant black market operations. Nevertheless, rogue Pokémon hunters and members of other organizations occasionally infiltrate. Rescued from Team Rocket? Feng Yang paused, his eyes narrowing as he noticed the distinct needle marks on the Dragonite's arms and back. This revelation prompted him to reassess his understanding of Team Rocket. Typically, rescued Pokémon face minimal issues. They are either placed in suitable ecological zones or paired with new trainers. Lin Feng then inquired, and what about the Pokémon belonging to the members of these black organizations? Surely, some of them must exhibit severely twisted personalities? Feng Yang fell silent for a moment before responding. It depends on the circumstances. In cases of severe transgressions, they are usually eliminated. Chapter 174, The Story. Lin Feng nodded, finding this aligned with his expectations. However, upon hearing this conclusion, he instinctively glanced at the Dragonite. Feng Yang added, if this Dragonite situation is as dire as you suspect, and you are unable to pacify it, you may bring it to the Alliance. We have specialists trained to handle such cases. If it were another trainer, they would have taken it away without hesitation. Keeping a Dragonite like this in the open is akin to leaving a bomb unattended. No one knows when it might explode. Yet, Lin Feng evidently possesses the ability to manage whether this bomb detonates, which is why he can accommodate the Dragonite in this small town. Lin Feng nodded, indicating his agreement with the champion's assessment should he be unable to calm the Dragonite. Feng Yang chose not to elaborate further, casting another glance at the Mewtwo, before purchasing a substantial amount of juice at the breeding center. After a moment's thought, he also procured some rice wine to accompany the juice, storing it in his storage ball before soaring into the sky atop his Moltres. After flying a considerable distance, Feng Yang inquired, how do you feel, Moltres? He sought the Moltres' impressions regarding the humanoid Pokémon. Roar. It is exceedingly powerful, almost insurmountable. I could scarcely hope to defeat it. I may need to seek the deity among our kind for a chance. The Moltres replied, during the confrontation with the Dragonite. Even a mere flurry of psychic energy had exerted a tremendous pressure upon it, akin to a mountain pressing down. It was noteworthy that the aforementioned Pokémon had not even directed its focus towards Moltres, but was instead fixated on the Dragonite, yet it still felt such overwhelming strain. This could only suggest that the psychic Pokémon vastly exceeded its expectations. So strong? Upon receiving this response, Feng Yang gasped in astonishment. To require the deity of the Moltres' kind, did this not imply that the humanoid psychic Pokémon possessed near-divine strength? Contemplating this, Feng Yang incredulously gazed back towards Wudong Town. Shifting his focus from the sky, Lin Feng returned his attention to the Dragonite, stating, did you hear that? Engaging in malevolent deeds within the human world will lead to retribution. You have witnessed it. While you may be formidable in the wild, you are not invincible. If you wreak havoc and are captured by humans, what then? I understand your hatred towards humanity, but those who conduct experiments and draw your blood are merely a fraction of the malevolent among them. Your animosity should be directed towards them, not all of humankind. Appealing to its emotions and reasoning, Lin Feng recognized that the Dragonite had grown too large to be coddled like a child. It needed to comprehend the gravity of its actions and the consequences that would ensue. The Dragonite fell silent, turning away and ignoring Lin Feng's words. Prepared for this moment, it would not simply relinquish its hatred due to a couple of statements. Lin Feng, not expecting that mere words could eradicate the Dragonite's resentment, continued. Consider this. What if I were a child from a loving family, with adoring parents and Pokémon companions that grew alongside me, all belonging to my parents? There would be a joyful Jigglypuff who loved to sing, a dashing Scyther, a powerful Charizard, and a cuddly Pikachu and Eevee that I could hold in my arms every day. They are all endearing, and I cherish them deeply. Yet one day, as I headed off to school, eagerly anticipating playtime with my Pikachu upon my return, I was met with a dreadful sight. A Dragonite was soaring in the sky, battling my parents' Pokémon, and it was formidable. Neither my Charizard nor Scyther could stand against it. My Pokémon, upon seeing me, attempted to protect me. But the Dragonite seized upon an opening and struck with its claws, devastating them before my very eyes. Pikachu and Eevee lay amidst the ruins, while Jigglypuff's whereabouts remained a mystery. Ultimately, my parents and Charizard collapsed before me, as Dragonite fled this place under the urging of human trainers. Following this, I, accompanied by my Pokémon, ascended to the status of champion in the League region, endowed with the authority to mobilize all elite trainers within the League. What do you suppose my thoughts should be at this moment? Should I seek vengeance on that Dragonite? Or should I hunt down every member of its kind and eradicate them all? Dragonite, initially disinclined to listen, found itself captivated by Lin Feng's narrative, which seemed to weave a tale reminiscent of its own experience, as if imbued with some enchanting force. It could not help but be drawn in. Moreover, a vision unfolded before it. In a hazy reverie, it transformed into the very Dragonite that shattered a child's family, and as time flowed, that child gradually matured into a top-tier trainer. Following its gaze, it saw the child leading formidable human trainers, methodically cleansing one location after another, capturing and eliminating all Dragonites and Dragonair in their wake. The cries, the shrieks, the countless deaths of its brethren stirred something within Dragonite's heart, prompting a desire to leap forward and confront this human trainer, for grievances have their rightful owners. Yet, in the vision, it found itself unable to break free from an invisible restraint, forced to trail behind this human trainer, eliminating one after another of its kind. Until at last, this land bore no more Dragonites. Only then did its capacity for action return. But by that time, its reappearance held no significance. The opposing trainer merely exclaimed, "Ah, so there's still another Dragonite here. Such a reckless and destructive Pokémon does not deserve to exist." It yearned to resist, to assert that it was the humans who first subjected it to their relentless studies. Yet in the present moment, no explanations were offered, and a swarm surged forth. Crack! The vision shattered with a sound. Dragonite's eyes gradually focused, and it beheld Lin Feng once more. However, Lin Feng's attention was now directed towards the nearby Slurpuff. Today was a rare sunny day, and at this moment, the midday sun gently descended, casting its rays upon Slurpuff's smile, which stood in stark contrast to its earlier panic as it awakened from a nightmare. No one is inherently unworthy of existence, nor is anyone immune to the world's persecution. The humans of your dreams, those within the tales, bear my reflection after a drastic transformation, while that Dragonite embodies the shadow of your future. Now, what is your choice? Upon witnessing Dragonite awaken from its slumber, Lin Feng's gaze shifted to the bottle of juice resting on the ground. In it, he had infused a potion of Dream Spinach juice from the previous encounter. Chapter 175, Dream Juice. October 6th, overcast, temperature 18 to 24 degrees. Inside the kitchen, as time passes, the arrival of cooler weather has become inevitable. To speak frankly, this weather is ideal, neither too cold nor too hot, but it is indeed the season for donning warmer attire. Lin Feng changed out of his usual short sleeves and into long sleeves, or layered a jacket over his short-sleeved shirt. It wasn't particularly cold. He simply wished to reflect the season. The road construction continued, and interestingly, it had been predicted that rain would fall yesterday. Yet the construction team preemptively summoned a Venusaur to cast clear skies. One must admit, in this world of Pokémon, the impact of natural calamities like weather is quite minimal, unless caused by legendary Pokémon, which herald catastrophic events. Speaking of which, I almost forgot to express my gratitude to Champion Feng Yang. Reflecting on the previous days, Lin Feng murmured softly to himself, as it was clear that the road construction had benefited from Champion Feng Yang's assistance. Honestly, having a champion oversee a small town's roadwork feels akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Shaking his head, Lin Feng recalled the dream juice from the day before. The juice infused with dream spinach exhibited a peculiar culinary effect, allowing the creator to fabricate the dreams of any creature that consumed it. If the creator refrained from participating in the dream fabrication, the creature would merely experience a fleeting recollection of significant past events, akin to the effect of the dream cake he had fed to Beedrill previously. However, Over the past few days, when he mixed spinach juice into the sweet fruit juice, he discovered that the unique effect had dissipated. Initially, Linfeng attributed this to a decrease in the amount of spinach juice used, but later realized it was more closely tied to his emotional state at the time. He had been pondering whether dream spinach could alter dreams, and casually experimented by adding spinach liquid to several bottles of juice. Now, it seemed clear that it was indeed possible. This meant that his challenge of recollecting memories was feasible. The issue, however, was that the amount of spinach liquid was limited. The last batch he had carelessly made only yielded 4 bottles, one of which he had given to Dragonite. The results had been promising, as it had remained more docile by Mewtwo's side these past few days. Though its eyes bore a hint of contemplation, what it was pondering, Linfeng could only guess. That left him with 3 bottles remaining. While there was still a bit of dream spinach juice left, Linfeng could not offer too much dream juice. This meant it was a product not suited for mass production. Sighing, he shook his head. This product was inherently specialized, not typically required by ordinary trainers. And the process of weaving dreams demanded considerable time and effort. Selling it in bulk would complicate matters further. It would merely depend on whether any fortunate soul required such juice. Stretching, Linfeng chose not to linger in the kitchen any longer. Over the past few days, the kitchen behind the garden had nearly been completed. Due to the urgency of its use, it was still a basic brick and tile structure, albeit larger in size, equipped with electrical wiring and adorned with tiled walls. Naturally, the external tiling would be addressed soon. Navigating effortlessly to the plantation, the superior was performing its usual task of cultivating grassy terrain. However, it seemed to have encountered a streak of bad luck lately, as no new mutated vegetables had appeared, though a new mutated flower had emerged. This was a morning glory, specifically a Chishi morning glory, boasting an absurd effect. The Chishi morning glory, derived from the mutation of a morning glory, when plucked and worn, attracts the attention of its kind, enhancing their affinity before the flower withers. In summary, Linfeng found it rather lackluster. Perhaps he would let the sturdy chicken wear it on its head someday. Besides Superior, the plantation now housed only Frostless, Milotic, the sturdy chicken, and Butterfree. And there were also the 20 Pidgey perched upon the pine tree. Generally, Linfeng's breeding house received only a few dozen orders a day, which meant each Pidgey was only fulfilling 2 to 3 orders daily, rendering their work quite leisurely. Thus, Linfeng found himself seeking ways to keep them occupied. After all, these Pidgeys had grown up in the wild. Apom was accompanying Eevee, Glacian, and Slurpuff, while Dragonite remained suspended in the sky, and shiny Gardevoir was in the kitchen with sweet bamboo. Mewtwo, appearing only for meals, was rarely seen otherwise. Linfeng speculated whether it returned to the world tree daily, only to reappear when it was time to eat. That seemed overly burdensome. Linfeng turned his gaze to the sturdy chicken. After a period of endurance training, its physique appeared more refined, and it had grown taller, showing signs of potential evolution. At a glance, it is evident that the panel is on the verge of evolution. Sprite, Mighty Chicken. Gender, male. Ability, Super Acceleration. Qualification, Red. Individual values. Strength, level 35-38. Skills, Spark, Peck, Quick Attack, Charge Beam, Mud Slap, Aerial Ace, Night Slash, Brick Break, Dig, Agility, Detect, Flamethrower. Affinity, 92. Joy value, 20. Why is the trainer staring at me? Is it time for a meal? Levels 35 to 38 indicate that evolution is merely a few days away. However, this thought is overshadowed by the desire for food. Linfeng diverted his gaze to the ruler snake and Milotic. The energy levels of these 2 Pokémon are nearing level 50. And considering the transformation of the once tiny Snivy and Feebas in just over 2 months is nothing short of remarkable. Subsequently, the Floral Celio has also made significant progress, fully recovering under the nourishment of long-term SSS-grade energy blocks, and even advancing to a purple qualification. Yet, due to its later development, its current energy level still lags behind that of the Mighty Chicken. Occasionally, Linfeng observes it. Unlike the Milotic that prefers to stay in the garden, the Floral Celio has become quite lively after regaining its strength, shedding its initial timidity. With Linfeng's permission, it sometimes swims out from the water channel, exploring the flower paths on either side and quietly observing passersby. However, its small size renders it largely unnoticed. Furthermore, it occasionally glances at the Milotic and ruler snake, a glimmer of yearning in its eyes. Clearly, it longs to evolve into its final form. Suddenly, a few flakes of scale powder drifted down beside him. Upon noticing Linfeng's arrival in the garden, Butterfree fluttered over and settled beside him. Linfeng extended his hand, and Butterfree effortlessly landed on his shoulder. Chapter 176. The journey begins for Qinshu, the new leaf Meow. Speaking of which, ever since Butterfree's evolution, it has not been as gluttonous as it was during its Caterpie days, perhaps because it no longer needs to frantically accumulate energy. Instead, It has developed a greater interest in the flowers within the garden. Linfeng tasked it with pollinating the blossoms of the fruit trees during the day. Butterfree, you are becoming increasingly beautiful, Linfeng remarked as he gently stroked its wings, feeling the fine, sand-like texture, and couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Butterfree? It responded, puzzled. All right, I'm complimenting you. Go play, Linfeng said, patting its head and sending Butterfree into the sky. Just as he intended to continue towards the barn, Rotom flew over. Master Rotom, you have a private call. A private call? Linfeng paused for a moment. Due to the breeding house. He had two phones, one for connecting to video calls for the breeding house and another private one, known only to a select few, including Uncle Moo from the dairy ranch and Chun Xiao from the flower company, as well as the former breeding house employee, Qin Shu. Upon checking, it was indeed Qin Shu. Linfeng's interest was piqued. Ever since the arrival of Iguan Shi, he hadn't thought much about his little cousin. He answered the call, and as soon as the line connected, a youthful, melodious voice chimed in. Brother Feng. No need to be so loud. I can hear you. Linfeng instinctively motioned for Rotom to move closer, then waved it away for more distance. He then realized that the girl seemed to be tidying up her belongings in her dormitory, surrounded by various items like jackets, pokeballs, and essential supplies for the field, including healing items and energy blocks. Hee, are you preparing for a journey? Linfeng inquired with curiosity. School has only just begun, hasn't it? Have you already completed your liberal arts theory studies? Yes. Today is my last day at school, and tomorrow I embark on my journey. My first destination is to participate in the Youth Cup held this month in Changsha City. Qin Shu exclaimed excitedly, her enthusiasm palpable for her inaugural adventure. After double-checking her travel essentials, Qin Shu looked at her phone and asked, Brother Feng, will you be able to come cheer for me? Linfeng pondered briefly and nodded. Changsha City, huh? If you make it to the semifinals, I will definitely come to support you. The Youth Cup is the very competition where the Bug-type champion, Liang Feng, first gained recognition with his B-drill, securing second place in the Pokémon Battle Tournament. This is an official provincial-level competition, with restrictions stating that trainers must have captured Pokémon for less than a year, and their Pokémon must not exceed 1 year of age. If it takes place in Changsha City, riding on a Dragonite, a round trip would be swift. Coincidentally, he also wishes to visit Changsha City, the wilderness area where his parents disappeared. He intends to seek help from Mewtwo and Mew to see if they can uncover anything. Moreover, if memory serves him correctly, there is a chance for him to guess a Pokémon egg at the Wangwang supermarket in Changsha City. Although it may seem trivial to him now, he thought it would be worthwhile to see if any desirable Pokémon might be present. Alright. Upon seeing Linfeng nod, Qin Shu's expression brightened considerably, exclaiming that she would undoubtedly reach the semifinals. Observing her enthusiasm, Linfeng said, Why don't you summon your Squirtle for me to see? It had been a while since he had seen his second contracted employee, and he felt a sense of longing. Okay, Qin Shu replied, reaching for her Squirtle's Pokeball from her waist. With a flash, the once naive Squirtle emerged, initially delighted to see Linfeng, but suddenly shrank back as if it had seen something. Linfeng turned to see that it was the ruler snake swimming over, curiously watching him on the phone. Seeing the healthy, clear-eyed Squirtle, Linfeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. To be honest, he had been somewhat worried that Qin Shu's studies might detract from her care for Squirtle. After all, this Pokémon was considered half of his own upbringing. It seemed that after spending some time as a cashier, the girl had matured significantly, shedding much of her previous exuberance. Otherwise, based on his understanding of Qin Shu, she shouldn't have passed her liberal arts studies so swiftly. Squirtle. The Squirtle smiled at Linfeng, reminiscing about the days when it would sneak into the breeding house to beg for food. After taking out Squirtle's Pokeball, Qin Shu did not stop there. She produced another Pokeball, proudly declaring, By the way, Brother Feng, I have now captured my second Pokémon. Linfeng's curiosity was piqued. Second? What is it? It's a cat, a new Leaf Meow. Qin Shu giggled as she released her second Pokémon, revealing a small, light green cat with large eyes and a big head. Its body petite. Around its neck, it bore a collar resembling leaves, with slightly reddish whites in its eyes. Compared to Eevee, its fur was shorter and sparser. However, as soon as new Leaf Meow let out its first meow, Linfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meow? Upon emerging, new Leaf Meow immediately leaped into its trainer's embrace. Nuzzling affectionately, its soft, delicate voice instantly captivated Linfeng's attention. He was somewhat incredulous. New Leaf Meow? Where did you capture this? There shouldn't be any breeding houses for such Pokémon in Wudong City, right? This is one of the starters from the Paldea region, a distant land from the Donghua region. Alas, dear Qin Shu cradled her new Leafeon, stroking its fur without raising her head, and remarked, it was a gift from the school. They mentioned that my recent performance in the Pokémon testing has been commendable, hence this reward, a rare Leafeon from the Paldea region. They suggested that I embark on a journey to participate in the competition in Changsha City. The school provided this? Lin Feng's expression faltered. As the Youth Cup approached the semifinals, it was evident that the institution hoped Qin Shu would reach that stage, thereby bringing honor to the school. However, he too yearned for a Leafeon of his own. Chapter 177. A day of swiftly challenging 8 gyms. Once Lin Feng ended the call, his partner, the Regal Superior, spoke up. Xiao, is she going to compete? Indeed, Lin Feng nodded. Xiao, can we go? That should be feasible. The 1-year limit for the Youth Cup is counted from the moment you acquire your first Pokémon. Given that the Superior is fully evolved, it surely has not exceeded that time frame. Xiao, what about strength? Lin Feng observed the eager demeanor of the Superior and shook his head. You are likely far from their level. In past Youth Cups, the top trainers' Pokémon typically hovered around the gym level, making it seem somewhat unfair for the Superior to compete. Lin Feng instructed Rotom to pull up last year's Youth Cup Finals video. After a brief glance, the Superior's interest waned. The battle featured a fully evolved Venusaur against a Talonflame. It was clear that Venusaur emerged victorious, employing its signature toxic stalling tactic, utilizing Leaf Storm to secure its win over Talonflame. Yet, in the Superior's eyes, such a match seemed easily solvable, as toxic stalling could not withstand the escalating power of Leaf Storm. Moreover, this Venusaur appeared significantly weaker than itself. Let us observe the competition when the day arrives. If suitable opponents present themselves, we might give it a try, Lin Feng reassured. He felt that having the Superior accompany him was somewhat unfair, as the young Snivy had always relished battles, a trait that persisted even after its evolution. However, aside from the Baby Cup battles during its evolution into Servine, the Superior had yet to engage in any significant competition. Unfortunately, its rapid ascent in strength had left it at a level far above the trainers currently frequenting the breeding house. In just over 2 months, it had nearly reached the threshold of the Elite Four. Yet, with this trajectory, the upcoming Continental Championship in 3 months could provide the Superior an opportunity to satiate its competitive spirit. Should we give it a try? Lin Feng pondered. The champion of the Continental Championship would be awarded a prestigious Elite Trainer certificate, accompanied by a substantial monetary reward. However, a hurdle lay in the requirement to challenge 8 official gyms to participate. He hardly possessed the time to travel from one to another. When the time came to face those challenges, he could have Dragonite assist him, while Gardevoir could help expedite the gym battles. Perhaps he could even request a letter of recommendation from Mr. Champion? Xiao, the Superior interrupted Lin Feng's musings. What is it? The Superior lowered its head slightly. Xiao, the human from the construction site has arrived, stating that the route connecting the garden and the second plantation has been cleared. Oh, is that so? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The cleared route indicated that the second plantation was now fully enclosed, and the next step would involve preparing the land and clearing debris. While there were many Pokémon in the plantation capable of completing these tasks, Lin Feng believed it best to assign the work to the Sandshrew. That little one had not shown up in quite some time. A few days prior, he had spotted it assisting with the digging, but once the soil was cleared, it had become scarce again. In the past, when Squirtle was around, it would often bring back treats for the Sandshrew. But now that Squirtle was gone, the plantation seldom required tilling, and thus the Sandshrew would not come by uninvited. Its pride was not as robust as Squirtle's. However, on occasion, if the Sandshrew encountered Lin Feng on the road, it would graciously accept some food, cherishing it as it slowly savored the treat. Perhaps he could offer it a wage, allowing it to claim some energy cubes each day, or perhaps provide it with some money to learn how to purchase energy cubes on its own. After all, the cashier was quite attentive. Time was not pressing. The Sandshrew could till a bit and plant some berry trees. Indeed, Lin Feng intended to dedicate this new plantation entirely to berry trees. Moreover, this plantation was considerably larger than the one beneath his feet, at least a third greater in size, extending all the way to the river bordering the forest. Milotic would have to water that plantation via the irrigation channel leading from the river, thereby increasing its activity levels and allowing it to venture out occasionally. Very well, let us go take a look. Lin Feng promptly traversed the barn and turned towards the garden. From this vantage, the left side featured a newly constructed kitchen, while the right housed the newly established plantation, though newly established merely meant encircled by wooden fencing. Surrounding it were thorn seedlings sown to grow into a dense thicket within a month, providing both concealment and deterrence to other Pokémon, with the primary aim being obscurity. Nonetheless, all the clearing work would require Lin Feng's direct involvement, including weeding, loosening the soil, and removing stones. He approached the far end of the garden and opened the gate he had left there, stepping inside. The area was overrun with weeds, reminiscent of the state of the plantation when he first took charge. Yet, it was worth noting that at that time, he had to pull weeds alongside his Snivy. And now, time had changed. These weeds were far easier to manage. Lin Feng glanced at the Superior, which bore a nostalgic expression, clearly recalling the days spent weeding alongside him. He remembered how, back then, it would insist that he not snatch the weeds from it for food. Reflecting on it now, He felt a twinge of embarrassment. Seeing Lin Feng smiling, the superior couldn't help but adopt a stern expression, which left Lin Feng perplexed, as he had believed their relationship had been quite amicable lately. Had he inadvertently upset it? What is it? Lin Feng inquired. Yet, the superior merely shot him a glance before slithering ahead, and as the verdant energy began to radiate, the surrounding weeds withered away. Lin Feng, momentarily bewildered, chose not to dwell on it. He simply observed the superior unleash its grassy terrain, causing the weeds to vanish in a flurry, and an unexpected thought crossed his mind. Perhaps the growth energy of those weeds was being absorbed by the grassy terrain conjured by the superior, resulting in their decay. In the future, should he encounter a Pokémon that could take root, might he use grassy terrain to compete for nutrients during battle? The thought flitted through his mind, and Lin Feng deemed it worth exploring if the opportunity arose. In just 2 to 3 minutes, the weeds in this plantation, larger than the previous one, had been thoroughly cleared. Chapter 178. A gift from you. Embracing what you cherish, planting trees. Speaking of planting fruit trees, Lin Feng began sorting through the fruit tree seeds awarded by the system during this period. As time passed, the frequency of special rewards from the system had notably diminished. Lin Feng was acutely aware that the trainers and Pokémon who had been purchasing from the Pokemart in Wudong City for an extended period had already consumed the energy cubes cultivated in his breeding house. Regardless of how delectable the food may be, consuming the same dish over an extended duration inevitably leads to a sense of monotony. However, through this prolonged accumulation, the variety of berries within his system storage remained within a steadily increasing range. There were even various seeds for berry trees, albeit in limited quantities. He had only a few types: 2 seeds from the Special Scales berry tree, 5 from the Sand Scales berry tree, 3 Dragon's Clear berries, and 3 lychee berries, each a unique variety. Additionally, there was a seed from a berry tree known as the Chimi berry, which, when consumed, could enhance a Pokémon's focus during battles, effectively increasing their accuracy. Yet, Lin Feng believed that the effects should extend beyond mere accuracy enhancement. After all, concentrating could also logically improve a Pokémon's evasion during combat. Frankly speaking, this made it quite suitable for aerial challenges, as such contests necessitate improvements in both accuracy and evasion rates. For trainers who had faced numerous unsuccessful attempts, this could serve as a consolation prize, or perhaps it could be utilized as a challenge-specific energy cube, which would undoubtedly appeal to many. Before facing a boss challenge, one must purchase health and energy restoration items. What is wrong with targeted training and acquiring specific energy cubes? Moreover, compared to the singular berry provided by the other Pokémon's delightful offerings, these berry seeds, once matured, would evidently yield a more stable supply of berries. However, the upcoming tasks for the Sovereign Serpent and Milotic would be somewhat more demanding. Milotic was manageable, as it had the assistance of the Floral Sea Lion. If necessary, the future gelatinous Mewtwo could also summon rain. The Sovereign Serpent, after clearing the weeds, returned to Lin Feng's side. You've worked hard, Lin Feng graciously acknowledged. The Sovereign Serpent said nothing but glanced around, and upon noticing their solitude, it lowered itself slightly to meet Lin Feng's gaze. Sovereign, it called out. What is it? Lin Feng inquired, somewhat puzzled. The Sovereign Serpent's tone was neutral. Sovereign? Do you hold a fondness for that Pokémon you just saw? Are you referring to the new Leaf Meow? It's all right, Lin Feng replied, exhaling in relief. Having thought the Sovereign Serpent was about to ask something more profound. Encountering something one desires equates to affection, so one could say he liked it quite a bit. Sovereign, is it because it's small and can be cradled in your arms? The Sovereign Serpent inched closer. Lin Feng was once again intrigued by the question. Cradled in my arms? Not quite. Liking it is a prerequisite. Only if one likes something would they be inclined to hold it close. If not, they would not wish to embrace it. Take my Charizard now, for instance. Would it willingly embrace me? He elaborated on his example of Charizard. Furthermore, if it weren't for Mewtwo, the previous Charizard was more inclined to embrace me with its devastating moves. Sovereign, is it because you like the younger version of me more? The Sovereign Serpent pondered, though its tone remained calm. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, slightly astonished. No matter whether it was the younger you or the present you, I hold affection for both. It's just, how should I put it? Observing the bewildered expression on the Sovereign Serpent's face, Lin Feng paused, then, in a moment of impulsiveness, embraced it gently in response to its astonished gaze. Of course, it was merely a light embrace, and he released it almost immediately. My affection for the younger you is simply because you were small enough to fit comfortably in my arms. But that does not imply that I would dislike you upon growing up. Rather, it's because you've grown that I can no longer hold you as before. Sovereign, Lin Feng chuckled, adding, besides, even if I could lift you, in front of everyone, you wouldn't want that, would you? Sovereign. The Sovereign Serpent initially froze, then, after contemplating the scenario in its mind, suddenly seemed to grasp something, its expression turning frosty. Yet, the very next moment, Lin Feng's words shattered its icy demeanor. He raised his hand, gently patting its head. Don't worry, I still like you the most. Sovereign. The sovereign serpent became flustered, casting glances around until, upon realizing their solitude, its eyes filled with a mixture of embarrassment and indignation, as if to say, what are you going on about? Yet, internally, it could not help but feel a surge of joy. At that moment, a delicate laugh wafted through the air. Meow? As if the fabric of reality had become unstable. Ripples began to appear before Lin Feng's eyes. Soon after, the elusive Mew materialized before him, covering its mouth with a giggle, flitting over to the sovereign serpent, and then, with a playful demeanor, hovering beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt unfazed by the creature's appearance. However, the moment the sovereign serpent laid eyes on Mew, it was utterly taken aback. This little cat has been here all along. Meow? Do you like it? Lin Feng likes the sovereign serpent. Mew's eyes squinted into crescent shapes, beaming with delight. What's the matter? Of course, I like it, Lin Feng replied, wishing to catch this little cat for a proper petting session. Pondering if he could transform it into the likeness of New Leaf Meow to alleviate the longing he felt from earlier. But Mew turned swiftly, alighting on Lin Feng's shoulder, curiously observing him. Meow? Does Lin Feng like me? With a hint of exasperation, Lin Feng responded, of course, I like you. Who wouldn't adore a cat that brings unique rewards from time to time? It's just that you are a bit too childish. Meow? Well, Mew also enjoys the delicacies Lin Feng prepares. Upon hearing this, Mew cheerfully flitted to Lin Feng's other shoulder, producing a pitch-black stone and dropping it into Lin Feng's hand. Before he could examine it, Lin Feng became somewhat dejected upon hearing the response. What do you mean you like my cooking? Can't you just say you appreciate my charismatic personality? Yet, when Lin Feng glanced down at the stone in his hand, he froze, his eyes widening in shock. Chapter 179, The New Profession of the Overbearing Brother. SSS level ingredient, Darkrai Shadow Stone, long held by Darkrai, imbued with intense Dark-type emotional energy. Note, water infused with it can serve as a particular seasoning. Wasn't this the stone that Darkrai had given to Feng Yang on that day? Could this streetwise cat have pilfered it from Feng Yang? That certainly wasn't a good turn of events. Lin Feng swiftly turned to inquire of Mew whether this stone had indeed been taken from Feng Yang. However, before he could utter a word, the Mew perched on his shoulder had already soared into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. This prompted Lin Feng to silently muse. No wonder everyone calls you a street urchin. Yet, he resolved to ask it about the origin of the stone during dinner later that evening. Turning his gaze back to the sovereign serpent, he noticed it had swiftly made its way to the plantation. With a resigned sigh, he muttered, well, I suppose I'll go find the sand shrew. Winding his way out from this still-developing plantation, he followed the cobblestone path towards the town's exit, nearing the road. This area was where most of the town's residents congregated, including the home of Qin Shu. Upon arriving at Grandpa Qin's house, Lin Feng found only the sand shrew within. As it was the Pokémon companion meant to assist Grandpa Qin with farming tasks, and thus was not required to remain in its Pokeball daily. In fact, one could say it never had the concept of a Pokeball. After he explained to the mole's reason for seeking it out, the mole's small expressions transformed with visible excitement, yet it restrained itself from immediately agreeing to Lin Feng. Instead, it clasped its hands in a gesture of respect, indicating it needed to consult Grandpa Qin first. Unhurried, Lin Feng lingered at the entrance of the quaint little house, watching the mole eagerly roll off towards the road construction site, unable to suppress a chuckle at its sheer delight. It truly was a creature easily pleased. Before long, the mole returned, bobbing its head repeatedly, clearly indicating that Grandpa Qin had given his approval. Consequently, Lin Feng guided it to the new plantation. The mole, upon beholding the vast expanse of land before it, widened its eyes in astonishment, then erupted into a frenzy of joy. Such a large area. How long would it take to work through all this? How many bowls of spicy noodles would this be worth? Standing beside it, Lin Feng observed the mole's astonished expression and remarked, given the considerable area we need to till this time, and the necessity for meticulousness in removing all the stones therein, shall we proceed slowly and with care? The mole nodded vigorously, its demeanor suddenly serious. With such a substantial task entrusted to it by Lin Feng, it felt a profound sense of responsibility to perform well. Once Lin Feng informed it of the specific area to be worked on that day, the little creature promptly set to work. Watching its earnest effort, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. In this regard, the mole was refreshingly straightforward. It would finish when it finished, unlike the previous vine snake that had a knack for procrastination. In this respect, the mole indeed shared some traits with the diligent honeybee. Shaking his head, Lin Feng decided to shift his focus and contemplated purchasing some spicy berries. Though his plantation no longer produced them, and it was not the season for spicy berries, in this world filled with Pokémon endowed with wondrous abilities, cultivating out-of-season vegetables was a trivial endeavor, albeit at a slightly higher cost. Upon returning to the cultivation house, a BB bird, burdened with a pack prepared by an Audino, soared towards the outer city. Linfeng glanced at the Audino, asking, "How are you adjusting?" It had been quite some time since it brought its sister here. Occasionally, he would see it playing joyfully with the EVs and the Ice Vulpix, yet the older sibling's expression seemed perpetually somber. Without the presence of the constant power of the land, Linfeng was unsure of the Audino's true emotions. "How's everything going?" he inquired. The Audino nodded seriously. "It's going well, especially with Rotom around. The bookkeeping tasks are quite manageable." It had gradually become accustomed to the work here, and it appeared that its sister was also adapting well. However, there was one concern. Lately, it had noticed that its sister's growth rate seemed to be catching up to its own. This was likely due to the sister's frequent care for Pokémon babies and the Frostlass, leading to an abundance of positive emotions collected during her days. Yet, the older Audino harbored no negative thoughts. As long as its sister was happy, that was sufficient. This was precisely what their father had advised before he departed. "You are her elder brother, so do not let her be bullied by trainers." Linfeng had also observed this subtle change. When they first arrived, the older Audino was slightly taller than its sister, but now, it seemed that the younger Audino was on the verge of surpassing the older one in height. However, Linfeng was uncertain about how to address this situation, as the emotional energy available from the cashiering work was exceedingly limited. "Xiaofeng! Xiaofeng!" Suddenly, a shout broke Linfeng's reverie, drawing his attention. A road worker, a resident of the town, along with a Machoke, entered. Notably, Machoke had a large patch of blood on its leg. Alarmed, Linfeng rushed to Mashoki's side. "What happened?" "It was an accident. While transporting rebar, it accidentally got scratched by the sharp edge," the road worker explained with a hint of exasperation. "This is the first time I've brought this Machoke to work, and I didn't expect such an incident to occur." Machoke, feeling embarrassed, squirmed slightly but did not express any pain. "Let me take a look." Linfeng squatted down to examine Mashoki's leg, which was smeared with blood. At first glance, it seemed to be a significant amount, but after a gentle touch, he discerned that it was merely a superficial wound. He intended to use his healing power when he noticed the older Audino had followed him out. An idea sparked in his mind. "Can you bandage?" The Audino nodded. "Yes. I learned from my mother." Because of Beedrill, it had become quite adept at such tasks after learning from its mother alongside its sister. "I'll fetch a basin of warm water to clean it and assess the situation." The Pokémon had robust constitutions, and by the time Machoke arrived here, the bleeding had already ceased, so the worker was not overly concerned. Once Linfeng brought the warm water, the Audino skillfully began to clean the wound, apply ointment, and bandage it. Finally, Linfeng added a layer of his healing energy to aid in the recovery. The moment the healing energy enveloped Machoke, any discomfort it had felt dissipated, leading it to gaze in surprise at the Audino. "Ah, I'm glad it's nothing serious. How much do I owe you, young man?" the road worker inquired, observing Mashoki's neatly bandaged leg. "There's no charge. You're helping us repair the roads in our town, so this counts as a work-related injury. It's all free of charge, and I didn't do much. The credit goes primarily to my older Audino," Linfeng replied with a smile. After exchanging polite refusals several times, the road worker departed, thanking the Audino before taking Machoke away. Watching Machoke leave, the older Audino felt a surge of joy, buoyed by the emotional energy it had just gathered. At that moment, Linfeng turned to it, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "It seems you might need to take on the role of a caregiver in the cultivation house." The Audino responded eagerly. "All right." Having accomplished yet another task, Linfeng's spirits lifted. Although no Pokémon had yet sought treatment at the neighboring cultivation house after an injury, once challenges began to arise, battles between Pokémon would inevitably lead to injuries, providing the older Audino ample opportunity to gather positive emotions. Chapter 180. A renewed conversation with the Dragonite. October 8th. With the diligent efforts of numerous Pokémon and road workers, the road construction was nearing three-quarters completion. The work for the Dragonite gradually eased, allowing it to return to the cultivation house from time to time, under the influence of the older Audino and Ice Vulpix. The behavior of the Glamour also became more lively. During mealtimes, it no longer merely trailed behind Mewtwo or Linfeng. Occasionally, it would pick up Ice Vulpix or EV and bring them to its side to share meals, and the bonds among them were undeniably strengthening. If Linfeng's Eye of Insight could perceive the closeness between Ice Vulpix and the Glamour, he might even suspect that the Glamour's affinity with them had surpassed its bond with him. Then came the Dragonite. Linfeng had been observing it daily. Over time, it had visibly settled down, no longer baring its teeth at the road workers below, and the crimson hue in its gaze had noticeably faded. One afternoon, Linfeng approached this usually silent dragon and first glanced at its status panel. Species, Dragonite. Gender, male. Ability, overconfidence. Qualification, red. Individual values. Strength, level 79. Skills, Roost. Dragon Breath, Dragon Dance, Dragon Tail, Dual Wing Beat, Hyper Beam, Flamethrower, Body Slam. Earthquake. Description: a formidable Dragonite of immense power. Affinity: 30. It perceives you as an eloquent speaker. Happiness value: 10. Upon observing this panel, Linfeng nodded in satisfaction. Compared to the Dragonite that had just arrived, its energy level had completely recovered, and its affinity had risen to 30, no longer wearing the despondent expression it once did. Over the past few days, he had utilized numerous SSS-grade abilities to develop energy cubes. It seemed that the earlier losses had been nearly compensated. Linfeng, feeling familiar, patted its shoulder, and the Dragonite glanced back at him before turning away again, even letting out a yawn, as if accustomed to it. Meanwhile, the Mewtwo beside them looked at Linfeng with a hint of surprise. It was unaware of what Linfeng had done to the Dragonite that day, but ever since, the Dragonite had grown significantly quieter. Was he perhaps persuading the Dragonite, just as he had with it? What was he thinking? Soaring into the sky, Linfeng landed directly on its back. The Dragonite impatiently increased the frequency of its wing beats, but refrained from uttering more. Interestingly, without psychic abilities to sustain it, the Dragonite had to flap its wings continuously to remain airborne for extended periods. This meant it was perpetually engaged in wing flapping throughout the day. However, this time, it surprisingly responded to Linfeng. Ong, referring to the human that once captured me. Captured by a human? Linfeng became intrigued. Logically speaking, given your strength in the wild, who could possibly capture you? What kind of Pokémon did they use? Surely it wasn't Mewtwo, right? Linfeng glanced at Mewtwo. In the early days of its creation, Mewtwo indeed aided Team Rocket in capturing a plethora of Pokémon. Mewtwo's expression darkened. Not me. Most of the Pokémon I captured, I released afterwards. It recalled the human who had placed restrictive armor on it. His Beedrill was exceptionally powerful. At that time, having believed his words, it had helped him capture other Pokémon daily, but all from a single species. It was during that time that it began to question the very meaning of its existence. At that time, Linfeng pressed for more. The Pokémon captured were primarily from a single species. At this point, Mewtwo hesitated. Linfeng sensed its discomfort and chose not to press further, shifting his gaze back to the Dragonite. If it wasn't Mewtwo who captured you, could it possibly have been a Beedrill? After all, it should be a Pokémon of the champion level, necessitating formidable opponents to be involved. Yet, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, Mewtwo's expression became bewildered. It had just been contemplating that Beedrill, but it had never mentioned to Linfeng that the human had a particularly powerful Beedrill. Ong. Beedrill. The Dragonite's face flashed with disdain. Ong. Impossible. That was merely a feeble insect. The ones that captured me were a vast multitude of Pokémon, a whole swarm, accompanied by an enormous spaceship. Upon mentioning this, the Dragonite became agitated. If it were just one Pokémon, it would not be frightened. Among those that surrounded it, it would not fear any single Pokémon. But when they all attacked together, it could only gradually exhaust its stamina, ultimately being captured. That sounds rather despicable. They resorted to numbers to overpower you. Linfeng agreed with its sentiment. Ong. Indeed. One day, I shall capture them and greet them with my claws. Seeing Linfeng's agreement, the Dragonite became even more animated. Raising its sharp claws, Linfeng continued to echo its sentiments, and the Dragonite grew even more excited, its claws glinting with anticipation. Yet, in the next moment, it felt something was amiss. Gazing incredulously at Linfeng. Ong? You agree? Yes. I merely wish for you not to harbor malice towards other humans. I don't want you to harm the innocent. Chapter 181. The Ghost Stone Seasoning. Linfeng chose not to interfere with the grievances. That was the Dragonite's affair. However, if it meant directing that hatred towards all humans, Linfeng felt he needed to guide it, just as he had previously fabricated a story for the Dragonite. He believed if grievances had no beginning and debts no end, then hatred would only perpetuate endlessly. Ong. So you mean I can seek out those individuals? The Dragonite said, rather excitedly. Of course, I won't stop you. Revenge for grievances, payback for wrongs. If Linfeng were to think about it, if he were captured and subjected to daily blood extraction for research, upon regaining his freedom and strength, his situation would hardly differ from the Dragonite's. Much like the champions in the stories. Therefore, Linfeng wouldn't impede the Dragonite's desire for revenge. Ong. Alright. The Dragonite's initial demeanor towards Linfeng shifted to one of less resistance, even appearing increasingly amiable. This human was quite agreeable. Not only did he provide food daily, but now he also did not obstruct its quest for vengeance. With wings unfurled, it prepared to take to the skies, but Linfeng promptly called out, Wait. Don't move around indiscriminately. Let me finish my explanation. Ong. The flapping of its wings paused, though it was excited. The presence of Mewtwo nearby compelled the Dragonite to obediently halt. What is it you wish to do now? Ong. Seek vengeance. Revenge? Linfeng placed a hand on its wing. What do you intend to use for that? If they captured you once, they can certainly do it again. With so many on their side, why would you assume they would engage you one by one? The Dragonite paused, suddenly recalling that although its strength had recovered, It had originally possessed this very strength when it was captured. Now, without any change in ability, wouldn't it still be susceptible to capture? Seeing the realization dawning upon it, Linfeng continued, "So, let us focus on growing stronger before seeking revenge." Observing the Dragonite's happiness value rise and fall once more, Linfeng affectionately stroked its head. For now, it would be best to remain in the sanctuary. The Dragonite nodded earnestly. As a Dragon-type Pokémon, its lifespan was extensive. It was currently in its prime and had ample opportunity to grow stronger and seek revenge later. Moreover, it sensed that the pace of strengthening here was considerably quicker. Calculating this way, it wouldn't take long. Perhaps soon, it could exact its revenge. With a newfound purpose, the entire countenance of the Dragonite brightened, as if rejuvenated. Witnessing this transformation, Linfeng smiled with satisfaction, feeling that his efforts during this period had not been in vain. After the Dragonite's affinity increased once more, Linfeng returned to the new kitchen in the garden. From his storage ball, he retrieved a bottle containing a piece of black stone, filled with a considerable amount of liquid. This was the ghost stone that Mew had brought him a couple of days prior. Initially, he had thought it was the one Darkrai had given to Feng Yang, but upon hearing Mew's explanation, he learned that it was taken from Darkrai itself. This revelation relieved Linfeng. However, Mew then promptly produced a feather from a Moltres, informing him that this was obtained from the Moltres under Feng Yang's command. Linfeng's expression at that moment turned to stone. A stone taken from Darkrai and a feather from Moltres. "You truly are remarkable," I remarked, a mix of astonishment and amusement coloring my tone. "Are you aware that by taking these items without asking, you are essentially stealing from their rightful owners?" Linfeng gently tapped Dream's forehead, emphasizing that such behavior is not commendable. Dream shook its head in response, casually asserting, "But they have plenty. These are mere consumables. And I enjoy collecting peculiar items." It spoke with a nonchalance reminiscent of the feathers of a firebird. If one were to take them, they would regrow, and if left untouched, they would naturally shed during molting. Additionally, battling certain Pokémon could also result in the loss of feathers. Intrigued, Linfeng mused, "By your logic, my food is also a consumable. Speaking of which, when you first arrived here, you transformed into a Pidgey and secretly devoured my provisions. Let me illustrate an example for you. Imagine you are the guardian of the World Tree. The World Tree is your essence. Yet it bears treasures immensely valuable to humanity, items that, as you mentioned, regenerate automatically and are thus consumables. Now, if a human were to stealthily ascend the World Tree to take such treasures without your consent, would that make you happy?" Dream fell into deep contemplation, for the World Tree represented its very foundation. Should the World Tree vanish, so too would it, along with the entire ecological system of the world. Naturally, it would disapprove of any harm inflicted upon the World Tree without its approval. Shaking its head, Dream replied, "Not happy. The World Tree is vital. Indeed, the principle remains constant. You understand that taking something without the owner's consent is an act that breeds discontent." Linfeng gently patted its head, observing its reflective demeanor without further comment. After all, Pokémon like Dream, which have existed for countless years, require gentle guidance to grasp such concepts. Other methods would be futile. As he cast his gaze upon the vial containing the Netherstone, Linfeng fell into thought. Initially, he pondered whether he could persuade Dream to return it. But Dream indicated that the essence of Darkrai could be found in multiple locations across the world, making it difficult to locate the specific Darkrai they had encountered before. Furthermore, after Dream had extracted the stone, Linfeng noticed that it emitted energy whether submerged in water or not. However, if left dry, this malevolent energy would gradually envelop the town, potentially transforming it into a ghost town once more. Although the presence of Mewtwo and Dream would prevent such a scenario. Should it remain in water, the released energy would slowly dissipate into the liquid. Thus, it would be better to keep it immersed. Water infused with the Netherstone, when used in cooking, seems to induce a remarkable transformation, making dishes more appealing to Dark-type Pokémon. Side effects may include inducing nightmares, though this can be countered with opposing energy. Chapter 182, World Leaf Tea. Dark-type Pokémon and Nightmares. In Wudong City, there wasn't even a breeding house for Dark-type Pokémon. Who would want to consume such dishes, knowing they might induce nightmares? Yet, regarding the counteracting energy, Linfeng recalled Cressilia's crescent feather. Unfortunately, encountering Cressilia was no easy feat. The system had yet to provide any rewards. Putting away the useless seasoning, Linfeng produced a piece of dark, leaf-like rock. Although it resembled a leaf, its texture was akin to that of stone. This was a leaf from the World Tree, but not one granted by the system. It was a gift from Dream after their discussion. It seemed Dream believed that Linfeng's example was a desire for some treasure from the World Tree, hence the offering of a leaf. Little did Dream know, Linfeng's example was merely that, an example. However, since Dream had already presented it, there was no reason to retract it. SSS grade ingredient. Leaf of the World Tree, taken from the core area of the World Tree. It can be stir-fried and seemingly used as tea leaves. Having received a leaf from the system previously, Lin Feng had been contemplating its use. To his surprise, Dream had now presented another. After the incident with Darkrai, Lin Feng recognized that all items dropped by legendary Pokémon carried a resonance. This meant that if he used any legendary item, its owner would sense it regardless of their location. Hence, the Silver Feather, Sacred Feather, and Holy Ash remained undisturbed in his system space, as he feared that using them would prompt their respective owners to seek him out. To be honest, after realizing this, Lin Feng worried that the system rewarded Molter's feather might attract its attention. Yet, given the time that had passed without incident, it seemed the three birds from Lugia's emergence had not noticed. Now that he understood the World Tree's leaves could be stir-fried, Lin Feng wasted no time and tossed the leaf into the iron pan. The process of preparing tea is not particularly complex. It involves 2 steps, stir-frying and kneading the leaves, aimed at removing moisture. However, given the rock-like appearance of the leaf, Lin Feng was uncertain about its moisture content, so he continuously monitored its state using Eye of Detection. When the description of the ingredient changed, he promptly extracted it using his psychic powers. Legendary grade ingredient, World Tea, crafted from leaves of the World Tree. The description was simple, yet upon seeing the word legendary, Lin Feng fell into contemplation. The last time he encountered a legendary grade ingredient, it was Dream's Eyelash. The resulting dish had significantly enhanced the strength of both the superior and shiny Gardevoir. Moreover, he recalled the azure flames unleashed by the Frostlass. So, what sort of dish could this legendary ingredient yield? Tea was the most straightforward option. With hot water poured over it, one could create tea. Then there were tea eggs, 2 of the most typical choices. Other possibilities included tea rice, tea duck, and various other dishes. Perhaps starting with tea would be prudent? Lin Feng mused. The beauty of tea lies in its ability to be brewed multiple times. One could add more water to the leaves for repeated enjoyment. With that thought, he acted swiftly. Since this was a leaf gifted by Dream, there was no need for hesitation. He boiled a kettle of water and tossed in the leaves. In an instant, an enticing aroma began to waft from the kettle. Before long, a Pokémon approached, drawn by the delightful scent. Yip yip yip, how fragrant. Your nose is the keenest of all. Lin Feng chuckled as he looked down to find the first visitor, an ice Vulpix, eagerly wagging its fluffy tails, its mouth curling in delight as it exclaimed. Yip yip yip. Lin Feng, what delicious creation are you making? Lin Feng replied, it's not food, it's a drink. Go call the others and let them prepare for a meal. Yip yip yip. The six-tailed fox could not help but cast a glance at the kettle beside Lin Feng, pondering the source of the alluring aroma wafting through the air. This scent was unlike anything it had encountered before, and it wondered what delightful dish the trainer had prepared today. With an eager bounce, it scampered off to seek out its companions. Just as Lin Feng was about to use Eye of Insight to assess the effects, a call from behind prompted him to turn around once more. To his surprise, it was the robust chicken, drawn by the enticing fragrance. This was the first time it had caught a whiff of such a delightful scent and could not resist coming closer. Reluctantly, Lin Feng had to shoo it away, insisting, Not yet, not yet. You must patiently wait in the garden. After the robust chicken had departed, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief and finally turned his attention to the kettle. Legendary cuisine, World Tea, brewed from the leaves of the World Tree, possesses mysterious and unique effects, allowing Pokémon that consume it to grow closer to nature. Culinary Effect 1. The first creature to drink the World Tea will find it easier to gain the affection of other beings. Culinary Effect 2. Grass-type Pokémon will deepen their understanding of nature, unleashing a grass-type field that enhances special attack power by 50. Culinary Effect 3. Favored by the World Tree. Those near it will sense its emotions. Culinary Effect 4. By channeling the will of the world, the first drinker has a certain probability of negating 75 damage when struck by a super effective attack. Culinary Effect 5. Creatures consuming the tea have a chance to receive the World Tree's wave gift, with a higher probability for stronger brews. As anticipated, there were 5 culinary effects. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he reviewed them. Aside from the third effect, which seemed somewhat negligible, the other 4 were undeniably impressive. The first effect could enhance affinity, which was significant for Lin Feng. The second effect promised to boost the power of grass-type Pokémon skills. Combined with the previously acquired legendary energy cube, the power of the Monarch Serpent skills would increase by 80. He shuddered to think of the potential power when stacking these enhancements. The fourth effect was also beneficial, capable of mitigating damage from skills, suitable for any Pokémon. As for the fifth effect regarding the wave, Lin Feng felt a surge of interest. In his mind, the value of wave power was on par with that of psychic power. Ever since acquiring psychic abilities, he had contemplated the possibilities of harnessing both the power of eternity and that of the mind. He mused about other powers that might be accessible within the Pokémon realm, such as the powers of transcendence, Wave, and Spirit. Yet, it was the wave power that excited him the most. With wave abilities, he could comprehensively monitor his breeding house. He had even thought about seeking out Uncle Liang's Lucario to see if he could gain wave power. However, after 2 unsuccessful visits when Lucario was away guarding the forest, he returned empty-handed, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Greater concentration leads to higher chances? Lin Feng pondered as he poured the first cup of strong tea. The color was indiscernible in the kettle, but upon pouring, he discovered the tea was a vibrant green, refreshing to behold. Raising the cup, he inhaled deeply and whispered a hopeful prayer. May fortune favor me with the wave. To Lin Feng, the odds of acquiring such an effect were anything but trivial. After allowing the tea to cool slightly, he took a hearty gulp. How bitter was his immediate reaction to the tea's flavor. However, the initial bitterness quickly transformed into a refreshing sweetness, as if his entire being had been cleansed. These sensations were secondary. Lin Feng was more focused on the effects the dish would bestow upon him. After a while, he began to assess the power within himself, only to feel a sense of disappointment. Aside from his psychic and eternal powers, no other abilities seemed to manifest. In essence, when it came to acquiring new powers, he remained in a state of misfortune. Among the 5 culinary effects, only one held value for him: the ability to endear himself to other creatures. With a quiet sigh, Lin Feng dismissed the thought and sealed the kettle, preparing to share the tea with his companions. He wondered who among them might be the fortunate one to refine their understanding of the wave. From what he understood, all things possessed a wave, varying in strength and utility. Then came the time for cooking. A faint rustling from behind alerted Lin Feng, and he understood. Due to the presence of the construction team, he could not manage food preparation alone, and at this hour, Shinado would typically come to assist him. For the workers and Pokémon of the construction team, Lin Feng had deliberately chosen dishes that would expedite their recovery and boost their energy. Once, Hu Bao had commented, "It's remarkable. I initially thought this house would take 2 or 3 months to complete, but now it seems we can finish in just 2 months. Everyone is so motivated." Lin Feng could only smile in response, remaining silent. An hour later, at the garden's dining table, the robust chicken was eagerly awaiting its meal. Occasionally glancing toward the kitchen with curiosity, it wondered what delectable dish was responsible for such a tantalizing aroma. The iced six-tailed fox, along with its companions, the Eevees and the Slurpuff, shared in the anticipation. As more Pokémon gathered, the dining area, which had once sufficed with a single pavilion, had to be expanded. Taking advantage of Hu Bao's construction team, Lin Feng had them build several tables of varying sizes and styles to accommodate the diverse Pokémon. They even erected small canopies for shade. However, some Pokémon preferred not to join the communal dining experience. For instance, the Miltanks favored the tranquility of their stalls, while the Candies would amusingly gather honey while feasting. Observing this, Lin Feng and the Pokémon in the plantation would often exclaim, even while dining, "They do not forget to gather honey. Such diligence." "Frosty?" asked one of the Snom, appearing quite cheerful. Under the guidance of the loving Sylveon, they approached the dining table. One Snom, noticing the robust chicken's frequent glances, inquired, "Frosty?" "Of course I'm happy. It's time to eat." The robust chicken replied with enthusiasm. Who wouldn't be delighted at mealtime? Then, gazing at the delectable Snom before it, the robust chicken raised its bowl, offering it to the Snom. "Frosty, a bit of cream, please. I'm quite famished." The Snom felt it inappropriate to engage in conversation and, leaving behind a bit of cream, scurried over to the iced six-tailed fox. "Frosty, what were you discussing?" "Whimper, whimper, whimper," replied the iced six-tailed fox, glancing back and recognizing the fragrant companion from the room. "I just caught a whiff of a scent in the kitchen that I've never encountered before. This surely signals the arrival of new treats." "Frosty, new treats?" The Snom's heart raced with excitement at this revelation, prompting it to call out to Sylveon, "Frosty." Understanding the cue, Sylveon approached with care, gently lifting the Snom and placing it on a small table designated for the Snom and Sweet Bamboo. Oh my! Upon its arrival, the Frost Milk Fairy first shared the delightful news with the other Frost Milk Fairies, and then expressed gratitude to its companion, the caring sister. "Thank you, Frost," it said. The caring sister, having absorbed the emotion of thanks, wore an even broader smile. It must be noted that previously, when the Frost Milk Fairies and Tian Bamboo wished to change locations, it was quite a challenge due to their small size and limited mobility. What might seem like a mere few steps to other Pokémon often took them several minutes, or even upwards of 10. In the past, they even needed to seek assistance from Shinado, who, however, was sometimes too busy to be at their side at all times. With the presence of the caring siblings now, these issues were significantly alleviated. Just then, a crimson shadow streaked across the sky, causing the previously cheerful Frost Milk Fairies, who had been animatedly discussing their meal for the day, to huddle together in trepidation as they gazed at the blood-red silhouette descending from above. Undoubtedly, it was the Dragonite. Its terrifying arrival had startled the frost milk fairies during their first mealtime. Though their expressions had since softened considerably, the lingering impression it left on them was too profound, leaving them quite fearful. Fortunately, at that moment, Lin Feng emerged from the kitchen alongside Shinado. Tea is served. Chapter 184. The Gym Leader Candidate, Mewtwo. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the muscular chicken was the most eager, nearly rushing over. Alas, it caught sight of Shinado beside Lin Feng. Within the entire plantation, aside from Lin Feng and the monarch serpent, Shinado was the one that the muscular chicken feared the most. After all, Shinado had raised it. And although it was usually gentle, the muscular chicken knew that provoking her would lead to dire consequences. In contrast, Lin Feng was far more amiable. If it wanted to eat, it could indulge as much as it desired, provided it followed Lin Feng's training regimen. Observing the multitude of Pokémon eagerly awaiting their meals, Lin Feng retrieved their favorite foods from storage spheres and arranged them on their tables. These were all simple, everyday dishes. Thus, upon seeing the spread, the muscular chicken did not react with excitement, but instead looked at Lin Feng with anticipation. However, when it noticed that Lin Feng had not produced any additional food after stepping away, it couldn't help but feel puzzled. Hadn't there been delicious food just a moment ago? Why was there none now? Watching Lin Feng grow more distant, it finally called out, "Cha-cha, Lin Feng turned back, observing the muscular chicken's confused expression, and quickly realized what it was referring to. That, is something you eat after your meal. The tea, he explained, was meant to cleanse the palate post-feast. Upon hearing this, the muscular chicken felt a twinge of disappointment, but the thought of savoring the deliciousness it had just caught a whiff of spurred it to eat faster. The other Pokémon, overhearing this exchange, also hastened their eating, curious about the delicacies recently discussed between the Ice Six Tails and the muscular chicken. Once all the Pokémon had received their meals, Lin Feng approached Mewtwo. "How are you finding your stay here?" He realized that despite having resided there for several days, he had yet to inquire about Mewtwo's feelings. Mewtwo paused in silence, glancing at the happy Mew beside it, then turned back, replying, "It's quite pleasant, though. A bit idle." Each day, it observed Dragonite, who, despite gradually becoming more stable in temperament, left Mewtwo with an inexplicable sense of nurturing satisfaction. Yet, with Dragonite's personality stabilizing, Mewtwo found itself at a loss. After watching Dragonite, what was it to do next? Idle? Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment before chuckling. "In a short while, there will be a Pokémon battle competition in Changsha City. Would you be interested in attending?" Lin Feng was referring to the Youth Cup, scheduled for the 23rd of this month, with ample time remaining as it was only the 8th. "Trainer battles, you say?" Mewtwo nodded. "All right." Although it had witnessed numerous trainer battles during its journey, it certainly would not decline Lin Feng's invitation. "Rest assured, I won't let you be idle for long. After the road is repaired, I will need your assistance with something," Lin Feng remarked, giving Mewtwo's shoulder a light pat. Recently, he had refrained from broadcasting challenge information through video channels due to the road's unrepaired state, which made travel inconvenient, and some rules had yet to be established. For instance, what could be challenged on which days of the week? If the slots filled up, appointments would need to be scheduled on Mondays or Sundays. Furthermore, once the house was complete, he intended to create a flat area for future battles or as a potential gym location. The ideal spot for a gym would be at the town's exit, where a vast expanse of abandoned farmland lay. However, the process of establishing a gym was far more complex than Lin Feng had anticipated, as he discovered through recent inquiries. Firstly, a trainer's strength must be demonstrated with at least 6 dominant Pokémon. Secondly, having a specialized type was relatively easy to address, as long as one Pokémon was above the quasi-champion level. There were also political reviews, written examinations, and league interviews. One must challenge 8 official gyms and possess certificates for either the top 8 in provincial competitions or the top 16 in the Intercontinental Conference. In summary, the bureaucratic requirements left Lin Feng feeling overwhelmed. The crux of the matter was that if he were to open a gym, he truly did not wish to be confined to it daily. Once appointed as a gym leader, he would effectively become a member of the league staff, subject to the league's jurisdiction in a designated area, which he found unappealing. Thus, in his mind, the most suitable candidate for a gym leader was Mewtwo. He merely wished to take on an occasional guest role. Although Mewtwo was a Pokémon, it could transform into a human, making it perfectly capable of fulfilling the responsibilities of a gym leader, wouldn't you agree? As for the league's attempts to mobilize it, that would be a matter between them. In a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng had initially intended to seek out either Dragonite or the Slime Dragon for a heart-to-heart discussion. However, halfway there, the muscular chicken approached, balancing a plate that appeared to be licked clean, its face adorned with an expression of eager anticipation. Clearly, this creature had come to request the delectable food Lin Feng had mentioned earlier. Noting its demeanor, Lin Feng couldn't resist teasing it. "To be honest, you might not want to drink this, but if you do, you must finish it, understand?" The muscular chicken nodded earnestly, given the enticing aroma. It was certain that this new delicacy would be delightful. Thus, Lin Feng wasted no time. After scanning the area and noticing that everyone seemed to be finishing up, he retrieved a thermos filled with tea, along with cups and other containers, using telekinesis to distribute them in front of each Pokémon. He even remembered to set aside some for the 3 bees and the large milk can, preparing to deliver it to them later. Then, with the muscular chicken's eager gaze upon him, he poured a cup for it. The rich, fragrant aroma wafted through the air, even more enticing than in the kitchen. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, realizing he had overlooked a characteristic of the tea. The first brew only grew richer with steeping. Thus, the outcome should only improve. With this thought, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that he had a special affinity for the power of aura? Chapter 185. Mastering the Pokémon of Wave Guidance. Whether he truly has a connection with the wave guidance remains uncertain. Yet beside him, the robust chicken, undeterred by the heat, eagerly opened its beak and gulped down the tea in one go. However, midway through, its expression instantly transformed into one of bitter dismay. As it prepared to expel the tea from its mouth, naturally, Lin Feng would not allow such an act. With quick reflexes, he seized the chicken's beak and tilted its head back, compelling it to finish the drink. If you're going to drink it, then drink it all. This is a precious elixir, and it must not go to waste. After downing the tea, the robust chicken was overwhelmed by a wave of bitterness, staring at Lin Feng in astonishment. What is this? It mused, recalling that the sautéed bitter melon from their last meal had not been so harsh. I did mention that you might not enjoy it, but this is an invaluable substance, so it must be consumed. Lin Feng replied, pouring tea for the other Pokémon. He himself had just downed the tea in one go, fully aware of its bitterness. However, he knew that after the bitterness comes sweetness. Upon witnessing the robust chicken's expression, the other Pokémon were filled with trepidation regarding the tea before them. Reluctantly, Lin Feng had to explain, urging them not to be frightened by the robust chicken's reaction. This tea should be sipped slowly, not consumed in a single gulp as the chicken did. Furthermore, the tea is highly beneficial for their growth, and every Pokémon must partake. At least taking a sip, Lin Feng felt a pang of regret for teasing the robust chicken, now resembling a parent forcing a child to take medicine. The first to try was the Shinado. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's forceful insistence on the robust chicken, it sensed that the tea was indeed special. Cautiously, it took a sip, furrowing its brow at the bitterness, understanding why the robust chicken was reluctant to drink. However, it soon felt something amiss. After consuming the tea, Shinado became acutely aware of its surroundings and the movements of the other Pokémon, with clarity that transcended mere psychic perception. Unlike psychic abilities that only register the essence of nearby Pokémon, this allowed it to perceive tangible elements, like the presence of grass or stones. Moreover, it sensed a new power within itself. Shinado paused, momentarily overlooking the sweetness that followed. Is this it? It gazed at Lin Feng, who was still pouring tea for the other Pokémon, his expression imbued with a hint of anticipation. Was this akin to the dishes the Frostlass had consumed, enabling them to unleash their abilities? Shinado waited in silence. Lin Feng, growing anxious, reflected on his initial lack of favor from the World Tree. He wished to test the likelihood of his Pokémon receiving its blessing and harnessing the power of wave guidance. After all, his breeding grounds housed over 50 Pokémon. Surely, there must be a couple of fortunate ones among them. Excluding Mew, all the Pokémon, under Lin Feng's watchful gaze, obediently took a sip of the tea. Some Pokémon initially resisted, but after tasting the afterglow, they found it tolerable and continued to drink, such as Sweet Bamboo and Milotic. While others like the Emperor Snake found it too bitter and abstained after the first sip, Lin Feng did not press them. The effects of the tea were often most potent upon first consumption, and if the probability of acquiring wave guidance was slim, there was no reason to force them. Once most Pokémon had sipped the tea, Lin Feng eagerly inquired, has anyone learned a new skill? What? Frost? Show? No. Pidgey? As he continued his inquiries, Lin Feng's heart sank. The overwhelming majority of Pokémon shook their heads in response. Only Sweet Bamboo and the Emperor Snake seemed to sense a slight change within themselves. But Lin Feng recognized this was due to their grass-type nature. Disheartened, he pondered the fact that none of his Pokémon had grasped the wave guidance. As he contemplated the tea in his hand, a wave of disappointment washed over him. At that moment, Mew fluttered from its dining table, landing beside Shinado. Gazing at it curiously, meow, it sensed a faint essence of wave guidance emanating from Shinado. Is this it? At that moment, Shinado finally spoke. When Lin Feng turned to look, he noticed a small energy orb forming in Shinado's right hand. The orb shimmered a pale blue, adorned with swirling patterns. Lin Feng's eyes widened in realization. This was it. Wave guidance. He had not anticipated that Shinado would be the one to master it. Just as he prepared to approach, he noticed the orb in Shinado's hand diminishing in size, its potency appearing rather faint. Shinado explained, this power is quite weak, making it difficult to consolidate. yet it allows me to perceive my surroundings with clarity. At this moment, Shinado seemed genuinely intrigued. Can it be enhanced? Lin Feng asked eagerly. Shinado's gaze shifted towards the teapot in Lin Feng's hand, implying that it could be, but would require more of that particular tea. Lin Feng snapped back to reality. Recalling the tea's culinary effects, the richer the brew, the higher the probability of receiving wave guidance from the world tree. It wasn't just the first sip that held the highest chance. This meant that as long as Lin Feng had a steady supply of tea leaves, he would eventually acquire the power of wave guidance. He turned to Mew, who was watching the scene unfold with keen interest. Hey, little Mew, shall we discuss something? Chapter 186, Evolution, Blaziken. Meow? Observing Lin Feng suddenly rubbing his hands together with a smile, Mew didn't find anything amiss and inquired, Meow? What is up? It was now Lin Feng's turn to feel somewhat bashful. Just days prior, he had spoken to Mew about the treasures of the world tree, and now he found himself yearning for its leaves. Do you happen to have any of those leaves? If they're consumables, could you perhaps bring some from time to time? Lin Feng found himself in an unusual predicament. Meow? Mew tilted its head, glancing at the teapot in Lin Feng's hand, realizing that the water inside had been brewed from the leaves it had provided. Clearly, Lin Feng had not been mistaken when he spoke of his desire for the treasures of the world tree. Mew began to speculate. If someone were to secretly infiltrate the world tree and cause harm, would that truly affect it? With this thought, Mew resolved to establish protective measures for the world tree upon its return, ensuring it could fend off any intruding humans. How clever of it. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, noticing Mew's prolonged silence, assumed it regarded the leaves as precious items of the world tree. He sighed softly, understanding that if they were truly valuable enough to impact the world tree, he would let it go. Clearly, the world tree was of far greater importance than his own pursuit of wave guidance. Meow, there are plenty, but they're from the world tree. I'll get some when I return, Lin Feng. Mew shook its head, covering its mouth as it chuckled. Just wait for me. Upon finishing his words, he soared into the sky. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's lips gradually curled into a smile. Many? The acquisition of this wave-guiding power is merely a matter of time, isn't it? Lin Feng picked up a cup and poured himself another drink. Although it still tasted bitter and he had yet to gain the wave-guiding power, his spirits lifted considerably. Having hope is certainly better than being devoid of it. Observing all the Pokémon having finished their meals, Lin Feng was about to tidy up the cups and plates on the table when a sudden surge of energy caused him to sense something and turn his head. It turned out to be the recently tea-drinking muscular chicken, which, in an attempt to suppress the bitterness lingering in its mouth, rushed over to the Frost Cream Fairy to request some cream to counter the bitter taste. However, as soon as it took a bite, its body began to shimmer with a white light, and it rapidly stretched, growing taller and more proportionate. This unexpected spectacle captivated everyone's attention, yet no one found it odd. After all, the muscular chicken had been subtly glowing with white light lately, and now was indeed the right moment for its evolution. Once the white light dissipated, what appeared before everyone was a fiery chicken, standing nearly 2 meters tall, adorned with a V-shaped emblem on its forehead, elongated milky white hair at the back of its head, and orange-red fur covering its thighs. Unlike the typically handsome fiery chickens post-evolution, this one seemed somewhat dazed, still holding a plate filled with unfinished cream. Nevertheless, the surge of power coursing through its body, coupled with the visual transformation, made it clear to the creature that it had indeed evolved. Oh! The fiery chicken gazed at the plate of cream in its hands, momentarily torn between eating it and putting it down. It felt a strong desire to consume it. Yet with all the Pokémon's eyes upon it, indulging would feel somewhat awkward. Go ahead, eat. Just eat. Lin Feng approached it, expressing a hint of helplessness. Although his Pokémon rarely engaged in battles, making evolution during combat a rare occurrence, the fact that it evolved while eating cream and then remained fixated on the cream was indeed a source of amusement. Watching the fiery chicken resume eating, Lin Feng sighed inwardly. He recalled his initial aspiration to nurture the fiery chicken into a hero of the town, much like the one from Kalos. But now, observing its shimmering feathers, crimson-tinged legs, and slender physique, if one disregarded the cream-stained mouth, everything seemed splendid. Pokémon, fiery chicken. Gender, male. Ability, speed boost. Talent, red. Individual values. Strength, level 40-43. Skills, Ember, Peck, Quick Attack, Flame Charge, Mud Slap, Air Slash, Night Slash, Brick Break, Dig, Agility, Detect, Flamethrower. Friendship, 94. Joy value, 70. Finally, no more bitterness. Will it eat more after evolution? After finishing the cream, the fiery chicken contentedly assessed its current state. Although its arms and thighs appeared slightly slimmer, it was evidently stronger. When it squeezed the muscles on its left arm, the firmness was palpable, and the fiery energy within was more vibrant than ever. Lowering its gaze, it realized that the trainer it once had to look up to now seemed a tad shorter. This realization reignited its confidence. Oh, a race? Lin Feng was taken aback before laughing. All right, let us have a race before dinner this afternoon. Oh, I'll win and then have barbecue. The fiery chicken eagerly expressed its desire. All right. If you win, I'll treat you to barbecue, Lin Feng replied, both amused and exasperated by its request. At that moment, Sweet Bamboo was brought over by the caring younger sister, while the floral sea lion leisurely swam closer. Both Pokémon congratulated the fiery chicken on its evolution. And the fiery chicken simply grinned foolishly, raising its fist to signify that it would protect them just as Lin Feng described the fiery chicken hero. This eased Lin Feng's heart. It seemed that this fellow had not completely forgotten the tales he had shared. Initially, Sweet Bamboo had felt a bit intimidated, seeing how much taller the fiery chicken had grown compared to its companions. However, upon hearing the fiery chicken's words, the expression on its rosy fruit-like face transformed into one of joy. Sweet, it exclaimed. The floral sea lion, meanwhile, looked on with a hint of envy at the fiery chicken. Shenandoah approached and patted its head, reassuring, don't worry, you will evolve soon too. The floral sea lion paused for a moment, then nodded earnestly. It could see that the trainer had recently been expanding a new plantation. And once the new plantation was established, it would be able to assist the trainer in caring for Sweet Bamboo after its evolution. Beside them, Sweet Bamboo, led by the caring younger sister, momentarily ceased its joyful expression. It glanced at the increasingly formidable fiery chicken and then at the floral sea lion, which was eager to evolve. The smile on its face gradually faded, and ultimately, it focused on the tiny Everstone it was carrying. It seemed that everyone was becoming more powerful, contributing increasingly to the trainer. Did it still need to carry this Everstone? Chapter 187. The Reward of the Sky Challenge. October 12th, sunny. Today was a rare sunny day. The road construction was now in its final stages. At this point, the Dragonite's task was to invoke rain. By performing the rain summoning technique on the already constructed road, it ensured that the road would remain moist, preventing the freshly dried cement from cracking under the sun's heat. Once this phase was completed, it would be time to lay the asphalt, allowing certain Pokémon capable of deodorization to sprinkle powder along the road. With that, the road would be complete. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was in his room refining the rules for the rewards of the Sky Challenge. This challenge effectively enhances Pokémon's evasion and accuracy during battles, serving as the best training method aside from certain infallible skills. Interestingly, although Lin Feng ran a breeding house, he had yet to officially breed anyone else's Pokémon. Thus, this Sky Challenge marked the first step in expanding his business outreach. The first tier seemed somewhat challenging for novice trainers. However, it should be manageable for those who have embarked on their journeys for a while. Therefore, the reward would be as follows. B-grade Sand Scale Fruit Energy Cube. An energy cube made from sand scale fruit. Long-term consumption can significantly enhance a Pokémon's speed. Effect 1. Long-term consumption slightly increases a Pokémon's individual values and speed. This is for the first tier. To be honest, the energy cubes for successfully completing this first tier challenge are also sold in the breeding house, but they tend to be quite expensive. They are products he casually created using telekinesis in large quantities, and the effects are quite decent. The second tier would offer double the rewards, the third tier threefold. The fourth tier would be A grade, and the final tier would be a super grand prize, though he had yet to decide on that. No rush. As no one could pass it at the moment, there would also be consolation prizes. Regarding the consolation prizes, Lin Feng pondered deeply. Before him lay another dilemma. The Pidgeys in his plantation evidently held the potential to evolve into Pidgeots. This signified that in future Sky Challenges, everyone would be facing Pidgeots. Therefore, it was necessary to specially train the Pidgeys, allowing them to present varying levels of difficulty when confronted with different opponents. As a consolation prize, why not indulge in the sweet juice of the bamboo shoots? It might uplift one's spirits, perhaps. This idea flickered through Lin Feng's mind, prompting an involuntary smile to grace his lips. It serves to comfort those trainers who have endured prolonged battles and met with repeated defeats, urging them not to weep too sorrowfully. And perhaps, a bottle of Moo Moo milk would also be a fitting gesture. However, when it comes to the juice from sweet bamboo shoots, Lin Feng found himself in a quandary. In his plantation, after nurturing the Pokémon for a while, the quality of the produce generally improves significantly. This can be exemplified by the Moo Moo milk, which has now reached an exceptional quality, rivaling that produced by the elite Moo Moo cows of the dairy farm. Yet, in reality, several of these Moo Moo cows have only recently reached level 30. It is hard to fathom the quality of milk they will produce once they attain elite status. Another concern arises. As the quality of the milk increases, so too does its price. A-grade Moo Moo milk now commands a price in the thousands on the market. This leads to a dilemma. The exorbitant price often results in unsold Moo Moo milk. After all, Wutong City is still a small town, and those with affluent backgrounds who can afford to provide their Pokémon with such high-quality Moo Moo milk daily are few and far between. Fortunately, the number of Pokémon on the plantation has increased. The unsold Moo Moo milk can be entirely entrusted to the previous Machoke and the current Blaziken, along with the likes of the Slurpuff. The quality of sweet honey is also gradually improving, although there has yet to be a noticeable change in its grade. Linfeng can perceive the subtle enhancement in quality. However, regarding the sweet bamboo juice, aside from a slight increase in sweetness, there has not been a significant elevation in quality. This leaves Linfeng pondering whether the evolution stone may be stunting its growth. Yet, the sweet bamboo shoots seem resistant to evolution, which is somewhat vexing. Rubbing his forehead, Linfeng decided not to dwell on this matter further. If they do not wish to evolve, so be it. After all, he does not particularly need that juice. Having settled these thoughts, Linfeng intended to seek out Rotom, hoping to find a moment to promote his plantation through his video channel. Upon his arrival at the breeding house, he discovered that the two high school students from before had returned, consulting the ever-helpful AI Guanshi about the challenges. AI Guanshi, unfamiliar with such challenges, was about to send the resting Vulpix to find Linfeng, when fortuitously, Linfeng stepped out of the room. Lin Xiaogu? We are here once again for the Sky Challenge. The moment Lu Hua and Zhang Wu laid eyes on Linfeng, their faces lit up as they approached him eagerly. Their previous challenge had significantly boosted their Pokémon's ranking in class battles within just a day. Having tasted success, they conferred and decided not to immediately divulge the existence of the Sky Challenge to their classmates, opting instead to modestly state that they had been intensively training their Pokémon in recent days. They planned to secretly return for a few more challenges, or at least to inform their classmates after they had passed the first hurdle. However, being students, they remained preoccupied with the expenses incurred during the challenges and the energy blocks required throughout. It wasn't until now that they had amassed sufficient funds for another attempt. So, you wish to challenge? Very well, I shall take you there. Linfeng nodded, contemplating the necessity of informing the Pidgey about establishing varying levels of challenge difficulty, which would also help them manage their energy consumption and performance. Guiding the two to the base of a pine tree, Linfeng called out, and soon, the two Pidgey descended gracefully. Although their prior encounter had only spanned a day, the two students had become somewhat familiar with these Pidgey. Consequently, they quickly followed the Pidgey to their designated area. Observing from a distance, Linfeng chose not to linger, turning back towards the breeding house. Judging by the students' enthusiasm, the Sky Challenge proposal was evidently feasible, allowing him to confidently promote it on his video channel. Chapter 188. Together. October 16th. The road from Wudong City to Wudong Town has been completely repaired. Under the cheerful farewell of the town's residents, the construction crew, accompanied by their Pokémon, departed. Compared to the previous narrow road that barely accommodated a single car, the new road is now at least 3 times wider and paved with smooth, dark asphalt. That evening, Linfeng posted 2 videos on his Lin Xiaogu account. The first was straightforward, announcing the completion of the road and welcoming everyone to visit the shop for their favorite energy blocks. The response to this video was overwhelmingly positive, with most comments expressing excitement. Wow, the road is finally fixed. Every time I went to Xiao Ji's breeding house, I had to cram onto a bus. Who knew how uncomfortable it was? Now I can just take a taxi. Xiaogu is really leading the development of the town, fixing such a long road so quickly. Huh, when did the road get repaired? I didn't know. I was just there a few weeks ago. It started just a few weeks ago? Wow, it was fixed in no time. The second video, naturally, pertained to the Sky Challenge. In contrast to the road repair, viewers showed heightened interest in the challenge video, especially upon hearing that merely completing the first tier would yield a sand-scale fruit energy block. Their excitement surged. A first-tier challenge that rewards an energy block worth nearly 20,000 from the breeding house? This reward is incredible. Xiao Lingo mentioned that the challengers are just Pidgey delivering packages every day. If we can't defeat them, surely we can at least hit them, right? Come on, brothers. It's only $1,000. Whoa, there's a time limit. The challenge only occurs on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, with only 3 slots available each day, and we have to compete for them. What? The slots for this week are already gone. Clearly, everyone was intrigued by the energy block rewards. But the fast fingers secured the slots. In the blink of an eye, they realized that all openings for the following week had been snatched up. Left with no choice, they resolved to coordinate in the comment section to visit the next day and investigate. Whatever, we'll find out tomorrow. Anyone up for going together? Brothers upstairs, let's go together. The road is fixed now. October 17th. As dawn broke, Linfeng awoke early. He was acutely aware that following the release of the 2 videos yesterday, a large influx of visitors was expected today. Among those rising early were the AI Guanshi siblings and Shinado. Shinado and the AI Guanshi sister headed to the plantation to tend to the breeding house before preparing breakfast for everyone with Linfeng. It was indeed a busy morning. Linfeng, meanwhile, accompanied AI Guanshi brother to the breeding house. The moment the door swung open, Linfeng spotted several young trainers waiting at the entrance. Oh my, you're all here so early? Linfeng exclaimed in surprise. By now, Everyone was generally aware of the breeding house's opening hours and daily operating capacity, and unless a new energy block was released, they typically wouldn't arrive this early. Yet today, he did not expect such enthusiasm. Good morning, Xiao Gu. The frontmost figure, none other than the familiar evaluation blogger Luan Ming, greeted Lin Feng warmly. Despite the early hour, he was already live-streaming with his selfie stick in hand. Lin Feng smiled in return. Good morning. But I must say, there haven't been any new energy blocks released from the breeding house recently. As an energy block evaluation blogger, it was unusual for him to start a live stream at this time. Luan Ming cast a glance at the selfie stick. It was still early, just past 6 o'clock. And the number of people in the live streaming room was sparse, with only about 100 attendees. However, upon catching sight of Lin Feng, this modest crowd began to flood the chat with messages. They clamored for Lin Xiaoga, demanding a change of host. Who is this man in his 30s? I want to see Lin Xiaoga's Pokémon. Where's the Ice Ninetales? I want to see Ice Ninetales. No, I want to see Gardevoir. Sob sob. You can't even see Gardevoir in Lin Xiaoga's videos. But I want to see it. Wait, did you all really vote? Luan Ming's lips twitched, disregarding the usual rebellious comments from the viewers, and turned to Lin Feng. Hey, about that, didn't you post a video yesterday? Everyone's been commenting in your section, asking me to evaluate whether this sky challenge is real or not, and coincidentally, a fan managed to snag a spot. As he spoke, he pointed to a girl around 18 or 19 years old nearby. The girl was evidently not a first-time visitor. She waved at Lin Feng, calling out, Lin Xiaoga. So you're the Energy Cube influencer evaluating the challenge, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng momentarily froze, then exaggeratedly exclaimed, even so, you all arrived far too early, didn't you? The Pidgeys are still asleep. The challenge has a set time and limited slots, morning from 8 to 10, afternoon from 2 to 4, and again from 4 to 6. 3 chances a day. Hee hee, no worries, I'll just consider it a chance to experience the newly repaired path, the girl replied cheerfully. Then, with a twinkle in her eye, she looked expectantly at Lin Feng. Is the reward Energy Cube for real? This question instantly widened the eyes of the others who had come along, all eagerly watching Lin Feng. He nodded, of course. But it depends on whether you can pass the challenge. Yay. The girl's face lit up with joy, her expression transforming to one of pride. Of course. I've already earned 3 City Gym badges and bought quite a few energy cubes from the breeding house. Lin Feng was taken aback. Trainers who had earned gym badges usually set out on their journey right after graduating high school. This girl managing to acquire 3 badges might just have what it takes to conquer the Sky Challenge. She added with a smile. But I have to wait until the time arrives. I need to make breakfast for my Pokémon first. I'll come back out when I'm done. She nodded eagerly and began to browse around the breeding house with a few companions. However, as they wandered, they were irresistibly drawn to the effects of the energy cubes within the house and began making purchases. Luan Ming felt the same way. Recently, his little Snorlax had evolved into a Snorlax, which was quite a headache for him. This meant that the little savings he had accumulated at the neighboring breeding house would now be spent on feeding the Snorlax. Chapter 189, The First Challenge Success. When Lin Feng emerged from the room again, in addition to the Pidgey perched on his shoulder, he cradled an Ice Ninetales in his arms, accompanied by several EVs. Initially, after having breakfast, Ice Ninetales asked Lin Feng if he had any plans for the day. Lin Feng responded that there might be some challengers for the Pidgeys. Ice Ninetales' eyes sparkled with excitement, insisting that it wanted to go see. All right then, I can only bring Ice Ninetales along. But since Ice Ninetales was going, its little friends, the EVs, naturally wanted to join in as well. Upon seeing Lin Feng emerge with Ice Ninetales in his arms, the girl who had been clamoring for a challenge instantly brightened, her eyes sparkling with delight. Wow, can I hold it? Sob, sob, sob. Ice Ninetales stuck out its tongue at her, snuggling closer into Lin Feng's arms, indicating that it wasn't going to be held. Those who came to the breeding house all wanted to cuddle it. It wasn't that easy. Lin Feng had warned that it might get its fur pulled out. The girl's excitement waned as disappointment flickered across her face. Lin Feng then playfully pinched Ice Ninetales' nose as a mild reprimand, and said to the girl, come on then. With Ice Ninetales in tow and the EVs following, along with a few others, they made their way to the familiar venue. Upon arrival, Lin Feng patted the Pidgey on his shoulder, and it immediately spread its wings and soared into the sky. The challenge area was this concrete-covered space, with 2 modes, offense and defense, for participants to choose from. Additionally, the Pidgeys were restricted to a flight height of no more than 5 meters. Once it came to Pokémon battles, the girl became serious, calling out, offense. Lin Feng nodded and retreated to stand beside Luan Ming. This was the spectator area that Lin Feng had cleared. He had even arranged for some concrete benches, similar to those found in parks, for viewers to sit on. Having procured several bags of cement during the road repairs, and tasked Hubba with constructing them. As soon as he settled down, Luan Ming approached with the selfie stick. Sitting beside him, he raised the stick, indicating that everyone wanted to witness both the challenge's difficulty and the ice Ninetales beside him. Lin Feng acknowledged him with a nod and turned his gaze back to the challenge site. For the attacking side, the time for each challenge was set at 1 minute. However, the attacking side enjoyed a distinct advantage. Within a 2-hour limit, they could increase the frequency of their attacks. After each failed challenge, the rest period depended on the Pidgeys. If they still had energy, the challenges could continue. And as for the Pidgey stamina, it went without saying, they were well equipped for long flights. To Lin Feng's surprise, the girl's Pokémon was a Froakie, one of the starter Pokémon from the Kalos region, and it was quite formidable. Pokémon, Froakie. Gender, female. Ability, Torrent. Potential, blue. Individual values, HP, 12, Attack, 24, Special Attack, 23, Defense, 15, Special Defense, 16, Speed, 26. Level, 2527. Moves, Shadow Clone, Water Gun, Quick Attack, Water Pulse, Swords Dance. This level of strength surpassed that of the Pidgey about to enter the fray. So when the girl stepped up, she confidently declared, Froakie, hit it with a Water Pulse. The dense water energy began to gather in Froakie's hands, and then a spherical water ball launched toward the Pidgey with incredible speed, prompting gasps of amazement from the young spectators nearby. What a swift water pulse. Even Lin Feng could not help but express admiration. Just this water pulse demonstrated that this Froakie had been well trained in both skills and nurturing. Yet, such a water pulse alone would not be enough to capture the airborne Pidgey. It spread its wings, shimmering with a brilliant white light, then deftly dodged the water pulse with agile finesse. Quick Attack. In truth, even these Pidgeys, often employed for delivery, consumed energy cubes that had been tested for enhancing the skill proficiency of flying-type Pokémon, alongside experiences where some Pidgeys would utilize Quick Attack to hasten their journeys. Thus, their agility and speed were truly remarkable. This was also why Lin Feng harbored concerns about whether anyone could successfully challenge them, given the skill proficiency of Pokémon. It was generally quite difficult for ordinary trainers to surpass them. To mitigate this, Lin Feng had set a series of restrictions for the Pidgeys, such as the flight height not exceeding 5 meters. Upon witnessing this scene, the girl, who had initially been brimming with confidence, was momentarily taken aback. So fast, she exclaimed in astonishment. She then had Froakie attempt Water Pulse a few more times, but to no avail. Soon, the first minute had elapsed. The young girl chose not to rest, and neither did her Pokémon, BB Bird. However, the challenge she faced for the second time remained unchanged. Undeterred by past failures, she embarked on a third attempt, which also ended in defeat. A fourth attempt followed suit, and as time passed, the crowd gathered from the nurturing house grew larger. They marveled at the girl's agile responses, particularly during her fourth endeavor, where she adeptly adjusted her strategy. Recognizing her opponent's swift movements, she directed her Froakie to utilize Quick Attack, followed by Water Pulse, creating an unpredictable trajectory for the water attack amidst the rapid pace. Yet, as this approach was uncharted territory for them, Froakie's initial assaults were less than successful. Nevertheless, it gradually honed its skills. Finally, after what felt like countless attempts and nearly an hour's passage, the girl commanded Froakie to execute Quick Attack, then Shadow Clone, using the clones to distract BB Bird, and ultimately secured victory with Water Pulse. The impact was triumphant, as Froakie struck BB Bird with a water balloon. Both the girl and her Froakie were momentarily stunned before erupting in joyous exclamations. Congratulations, Lin Feng waved, instructing BB Bird to return to find Brother Iguan for treatment, before presenting the girl with a box of sand-scale energy cubes. With the tension dissipating, the girl was left with nothing but elation. She cradled her equally exhausted Froakie in one arm, while gratefully accepting the energy cubes with the other, her expression brimming with excitement. Thank you, big brother. Did you see that, Froakie? This is the fruit of our labor. Froakie responded enthusiastically, feeling more fatigued than during any previous gym challenges. Lin Feng chuckled at the heartwarming scene. In the following day, aside from producing energy cubes and preparing meals for the Pokémon and construction team, Lin Feng busied himself traversing between the venue and the nurturing house. His purpose was to explain the rules to trainers participating in the Sky Challenge and observe for any unusual occurrences. The events unfolded smoothly. However, among the 3 trainers attempting the Sky Challenge that day, only one, a capable trainer, succeeded in passing the first tier, claiming a valuable sand-scale energy cube from the nurturing house, this being the first girl. This outcome was well within Lin Feng's expectations. Although the 2 weakest BB Birds in the nurturing house had just evolved and were around energy level 234, it still required a trainer with some experience to succeed in the challenge. While the challenges were ongoing, Lin Feng also had Rotom accompany him to document the process, capturing moments of trainers and their Pokémon facing BB Bird, especially the highlights of successful attempts or timely dodges. Today, the nurturing house saw a considerable influx of visitors. Despite the road repairs and promotional activities for the challenges, several battle enthusiasts chose to linger after purchasing energy cubes, eager to witness the Sky Challenge and contemplate their own chances of success. Upon observing that the first tier's difficulty was somewhat steep, yet realizing that Lin Feng would indeed reward a successful challenge with an energy cube, their spirits were lifted. Over 10,000 energy cubes. And Brother Lin is so generous with his giveaways. Indeed, I've been here watching for days. Out of 9 challenges, 3 trainers succeeded, meaning 3 earned first-tier rewards. That energy cube is truly enticing. I bought one, and its effects were remarkable. My Mudkip has been releasing skills with increasing finesse. Brother Lin is a good person. This challenge only costs $1,000. It's just a pity the second tier is far too challenging. And the slots for this challenge are so hard to secure. They're only available on Sundays. On the cobblestone path in Wudong Town, several teenagers, seemingly around 17 or 18, strolled under the golden glow of the setting sun, animatedly discussing their plans before disappearing at the end of the newly constructed road. Meanwhile, at the nurturing house, Lin Feng sighed with relief after sending off the last successful young trainer of the day, crossing over the gardens to a new planting area. Almost a week had passed since he proposed the Sky Challenge, and today was October 22nd. Throughout these days, Lin Feng's focus had been on the Sky Challenge and the newly established planting area, primarily introducing rules, managing the venue, and addressing any concerns regarding Pokémon injuries during the challenges, all aimed at ensuring the challenge could operate smoothly without his presence. To this end, he enlisted the assistance of Mewtwo and Shinado to help the BB birds gradually acclimate to the challenge's intensity and understand the appropriate level of strength for various tiers. In recent days, 3 BB birds had evolved into Pidgeots, resulting in 4 Pidgeots and 17 BB birds within the nurturing house. The earliest Pidgeot that had accompanied Lin Feng now boasted an energy level of 4,548. His efforts had not been in vain. By now, most BB birds had become accustomed to the first tier's intensity. As for the subsequent tiers, second, third, and fourth, those would have to wait until someone successfully passed the earlier challenges. Meanwhile, the new planting area was steadily progressing. Under the diligent toil of the sand shrew, a significant portion of the land had been prepared, and Lin Feng, alongside his Servine, had begun to plant the appropriate berry trees. Naturally, he prioritized planting special berries first. In this world, the more unique the berry, the slower it grows. So he opted to sow these special seeds initially, supplementing them with some intermediate-grade fertilizer. Although he possessed a considerable quantity of top-tier fertilizer, a sudden surge of growth in such a vast orchard would be far too conspicuous. Thus, he planned to allow the thorns to grow gradually, then densely plant the ordinary oranberries. Once the oranberry trees had matured a bit, he would sprinkle top-tier fertilizer in the areas designated for the special berries. As dusk fell, the sandshrew had just departed with its spicy berry energy cube. Left behind were Lin Feng, Servine, and Dragonite. He skillfully retrieved various berry seeds from the storage ball at his side, burying them in the holes dug by the sandshrew, then using psychic power to cover them with soil. After repeating this process, Dragonite in the sky began to execute its rain dance with precision. The choice of berry seeds over seedlings stemmed from Lin Feng's belief that seeds would be more eco-friendly, and with Servine's grassy terrain support, the potential for mutation would be even greater. As the gentle rain began to moisten the ground, Lin Feng lifted the psychic barriers surrounding himself and Servine. Turning to face her, Xiaoyu, Servine instinctively understood her trainer's intent. As energy surged within her, a radiant green light enveloped the freshly planted berry seeds. With the green glow spreading, tiny sprouts emerged from the brown earth, reaching several centimeters in height. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback before glancing at Servine. Indeed, Servine's energy level had now reached an impressive 50-53, qualifying her as an elite. Impressive, Xiaoyu. The monarch serpent neither shied away nor concealed its feelings. As the number of Pokémon in the breeding house increased, although it maintained a stoic facade, internally it wrestled with a sense of unease. Firstly, the Pokémon arriving at the breeding house were becoming increasingly formidable, transitioning from the likes of Shinado to the more powerful Dragonite, Glamour, Rayquaza, Mewtwo, and Mew, all of which possessed greater strength than itself. Furthermore, there were the little ones. A pang of envy would occasionally rise within. Yet it understood that trainers could not have just one Pokémon. Among them, it harbored the deepest admiration for the Ice Ninetales. Moreover, regarding the utility of the Shinado and the plantation, there was no question that it held the top position. No other Pokémon could match its versatility, picking fruits, generating energy cubes, and tending to the emotional well-being of other Pokémon. The Monarch Serpent recognized that Shinado's capabilities stemmed not only from its potent psychic abilities, but also from its earnest dedication to learning culinary skills from Lin Feng. Despite possessing formidable strength, lacking such convenience and power, the Monarch Serpent could only continue nurturing the plants with grassy terrain. Each time a special plant appeared, Lin Feng would accompany it to the plantation to observe, leading to the monarch serpent harboring great expectations whenever it summoned the grassy terrain. This was merely a desire for Lin Feng's companionship. Nevertheless, despite the tumult of emotions within, the monarch serpent's exterior remained unperturbed, for with Dragonite soaring above, it would not indulge in any display of affection towards its trainer. "Let us go, Dragonite," Lin Feng said, glancing at the darkening sky and tidying up the surroundings, confident that everything was in order before heading towards the breeding house. Behind him, Dragonite let out a jubilant cheer, celebrating the completion of its tasks and the imminent mealtime. Meanwhile, Lin Feng pondered, "Isn't the Youth Cup scheduled for tomorrow?" Chapter 191, Wishing Upon a Meteor. The Youth Cup is set to take place between October 23rd and 25th, spanning 2.5 days. The first day serves as a preliminary round, primarily to filter out overly novice trainers. According to the Eastern Hua Alliance's trainer assessments, this time of year hosts a large-scale examination for novice trainer certificates, leading to a surge of new trainers acquiring their first Pokémon. Consequently, some impetuous youths consider themselves chosen ones, believing that their newly hatched or recently captured Pokémon can conquer all challenges. This filtering stage aims to eliminate such trainers. Once 128 trainers are selected, the official knockout rounds commence. However, the Youth Cup features an intriguing element. After advancing to the semifinals, there is an audience challenge segment. This allows spectators, under certain conditions, to challenge the trainers who have reached the semifinals. The requirements remain the same, being a trainer for less than a year and having captured their first Pokémon. But with an additional stipulation, the Pokémon's strength must exceed the elite tier, or the initial filtering would be rendered meaningless. To be frank, while this challenge adds an air of mystery to the competition, it is decidedly unfriendly to those participants who have entered the contest early. After all, I am in the light while you are in the dark. Trainers hiding in the audience can easily select opponents based on their Pokémon's attributes. Listening to Rotom's introduction regarding the Youth Cup, Lin Feng glanced at the Pokémon gathered around the dining table. The Frostlass seemed utterly indifferent, continuing to eat without a care. The Sweet Bamboo and Floral Sea Lion also feigned ignorance. The Monarch Serpent, well aware of the opponents in the Youth Cup, displayed little desire. The Bada Butterfly was engrossed in a juice bowl, only lifting its head to gaze at Lin Feng when he looked its way. At that moment, a Jew approached, exclaiming, "Boo-ee." It seemed to believe that Lin Feng had no Pokémon willing to battle, as it propped itself up on its hind legs and patted its chest, indicating its readiness. This prompted the Ice Ninetales to raise its head as well, chirping with excitement. A San and a Wu followed suit, curiously lifting their heads too, along with the Glamo, who shared a close bond with them. Lin Feng thought, "The Eevees and Ice Ninetales can accompany me, and when we reach the competition venue, they can nestle upon me and Mewtwo. However, if Glamo joins, it will have to remain in its Pokeball unless it is a battle." Yet, observing Glamo's demeanor, it seemed likely that it would not enjoy being left alone in the breeding house, so it might as well be placed on Mewtwo. Milotic floated in the air, devoid of any thoughts, as it harbored a phobia towards battles. Dragonite, on the other hand, became intrigued, recalling its previous experiences of battling numerous Pokémon for its trainer. However, upon learning that this competition was limited to Pokémon under 1 year old, its interest waned. A 1-year-old Pokémon, on its home island. The probability of encountering either a Dratini or a Dragonair was equal. It had long since outgrown the title of a baby. Rayquaza cast a glance, but, after viewing the previous Youth Cup battle videos, yawned lazily and returned to munching on its energy cubes. Clearly, such battles failed to capture its attention. Mewtwo, however, was indifferent. It had already promised Lin Feng that it would attend. Mew, fluttering over, watched the battle videos played by Rotom, giggling mischievously without confirming whether it would join Lin Feng, seemingly plotting something. Hearing the lively atmosphere, Blaziken finally poked its head out from its food bowl, inquiring, "What is going on? Are we going to play?" Lin Feng replied somewhat dismissively, bemused at the creature's singular focus on its meal, oblivious to the world outside. Yet, it was not incorrect to say they were going to have fun. Watching the competition, deciphering egg puzzles, and exploring the already developed scenic areas was indeed akin to play. Blaziken's eyes lit up, responding eagerly, "Let us go." "All right, I'll take you all tomorrow," Lin Feng said after a moment's contemplation, then directed his gaze towards Rayquaza. "And you too, Rayquaza." Rayquaza nodded slightly, as if in agreement. "Now, let us continue our meal." Lin Feng chose not to disrupt their dining experience. Today's dinner featured a simple, yet nourishing spinach noodle soup, complemented with honey-glazed meat and steamed pumpkin cakes. This season marked the time for consuming mature pumpkins. With the cooling weather, he had replaced juices and iced drinks with rice wine and honey grape wine, ensuring that each Pokémon received an appropriate amount. It is worth mentioning that the plentiful rice purchased from Grandpa Chin was nearly exhausted, necessitating a new purchase of ingredients for rice wine production. However, Lin Feng remained unperturbed, as there was a substitute in the honey grape wine, which was well loved by his Pokémon, including the little Mew, the Grand Mewtwo, and Shenado. With an abundance in the household, he had no fear of depletion. As the evening approaches, particularly during dinner time, the duration of each meal often extends to over an hour. Consequently, by the time one is ready to conclude, the profound darkness of night has already enveloped the sky. However, today seems to be somewhat different. In the deep azure of the night sky, to the east of the town, a striking arc begins to materialize from an unseen origin, followed by an increasingly radiant blue light, as if it intends to illuminate the entire expanse of the heavens. This mesmerizing spectacle quickly captivates the attention of numerous Pokémon. "Wow, how beautiful!" exclaims one. "Look, is that a tail soaring through the sky?" Another wonders. A chorus of astonished cries erupts among the Pokémon, and Lin Feng turns to follow their gaze. He observes a magnificent streak of light cutting across what should have been a pitch-black October sky, appearing almost like a tail due to its bright front and dim rear. He cannot help but smile and explains to the Pokémon, "That is a meteor, a phenomenon where celestial rocks fall from the heavens. The intense heat generated as they traverse the atmosphere ignites the organic materials on their surface, resulting in such a splendid display." A meteor? The Ice Vulpix tilts its head, somewhat perplexed, yet it finds Lin Feng's description of the meteor to be truly beautiful. Lin Feng, too, is enchanted by this wonder. Speaking of the origins of meteors, he suddenly recalls that in this world, there are indeed various Pokémon residing in outer space. Yet, in the original narrative, only a handful of Pokémon have been depicted, such as Rayquaza and Deoxys. According to legend, the Clefairy on MT Moon is also a Pokémon that hails from outer space. This leads Lin Feng to ponder that on other planets within this universe, diverse and extraordinary Pokémon must exist due to varying ecological conditions. While they may differ vastly from the Pokémon found here, their existence is surely undeniable. It is merely the case that they cannot traverse the cosmos to reach other worlds. The luminosity intensifies. The brilliance of the meteor, imbued with a certain essence, causes the typically indifferent Mewtwo's eyes to sparkle with intrigue, observing the collective gaze directed skyward. He cannot help but smile and adds, "Speaking of meteors, there is indeed a Pokémon associated with them. Would you like to hear about it?" Upon hearing this, all eyes turn toward Lin Feng. He gladly assumes the role of a Pokémon scholar. There is a wish-granting Pokémon known as Jirachi, which descends with the meteors to the earthly realm. It is said that if you make a wish to it, it can help you fulfill any desire. "How incredible!" exclaims the Blaziken, its eyes widening as it interrupts Lin Feng. "With such an ability, wouldn't that mean I could have an endless supply of barbecued food and outrun my trainer?" Momentarily taken aback by the interruption, Lin Feng pauses, then smirks as he realizes Blaziken's thoughts and playfully taps its head. "Do not interrupt me." The other Pokémon cast disapproving glances at Blaziken. Even Mewtwo finds himself intrigued. A Pokémon that can grant any wish? Blaziken, feeling a bit wronged, takes a step back. Lin Feng continues, "Yes, it carries the energy of meteors and can fulfill any wish, but there is a significant limitation to this Pokémon's abilities." The listening Pokémon falls silent. Indeed, there is a limitation. The creator bestows upon it the power to grant wishes, but at a tremendous cost. It can only exist in this world for 7 days every 1,000 years. What does that mean? Mewtwo furrows its brow. Only 7 days. What happens during the rest of the time? Lin Feng glances at Mewtwo and explains, "Every millennium, it draws energy from the meteors in the sky, descends to the earthly realm, and possesses its own time. However, after 7 days, it reverts to stone, slumbering for 1,000 years until the next millennium." Mewtwo is astonished. 1,000 years? The other Pokémon also gaze at Lin Feng in disbelief. Having spent some time in the nurturing house, they are well aware of how long 1,000 years truly is. The berry trees bloom and bear fruit daily. Vegetables are replanted with the changing seasons. And Liang Feng has traveled across various regions for a decade, solely to tend to the injury of a bee drill, yet that bond spans over a decade. Even if it is severed, it lingers in one's heart. But a millennium? Who would still remember such a Pokémon? Or rather, those who might remember are no longer around. Meaning that each time it descends, no one remembers it? Mewtwo expresses incredulously. So lonely. Each time it descends, it is all alone. The Ice Vulpix empathizes, imagining Jirachi's solitude. Indeed, very few Pokémon or humans can live for millennia, and with only 7 days of freedom, every moment is extraordinarily precious to it. Lin Feng reflects on this, realizing that the creator bestowed upon it remarkable abilities, yet also imposed an unimaginable burden. He muses that had it known the cost of obtaining such power, it would likely not have wished for it. After his contemplation, he notices that the mood among the Pokémon has noticeably dampened, evidently affected by the tale of Jirachi. Then, the Ice Vulpix tugs at his sleeve. "Could you help it?" Lin Feng is taken aback. "Help it? How would I do that?" Fly into outer space and assist it? He shakes his head. 1,000-year span is too lengthy, and no one knows if they would ever encounter this Pokémon. Let us not be too disheartened. There's another legend associated with Jirachi, which states that when a meteor falls, if one's intentions are sincere enough, it is possible to fulfill a wish. So, would anyone like to try making a wish? He adds, if you don't wish soon, it might just leave. Though the tale is somber, with the meteor about to descend, and the notion of wishing in the air, most Pokémon close their eyes and silently make their wishes. Even shiny Gardevoir, who had been quietly listening, gently shuts her eyes. Blaziken, I hope for endless food, and that I one day be abandoned like the Primarina. Dragonite, these days here are so comfortable. I just want to enjoy them without a care. Superior, may the grassy fields grow more unique plants. I wish to return to my childhood. Ice Vulpix, will Kelly still be sad when she returns home? I hope she finds happiness. Linfong, please don't die. I cannot bear it. The new trainer must take good care of me. I want to bake cakes for him forever. Let Kelly's grandfather come back to life. Primarina, I want to evolve quickly so I can water the new plantation. Gardevoir, I wish for them to grow up safely, for the nurturing house to thrive, and for the trainer to be ever happier while capturing more Pokémon he loves. Mewtwo wishes? What kind of wishes should we make? Sweet Bamboo, I wish to find my mother. Ice Vulpix, Linfong will love me forever. Mew, watching the group of Pokémon with closed eyes. Linfong cannot help but shut his own eyes as well. When he opens them again, the meteors in the sky have dwindled to their last vestiges of light, casting a gentle glow over the eastern part of the town. He speaks, all right, we've made our wishes. Tomorrow will be a brand new day. At that moment, in a distant meadow, a young girl has just finished setting up her tent when suddenly, a brilliant light descends directly towards her. Chapter 192, The Egg of New Leaf Meow. Do you wish to be a hero? October 23rd. Today is Sunday. Linfong is reminding his brother, the ever-busy caretaker, about a few matters. Today, he is set to depart from the breeding house and head to Changsha City. Should any matters arise at the breeding house, he has instructed Rotom to make a timely phone call. Although his absence will be brief, it marks the first occasion that his diligent brother will be left to tend to the entire breeding house alone. Linfong remains somewhat apprehensive. To this end, he decided that Shinado should refrain from accompanying him on this outing, allowing it to assist his sister in preparing meals for everyone at noon. As for the ingredients, Linfong has already prepared them and stored them in the refrigerator. With a serious nod, his diligent brother acknowledged the plan. Aside from the new plantation and the rooms under construction, matters at the breeding house have largely fallen into a steady rhythm. The tasks at hand are familiar to him, having been performed numerous times before, instilling a sense of confidence that he can manage well in Linfeng's absence. Linfeng smiled and offered praise to his brother before calling out to the Dragonite and Mewtwo, standing nearby. Let us be off. They departed at 7 in the morning, arriving on the outskirts of Changsha City by 10 past 7. After finding a discreet spot, Linfeng disembarked with Dragonite, gesturing for it to return. Together with Mewtwo, he hailed a ride to the central area of Changsha, near the arena where the upcoming Youth Cup is to be held. What a lively scene it is. Upon exiting the vehicle, Linfeng gazed around with curiosity, marveling at the bustling atmosphere. Since arriving in this Pokémon world, his life has revolved around Wudong Town and Wudong City. The latter is a small city, predominantly featuring 2 to 3-story buildings, with few high-rises. In contrast, Changsha City presents a different visage, with towering skyscrapers dominating the skyline as they stepped out of the vehicle. The streets were teeming with various Pokémon accompanying their trainers, creating an atmosphere of excitement, likely due to the impending Youth Cup. 2 Miss Junsha were energetically directing traffic to ensure the smooth flow of vehicles, with an imposing Houndoom station beside them, which intrigued Linfeng. The Donghua alliance comprises both the Junsha and Joy families. But due to the later migration of the Junsha clan, not every city boasts a Miss Junsha. Throughout his life, Linfeng had only seen Miss Junsha on television. Now, encountering 2 identical Miss Junsha in person felt as though a long-held wish from a past life had come to fruition. In contrast to his somewhat rustic appearance, Mewtwo, having transformed into a humanoid form, exuded an air of calm. Though its journey has been brief, Mewtwo's remarkable speed has allowed it to witness numerous human cities in just 2 to 3 months. It once even contemplated capturing a Miss Joy to study a Pokémon's anatomy. Linfeng patted Mewtwo on the shoulder and said, let us head to Wangwang's supermarket first, as the Youth Cup has yet to commence. Mewtwo did not object. Its purpose for being here was simply to accompany Linfeng on his excursion. Linfeng thought that since they were already here, he might as well explore the egg-guessing game to see if any of his favorite Pokémon would be present. He also felt a twinge of concern about whether Qinshu would arrive on time. Last night, he had video called her, and the screen displayed her still in the dark wilderness, wielding a flashlight and camping in a tent. The outdoor environment is indeed harsh, with various Pokémon calls echoing in the background. Thankfully, Turtle has developed sufficient capabilities to fend for itself. It was somewhat peculiar. She appeared quite busy, her hair disheveled, and her tint somewhat collapsed, leaving Linfeng curious as to what she was up to. When he inquired, she reassured him that everything was fine, mentioning that a Pokémon had just battled Turtle outside. He dismissed it as typical for Qin Shu, embarking on her first journey, and perhaps neglecting some self-care. After reminding her to take care of herself and not venture too deeply into the wilderness, Linfeng ended the call. Due to the proximity of the Changsha Arena to Wangwang Supermarket, their drop-off point was conveniently located near the supermarket. As they stepped inside, a chorus of enthusiastic calls greeted them. Egg guessing game. Would you like to take home a delightful and intriguing Pokémon? Here you will find Pokémon from various regions, adorable, fierce, and majestic. At the entrance of the supermarket, a series of glass counters displayed 2 types of Pokémon eggs. One type was visible, showcasing its patterns and colors, while the other was concealed beneath a black cloth, leaving only the option to feel the temperature of the egg and deduce what Pokémon lay within. Perhaps due to the Youth Cup's influence, a considerable number of people were present, particularly young trainers, eagerly gathering around. Even if merely to touch the numerous Pokémon eggs on display, Linfeng first examined the transparent eggs, which were relatively easy to guess compared to the hidden ones. Since Pokémon of the same species share similar appearances, the distinguishing factor lay in the eggs' patterns, indicating the Pokémon contained within. As he perused the selection, a sense of excitement bubbled within him. Bulbasaur, Caterpie, and Oddish, all nestled together in their green-hued shells, caught his eye. It was evident that the organizers of this guessing game had taken measures to maintain an element of uncertainty. Having skimmed past the transparent egg section, he made his way directly to the concealed egg area. Upon entering, Linfeng's eyes lit up, activating his eye of insight. The first egg he beheld was a Sandshrew. Not particularly remarkable, yet an Alolan Sandshrew was a different story altogether. Would you like me to help you discern the Pokémon within? A voice unexpectedly emerged, drawing Linfeng's gaze to Mewtwo, who seemed to notice his keen interest in the eggs hidden beneath the black cloth. Linfeng shook his head, indicating that he was capable of discerning the contents himself. Mewtwo fell silent, idly surveying the surroundings while Linfeng continued to scrutinize the remaining concealed Pokémon eggs. However, he soon realized that while some Pokémon in the dark egg section were indeed rare, most were rather commonplace, such as Swablu, Mankey, and Pidgey. Although he occasionally encountered Pokémon that piqued his interest, he ultimately decided against acquiring them. At this juncture, the breeding house already boasted a considerable number of Pokémon, and he resolved not to capture more common ones that held little significance for the breeding house. Yet, amidst this rational contemplation, one egg wrapped in black cloth caught his attention. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Such a rare Pokémon, if not taken home, might never present another opportunity. Pokémon, New Leaf Meow, female, born from a second stage, exceptionally gifted Illusion Mask Meow. Inherited skills, Seed Bomb, Swap Terrain. This was the preliminary information provided by the Eye of Insight. Upon seeing this initial data, Linfeng was already eager to acquire it. The detailed information only heightened his enthusiasm. Pokémon, New Leaf Meow. Gender, female. Ability, Overgrow. Qualification, Red. Individual values, HP, 18, Attack, 28, Special Attack, 19, Defense, 27, Special Defense, 24. Speed, 31. Strength, Level 0. Skills, Terrain Swap, Leech Seed. Description, an unhatched egg of a new leaf meow, remaining incubation time, approximately 128 hours. Affection, 0, Joy value, 0. Though Linfeng was indifferent to qualifications and such matters, the truth was that this could indeed provide him with an additional justification for the flag he had just raised. Just days ago, he had watched Qin Shu flaunt her new leaf meow before him, and he had felt a surge of excitement. He even contemplated that since the school was rewarding Pokémon from the Paldea region, surely there would be other Paldea Pokémon within the Donghua Alliance? Should he perhaps have Rotom search for one and bring it back? Although he had managed to suppress his yearning at the time, the tangible presence of the new leaf meow before him now made it undeniable. It was far easier to catch than the elusive Mew. Thus, he promptly confirmed the identity of the sales associate and took possession of the egg. Everything proceeded without incident. However, when the curtain was lifted, the sales associate regarded Linfeng with surprise and congratulations, remarking on his luck. This was a new leaf meow from the Paldea region, a Pokémon highly sought after in any location. Linfeng smiled silently, utilizing Eye of Insight to glean information, or employing the powers of Aura, or even the strength of the evergreens. He could ascertain what Pokémon was gestating within the egg. As long as he did not overstep, this did not contravene supermarket regulations. For with so many dark eggs, the supermarket would undoubtedly profit. Capturing a future new leaf meow lifted Linfeng's spirits considerably. He turned, ready to call out to Mewtwo. But upon focusing, he noticed that Mewtwo, who had been beside him, was now in the trainer goods section, seemingly observing something. Approaching, Lin Feng discovered that Mewtwo was examining Pokeballs. Was it the simplicity of the standard Pokeball's interior that displeased it? Now that he had some wealth, it was indeed time to upgrade to several luxury balls. With this thought, Lin Feng seized a luxury ball and presented it to Mewtwo, saying, "What do you think of this one? The description is quite impressive, featuring various toys." "Oh no, I meant to say various rooms." Mewtwo paused, accepting the luxury ball with some confusion. However, this movement drew Lin Feng's attention to its hand, which was startlingly pale. He glanced at his own skin. Having only managed the plantation for a few months, his complexion had transformed from that of a delicate high school student to a healthy wheat tone. His physique, whether due to the inherent constitution of a new birth or the result of recent running and farming activities, had also become more robust. With a sigh, Lin Feng decided not to dwell on it and waved his hand, spending 10,000 to purchase 50 luxury balls. Since he had already acquired one, he might as well acquire them all. Fairness called for equitable distribution. Before Mewtwo could speak, as if through psychic resonance, the Pokeball at Lin Feng's waist began to stir. He looked down to find it was the Ice Vulpix. It seemed to sense that Lin Feng had arrived in a new place and was eager to come out. Without hesitation, Lin Feng released it. "Yip yip yip. Let me see where this is." Upon emerging, the Ice Vulpix was clearly excited, glancing around before deciding that walking might be too tiring and was about to leap into Lin Feng's arms. But upon looking up, it was startled to find that Lin Feng was already cradling something else. Its eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Having just emerged, it was astonished to discover that a new baby was already nestled in Lin Feng's embrace. "Yip yip yip. What is this?" Lin Feng proudly lifted the egg, declaring, "This is a new leaf meow." "Yip yip yip." The Ice Vulpix seemed momentarily perplexed. Was this what it cared about? "Yip yip yip." The Ice Vulpix pouted and tugged at Lin Feng's pant leg with its paws, conveying its desire for a hug. At this, Lin Feng finally understood why the little creature appeared somewhat discontent. He glanced at the new leaf meow egg in his hands. This egg could not be stored in a Pokeball. For now, holding it in his hands to accelerate its incubation using the power of the evergreens, or finding a nurturing house for it, seemed the best course of action. However, entrusting it to someone else's nurturing house did not sit well with Lin Feng. "All right." He attempted to persuade the Ice Vulpix. "Carrying the egg makes it difficult to hold you. How about this? I'll buy you a gift, and you can stay by my side." "Yip yip yip. A gift?" The Ice Vulpix paused, then recalled the bell around Eevee's neck. Its thoughts suddenly sparked. "Yip yip yip. Okay. Thus, Lin Feng led the Ice Vulpix through the trainer's section of the supermarket. Soon, a cream-colored baby scarf caught its attention. And as it gazed at the scarf, its fondness grew. On it saw its favorite hero, Pikachu. The design featured a standing Pikachu wearing a mask, raising its front paws to the sky, with a lightning bolt symbol above. Lin Feng noted its enthusiasm and inquired, "Dear, do you wish to be a hero?" "Yip yip yip. Yes. The Ice Vulpix's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Influenced by anime, it believed that being a hero was indeed quite cool, especially the feeling of protecting the Pikachu it adored and then vanishing into the distance. The cream-colored scarf was simple, not an extraordinary item, with many patterns and colors. Lin Feng picked up a white scarf embroidered with Pikachu and a red scarf adorned with Ice Vulpix, suggesting, "Then why not become your own hero?" The Ice Vulpix paused, and then its crystalline eyes shone with intense affection for the Ice Vulpix scarf. Chapter 193, The Ice Stone, a wild boy in shorts leaps out. Observing the Ice Vulpix's fondness for the red scarf, Lin Feng gently levitated the new leaf meow egg with his psychic power and personally draped the scarf around its neck. Indeed, with this little scarf, the Ice Vulpix ceased its fussing, walking alongside Lin Feng, occasionally glancing at the pattern on its scarf. It thought to itself that upon returning home, it would share with all its friends that this was the emblem of the future Ice Vulpix hero. Overjoyed, it seemed to bounce along as it walked. Lin Feng paid it no mind. Although they were outdoors, small Pokémon like Ice Vulpix could roam freely. Just as was the case now in the supermarket, where vibrant young girls accompanied long-nosed Pokémon, and passionate youths were seen with Charmeleon, while a lady in a wool sweater carried a Meowth. Once they reached the streets, the situation remained similar. The public order in Changsha City was excellent, so encounters with Pokémon traffickers were rare. Moreover, while the Ice Vulpix had yet to evolve, its strength was already formidable. Pokémon, Ice Vulpix. Gender, female. Ability, Snow Cloak. Qualification, Red. Individual values. Strength, level 36. Skills, Hypnosis, Moonblast, Tail Whip, Powder Snow, Ice Shard, Icy Wind, Bind. Affection, 100. It regards you as its dependents. Joy value, 70. In the future, I will be the Vulpix hero of the town. As Lin Feng pondered, he couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. The demeanor of the Ice Vulpix resembled that of a child yet to mature. despite it already being a Pokémon of substantial prowess within the gym. Moreover, it possessed the capability to evolve at any moment. When the bond between the little Vulpix and himself reached 100, the system awarded him a fitting Ice-type item. Interestingly, Lin Feng was unaware of when the system had granted him the Ice Stone. He only recently discovered that an Ice Stone, brimming with energy, had appeared in the system space. The SSS-grade Ice Stone, which naturally fell from the body of Regice, absorbed surrounding ice energy over time, culminating in a vast reservoir of power, thus transforming into the Ice Stone. Upon first encountering this stone, Lin Feng was momentarily bewildered, even suspecting he was hallucinating. Typically, the system would issue a notification for such special items. Later, as Lin Feng traced back to ascertain when this reward was granted, he found that it was actually awarded at 3 in the morning. In other words, while he was lost in slumber, the Ice Vulpix must have dreamt of something, prompting the system to bestow an Ice Stone upon him. This revelation left Lin Feng wide-eyed with surprise, contemplating the unique circumstances. Therefore, on that day, when he inquired with Agio about what form it wished to evolve into, he also asked the Ice Vulpix if it desired to evolve. The Ice Vulpix responded that it had not yet made up its mind. Lin Feng felt that the Ice Vulpix was perfectly fine as it was. Yet he couldn't help but envision the whimsical sight of the Vulpix in battle, its innocent demeanor belying the formidable power of the skills it unleashed, which would undoubtedly startle its opponents. That scene would surely be delightful. At that moment, the Ice Vulpix tugged at his pant leg with its paw, its expression earnest as it chirped, "Ing ing ing. Let us battle. I want to become Vulpix hero," Lin Feng thought to himself, having just been musing about its battles. Initially, Lin Feng had contemplated whether to participate in the so-called Youth Cup, but it now seemed imperative that he did. Navigating through the throngs of people, he entered the arena after paying the admission fee. The arena was vast, with a flat ground area significantly larger than Lin Feng's old plantation, including the spectator stands. He had no doubt that the arena's size rivaled that of the bird's nest from his previous life. Today marked the first day of the Youth Cup, and as such, it was bustling with activity. The entire flat area was divided into dozens of venues. Those eligible to compete would challenge other Pokémon trainers within these designated spaces. Throughout the day, participants were required to engage in 3 matches, although they were welcome to partake in more if they wished. However, winning all 3 matches did not guarantee entry into the official competition. This was a comprehensive challenge event, and the variance in the skill levels of the trainers present could be quite pronounced. Simply defeating 3 novice trainers would not carry much weight in terms of merit. The judges would evaluate the performances across the 3 matches and assign scores accordingly to determine qualification for the main event. This scoring process was conducted in a manner that ensured fairness as much as possible. Therefore, participants seeking to enhance their chances should aspire to battle more formidable trainers or engage in as many matches as possible. Accompanied by Mewtwo and the little Vulpix, Lin Feng wandered curiously around the venue. Most of the battles proved to be quite entertaining, with both sides' Pokémon exchanging moves in a delightful back and forth. He intended to locate Qinshu first, but after scanning the area, he found no sign of the girl, leading him to wonder if she had lost track of time and had yet to arrive. Just as he was about to call her to inquire about her whereabouts, a wild boy in shorts suddenly leaped into view. "Hey, are you looking for an opponent? What do you think of me?" Glancing up, Lin Feng saw a boy clad in shorts, adorned with a red bandana, accompanied by a warm pig Pokémon. The boy looked eagerly at the Ice Vulpix beside Lin Feng, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. According to what their teacher had taught them, Fire-type Pokémon had a significant advantage over Ice-type Pokémon. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, and then turned his gaze to the warm pig. Its bright red nose puffed as it breathed heavily, its long ears standing erect, exuding a spirited demeanor. For some reason, Lin Feng found the unevolved warm pig to be quite endearing, possessing an adorable clumsiness. This sentiment deepened as he examined the warm pig's stats. Pokémon, warm pig. Gender, male. Ability, blaze. Potential, blue. Individual values. Strength, level 68. Skills, tackle, ember, tail whip. With 3 fledgling skills, that charming quality was further amplified. Just as Lin Feng was about to decline the challenge, the Ice Vulpix leaped forward, exclaiming, "Ing ing ing. Let us go." It was ready to welcome its first training partner on the path to becoming the Vulpix hero. With a resigned nod, Lin Feng acquiesced and led the boy in shorts to a nearby vacant arena. Chapter 194. What happened to my warm pig? Meanwhile, outside the arena, a girl clad in a white long-sleeve top, layered with a sporty jacket and light gray casual trousers, let out a sigh of relief. "I've made it. Karaki, you're amazing," she exclaimed, marveling at the arena before her. As Lin Feng had anticipated, she had been delayed in the wilderness area of Changsha City while chasing after a forest lizard. Initially, she had expected to arrive in Changsha City the previous day, but due to this delay, it would be nearly afternoon before she could reach her destination. Yet here she stood at the entrance of the arena. Interestingly, she had received assistance from a Pokémon she had never encountered before. Hee. Behind her hovered a Pokémon adorned with a yellow star atop its head, each point of the star decorated with wish stickers. Its body is soft, pale white, seemingly equipped with wings. The Pokémon settled gently into the girl's embrace. "Karaki, you're impressive," she said with admiration. Karaki beamed with joy at the compliment, its eyes sparkling as it surveyed its surroundings. Today marked the first day of its awakening after 7 days, and it was filled with delight. Having slumbered for over 1,000 years, it had returned to a world that had changed so remarkably. Indeed, it's truly incredible, Chinshu remarked with earnestness. Recalling the events of the previous day, she couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. This Pokémon was one she had encountered the night before. As a shooting star streaked across the sky, she had chosen to set up camp by the riverside when a stone suddenly emanated a radiant glow. In an instant, the stone had transformed into a Pokémon, leaving her utterly mesmerized. A stone turning into a Pokémon. She rummaged through her mind for any knowledge. But she couldn't identify this Pokémon. Instinctively, Chinshu deemed it to be an exceptionally rare Pokémon. She had then sent out her Squirtle, preparing to capture it. However, the outcome was that Squirtle floated in the air, unable to descend for half the day. The disparity in their strengths was simply too vast. She sensed the aura of Lin Feng's Shinado emanating from this Pokémon. Just when she thought she was about to face a beating, this Pokémon had curiously approached her, directly asking if there were any delicious treats or fun places around. The ability to speak left the girl in a state of shock once more, and she absent-mindedly retrieved an energy cube for Squirtle from her storage ball, offering it to the Karaki before her, hoping to appease the situation. After consuming the energy cube, Karaki's eyes sparkled with delight. "Wow, it's so delicious," she exclaimed, gazing at her with eager anticipation. Chinshu, determined to disregard the anguished gaze of Kamikyu, prepared to extract more of its energy cubes to offer this unexpectedly formidable Pokémon. Suddenly, she pondered how Fenggu would handle this Pokémon if he were present. An epiphany struck her, and she tentatively suggested, "If you accompany me, I have plenty of delectable treats, and I also know a place that offers even more exquisite delights." The ensuing narrative unfolded rather clearly. Karaki readily agreed, and she was taken aback for the third time by the revelation that Karaki could grant her wishes. It was indeed Karaki's assistance that enabled her to arrive here from the wilderness area in such a short time. Returning to the present, Chinshu gazed at the vast arena before her, her eyes sparkling with determination. "It's time for the second match. Here I come." Karaki seemed to sense the girl's enthusiasm, exclaiming excitedly. Within the arena, Lin Feng and the boy in shorts, having confirmed their identities with the referee, approached the designated area under the technological scrutiny of Rotom. After ensuring that their Pokémon were under 1 year of age, the match commenced as announced by the referee. The boy in shorts, visibly more thrilled, waved his hand and shouted, "Nwan Pig, this is our first battle. Charge ahead and use tackle to defeat the opposing Ice Vulpix." Nwan Pig pawed at the grassy ground a few times before charging forward, its speed rivaling that of a child sprinting at full force. This caught the Ice Vulpix, who had been poised for battle, completely off guard. "What? Is this how battles are conducted? This seems even weaker than when I play heroic games with Eevee." It felt that a Jew was far superior to this Nwan Pig. Turning to Lin Feng, it contemplated using Snow. Although Fire-type Pokémon typically have an advantage over Ice types, the disparity in energy levels made Lin Feng cautious. He was primarily concerned about the Ice Vulpix's first battle and its potential recklessness. Upon receiving the command, the Ice Vulpix finally turned around, channeling its internal energy. In an instant, the temperature within the arena plummeted, clouds formed above, and thick, delicate snowflakes began to fall. Within merely 2 or 3 breaths, a dense layer of snow coated the entire arena. Nwan Pig, which had previously charged with clear intent, suddenly found itself bewildered. Each step became increasingly laborious as the snow on its paws melted and reformed, the accumulation far outpacing the melting. This resulted in the snow layer deepening with every step until half of its body was submerged. Where's my opponent? Beneath the thick layer of snow, Nwan Pig could no longer locate the Ice Vulpix that had been directly across from it moments ago, leaving it utterly confused. The atmospheric changes and drop in temperature attracted a multitude of contestants and spectators who had come to watch that day. Wow, such heavy snowfall. Is this due to its snow warning ability? Is it for real? Wait, why can't I see either Pokémon? Hey, from this angle, is that a Nwan Pig? Shouldn't we be focusing on the boy over there? He's holding an egg, and his Pokémon can create such weather? This transformation occurred in just 10 seconds. BRR. It's so cold. Wait, the focal point is still misplaced. Haven't you noticed? This weather, aside from the battlefield, has no snowflakes falling anywhere else. What does this imply? It indicates that this Pokémon has masterful control over the weather. Even the referee found himself momentarily stunned. This temperature, this speed of weather formation. Can a mere 1-year-old Ice Vulpix achieve this? Such feats are typically beyond the capability of even high-tier Pokémon. Where's my Vulpix? The opposing trainer was now in a state of panic, for in the brief moment of distraction, the snow had completely enveloped Vulpix. Use Ember, Vulpix. Quickly, he shouted. Yet, amidst the vast expanse of snow, only a tiny spark of red flickered before vanishing entirely. It was evident that Ember was utterly ineffective. The boy in shorts was at a loss. But, didn't the teacher say that fire types are strong against ice types? How could he lose sight of his Pokémon against an opponent's ice type that merely summoned weather? Observing the seemingly undeterred, albeit bewildered, opponent, Lin Feng turned to the referee. The referee, as if awakening from a dream, declared, "The match has concluded with Lin Feng and the Ice Vulpix emerging victorious, marking 1 win. All right, Vulpix." Lin Feng called out to a spot within the snow layer, and immediately, the clouds dispersed, and the snowfall gradually ceased, leaving behind a thick layer of snow that testified to the magnitude of the recent storm. Emerging from the snow, the Ice Vulpix swiftly slid over to Lin Feng, its face alight with excitement, its bright eyes shimmering with anticipation. How was that? How was that? Excellent, Lin Feng replied, securing the egg with one hand as he crouched down to stroke the Ice Vulpix's head. The Ice Vulpix gazed at the pattern on its scarf, emitting an excited cry. Haha, I'm definitely going to become a hero. Lin Feng nodded, sensing that the little Vulpix's spirit was soaring, and thought it might be enjoyable to find a few more challengers for it to play against. However, when he turned around, he noticed that the trainer was struggling to locate the shivering Vulpix with the aid of Rotom, causing a smile to creep onto his face. As a fire-type Pokémon, being frozen in such a manner illustrated the overwhelming dominance of a fully evolved ice type over a novice fire type. Fortunately, Vulpix had sustained no injuries. After all, throughout the encounter, the Ice Vulpix had merely summoned weather without employing any substantial offensive moves. Once its surface temperature returned to normal, Vulpix would recover swiftly. Just as Lin Feng was about to inquire with the surrounding trainers if anyone was interested in the upcoming matches, he noticed that everyone had lowered their heads, and some had even awkwardly turned to leave. What a joke. This boy's Ice Vulpix appears harmless, yet just a weather change has left us all astounded. Clearly, this trainer is extraordinary. After a moment of silence, Lin Feng tentatively asked, would anyone like to engage in a Pokémon battle? As a result, everyone dispersed even more rapidly. Left with no other option, Lin Feng returned to the side of Mewtwo, lamenting, why won't anyone battle with me? Turning back, the Ice Vulpix expressed its discontent. Why won't they battle with me? I was so eager, and my trainer even challenged them, yet no one stepped up. Before Lin Feng could explain, Mewtwo, who had been watching the entire match, interjected, you are too formidable, they cannot compete with you. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows in surprise, taken aback that Mewtwo would offer such praise. It was quite astonishing. However, the innocent Ice Vulpix was elated to receive such commendation, exclaiming, Vulpix is amazing. In its excitement, it could not help but yearn for more challengers, scanning the surroundings. Lin Feng resolved to satisfy the little Vulpix's desire for competition by seeking out some of the more proficient trainers present. Soon, he found himself in the arena, momentarily stunned. There, on a certain battlefield, he spotted Qinshu. Although seeing her alone was not enough to astonish him, the sight of a Pokémon fluttering beside her left him utterly bewildered, causing him to rub his eyes in disbelief. Upon realizing it was indeed a Jirachi, Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh my, he exclaimed, it was the employee alongside the Squirtle. Even the Ice Vulpix recognized her, joyfully exclaiming. Despite Qinshu's fondness for petting it during her presence, the prolonged separation had left Ice Vulpix yearning for the cheerful employee. No, wait. Lin Feng suddenly recalled the previous day's storytelling session about Jirachi, where Mew was also present, observing the battle videos from the Youth Cup with a mischievous grin. This morning, however, he had not caught a glimpse of Mew, indicating that this particular Jirachi was likely transformed from Mew. How clever am I? A perfect explanation flashed through Lin Feng's mind, prompting him to inwardly commend his own intellect. Yet, he couldn't resist using the eye of insight on the Jirachi adorning the young girl. Come, let me see what mischief you little rascal are up to. Is it truly Jirachi? Pokémon, Jirachi. Gender, genderless. Ability, Serene Grace. Potential, Legendary. Individual values. HP, 25, Attack, 25, Special Attack, 25, Defense, 25, Special Defense, 25, Speed, 25. Strength. Moves, Confusion, Wish, Swift, Healing Wish, Mind Reader, Gravity, Psychic. Friendship, 10, it feels curious about you. Joy value, 70, where are the tastier treats? Description, having accumulated energy over a millennium of slumber, this marks the first day of its 7-day freedom. Lin Feng's mouth fell agape as he watched the Squirtle and Qinshu battling in the arena. Wait, Just yesterday, he casually mentioned Jirachi, and today it appears before him? Is this fate truly so outrageous? What Pokemon is that? Observing the Jirachi cradled in the girl's hands, Mew's gaze turned quizzical. As it sensed a unique energy emanating from this Pokemon, Mew glanced at Linfoam, sensing that he might possess the answer, though it remained uncertain. Ice Vulpix also curiously looked up at Linfoam. With a complex expression, Linfoam pondered, if I were to say this is Jirachi, would you believe me? Oh my, what? The wish-granting Pokemon you just mentioned? Both Mew and Ice Vulpix's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, Linfoam affirmed with a nod, reconfirming Jirachi's identity. Yet, his thoughts wandered back to the meteor he witnessed yesterday. The direction in which that meteor fell seemed to point towards Changsha City, didn't it? Could that be the reason? The two Pokemon fell silent, scrutinizing the Jirachi that adorned Qinshu. Although Linfoam was curious, he refrained from calling out to her, observing that she was currently engaged in battle. Nevertheless, it must be noted that Squirtle had made significant progress recently. Pokemon, Squirtle. Gender, female. Ability, Torrent. Potential, purple. Individual values. Strength, level 29. Moves, Tackle, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Withdraw, Hydro Pump, Rapid Spin, Protect, Water Pulse, Rain Dance. Friendship, 92, it adores you. Joy value, 10, another energy cube to consume. It's about to run out. Level 29, just one level shy of the gym. This strength, while not at the forefront of the Youth Cup, is commendable. It is worth noting that Qinshu is only 16 years old, still a sophomore in high school, and has only just embarked on her journey. Her future is undoubtedly promising. Opposite her stood a girl of a similar age. Her Pokemon was a grass-type Torterra. This Torterra seemed to possess considerable strength as well. Pokemon, Torterra. Gender, male. Ability, Overgrow. Potential, blue. Individual values. HP, 28, Attack, 11, Special Attack, 19, Defense, 24, Special Defense, 27, Speed, 8. Strength, level 27 to 29. Moves, Energy Ball, Withdraw, Absorb, Leaf Blade, Mega Drain, Seed Bomb. Synthesis, Bullet Seed, Grass Oath, Grassy Terrain. An intriguing battle unfolded between the two turtles. However, the Torterra clearly followed a bulky, artillery-like approach, its massive frame rendering it somewhat cumbersome. In contrast, Squirtle, having spent considerable time swimming, secretly foraging at the farm, appeared far more agile. Interestingly, both trainers opted for similar moves in the first round. Qinshu chose Rain Dance, while her opponent selected Grassy Terrain. As the gentle rain enveloped the battlefield, patches of grass emerged, infused with grass-type energy. Linfoam discerned that Squirtle executed Rain Dance significantly faster than Torterra. Moreover, raindrops pelted the grass, suppressing its growth. This brought Linfoam a modicum of comfort. This little creature swims over daily from the irrigation channel, naturally. He couldn't allow it to feast without contributing to the irrigation alongside Milotic. To his surprise, this Rain Dance technique had become increasingly refined throughout their journey. All right, Squirtle, let us use Water Gun, Qinshu commanded with a wave of her hand. During these days of travel, following the rookie trainer route outlined by the league, she had journeyed from Wutong City to Changsha City, consistently employing this skill combination in battles with Squirtle. The combination of Rain Dance and Water Gun, bolstered by the Rain's enhancement and perhaps honed through previous training with her Snivy, rendered Squirtle's Water Gun nearly inescapable for any Pokemon. Thus far, she had traversed the rookie trainer route with relative ease. Water Gun struck like a flurry of arrows, landing blow after blow upon Torterra. The opposing trainer soon furrowed her brow. She was acutely aware that Torterra's speed was a disadvantage. However, Squirtle exceeded her expectations, showcasing exceptional energy control and physical prowess, almost to an extraordinary degree. Consequently, despite the type disadvantage, Torterra struggled to withstand the onslaught of Water Gun attacks. Yet, the Torterra trainer was evidently experienced in battles. She silently commanded Torterra to endure the increasingly fierce Water Gun assaults while accumulating energy. Amid Linfang's raised eyebrows, she ultimately called forth Grassy Oath. In an instant, the long-accumulated energy of Torterra could no longer be contained, overwhelmed by the continuous pressure from the Water-type Pokemon. Spiraling grass whirlwinds erupted from the ground, soaring 3 to 4 meters high, wreaking havoc across the battlefield. In Linfang's view, this was undoubtedly a commendable decision. Squirtle's mobile artillery strategy was precisely what Torterra dreaded. With its agility and ability to unleash moves without delay, Torterra had to exercise extreme caution when deploying its own techniques. A typical move would be easily evaded by Squirtle, and failing to connect would only lead to wasted stamina. Thus, she chose to stake everything on the Grass Oath amidst the rain, beyond the mere choice of a grassy venue. Another factor weighed heavily on her mind. The inherent nature of the Grass Oath in such damp conditions would amplify its destructive potential. Should the Grass Oath land a successful strike on the Squirtle, She was confident that it could secure a swift and decisive victory. Yet, as the tempestuous winds encircled her, Shu found herself momentarily disoriented, at a loss for commands. The suddenness and sheer number of the gales bore down upon Squirtle, leaving it equally bewildered. Attempting to counter the impending grass oath with a water gun proved futile. The feeble spray was akin to arrows traversing a tempest, barely stirring the waters and inadvertently enhancing the grass oath's potency. As the swirling winds drew closer, Shu realized evasion was no longer an option. She shouted, "In that case, use Water Pulse. Aim for the tree turtle." A torrent of water erupted from Squirtle's mouth, a formidable water-type attack, seemingly a culmination of all its strength. The deluge, over a meter wide, unleashed its force, shattering one grass oath and surging towards the tree turtle. Simultaneously, the remaining grass oaths collided violently with Squirtle. The resounding crash echoed, drawing gasps from the crowd. The water pulse struck the tree turtle, forcing it back, while the grass oaths ravaged the ground, uprooting the grass along with the soil. As the wind subsided, both Pokémon stood momentarily rigid, their trainers holding their breath, eyes fixed on their respective creatures. The atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Ultimately, it was Shu who broke the silence, urging, "Hang in there, Squirtle." Her words seemed to trigger something, causing both Pokémon to wobble precariously before collapsing. At that moment, the Jirachi cradled in her arms seemed to perceive something. Its gaze fixated on the fallen Squirtle. "Hang in there? Is that the second wish from the kind human who feeds it?" Chapter 196, A Foam. With the tree turtle rendered unable to battle, Squirtle emerged victorious. As the referee declared the outcome, the opposing girl wore a complex expression. She could discern that both Pokémon were at similar energy levels, yet her advantage in type had not translated into a victory against Squirtle, leaving her somewhat uneasy. After recalling the tree turtle, she couldn't help but inquire, "How long have you been on your journey?" Supporting the now-standing Squirtle, Shu looked at her opponent and replied, "How long? Well, I've only just embarked on my travels. However, if you're curious about how Squirtle became so formidable, I can certainly share that." "Really? How did it grow stronger?" The girl's eyes sparkled with interest. "Come to Wudong City, Wudong Town, and visit the neighboring breeding house. If you want to get stronger, that is where you should go." Shu began promoting the breeding house once more. The girl, though skeptical, committed the location to memory, understanding that she needed to tend to the tree turtle's injuries. Based on previous tournament rules, while Squirtle had narrowly secured victory, her performance was sufficient to qualify for the main event. Thus, her immediate concern was to address the injuries sustained by the tree turtle from Squirtle's repeated water guns. Shu promptly administered a restorative energy cube prepared by Lin Feng, ready to depart the scene, when she turned to see a familiar figure standing at the periphery. Her eyes lit up. "Feng Ge." Squirtle was the first to rush over, its pain seemingly alleviated at the sight of Lin Feng, swiftly bounding toward him, its joy evident. It nudged its head against Lin Feng's waist, exclaiming, "Squirtle, all right. Did this collision make you feel better?" Lin Feng chuckled, placing a hand atop Squirtle's head, his fingers resting on its ear like flippers. The sensation was delightful, akin to the softness of jelly, yet elusive like clouds. In truth, among the evolutionary forms of the Squirtle line, he favored Wartortle the most for its blend of reliability and adorability, unlike Blastoise, which, while dependable, lost that charming quality. While Squirtle cozied up to Lin Feng, Shu approached with Jirachi in her arms. Lin Feng waved for Squirtle to play with the Vulpix. Turning his attention to Shu, "Were you watching the whole time?" "Feng Ge," she replied, "Pretty much. How did we do?" "Quite well. Though you asking feels akin to a student inquiring about their grades from a parent." "Hee." The girl laughed, not denying the truth. "Was there any part that went awry?" "Perhaps," Lin Feng mused, recalling the battle. With his eye of insight, he could discern all of the tree turtle's moves, a privilege Shu lacked. He empathized with her position of not knowing the tree turtle's abilities and remarked, "For instance, initiating the rain was a good choice. But your frequent attempts to exhaust the tree turtle with water gun overlooked its adaptive resistance to the energy fluctuations caused by your attacks. At that moment, it would have been unwise to chase after that minor damage." He continued, "Skill combinations should not be overly rigid. Many aren't invincible and require flexibility. And perhaps you were a bit tense? In the final moments, if you had reacted swiftly, Squirtle could have unleashed Water Pulse directly, breaking through the grass oath's defenses. However, it's no small feat to achieve what you have done." Lin Feng shared his thoughts, concluding with praise. "Ultimately, having only just begun your journey and reaching this level is impressive." Reflecting on this, Shu couldn't help but feel a bit bashful. Then her gaze fell upon the egg cradled in Lin Feng's arms. "What Pokemon egg is that? It looks so familiar." Lin Feng smiled. "It's a new Leaf Meow." His excitement was evident. Yet, Shu seemed oblivious to his enthusiasm, lifting her own new Pokemon again with delight. "Look, Feng Ge, this is the Pokemon I caught yesterday. Its name is Jirachi, And it's amazing, it can grant wishes. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Feng raised a finger, signaling her to be quiet. Qinshu paused, realizing she shouldn't casually disclose such abilities. Though surrounded by novice trainers, such knowledge should not be widely shared. Yet, she found it peculiar that Feng Ge seemed to know about Jirachi's abilities even before she mentioned them. Jirachi, too, regarded Lin Feng with curiosity, having heard of a human named Feng Ge who made exceptionally delicious Pokémon food. Lin Feng then glanced at Mewtwo beside him. Could you help shield this space from prying ears? Mewtwo remained speechless, raising its right hand, accompanied by a surge of overwhelming psychic power. Instantly, the surrounding environment fell into complete silence, as if the very fabric of space had been severed from this place. This was a straightforward application of psychic ability, utilizing the materialization of power to isolate the surrounding space, including the air, thereby eliminating the medium of transmission. Naturally, the inside and outside could no longer connect. The drawback, however, was its inability to be maintained for long, lest those within succumb to asphyxiation. Now, those outside could no longer hear the sounds emanating from this place. Lin Feng nodded, then turned his gaze to Jirachi, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Jirachi, an ethereal being, possessed the extraordinary ability to accumulate energy over a millennium at the cost of slumber, in exchange for the power to grant wishes to living beings and awaken for 7 days. This ability would reach its zenith during the cascade of a comet across the sky. Lin Feng inquired, "Did you just use your power to help Squirtle regain a bit of strength?" Jirachi, observing the psychic barrier around them, exhibited no fear, for it sensed that this human harbored no ill intent. It detached itself from Qinshu's embrace and began to circle around Lin Feng, affirming, "Yes, yes. Because Qinshu told me to hold on, I simply had to hold on." Its response took both Qinshu and Squirtle by surprise. It turned out that it had not won that previous contest after all. Subsequently, it hovered before Lin Feng, looking at him with anticipation. "Qinshu says you can create delicious food. Can you make something tasty for me? Jirachi can grant your wishes too." Lin Feng felt a stirring within, but ultimately shook his head. Granting wishes for others would deplete one's own energy. The greater the wish, the more challenging it would be to fulfill, resulting in a shorter existence. Jirachi's 7-day awakening included normal resting periods, yet if the wished-for desire proved too arduous, Jirachi would fall into slumber within those 7 days, only to awaken after sufficient rest. Given that 7 days was already a brief span, wishing for the presence of one's parents, or even their Pokémon, might exact too heavy a toll. To Lin Feng's surprise, upon hearing his thoughts, Jirachi laughed. "It's all right. Afeng once said he wants to be like a star, bringing hope to all who see me." Afeng. Lin Feng exchanged glances with Mewtwo. Finally, it was Qinshu who voiced the question lingering in the air. "Who is Afeng?" "Afeng is my very dear companion. He is incredibly kind and always willing to share his food with me." As Jirachi spoke of Afeng, a nostalgic expression graced its features. Incredibly kind? Qinshu felt a pang of disappointment, having thought herself to have captured Jirachi's heart. Little did she realize that it already had a trainer. Jirachi nodded. "Yes, yes. His greatest wish is for our kin to always have enough to eat, so we search for delicious food every day and enjoy it together." "Why don't you go find him?" Qinshu inquired, curiosity piqued. "I can't find him. He has gone to a faraway place," Jirachi replied to the innocent young girl. A millennium of time had passed. What remained of Afeng? Before becoming a star, one should first consider oneself. The wishes made are drawn from one's own accumulated energy. Lin Feng shook his head, intending to explain the fundamental principles behind Jirachi's wish-granting abilities to Qinshu, hoping she would refrain from asking Jirachi for wishes. However, just as the words were about to escape his lips, Jirachi suddenly flew close to his face, blinking its eyes at him. Its intent was unmistakable. It did not want Lin Feng to voice his thoughts. Coincidentally, at that moment, Mewtwo spoke. "The time is nearly upon us." Although the psychic barrier could still be maintained, the oxygen within was dwindling. Lin Feng glanced at Jirachi and ultimately nodded in silence. Each individual has their own choices. Jirachi too had its own decisions to make. He turned to Mewtwo and nodded, indicating that it was time to proceed. This left a bewildered Qinshu blinking, occasionally glancing at Lin Feng and then at Jirachi. She sensed that they had shared something significant, yet it felt as though nothing had truly been discussed. It seemed that Lin Feng, upon their first meeting, understood Jirachi even better than Jirachi itself. Yet, she remained utterly perplexed. "How do you know me so well?" Jirachi finally voiced the question that had been on its mind as the barrier fell. Upon hearing this, Mewtwo turned its gaze toward Jirachi as well. "Guess," Lin Feng responded. Jirachi. "Mewtwo, let us head to the competition. At noon, I'll prepare a meal for you. Is there anything special you desire?" Lin Feng looked toward Jirachi and Squirtle. "Squirtle, I want to eat meat. Wah, I want ice cream. Yay. I get to eat the delicious food made by Lin Feng again." Qinshu exclaimed excitedly. During their journey, she had nearly become disheartened by the lack of good meals. She couldn't cook, so they had primarily subsisted on instant food. Although some fast food in the Pokémon world was perfectly healthy and nutritious, it simply lacked flavor. Thus, whenever she saw Squirtle enjoying its food so heartily, she contemplated whether she should snag a piece of Squirtle's energy cube. And you? Weren't you just clamoring to eat something delicious? Lin Feng inquired of Jirachi. I want to eat delicious food too, especially meat, Jirachi declared. All right, then let us have a barbecue at noon. After every barbecue, he would thoroughly clean the equipment and store it in a storage ball for convenient access. As the time passed, the two of them, along with Jirachi, Glacian, and Squirtle, began searching for opponents in the arena. Though they were said to be seeking adversaries, there were rarely battles like the one between Squirtle and Turtwig that had just occurred. Most encounters were one-sided affairs favoring Glacian and Squirtle. After Squirtle's recent battle, it had fortuitously leveled up again. However, Lin Feng found it rather peculiar. During the finals of the Youth Cup, many trainers' Pokémon were in their 30s and nearly approaching level 40. Why, then, was there such a disparity during the preliminary rounds? It was only after overhearing discussions among the spectators that he learned most trainers vying for the championship preferred to conceal their strengths, allowing their second Pokémon to compete in the preliminaries. Nevertheless, this mattered little to Lin Feng. After he and Qin Shu completed 3 matches, allowing Glacian to gain a clear understanding of its abilities, Lin Feng led Qin Shu out of the arena to consult the map of Changsha City. Is Xinghua Mountain part of the scenic area? Lin Feng pondered, reflecting on the wilderness where his parents had gone missing. Xinghua Mountain, a decade ago, was a sprawling wilderness known for its notable population of the cunning Houndoom species. Due to their large numbers and proximity to the town, some Nosepass and Houndoom would occasionally disrupt the markets in the town. Consequently, the Changsha City Alliance opened the nearby mountain area and planted apricot trees, resulting in a magnificent display of golden-hued leaves during the autumn season, drawing numerous tourists. And now, it was indeed the season of autumn leaves falling. Lin Feng planned to have lunch at this very place. Chapter 197, The Fruits of Wishes. The sky and clouds, along with the mountains, meld into a harmonious hue. Although it is midday, the horizon glows as if kissed by the setting sun. Within this enchanting atmosphere, a fierce Dragonite descends majestically, ultimately landing on a flat expanse of Xinghua Mountain. This mountain is freely accessible to the public, as the fruit-bearing season has long passed. One need only register their identity to enter without hindrance. Of course, one's actions must not inflict any damage upon Xinghua Mountain, otherwise, the Alliance will take legal action against such behavior. At this time of year, the scenery is particularly splendid, attracting numerous visitors, especially around the vicinity of Xinghua Mountain, which hosts a university, thus resulting in a plethora of couples ascending the mountain. Lin Feng, after a considerable search, finally found a secluded spot for Dragonite. Additionally, he wished for Mewtwo's assistance to sense any anomalies from the air. The truth is, there were none. Aside from a few long-nosed Pokémon and some others in the wilderness, nothing seemed amiss on the entire Xinghua Mountain. This prompted a silent sigh from Lin Feng. If psychic abilities could not detect anything, then only the power of aura remained. However, the aura abilities of Shenheduo were rather feeble, making it unlikely to uncover any irregularities on the mountain. He needed to devise a way to enhance the aura power. Despite the lack of immediate results, Lin Feng remained undeterred. Upon reaching the flat ground, he promptly began setting up the barbecue grill. These were operations he was well versed in, and soon enough, both the grill and the iron plate for frying steaks were ready. Next, Lin Feng released all the Pokémon he had brought along, the Eevees, Blaziken, and the adorable Sylveon, along with Dragonite. He had initially intended to bring Butterfree along for a stroll, but it seemed that Butterfree perceived the outside world as inherently perilous and was not inclined to join. Lin Feng did not press the matter. He simply thought the creature might be suffering from a touch of paranoia. However, it was not surprising, considering it had lived in the wild since its days as a caterpie and, being a shiny variant, might have faced considerable hardships. Speaking of which, he had not seen Mew this morning. Could it be? Suddenly, a small pink cat appeared before Lin Feng, who was busy frying meat. Lin Feng remarked, "You've come at mealtime as usual. Even when I'm outdoors, you are ever so punctual, aren't you?" Mew, with a cheerful expression, hovered around the frying plate, sniffing eagerly. It soon shifted its attention to Kirichi, who was beside Qin Shu. At that moment, Qin Shu was spreading a tablecloth and setting up a table on the ground covered with ginkgo leaves, while Kirichi occasionally cast glances towards Lin Feng. What a delightful aroma. It is truly exquisite. Kirichi thought to itself. Having lived for so long, it had never encountered anything so aromatic, far exceeding the scents of barbecues from 1,000 years ago. Meanwhile, Sylveon was boasting to the Eevees about its heroic deeds today, claiming it would extinguish the Youth Cup. "None of those Pokémon pose a challenge for me," it declared. It proclaimed itself as the Six-Tails hero and expressed a desire to form a hero team, stating that should they join, they would be the inaugural members, with it as the captain. It appointed a Jew as the captain of the first squad and its subordinates as Asan and Ao. In the future, we shall contribute to the peace of the town, and everyone shall remember you. The Eevees listened, somewhat taken aback. The Blaziken, initially only interested in the food, was drawn closer upon hearing Sylvian's boastful claims, exclaiming, Me, I want to join. Lin Feng had once spoken of the Blaziken hero, which it had etched in its memory. Even the adorable Sylvian cast an admiring gaze and clamored to join the hero team. Only the Squirtle looked on with a hint of envy at them. Its trainer would eventually take it on a journey to challenge various Pokémon competitions, naturally lacking such a tranquil and harmonious environment. Glancing at its trainer, it saw them playing with a new kitten, which was nestled in their arms, nuzzling and occasionally licking their hands. How could it lick hands? Squirtle chose to ignore this scene. However, the conversation between Sylvian and the others made Lin Feng chuckle. If Sylvian claimed to have extinguished the Youth Cup, then there would be no trainer brave enough to challenge it. After all, a 1-year-old champion Pokémon would leave anyone bewildered, despite the arena's vastness accommodating numerous low-level Pokémon battles. If it were to host battles at the champion level, the entire arena would be required. In this lively atmosphere, even the usually languid Dragonite could not help but lift its mouth in a smile. Soon, the first batch of meat and barbecue was ready. The Pokémon, who had just been proclaiming their desire to maintain peace in the town as heroes, hurriedly gathered their bowls. Come, future heroes, fill your bellies first, Lin Feng said cheerfully as he distributed the meat. Yum yum yum, exclaimed the Pokémon in delight. Delicious. This flavor is incredible. This exclamation came from Qin Shu, who had been eating instant food for a while. Squirtle, too, was momentarily reminded of the days it secretly snuck in through the water channel to eat during mealtimes. Its joy levels surged, and it rewarded Lin Feng with an A-grade water stone. Mew and Mewtwo exhibited only slight fluctuations in their emotions, with a minor increase in joy. Lin Feng did not dwell on them. After all, Mew had brought him several World Tree leaves just a few days prior. He thought that once the Youth Cup was over, he would use those leaves to create some novel dishes. Suddenly, a voice echoed, drawing Lin Feng's attention toward the tablecloth, where Kirichi was tearfully enjoying the barbecue. It was rare for him to witness a joy level above 90, and he had only seen a level of 95 once before, when he was capturing a Magikarp. Could it be that a single meal elevated Kirichi's joy level so dramatically? Was it crying from the deliciousness? Lin Feng instinctively opened Kirichi's panel, only to find that the joy level, which had just reached 95, was now plummeting rapidly, having dropped to a negative value in mere seconds. Was it recalling something sorrowful? Lin Feng refrained from interrupting, as the other Pokémon were engrossed in their meal and remained oblivious to the unusual occurrence. Only Mew flew over, its curious eyes fixed on Kirichi, asking Mew, "What's wrong?" Chapter 198, Mew and Kirichi? Kirichi wiped away its tears and gazed at the Pokémon hovering nearby, quietly saying, "Kirichi, I was just reminded of a past companion. When they were around, they would prepare barbecue for me, though it wasn't as delicious as this." Mew? A companion? Mew hovered beside Kirichi, observing its form. After a moment of contemplation, Mew transformed, its appearance shifting to that of another Kirichi, asking, "Mew, is this what your companion looked like?" Kirichi. Witnessing this transformation, Kirachi's eyes widened in astonishment. "Kirichi, you can be my companion." Kira giggled while covering her mouth. "Kira, can you transform into my likeness?" "Yes," Kira replied. After a moment of astonishment, Kira came to her senses and nodded. "Now we are partners." Mew then magically transformed back into its original form. The transformation was brief, and as the other Pokémon were preoccupied with their meal, no one noticed that another Kira had suddenly appeared. Mew felt a twinge of curiosity, having never encountered a Kira before, and was compelled to see if it could indeed take on such a form. The result confirmed its ability to do so. Looking at Kira with a puzzled expression, Mew asked, "Meow, what about your previous partner?" "I don't know," Kira replied, her face a mask of confusion. This marked the 4th millennium since her awakening. In the 1st millennium, she was utterly unaware of her purpose and spent that time wandering aimlessly. It was only after the 1st millennium that she learned she could remain conscious for only 7 days. In the 2nd millennium, Kira remarked, "I don't know where he is. I haven't seen him in ages." Back then, the trees were towering and the grass was dense. Everyone was not as amiable as they are now. The surrounding Pokémon were quite intimidating. A Feng was the son of a clan leader, his skin darker than. At this point, Kira glanced at Lin Feng, adding, "Darker than Brother Feng." And humans were peculiar. Some wore little clothing, hunting outdoors with bare arms, while others donned garments and shackled magical beasts, forcing them to battle daily. As Kira spoke, Mew nodded, fully trusting the accuracy of Kira's words, having lived through that era itself. However, during that time, Mew had been safeguarding the world tree and held little interest in the vast majority of humans, with only a rare few catching its attention. Although Lin Feng was busy preparing food, he discreetly listened to the dialogue between Kira and Mew. But A Feng was not like that. He was always focused on finding food. We would raid the Beedrill's territory for water, steal berries from the Ursaring's domain, and even farm together. Kira continued. His clan raised creatures called Caterpie, which could spin silk to trade for currency to clothe those inside the walls. The Caterpie could also evolve into Butterfree, assisting them in repelling attacks from other beasts. As Kira recounted these memories, a smile involuntarily graced her face, clearly reflecting a cherished period of happiness. Mew gradually came to realize that the partner Kira spoke of must have been from a long time ago. According to its knowledge, humans did not possess such lengthy lifespans, which saddened Mew, evoking a sense of empathy as it remembered a dear human friend. This individual had been accompanied by a Lucario, whose aura was remarkably pure and earned the recognition of the world tree. Yet, that person too had eventually departed. Since then, Mew had ventured outside infrequently, opting instead to remain by the world tree until a few years ago when it slowly regained its vitality. Kira added, but the Caterpie were too weak in that perilous world, far from the safety we know today. They were surrounded by clans of the Horned Beetle, and A Feng's clan often clashed with them. On the fifth day, a significant conflict erupted between the two clans, just as Kira's narrative took a dramatic turn. The conversation of the two airborne Pokémon finally caught the attention of the others. The first to approach was an Ice Vulpix, who curiously regarded the two floating Pokémon, asking, "What are you discussing?" Soon, the Eevees, Sylveon, and Blaziken gathered around as well. "Aren't you going to eat your meat? If not, can I have it?" Blaziken inquired politely, though it was clear it was already salivating at the sight of the remnants of meat beneath the two Pokémon. "Booey, booey. I want to listen too, Kira." Kira was taken aback by the sudden gathering of so many Pokémon, and her words came to an abrupt halt. "Meow? No." Meanwhile, Mew, who had been listening to the story, noticed Blaziken's eyes almost dropping into its plate, and swiftly flew down to clutch the plate. After a moment of thought, it also used its psychic powers to shield Kira's plate. Mew was well aware of how much this seemingly tall and slender Blaziken could eat. Meow? When Blaziken realized the two Pokémon were unwilling to share, its gaze turned towards Lin Feng. However, the next batch of grilled meat was not yet ready, leaving it to merely drool. Just then, Qin Shu, holding a new leaf Meow, approached with a fork bearing appropriately sized pieces of meat, presenting it to Kira. "Here you go, Kira. Thank you for helping to restore Kamikame's vitality during the battle." Kira, seeing the meat being offered, did not refuse, squinting her eyes as she savored the piece. Observing this scene, Qin Shu relaxed her expression and cautiously remarked, "Kira, if making wishes burdens you, then please refrain from doing so for me in the future." "Why, Kira?"